Chapter 1, 1980, Austria, Nurmengard Fortress. In a dimly lit room, an elderly man stood quietly by an iron window. One of his eyes sparkled like a cerulean gem, while the other was an abyss of profound darkness. At the age of 97, he had not felt this sensation for 35 years since he was imprisoned here in 1945. How long it has been. When was it? The last time he felt chosen by destiny. It was as if he had garnered the world's acknowledgement, advocating his beliefs, guiding his kin towards a brighter future. That moment coincided with the irrevocable severance from his lifelong friends, brothers, companions, family, and beloved. 35 years had elapsed since that instant, akin to a brilliant lightning bolt shattering the dense fog of darkness. Perhaps his convictions over the years were indeed justified. His name, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He had forgotten Albus himself had once remarked that his name was lengthy and preferred not to be addressed by its entirety. And my name? To be confined alone within this fortress of Nurmengard, as its architect, the instigator of a wizarding revolution, striving to ignite the flames of change across the globe. How many titles I possess. Gellert Grindelwald. The old man lifted his hand, gently caressing the rusted iron bars before him, his fingers grazing the moss-covered stone bricks. Nothing could confine the Grindelwald of 35 years ago. Nothing at all. That sensation was drawing near. Raindrops began to patter softly from the heavens, and Grindelwald stood before the window, quietly observing the rain as it struck the distance, the foreground, the windowsill. And even himself, he returned to his bed and retrieved a weathered stick, gnarled like a withered branch. This would likely be his final grand endeavor. Once a blood oath was initiated through this wand, and fate dictated that it would also conclude through it. Regrettably, the other participant in the blood oath was not present to witness this moment. Since that day, this wand, now regarded merely as a memento, had drawn a single drop of blood from each of the two youths, two vibrant droplets that flowed eternally, uniquely, binding their souls together. The old man smiled widely, never imagining that such a scenario would unfold. Who could have foreseen that a jest shared with his beloved would manifest into reality? A prophecy fulfilled? Though it was but a single drop, it sufficed. The elderly man's fingers brushed lightly over the wand, a faint glow enveloping him, elongating shadows within the dim room. That moment, he appeared as a solitary deity gazing down upon the world from the heavens. For an elderly man who had meticulously plotted for 35 years in solitude, any misstep would be an intolerable affront to his existence. This was the redemption that belonged solely to him, Gellert Grindelwald. For 35 years, he would not forget anything, whether it was the calamities he had inflicted upon the world or the potential atonements he might soon achieve. Or perhaps the even greater, insurmountable devastation that could ensue. Was it penance or salvation? Was it for himself or for another? A cry. A dark eagle soared from the window, its magical incantations perfected to an exquisite degree, emanating from within like a masterpiece of unparalleled artistry. Its essence stemmed from the intricate and entangled fate shared between the two. Its form arose from the intertwined blood and soul of their countless lifetimes. Its magic was born from an old man's boundless years of remorse and unending spiritual redemption. The elderly man leaned against the stone wall, his gaze fixed intently upon the vanishing black on the horizon, watching the agile bird navigate through the rain, gradually fading away. He understood that this dark eagle would fly to England, return to London, and journey to the place nearest to his old friend. Then, an exquisitely crafted, unrepeatable transformation spell would be triggered, turning it into human form. Although this intriguing little creature could not possess the innocence of childhood, it would ultimately become the sole descendant of Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore. As an independent being. How peculiar this sounds. I wonder if Albus would take a liking to this child. He had awaited this day for far too long. 35 years. The elderly man's weary body slid down the stone wall, laboring to catch his breath, straining to curl himself into a tattered blanket. In his frailty, he possessed no magical power, stripped of the formidable presence of the once mighty Dark Lord. Now, he was merely an aging man who had staked everything on this child. He quietly awaited the fate that had long been inscribed for him. However, that awaited moment lay a distant 19 years ahead. The rain intensified, seemingly determined to shatter the steadfast fortress of Nurmengard amidst the tempest. In such a stormy chaos, the old man smiled for the third time that night, his face adorned with a blissful smile, sinking into the beauty of slumber, enveloped in sweet dreams. In that ethereal and wondrous dreamscape, perhaps lay memories of his youth and those he had once dearly loved. In his dreams, Perhaps he would encounter the one he yearned to see, that very self. Long time no see, Al. Godric's Hollow. It was a night adorned with a sparse moonlight. The weather was exceptionally pleasant. To what extent, one might wonder. So delightful that even an elderly lady, who had not stepped outside for over half a month due to her frail legs, felt an inexplicable urge to take a stroll. Oh, Merlin's razor. How can there be a child here? Though her voice was frail and hoarse from age, it carried a vitality that even the young could not rival. The elderly woman was named Bathsheba Bashard. Oh dear, this old body of mine, never mind, never mind. Such a pitiful little creature. The sound of a child's cries softened Bashida's heart, and she affectionately lifted the child from the ground. Grindelwald was her great-nephew, and she was his great-aunt. Of course, this was merely a familial title in truth. Bathsheba had not exercised much oversight over her great-nephew, as Grindelwald enjoyed considerable freedom during his youth. This spirited old lady lived alone in Godric's Hollow. Her neighbors were once familiar with the Dumbledore family after all. England is rather small. Unfortunately, that place was long abandoned now. Feeling the weight of solitude, the elderly Bathsheba resolved to care for this child. After all, attending to him could not possibly be more terrifying than drafting textbooks for those pedantic individuals. She had spent the better part of the last month revising and editing. Hogwarts had exceedingly high standards for its materials, and it seemed they required another overhaul this year. Bathsheba grimaced, dismissing such bothersome thoughts, and turned to carry the child back to her modest abode. The infant's cries gradually subsided, revealing eyes of blue and black that sparkled like gemstones. These eyes, as radiant as the stars, symbolized his extraordinary lineage and foreshadowed a life of unparalleled uniqueness. No, wait, where am I? Aurelius opened his eyes, attempting to rise. However, it was patently absurd. He found himself ensconced within the body of an infant, a mere few months old, which was incapable of executing such a simple action as sitting up. Wah, Aurelius muttered to himself. Evidently, the only sound that escaped his lips was the wail of a child, leaving him momentarily bewildered and at a loss for what to do. Oh dear, little one, why are you crying again? No need to weep, Bathsheba exclaimed as she hurried over, cradling Aurelius gently, her wrinkled face radiating the affection unique to the elderly. Thus am I the legendary figure, who astonishes the heavens and weeps for the spirits, a being who embodies the fortune of countless souls, traversing realms. As Anriel pondered this, a torrent of information abruptly surged into his mind. It seems this journey through dimensions comes with a delay and perhaps a third-person recollection. However, who could have anticipated that such a brief lament would overload the infantile brain, causing Anriel to succumb to darkness and faint? Upon regaining consciousness, his foggy mind had cleared significantly. To put another way, this is a kind of parallel world, is it not? After sifting through the memories he had seamlessly absorbed, Anriel contemplated cautiously. Is this my golden finger for traversing worlds? Inevitably, he began to think along these lines, at least according to the memories residing within this child's mind. This body, endowed with a talent akin to Merlin's divine gifts, could not possibly remain obscure in the original narrative. Wait, that might not be correct. Perhaps this is not a parallel world, but rather the plot of the original work altered because had I not traversed here, this child would likely not survive, thus not affecting any subsequent events. Anriel felt somewhat exasperated the infant crafted by Grindelwald could be deemed an artificial deity. Humanity, that wondrous species, truly possesses an extraordinary talent for creating uncontrollable weapons of mass destruction. People are adept at fashioning powerful tools, and in comparison to these creations, humanity itself appears rather fragile. And it is this very monstrosity that renders the illustrious and unparalleled dark wizard Grindelwald appear considerably weaker in contrast. In his previous life, Anriel had a certain familiarity with the Harry Potter series, or rather, he was a devoted aficionado of it. This body is no longer merely a few vague phrases from the original text, such as those exceptional wizards can express their magical abilities through almost any medium, though using a wand is the most effective. Such a description fails to encompass the essence, the precision of the skin down to the pores, the intricate relief like double-sided magical circuits, the unheard-of inscriptions of ancient spells, and the formidable memories belonging to Gellert Grindelwald. All these aspects are designed to explore the very essence of magic. Not compare one to it. That would be a gross insult, a derision of Grindelwald's 35 years of dedication. Even more astonishingly, Anriel discerned several familiar words inscribed upon the skin. Shield, and the word over there should be of. Then this O is incorrect, it should be Avovada. This transcends mere incredibility in a magical realm. One could assert that such a thing could stride boldly, unless Merlin were to be resurrected, for the phrase invulnerable to all magic would no longer be a mere platitude. Now, the question arises, with such a formidable wizard and a body that could be deemed miraculous, why has this entity not appeared in the original narrative? The answer is quite simple. In a rather modern and colloquial expression, this formidable body is merely a vessel devoid of a soul. It is akin to the West without Jerusalem, the East bereft of Qin Shi Huang, or America lacking Trump. The control module proves ineffective, leading to the disheartening possibility that if Anriel's consciousness has not transcended, this body may meet a grim fate of sudden demise, or even brain death. In that case, it would indeed be a dire end. This path was one of the two principal routes for his redemption. Yet tragically, it concludes before it even commences, leaving him with nothing but his disdainful mockery of the Dark Lord 18 years hence. Wait a moment. What was I doing that led to this crossing? Anriel strained to recollect, recalling that he had fallen asleep while engrossed in a book. The volume in question was his favorite from the Harry Potter series, The Goblet of Fire, as for the remnants of his previous life, now that he has traversed worlds that is beyond Anriel's control. At 17, with only a high school education, he finds himself an orphan residing in public housing, unburdened by property, vehicle, or debt, and untouched by romance or relationships. In essence, he is free of ties, and Anriel soon embraces his new life with joy. One might jest that had he chosen to read something like Do Pat Song Cheong instead of Harry Potter before bedtime, perhaps he could have embarked on an extraordinary journey of his own, rising from humble beginnings to reshape his destiny. Yet, the infantile mind, overwhelmed by such thoughts, simply decided to surrender once more to slumber. In the final fleeting moments of consciousness, he learned the name that this body was destined to bear. Anriel Gellert Grindelwald. A.S. for Bathsheba. She recognized this name solely due to a black feather affixed to Anriel, inscribed with luminous letters bearing that very name. Consequently, her resolve to adopt him solidified she alone was meant to nurture this child. Ignoring the ramifications of a surname, she remained unconcerned whether he bore the name Bathsheba, Grindelwald, or Dumbledore. That sorrowful era had long since passed. Now, her singular focus was to raise this child, perhaps at 8 the moment Anriel was embraced, his name was inscribed upon the student roster of Hogwarts. October 31st, 1981. This date holds a unique significance. Profoundly, so as the thunderous explosion echoed through Godric's Hollow, and the blinding green light illuminated a small cottage. By the time Bathsheba hurriedly arrived, the Potter residence had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, ravaged by the merciless rebound of a curse. Oh no, informed Dumbledore. It must be done immediately. Even with prior anticipation, the scene was chillingly ruthless. Bathsheba brandished his wand with fervor, summoning a silver-white partridge that soared into the horizon like a swift arrow. This creature was the guardian spirit of the elder Bathsheba, tasked with delivering word to Dumbledore, who had not returned since that legendary duel. However, this posed no significant challenge for the elder wizards and witches. Anything was possible. In just a few short hours, it would be ample time for this guardian to reach Dumbledore and convey the necessary measures. For example, the trusted gamekeeper, Rupert Hag. Anriel sat on the stone steps at his doorstep, watching Grandma Bida bustling about, notifying those he was very familiar with. He felt a deep sense of unreality, yet it manifested in his real self. This feeling was simply amazing. The one who possessed the power to conquer the Dark Lord approached, born into a family that had resisted the Dark Lord 3 times. At the end of the 7th month, the Dark Lord would mark him as a formidable opponent. But he possessed a power the Dark Lord could not comprehend, a power that required one to die at the hands of the other, for both could not live. Only one could survive. The one who possessed the power to conquer the Dark Lord would be born at the end of the 7th month. Anriel murmured slowly, feeling extremely excited inside. A loud noise came from a distance, and Anriel redirected his gaze and attention back to the ruins of the Potter house. A huge figure blocked most of the view, and his stature made everyone here have no doubts about his identity. The Aurors from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, responsible for handling the memory modification of the Muggles present, believed that this was a sensational event for the entire British wizarding world. Voldemort was dead. At least that's what the Ministry of Magic thought. The Ministry of Magic has arrived, and that makes it less interesting. Anriel felt very bored, so he turned around and went back inside to sleep, waking only when Bathsheba and 2 Aurors with witness information arrived. "This is my grandson, Anriel," Bathsheba explained as she walked in, chattering away. The 2 Ministry Aurors exchanged glances and shrugged, although they didn't know where Bathsheba Bassett's grandson came from. Everything was insignificant compared to what had happened that night. After some small talk, Anriel watched them leave. They didn't even joke about asking my surname, he thought. If they did make that joke, it wouldn't be a story, it would be an accident. 10 years later, Bashida Bahat, the author of Magical History, was undoubtedly a great educator. Under her excellent guidance, 11-year-old Anriel felt that he could directly participate in the OWS Ordinary Wizarding Level Tests history exam. But which first-year student would care about the development history of the village of Ottery, St. Catchpole, and the effective date of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy? It is worth mentioning that one of Anriel's 2 fathers had once been dedicated to overturning this nonsensical law, which revolve around whether wizards should coexist peacefully with muggles or enslave them, and other such outdated ideas. Objectively speaking, Anriel felt that this unseen cheap old dad was right. That law made us like rats trapped in a sewer. That law forced us to hide our true selves. That law made its subjects curl up in fear, terrified that we would expose our identities. Gellert Grindelwald. Although wizards and muggles did not have reproductive isolation, it was evident that they could almost be called 2 different species. When individual power gathers in a few people but cannot exceed a threshold, the feelings generated by the weak majority are not called admiration but fear. Forget it. Let's not talk about these painful and sad stories anymore. Let's talk about something else. For example, during preschool education, Bashida seemed to have discovered little Anriel's magical potential too early and tried to make him cast some advanced spells without a wand, or using Bashida's own wand. Clearly, Anriel's performance surprised her. It was not in line with what any newborn from a wizarding family should exhibit. Of course, we might boldly assume that as a genuine time traveler, endowed with special abilities, is there a possibility that Anriel knows these spells and can use them skillfully, but he doesn't want to be treated like a guinea pig. An owl landed in front of Anriel, dropping an envelope it was holding in its claws at his feet. Calm down, kid. I know it's your first day of school, but take it easy. It's just. Anriel rolled his eyes. He didn't want to be here either, but why did it seem like Bashida was even more nervous than he was? The leaky cauldron, right? That's it. Not to mention that aside from looking a bit neurotic, Bashida Bashett's muggle attire was impeccable. Like a shrewd muggle grandmother who could haggle for an hour just to buy some groceries. Excuse me. The bar owner, Tom, stood behind the counter, trying hard to recall the name of this familiar old lady. Hey, Tom, 2 bottles of butterbeer. 1 bottle. Bashida glanced at the 11-year-old Anriel and corrected herself. Oh, for goodness sake, you're Bashida Bahat. Tom finally remembered the old lady's identity and grinned widely, showing his crooked teeth. What brings you to this rundown place? Of course, I'm heading to Diagon Alley. My grandson is going to Hogwarts this year. Your grandson? Goodness, I've never heard you mention having a son, huh? Bashida muttered a few not-so-nice words under her breath, waving her wand as the cork of the butterbeer bottle hit Tom's hand. It seemed like just a little joke, and, of course, no one really minded it. Under the old lady's glare, Tom smiled and took Anriel's hand, leading him toward the small alley that led to Diagon Alley. Who would have thought a frail old lady could be so generous? Bashida's youthful energy seemed to return a bit with the arrival of this child, Anriel. As they entered the alley, old Tom stepped back, and Anriel quickly followed Bashida, hearing her muttering all the way. 3 pieces to the left, 2 pieces of Merlin's beard. I almost forgot how to get into Diagon Alley. Goodness, when I was in school, there weren't so many ridiculous textbooks. Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. Shouldn't tea that be on the toilet paper rack? This is terrible. The current defense against the dark arts teacher must be another useless one. History of Magic. I organized it myself, Anriel. A summary of Gringotts history starting from line 11 on page 97, including the timeline of the Goblin Rebellions. Anriel was taken aback and began to recite. 1,000 alpacas running wild in his mind. Thank you for the invitation, but the person has already become numb. It's just buying a book. Why does it also involve a test? First, go to Ollivander's, then go to Gringotts to get some money. Bashida made a decision and walked into a small, shabby store with Anriel. Ollivander, crafting fine wands since 382 BC. Countless paper boxes piled up to the ceiling, casting rows of shadows under the dim light, obscuring Ollivander's slender figure. Well, Ollivander pushed his glasses and asked uncertainly, Ms. Bashida? Bashida Bahat? It's me. I brought my grandson to buy a wand. Ollivander didn't mention the material, length, and core of Bashida's wand as he did with other customers. From the original text, it seems that Ollivander recognizes people through their wands. Anriel had a delusion that Bashida's wand might have been sold by Ollivander's father, or even possibly by his grandfather. After taking a close look at Anriel's face, Ollivander turned and took a bundle of tape measures from a shelf. Let me see, young Bashida. Which arm are you accustomed to using? The magical tape measure flew up, automatically measuring Anriel's body data. Anriel raised his left arm, and the tape measure flew up and wrapped around it. All right, let me see. Cherrywood, 12 inches, medium flexibility. How about a swish of dragon heartstring? Anriel took the wand, and the tip of the wand emitted a shower of sparks, igniting a white piece of paper in front of Ollivander, singeing the old man's sparse beard. Anriel is clearly as picky as Mr. Potter. Even Ollivander cannot easily find the right wand for him. Oh dear, evidently not. Let's look for a white oak, 9.5 inches, with a core of phoenix feather. Anriel waved his wand, and the tip emitted an explosion, seemingly trying to escape from Anriel's grasp. Hiss, what a picky little thing, huh? Come on, this Hollywood, 11 inches long, with a phoenix tail feather. Anriel found the name a bit familiar and did not immediately take the wand. Ollivander placed the wand in his hand, and it immediately emitted a sound like an electrical short circuit, which startled Ollivander into quickly pulling it back out. Anriel remembered, damn it, he was exactly 1 year older than Harry. This wand should belong to Harry Potter, not him. Ollivander got off the counter and disappeared with a thud behind the shelves, leaving no trace of where he went. Anriel cast a questioning glance at Bida. It's useless to look at me, but Ollivander has always operated on a one-on-one basis. As long as you don't leave the shop door 1T, let another customer in. This principle is not only upheld by Garrick Ollivander, but it's almost a steadfast rule of the Ollivander family. On the contrary, I mentioned in Chapter 6 of the History of Magic and in the Muggle Society theory written by Miss Karadai Bubaji, that whether in our wizarding community or in Muggle society, the phenomenon known as monopoly has certain privileges. Anriel's head began to hurt, and he wisely chose to ignore his grandmother's lengthy monologue, which earned him a sharp rap on the head and a brief moment of peace. A few minutes later, Ollivander returned with a cloth bag. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mrs. Basharat. Here, child, give this one a try. Anriel took the wand from Ollivander's hands, and at the moment of contact, he was certain that this was the item he would take away from the shop today. Ollivander's explanation came at just the right time. This wand is made from precious materials gifted by a few of my Chinese friends, lacquer wood, 13 inches long. Although it's not very auspicious, this is the best length for casting spells. Its core is made from 2 segments of nerve, tightly intertwined in a way that I don't quite understand how it was achieved. One part is from a Tibetan royal eagle, and the other from a fine-scaled taipan snake. Of course, these 2 cursed creatures would normally never be found together. Their habitats are nearly 100,000 meters apart. I've never understood the reasoning behind combining these 2 inherently incompatible creatures. Ollivander fell silent as he saw the wand emit a faint glow in Anriel's hand, as if little fairies were singing in the air, certainly not the domesticated kind. Marvelous, truly marvelous. 30 galleons. This is one of my signature wands. Bashida readily paid the money and led Anriel, still immersed in the resonance of the wand's compatibility, out of Ollivander's wand shop. Shouldn't you be called Anriel Albus Dumbledore Gellert Grindelwald? Bashida recalled the scene years ago when she introduced the 2 energetic young men. She had never questioned the correctness of her actions, and although it created a disaster, it also led to the emergence of the greatest wizard in the wizarding world. Anriel's mouth twitched, and she really wanted to say, Madam, your intuition is spot on, but is this naming method serious? A half-teacher's position is completely taken up by her father's name. Where's the godfather? Shouldn't he take care of this? Wait, it seems I don't have a godfather. Bashida Bashett's wealth is very substantial, but unfortunately, she hardly uses it. Anriel could easily imagine how much wealth a renowned historian, known throughout the magical world and familiar to anyone who has ever been to school, must have accumulated over nearly a lifetime. And now, this small key, number 571 from Gringotts, is in Anriel's hands. Anriel smiled as she added another item to her list of advantages, a rich second-generation heir. Not only was there plenty of wealth, but it also had a lower ranking, belonging to one of the highly secured private vaults. Although it couldn't compare to the ancient family treasures like those of the Lestranges. Nonsense. Even the most secure ancient family vaults have been broken into. Fairies, as small and unfriendly magical creatures, are at least reliable in this aspect. Money in their hands won't increase, but at least it won't decrease in most cases, unless targeted by the protagonist. As a commoner, there is no need to compete with aristocratic families over wealth. That would only bring discomfort to oneself. Anriel muttered to himself in a half-joking manner. The owl has got you the robes and the books. Go try on the robes. Anriel looked at the cage that Bahat was holding, and not only did the corners of his mouth twitch, but the corners of his eyes also started to twitch. This isn't right, is it? You tell me this bird of prey with a wingspan of 2 meters and a call that sounds exactly like an eagle's is an owl? Well, if you say so, then let's just accept it as that. Anriel is a bit skeptical about Bashida's taste, but he doesn't dare to say it openly. Anriel named this raptor Garros, which, like Hedwig's name, has some meaning, but not much. 3 days later, that is, September 1st, 1990, Anriel successfully boarded the Hogwarts train. This year is bound to be quite boring. After all, the famous Harry Potter doesn't know anything about the magical world yet. Hee hee. Have a great time at Hogwarts. Kid, you can write to me, but don't get your hopes up for a reply. Ha ha ha. Bahat said this before Anriel got on the train. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, a female vendor called out in the train aisle. However, even though she wasn't shouting, her voice could still be heard clearly inside the closed compartment. Not to mention that sometimes she would open the door to ask the kids inside if they wanted to buy anything. Anriel, who was playing cards with himself, put down his hand and bought all the licorice wands on the train because he really liked the taste of licorice and his right hand had just been about to win. But now he was a bit frustrated. Just kidding. Apart from a few interesting acquaintances, Anriel still felt quite new here. Of course, those acquaintances were also the ones he could easily talk to, and probably only the Weasley twins could strike up a conversation with him. These two were a year older than him, in their second year, and just before boarding the train, Anriel caught a glimpse of their fiery red hair, surrounded by a group of friends, very popular. However, for Anriel, there were just too many people. It was better to simply pass the time by himself. As night fell over London, a grand castle gradually appeared before Anriel's eyes. The walls of the castle were thick and sturdy, and the countless massive stones that made up the castle seemed to be etched with magical runes. With the passage of time recklessly eroding its surface, leaving behind mottled marks. Looking at this castle, Anriel couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, the show is about to begin. First-year kids, over here, don't get led astray by the upperclassmen you met on the train. We're taking the boat, this way. Hagrid's booming voice echoed, quickly gathering a group of new students around the tall half-giant. This way, be careful not to fall into the Black Lake, of course you won't die. But wearing wet clothes to the sorting ceremony would be quite uncomfortable, right? Anriel raised an eyebrow and smiled. Mr. Hagrid, may I sit on your boat? Oh, of course. Of course you can. It's rare for a first-year student not to be afraid of me. Haha. Anriel stepped onto the small boat. Due to Hagrid's size, the 4-person boat seemed to accommodate only him. Unfortunately, Anriel was not a human. Moreover, he only appeared to be sitting in the boat. For objects, whether they are alive or inanimate, the floating spell works effectively. The only difference is whether they move around in the air. Of course, no one knew that this guy on the boat had cast a spell on himself, and Hagrid was no exception. They were just first-year students. Hold on tight, kids. We're setting sail. Mr. Hagrid, my grandmother mentioned you to me. Oh, sorry, kid. Who is your grandmother? It seemed Hagrid had accidentally pressed down on Anriel's leg, but the latter didn't mind. My grandmother is Bashida Bashart. Goodness, she was the history of magic professor at Hogwarts before Professor Binns arrived. Unfortunately, I missed her teaching period. Professor Binns had evidently taught 2 or even 3 generations of students. After all, it's rare to find a professor who continues to teach after they've died. However, Anriel's brow furrowed. How long had Bashida actually lived? Professor Binns wasn't very young either. Perhaps Bashida resigned during her middle age? Thinking about these useless old stories wouldn't help with school life. Overall, chatting with Hagrid was quite pleasant. He provided Anriel with a lot of knowledge about magical creatures. Magical beasts. If it weren't for his indulgent attitude towards these little guys, like dragons and thestrals, he might think Anriel didn't know what they were. 10 minutes later, the gates of Hogwarts slowly opened, ready for the entrance ceremony for new students, which was very classic and could impress most 11-year-olds who had never seen the world. Unfortunately, Anriel was clearly not one of them. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. All right, Hagrid, you can go in first. Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you. Hagrid waved his hand, tipped his hat to Anriel, and walked into the Great Hall. Anriel peeked through the crack of the door opened by Hagrid and saw that hundreds of people were sitting closely together inside. It must be the hall. He turned his gaze back to the tall, thin witch in the green robe before him. Minerva McGonagall, the then Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, head of Gryffindor House, and Transfiguration Professor. Welcome to Hogwarts, everyone. The start of term feast is about to begin. But some of the new students may have already heard that you will need to participate in a sorting ceremony in front of the entire school staff and students. The house will be your home at school, and your actions will reflect on your house, so it is important to take it seriously. There are 4 houses in total. Regardless of status or privilege, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house nurtures its own excellent talents and great wizards. I hope that, during your time here, you will bring glory to your house and become outstanding talents and great wizards in your respective houses. Now, I suggest you tidy up your attire. McGonagall's gaze swept across the room and lingered on Anriel for a brief moment before moving on. Anriel didn't care at all, after all. He knew that when his name was called later, most people from that era would be as surprised to see him as people from this era would be to see Harry Potter. Woohoo, first-year students. A little dwarf with dark eyes poked his head out from the wall, said a sentence, and then shrank back. Peeves. Strictly speaking, Peeves couldn't really be considered a ghost. He could touch physical objects and use them for pranks. Well, maybe he could be used to test some spells. Everyone knows they won't die again, right? Hee. The decoration of the Great Hall was pleasing to the eye. In the resplendent hall, countless golden candles flickered with enchanting light, and the ceiling was dotted with countless stars. There were so many things in the hall that were countless. For example, the number of strands in the white-bearded old man's beard sitting right in the middle. That was indeed an uncountable object. McGonagall brought out a tattered pointed hat, and Anriel thought his imagined sorting hat was already old enough. But unfortunately, when he saw the real thing, he couldn't help but sigh at how rare his curiosity was. Can this thing really still be used? The hat had two slits, probably for eyes, that seemed to be assessing whether all eyes in the room were on it. After confirming that they were, the hat grinned widely, with a big crack that could tear its entire body apart, and began to sing a long poem it had composed over the course of a year. Children, don't giggle. Judging by appearances, though I'm a hat, is a downright mistake. Perhaps I am unremarkable, old and dull. Perhaps I am patched and full of repairs, but if you take off your hats and compare them to me, none can match my abilities and intellect. You can make your top hats glossy and your high hats smooth and upright. But as the sorting hat of Hogwarts, I am certainly superior to your hats. Any thought hidden in your mind cannot escape the keen eyes of the sorting hat. Try it on, and I will tell you which house you should belong to. You might belong to Gryffindor, from the endless desolate marshes, brave and fearless, resilient and unyielding, where hidden courage lies deep within. Their boldness, spirit, and generosity make Gryffindor stand out. You might belong to Hufflepuff, from the open valleys, hard-working and down-to-earth, ordinary yet great, where people are honest and loyal. Hufflepuff students are steadfast and honest, unafraid of hard work. If you are clever, you might end up in the wise old Ravenclaw, from the tranquil riverside, wise and calm, perceptive and shrewd. Those learned and wise will always meet their kindred spirits there. Or perhaps you will go to Slytherin, from that desolate bog. Born from the mire, but stepping towards nobility, perhaps you will make sincere friends here, among those ambitious youth. But there will also be those who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Come wear me. Don't be afraid. Do not panic. In my hands, though I have no hands, you are absolutely safe, because I'm a thinking magical hat. He will take a whole year to think of a new song, won't he? Applause erupted from the 4 house tables as Professor McGonagall pulled out a scroll of parchment from her robe, and its length was astonishing when unrolled. Next, I will call the name of the student. Please come up, put on this sorting hat, and it will decide which house you will be sorted into. Bessie Arlington. A blonde girl shyly walked towards the sorting hat. Anriel glanced over and, bored, turned back to look at the mischievous Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. There really hadn't been anything significant this year. Nothing interesting had happened before he walked over to that table to pick up the hat. Hufflepuff, Fans Avanda, Slytherin. All the way down, the sorting hat's pauses were not very common. Clearly, for the sorting hat, these ordinary kids could be sorted into the appropriate houses with just a little thought. Or perhaps it was just that the kids from Mr. Potter's year were indeed a bit difficult to judge. Harry Potter, Gryffindor, Slytherin. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw. Neville Longbottom, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff. And so on. Sorting hat. Tisk, tricky. After a while, the surnames starting with F were about to finish, and among the surnames starting with G, Anriel was ranked first. While waiting for McGonagall to call out her name, Anriel wore a brilliant and sunny smile. McGonagall's eyes widened. Clearly, she was seeing the full name of this child for the first time. There was no way around it. The focus in recent years had been on Harry Potter. And besides, no one would go through the enrollment list for every year, as that would be very tiring. McGonagall's gaze fell on Anriel, and it was truly surprising. Her intuition had always been spot on. She saw the not-so-innocent sunny smile on Anriel's face. Anriel, the ISNT, a second Anriel here, right? The 11-year-old child who was called stepped forward slightly, and the other children instinctively moved back, making way for him. At that moment, even though they were inexperienced, they sensed that something was off. The hall gradually quieted down, and everyone from the four houses focused their attention on this small child. Professor McGonagall, why didn't you say my full name? Anriel stepped forward, squinting his eyes, smiling as he spread his hands. I think this is a surprise that my dear old Phoenix would be very happy to hear. McGonagall took a deep breath, momentarily unsure of what to do. This was different from the sorting she would conduct for Harry Potter a year later. That was just an ordinary child, special only because of someone whose name cannot even be mentioned. He was unaware of his mission, unaware of how famous he was, and even more unaware of what his existence meant. But the child before her was also special. He was special because of two people, and one of them was sitting in the most comfortable red velvet armchair at the top of the hall. McGonagall cast a pleading glance at Dumbledore. As everyone was watching what was happening here, their eyes glued to the scene. What is happening, Minerva? Dumbledore gently raised his hand, his white beard slightly fluttering. Albus, this child. McGonagall's voice was very soft, so soft that no one at the four house tables could hear what she was saying. Come on, this is Hogwarts. We accept any student. Dumbledore's voice was calm and firm, revealing a belief. To put it simply, even if his last name is Riddle, as long as he has the right magical talent, we should let him in. McGonagall took another deep breath, made up her mind, and picked up the parchment next to the sorting hat. Anriel Grindelwald. After shouting this, McGonagall couldn't help but glance at Dumbledore, only to be astonished to find that he had already stood up from his chair, his white beard trembling violently, revealing that the old man was not calm at this moment. Since she had known Albus Dumbledore, she had seen him with this expression no more than a handful of times. Of course, this state lasted only a few seconds, and Albus Dumbledore returned to his calm, wise old man persona. Perhaps in the world today, only matters related to him could stir a ripple in the serene lake of this old man's heart. Anriel deeply bowed to the familiar old man. It is an immense honor, my professor. The image of Albus Dumbledore was exactly as Anriel had imagined, or rather, the wise light behind the half-moon glasses, the time woven into the silver hair and beard, the kind gaze, and the gentle words. All of it was truly one of a kind. Anriel gently took the sorting hat off the shelf and placed it on her head solemnly, as if donning a crown. Oh my, your thoughts are so interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such an intriguing child. You possess qualities valued by all three other houses. Old Hufflepuff would surely welcome you into her house, but she would never compete with the other houses for you. You have exceptional foresight and trust and loyalty to your friends, yet your shrewdness prevents you from showing bravery too abruptly. You have great ambition and unparalleled ability, yet your humility keeps you from being arrogant, the kind of noble that old Slytherin would admire. You have, such wonderful talents, extraordinary wisdom. I see. I understand now. This is your proudest virtue. Since you believe this yourself, then you should go to Ravenclaw. The last syllable of the hat was shouted out, and Anriel felt as if it were spitting threads on her head, which indeed it was. The older students present hadn't seen the old hat this excited in a long time. The Ravenclaw table erupted in cheers, welcoming the new student. Unfortunately, as newcomers, they were unaware of the disasters that occurred before that legendary duel back in the day. Nor did they understand why this new student garnered so much attention from the professors. Anriel looked around, except for the enthusiastic classmates in the same institute. Most of the professors' gazes were fixed on her, unable to look away for a long time. A pair of deep black eyes was staring in this direction, and Anriel responded with a smile and her utmost respect. A great person indeed. However, due to the reasons of memory for the traitors, whether they turn from darkness to light or betray the light, Anriel doesn't quite like it, just like his father did back in the day. But love always provides an unassailable excuse, doesn't it? No one knows how everyone spent the evening at the banquet. Unlike the banquet a year later, where most of the surprises came from the students, today, the surprises come from the professors. The first-year freshmen are leaving. After the banquet, the heads of each college lead the freshmen to their respective common lounges. Anriel did not go to the Ravenclaw Tower on the west side with the other little Ravenclaws. He knew exactly where the common room was, and Ravenclaw students did not need a fixed password. So Anriel didn't need to go back with them, because there were more important people and matters waiting for him. Professor Dumbledore, shall we have a chat? Dumbledore, who was adjusting his pointed hat, paused and looked at Anriel, then quickly averted his gaze. Anriel knew that the old man had just locked eyes with him and noticed his heterochromatic pupils. Dressed in a school robe, with red lips and white teeth, starry eyes like a deep abyss, and golden hair cascading like a waterfall, Anriel exuded a sharp, innate aura of a superior being. The last time Dumbledore saw such an aura was decades ago. Severus, old Dumbledore, You finally have a day tortured by eye color. Huh? Speak. Child, Hogwarts welcomes you, Dumbledore said, pausing for a moment before adding two more words. So do I. Anriel and Dumbledore slowly left the hall, and not a single professor approached to speak to them. They simply exchanged glances, quietly watching the two ascend the stairs leading to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, which was in the opposite direction of the students returning to their dormitories. All the faculty silently watched the older and younger pair leave the hall. Even though Dumbledore was always the last to leave, this was an unprecedented occasion. However, no one dared to utter even a syllable, as no one wanted to pry into another's wounds, especially since, unfortunately, it happened to be the greatest wizard of all time. One of them. Sit down, child. Dumbledore gestured for Anriel to take a seat opposite him as he settled into his high-backed chair. Hello, Anriel. Dumbledore began slowly, seemingly choosing his words with care. Please forgive my lack of decorum, but I still want to ask what exactly. Dumbledore's voice was uncertain. He did not want to ask such an unreasonable and impolite question, yet the answer to this question was precisely what he was most eager to know at that moment. Of course, old Dumbledore couldn't bring himself to ask such a crude question. My two fathers, one of whom took 35 years to bring me into this world. Anriel opened her mouth with her crisp, childish voice, fulfilling Dumbledore's request and shattering his only unrealistic fantasy. What if this was just an unrealistic coincidence? Unfortunately, it couldn't possibly be a perfect coincidence. The other person was sitting right in front of me, engaging in a conversation after 35 years. Dumbledore's mouth was half open, his grizzled beard slightly trembling, and there was no one around. The two spoke in low voices, not waking any of the portraits of headmasters except for Phineas Nigellus Black. Even Phineas could sense that the atmosphere was somewhat off. He was currently squinting his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Unfortunately, Phineas was from that era, born in 1847 and died in 1925, and he happened to witness the rise of the wizarding revolution that swept the world, 1899. But sorry, how did you? Anriel knew what Dumbledore wanted to ask. Professor, I don't know either. I only have memories of how to use magic. As for whether my father wants me to convey anything, I'm afraid there isn't. Clearly, my father wants me to live as myself, not as another version of him. After Anriel finished speaking, he could clearly sense that Dumbledore's body relaxed a bit. He was still worried about this world. If another young and ambitious individual, full of vibrant life force to squander, were to inherit all the terror and responsibility contained in the Grindelwald surname, to be honest, he truly did not have the confidence to prevent such a disaster from occurring with his aged body. Fortunately, some of the deep worries dissipated, replaced by a certain degree of affection. The reason Dumbledore is that he does not let momentary emotions cloud his judgment. Now, he merely lowered his guard a bit. However, sir, you're the professor, and I am just a first-year student. May I ask you a few small questions? Anriel made a face and deliberately elongated his tone, a comical and teasing expression appearing on his face. This clearly calmed Dumbledore's currently turbulent emotions, bringing a faint, kind smile to his lips. Of course, my child. The professor wants to know what I am, right? Dumbledore paused for a moment and nodded gently. Like all magical creations, I have my own core. Anriel slowly spread open his palm, revealing a mark in the center resembling a Taiji diagram, formed by two blood droplets. Much like the unique scar of Harry Potter's magical spell. The two droplets of mingled blood were entangled together, just like the core of my wand. Anriel paused for a moment, then spoke. Clearly, my existence, just like my name, is like a dream, and dreams are not real, unreal. Who knows? Dumbledore reached into his thick, silvery hair with his wand, gently pulled out a strand of memory, and sealed it in a delicate crystal vial. He then raised his head to look at the clock behind the Phoenix Fox. It was already pointing to 11 o'clock. Goodness, as a new student, even if the professors are aware, you shouldn't be wandering the school corridors at midnight. Mr. Filch would go crazy. Dumbledore gently tapped the table with the tip of his wand and said in his usual cheerful tone, and under the wand, a piece of letter paper folded itself. Professor Dumbledore, may I call you something else? Under the gaze of this old rascal with graying beard, Anriel continued with a mischievous smile on his face. If I call Grindelwald father, can I call you mom? Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to comprehend Anriel's words. And then he burst into hearty laughter. It seemed he laughed like this in many years. Anriel noticed that a few tears were glistening at the corners of his crescent-shaped glasses. Yes, since he was 17, he hadn't been able to laugh like this for a full 90 years. Oh, my child, if you don't mind that I'm an old man, then yes. Of course. Dumbledore turned around, to a place where Anriel couldn't see him, raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and responded with a smile. The password for my office for the last 2 months is Phoenix Tail Feather, haha. Dumbledore made a little joke. Of course, the password did seem quite funny. A tail feather is not the same as a tail hair. Anriel also smiled, which was the image he had of Albus Dumbledore. Whether it was to ease the atmosphere or for some other reason, at least he smiled. Perhaps the matter had been resolved. Starting today, he had an absolutely solid background, and no one could touch him at Hogwarts. Clearly, the regret and remorse that his father had buried deep in his heart would be doubled in compensation through him. Although Anriel would not exploit this compensation without any bottom line, it was clear that it would play a crucial role in adjusting his otherwise peaceful life. Dumbledore stood up, straightened his back, took out the old wand, and casually tapped a feather quill on the table. The quill trembled slightly and emitted a circle of blue light. Ah, an illegal portkey, unapproved by the Ministry of Magic, but no one would know, right? Dumbledore mischievously winked and took a step back. Goodbye, child. I wish you a pleasant life at Hogwarts. After a swirling transport, Anriel opened his eyes to find a warm fireplace in front of him. A house elf wrapped in a Hogwarts tea towel was adding firewood to the hearth, clearly startled by his sudden appearance. Everything was as it should be, just unreal. Soon, the school life unfolded before Anriel like a scroll. The learning experience at Hogwarts was very interesting, at least far better than the tutoring he had received at Bashida's. What he could comprehend from reading in his past life was nowhere near as vividly represented in front of him at this truly magical school. The biting stairs, the winding and interconnected corridors, and the risks of potentially being late they brought. With plenty of time to squander each day, this completely unregulated boarding school was like heaven for Anriel. For someone who had spent his previous life scribbling away all day in the land of Jojo, this was an unimaginable lifestyle. In the charms class, Anriel waved his wand, not even parting his lips. His 2 feathers were currently fighting under the ceiling, attracting the idol-like gazes of many students. The short Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of thick books, scratching his head. How to put it? Such an outstanding student. He really hadn't done anything wrong, had he? The first class was indeed supposed to let them try on their own, just to wear down their confidence a bit, to instill a basic awe of magic in these fledgling children. Flitwick never expected that a student could directly make the feathers float and then fight in the air like 2 fierce fighting cocks. Can someone explain to me what this silver mist-like aura is? Is this really just the levitation charm and not some transfiguration spell? This is not the level of magic a first-year student should possess. For a moment, he didn't know how to handle this first year who was silently casting the levitation charm. As a professional teacher who had taught charms at Hogwarts for most of his life, Flitwick experienced a moment of doubt about his teaching objectives. Upon careful thought, this is a precious gem of his own house, so it's all good. In the first transfiguration class, it seemed they were supposed to turn matches into needles. Professor McGonagall had to personally step down from the podium, putting on what she thought was a friendly smile, and told Anriel to quickly turn his groupmates' matches back. On a lake blue embroidered cushion matchbox, there was a large bunch of exquisite carved silver needles, matches, and a fat, big-eared gray mouse was dozing beside the cushion, instinctively gnawing on the tassels of the cushion. Minerva McGonagall certainly had her methods for dealing with troublesome students, but for a genius like this, even she was seeing for the first time, and for a moment, her prepared educational methods seemed a bit insufficient. Of course, no one is perfect. Even if Anriel is not human, he has subjects he is not good at. How to put it, for example, up. The broomstick on the ground, resembling a firewood stick, stuck to the ground as if glued and refused to budge. Anriel felt quite helpless. Having lived 2 lives, sports had never been his strong suit. He could only watch as his classmates summoned their brooms, either quickly or slowly, and then quietly extended his finger to flick the Meteor 5 in front of him while casting a small spell. It was fine, it was harmless, and not needing a wand for spell casting was indeed convenient. He was like Voldemort. If he could fly, why would he need a broom? Unfortunately, Mrs. Hooch clearly did not think so. At least in terms of riding brooms, Anriel not only had no talent, but was a complete disaster. To put it simply, for an entire class, he could only make his broom fly using the levitation spell. However, this did help to narrow the gap between him and his classmates. No one could easily accept that a peer could excel at everything. Jealousy and isolation would find fertile ground in anyone's heart. At such times, if this all-rounder suddenly became unwatchable in a certain aspect, most kids would easily accept him, even though a small number of natural troublemakers might target him in that regard. By then, Anriel would let them know why the flowers were so red. Yes, I'm talking about those arrogant types. However, right now, Anriel was a year above those types and wouldn't see trouble. It should still be a love-hate relationship with Harry, right? Laughs, potions class, on the other hand, was relatively mundane. Anriel had not given Professor Snape any handle to criticize him. He concocted a slightly diluted, scabious potion flawlessly, causing the professor's gaze to linger on his face for a moment before shifting to the Hufflepuff students. Gryffindor lost 10 points. The workload from professors like Snape and McGonagall might be torture for other students, but for Anriel, who had crossed over from the 9 provinces, it felt as simple as eating and drinking. Of course, there were things that students from the 9 provinces couldn't accept, like astronomy class. Perhaps Anriel could tolerate a lot of homework. In fact, it wasn't that much for him. But please note, he absolutely could not tolerate an astronomy class that would definitely affect his sleep at midnight. Every Wednesday night, Professor Sinistra had to pull the dozing Anriel from his chair to prevent him from crushing the telescope. Just like how Harry Potter's least favorite subject was potions. Astronomy successfully became Anriel's most hated subject, hands down. The thought process was probably this: whoever took away his sleep time, he would be upset with them. As for herbology and defense against the dark arts, those courses were impeccable. Anriel really liked the former professor, Quirrell. His classes were amusing and humorous. Unfortunately, as everyone knows, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts has to be replaced every year since Tom Riddle was rejected. This position has been cursed. This humorous teacher was not in good health, and Anriel often saw him cough discreetly during class, looking quite sickly. According to Professor Dumbledore, this gentleman had already submitted his resignation, as a semester of teaching duties would wear down his frail body. As for the next subject, it was even more heavyweight. In History of Magic class, after being mistakenly called out, Anriel mimicked Professor Bin's monotonous tone and recited a tenth of the thick History of Magic book. However, due to the length, by the time Anriel finished, class was already over. The applause from the audience was like that during a banquet, not excluding the fact that class had already ended. So cool, how did you do that? Oh, that's because of some preschool education from my grandmother. Your grandmother? My grandmother's name is Bashida Bashard. I'm starting to feel sorry for you. Bro, this was pretty much how the days went, ordinary and mundane. If it weren't for someone like Voldemort or a celebrity like Harry Potter, the entire wizarding world of Britain, perhaps this was how life at Hogwarts should be. TSK. Dad, didn't T want to bully his lover? He had never set foot in England for large-scale activities. The first year passed quickly. Without Harry Potter, the school year was so peaceful that there was nothing significant to record. Anriel's achievements are undoubtedly outstanding, making him the top student among this year's first-year freshmen. Of course, if we disregard his nearly 0 score in astronomy, he would have an impressive score with all subjects except for potions being perfect. Lastly, it's worth mentioning that the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup still belong entirely to Slytherin. Thanks to Anriel's efforts, Slytherin narrowly defeated Ravenclaw in the House Cup by the points earned from the Quidditch Cup, defending their 5 consecutive victories. Second place, Ravenclaw, scored 476 points, and first place, Slytherin, scored 480 points. Dumbledore's expression revealed nothing, as inter-house rivalry is quite normal. He had few personal interests, all focused on Anriel. In a way, Dumbledore watched as Anriel, almost single-handedly, forced Ravenclaw into second place. To say that Dumbledore was dissatisfied with this gifted child would be nonsense. However, this also proves that Professor Snape's strategy of accumulating point deductions is very effective, as the House Cup is only evaluated once a year. Anriel was quite aware of this. He laughed every time he read about it back in the day. Only one house cheered when Slytherin won the House Cup, while only one house did not cheer when Gryffindor won. So it's better to leave the matter of Slytherin's consecutive victories to the professionals from the Gryffindor trio. Ding ding. 2 crisp sounds rang out as Dumbledore tapped his silver fork against the goblet in front of him, and the hall gradually quieted down, waiting for the headmaster's usual useful but not serious speech. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore didn't make a few jokes this time. He seriously announced some important points. Dumbledore, another school year has come to an end, and I sincerely hope that all our old friends, big friends, and little friends have a happy holiday. However, I would like to remind you once again that underage wizards are not allowed to perform magic outside of school. Please be sure to pay attention to this. He glanced at the Weasley twins and then looked at Anriel, raising his graying eyebrows. I wish you all a great time. Yes, Professor, but there's something I need to discuss with you privately. Anriel finished speaking and took out a piece of parchment from his bosom, waving it in front of him. His voice, like a fine thread, reached Dumbledore's ears. The latter looked around, seemingly ensuring that no one else heard the words, and could only nod helplessly. In other words, Dumbledore's long fingers gently tapped the table, and the parchment was neatly folded and placed beside him. Ms. Bashida has officially entrusted you to my care. Yes, she probably thought it best to hand you over early for peace of mind, and it was my suggestion for her to go on vacation in South America. Ignoring Dumbledore's expressive face, Anriel smiled gently. I will definitely visit her often. After all, she raised me. A week ago, Anriel had taken a day off in Dumbledore's name, given that the final exams had already ended and this student was among the top achievers. Professor Flitwick had no reason to deny him a day off after confirming with Dumbledore. Then, hey kid, how did Dumbledore treat you? Nothing happened. Haha. Bashida seemed quite excited. From her description, it seemed that Dumbledore should have been in a state of tears upon learning Anriel's true identity. That image was too beautiful. Anriel could hardly imagine it. Professor Dumbledore will come, but it will be in April? Or maybe May? I'm not sure. Anriel raised one arm, and Gelrose landed on his forearm, bending down to peck at the owl food in the palm of his other hand. He took off the parchment tied to the giant owl's leg, unfolded it, and read aloud. I will be going back once this summer, but unfortunately I still have some things to take care of and cannot set off immediately. That's exactly what he wrote. Anriel handed the letter to Bida with a strange expression. Bida looked at the letter and chuckled. Child, he said he wants to take you away. Is this asking for custody? Haha, I see, Grandma, what do you think? You know our relationship. I don't mind, after all. Children grow up eventually. Without you, I wouldn't have had the strength to get through my old age. But now, I can even go on vacation to America like you said. Haha. Anriel shrugged, embracing his grandmother, the elderly woman who had raised him. He could clearly feel her smile, different from Dumbledore's bittersweet grin. Bashida was genuinely happy for Anriel. Perhaps this really is a good ending. At least it spared her from the accidental death 7 years later, something Anriel absolutely did not want to witness. The letter, of course, was fake, written by Anriel imitating Professor Dumbledore's handwriting. However, from the outcome, it turned out to be a good thing. Professor, do you usually stay in the school dormitory? Anriel glanced at the exclusive passage leading from the staff lounge to Dumbledore's dormitory and gently asked. Of course, the strong tea brought to the staff lounge by the house elves is quite nice, but I might prefer the butterbeer from Hogsmeade. Oh, Grandma Bashida mentioned to me that when he first took me to Diagon Alley, he even wanted to buy me a cup. Anriel sat up from Dumbledore's four-poster bed and looked at the old man nestled in the rocking chair by the fireplace, asking one thing. Sir, this year is 1991, right? Yes, of course. Is there a problem, my child? You'll be starting as a second-year student with a chance to join the house Quidditch team. However, I've heard that you abandoned your broom during flying lessons. Ordinary wizards can't fly by themselves, my child, Dumbledore said earnestly, as if he were truly a nagging old mother. That's not what I meant, sir. Anriel was at a loss for words, as he had just been joking that day. I was talking about Harry Potter. Ah, you're right. Mr. Potter is just turning 11 this year. I recently finished his acceptance letter, and I think it would be necessary to print a few extra copies. What do you think? Print? Ah, a remarkable technology of Muggles. I have never believed that Muggle technology is worthless. Even he thought so back then. This is where I think my father is much stronger than Voldemort. Countless times stronger. He never underestimates any enemy, whether they are strong or weak. Dumbledore fell silent. He didn't seem to want to mention that old fellow, nor did he wish to speak of the Dark Lord, because if the topic continued, it might very well lead to a discussion about a tragic duel. Anriel cleared his throat twice to break the awkwardness. Why don't we continue talking about Mr. Potter? All right, I bet he will go to Gryffindor. Dumbledore laughed again, speaking like a child. Perhaps this was the lesser-known side of the old man. That's not fair. I want to make that bet too, haha. The two laughed for a little while, and then Dumbledore turned in his armchair to look at his outstanding child. Well, Anriel, what's up? What would you say your magical abilities are right now? Anriel tilted his head and said something surprising, although I really don't want to admit it. I have to say that when I want to unleash certain unforgivable spells, perhaps, maybe there isn't any difficulty. After thinking for a moment, he felt that saying this didn't seem very humble, so he added half a sentence. At least that's how I feel. Dumbledore clicked his tongue and turned back without saying a word. After a while, a soft sigh came from the rocking chair. What did he remember? Was it the summer after graduation in 1899, with two spirited and powerful young men? Or was it the most familiar stranger he had disarmed 46 years ago? Those calm, emotionless light blue eyes, neither angry nor sad, just staring at him. The sound of a train whistle wafted in, and everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, stepping into the track of fate. King's Cross Station was crowded with Muggles, from Platform 9 to Platform 10. Anriel is wearing a coat that looks somewhat like a cloak. But since this outfit is at best a bit flimsy in the Muggle world, Muggles occasionally glance at him. However, They don't seem too puzzled. After all, wearing something like this in September is unusual, but still within the range of what muggles can accept. Anriel's luggage has always been at Hogwarts, and there won't be any attention-grabbing things like owls around. He came this time to help Dumbledore with some small matters. Some absolutely confidential small matters. Just kidding. Hagrid has already taken that stone, and if nothing goes wrong, it should now be on Dumbledore's desk. Anriel appeared here entirely because he wanted to see for himself what this so-called Savior Star was like. This was his little secret, one he wouldn't share with anyone. The identity of a traveler sounded so absurd. Fred, George, you too. Can you be quiet for a moment? Look at Percy. Without a doubt, this was Mrs. Weasley's voice. Anriel quickly spotted the red-haired, plump, and kind woman. A commotion arose in front of Platform 9, and Anriel hurriedly walked to the other side. A thin, black-haired boy was pushing a seemingly heavy cart, which surprisingly had a pure white owl on it, a rather odd sight. Harry Potter did not appear handsome in Anriel's eyes. Stripped of his shiny title, he was just a small and pitiful child. Even though Anriel was only a year older than little Harry, his soul was that of a genuine adult. Kid, what are you doing here? Can't you find a platform? Harry looked up in confusion and only saw a large overcoat. Anriel lifted the corner of his hat and looked closely at the famous child. As a professor once said, he really had a pair of beautiful green eyes. For Professor Snape, staring into those eyes was like Dumbledore looking into Anriel's eyes, unquestionably tormenting. Well, not really. Only Professor Snape would feel tormented, while Dumbledore took it all in stride. This was because Harry had the face of James Potter, while Anriel looked just like a young Grindelwald. Anriel leaned close to Harry's ear and whispered, "You want to go to Hogwarts, don't you?" Harry Potter quickly nodded. Anriel chuckled softly. No muggle takes a train with an owl. Come on, this way, you're going to be late. Platform 9 3/4 is exactly where its name suggests. You just need to stand in front of the wall between platforms 9 and 10. At this moment, the Weasley family had already disappeared. Anriel pointed at the wall, then pretend nothing happened and walked straight through the wall, leaving no trace. Anriel's cloak vanished into the wall, leaving little Harry with a face full of astonishment, dumbfounded. The boy quickly made a decision, and a few seconds later, nothing happened. He gathered his courage, grabbed the cart, and charged into the wall between compartments 9 and 10. It actually feels pretty good, doesn't it? Anriel looked around, noticing that there were many familiar faces this time, most of those still outside the carriage. Saying goodbye to their parents were first-year students of this year's intake. Thank you. Oh, no need to thank me. This is what a senior should do. Senior? If you don't mind, let us get on the train first and find a compartment to continue our chat. With Anriel's help, Harry successfully placed his heavy suitcase into the luggage compartment. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anriel Grindelwald. Hello, Harry Potter. Oh, I've heard of you just like that. If Hagrid were here, he would introduce me to you. I've already heard about you from him. Of course, I'm referring to your appearance. Your fame is quite large. Almost the entire wizarding world of England knows you. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. It couldn't be helped. Other kids would immediately start discussing his scar or something else upon hearing the name Harry Potter, while Anriel was clearly uninterested in those matters. He had stories of his own that were no less than Harry Potter's. With a whoosh, the compartment door was pulled open, and a red-haired, freckled boy stood at the entrance. Can I sit here? All the other compartments are full. Harry looked at Anriel with a questioning glance. Of course, a Weasley, right? Ron nodded and sat down next to Harry. Little Ronnie, since you found your seat. A loud voice came from the door of the compartment. It was the Weasley twins. Wait, George, he asked Fred, noticing the black-haired boy beside Ron and the lightning-shaped scar barely visible under his hair. You are? Hello, Harry Potter. The two brothers exclaimed in unison, making one wonder if there was a mirror placed between them. Then they laughed and simultaneously left the compartment, their steps unusually synchronized. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, the famous Weasley twins known for their humor in Gryffindor. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the two older brothers of a junior beside you. Anriel opened her mouth and smiled at Harry, while Ron's face turned a bit red. Are you really Harry Potter? Ron blurted out without much thought. Little Harry nodded. Do you really have? That scar? Harry gently brushed aside the hair, covering his forehead, revealing a scar. Cool. The atmosphere of harmonious questioning and answering among the three was briefly interrupted as a food truck passed by the door. Could you please bring me all the licorice wands? Thank you, ma'am. And a few more of those lovely little treats, please. Hey, Lee, watch your hat. The journey was anything but boring, or rather, it could never be boring where the Weasley twins were, even if that place was Umbridge's office. Anriel had no doubt that if points could be deducted on the train, they would definitely take away 100 points from Gryffindor before the school year started. During the eating, drinking, and chatting, Anriel also saw Hermione, who was helping to look for Neville's disobedient toad. To be honest, Anriel, a seasoned Harry Potter fan in her past life, had analyzed the original work and appreciated the movies. Although Hermione in this world wasn't as stunning as little Emma, overshadowing the original school beauty, she certainly wasn't ugly either. She didn't look like a chipmunk or a beaver. That kind of statement was a bit too much. Anriel cast a glance at the gray mouse, Banban, who had buried its head in the peanut box. The Gryffindor trio had already gotten to know each other, but true mutual trust would only come after a certain farce. Apart from Anriel, no one knew how much trouble they would stir up in this brand new year. From his perspective, we have to admit that Professor Snape's viewpoint was quite correct. Wherever Potter was, trouble would surely follow. Of course, even if Anriel was a Ravenclaw student, he wouldn't miss out on these amusing troubles. In a previous life, he had read a time travel novel, which conveyed the idea that if you lack strength, you should absolutely avoid getting close to the protagonist. The further away, the better. But if you have the strength to cause chaos and still don't seek some fun, then you're really no different from salted fish. First-year students, step forward. Anriel originally wanted to fly directly over the Black Lake, but unfortunately, he couldn't do that. Otherwise, at this year's entrance feast, he would be even more famous than Harry Potter. Honestly, sitting in the carriage, Anriel watched the Thestrals pulling it. He had to admit that Thestrals were truly lovely creatures, and he wished to have such a magical animal. The Thestrals were fast, and when they arrived, Anriel stepped out and walked into the hall with the crowd. The sound of forks clinking against glasses echoed throughout the hall. All the upperclassmen, please be quiet. The sorting ceremony for the first years is about to begin. Albus Dumbledore stood at the head of the dining hall, asking everyone to settle down. The doors of the hall opened, and Minerva McGonagall entered wearing a dark green robe, followed by a line of first-year students. Last year, Anriel had successfully made a strong impression during the sorting ceremony, and this year's star was Mr. Harry Potter. Many familiar scenes, which Anriel had imagined countless times in his mind, now appeared before his eyes, truly moving. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. Anriel rubbed his eyes, seriously doubting whether the hat had actually touched Malfoy's golden hair. The sorting continued, quickly, really quickly. Harry Potter. Whispers began to spread through the dining hall. The hat was placed on the head of this innocent boy, covering his eyes. No one knew what the hat was thinking except Anriel. After a while, since you were so sure, it must be Gryffindor. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the table belonging to the Lion House. We have Potter. We have Potter. Anriel shook his head. Although he didn't really want to admit it, he felt inexplicably annoyed. Forget it. There was no need to argue with the child. The remaining new students weren't worth watching. In comparison, Anriel was more concerned about his pumpkin pie. Dumbledore stood up and delivered an inspiring speech. Fools. Crybabies. Rubbish. Twist. Thank you, everyone. Anriel showed a slight smile on his face. After the pumpkin juice filled their stomachs, Dumbledore stood up again to emphasize a few requirements. First, no student is allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest without permission. Second, students who do not wish to die a tragic death for no reason should not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Third, Mr. Filch reminds everyone that magic should not be performed in the corridors during breaks. That's all. Now let's sing the school song. And everyone is invited to choose a melody they like. When Anriel looked up, he happened to see Professor McGonagall's smile freeze on her face, which was quite rare. McGonagall. The headmaster is the first to fall ill. Family members who understands. Hogwarts, 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 please teach us knowledge. Whether we are balding old men or children with scraped knees, our minds can accept some interesting things. Because our minds are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Teach us some valuable knowledge and return what we have forgotten. Just do your best and leave the rest to us. We will study hard until we turn to dust. What is this? A classic that will be passed down through generations. After the banquet, the prefects led their first-year students back to their common rooms and dormitories. Most of them were tired, and other students gradually made their way to their own common rooms. Naturally, Anriel did not return with them. Almost all the professors turned a blind eye to Anriel's behavior as long as he did not violate school rules. Who could say anything to the headmaster's top student in the first year? Professor. Oh, child, you're here. Let us go. Dumbledore replied cheerfully, waving to the other professors, and quickly left the dining table with Anriel, heading towards the corridor. I'm very sorry, child, to trouble you with this at such a late hour. It's all right, sir. I guess it must be related to something Hagrid retrieved, right? Ah, you're too clever. This might bring some trouble. Dumbledore chuckled, and the two huge stone lions opened in front of the old and young duo. Dumbledore was a highly capable wizard. That was beyond doubt. He believed that Anriel had strong personal abilities and could be placed in the right position. This meant that he should clearly not be viewed as just a simple 12-year-old child. After all, no 12-year-old child possesses such frightening magical power. Even Tom Riddleback then didn't considering he only began to murder his entire family at the age of 15. Also, if Mr. Potter and his friends go to any forbidden places, please let me know, all right? Of course. Thank you, child. The two enter the office, and apart from the portraits of past headmasters on the wall, no one knew what they were conspiring about or what they did. Wow, Ron was clearly stunned. After all, just a few seconds ago, their lives were in serious danger. You four, would you like to explain to me why, on such a wonderfully peaceful night, four first-year kids would appear in an area strictly forbidden by Professor Dumbledore? Anriel opened her mouth with a beaming smile, and Hermione shivered. She was very well informed, and Anriel guessed that she probably already knew about her uniqueness at school. Of course, she had learned it through the professors. Miss Hermione Granger was the top of her class and well-liked among the faculty. If you don't want to, how about coming with me to explain to Professor McGonagall? Just as Hermione was about to speak, Harry stepped forward first, saying, "This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with them." "Oh, why take all the trouble on yourself? What I saw was all four of you appearing in the Forbidden Forest at the same time," Anriel said, opening the door and making a gesture to invite them in. A few people filed out one after another, all silently in agreement. 1, 2, 3. 4 points will be deducted from Gryffindor for your recklessness and disregard for discipline. Anriel knew how much trouble and impact this sentence would bring them. "It's not fair. You're only one grade above us." It seems that this sentence was spoken by Ron, and unfortunately, Hermione couldn't stop him from speaking. Ron's implication seemed to question why Anriel not only could wander around the corridors, but was also now threatening them in Professor McGonagall's name, and even deducted points from Gryffindor without permission. "Ah, you can understand it this way. I was just passing by and came to see what was happening because I heard noise inside. And there isn't a professor who can find a reason to deduct points from me for being outside at night. No, not even Professor Snape can do that." Arrived. Anriel knocked 3 times on the door. "Come in." The 5 of them entered Professor McGonagall's office, and moments later, Minerva McGonagall appeared from the hall, wearing a floral robe. "What's going on with you 4 and Mr. Green?" Due to some unpleasant memories, Minerva McGonagall usually tried to avoid calling Anriel by his full surname. After all, she had experienced that era herself. McGonagall glanced at Anriel and then focused on Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, her students, who now seemed to be caught up in some unfortunate situation because of Anriel. "Professor McGonagall, this is a letter from Professor Dumbledore for you. You'd better read it now and address the issue. As for these 4 children, I just happened to pass by and saw them unfortunate entangled with Louis, so I took the liberty of bringing them here." "Louis?" "Merlin above. They went to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Anriel shrugged, while Professor McGonagall looked quite displeased. As for the 4 children, they were already pale with fright, not much better than when they faced the 3-headed dog earlier. "Oh, wait, ma'am. Don't be in such a hurry to get angry. Professor Dumbledore has already imposed a punishment on them in name, and now you can consider writing a note of response. I will take these 4 poor, frightened children to their common room." McGonagall shot Anriel a glare, who stuck out his tongue and looked back unafraid. Harry Potter and the others exchanged glances, and after a few seconds, McGonagall turned and walked into her room. About a quarter of an hour later, she came out with a folded letter. "Thank you, then we will leave." Anriel was the last to leave the room, closing the door behind him. But why? In the end, it was Hermione who couldn't hold back and asked the question. "What do you mean, why? You clearly didn't want to punish us just now. So why did you bring us to see Professor McGonagall?" "I never said I didn't want to punish you. I only brought you to see Professor McGonagall because it was on the way. Actually, I didn't want to take you 4 back to Gryffindor Tower. That would mean I had to walk up 4 more flights of stairs. But Professor McGonagall didn't deduct our points." Hermione selectively ignored Anriel's mischievous comment. "Hey, Hermione, how could Professor McGonagall be so cruel as to deduct points from her own house, right?" Ron's voice gradually lost confidence under Hermione's stern gaze. After Hermione asked this question, Anriel, who was walking in front, stopped and turned to look at the diligent student who had raised the question. "Yes, Professor McGonagall indeed didn't deduct points, but she clearly already knows that I have deducted a few points from you. Since that's the case, there's no need to continue tarnishing our house's meager points." "You?" The 4 of them exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. "If you don't believe me, you can check the point hourglass tomorrow. But only the prefect has the authority to deduct points." "Sorry, miss, Please recall what I said. I didn't deduct points from you as a student. I don't have that kind of authority. Hermione was stunned, her expression vividly portraying disbelief. Professor Dumbledore knows about this? After saying this, Hermione gasped, not even believing the possibility herself. No, not yet, but I already know, and it's the same as Dumbledore knowing. In fact, on recent nights, whenever it was his turn to keep watch, I took his place. If students break the rules at night, they should be more careful of me rather than poor old Argus. Of course, whenever Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall are on duty, they certainly let first-year students who are up at midnight off the hook. Ah, we've arrived. Fat lady, the password is pig snout, right? The fat lady, bleary-eyed, looked quite unhappy about being disturbed, but she still let them in. The portrait swung open, and Anriel took a step back, signaling that they could go back in. Once the other three had entered, Anriel seemed to think of something and quietly said to Hermione something only he and she could hear, a vague statement. However, I would be very happy to help some interesting people or things. Hermione glanced at him and slipped into the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Forget it. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Anriel looked at the Ravenclaw tower on the other side of the school, caught in some sort of internal struggle. A few minutes later, a large black bat-like shadow appeared in the sky, swaying in the wind as it flew crookedly towards the Ravenclaw tower. I hate brooms. Anriel shook his cloak and knocked on the eagle-headed door knocker at the entrance of the lounge. A hunter arrived by the river with a sheep, a wolf, and some vegetables, wanting to cross the river. A small boat by the river could only carry the hunter and one item at a time. And if the hunter wasn't present, the wolf would eat the sheep, and the sheep would eat the vegetables. How could he transport all three items safely to the other side? A melodic voice began to speak, and Anriel laughed after hearing it, wondering what the Turing test was about. Although Ravenclaw seemed not to accept fools, one must understand that not everyone is a genius, so such introductory questions are quite necessary. First, take the sheep across the river, then go back to bring the wolf across. Leave the wolf on the other side and take the sheep back. Leave the sheep, take the vegetables across, then go back to bring the sheep to the other side. That was the standard answer. The melodic voice sounded again, and the door opened. How interesting. Anriel murmured quietly and walked towards his own dormitory. At this moment, in the Gryffindor common room, what on earth are they thinking? Keeping such a thing locked up in the school. God, if you don't need your eyes, why not donate them to the hospital, okay? Hermione covered her forehead with her hand, clearly not wanting to argue with the boys. Didn't you all see what it was standing on? The floor? Don't say that. Who would look at its furry big feet instead of the three heads that could swallow you whole? No, it wasn't the floor. It was a trapdoor, and it was clearly guarding something. And I just looked at the serious demerit rules I copied from Filch's office. What did they say? That upperclassman only deducted 20 points from us, and he didn't make Professor McGonagall give us detention or anything. Only, according to the rules, first-year students who come out at midnight, plus the fact that we trespassed into the forbidden area, would be deducted 50 points. 50? You must be joking. How are we going to explain this to the others? Hermione snorted. Not just 50 points, but 50 points each, Ron. Ignoring the stunned Ron and Harry. And of course Neville, who looked like he was too scared to speak, Hermione got up to go upstairs. If you don't mind, I'm going to bed now. The next time Anriel saw Harry Potter in the corridor, he looked indignant as he walked up from downstairs, having just finished his first potions class in the basement. Clearly, it must not have been a pleasant time. Of course, we should tolerate some minor, justifiable acts of revenge. But Anriel didn't have time to think about that. If he didn't hurry, he would be late for Transfiguration class, and Professor McGonagall's face would certainly not be pleasant. One morning during the first week of the new semester, owls flew around the rooftop during breakfast time, delivering parcels and letters to the students. Garrows flapped his powerful wings and landed steadily on Anriel's shoulder, quietly preening his feathers with his beak, attracting a large crowd of first years. After all, from any angle, he looked more like a hawk than an owl. This is so cool. Seemingly not fond of being watched, Garrows let out a harsh cry, pecked a few bites of ham from in front of Anriel, flapped his wings, and flew back to the Ollery. Anriel reached out to grab the two pieces of reading material on the table. Well, to correct myself, one was a newspaper and the other a magazine, the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler. The former was for keeping up with current events, while the latter served as a form of entertainment. Anriel had to admit that with the talent and imagination of Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, it was probably difficult for him to make significant contributions to serious articles. It truly was a sad story. However, in other respects, Anriel was in complete awe of Mr. Lovegood. Everyone should read that article about garden gnomes. No, they could be the best domesticated creatures for commoners. Anriel could hardly find words to describe the article. A genius. An absolute genius. It was already a struggle for Anriel to hold back from spitting out his porridge during breakfast. Aside from these trivial matters, there were some significant events at the school level. For instance, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class had found a new teacher once again. And this time the teacher's name was Chilo. Anriel wasn't very keen on pulling down his scarf in public to reveal a boiled egg face that still had nose. That would give the kids nightmares, haha. Ravenclaw common room. Anriel sat by the window, facing a fireplace, with countless glass goblets of various shapes and intricately carved floral patterns on the table beside the armchair. Just a few seconds ago, there were small animals like squirrels, cats, Shar-Peis, and chipmunks. Opposite Anriel, several second-year Ravenclaw students were gathered around the fireplace, tilting their heads and occasionally glancing over at Anriel, each holding a goblet that met Professor McGonagall's requirements. As noble and wise students of the Eagle House, we will never be ashamed to seek guidance from those who possess greater wisdom. Anriel didn't mind teaching them a bit of so-called techniques, which could effectively make them believe they could do it, and then they really could. It was amazing, it was magic. Hey, Anriel, have you heard? Harry Potter became the youngest Seeker in Gryffindor history. The speaker was named Joseph Joe, or something like Johnson. Anriel didn't quite remember this classmate's name, only that he was a fellow student with decent grades. He responded with a few perfunctory remarks and moved on. If Harry Potter was the most famous person in their year, Anriel was clearly the star of his own class. Anriel is highly favored by the principal, and it's no secret. Sometimes students who sneak out at night can see Anriel patrolling with the teachers. He has excellent grades, speaks humbly and politely, and handles situations without any airs. The most crucial point is that he is a student of Ravenclaw, without the long-standing grudges that exist between the houses, like between Gryffindor and Slytherin. People from Ravenclaw know him. Many from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor know him as well. And of course, many from Slytherin are also familiar with him. Lunchtime, Anriel took a small piece of beef and put it in her mouth, recalling what major events had happened recently in the original work besides Quidditch. All right, tonight would be the first time the three of them would wander around the school all night without sleeping. Hee. Anriel slowly chewed on the beef while recalling the request mentioned by Dumbledore. Should he tell a professor? Never mind. Let's wait and see the situation. After all, they haven't put their ideas into action yet. Fortunately, today is Tuesday, and there are no annoying astronomy classes at midnight. Thinking of the astronomy class, Anriel frowned. Why is this subject a mandatory course in the West? 4 days ago, in the pop quiz, he undoubtedly received AP, poor, which means failing. Never mind. Thinking about it won't help. Anriel put down his knife and fork and walked out of the dining hall. There was still a potions class in the afternoon. Moreover, Ravenclaw's potions class was not held together with Slytherin, so even if Professor Snape intended for Anriel to not perform perfectly, there was really nothing he could say. Snape stood in front of Anriel's cauldron, deep in thought. A few minutes later, he seemed to reluctantly praise, of course, Mr. Grindelwald's potion is impeccable. I sincerely hope that some of the poor children who do not care about the profound and ancient subject of potions can learn a little from this. For this, Ravenclaw can earn 5 points. Anriel slightly bowed to Professor Snape in greeting. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen Snape award points to someone outside of Slytherin. Dude, you have to tell me how you did it, Hypnosis? No way. Snape giving points to other houses? Come on, Snape wouldn't award points to other houses. They must have heard wrong. In the charms class, Anriel saw her head of house, Professor Phileas Flitwick, give her a kind smile, clearly very pleased with Anriel's performance. Anriel gently pushed open the door of the eagle-headed bronze knocker and stepped out of the Ravenclaw common room. From the moment he crawled out of bed to the time he walked here, no one had noticed him. In fact, before the school year started, Dumbledore had discussed with Professor Flitwick about giving Anriel a vacant dormitory without a roommate. Clearly, both professors did not want to see any poor child become an innocent victim of some unintended effect of a self-created spell, even if the caster did it accidentally. Of course, Dumbledore also clearly considered the possibility of having Anriel patrol at night, and it can only be said that when he made this suggestion to Professor Flitwick, he had already calculated everything. Anriel doesn't have much to say. After all, that is a direct relative within one's own generation. Illusory invisibility. Anriel's wand gently tapped on the top of her head, feeling as if a stream of cool water was pouring down from above. The prize display room is on the 4th floor, next to Merlin's underwear. Anriel finally understood why the Ravenclaw seniors were all slim and handsome. The common room was 100 miles away from the dining hall, and by the time you got down, you could only have dessert. No, there wasn't even dessert. At most, you get some leftover egg and milk biscuits to chew on. There was no chaos, No sound of Filch's footsteps, nothing at all. Should I go find Peeves to speed things up? Anriel thought to herself. However, the next second, a strange laugh echoed. Mwahahaha. Unfortunately, Anriel clearly guessed something. That Peeves would definitely show up. Students don't sleep. Peeves shouted, his voice echoing in the corridor. Students don't sleep. In the corridor of the charms class. The sound of Mr. Filch's footsteps quickly approached from a distance. Anriel stood still in the corridor, quietly watching as Felchi passed by, holding a cat. If the illusion spell could be discovered and recognized by a mute, Anriel could just jump off the astronomical tower. It would be too embarrassing. Anriel walked slowly to the forbidden door on the 4th floor, having already heard the footsteps of 4 children. A few minutes later, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville appeared around the corner of the corridor. However, this was a dead end. The only way out was the locked door in front of Anriel. Alohomora. Hermione pointed her wand at the old iron lock, and the 4 quickly slipped inside, with Anriel following closely behind as they shut the door. I don't think we'll be in trouble, he thought. This door is locked. Don't pull me, Neville. Harry spoke up, as Neville kept tugging at his clothes. But not because of Filch. Phew. Neville's face turned pale. His lips moved, but he couldn't say a complete word. Well, it's time to show up. Disillusionment charm. The children were startled again, but clearly, compared to Anriel's sudden appearance, the terrifying 3-headed beast that was threatening their lives was the more serious problem. Fainting, fainting, fainting. Anriel pulled out his wand from his pocket and recited the spell at a speed reminiscent of a tongue twister. 3 red beams shot out from the tip of the wand, precisely hitting the 3 noses of the large dog, which was also Lu Wei's. Bang! With a loud noise. Unlike the method described in the original work that calmed the 3-headed dog, Lu Wei did not slowly crouch down, but fell heavily to the ground, appearing completely unaware of life or death in the eyes of the children. How was your night, juniors? The next morning at breakfast, Anriel saw a long package tossed on the table in front of Harry Potter. It was a broomstick sent to him by Minerva McGonagall. Of course, even though there had been some unpleasantness the night before, McGonagall would still give the youngest seeker in Gryffindor history a little extra care. Anriel thought that honors could wait. McGonagall mainly didn't want to see Severus's bat-like face wearing a mocking smile. He took a sip of pumpkin juice, the cold sensation spreading in his mouth, helping to clear his mind. He didn't have any good ideas for Quidditch, but Ravenclaw's team wasn't bad either. Perhaps this time, the house cup will be taken by Ravenclaw. Since Anriel couldn't find an excuse to deduct points from Slytherin, he would find some excuse to add points for himself. If he couldn't surpass Gryffindor in such a major event as Quidditch, he would deduct a few more points from them. Of course, Anriel was still very willing to do favors, just like yesterday. Smart people always tend to scare themselves. Anriel did not know what Hermione had said to those boys, but it must have made them realize that he was a reliable person who deducted few points from them. In addition, there was one more thing. His birthday was approaching. Bashida had set his birthday for October 10th, 1978, the day he was found by Ms. Bashida, marking the beginning of his journey in the magical world. Anriel feels that this is far more worthy of celebration than a birthday. Dumbledore said he would give Anriel a nice gift, and Anriel is looking forward to it. October 10th, good morning, child. When Anriel arrived at the headmaster's office, Dumbledore said to him, "Happy birthday." Anriel stared intently at his birthday gift, letting out a gasp, and then looked at the principal's kind smile. The reason Anriel immediately recognized this as his gift and not something else was that such adorable little creatures typically did not appear in the principal's office. Nope, definitely not. Do you like your little gift? Your father had exceptional driving skills with him back in the day. A small niffler was nestled in a cardboard box in the corner, sneezing, and from the floating bits of paper, it seemed this cute little creature had just been nibbling on the box. There were also rumors that the Grindelwald family's bloodline had a close connection with this creature, much like the relationship between the Dumbledore family and the Phoenix. However, there was no evidence to prove this. Dumbledore smiled and introduced, "I absolutely adore this cute little guy." Anriel walked behind the desk and embraced the white-bearded old man in front of him. "And I think that if you were flying on something in the sky, no matter whether others could see it or not, it would make it easier for people to accept. Clearly, I have her, miss. Which mentioned that a flying broomstick doesn't seem to suit you very well. Well, I think we can safely leave it with our gamekeeper for now. Remember to visit this little guy often so it remembers you. Okay?" Dumbledore said softly, his wand making a gentle sweep to create an invisible wall of air between the nightmare and the exquisite, quirky trinkets in his office, preventing them from suffering inevitable damage. "Of course, thank you very much." The old man and the young man in the office laughed, their laughter mingling with the nightmare's sneezes. Perhaps this is the greatest, most selfless, and most powerful magic in the world. Love. Halloween Eve. Oh, Halloween. Anriel scratched his head, tucking his wand into his pocket. The teapot in front of him had turned into a budgerigar, though it looked a bit dazed. After all, it was a lifeless object that had transformed. Not long ago, it had also turned into a mouse, a spider, and other animals. Clearly, Professor McGonagall's second-year assignment posed no challenge for Anriel. He had already started experimenting with reverse transformations. Not just with Professor McGonagall's work, but he was also quite adept at assignments from other subjects. These cute little tasks made him forget some things, like how Halloween was just around the corner, and Anriel seemed to have forgotten to carve a pumpkin to set the mood with candles. Oh well, after all, he was the only one in the dormitory. Whether he was human was still debatable. It wouldn't be too bad to just grab one at the feast. Anriel smiled gently and prepared to go to the hunting grounds to check on her little nightmare. It must be said that although Hagrid usually comes off as clumsy, he really has a knack for taking care of these animals. If his unique fondness for giant creatures counts as a virtue for ordinary people. Good morning, Hagrid. How have you been lately? Oh, Anriel, don't you have class this morning? Hagrid was weeding and fertilizing the pumpkins. After looking around and noticing that there was no one else but Anriel, he took out his pink umbrella and lightly tapped the pumpkins. It's nothing bad, just a spell, I mean. Hagrid explained instinctively as he noticed Anriel's gaze. The pumpkin visibly swelled up, growing to twice its size before stopping. Of course. How was that little nightmare doing? Oh, she's doing well. I've separated her from the school's night mares, and she can eat meat now. Are female night mares harder to train than males, Hagrid? Anriel learned from the book that the breeding of nightmares, although involving one male and one female, resembles a form of division. The magical world is truly full of wonders. Hagrid didn't say anything, just cheerfully whistled, his thick beard swaying rhythmically with his head. Perhaps he really didn't hear, or perhaps he didn't think the nightmares were that hard to tame. Just like that, happy Halloween. After Dumbledore finished his Halloween speech, he sat back in his high-backed chair, casually grabbed a colorful package and pulled it open, and a small pumpkin with bat wings flew out, circling around his gray hair. Everywhere there were pumpkins and bats. In a small section, a special guest was invited, a troll. The door to the great hall burst open, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in, rushing straight to the staff table. A troll. In the underground classroom, I think you should know that, Quirrell stammered before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The hall instantly erupted into chaos, with screams filling the air. And Anriel frowned. Silence. Dumbledore's tone held an undeniable authority, and the noisy dining hall quieted almost immediately. Heads of houses, please take your students back to their dormitories at once. Teachers, follow me to the underground classroom. The dining hall quickly became busy again. Anriel put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and, under the astonished gazes of several classmates and prefects, walked towards the stairs leading to the underground classroom. Hey, guys, just treat Anriel as a teaching assistant. The troll is not something we can handle. The Ravenclaw prefect scratched his head and shouted a few times to the surprised crowd, drawing their attention back. This statement quickly convinced the Ravenclaw students, as they were very aware of their own abilities. If it were the brave Gryffindors, there would surely be a bunch of loyal kids following Anriel's footsteps into the underground classroom. As for Anriel himself, he certainly knew that the troll was no longer in the underground classroom and was currently on its way to the girls' restroom. But that wasn't necessary. The trio was capable of dealing with that troll. He was going to intercept Quirrell with Snape. Third floor. Good evening, Professor Snape. Anriel pulled out his wand and rushed toward the fourth-floor corridor without touching the ground, with Snape following closely behind, his robe billowing, making him look even more like a large bat. Your presence here proves that our dear Professor Dumbledore isn't completely senile yet, Snape said with a hint of sarcasm, keeping pace with the floating Anriel without showing any signs of effort. Or rather, he thought it should be Anriel who was struggling. Better safe than sorry. The door that should have been locked was now ajar, faint music wafting out, as if afraid that others wouldn't know a sneaky figure had slipped inside. Anriel pushed open the door. The shout not only scared Chilo inside half to death, but also made Snape outside turn pale, as if someone had just thrown a dozen dumb bombs at him. Of course, at this moment, Chilo was almost completely covered by a heavy cloak, making it impossible for others to determine his identity. But what was worse was that Lu Wei, who had been dozing off to the music, was awakened by this shout and looked quite unhappy. The barking was deafening, and a cloud of black smoke enveloped Chilo. When the smoke cleared, Chilo's figure had already vanished. Anriel and Snape exchanged a glance and walked downstairs. Before leaving, Anriel didn't forget to lock the door, leaving inside a furious Lu Wei who was like a mad dog. "Professor, how do you think this despicable guy will get through your traps?" Snape glanced at his colleague, who was disguised as a student, and coldly replied, "It won't be of any use. He probably doesn't need to drink any potion." Anriel couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, I see. This mechanism defends against gentlemen, but not against rogues. Oh, good evening, Professor Cairo." Cairo was coming down the stairs opposite them, and Anriel greeted him with a warm and sincere smile. Of course, he didn't pay attention to the suddenly cold look on Cairo's face as he turned. A loud crash came from the direction of the restroom on the second floor, and the three of them looked at each other, then ran together towards that direction. Anriel saw the corner of Minerva McGonagall's robe quickly flash into the girls' restroom, so she followed her in. As expected, a 12-foot troll lay unconscious on the ground, and Snape, who came in afterward, bent down to examine the troll's cyst-like small head. "You three," McGonagall said, addressing her students. Anriel waited for her to finish speaking, smiled at her, and turned to the three first-year students who were still in shock. "You three, have some chocolate to calm down. I'll take you back to the tower." Clearly, peers in such situations are more approachable than professors, especially after they had just gone through such a terrifying experience. "Ah, thanks." Hermione reacted faster than the two boys. Anriel handed a few pieces of chocolate to the three of them, leading them out of the washroom and leaving Snape, Quirrell, and the other professors behind. "Mr. Grindelwald, why?" Hermione's tone held a hint of hesitation, from what she had learned from books. The meaning of Anriel's surname suggested that he was clearly a senior with a reputation not inferior to Harry's. Moreover, as a second-year student, he was acting alongside the professors, and it seemed that the other professors accepted this behavior. This left Hermione feeling perplexed. "First of all, if you don't mind, you could just call me Anriel. Secondly, this is hard to explain. You can think of me as a 12-year-old professor. Although it's difficult to accept, aside from not teaching classes and needing to attend them, my other work activities are basically the same as the professors. Of course, I will definitely be much kinder than the other professors. If something major happens and you can't find a professor, you can consider coming to me." Hermione pondered this as she gently broke off a piece of chocolate and put it in her mouth. Ravenclaw common room. It was snowing. Anriel looked out the window, putting the quill back into the inkwell. He was finishing a paper on the medicinal properties of mandrake when mixed with other herbs, and Snape's required length was 8 inches, which was a nightmare for a second-year student. Anriel had evidently forgotten this detail, as his paper was a page and a half of parchment, measuring 24 inches, about 61 centimeters. Meanwhile, the Quidditch season had arrived, and to be honest, Anriel had no interest in this sport that involved flying around and passing balls while constantly keeping an eye out to avoid getting his head smashed. He would rather sit by the fireplace completing a star chart, even though he had never seriously listened to a single complete astronomy lesson, which clearly showed how much he disliked this dangerous sport. When other students asked him why he had such ridiculous grades, except for astronomy and potions, he had nearly perfect scores in all other subjects. Anriel would pull out his astronomy parchment, which had dropped from P, poor, to D, dreadful, stating that interest could indeed affect everything, not just grades, but also their decline. The reality was that if he were first in every subject and had an unusually good relationship with all the professors, including the headmaster, then, unfortunately, he would surely be isolated and attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Yet, he would still be dragged out by friends to watch Quidditch, and that was nice. "Anriel, Gryffindor practice. Want to go out and take a look? Come on." Anriel put on dragon skin gloves, draped a cloak that had become as thick as mink fur, and walked towards the court with friends. "Look, that must be Harry Potter." Someone pointed at the small black dot in the sky and said. Anriel squinted his eyes, tried to locate the ghostly flying ball. Similar to a spectator who has dozed off for half an hour during a soccer match, trying to find the ball on the field. After a few minutes, he gave up the pointless search. "I can't do this anymore. I need to go back. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep here and turn into a popsicle." "But you all finished Snape's essay, right?" Anriel noticed a change in the expressions of several classmates. As students of Ravenclaw, they had to make what seemed like an easy choice between going back to study and watching the game. "Damn it, it's break time. Can't you not bring up such a terrible thing?" A few of them laughed and scolded, heading in small groups toward the common room, and Anriel smiled back at them. "Come on, Quidditch has nothing to do with us anyway." Unfortunately, no matter what, he still had to watch the first Quidditch match of the semester, which meant Gryffindor versus Slytherin. This was a large event organized by the school, and he couldn't just come up with an excuse to refuse and stay in the dormitory alone, studying the properties of mandrake. until Anriel remembered that this Quidditch match seemed to be the first time Quirrell had made a move against Harry Potter on behalf of the master hidden at the back of his head. He felt a slight interest in the game. He picked up a piece of buttered bread, put on his warm cloak, and walked out of the dining hall. Quidditch pitch. After waiting in the stands for about a quarter of an hour, Anriel saw a red object in Madame Hooch's hand. The Quidditch ball being thrown into the air, and the match officially began. As for why he didn't hear the whistle or command to start the game, it was because the stand were too noisy for him to hear anything. Even now, Ravenclaw was leading Slytherin, which was necessary since they had already won the House Cup 6 times in a row. And students from the other 3 houses were also eager to see Slytherin lose this match. Anriel currently has no thoughts about these rankings. He stared at the bludger for a while and, unsurprisingly, found that he couldn't concentrate even a little. So he turned his gaze to the Slytherin stands, where Snape and Quirrell were sitting behind him. Perhaps this could add some fun to the boring match. Anriel sneaked down from the stands. At this moment, Mr. Harry Potter was still sitting steadily on his broom, searching for the golden snitch that could appear at any moment in the field. The Slytherin stands didn't seem to require a long detour. About a quarter of the pitch was enough. It would take a whole half circle to walk from the Gryffindor stands to here. Anriel looked up at the wooden stand supports and stairs, shaking his head. Setting magical fire on the pure wooden floor, the Gryffindor kids truly showed remarkable courage, living up to their house. Even the clever Hermione was the same. Foul! Anriel heard such sounds coming from the field, and interestingly, it was completely silent above his head. Clearly, Marcus's attempt to keep the Gryffindor Seeker from participating in this match had failed. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Anriel heard hurried footsteps. It was Hermione. Senior, why are you, Hermione clearly wanted to ask Anriel why he was here, but she was feeling guilty and anxious. Harry was about to fall off his broom and break his neck. Why am I here? Good question, but now is not the time. If you really want to prevent your little friend from breaking his neck, you shouldn't try to set Professor Snape's robes on fire. He finally managed to wear a new one, which isn't easy, and you should target that old bastard above him instead. Trust me, it's the right choice. Anriel pointed at Chilo through the gaps in the wooden planks. You will be pleasantly surprised to find that, in fact, Chilo's mouth hasn't stopped either. Silly child, don't ask why. I'm not asking you to do this. You only have one choice. Anriel keenly noticed that Hermione seemed not to understand and still wanted to sneak behind Snape while he wasn't paying attention. Anriel waved his wand lightly, and an invisible wall of air completely filled the space between Hermione and Snape. After a few seconds of silence, Hermione chose to compromise. As long as chaos was triggered, the outcome would be the same, only it would implicate the innocent Professor Quirrell. But if what Anriel said was true, then Professor Quirrell. Hermione dared not continue her thoughts. Flames blazed. Hermione's voice came out muffled from her throat as a blue, shimmering flame, seemingly a variant of a spell, leaped onto Quirrell's robes. Then Hermione quickly left the viewing platform of Slytherin. She forgave herself for what she had done in her heart. Anriel shook his head, lightly pointing his wand at the flames. The blue fire instantly intensified, revealing a faint hint of bluish-purple at the heart of the flames, which seemed to take the shape of a ravenous wolf, frantically gnawing at Chilo's calf. After Anriel's manipulation, this fire would only burn on Chilo. Anriel sincerely hoped that the fire would burn off one of his legs, as that would greatly hinder his act of stealing the magic stone. Then, I didn't want to watch the entire match. Perhaps I could find a reason to sneak back to the castle without being noticed. Anriel once again marveled at the convenience of the disillusionment charm. Perhaps it was another spell invented by a seeker of the Deathly Hallows, as he could not find the whereabouts of the so-called invisibility cloak. The cloak made from the fur of a thestral could also serve some purpose, but unfortunately, many of the beings he needed to avoid at school, for example, Severus Snape, had witnessed death firsthand. Anriel glided across the surface of the black lake like a ghost, creating a ripple. Of course, he wasn't using any broom. Furthermore, there was one more thing. Lemon candy. The 2 stone lions responded and rotated, revealing a spiral staircase behind them. Anriel knocked on the door of the principal's office. Albus Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, looking through his shiny crescent-shaped glasses at the visitor's completely transparent body. Oh, for heaven's sake! Anriel muttered, and the illusion spell. Dumbledore tilted his head, gesturing for him to sit down, his quill showing no sign of halting, as if Anriel hadn't interrupted his work at all. I said that even if we could be sure of its safety, it couldn't be placed in plain sight. Anriel picked up a blood-red crystal from the table, his mouth twitching slightly. That's right, my child. Now let's take this stone and ensure its safety. Dumbledore signed beautifully in cursive on the parchment, then rolled it up and handed it to Fawkes. The phoenix let out a cry and flew out of the window. Anriel thought for a moment and came up with the next task. Has the Mirror of Arist been delivered? I remember that transporting it from Gringotts requires a complicated process. Of course. Dumbledore lowered his head, seemingly examining the shimmering memories in the basin in front of him. Is there anything else significant happening recently? Anriel thought for a moment and replied, Mr. Porter nearly broke his neck falling off his broom. Oh, if that really happened, then I'll have to ask Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore chuckled, the candlelight casting a glow on his crescent-shaped glasses, obscuring his gaze. She said Harry is the best seeker she has ever seen. It seems someone wants to knock him off his broom. Anriel casually stuffed the stone into his pocket and shrugged. I already taught that guy a lesson. If he remembers it, he should know not to do bad things in public places. Dumbledore said nothing and handed Anriel a sealed envelope from his desk. Ministry of Magic. Addressed to Cornelius Fudge. Ah, not only do I have to work, but I also have to run errands for the old man. Well, the headmaster has it tough too. Anriel tucked the envelope into his cloak and followed Dumbledore out of the office. Hogsmeade, the Shrieking Shack. Right here, Anriel. Dumbledore shook his cloak and draped it over himself again. I said, we won't have to carry this non-shrinkable enchanted mirror back through the entrance of the Whomping Willow, right? It can't be. Dumbledore said nothing, just quietly looked at Anriel, making him feel uneasy. TSK, Headmaster, who did you learn this bad behavior from? After silently complaining, Anriel waved his wand, and the heavy, large mirror covered in a thick layer of linen floated up from the wall, hovering silently in the air. Crack, 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 crack. A frantic struggle ensued, as the mirror under the linen seemed to be trying to break free from the spell's influence and return to the ground. Anriel's expression changed slightly, which was not mentioned in the original work. However, despite the surprise, Anriel flicked her wrist, and the mirror froze in mid-air as if struck by lightning. Seeing this, Dumbledore smiled. Professor, you didn't tell me this thing was alive. Anriel's tone, no matter how you listen to it, doesn't sound like someone suppressing a powerful magical object. Instead, it feels as relaxed as if he just had a couple of cups of afternoon tea with Dumbledore. Let's go, Anriel. We'll first take it to, I remember there's an empty classroom on the second floor. Time flies, and after an unending stream of assignments and homework, Christmas is just around the corner. Anriel was surprised to find that school life was as boring as the previous year, while Porter and his two companions were focused on finding information about Nico LeMay and had not caused any trouble at school. Homework, classes, skipping class. Ah, that's right. Anriel had completely given up on astronomy. Let it go. The only bit of fun might come from that little nightmare. I must say, the speed at which this magical creature is growing is astonishing. It can fly now. Of course, although it doesn't fly as fast as Anriel himself. It's not slow either. Before Christmas in potions class, 10 milliliters of crocodile heart's blood. Miss Umini, how many times do I have to tell you? Added in 5 times, stirring clockwise for a week after each edition. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Snape walked past the table, saying viciously, I don't want any of you producing a cauldron full of useless rubbish in the last potions class before Christmas. Anriel glanced at the thick, shimmering blue liquid in his cauldron, with spiraling smoke rising from it. It should be fine. However, this batch was identical to the strength enhancer described in the book, at least ensuring that Professor Snape wouldn't come looking for faults. After all, this class was shared with Gryffindor. Although it's Christmas, I regret to inform you that I can't assign more homework. However, those of you who just brewed an entire cauldron of waste, I want to see an 8-inch long report on the precautions for brewing strength potions after your Christmas break. I seriously doubt some of you. He shot a fierce glance at the Gryffindor table, where there were a dozen empty cauldrons, most of their contents having perished just moments ago under Snape's vanishing spell. If the reasons for his failures were summarized, they would exceed a foot in length. Class dismissed. Snape strode out of the classroom. It was truly terrifying. I didn't know whether to feel fortunate or not for having potions class with Gryffindor. A classmate of Anriel said, because Dumbledore decided to stay at Hogwarts during Christmas, and Ms. Bashida is currently on vacation in North America, Anriel decisively chose to put his name on the list of students staying at school during Christmas. On Christmas Eve, Anriel closed a copy of the Advanced Dark Arts Encyclopedia borrowed from the restricted section of the library. Borrowing books from the restricted section obviously requires a professor's signature. And Albus Dumbledore's signature is certainly easy to obtain. Now, Madame Pants is already quite familiar with this child, who frequently borrows restricted books, especially since his approval slips for restricted books are all signed by the headmaster himself, making them genuine and reliable. Anriel also plans to discuss the issue of animagi with Professor McGonagall before the holidays. He himself is a magical creation, and undergoing magical transformation is incredibly easy for him. This is something Professor McGonagall does not know, and unless Dumbledore tells her, Anriel does not intend to say anything. However, recently, when Anriel went to return books, he often saw Harry and his two little friends in the library flipping through various name registers, their three heads huddled together, discussing some secrets. Anriel certainly knows what they are looking for. Nicholas Flamel, and what they are about to discover, is currently located at Hogwarts, with a Philosopher's Stone that Voldemort has always dreamed of can be created. Hi, Harry, and you two, what are you up to? Anriel walked over and looked at the book they were trying to cover, The Great Wizard's Compendium of a Century, 1845 Revised Edition. Nothing about magical history for homework. Ron nervously spoke up first, but clearly he wasn't good at lying. Hermione was about to explain something, but Anriel directly raised a hand to stop her. Looking for Nicholas Flamel. Are you? Hermione gasped and covered her mouth, and both boys' eyes were filled with surprise. But Anriel's next sentence wiped away their excitement. First, if you want to look up Flamel, feel free. But keep in mind that Mr. Flamel is not a modern figure. Also, don't always doubt your Professor Snape. Sometimes, the ones who seem the safest are the most dangerous. Anriel raised an eyebrow and looked at the three suspicious faces in turn. I'm not saying you should doubt Dumbledore. Hermione seemed to want to explain something, but unfortunately, Anriel raised a hand to stop her. No, I'm just here to borrow a book. You all continue your conversation. After saying that, Anriel turned and left, leaving the three children looking at each other. In these boring and uneventful days, Christmas was just around the corner. Anriel got up from the four-poster bed. And of course, he was the only one in the room. The room was quite empty, with only 2 or 3 presents under the Christmas tree. Anriel chuckled lightly. He had given Dumbledore a thick stack of wool socks, which he had specifically requested. Let me see. Bashida sent back a delicate shell sailboat that makes a sound like waves when the wind blows through its fine sails. A postcard was tucked in its deck, bringing the old lady's Christmas blessings. Dumbledore sent a whole bag of licorice mints. He knew Anriel liked this refreshing little snack, and this big bag weighed a full 20 pounds, about 9 kilograms. Besides the licorice, there was also a large bag of what looked like homemade, aromatic eggnog apple pie, which surprised Anriel, who knew the old phoenix could cook. That was a new discovery. A few of Anriel's close classmates from Ravenclaw sent some exquisite magical trinkets, like spyglasses. Anriel had basically sent gifts back to all of them, except for one gift's owner, whom he hadn't reciprocated with a gift. Or rather, he hadn't thought she would give him a Christmas gift. It was Xiao Zhang. She was actually from the same year and house as Anriel. Goodness, don't do this. Anriel shook her head with a smile and took a scarf out of the package. We're only in 2nd grade. Christmas dinner. The long table was filled with a variety of sumptuous dishes, such as a mountain of delicious, juicy roast turkey, fragrant roast meat, mashed potatoes, mouth-watering Christmas sausages, peas, butter, and orange jam. Anriel really enjoys the mint liqueur served with desserts. Will there be such a thing at the Christmas party? It can't be something the old man prepared just for him, right? After Anriel returned to his bedroom, he lazily flopped onto the big bed, stretched, and didn't want to leave his cozy blanket. Unfortunately, he still had to go out tonight. In the morning, Dumbledore had already returned one of the Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak, to its young owner, and Mr. Harry Potter would wear it tonight to break a whole string of school rules. Anriel sat up abruptly from the bed and walked to the door to pick up an oil lamp. With a flick of his wand, the lamp ignited with a ghostly purple flame, instantly illuminating much of the dim room. Wrapping his robe tightly around him, Anriel left the Ravenclaw Tower and headed downstairs. He felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Albus Dumbledore was not only a great wizard but also very shrewd, adept at utilizing all the power at his disposal. Even in his old age, he seemed to appear somewhat eccentric, according to some. But Anriel knew very well that he was still the capable and astute Albus Dumbledore. Upon the sudden appearance of Anriel, Dumbledore, after a bit of careful examination and intense mental struggle, was deeply affected. Anriel is now completely trustworthy and an indispensable member for Dumbledore, or in other words, he could be described as thoroughly being Dumbledore's person. Moreover, this old gentleman would definitely not let go of such a good assistant, a right-hand man who seems capable of taking on the strongest members of the Auror department single-handedly, which is quite rare in this era. Additionally, there's one of the 2 most reliable relationships in the world, namely blood ties or mutual interests. Anriel had no doubt that some of Dumbledore's future plans would be completely altered because of him, such as the search for Horcruxes. However, for now, he was merely taking the place of an old man with sore muscles to patrol, and there was nothing much to say about it. Anriel felt no resistance in his memories, spirit, consciousness, or even his soul, which did not belong to this world, when it came to serving Dumbledore. It seemed as if this was what he was meant to do. Anriel continued to wander down the corridor with the lamp in hand, the sound of a cat meowing coming from the intersection at the other end. "Mrs. Loris, you know I'm different from the other students." Anriel tilted her head and murmured, "It's about time." Ah! A series of sharp, piercing howls echoed in the corridor, the sound coming from the library. Clearly, a strange book from the restricted section had been opened. Anriel told them that LeMay was not a modern person, which meant they would have to search for things from even earlier times, and such things were generally found in the restricted section, right? Ferk's hurried footsteps quickly approached the library, and Anriel descended the stairs with a lantern. "Mr. Ferk, what happened?" Ferk gave Anriel a strange look. He was still not quite used to this professor bearing the title of a student. In his certainly not short career, this was unheard of. A student staying up late in the restricted section. "I must catch this little thief." Anriel shrugged and ignored the furious Felsi, heading downstairs with the lamp. With a whoosh, Anriel extinguished the oil lamp, and his figure vanished into the corridor. The softly closed door was silently pushed open, and Anriel quietly gazed at the mirror in the room that shimmered with a mesmerizing light. In front of it stood Harry Potter quietly. Harry slowly approached the mirror, gently placing his hand on its surface, exuding the utmost tenderness that an 11-year-old child could express. After all, those were his parents he had not seen for 11 years. The shattered remnants of his mercilessly torn family. Anriel couldn't help but lose himself in thought. He wondered what he would see if he stood in front of that mirror at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, little Harry seemed to realize that he had been here for too long and hurriedly put on his invisibility cloak to leave. "Ah, sir, don't hide anymore. Mr. Potter has already left." Anriel showed a helpless expression, and Professor Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for him to leave as well. After a moment of silence, he said, I thought you wouldn't notice me. Did I reveal something from my robe?" A hoarse voice came from nearby, and an old shoulder appeared, followed by a long, white beard that hung down to his waist. Albus Dumbledore's figure appeared in the room as he shook off his invisibility cloak. Perhaps it was just an ordinary windbreaker, and the spell had made him invisible. "I guess this classroom hasn't been cleaned in a long time, has it?" Dumbledore followed Anriel's gaze to the door. "Oh, I think you're right." 3 gray footprints came in from outside the door, but only one footprint went out. Anriel walked towards the mirror of Ariste, carefully examining its surface. "I wonder what I will see in it." Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon glasses perched on his crooked nose and said slowly, "It seems Mr. Potter has already experienced its wonders. It looks like you want to know what you will see. Why not give it a try?" Dumbledore, as always, had insight into Anriel's thoughts. "I will," Anriel replied, standing before the mirror of Ariste. As Anriel's entire figure appeared in the mirror, the surface shimmered as if a stone had been thrown into a pond, rippling and causing the image to be unclear. Faintly, it seemed that there were 2 people standing beside Anriel. Just like Harry Potter saw his parents in the mirror, the identities of these 2 individuals seemed to be coming into focus. At the moment, Anriel clearly saw the wise blue eyes. The outline of another person became clear in an instant. It was the young Albus Dumbledore, with a kind smile on his face, and Gellert Grindelwald. It seemed that Anriel's dream, like Harry's, was to meet the family members they had never encountered. Anriel let out a cold laugh, suddenly flicking his wand, the tip even producing a sonic boom that startled Dumbledore behind him. A crisp crack echoed. The surface of the mirror seemed to show cracks, but that was merely a projection it displayed to the outside world. The magic mirror itself was unharmed. It was a very complex magical object, containing powerful and mysterious forces, and would not be so easily damaged. The 3 figures in the mirror vanished, and the cracks slowly disappeared. The white mist once again filled the mirror surface. Anriel stared intently at the hazy white mist, as if trying to see through it. Slowly, the fog began to dissipate. The scene in the mirror was completely different from just a few minutes ago. It was not the rundown classroom it was supposed to reflect. This was one of the characteristics of the Eris mirror. A small village appeared on the surface of the mirror, from the chimney of a house in the valley. A wisp of blue smoke was slowly rising. A woman whose face was unclear stepped out of the house with several children to welcome a man who seemed to be the head of the household. The woman approached and embraced the man. He reached out to pat each child's head. From Anriel's perspective, he could only see the man's back, unable to discern the expression on his face at that moment. The thick fog surged out in the mirrored world, enveloping the small valley. The image vanished. The Eris mirror reflects the most urgent desires deep within a person's soul. Deep in soul, Anriel stood in front of the mirror, looking at his own reflection. The Eris mirror was now just an ordinary mirror to him. "Child, what just happened? What did you see?" Dumbledore gently asked, as if nothing had just occurred, merely making a casual inquiry. "Professor, this mirror is quite interesting." Anriel chuckled softly, responding with a non-answer. He had some guesses about the two completely different scenes he had just witnessed, but he couldn't be entirely sure. And this was something he couldn't share with anyone. His body and soul had two entirely different desires, or rather pursuits. Dumbledore seemed to sense something and did not press further. He merely stroked his beard and nodded. "What will you see, sir?" "Me? Dumbledore did not dismiss Anriel with the words he held in his woolen socks. In Western culture, woolen socks symbolize familial love. Perhaps to Dumbledore, it was just a lie. Or perhaps it was not. In his youth, he might have seen power and fame. But now, what Dumbledore treasured most in his heart was familial love. In this world, only two people would not be deceived by this statement. One of them stood right in front of him, perhaps before the mirror of Ariste. Dumbledore would always see those two 18-year-old boys, watching them chase their ambitions, witnessing the most painful day of his life. Or maybe what he saw in the mirror of Ariste was only that little girl who brought him a lifetime of pain and regret. However, fortunately, this was a blessing in disguise. He had given himself the chance to make up for the regrets of his life, whether it was familial love or friendship. That weary old man could redeem his sins through this child. "We have already lost so much. I will not disappoint you again, Anriel. You already know." Ever since seeing what was in the mirror, Anriel had been contemplating his own issues. The first image he saw in the mirror of Ariste clearly belonged to this body, to the magnificent memories in his mind. This was his dream. 35 years of repentance and longing. But evidently, this was not Anriel's dream, or rather, it was not the dream of that traveler. So Anriel rejected it. He could accept, understand, and even, to a certain extent, fulfill Grindelwald's unfinished regrets. But he would not be swayed, would not abandon himself. The calm, peaceful second act was the dream he was intoxicated by. A tranquil mountain village, living a serene life, having his own wife and children, living peacefully and growing old. Anriel looked at his own hands and raised an eyebrow. This was not desire, nor was it a dream. It was a wishful thinking. His body belonged to the highest level of magical creations, while he himself was the most special magical being. Considering lifespan alone, it was no joke to say that he could shine alongside the sun and moon. As his body aged, he only needed to change the spells and reinforce the enchantments on his body to avoid decay. What Voldemort had pursued throughout his life, very ordinary, fell upon Anriel. Like the ship of Theseus, the repairs allowed Anriel to achieve immortality. He was not really a living person. The magical body bestowed upon him powerful magical abilities, which meant that if he wanted to cause trouble, he had the capability to single-handedly storm the Ministry of Magic and wipe out all the Aurors before walking out in broad daylight. Unfortunately, he did not want that. Anriel's memories, abilities, and even his understanding subtly influenced his soul. His soul resonated well with the instinct of this body. There was no ambition, merely a desire to find some fun in this chaotic era and then live a peaceful life with his family. This was where his soul and memories connected most deeply. It was also the reason he had crossed over into this body. It was that simple. So, let us take it one step at a time. The two stood in silence for a long time. Bang! The door was hurriedly pushed open, and Harry and Ron stood at the entrance. Harry's face was full of excitement and exhilaration, while Ron looked as if he had been frozen. Then, they saw the two people in the classroom. Now, four individuals with completely different thoughts stood there, staring at each other, frozen in place. The air seemed to solidify into a heavy, suffocating substance. "That professor, we can explain." The Olary. Anriel tied the letter to Garros's leg, who gently rubbed against his arm before flapping his wings and flying off into the distance, gradually becoming an invisible black dot. There's a saying that goes well. The happiest person in the world can use the mirror of Eris as an ordinary mirror. Anriel stretched out his palm, and a snowflake landed in his hand, transforming into a crystal clear ice gem. Anriel's usually calm heart experienced a slight ripple. With a pop, the ice crystal exploded in his palm, which was no different from human body temperature. It revealed the deepest desires of the soul. This truly was a terrifying mirror. The snow continued to fall, although it was uncertain whether Harry would still sneak out every night to see his family after what happened last night. Dumbledore still had a brief chat with him. So, the next day, Anriel moved the mirror to the basement together with Professor Snape. The reason for this could be that Professor Snape didn't have any classes that afternoon. Or perhaps it was because the first mechanism of the Mirror of Arist happened to be Snape's potion. It must be admitted that Professor Snape was far more meticulous than Anriel. He sincerely suggested that Anriel leave behind a mechanism of his own. This could effectively eliminate any possibility of a certain bastard obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. What a good idea. Anriel waved her wand, and the heiress magic mirror began to struggle in the air. After a moment, it fell silent again, quietly hovering in the sky. This display caught Snape's attention, prompting him to glance at Anriel a couple of times. However, from Snape's perspective, Anriel also seemed unsure of how to get past the giant three-headed dog. After a brief and not-so-intense internal debate, the two decided to let the big dog have a good sleep. A dull sound of a heavy object striking. A few minutes later, they passed smoothly through the sleeping Fluffy and easily maneuvered through the remaining traps. Of course, some obstacles didn't actually require overcoming. For instance, Snape had a spare key from Professor Flitwick, and neither of them wanted to ride that old, silly, broken wooden broom to catch birds. Just placing the mirror here would suffice. Dumbledore would come to hide that damned stone. Snape flicked his cloak and turned to check his traps. In the vast room, only Anriel and a mirror remained. Anriel displayed an unseasonable, almost wicked smile on his face. He was about to give Chilo a surprise so lethal that it could infuriate Voldemort to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. When Anriel left, he closed the door, and a massive iron chain, like a giant python, secured the latch tightly, looking very sturdy. Snape didn't ask much either, parting ways with Anriel at the staircase and heading back to the basement. Clearly, he wasn't very enthusiastic. Anriel shrugged and returned to the dormitory to sleep. Dumbledore wouldn't come to hide that damn stone. Anriel had already helped him finish the job. The following weeks passed peacefully, whether it was Chilo and Voldemort, or Harry Potter and his friends. Everyone seemed to be busy with their own affairs. Some had forgotten about the Philosopher's Stone hidden in the school, while others briefly forgot about the final exams. Anriel's other subject teachers are basically considering whether to let him continue taking exams to avoid undermining the confidence of other students. It's undermining, not attacking. As for astronomy, failing is inevitable. Until one day, Anriel saw someone in the library who would never normally be there. Hagrid. He was holding 4 or 5 thick volumes. This is not something you see every day. Care of baby dragon scales, breeding, and protection of dragons. It's now Easter. Maybe Hagrid traded his chocolate eggs for a dragon egg. Just joking. It seems that Hagrid is quite devoted to this egg, as the books he reads each day are even different. Anriel stopped Hagrid. Hey, Hagrid, what has got you interested in reading lately? Hagrid replied, just browsing. It seemed Hagrid hadn't noticed Anriel just now, and when he spoke to him, he dropped a few books from his arms onto the ground. Anriel waved his hand, and the books fell back into Hagrid's arms. What I want to remind you is that you cannot keep an illegal pet that breathes fire and grows to several dozen feet tall in a forest full of flammable materials. He shrugged, holding the books tighter, seemingly nodding slightly. Or perhaps it was just an illusion created by Anriel looking up at his tall frame and the tremors of his beard. Moreover, if this matter is discovered, you need to consider how to get rid of such a creature without being found out. To Hagrid's ears, this sounded like a certainty that he had already gotten himself a dragon. However, in reality, that was indeed the case, and he had no way to refute it. But even if Hagrid intended to keep such a lovely, friendly, fluffy little pet, well, only he thought so, in terms of common sense. Norberta and her kind should be classified as dangerous, high-risk magical creatures. Hagrid should also realize that keeping such a recognized high-risk magical creature is undeniably illegal. However, this little matter didn't particularly need to be reported to Dumbledore. Not to mention that the old man might have had ample psychological expectations about Hagrid doing such a thing. Even if Anriel did speak up, our gamekeeper wouldn't be thrown in Azkaban by some malicious individuals over this matter. Compared to the burden this poor giant friend had to bear 50 years ago, raising a dragon was hardly a big deal. Besides, Anriel hadn't been to the headmaster's office for several months, mainly because winter was boring and very cold. The top students of Hogwarts had been preparing for the end-of-term exams since Christmas, led by the noble Ravenclaw scholars, with the diligent Hufflepuffs and brave Gryffindors equally represented, along with some confident and unexpectedly hard-working Slytherin seniors. You should know that this is a standard academic year school. They wouldn't have final exams until June. I digress. As for the winter that just passed, who knows whether Hogwarts' magical heating system is worse than a property-less community. It was tough for Anriel. A person who had lived for nearly 30 years in the 21st century, suddenly having to rely on the fireplace for warmth in winter. It would be uncomfortable for anyone. Fortunately, it was now Easter, and the long, cold winter had officially come to an end, ushering in a time of warm spring, blooming flowers, and the moment when the little fire dragon would hatch. Wait, a fire dragon. Anriel's hand shook, and the glass cup, which should have been shaped like clay, shattered into countless pieces with a bang. Fortunately, no one was hurt. I imagine the Gryffindor trio is currently hurrying to Hagrid's hut. Anriel is actually quite curious to see what the scene of a fire dragon hatching is like. Before they reach adulthood, they might indeed be quite cute. It's rare for someone to agree with Hagrid's viewpoint, and Anriel doesn't mind giving it a try. Trying it out is worth the effort. Anriel placed the repaired cup back in its original position, greeted Professor Flitwick, and expressed a completely non-existent apology before walking straight out of the study room. Hagrid's hut. The four of them gathered around the table, staring intently at the large iron-gray egg on the table. Hagrid looked especially excited, as if he wanted to cradle the dragon egg in his arms. Or rather, if it weren't too hot. And considering the small dragon's hatching would be comparable to a miniature explosion, Hagrid would indeed do so. Anriel has arrived at the school gate, less than 5 minutes away from Hagrid's hut. In the distance, a blonde child is running towards the hut. It's Malfoy. He hasn't noticed Anriel. However, even if he did, he wouldn't dare to show that arrogant expression in front of Anriel. Otherwise, Anriel would have to educate him on behalf of Lucius, making him understand that some people genuinely don't mind leaving him with a lifelong, unforgettable memory. Being arrogant might work with peers, but acting that way towards seniors is just asking for trouble. Anriel lightly waved her wand, and a shimmering silver eagle flew out from the tip of the wand. Its sharp eagle eyes were vivid and lifelike, as if someone was using its eyes to look outside. In fact, that was indeed the case. Anriel turned and walked into the castle. He had already conveyed everything he wanted to see, do, and say to the Guardian. Now, he just needed to wait a bit. The person who came up with this method was truly a genius. Soon, Anriel saw Malfoy running back to the castle with a face full of surprise and malice. A few minutes later, Hagrid's huge figure appeared at the door of his hut. Harry and the others quickly left the hut, and Anriel felt they must be anxious at that moment. He spread his wings and flew towards Hagrid's hut. Hey, where did this eagle come from? Wait, who are you? Hagrid pulled back the crossbow and stared at Anriel for a while, surprised to discover that it was actually a guardian. The silver eagle scanned the area with its sharp eyes and then looked at the crumpled black umbrella on the table. Its appearance could hardly be described as beautiful. Overall, it looked like a malnourished, shriveled lizard with bat wings. Anyone who knew its name would recognize its origin at first sight. A row of sharp, messy spines, like wolf teeth, were randomly stuck all over Nobber's back, which is why this creature was called a spine dragon. Additionally, it had a pair of sharp claws growing on the wrinkled, gray-black tips of its wings, which were likely poisonous. Oh no, this fierce, newborn magical creature still didn't have a name. It couldn't be called Nobber or Nobita yet. Hagrid, I told you before. Anriel's voice came from the eagle's beak, and Hagrid was taken aback. He was probably surprised by Su Wong's level of magic, but he might also be astonished by his level of information. But seriously, you have a rundown wooden house here, and if I don't look for it here, am I supposed to go into the Forbidden Forest to find giant spiders? Anriel thought to herself, reiterating the seriousness of the matter to Hagrid once again. Clearly, a suggestion communicated through the Ministry of Magic's standard notification method was far more effective than the warnings of 3 first-year students. No matter how much Hagrid adored these ferocious creature cubs, he had to consider how to send them away. For Hagrid, it felt like being cut with a dull knife soaked in salt water. Anriel is well aware of this, so he gave Hagrid a suggestion about Ron's brother, Charlie. However, these matters were originally unrelated to Anriel. What mindset could have led him to get involved? He knows very well that it is something that fans dream of. A sense of participation. If something like time travel really happened to you, no one would be willing to just be an ordinary muggle knowing the plot, right? In the blink of an eye, a week has passed, and the arrangements for Norbert have been finalized. Anriel saw the trio in the auditorium on Saturday, and each of them appeared to be deep in thought. Harry was contemplating the events of the evening. Hermione had the added stress of final exams on her mind. And as for Ron, he was staring in horror at his bitten finger, even though he had wrapped it like a sausage. It didn't alleviate even the slightest bit of pain. Ron wasn't hospitalized, and Anriel didn't know if Malfoy would come out at night to switch places as in the original story. After all, he wasn't aware that Harry Potter and his friends would sneak out later that night. However, one thing Anriel was very sure of, today was his patrolling night. You little brats better hide well. Not really. Anriel raised the shiny silver dinner knife in his hand and threw the back of the blade. He could clearly see 3 heads huddled together, whispering at the table behind him. Today, Gryffindor's 150 points were definitely lost. No one could stop it. McGonagall said so. What are you looking at me for? McGonagall deducted them. It has nothing to do with me. Laughs. But we all know that unexpected events can happen. No one can predict what will happen in the next moment of life, just like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. God knows if it's earwax or toffee. That night, the wind was strong, rattling against the glass of the tower. It was just like the environment described in every fairy tale book when evil plots were afoot. Dark moonlit night, eerie and terrifying. Anriel is holding an antique lantern, inside of which burns a bright blue flame. At this moment, he is keenly searching for any signs of Harry Potter and his friends. Much like a perverse hunter toying with its prey. He escapes, he chases, he takes flight, he pursues relentlessly. Anriel walked a long way, about the distance from the tower to the trophy room, as if crossing more than just a few floors. He finally realized that this night seemed far from ordinary. It was too quiet, so quiet that any slight sound would be heard by Anriel. The sound of the wind, the gentle rustle of leaves falling, the faint creaking of the window frame, the chirping of insects, and Peeves. None of it was present. Only the sound of Anriel's shoes on the stairs and his own breathing could be heard. All right. Bone conduction does not deceive me. Perhaps it was instinct, or maybe Anriel suddenly understood that at such a time, he should not be preoccupied with a few points for the academy. There were more important matters awaiting his resolution. The lantern was thrown into the air by Anriel and remained suspended beside him. He rushed like a gust of black wind towards the 4th floor, the only corridor leading to the Philosopher's Stone, guarded by Quirrell. Since the silencing spell that enveloped most of the school had already taken effect, Anriel could not afford to worry about Filch and Harry Potter. Quirrell and Voldemort were most likely already in the basement. There was also a small chance, and all he could do was pray that they wouldn't run into Voldemort. It wasn't until Anriel approached the corridor that he faintly heard the barking of the 3-headed dog, a sound that even the silencing spell could not completely cover. It was clear that Quirrell, even if he had figured out how to get past it, had not chosen a normal and safe method to enter through the trapdoor. He was running out of time. The longer it dragged on, the smaller the chance Voldemort would get his hands on the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, there was another reason. The existence of Anriel has truly made Voldemort feel a sense of crisis. This crisis is not rooted in fear of Anriel. Fear is something that cannot exist in Voldemort's barren emotional system. Voldemort simply coldly compared his current state of lingering on, half alive, with a healthy and vigorous Dumbledore, along with the formidable offspring that had suddenly emerged from nowhere. Clearly, even Riddle, no matter how arrogant, must acknowledge that this is a very unfavorable situation for him. It would be foolish to charge in recklessly without any consideration. Therefore, he forcefully ordered Quirrell to attempt to take the Philosopher's Stone tonight, even though he had not figured out how to pass through all of the professor's challenges. This also included Anriel's. A sense of ominous foreboding engulfed Anriel, and he had no doubt that he and Dumbledore had made Voldemort feel a sense of urgency. An inexplicable feeling of irritation arose, and a thick, blinding red light flashed across, a beam as thick as a barrel flooding over the large dog. The massive 3-headed dog collapsed with a thud, drool flowing from its 3 mouths, completely unaware of its fate. With a loud bang, wooden pieces from the trapdoor flew apart. Before jumping down the hole, Anriel noticed that the dog's claws were snagged on several torn pieces of clothing, still stained with dark red blood. This indicated that Voldemort, the dark wizard who had brought years of white terror to England, was in a hurry. He chose the most impulsive, arrogant, and also the most desperate course of action, a forceful breakthrough. He no longer cared about the life of the servant body he inhabited. He should have gone into the Forbidden Forest to hunt some unicorns first. Anriel's irritation also found its reason. When you have high expectations of an enemy, and suddenly they annoy you in a way that feels beneath them, it makes you feel embarrassed to be their foe, especially when just moments ago you were excited for the impending battle. The welding-like light not only dispelled the devil's web, but also burned some unfortunate parts in a char. As the wind and dust from a hole in the ceiling swept away, a winding and fresh trail of blood extended and dragged to the key room, where the wooden door was already open. Inside was a scene of chaos, with frozen ice shards and keys scattered everywhere, seemingly violently destroyed, but ultimately opened by the keys as intended. It appeared that a large-scale, multiple freezing spell had been directly used. For someone so half-baked, exhaustion and lack of magic power were almost inevitable. All of this announced that the patience of the person ahead was already worn out and at its limit. Anriel twisted the key that was still in the door and walked straight ahead. The chessboard room was in complete disarray. Cairo had completely destroyed the white pieces, achieving the goal of passage. The white king was shattered to pieces. The queen and rook were split into several segments by an unknown spell, scattered across the ground. The debris and rubble seemed to protest against the challenger who had forcefully breached this level through violence rather than intelligence. The next room, Anriel snorted and glanced at the giant monster that Cairo had set up. By now, this thing had long bypassed the stage of unconsciousness and was directly called down by the Grim Reaper for a late-night snack. Its ugly and fierce face was forever frozen on its small and clumsy head, and its rolled-back white eyes made Anriel feel nauseous. As for the potion professor's test, Anriel closed his eyes and walked straight through two meaningless firewalls. Coral did the same. The flames licked at him, but they were powerless and could not harm Anriel at all. Only his school uniform turned to ash, dissipating with the wind in a few breaths. Fortunately, Anriel was wearing a fire dragon leather armor underneath. There was a person standing in the room. However, unlike the greedy and ambitious Coral that Harry Potter had encountered, the figure before Anriel was disheveled, with torn robes that were riddled with burn marks and dry blood clots, and a long scarf scattered on the ground, while the ugly and furious face of Voldemort was visible on the back of his head. As for Coral himself, Anriel saw in the mirror the perfect blend of regret, shock, pain, and terror on his face. This foolish man finally realized that Voldemort did not care about his life or death, that he was not the master as savior, but merely a discarded piece of waste that had some value before and could be thrown away at any time. Voldemort's face was turned away, so he saw Anriel before Coral did. To be honest, instead of Anriel, he would have preferred to see some professors or a few naive, innocent, passionate, and extremely weak children. Anriel appeared here alone, and in Voldemort's eyes, it meant Dumbledore believes he has the ability to handle this matter alone. Kill him. Voldemort's hoarse roar echoed, causing Coral to temporarily abandon his research on those damned mirrors. That's right, it's these. At this moment, in this not-so-small room, 7 floor-length mirrors, each taller than a person, were arranged in a circular formation. A total of 7, each one an erased mirror, with 6 of them being fakes that Anriel had tampered with. Coral's mind was nearly collapsing. If it were just a difference between real and fake, it would be fine. But the key was that as long as he saw himself in the mirror handing the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort, his brain would hurt like a needle piercing through it, as if his soul were being torn apart. No matter the outcome today, he could no longer stay at Hogwarts. His wounds could not heal, and the wound left by that damned 3-headed dog was still bleeding. As long as this evidence remained, Snape would directly kill him tomorrow. To be honest, Coral's heart was already wavering. Anyone in such a poor state would feel nervous facing Anriel, who was shrouded in black smoke from burnt clothing and had a notorious reputation, Dumbledore's illegitimate son. Moreover, Coral no longer believed that Voldemort could lend him power. It would be strange to have confidence in fighting Anriel. But, even caught between 2 dark wizards and unable to act freely, Coral still moved. His face bore an expression of terror. It felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, but to the face on the back of his head. His actions were no longer his own will. A chilling, cracking sound echoed, followed by a strange, muffled whimpering. Coral's wails and screams were caught by an invisible hand around his throat, choking him. Anriel was not surprised by this. What did he think was stuck to the back of his head? No matter how down and out he was, no matter how weak, it was still a piece of soul, the soul of a notorious dark wizard with consciousness. Voldemort took over Coral's body and forcibly twisted his arm to his side. Voldemort didn't trust Coral at all. There was not even the most basic trust, not even a servant who could die for his master. It was better not to. Of course, a portion of Death Eaters represented by Mr. Malfoy also could not do this, but that was not important. Those Malfoys still had some value. Even out of fear, they would act under Voldemort's orders. No matter how much they pretended otherwise, at least they took action. Coral had just been so frightened by the aura of both Anriel and Voldemort that he couldn't move at all. In short, Mr. Riddle had temporarily taken over the body of this weak, greedy, ignorant, and incompetent servant. Anriel needs to confront his severely injured body? A green light streaked across, shattering a stone brick where Anriel had just been standing. Voldemort's cold and crazed snake-like eyes narrowed. Had this guy just used disapparation? No, that was impossible. It didn't make sense inside Hogwarts. Countless ropes, as thick as small arms, shot out from the 6 mirrors behind Voldemort, writhing like agile pythons. And in the blink of an eye, they had tightly bound Voldemort Coral. Even if 1 or 2 were burned or cut, it would be difficult to stop the ropes spraying out from all 6 mirrors simultaneously. A figure slowly emerged from one of the mirrors, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be Anriel made of ropes. The dummy kicked Voldemort Quirrell to the ground, and Voldemort roared in anger, feeling humiliated. But there was nothing to be done. Humiliation was humiliation. A cloud of black smoke detached from the back of his head and rushed straight toward the stone wall behind the mirrors, disappearing into it, escaping through the cracks in the bricks and the pipes in the most lowly and humble manner. Anriel walked out from the flames at the door, glanced at Quirrell's corpse on the ground, and gently shook his head. The disillusionment charm was a wizard's means of teleportation. How did Hogwarts restraining spells relate to him? However, to be safe and to prevent Voldemort from using Quirrell's body for a last-ditch counterattack, Anriel chose to control a dummy to end the battle. Even if a piece of Voldemort's soul escaped, once Anriel's main body into the fight, he wouldn't leave Voldemort behind. That was just a phantom without a physical form. How would he be captured? Better to let it go. Last time he was defeated by a baby, he lost due to ignorance and cruelty. This time he was defeated by a teenager. He lost due to underestimation and arrogance. Anriel slowly walked down the steps, glancing at the only real mirror. With a gentle wave of his wand, the remaining 6 full-length mirrors shattered into wisps and disappeared. He reached out and plunged his hand into the mirror's surface, which rippled like water, distorting the reflection within. Anriel withdrew his hand, revealing a piece of bright red object in his palm. Snap! Anriel casually threw it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Was the magic stone dealt with so easily? Of course not. It was just a piece of glass that resembled a red crystal. Thud, thud, thud. Hurried footsteps came from a door, followed by Professor Minerva McGonagall's exclamation and a gasp from Professor Flitwick, the headmaster. A white streak floated by. It was the headmaster's long white beard. Anriel stepped aside to make way for him. The headmaster picked up a bright red shard from the ground, squinted at it, then looked at Anriel, and the childlike excitement in his blue eyes was evident beneath the crescent-shaped lenses. Indeed, one could see that childlike innocence and joy in such an old man, like a mischievous old child celebrating a small victory. The 4 heads standing at the door, except for Professor Snape, all looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was understandable. Aside from Dumbledore and Snape, who were mentally prepared, the other professors, even though they knew Anriel's identity and so-called strength, couldn't help but look down on it. After all, without concrete evidence, it was hard for them to believe that a 12-year-old child could be so powerful. A second-year student fighting back against Voldemort? My goodness. It shocked my brain into a daze. If someone had said this before, they would have been sent straight to St. Mungo's psychiatric ward, no diagnosis needed, skipping the observation period and going straight to treatment. Anriel, let's take Mr. Quirrell's body upstairs. In a sense, he is also a pitiful person. Indeed, Quirrell could be considered a pitiful soul. The regret and pain on his face when Voldemort abandoned him were genuine. Unfortunately, at the moment he was seduced by Voldemort, he had already lost the right to make demands. To be honest, sir, I didn't expect him to die so abruptly. I mean, once the possessing soul leaves, the host, whether animal or human, doesn't live long, right? Anriel leaned close to Dumbledore and whispered, "Is it true?" Dumbledore, walking ahead, sadly nodded. "I'm afraid so, my child. When 2 souls share one body, especially when one is a dying, lingering presence, that vessel will pay a high price, suffering irreversible and irreparable damage. It's like forcing 2 jars of water into one container. The container will inevitably burst." A flicker of sadness passed through Dumbledore's blue eyes. Quirrell was indeed just a pitiable and tragic figure, having died from his own greed and desire. To be honest, Anriel didn't think Quirrell's death was something to mourn. Dumbledore possessed a great compassion for all, but Anriel did not. For Anriel, it was already quite difficult to protect those close to him. He would save those who had utility. Those who were of no use could just die. In other words, in his eyes, Quirrell's death held no value. Anriel actually dislikes people like Chilo quite a bit. He is very similar to his father in this regard. Moreover, it's not just Grindelwald, but Voldemort as well, who hold the same view. They have an extreme aversion to those disloyal individuals. For example, Anriel greatly admires Bellatrix Lestrange. Of course, such people are uncontainable. It's merely luck for Voldemort to have recruited these 2 subordinates. Regardless of whether they are mentally unstable, their loyalty as a couple is what matters. The Lestrange's spirit of being willing to spend their lives in prison for their master often makes Anriel sigh in admiration. However, compared to Bella's twisted, love-infused loyalty, her husband seems a bit more indifferent. Anriel vaguely remembered that Bella's husband was named Rodolphius, who was cruel by nature, had a tendency for abuse, and was a pure-blood supremacist before entering Azkaban. He willingly used dark magic to torment the Longbottoms to an indescribably cruel extent. However, he showed no reaction to entering Azkaban. This was strange. Bella had screamed and shouted before being thrown into Azkaban. She firmly believed that Voldemort would come to rescue her, so she didn't mind spending a few years or even decades in Azkaban. In contrast, Rodolphus, as an equally fervent follower, was too calm. Odd. However, Anriel only thought about it for a moment before redirecting his thoughts. There was still a significant difference between those two and Voldemort. For example, Voldemort was narrow-minded, while Grindelwald could tolerate and even appreciate those steadfast opponents. He believed that it was quite admirable for those people to maintain their faith in the face of fear. As for those small-minded individuals who easily betray for profit and safety. However, there were exceptions, like Severus Snape. Love makes one give everything, just like a headstrong girl who doesn't care about the cost, only to recklessly abandon it after obtaining it, or could lose it forever for any reason. Quite terrifying, yet fascinating. As for Wormtail, we're not counting pests, are we? While Severus Snape was thinking about these matters of faith and loyalty, Anriel and his group had already arrived at the entrance to the basement, beneath the Devil's Snare. Perhaps too much had happened that night, or maybe it was due to lack of sleep, but Anriel forgot some small things, at least small things to him. Anriel pointed her toes and flew straight out of the trapdoor amidst 4 astonished gazes. Upon seeing the unconscious, 3-headed dog, Anriel suddenly remembered what she had just done, followed by a wave of headache. How to explain this well? 3 days later, at dinner in the hall. Everyone, may I have your attention? There are some matters that need to be announced. Albus Dumbledore tapped his goblet, the sound reaching the ears of everyone conversing and dining in the hall. Please return to your seats in your respective houses. First, I regret to inform you that, due to some unavoidable circumstances, our Professor Quirrell has left us forever. Dumbledore raised his cup, and amidst a moment of silence, everyone seemed to understand something and raised their goblets in response. Anriel raised an eyebrow and remained still. Hey, it really is an irresistible force. Secondly, the mysterious person, what I mean is Voldemort. Most people in the hall visibly shuddered, having recently plotted a scheme for a comeback. The hall erupted in an uproar, and Dumbledore had to tap his glass again to quiet everyone down. This scheme took away one of our professors. However, one of our classmates saw through it. Dumbledore smiled. He bravely and decisively thwarted this conspiracy with his own strength. The murmurs in the hall grew louder, with people whispering to each other, and several of Anriel's classmates seemed to have thought of something, looking over in shock, feeling several intense gazes upon him. Anriel simply stood up. Instantly, it seemed that the entire hall's attention was focused on him. At this moment, he was the main character. Forget it, too melodramatic. Anriel suddenly felt a pang of guilt, and his back was no longer as straight. Dumbledore timely spoke up to ease the awkwardness, so I have decided to award a small medal to Mr. Grindelwald in recognition of his special contributions to the safety of the school. The discussions at the Ravenclaw table gradually grew louder, and the students who understood the significance of the Special Contribution Award could no longer sit still. This also meant that he had earned a reward of 500 points for his house. Silence, a long silence. The sudden eruption of cheers made Anriel feel as if he had gone deaf. All 3 houses except Slytherin were cheering wildly. 500 points, combined with Ravenclaw's already second-place score, meant the House Cup. Although the semester had not yet ended, the students seemed to have already started celebrating in advance. Anriel suddenly became the center of attention, replacing Harry Potter and his 2 friends as the figure everyone cheered for. It felt great, except for the intense gazes from female classmates and seniors. He wasn't uninterested in women. It was just that these people were too klitsch. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Anriel returned to his single dorm room. As for the final exams, don't joke about it. Even if Anriel skipped a subject like astronomy, he would still undoubtedly be the top of his grade. And did we forget something? No, we didn't. The real Philosopher's Stone had now transformed into a pair of bracelets, a pair of rings, and a magnificent necklace. The remaining stone powder was refined by Anriel into a potion and stored away properly. Anriel is not very interested in such things. After all, he doesn't practice alchemy, but there will always be people who need it. Compared to making some addictive elixirs for immortality, this bright red, jade-like crystal is more suitable for existing as jewelry. Anriel was also unclear about what Dumbledore and Nicodemus had discussed, but in any case, the Philosopher's Stone now belonged to him. Indeed, Dumbledore was aware of this matter and had given his approval. On the night of moving the Mirror of Ariste, Anriel had jokingly suggested this idea to Dumbledore, and the old man's agreement clearly took Anriel by surprise, leading the two of them to finalize the entire plan. This means that even if Quirrell had truly obtained the Philosopher's Stone, it would have been nothing more than a useless piece of glass. The real Philosopher's Stone had never been more than a foot away from Anriel. Quirrell, who understands family? Dying for a fake? You're not the only one, without mercy. A few weeks later, after the final exams ended, some were happy while others were not so pleased, but regardless of who it was, perhaps excluding the Slytherins, everyone was quite excited at the feast before the holidays. Anriel once again felt the sensation of being the center of attention. To be honest, it felt pretty good. The medal for the Special Contribution Award to the school was hung in the trophy display room, right next to Tom Riddle's. Was he also in this state at the year-end party back then? Perhaps the gaze of the audience looking at Riddle carried a bit more of that savior-like reverence. At platform 9 3/4, Anriel paused. The silver-eyed eagle on his cane observed everything before him like its master. The fiery-haired and enthusiastic Weasley family was currently ushering Harry toward the exit. The indifferent Malfoy family, with Lucius reprimanding Draco for reasons unknown. And there was Neville with his strict, commanding grandmother, along with Cho Chang, who was waving goodbye to him. Anriel politely nodded and turned his gaze back to Harry Potter, who was excitedly chatting with the Weasley children, unaware that he had already escaped the disaster. However, it was clear that the topic would no longer be about how they had narrowly saved the Philosopher's Stone. Anriel let out a light chuckle as he boarded the train for the return journey, a licorice stick in his mouth. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted into sleep. In his dream, he seemed to return to the world he once lived in, no longer an orphan in the orphanage. Two elderly men with graying beards led him, living happily and raising him, leading a simple life until the end. How strange. As his thoughts began to wander, Anriel started to miss those advanced and convenient tools. Perhaps he could spark a technological revolution or something. The sky grew darker, and a thunderclap echoed outside, followed by heavy rain. In England, this was not uncommon. Could it be the work of wizards? No, it couldn't be. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy should still have some constraints. However, Anriel's strange thoughts seemed to persist despite the laws of magical secrecy. Speaking of which, it seemed that there were no elemental mages in this world. Those suave uncle wizards who could make elements fly with a wave of their wands appear to be absent as well. One cannot be sure. What if old Dumbledore could indeed do that? The white-robed Ister seemed to have mixed up the scenes. Looking at it this way, there were no necromancers either. Only a few limitations on the undead. Anriel decided that he would definitely give it a try whenever he had the chance in the future. So, summer vacation began, Anriel thought, but this did not affect his behavior of turning over and going back to sleep at all. For Anriel, this summer vacation, or last summer vacation, and all the vacations to come, he could do whatever he wanted. Who cared? His legal guardian, Ms. Bashida Bahat, was currently on a round-the-world vacation. And as a well-known author of magical history, she was more familiar with the lifestyle of muggles than 99 of witches and wizards. Therefore, under the premise that she intended to keep it hidden, there would be no trouble, nor would anyone worry. As for Anriel's current guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Wizard of the Wisengamot, Knight of the Order of Merlin, First Class, and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Most importantly, from a blood relation standpoint, he was still Anriel's only living direct ancestor, being Anriel Grindelwald's last remaining relative from the previous generation. In short, thanks to this relationship, Anriel's position at Hogwarts might be that of a student or possibly a teaching assistant, but in the eyes of the house elves in the kitchen, he was referred to as young sir, young master, and so on. And this guy, with multiple identities, was currently curled up in his warm bed, planning to sleep until the sun was high in the sky. He had stayed up late yesterday because he was trying to create his own unique spell. This cannot be done in an empty classroom, as any mishap could lead to some undesirable consequences, like an explosion. And obviously, whether he went back to the staff lounge via the room of requirement or headed straight to the Ravenclaw Tower, it was not a short distance. However, Dumbledore seemed to have no objections to this. Let him sleep in. The old man had a few handy spells of his own invention, which was a good thing. But if Dumbledore knew what Anriel was researching, perhaps the old man would have to think carefully about it. Anriel's demand turned this room into a large iron box, inside which were only him and his opponent. A piece of training armor that was not only movable, but also flexible. This was not the first piece, obviously, nor would it be the last. Ice Age. Anriel's fingers grasped the air, and fine ice crystals extended outward from his fingertips. The temperature in the room plummeted instantly, and countless icicles condensed in midair, their sharp tips glinting with a terrifying cold light. The training armor was also covered with thick layers of frost, significantly reducing its forward speed. Anriel waved his hand, and countless sharp ice spikes instantly turned the armor into a sieve. A bit glitch, let's go again with our flame. The frigid environment vanished in an instant, and a wave of heat rushed towards him. The scorching and ferocious tongues of fire crazily licked at the already battered armor. Molten red iron flowed to Anriel's feet, but could not advance further than about a foot, quickly solidifying into a large lump of iron. These elemental spells were undeniably powerful. As long as Anriel had a clear understanding of their potency in his mind, he could manifest them with his magic. However, Anriel overlooked one crucial, extremely fatal issue: stamina, or the consumption of mana or magical energy. Even if the middle-aged Albus Dumbledore were to cast spells, unless he switched to Gandalf, even old Dumbledore could only sustain about 10 large spells before exhaustion set in, along with muscle soreness and fatigue from excessive mental strain. Only the inhuman Anriel could maintain these incantations for an extended period. No, they weren't even complete spells yet, just incantations. As for wands, a wizard or witch's magical talent can manifest through almost anything, but wands and incantations are the most efficient and effective combinations discovered through generations of experimentation. For Anriel's devil-like body, to be honest, the difference isn't that significant. Whether using a wand or any other magical object, or even casting spells barehanded, Anriel possesses demonic-level magical power. A few hours later, Anriel appeared in the kitchen to grab his breakfast. Well, perhaps it's brunch. After eating, he tinkered with new potions or poisons, wandered around the castle, and occasionally flapped his wings to transform into a hawk for some post-meal exercise. This is a day in Anriel's holiday. The itinerary is roughly the same, but each day brings different pleasures, quite leisurely in stark contrast to Mr. Harry Potter. This poor savior is probably busy doing unpaid labor for the family he is staying with. Harry Potter is only in his second year this year, and in these 12 years, he has not received what he rightfully deserves in this so-called home, including but not limited to love. Anriel is 100 times luckier than him. If Harry Potter embodies the inspirational journey of hard work and ultimately growing to defeat the Dark Lord, then Anriel stands directly at the finish line, a standard and elegant dragon-slaying hero. However, perhaps Anriel could very well be the ultimate villain in the end. Anriel could clearly feel that ever since he started school, Dumbledore's attention towards him had obviously exceeded that of the original little hero. Perhaps it was because the old man had spent most of his life being too selfless, and, in his later years, when his heart was at its softest, he finally allowed himself to be selfish once. Or perhaps it was because this great world-class wizard had finally seen a way to defeat Voldemort head-on without the need for large-scale, tragic sacrifices. In any case, regardless of the reason, it was all beneficial to Anriel. The weather was fine, the spring was beautiful, and a shadow swept past the bottom of the lake. Everything was so quiet and wonderful. As Anriel faced the gentle breeze, he thought to himself. Number 4, Yezhin Road, 11:58 p.m. At this moment, Harry Potter was raising his head to look at the old alarm clock by his bed, watching as his birthday was about to arrive this year. Yet, there was not a shred of joy in his heart, because this place, which could barely be called home, held no warmth for him at all. Can this really be called home? He wasn't quite sure, but he had never been clearer about one thing than he was today. The castle that he could truly call home was thousands of miles away. There, he had family, friends, and everything incredible. Everyone there could do magic, and wouldn't treat him as a freak, and there were many more things that were hard to articulate. Harry's eyes were fixed on the small glass of the clock, his thoughts already flying far away. Speaking of which, it seemed that everyone there knew him, even though he was just an ordinary first-year Gryffindor boy. His friend Ron told him it was because of a Dark Lord whose name could not even be mentioned. And something had happened this year that had been dealt with by the upperclassmen. In the end, they still couldn't figure out the relationship between that stone and Voldemort. But a second-year Ravenclaw prefect had perfectly solved all the problems, bringing great honor to their house. However, although they had done some futile work, fortunately, no one was hurt. From Professor Dumbledore's words at the feast and the shocked gazes of the other students, Harry could probably guess that it was an extremely dangerous matter. Harry liked the atmosphere in Gryffindor, but last year they had come in last place again, only a few points ahead of the second-to-last Hufflepuff. Harry thought angrily that it must be Snape's fault. He always deducted points from Gryffindor for no good reason. Thinking of this made Harry feel a bit ashamed. He just wanted to vent his guilt on Snape. After all, he and his foolish little friends had caused their house to lose 20 points. However, Ron's twin brothers had comforted them, saying that this kind of thing was common and there was no need to feel too guilty. Lost in thought, Harry couldn't help but yawn, burying his head into the pillow. It was nowhere near as comfortable as the four-poster bed with the school crest at school. He didn't know how long it had been, but he slowly closed his eyes and fell into a sleep without beautiful dreams. When he opened his eyes again, he could hear Aunt Petunia outside urging him to hurry up and get out of bed, her voice surprisingly loud and mismatched with her shrill tone. He didn't feel like a wizard here at all. Instead, he felt more like a servant or a maid. Harry thought gloomily, and his mood worsened at the thought that none of his friends at school had written him even a single letter or given him any news. Of course, what he didn't know was that the evening visit from Dobby would only make his mood worse. However, maybe I should say, maybe this kind of thing wouldn't happen again. That evening, when the guy with a face as big as Harry's uncle and a thick neck, covered in grease from head to toe, came to visit with his wife, unexpectedly, something did happen. Upstairs, Harry Potter watched in shock as his pet house elf bounced around his room, his astonishment impossible to conceal. Meanwhile, downstairs, a seemingly normal dinner was taking place. Snap! Tom seemed to freeze at that moment. The next second, a vicious-looking hawk, its eyes glinting with cold light, smashed through the glass and crashed into the room. Then, as if nothing had happened, the bird of prey raised its beak, preened its feathers, and removed a few glass shards that posed no harm to it. The lady who was afraid of birds let out a short, high-pitched scream before she stiffly fell backward and fainted. However, of course, if she could think clearly, the events that followed might make her realize that fainting was, in fact, a good choice. In the horrified gazes of the builder and the drill supplier, the hawk landed, spread its wings, and then transformed into a young man in black, appearing in the living room. Anriel brushed off the dust on his trench coat and casually waved his wand at the Mason couple, a blinding white light streaking past the sides of their heads. Obliviate, a shimmering halo enveloped the two muggles, and their expressions gradually became dazed. Anriel is not very interested in gradually modifying their memories today. So, the purpose of this pleasant little gathering you organized today is to show me the drill? Huh? Anriel looked at Desley, who nodded blankly. A blue light mixed with a white halo and a fabricated memory floated into the minds of the builder couple, where they could vaguely see the scene of several people bidding farewell amicably at the end of the dinner. Anriel's choice was to directly erase all their memories from the past few hours and replace them with a new one. The Mason couple walked out of the door in a mechanical daze, closing the door behind them while the Desley family watched in horror. When the three turned to look at Anriel, the unexpected visitor, he was already holding a letter signed by the Department of Magical Misuse. It seemed that Mrs. Mafalda had sent this warning letter without being fully aware of Anriel's nature. Well, how much is a month's salary? So, dedicated? Anriel waved his hand casually, and a piece of yellowed parchment floated in front of him, as if an invisible quill was scratching away on the paper, deep blue ink appearing. Dear Madame Mafalda, before you question me, please do take the time to ascend the stairs and inquire with a gentleman named Cornelius Fudge, as well as with Miss Bones on the second floor, whether they would be willing to deploy oars. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that they might all sacrifice themselves. However, rest assured, this is not a threat. For further details, please consult the Chief Warlock of Wisingamot, Mr. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. If you confirm the above matters, I believe you will understand that reasonable constraints on underage wizards mean little to me. So, I wish you a pleasant evening. Yours sincerely, Anriel Grindelwald. This should be considered a note, not a letter. Anriel read it once, and at least felt good about himself, so the letter twisted and disappeared in a burst of blue flames. Then Anriel turned around and looked at the two who were staring in shock, and smiled brightly. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. This was actually the entrance Anriel had planned for a long time. It was quite impressive, at least according to his own aesthetic standards, and it had a sufficient deterrent effect. However, it was clear that this entrance would only make Vernon Dursley feel more embarrassed and enraged. You stop. Anriel extended a finger, pointing at Vernon's chubby face, and the next moment, it was as if his neck had been suddenly squeezed. His purplish-red face puffed up, but he couldn't utter a single syllable. I know what you want to say, and yes, I am trespassing. You can call the police, or sue me, or even rush at me like a mad dog and take a bite. Those are all options you have. Of course, there's one thing I recommend you do right now. Shut up and stay there and listen. Anriel paused for a moment, glanced at Vernon's reaction, and seemed to feel that it had already taken effect. So he stopped looking at him and turned his gaze to the ceiling. To the two little guys, eavesdropping upstairs. I'll give you 5 seconds to come down, both of you. Don't try to play tricks on me, especially you, the house elf. Anriel's voice is very penetrating. In a physical sense, Harry and Dobby upstairs are painfully holding their heads. Their heads had just felt like they were being pricked by needles for a moment. A moment later, a strange and filthy-looking creature in Aunt Petunia's eyes and a very thin little boy, who also appears dirty to Petunia, appeared in the living room. It is hard to say which one Petunia finds more annoying, the little elf or the boy. Anriel turned to Harry. You have half an hour now to pack your things. Under Anriel's watchful gaze, Vernon handed over the key to the cupboard where Harry's magical supplies were locked away. In fact, it wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't. After tossing the key to Harry, Anriel turned to the Malfoy family's house elf, Dobby. Anriel actually didn't like him. The reason was quite simple. Dobby was not a loyal little fellow. Although disloyalty to a master like the Malfoys wasn't a big deal, this little creature was too self-centered and had never dared to rebel. Yet everything he did for Harry seemed to come from a good heart. How to put it, anyway, Anriel couldn't accept it. Anriel treats Wormtail and Dobby equally, although it feels a bit awkward to mention these two together. However, they belong to different camps, one good and one evil. But for Anriel, he doesn't like their actions regardless of their positions or behaviors. As a higher being, Anriel dislikes such people. In contrast, he greatly appreciates little Barty Crouch and Bellatrix, without any prejudice based on whom they are loyal to. Betraying for beliefs is one thing, regardless of whether it is acceptable. At least it can be understood. But most betrayals are for personal gain, for self-preservation. Betraying for such trivial reasons is laughable. Of course, there are also betrayals for love, which deserves a separate mention. Love is unreasonable. When it comes, all beliefs, positions, loyalty, interests, and even life and safety are cast aside. The extreme rationality of love, although it cannot be said to be completely absent, is rare. Have you ever seen it? I certainly haven't. Of course, from any perspective, whether in terms of status or otherwise, Anriel has nothing to say to this house elf. It bowed submissively, or rather at least awkwardly twitched its body, and with a pop, disappeared from the living room, having performed a disapparition. All right, let me explain. First of all, my name is Anriel, and I am your nephew senior. I came today to take him away. Where to? Vernon blurted out, then noticed that he was no longer restricted from speaking, and some rather unclean syllables came out of his mouth. Mr. Dursley, I suggest you learn some manners. This is the first time. I do not wish for you to have a next time, even if you were a relative of Harry. Anriel's gaze suddenly turned cold, his knife-like eyes sweeping over Uncle Vernon, who flinched as if electrocuted. He then quieted down a bit, but his face was still a deep purple red, looking extremely angry. Clearly, he asked the question hoping for an answer similar to a correctional facility or prison. I could keep you in check, Mr. Dursley. Anriel's sharp eyes were fixed on the staircase, casually saying. The sound reached Vernon's ears like a piece of ice sliding into his veins. The sound of a box being dragged down the stairs echoed, and Harry's figure appeared at the top of the stairs, standing next to a suitcase taller than him, looking a bit incredulous at the senior. So, where was Anriel going to take him? It didn't matter, as long as it wasn't at the Dursleys. As long as he wasn't staying on Privet Drive, he was fine with wherever they were going, he thought. A few minutes later, the two stood by the roadside, the large suitcase hovering about half a foot off the ground. Anriel, where are we going? Harry still felt a bit dazed. No need to worry. We are waiting for a bus. Anriel extended his wand, while his other hand protected the box beside him. Just as he spoke, he leaped backward, taking Harry's box with him, but not including Harry himself. The next second, a double-decker bus stopped right in front of Harry, with the front end just a quarter of an inch from his nose. Harry screamed, taking a half step back and landing on the ground with a thud. Hedwig was flapping around in her cage beside him. Hey guys, get on board. The door swung open with a bang, and a freckled young man stood there, dressed in a conductor's uniform. This is the night bus, and this is conductor Stan Shunpike. Anriel waved his wand, and the suitcase flew onto the luggage rack. He turned back to introduce it to the stunned Harry. Harry had just come to his senses from the shock of nearly being hit by a car, and at this moment, he was just realizing that this bus seemed to have suddenly fallen from the sky, feeling utterly shocked. All right, Stan. We need to get to Ottery St. Catchpole for 2 galleons. No need to look for it. We need to get there before tomorrow morning. Okay, but buddy, are you an adult now? Anriel ignored this guy. If he started explaining, this chatterbox could go on for a long time. With a loud roar, the entire bus vanished into the night. Anriel comfortably lay on one side on a bed, glancing at Harry, whose little face had turned pale. Obviously, Mr. Potter preferred traveling by broomstick. This dangerous driving behavior, swiftly weaving through the bustling traffic, was still too advanced for someone who grew up in a Muggle family. Snap! Anriel snapped his fingers, and Harry looked at him. Now that you are a qualified little friend, you must have a lot of questions. Let me help you clarify. Then, Anriel expressed in a convincing tone that his purpose for coming was specifically to rescue Harry Potter from the brink, allowing him to end his hellish summer vacation early. His words were sincere, and his emotions were genuine, effectively giving the already confused savior a good dose of PUA. The effect was remarkable. Harry's face, filled with guilt and gratitude, was the best proof. After all, how else could one say that PUA is the most essential offensive skill to master in the workplace? The most essential defensive skill is to kneel and admit wrongs. Can this be said? Whole sentence crossed out. All right, I'm getting sidetracked. In short, that's about it. Anriel yawned and slowly spoke. You little heartless one. As soon as vacation starts, you vanish into thin air. I can't reach you no matter what. God knows if you're dead or what. Harry frowned. Anriel's indifferent tone made the words sound very unpleasant, at least to Harry. However, Anriel had just dealt with a major issue last year that threatened the lives of everyone in the school, so he must have been affected by it. Anriel squinted his eyes slightly. The emotional changes of the 12-year-old in front of him were impossible to hide, and he could roughly guess what Harry was thinking. So he continued, however, now that I've picked you up, it proves that the worst situation hasn't had the chance to happen yet. Your good classmate, Ron Weasley, seems to care a lot about your life and has warmly invited you to stay at his house for a while. Harry immediately forgot Anriel's earlier sharp words and cheered inwardly at the prospect of seeing his friend early. Then he thought of something. No, I don't want to go. The leaky cauldron is just fine. This time, it was Anriel's turn to frown. After a moment of recollection, Anriel understood. It's just that he didn't write to you, right? That's not a big deal. Besides, he actually did write. It's just that you didn't receive it. Seeing this situation, he felt he had come too early, and Ron hadn't had the chance to pull out the letter yet. Hey, don't be stubborn. At least listen to what he has to say. Anriel finished speaking and ignored Harry, raising her hand to pull the brim of her travel hat down, closing her eyes, and planning to take a short nap. Harry looked a bit confused at this, and, after glancing around, he noticed that there seemed to be few awake male and female wizards on the train. So he found himself a bed and lay down to sleep. Atri, San Kachipol Village. The ticket seller stand's voice rang in his ears. And the next second, Anriel immediately opened her eyes. Wake up, we're here. Anriel showed no signs of drowsiness on his face, nor any evidence that he had just woken up. However, Harry was not as relaxed. It seemed he wasn't particularly fond of his first ride on the night bus. Let's go visit our red-haired friends, Anriel said, wrapping his coat tighter as he waved his hand. The heavy suitcase floated behind them, following Harry and Anriel down a winding path leading out of the village. In the distance, there was a pile of rocks on a remote piece of wasteland. In fact, it was a building. Having only imagined it from descriptions in books before, Anriel finally got to see the real thing today. TSK. After a moment of reflection, Anriel couldn't quite describe the house. All he could say was it truly lived up to its reputation as a shabby dwelling. Good morning, Mrs. Weasley. Have you received a letter from Dumbledore? Anriel stood by the flower bed and called out to the busy woman inside the half-open window. The plump and kind woman looked up in surprise, gasped, and then turned to disappear behind the cupboard. A few seconds later, she opened the door. Oh, Harry, I thought you wouldn't arrive until 10 o'clock. And Anriel, thank you so much. Anriel greeted with a smile and made small talk. In fact, he was just thinking whether he should stay for a meal and also watch the drama between the Hello Bike people. Probably not. Forget it. Anyway, with Mrs. Weasley's warmth, she would definitely invite him to breakfast. Anriel casually waved his hand, and the box steadily made its way up the stairs to the second floor, settling itself in Ron's room. Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened in surprise at the sight, but after recalling the rumors about Anriel, she relaxed and turned back to continue her work with the iron pot. Anriel looked around, and Harry curiously glanced around as well. To be honest, this house has a kind of wild beauty. Anriel was a bit worried about a landslide, but then realized that this worry was unnecessary. Otherwise, that magical clock should always point to the danger of life. Yet now the hands were almost all pointing to home. The sound of thumping came from the stairs, and soon a red-haired boy in pajamas with freckles appeared at the top of the stairs, shouting, Harry. Harry saw Ron, one of his two best friends, but felt inexplicably annoyed. Oh, who said they would write to me as soon as they had free time at home after the holidays? Could it be Neville? If that's the case, it would be a bit more acceptable that he forgot to write to me. Harry pressed his lips together, glanced at Ron, and then lowered his head. Ron was confused, not knowing what was happening. After a moment, he spoke what he originally wanted to say. Hey mate, this isn't very loyal. You haven't written back to me in such a long time. Huh? Written back. Harry was taken aback for a moment. Ron had already run down the stairs and was now chattering away next to Anriel and Harry, talking about all the little things that had happened after the holidays. He must have written about these things in his letters too. Anriel couldn't help but chuckle, but fortunately, neither of them heard it. Thanks to Ron's reckless remark, the two sides exchanged their information and reached a friendly consensus, resolving their past grievances and becoming a pair of mischievous friends again, with their friendship now more stable and solid. Congratulations, congratulations. The two were eager to go upstairs and chat, but then they were brought back down to reality by Mrs. Weasley's lion-like roar, and they had to obediently help with setting the table. Sorry. Only Ron got yelled at. However, Mrs. Weasley insisted on not letting Anriel help, for some unknown reason. Clearly, aside from the food preparation described in the first rule of Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration, Anriel could easily handle things like plates, knives, and forks. Perhaps it was to give the two mischievous second years something to do. Anriel casually chatted with Mrs. Weasley. As a housewife in a large family, her concerns revolved around daily necessities and her children's education and lives. Having come from Huaxia in a past life, Anriel was naturally fluent in this area. The family education system in Huaxia has various schools of thought, which made it easy for him to handle the British education system. How are the children's teachers? How is school life? How are their grades? At this point, Anriel suddenly remembered that he was already a third-grade student this year and should choose a few subjects that interested him. Dumbledore had given him plenty of autonomy in making choices. Why do I say this? Because Anriel chose divination, ancient magic, and wand lore. These three subjects could be said to be increasingly explosive in nature, with divination being the most normal among them. There was no rule that Anriel had to learn divination with Trelawney. The Grindelwald family has a lineage of seers, and Grindelwald himself had some divination techniques. So his mixed background was sufficient. Ancient magic roughly includes magic from the Merlin era, the history of spells, and foreign magic like ancient Egyptian black sand magic. In Dumbledore's words, is very unfriendly to Harry. Finally, there's wand lore. We'll find out when the time comes. These subjects are difficult, obscure, tedious, and niche. Dumbledore did not stop Anriel. He said that as long as Anriel wanted to learn, he could go ahead. During the days leading up to his departure last year, along with letter communications during the holidays, Anriel shared his subject choices with his classmates in Ravenclaw. Those who heard it in person were almost wide-eyed. Those who received letters thought Anriel was joking. All right, enough of that. Mrs. Weasley had already brought out the butterbeer bread. A red slipper peeked out from the stairs. Not the kind that children usually like, but the small foot inside was clearly mismatched with the size of the slipper. Anriel lifted his head, but couldn't help but glance at the little girl a few more times. Ginny Weasley. To be honest, even in Anriel's eyes, Ginny was quite good-looking. How should I put it? She was about what he expected, neither exceeding nor falling short of his mental image. Anriel glanced at Harry sitting next to him, shrugged, and thought to himself that the kid was still lucky. Mr. Weasley was not around, probably working overtime again. The twins took a break from their busy schedule and startled Percy when they came downstairs. Anriel saw a clear blue vein bulging, as if animated words were popping up on Percy's head. You two, stop messing around. Hurry up. Come down. It's time to eat. Mrs. Weasley shouted at the two troublemakers. But they didn't take it seriously and happily sat down next to Harry, chatting away. Anriel suddenly felt someone watching him. However, after looking around, he didn't find out who it was. Ginny, on the other side, lowered her head and blinked, twisting her fingers on the corner of her clothes, not looking in Anriel and Harry's direction again. The atmosphere at the dining table was very relaxed, and Anriel was also the type to liven things up. However, he was somewhat surprised that, apart from the Weasley twins, it was actually Percy who talked to him the most. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, to the other students, Anriel was practically at the top. They couldn't compete with his studies, and no one was more capable than him. He made the younger students feel ashamed and the older ones feel embarrassed. He, Percy Weasley, was willing to learn. Not ashamed to ask questions. That didn't seem quite right either. Anyway, he was diligent, eager to learn, and willing to seek advice, which was much better than having two idle brothers who occasionally had their own issues. Anriel didn't refuse. He had a good first impression of Percy. Aside from being a bit stubborn, he really didn't have any major flaws. After dinner, Anriel casually mentioned the new teacher and then wrapped his long coat tighter around himself before leaving the cozy stone house. Seriously, wearing a coat is really just for show. It wouldn't be hot even in July or August, laughs. As he stepped out, Anriel disappeared into the Weasley family's backyard, leaving the twins, who had come to see him off, staring at each other in disbelief, questioning whether they had seen correctly. Mum, what an excellent child. No wonder he's a Dumbledore, Mrs. Weasley commented. A week later, the book lists for this semester at Hogwarts were delivered to each student's home by a flock of barn owls. It is worth mentioning that Anriel helped out. He managed to send a letter. Mixing in with a group of owls was a hawk. He had wanted to do this last year, but unfortunately, both Dumbledore and Bashida needed him to communicate, and there really wasn't enough time last summer. At first, Dumbledore thought Anriel was joking, but he soon realized he wasn't. It turned out that Anriel really enjoyed the feeling of transforming into a bird and flying all over England. Besides, he wasn't just goofing off. He could also recognize the route, which should be considered a self-driving tour. To be honest, it was quite a workout. In addition to running business and delivering book lists, Anriel also took the opportunity to deliver a few admission notices. Among them were some tasks he was very interested in, such as Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevey. When delivering the letter to this little guy, both he and his father were quite surprised. And then there was, quite magnificent. Anriel was hovering over a hill with a scroll of parchment tied to her foot. Below was a strange building, rugged and wild in style, comparable to a shabby dwelling. In appearance, it resembled a tilted single-tower castle or a rook from a chess game. A huge cylindrical black stone house. This was the Lovegood residence. Xenophilius Lovegood, the eccentric editor. There was a quirky little fairy at home. Anriel said it's hard to tell what makes Luna different from the other children. It's that unique temperament, that ethereal feeling. Anriel tilted her body slightly and swooped down towards the Blackstone house. Caw! Anriel stopped in front of a window, watching an old man with white hair covered in grease, fiddling with a smoky machine. That should be a copier? Not sure. Let's take another look. After tapping the window twice with his beak, Anriel revealed the leg that was wrapped around a roll of parchment. Xenophilius showed a look of sudden realization and hurried over to open the window, letting the owl in. One can only say like father, like daughter. That crazy energy is indeed a perfect inheritance. Anriel shook his wings and bowed in front of the astonished Xenophilius. Then in the next moment, he surged forward and transformed into a handsome young man, landing smoothly. The parchment scroll that had mysteriously disappeared from his ankle was now held in Anriel's hand. He smiled politely and handed the admission notice to Xenophilius. Hello, Mr. Lovegood. I'm a loyal reader of your magazine and an ordinary messenger from Hogwarts. You can call me Anriel. Xenophilius quickly nodded, his cotton candy-like hair bouncing. Hello, hello. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward, and with no good topics to discuss, Anriel chose to bring one up himself. Mr. Lovegood, about your last issue of the Quibbler. To be honest, Xenophilius could at least talk about his own area of expertise. Creatures like the Nargle, the Puffskein, the lost vampire from Nordic legends, and the Centaur. After chatting with Xenophilius for just over 10 minutes, Anriel felt a sense of realization that this world was still too big, and he had really seen a lot in his past life as Harry Potter. He didn't even notice when Luna sleepily wandered down from the rooftop. Luna, come see your admission notice and your senior in the college, Xenophilius said in a cheerful tone. Senior in the college? Anriel seemed to have a question mark popping up over her head. When I typed the question mark, it wasn't that I had a problem, but I felt that you had a problem. No, we were just talking about studying, right? Which academy are you definitely going to? How can you be sure that your daughter is in the same academy as this child you just met for less than an hour? The little question mark has now made many friends. What's even scarier is that Xenophilius seems to be able to read minds. As he directly said, everyone from the Lovegood family who goes to Hogwarts is in Ravenclaw. That's a lot of information. I need to process it slowly. First, marriage follows the husband's surname, which means that regardless of gender, they're all considered members of the Lovegood family. Oh, so non-Ravenclaws don't marry non-Ravenclaws, right? Secondly, going to Hogwarts. What, if you don't get sorted in a Ravenclaw, you can't go to school. Lastly, how can my dear father-in-law be so sure that I'm a Ravenclaw? Indeed, in all stories, squinty-eyed people, mentally ill people, and grumpy old men are all monsters. Xenophilius fits 2 of those categories. Anriel took a moment to calm his emotions and turned to look at Luna. The girl had a head of fluffy, messy golden hair, mixed with a few strands of brown. Her complexion was pale to the point of appearing somewhat ghostly, and her eyelids drooped slightly, giving her a sleepy yet surprisingly striking look. To be honest, Luna gave off an unkempt vibe, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to create a ridiculous illusion. Could she really be doing this on purpose? Oh, hello there, little sir. Luna tilted her head slightly, looking at Anriel. The bright yellow nightgown she wore dragged slightly on the ground, making her pale skin appear even more ethereal, giving off an unreal beauty. Hello, Miss Lovegood. Anriel nodded in acknowledgement. Luna turned to Xenophilius. Dad, last night I found a nest of dream moths, and they seem to be preying on the pesky flies. The girl who could change the topic at any moment was undoubtedly Luna. Anriel was just stunned by Luna's ethereal beauty. After referencing the descriptions from the previous life's book, he was slightly puzzled, but now he has completely confirmed that the overall attractiveness in this world has indeed been elevated compared to the original work. Hermione, Ginny, Luna, and Cho-Chang are all approaching the peak of beauty seen in both the original book and the movies. Anriel quickly caught her wandering thoughts. It would be impolite to think further. By the way, Mr. Xenophilius, my father is also subscribed to your works, so I believe you two must have a lot of common topics to discuss. Anriel casually mentioned something. Xenophilius, facing Luna, turned his head. The sunlight pouring in through the window illuminated his neck, reflecting a not-too-dazzling golden glow. Ah, your father, he must be a tasteful and interesting person. Xenophilius was not modest at all. Anriel casually chatted with the father and daughter for a while, then took her leave. Something feels off. Anriel soared into the clouds, muttering to himself, that old man must be hiding something. But it wouldn't be easy to figure it out in a short time. Those who conceal their skills are the hardest to extract information from. First, he would deliver the letter. After making up his mind, Anriel shot up into the sky like an arrow. What? You ask if he needs to return to Hogwarts to retrieve something? Oh, actually, he just wrapped the letter around his ankle for fun. The long-distance summoning spell is quite useful. Anriel's ability can't be called teleportation. He isn't even human. It's probably similar to how some people wave a wand to make objects appear from miles away, except he just replaces the objects with himself. Additionally, after sending the letter, he still needs to buy the books he will use this year. Of course, he won't buy any of Gilderoy Lockhart's complete works, not a single one. One shouldn't speak too definitively. Objectively speaking, if you set aside Gilderoy's self-aggrandizing nonsense, these books are quite enjoyable as novels. At least they can serve as a pastime. These are the books Anriel needs this year. Standard Spells, Level 3. Intermediate Potion Guide. 1,000 Must-Know Herbs, Transformation Guide. These are the textbooks Anriel is actually using. Standard Spells, Level 7. Potent Potions, Restricted Section. And 1,000 Deadly Dangerous Ingredients, Restricted Section. Dangerous Magical Transformations, Restricted Section. Wait a minute. It seems that when Dumbledore had no one else to choose from and ultimately selected Gilderoy, he sent a complete set of Gilderoy's biographies, which were even signed by him. It weighs 14 kilograms, including some parts that aren't used as textbooks. Hogwarts. In the armchair, Dumbledore was comfortably curled up by the fireplace, the flames lazily burning and the logs crackling. The problem is it is now damn it August. Anriel put down the book in his hands, his cheeks twitching slightly. Even though he was an artificial human, he couldn't be subjected to such torment. He felt that the temperature in the room was not much different from that of an oven, and if this continued, he would truly be reborn. Dumbledore seemed to see what Anriel was thinking. It was all too obvious. Oh, just wait a little longer, it'll be fine, I bet. Just as the old man finished speaking, the flames in the fireplace suddenly leaped high, and a wave of heat swept out. A large golden-red bird flew out from the flames, carrying a slightly singed envelope in its beak. With a puff, the fire in the furnace went out. Anriel waved his hand, and a chill spread out in a swirl around him, making him seem like some sort of central air conditioning unit. As for that letter, Anriel knew what it was. The school year was about to start, and this should be the usual letter from the school board. Hogwarts was not a one-man show under Dumbledore. Each board member had their own interests to consider. However, it seemed that Dumbledore himself was quite indifferent to it, as he continued to fiddle with his delicate silver instruments. There were also some devices that were, in fact, purification apparatuses, along with some things similar to Alastor Moody's belongings. However, Dumbledore's were clearly more elegant and sophisticated. After this year's opening ceremony, two clumsy idiots would crash a flying car into the campus. But compared to what was originally going to happen this year, that was nothing at all. Just a whomping willow, unworthy of mention. Among the major events that had happened or were about to happen in these years, the one Anriel least wanted to be involved in was the Chamber of Secrets. There was no other reason. The Chamber of Secrets could genuinely lead to death. The fact that those Muggle-born children didn't die was too much of a coincidence. Anriel was truly unsure whether the basilisk's ability to kill instantly would affect him, a magical being. He also didn't have the mental state to gamble his life on it. Moreover, Anriel was indeed very busy this year. At least he looked busy. Ancient magic like Nivern, wand lore, basilisks, and the chamber. But he couldn't speak Parseltongue, which was a big problem. On September 1st, King's Cross Station, Platform 9. Anriel was still wearing that black trench coat, with silver hair as clean as snow on top, creating a striking contrast with the color of the outfit, drawing curious glances from parents and students. Soon, All sorts of male and female wizards, both great and small, bid each other farewell, with those who needed to board the bus doing so, and those who were leaving departing. Anriel glanced at the nearly empty platform and lifted his leg, preparing to board the bright red iron giant heading towards the distant castle. "Excuse me, please make way." "Thank you," a not-so-young male voice with a melodic tone, almost like singing, came from behind Anriel. Ah, that familiar voice. He slightly turned to the side, making way for Xenophilius Lovegood and his daughter. Mr. Lovegood was always a bit eccentric, and it seemed they nearly missed the train. But indeed, they managed to catch it. Not surprising at all. Under Anriel's polite smile, Xenophilius suddenly realized that parents shouldn't be taking the train to school with the students. It seemed he jumped off the train along with the whistle, standing firmly on the platform, his figure surprisingly agile, with his messy hair blowing in the wind. The old man looked dashing. At this time, the student compartments were probably already filled with people. Anriel touched his nose and waved his wand to lift Luna's suitcase. It was a public place, so it was best to use his wand for appearances sake. Anriel signaled Luna to go with him to the front of the train. There was the teacher's compartment, a single room, and Anriel also had one. The little fairy thoughtfully stared at Anriel's hand, holding the wand for a while, and let out a soft HM. Anriel walked behind Luna, carefully observing the girl in front of her. Today, it seemed she had taken good care of her golden hair, with a few strands of brown almost invisible, making it look smooth and neat instead of frizzy. So, Luna's messy hair was really just due to neglect, not the naturally messy look like Potter's. On their way here, they had to pass through King's Cross Station, so Luna was dressed in Muggle clothing. Anriel suddenly remembered that he wasn't surprised by Xenophilius' attire earlier. Although he looked like a disheveled civil servant, from a Muggle perspective, there was really nothing to criticize. Luna was now wearing a lake blue dress, the hem of which was not long enough to cover her knees, revealing her fair skin without a single scar. On her feet were a pair of standard English-style women's shoes, making a cheerful tapping sound on the carriage floor, reflecting her joyful mood. At that moment, Luna seemed to sense something, abruptly stopping in her tracks and turning around, almost colliding with Anriel. The girl slightly tilted her head back, her bright, watery eyes fixed on Anriel's, resembling a pair of sapphire gemstones resting at the bottom of Atlantis. Her skin was as pure as milk, delicately soft, with a dainty little nose and soft cherry lips. "Stop. Don't think about it. Although you're only 13 now, this is a crime." Anriel suppressed the restlessness in his heart and raised his hand to support Luna. Her small hand was soft and tender. "Thank you." When Luna spoke, that ethereal and otherworldly aura not only did not fade away, but became even more impressive due to her more refined voice. "Dad said I should take good care of myself." Luna seemed to be sizing up Anriel from top to bottom, or perhaps she was just casually looking for something to observe. But it seemed I couldn't quite manage that. "So, could you please help me, little sir?" Luna moved a bit closer, tilting her head slightly, looking at Anriel with innocent curiosity. "Of course." Anriel's throat feels a bit dry, which is normal. No one can withstand it. Where in the world are there so many love saints? It's just a fade. Why did you choose me, Luna? Luna lightly bit her lip, as if she was thinking. "Because my dad told me to make friends at school. There are stars in your eyes. My intuition tells me you are very kind to me." Anriel's gaze drooped as he thought of something. Luna lost her mother at the age of 9, and it seemed that since then, no, she had never had friends her age. The closest family, the Weasleys, only had interactions between the parents. Anriel raised her hand and stroked Luna's golden hair. It was indeed very smooth. "Of course, no problem." Anriel brought Luna into his private box. "What is he thinking? Don't get the wrong idea. It's a teacher's box. Nothing can be done here." Luna sat next to Anriel and dozed off. Anriel released magic at his fingertips, constructing miniature magical models, constantly envisioning new spells and prototypes of magical machines. He didn't notice that Luna was slowly leaning to the side. Slowly. The magic in Anriel's hands froze, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Luna leaned against his shoulder, her breathing steady, with a smile on her face, looking as if she was sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, brushing against Anriel's heart. Oh no, it seemed she was aware of how adorable she was. In her dreams, Luna let out a sound that seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Anriel suddenly seemed to think of something, and his tense body relaxed abruptly. With such tense muscles, it wouldn't be comfortable for Luna to lean against him. That ethereal voice seemed to gently echo in his ear. "There are stars in your eyes." It was a celestial map. At the moment it reflected in Luna's eyes, the star map happened to turn towards the tail of the constellation Pegasus. That was the most romantic nebula in the galaxy. NGC 2237, a rose-colored love from the starry sky. In fact, perhaps Luna was the first person to bring this up with Anriel. Dumbledore should have noticed, but he said nothing and had no questions to ask, as it involved the principles of Anriel's birth. He couldn't directly ask Anriel, how were the nebulae in your eyes created? That would be inappropriate. The nebula in Anriel's eyes can help him shine in divination, belonging to a type of high-level magical enchantment. Accompanied by Luna's steady breathing, Anriel gradually began to feel sleepy. When Anriel opened her eyes again, she heard the girl cheerfully call out, "You're awake." Anriel instinctively glanced to her side, but there was no one there. Luna crawled out from under the table across from her. Although she roughly understood why she had fallen asleep leaning against the car window. "Why did you crawl out from there?" "Oh, I couldn't find a changing room here." Luna seemed to know what Anriel was thinking, but then gave a seemingly unrelated response. "Wait, this doesn't seem unrelated." Anriel's eyelid twitched slightly. Luna had already changed into her robe, and the dress she wore from home was neatly folded to the side. The box was above the seat. "Young sir, you should also change into a robe." Luna kindly pointed to Anriel's muggle coat. Anriel chuckled softly. There's no need to rush. After casually pulling out his wand, Anriel tapped it lightly against his own head. A whirlwind in Ravenclaw colors enveloped him. Luna looked on with wide, curious eyes at the scene. When the whirlwind dissipated, Anriel had changed into a Ravenclaw robe. The earlier colors were actually the colors of the fabric. During the remaining short drive, Anriel made small talk about magical creatures, choosing to believe in the dreamlike fairy tales depicted by the girl in front of him, even if those fascinating creatures might not actually exist. Besides, who could prove that they didn't? Anriel casually grabbed a comb from the air and gently started to comb Luna's hair. Her smooth golden locks flowed down through his fingers like water, carrying a faint fragrance of vanilla and cedar. "Do you like braids?" Anriel asked openly. Luna shook her head. She preferred to let her hair down. Anriel nodded, took a blue and bronze eagle-shaped badge from his chest, twirled it between his fingers, and transformed it into a hairpin. Although it wasn't necessary to wear such a thing, it wouldn't be a big deal to symbolically pin one on. After all, what other house would be more suitable for Luna than Ravenclaw? Although Luna hadn't been sorted yet, her black robe was already filled with blue and bronze accessories. I wonder how Professor McGonagall would react to seeing Luna like this. The train began to slow down and finally came to a complete stop with a long whistle. After Anriel delivered Luna's luggage to the carriage, he suddenly had an idea. "Hey, Anriel, what are you doing here?" "Oh, whose little girl is this?" Hagrid's deep voice intentionally lowered, sounding a bit strange. Hagrid was responsible for bringing first-year students to school by boat every year. He always sat alone in the small boat at the front, and Anriel and Luna's small boat quickly caught up with him. That's right. Anriel didn't take the carriage to school. He and Luna took a small boat together. Anriel waved to Hage and greeted him, while Luna, who was on the same boat, sparkled with excitement, as if she had seen something very interesting. "There should be giant squids in the lake, right?" Anriel recalled a saying from her previous life, that the giant squid in the Black Lake was actually transformed by Godric Gryffindor. There is no way to prove it. Perhaps in a couple of years, she would have the chance to verify it? Or should she ask Pomona this year? Or maybe it's better not to let too many people know. Luna curiously looked at Hagrid, then glanced down at the lake surface, unsure if she was looking at her reflection or the magical creatures within the lake. She already knew that this senior of hers was no ordinary student. He was familiar with such a fearsome-looking hunter. Beast-hide coat? It should be, right? He entered the school in the same way as first-year students, which probably wasn't he according to the rules. And besides, her dad said he had never heard of a messenger position at Hogwarts. The little sprite thought a lot in a very short time, with clear reasoning and sharp thinking. It could only be said that she truly was a representative figure of late Ravenclaw. Soon, this journey ended in front of the school gate, adorned with carvings of monsters. As the children disembarked in an orderly fashion and approached the ominous-looking large iron door, Anriel was holding Luna's hand at the back. As the new students entered the building, McGonagall's deep green robes quickly appeared around the corner. Anriel? Minerva McGonagall frowned, but she immediately noticed the little girl Anriel was holding. She also had bright blonde hair, with a mix of blue and bronze accessories. This, McGonagall thought of a rather unreliable possibility, her eyes widening. Could they be siblings? Oh, old Dumbledore. One illegitimate child isn't enough. Now he has a whole illegitimate daughter? Because of this, McGonagall said nothing to Anriel and simply introduced the new students briefly before leading them into the Great Hall. The new students entered the Great Hall in a line until Anriel's figure appeared at the end of the queue. Several friends who usually got along well with Anriel looked at him in surprise. then noticed the blonde girl he was holding. Almost instantly, this group of quick-witted Ravenclaw friends reached the same conclusion as McGonagall. After nodding in realization, they exchanged knowing smiles, as if nothing had happened, and turned back to do what they were supposed to do. Anriel has no idea what they are thinking. If he knew, he would definitely pull these bastards over and take a look at what's in their heads. Without thinking too much, Anriel is already considered Dumbledore's illegitimate son without him knowing. If another one shows up, old Dumble's century-long reputation would be ruined in an instant. Dumbledore graduated in 1899, so he has been active in a magical world for almost a century, that's for sure. The consequences are unimaginable. Anriel walked towards a Ravenclaw long table, ignoring all the curious gazes directed at him, making him quite the standout. The male prefect over there shifted a bit to make room for Anriel, not feeling that there was anything inappropriate or offensive about it. High emotional intelligence, because this is Ravenclaw. I have to say, life here is much more convenient than imagined, as dealing with intelligent people is quite pleasant. Everyone knows what needs to be done, what shouldn't be done, what should be said, and when to keep quiet. Penelope Clearwater even smiled kindly at Anriel. She is this year's female prefect of Ravenclaw. One by one, names were called by McGonagall. Some had their hats placed on their heads and were sorted into their respective houses in the next second, while others took a few more seconds to dawdle. Of course, there didn't seem to be many students this year as difficult to sort as last year's. Soon, Lunavigo, after calling out the name from the parchment, McGonagall was taken aback when the blonde girl who had just been next to Anriel stood up. Ah, she's not a love child. Sorry, old Dumbledore, I misunderstood you. Luna moved lightly, almost bouncing onto the stage, picking up the old hat, gently placing it on her head. Ravenclaw. Puffed. Seeing that the hat didn't even touch Luna's head, Anriel sprayed out a mouthful of pumpkin juice. Sorry. After a flick of his wand to clean up, Anriel stared blankly. What is up with you, old hat? Slacking off? At least Malfoy's sort was somewhat accurate, right? Don't tell me you decided after brushing against Luna's hair when the brim fell down. However, despite the complaints, Anriel waved, and Luna, who had just placed the sorting hat down, cheerfully jogged over to him. Anriel ruffled Luna's golden hair and had her sit beside him. At the staff table, Dumbledore and the professors watched this scene, pondering, with only a few professors paying attention. For example, Snape was currently absent, and Gilderoy Lockhart was completely uninterested. He still hadn't figured out why he hadn't seen the famous Harry Potter yet. He also didn't understand that the two most famous students at this school were one, Harry, and the other was Anriel. Silence when Dumbledore returned after dealing with a flying car incident. He tapped his goblet. Welcome, old friends and new friends. Big friends and little friends, to or back to the Hogwarts family. Of course, many of our old classmates should know that some rules and more detailed regulations are posted on the second floor, specifically on the door of Mr. Filch's office. I personally believe that everyone should take some time to have a look. Anriel saw Mr. Filch stand up and gesture to the crowd. He scanned the room, his gaze focusing on the two identical red-haired boys from Gryffindor. Madame Pomfrey leaned lazily against Filch's shoulder and yawned. After Filch sat down, Dumbledore continued. In addition, there is another important matter. We have found a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Let's welcome Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore seemed to notice Lockhart wanting to speak, so he immediately sat back down and led the applause. Lockhart stood up, revealing his bright white teeth. Very pleased. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, and it is a great honor to come to such a wonderful school as Hogwarts, my dear alma mater, to take on this position. As someone who has been awarded the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and a 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, I am very well suited to teach this course. The men in the audience and some women were speechless, while other women were deeply moved and filled with excitement. Anriel turned his head away, feeling relieved as he saw Luna looking at Lockhart with a gaze that seemed to say, "What is this? Why does this sound so much like English? Is he crazy?" It seemed that Luna sensed Anriel's gaze and, confused, exchanged looks with him, her expression filled with bewilderment and helplessness. It's hard to imagine that someone like this could become a professor, right? Well, it seems this guy is actually from Ravenclaw. Lockhart didn't have a clear understanding of how unlikable his self-praising nonsense was. He really seemed unaware that the old man sitting in the front, with a big white beard, was a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 1st class, a lifetime honorary president of the Dark Force Defense League, the chief warlock of Wisingamot, and had repeatedly ranked among the top 100 wizards in the last century. Wait, why am I praising him? Anriel's mouth twitched as he suddenly realized, Old Ding never needed anyone to bestow honors upon him. He had more than enough already. Anriel turned his gaze back to Lockhart, who seemed oblivious to the astonished, bewildered, and confused looks from the teaching staff. He continued speaking to himself. After receiving the invitation from your dear headmaster, I was flattered and gladly accepted. As an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Association, I will certainly not hesitate to share my valuable experiences with you fledgling children. I am very grateful for Professor Dumbledore's recognition of me, and I will do my utmost to teach our students. I believe that under my guidance, the vast majority of you will surely have the hope of becoming masters of defense against the dark arts, second only to me. Even if they may always fall just a bit short of my height, they will definitely achieve something. Anriel didn't even sip his pumpkin juice while listening to this shameless speech. How should I put it? He had already spat once, and to do it again would be quite rude. Looking around the auditorium, the scene was roughly as follows. Gryffindor was filled with disdain from most people and admiration from a few. The Slytherin table was almost entirely contemptuous. At least for what Anriel could see, everyone there was looking down on him. As for Hufflepuff, Anriel suspected that the Badgers hadn't really been listening. The few who politely stayed until the end were now clapping out of courtesy. Well, this was the first guy who could get the heads of both Slytherin and Gryffindor to reach a consensus. The second was the Toad. And Anriel had to admit that Lockhart's ability to evoke hatred was quite impressive. The feast soon ended, and the prefects gradually took their first-year students away. As Ravenclaw's female prefect, Penelope Clearwater, passed by, she gave Anriel an okay sign. And the older guy sitting next to Anriel left with a look that clearly said he understood and encouraged him. Anriel took a deep breath and reminded himself not to kill people casually. Penelope was not completely uninterested in this famous junior, but unfortunately, after he became famous last year, he acted like he was gay. Whether it was senior sisters or classmates of the same grade, he never even blushed. Everyone knew that the Ravenclaw senior sisters were the first to give up on pursuing Anriel. Now, they were also the first to be in the front row, watching the drama unfold. Well, this was quite amusing. The hall gradually emptied, and only teachers like Dumbledore and Lockhart, who had nothing to do at night, remained at the faculty table. Feeling the gaze from behind, Anriel turned around and saw Qiu Zhang's slightly lonely expression. Anriel swore that he saw Dumbledore wink at him and shrug. But he really wasn't interested in Qiu. Not to mention that he was originally from Huaxia in his past life. In this life, he couldn't pick a Chinese person again. Just in this world where everyone's looks have generally improved, sister, your looks aren't that impressive either. Oh, he's now in the same year as Qiu Zhang. Ah, sister, your looks aren't that impressive either. Anriel is quite speechless. Old Dang, are you also in on this gossip? I can see you're really hungry. Doesn't the old man know anything? The old man knows everything. Luna, on the other hand, has been sitting there honestly, as if whatever happens has nothing to do with her. Well, she should just be staring blankly at the ceiling. Her gaze is wandering. Her eyes are drifting. But that's not important. Let's go back and rest. By the way, Luna. Anriel was holding the girl's hand while walking up the stairs when he suddenly thought of something. Do you know the welcome speech for new students from the Ravenclaw seniors? I don't know. Luna shook her head decisively, without any hesitation. Anriel walked while reciting, "Welcome to Ravenclaw House. Our emblem is an eagle, soaring high at unattainable heights. Our colors are sky blue and bronze. Our common room is located at the top of Ravenclaw Tower, hidden behind a door with a magical knocker. Through the arched windows of the circular common room, you can see the entire Hogwarts campus, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the greenhouses. Other houses are not fortunate enough to enjoy this view. I do not mean to be boastful. This is the place where the smartest witches and wizards live, just like our founder, Rowena Ravenclaw. We hold learning as the foremost skill. We do not need to set up hidden entrances to our common room like other houses. The entrance to our common room is at the top of a long, winding staircase with no handle, featuring a magical bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle's head. When you knock, the knocker will ask you a question, and if you answer correctly, you'll be allowed to enter. For nearly 1,000 years, no one but Ravenclaw has been able to pass this simple barrier. Some first-year students fear the knocker's questions, but do not worry. Ravenclaws are good at learning. You will soon come to enjoy the challenge set by the knocker. It is not uncommon to see 20 people standing at the entrance to the common room, trying to answer the day's question together. On the contrary, it is a great opportunity to meet other Year S Ravenclaw students and learn from them. However, when you forget your Quidditch gear and need to rush in and out, it can be a bit annoying. Therefore, I suggest you double-check your bag before leaving Ravenclaw Tower. Ravenclaw has another cool aspect. Our people are quite individualistic. Some even describe them as quirky. But geniuses often march to the beat of their own drum. Unlike some other houses, we believe you can wear whatever you like, believe in whatever you want, and say whatever makes you happy. We do not frown upon those who are different. On the contrary, we appreciate them. Speaking of quirks, you will love our head of house, Professor Phileas Flitwick. People often underestimate him because he is quite short. We believe he has some elf blood, but we would never rudely ask him, and his voice is high-pitched. But he is the best and most knowledgeable charms professor in the world. His office door is always open to any Ravenclaw with questions, and if you are feeling down, he will release the delicious little cakes hidden in a tin in his desk drawer to dance before you. In fact, you can pretend to be unhappy, and then you'll get to see the cakes do the can-can, which is really worth a try. Ravenclaw has a glorious history. Most of the great wizard inventors and innovators have come from our house. Of course, I mentioned that we produce quirky individuals. In fact, we also contributed to the wizarding world the eccentric Uric the Oddball, who famously wore a jellyfish as a hat, a classic character in many wizard jokes. As for our relationship with the other three houses, you have probably heard of Slytherin. They are not all bad, but you should be cautious before getting to know them. Their long-standing house tradition is to win at any cost, so be careful, especially during Quidditch matches and exams. Gryffindors are not bad either. If I have any criticism of them, it is that they tend to be a bit boastful. Their inclusiveness towards outsiders is also much poorer than ours. The fact is, they even mock those Ravenclaws who are curious about the magical uses of troll eggs or egg divination, which you may already know about. Gryffindors lack our thirst for knowledge. And for us, if you want to spend all day and night sitting in a corner of the common room, cracking eggs, and recording your predictions based on the yolk's different landing patterns, that is perfectly fine, and you will likely find someone willing to help you. As for Hufflepuff, no one could say they're not friendly people. They're arguably the friendliest group in the school. You could say that when it comes to competition and exams, you don't have to worry too much about them. I think that's all. Oh, by the way, our house ghost is the Grey Lady. Others think she never speaks, but she talks to Ravenclaws. She is the daughter of the Eagle and a very beautiful lady, said to have some connection to the Bloody Baron. Of course, we would never ask her. When you are lost or cannot find something, be polite. She will be very willing to help you. I am sure you will have a wonderful night. Our dormitory is in the corner tower next to the main tower. Our four-poster beds are draped with sky-blue silk blankets, and the sound of the wind blowing past the window is quite soothing. Of course, it is the farthest distance from the dining hall among the four houses in a straight line. So, don't think about sneaking in snacks. Such behavior has basically never been a Ravenclaw thing. I will say it again. Congratulations on becoming a member of the smartest, most agile, and most interesting house at Hogwarts. After finishing the recitation, the two of them stood right in front of the bronze knocker described in the welcome speech. So shall we? Get a try? Anriel took half a step back, making space for someone. The first few months of each semester were naturally dull and busy. There were no murders, no events, and no trio blatantly violating school rules. Only the occasional antics of the Weasley twins in the corridors were somewhat enjoyable. Of course, that doesn't mean this mundane life was meaningless. In fact, things became much more interesting when you didn't approach Gilderoy Lockhart's classroom with the mindset and expectations of attending a class. The third year's syllabus covered boggarts, redcaps, and other dark magical creatures. But they wouldn't wait around for people to catch them, especially not for Lockhart to catch them. He had two options. First, he could dryly lecture from the textbook with no practical application. Second, he could spend his own money to buy them on the black market. Considering the considerable wealth Lockhart had gained from publishing his biographies and his vanity, he mostly chose the second option. However, he had been releasing these creatures with extreme confidence until a cunning redcap sneaked up behind him, intending to knock him out cold. Lockhart himself didn't have the ability to catch them as teaching aids. As for the upper years, that was even more of a joke. The best he could manage was the third year. Other houses might not know, but at least the upperclassmen of Ravenclaw were already prepared to self-study for a year. Everyone knew very well that the defense against the dark arts professor changed every year. And this year hiring someone like him was purely because Dumbledore couldn't find anyone else, so he was brought in as a placeholder. Naturally, a considerable portion of the girls didn't think this way. However, Lockhart seemed quite dissatisfied with the situation. He selectively ignored the chaos in his classroom and instead began to criticize the faults of the quiet and steady study sessions, especially what was going on with the students from his alma mater. He didn't quite understand. Even the Ravenclaw girls didn't seem to have much affection for him. Among these students, who could be considered the smartest in the whole school, very few were captivated by him. In defense against the dark arts class, they buried their heads in parchment, openly writing papers or drawing charts for other subjects, occasionally lifting their heads to respond with half-hearted ahas, nodding lightly or tilting their heads to indicate they understood. or they would occasionally put down their quills to applaud the grand speaker on stage. This brought Anriel a lot of joy, and by the end of a defense against the dark arts class, he was holding back laughter to the point of stomach pain. There was no way he could laugh out loud. Although Lockhart wasn't very bright, he was certainly not a fool. Additionally, there were other things that made Anriel happy. The first-year courses were quite simple. In the Ravenclaw common room, Luna curled up in the chair across from Anriel, looking guilty. Anriel didn't react much, and it's unclear whether she didn't notice or simply didn't care. You still need to learn the basics. If you can get all the answers right when I test you, I can take you through the next year's material at a moderate pace. All right, the Chinese-style education can be arranged. Luna, who was aware of the harsh realities of society, readily agreed. Perhaps heaven didn't want this child to fall into the hell of after-school tutoring so early. During Anriel's surprise test, Luna unusually miscast a spell, causing the teacup that was supposed to turn into a mouse to explode into pieces. Congratulations. As for Anriel's own studies, they were quite unique. Anriel would occasionally leave the school through Dumbledore's fireplace, but he wasn't going out to have fun. He was going to class. Ollivander's wand shop. With a sprinkle of flue powder, emerald green flames engulfed Anriel, and the next moment he stepped out, standing steadily in a workshop. This was Anriel's first time attending this class, and as a courtesy among old wizards, Dumbledore insisted he use flue powder, after which Anriel could directly apparate to the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, as the magical restrictions of Hogwarts had little effect on him. The gray-haired Ollivander was smiling at Anriel, his eyes filled with admiration. In this day and age, how many were still studying wand lore? Given that wand lore, a subject almost forgotten by everyone, had no teachers, Dumbledore privately consulted Mr. Ollivander. The latter was clearly very surprised, or rather delighted. In the original series, until the 7th book, Ollivander was captured and imprisoned by Voldemort, and even then, he had not a single apprentice. Of course, this might be related to the fact that Mr. Ollivander never married. After all, this could be considered a family legacy. If it weren't for Dumbledore, Anriel would likely have to exert considerable effort to learn this profound art of wand lore. "Oh, my child, welcome. I'm so glad to see you again," Mr. Ollivander said, pulling out 2 wooden chairs and gesturing for Anriel to sit down and chat. Mr. Ollivander was eager to see the ancient and profound magical discipline of wand lore regains importance, even though he knew this was unlikely. It would be more practical to find a wise, reliable, and potentially limitless apprentice. Who could be more suitable than Dumbledore's offspring, the powerful yet whimsically interested Anriel in wand lore? Harry Potter? Clearly, Mr. Ollivander himself knew just how niche wand lore was. After discussing this matter with Dumbledore a few days ago, Ollivander had been waking up smiling in his dreams. The wand is well maintained, isn't it? Ollivander smiled as he looked at Anriel. Ebony, 13 inches of deadly poison, with the core being the nervous system core of the Serpent King and the Eagle Emperor. Ollivander clicked his tongue and sighed again, expressing his inability to accept the Eastern colleagues' practice of deliberately breeding ferocious beasts for materials. What was even more alarming was that it was unclear what techniques those mysterious Easterners used, as these specially bred beasts were even more vicious than the wild ones. This directly led to the Eastern wizards, often referred to as Taoist immortals, having a generally higher standing than their Western counterparts, with spells that could be described as explosive, pursuing the ultimate power and lethality. Ollivander emphasized to Anriel, wand lore is by no means simply about making wooden sticks as a medium for casting spells. What runes, charms, enchantments, or the making of magical tools and magical items can all be broadly categorized under wand lore. The true meaning of this discipline is probably about creating all devices that assist wizards in channeling their magical power. Ollivander recalled that during his travels to the ancient Eastern countries, he had witnessed a white-bearded Taoist from Huaxia using purple patterns drawn on his palm to channel magic. And a purple lightning bolt shattered a small mountain. Anriel's mouth twitched wildly, as if he had suffered stroke. No, it turns out this world is far more outrageous than I imagined. P.S. By the way, some sources say Luna has gray eyes, some depict her with silver eyes, and there are even blue artists who draw her with golden and blue eyes. However, the setting of my book combines all the high attractiveness from the original work and the movie. After I finished staring at a frame of Evanna Lynch, I believe silver gray is the most reliable. Come on, Anriel, let's start with the basics. In the first lesson, Ollivander told Anriel about the history of wands. He talked about how wands were invented, what other magical mediums existed at the same time, how people cast spells before wands, and why wands were invented instead of something else, and so on. Growing up under the influence of magical history authors, Anriel was naturally not too unfamiliar with these topics. Even if some involved specialized knowledge, he knew a little bit, and Mr. Ollivander would patiently answer. However, Ollivander did not mention the so-called Elder Wand, perhaps because he didn't want to delve into such profound topics in the first lesson. But Anriel felt it was more likely that the current Ollivander scoffed at the so-called unbeatable wand. He clearly valued the cooperation between the wizard and the wand more. The wand chooses the wizard, he always said. However, it is undeniable that the Elder Wand does exist, and even Ollivander has to admit that. What Ollivander doesn't know is that as long as Anriel wants, he can easily return to the school, find Dumbledore, and ask, "Sir, could you show me your wand? And could you tell me a few stories about the Elder Wand while you're at it?" Anriel raised an eyebrow, halting her thoughts and not continuing to dwell on them. 2 months passed quickly, and in terms of daily life, there were indeed no significant events. The only noteworthy thing was that with Anriel's help, Luna successfully became the top student of the 1992 class, maintaining a consistent academic record. Just like Anriel, the other students showed no sign of resentment. As long as you two are happy, that's all that matters. Jealousy only arises when someone thinks they can catch up to the person ahead of them. How does it go? It's about looking at their back rather than feeling out of reach. To put it simply, comparing your kayaking speed to that of a spaceship is pointless. In any case, for these 2 months, everyone tacitly accepted. These two are not human when it comes to studying. There's no need to compete with them, but making friends is still fine. Except for that girl named Luna, who seems a bit crazy in her thinking. But my little angel, you're not crazy, you're just excessively awake. This year, there's no need to engage in a battle of wits with someone like Chilo, who is anxious on both ends. The first attack incident won't happen until Halloween. As for where to go that night, don't joke about it. Not to mention that a highly regarded Ravenclaw student like Anriel would never receive an invitation from the Gryffindor ghost, even if she did. She absolutely wouldn't go before turning into a ghost herself. Anriel seriously doubts that his soul will go directly to hell, without the chance to fulfill his obsessions in the mortal world. October 31st is just around the corner, and the Ravenclaw students are scattered in pairs throughout the common room. Some studying, some dozing off. After all, they have an entire afternoon of leisure time, and they will be doing nothing here until dinner. In fact, this is usually when the Ravenclaw common room is the least crowded. Either they're in the library cramming or in their dorms studying hard. In Ravenclaw, it is quite normal to set up a bunch of equipment for magical experiments in the dormitory. This is also the reason why Dumbledore readily agreed to Anriel's request for a single room. Of course, it doesn't mean that the students in the common room who aren't in the library or dormitory studying are just idling away. Those who are studying are the ordinary students. The top students led by Anriel are currently slacking off in the common room, nestled in the soft armchairs, fully displaying their homebody nature. We do not rule out the possibility of some little eagles sweating it out on the Quidditch pitch. At this moment, the door to the common room opens, and a few students near the entrance glance at the newcomer before continuing to doze off. No, even if they can't sleep, they have to pretend to be asleep. The incoming student looks around, shakes their hair as if caught in a golden whirlwind, and then bounces towards one direction, plopping down into the armchair next to Anriel. Not even going to comb their hair? Anriel raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "Oh, aren't you going to help, little sir?" Luna shrank her neck a bit, looking at Anriel with a hint of guilt. Unfortunately, Anriel knew very well that this girl was just used to being untidy. One couldn't really blame Luna. She lost her mother at a young age, and Xenophilius was indeed not a very tidy father. Luna dramatically leaned to the side, her tousled brown-gold hair spilling right next to Anriel, exuding a faint scent of daisies. Several senior girls in the lounge exchanged glances, revealing meaningful smiles. Once upon a time, they also thought this academic brother was not only handsome, but also aloof and uninterested in girls. Some girls even argued heatedly about whether Anriel was gay or not. This year, looking at it now, how superficial they were. They had been too presumptuous. It turned out he liked younger ones. Even though Luna's reputation as the crazy girl was gradually spreading, this time, no one was using that label in a derogatory or insulting tone. The term crazy girl was merely a characteristic of her personality. Many people even found this personality quite interesting. It's worth noting that in the original story, the treatment Luna received was not much different from school bullying, losing clothes, shoes, and books. It was probably all because of her unique personality. As for Luna herself, she was quite mature, possessing wisdom beyond her years. She was so intelligent that even knowing she was being bullied, she still chose to be forgiving, greeting with a smile and showing kindness. Fortunately, such situations wouldn't occur now. Anriel has at least used his own identity and influence to stifle most of these situations at the seed stage, although it may not completely eliminate such occurrences. At least now, there are many more people who want to befriend Luna than those who want to isolate her. Luna herself has also noticed this. This well-known senior seems to have taken a liking to her. He genuinely seems to be listening to everything I say, and he really seems interested, unlike those others who pretend to be willing to hear me elaborate on magical creatures. Dad also seems to get along well with him. The young gentleman is so gentle, right? He even helps me comb my hair every day. I feel so at ease by his side every day. I've heard that many female classmates have a crush on the young gentleman. He is just too outstanding. But it seems like he has only been special to me. He wouldn't like me, right? A pair of silver-gray eyes, like moonlight, secretly looked at the boy who was focused on untangling his messy hair. I noticed his long fingers with fair skin. I noticed his beautiful neck and the hint of his collarbone. I noticed his plump, cherry-colored lips. I noticed his high nose bridge and those mismatched, deep eyes that embody the starry sky. Ah, he looked over. The girl slightly parted her lips, stunned. I wouldn't like him, would I? Anriel gently combed Luna's hair, unaware of what the child had just thought, nor could he guess the intensity of her recent self-advocacy. He wouldn't use legitimacy on Luna. However, Anriel's ignorance didn't mean that the few first-line spectators pretending to be asleep nearby were unaware. Being girls, understood perfectly. Oh, they were blushing, shy. Those few had sparkling eyes and grinning faces, ready to bring the sun down, all wearing satisfied expressions, completely filled with the dog food they consumed. AWSL? Satisfied. See you in the next life, beauty. As for whether they were a match, Luna's appearance was impeccable. And if she made some small requests of Anriel in the future, he could still make slight adjustments for her. Apart from the occasionally quirky and erratic personality of the Electric Girl, Luna was flawless in every aspect. What could be wrong? Oh, she was 11. Not appropriate. Indeed, not appropriate. A few hours later, as she was about to attend the Halloween party, Luna woke from her nap on Anriel's lap, quickly ran up the stairs to her dorm, and hurriedly changed before coming back down. She went to the hall with Anriel. The hall was packed with people, and several large chandeliers shaped like human bones hung from the magically enhanced ceiling, while candles emitted dim light from the skull eye sockets. Several giant pumpkins were also glowing, providing additional light to the hall. It seemed these pumpkins were the work of Hagrid, the gamekeeper. The dining table was not arranged as usual with separate main courses and desserts. Instead, it was filled with pies, meat pies, pumpkin pies, puddings, and plates of various candies, with several pumpkin baskets overflowing with food grinning widely. The pies had a very bloody B-movie effect, but in reality, they were just raspberry syrup. The meat pies looked half-cooked, yet they were delicious and tender. The lavish dishes and lively atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the somber memorial dinner downstairs. Well, that wasn't entirely true. After the arrival of the Headless Horseman team, the atmosphere downstairs was also quite lively. As for the rumors, they were not unfounded. I mean, Dumbledore did indeed invite a skeleton dance troupe for entertainment, and the skulls on the chandeliers excitedly sang along with their kind, keeping rhythm for their dance. Anriel sat in a chair, taking a sip of grape juice while enjoying the lively party in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a tug from behind. Luna pulled at the hem of Anriel's clothes, as if wanting to show him something. Anriel guessed that perhaps she had caught a magical creature similar to a horsefly that she wanted to show him. He was mistaken. In Luna's fair little hand, she was holding an ordinary toffee. Then, when he looked down, Luna quickly pecked at Anriel's cheek and then, blushing, disappeared among her first-grade classmates. Anriel was stunned for a moment and then chuckled softly. She carefully tore open the wrapper of the toffee and popped the caramel-colored candy into her mouth. Sweet, very sweet. Until the end of the banquet, Luna seemed to still be blushing with pride over her own achievement. And Anriel followed the crowd upstairs. Jokingly, she thought that the trouble caused by the scar-headed guy was nothing compared to being with the little angel. Then, a crowd suddenly appeared in front of them. Anriel, all right, anyway I can't avoid it. Anriel certainly knew what was happening. There was a commotion ahead, and Anriel scratched his chin, leading Luna over to the Ravenclaw troops. Can you help me safely escort her back to the common room? Anriel nodded politely to the two class leaders and asked. Penelope glanced worriedly at the dense crowd in the corridor, clearly realizing the seriousness of the situation, and nodded in agreement. At times like this, it was better for ordinary students to return to the common room and not cause trouble for the professors. Anriel is not an ordinary student. Basically, the entire Ravenclaw house knows this. Pulling out his wand from his pocket, Anriel waved it gently to the left and right, and a soft force immediately parted the crowd. creating a small path. A few steps later, Anriel heard Filch's angry roar. He had almost arrived at the scene with the professors and had just run into the scene where Filch was spitting and seemed to be trying to strangle Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Filch, Argus. The voices of Anriel and Dumbledore echoed simultaneously, seemingly restoring Filch's sanity as he released Harry's collar and stepped back 3 paces. The two exchanged a glance, and with an unspoken understanding, they moved at the same time, just as they had practiced countless times decades ago. Dumbledore felt a moment of daze. It was not his fault. Anriel had a youthful face that bore the same spirited expression as Grindelwald did in his youth. Dumbledore turned to disperse the crowd, and the head boy organized the students to return to the common room, while Anriel made his way directly to the poor cat. "Sir?" Anriel raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore nodded and turned to the troublesome trio. Snape's facial muscles seemed to twitch, reflecting the complex psychology of wanting to say something but forcibly holding it back. "Professor Lockhart's office is nearby. Let's go there." So a headmaster for househeads, a Lockhart, an Anriel, and a poor cat that had been petrified headed straight to Lockhart's office. Moments later, inside Lockhart's office, the owner of the office was feeling guilty and regretful for not appearing in time to prevent this tragedy, and the large portrait hanging on the wall occasionally chimed in. While Anriel carefully observed the intricately detailed stone sculpture, the others were forced to listen to Lockhart's grandiloquent speech. Still alive, Anriel straightened his back, patted his robe, and said something quite baffling. "What? Who is still alive?" Lockhart was still out of the loop at this moment, with a puzzled expression, seemingly not having heard clearly, or perhaps not having heard at all. He asked with a hint of confusion. Dumbledore smiled, apparently quite pleased with Anriel's performance as he stroked his beard. Clearly, he thought so too. "The cat, Mr. Filch's poor cat, is still alive." Anriel turned to Felky and whispered, "Is it really like that? I mean, the judgment of this child." Lockhart spoke up, seeming to question Anriel's judgment. It was like wanting to showcase oneself, while having no ability to read the room at all. Anriel glanced at Lockhart, who suddenly felt a chill and shuddered, instinctively closing his mouth and tightening his robe. Filch stifled a sob and asked if she isn't dead. "Why would?" He stopped, finding it difficult to find an accurate word to describe Mrs. Loris's current state with his barren vocabulary. In the words he could express, it was like she was dead. "She's just been petrified." "Argus," Dumbledore said to comfort him. "We have many ways to save her." Filch whimpered and retreated into the shadows of the corner, his angry gaze fixed on Harry. Compared to the other professors, Anriel, who often patrolled with Filch, was clearly more trusted or feared by him. In any case, Anriel's words were effective, especially when both Anriel and Dumbledore were present and in agreement. Filch had little room to demand anything else. He believed that these two would surely give him an explanation he could accept. The first to take on the role of the bad cop was still Professor Snape, who had enough burdens to bear and didn't mind one more. It must be admitted that Quirrell was right. Snape really did look too much like a villain. I believe Potter and his little friends just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Harry absurdly thought that no one here would believe the truth he was about to speak, so he wanted to lie. Harry was also unsure whether his auditory hallucinations were a result of academic pressure and Quidditch stress. But just as he was about to speak, a hand rested on his shoulder. It was very cold, the kind of cold that made Harry shiver all over. To be honest, whether we believe it or not, it felt as if Anriel had seen right through Harry, just like the first day he met this kind-hearted blonde senior. The first day he met the senior who had outsmarted Voldemort last year. Harry couldn't bear to look into Dumbledore's blue eyes, and similarly, he couldn't meet Anriel's heterochromatic gaze. The feeling that whatever he was about to say could be seen through was eerily similar to the headmaster. I heard a voice, someone was talking on the wall, maybe outside, with a very cold, murderous voice. It's moving with me in the wall. I can hear it wherever I go. By the end, Harry was a bit incoherent, his voice trailing off, and the entire office fell silent. Anriel and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Ron and Hermione looked terrified. Snape's aggressive demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by a shadowy expression that surprised Harry. "Minerva, could you please escort Mr. Potter and his friends back to the common room?" McGonagall nodded and took the 3 unfortunate children away, while the rest in the room remained silent. Even the photograph of Lockhart on the wall and the man himself seemed to sense that something was off, wisely keeping their mouths shut. "Headmaster." Snape's dark voice broke the silence. "I think I should." Dumbledore nodded, and Snape said nothing further, turning to leave Lockhart's office. Anriel and Dumbledore both knew that Old Bat was going to check for contraband in their Slytherin house. After all, with something like this happening, it was hard to suspect any house other than Slytherin. The Chamber of Secrets was no joke. Filch looked around in confusion and let out a mournful sound. Dumbledore walked slowly around the petrified cat, murmuring to himself, "No evidence, but I hope this is just a poor imitation." Anriel shook his head and said nothing. The people present left Lockhart's office in silence, except for Lockhart himself. Lockhart was completely bewildered. He felt completely out of touch during the entire conversation. In his eyes, Harry was merely describing a nonsensical, chaotic, incoherent fantasy that sounded like a monster ghost because it could walk through walls. Hey, this was obviously nonsense, right? This is Hogwarts. The pictures on the walls chattered, and Lockhart's own self-assurance didn't seem so strong. In the headmaster's office. "So, Anriel, you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" Dumbledore poked the tip of his wand into his full head of white hair, slowly twisting it to pull out a somewhat dense silver, semi-solid. This indicated that it was a rather ancient memory, one so old that it had nearly solidified. Well, sort of. It doesn't compare to those students who have seriously studied nearly 200 years of Hogwarts history. But your reaction, sir, has confirmed for me that the Chamber of Secrets does indeed exist. Dumbledore nodded, quietly staring at the mass that had been placed in the pensieve, now slowly swirling like a cloud of mist. A tall, indistinct figure spun within the basin. Anriel shrugged and leaned forward. A few seconds later, Anriel and Dumbledore landed smoothly. There are two Dumbledores beside Anriel. Besides the one with a big white beard, there's also a professor of transfiguration with gray-brown facial hair. No one spoke. They quietly followed the young Dumbledore down the corridor, turning the corner of the staircase and descending. "Hello, Tom," the old headmaster sighed. "Tom, what are you doing in the corridor at this late hour?" This time, it was a young transfiguration professor who spoke. It seemed that Tom Riddle was startled. However, he quickly recovered and explained that Professor Dippet was looking for him to ask questions. The young Dumbledore stared at the young Voldemort for a while before speaking the classic line. "Is there something you want to tell me, Tom?" "No, sir." Dumbledore and the two images from the future quietly watched Riddle disappear around the corner of the descending staircase. The scene changed, and the surrounding walls, stairs, and murals spun rapidly, while only Anriel and the old Dumbledore remained the same. This time, it was a familiar room. The shiny silver instruments were gone, but there were many more rolls of parchment. "Mr. Dippet, I believe we should not jump to conclusions hastily. Miss Myrtle's parents have requested the school to find the culprit, but we cannot convict an innocent person. I firmly believe they do not wish for the true culprit to go free while others suffer unjustly." The wizard at the door spoke, and Anriel turned to look at those determined and sharp eyes. He had never heard Dumbledore speak in such a forceful tone. It sounded like Dumbledore was indeed angry at that moment. Old Headmaster Armando Dippet looked troubled, which was understandable. "Albus, you should know that Hagrid, usually, yes, who would keep a vicious and cruel monster in a cardboard box as a pet? At that time, it was Riddle, meaning it was the exceptionally clever Voldemort himself who framed the foolish Hagrid. There were few clues, not to mention that public opinion was very unfavorable to Hagrid. On top of that was Hagrid's background. The fact that Hagrid was a half-giant could be discovered by anyone with a little diligence. And it couldn't be hidden at all. In this regard, not just the old headmaster Armando Dippet, even Dumbledore had no good way to resolve it. Anriel heard the old principal list several charges against Hagrid. Of course, from today's perspective, these so-called pieces of evidence have nothing to do with the Chamber of Secrets. But at the time, combined with the dirty water that Riddle deliberately splashed, it was a different story. Anriel can only say that it is very unfortunate. Hagrid's conviction is a past event that cannot be changed. Anriel watched as the sun outside the principal's office moved from high in the sky to sinking at the horizon in this memory. In Dumbledore's recollection, this sunset process was particularly vivid. This time, even the elderly Dumbledore with graying hair beside Anriel began to rotate along with the world and everything in the room. After a moment, Anriel steadied himself on the intricately patterned stone floor of the principal's office. He already knew what happened next. 50 years ago, with Dumbledore's assurance, Hagrid was expelled but spared from the prison of Azkaban. Instead, he was taken under the wing of the former keeper of the Forbidden Forest, Mr. Ogg, who groomed him to be the next keeper. Until Mr. Ogg retired to enjoy his old age, the strong and robust Hagrid became Dumbledore's keeper of the Forbidden Forest, completely under Dumbledore's influence. Anriel turned to look at Dumbledore, the crescent-shaped glasses of the headmaster tilted askew, reflecting the silver light from the memories in the basin. No, there were too few clues. Either wait for the attacker to reveal themselves and then plan an attack, or see if Voldemort had infiltrated again, intending to concoct some scheme. Anriel slowly clarified the current situation. He indeed held the script and knew the truth, but he had no evidence, no need, and no interest. So why should he search alone for no reason? Don't be ridiculous. When Anriel left the principal's office, Dumbledore's expression appeared quite worried. After a choral-like voice, the door to the Ravenclaw common room opened. Before Anriel could react, a small figure bounced over. Anriel gently ruffled the girl's messy hair. Luna pouted and shook her head. Perhaps Anriel was not the first to take action towards a first-year student, but there was no doubt that he was a successful one, missed. Although he appeared to have the body of a 13-year-old, Anriel's soul was much more mature than that of a typical 13-year-old. Moreover, back when he was reading, Anriel had a strong liking for this Ravenclaw Silver Moon Angel, not to mention now that he had crossed over and finally had the opportunity. How would he not give a try? Luna looked up in confusion. Just a moment ago, she felt Anriel suddenly filled with fighting spirit, though she didn't know why. However, her intuition told her that there was no malice. The next day, the atmosphere in all the classes was quite gloomy, seemingly hinting at an impending storm. In this oppressive atmosphere, Anriel took the time to visit Hogsmeade. Clearly, there were many more people here compared to the following year, as everyone knew that danger lurked in the castle. It seemed that a considerable number of people believed that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets only moved within the castle. They were right, in every sense. The basilisk had never left the castle. Zonko's joke shop, the three broomsticks, honeydukes, and even the owl post office were all quite lively. Speaking of owls, one couldn't help but mention Anriel's enormous eagle, Garros. It was quite robust, although Anriel usually didn't have much need for it to run errands. The few letters he did send required it to cross an entire Atlantic Ocean, almost reaching the other side of the earth to find old Bashida on vacation. Even more frightening was that this giant eagle, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters, could really accomplish that. Anriel raised it in the Forbidden Forest, and it can no longer be kept with other owls. If this raptor, equipped with a strong and sharp beak and claws, were to be locked in the school's owlery, by the end of the afternoon, there would be a gruesome scene of bird corpses on the ground. Perhaps soon, it would be needed to deliver a letter. On the way back to the castle, Anriel thought. The turmoil from the first attack passed quickly. In fact, even though such an event occurred, the panic it caused among the students was temporary. The vast majority of them did not see the 2 lines of blood and were unaware of the events leading up to it. They were merely spreading rumors. In the absence of a second attack, these rumors would quickly fade like floating weeds, soon overshadowed by other more interesting things. For instance, a Quidditch match. Although Anriel wasn't particularly interested. Of course, people like Anriel were in the minority. He had thought that Ravenclaw, characterized primarily by wisdom, wouldn't have much enthusiasm for such a fierce sport, at least not as crazily as the Gryffindor students. However, he was clearly wrong this time. Ravenclaws not only loved the sport just as much, but they also had a team that was not much inferior to Gryffindors, possibly ranking second among the 4 school teams. Such a team naturally had the opportunity to compete for the Quidditch Cup. Unfortunately, sadly, Anriel really couldn't think of any reason to go and watch. The rain was pouring down, as if the sky had been torn open. What could one see in a match that was already hard to see? Watching Harry being chased and attacked by a mad bludger trying to take his life? Or accompanying Luna in the Ravenclaw area, openly supporting Gryffindor? Although that child didn't have the big lion head that appeared this year in the original story, that thing was indeed too shocking. And today's match was not just a game between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Besides that, Anriel knew he had more work to do in the evening, likely staying up late to work for old Dumbledore. On the night when the bones in Harry's arm were removed by some incompetent, a second attack quickly occurred, causing a headache and more late-night work. Would Dumbledore make Anriel take this class? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Dumbledore was wise and adept at utilizing all available resources at hand. This was no secret. It had nothing to do with personal motives, purely a matter of habit. Anriel looked out through the window of Ravenclaw Tower, where heavy rain poured down, and only a few indistinct shadows of red and green flitted through the curtain of water. Clearly, only Anriel's eyesight could see that far. Luna had already fallen asleep on a celestial chart. This was not good. Luna? Wake up. No response. Just the soft sound of snoring. Anriel sighed. The first grade courses shouldn't theoretically make students so exhausted. It was his own fault for being a bit too hasty. After thinking for a moment, Anriel made a decision that went against his ancestors, crossed out. He gently picked up the small, delicate figure of the girl, feeling her warmth in his arms, and Anriel's face began to heat up as well. After all, he had already decided to pursue her. It wouldn't be a problem to take care of his wife from a young age. Fortunately, the lounge was empty. The atmosphere was a bit delicate. Although there were no other people in the lounge, returning Luna was still a problem. According to the ancient rules of Hogwarts, girls' dormitories were not open to boys. No matter how urgent the situation, those staircases would turn into slides, and attempting to break in would trigger a screaming alarm. There would also be detailed records kept afterward. It would be quite socially mortifying. Without any internal struggle, Anriel realized that since he had a single room in the 4-bed dormitory, this was not a bad choice. Anriel chuckled softly, and he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but when he stood at the bottom of the boys' dormitory stairs, he saw the corners of Luna's mouth lift slightly. Anriel lives in the room furthest out, and it's said that he is the guard. Dumbledore mainly thought that if Anriel lived too far inside, it would disturb others. Unexpectedly, this has now turned out to be a brilliant stroke, with Dumbledore providing an unintentional assist. It should be fine, right? Luna, lying on the 4-poster bed, has her eyes curved with a smile. Now, Anriel is sure that the little fairy is not asleep at all. Her delicate face has flushed with a rosy hue, no? She is even redder than a cooked shrimp now. Stop pretending, just get some good sleep. Anriel lowered her head and poked Luna's forehead. Luna puffed up her cheeks and refused to open her eyes, which made Anriel's heart flutter. The sound of the wooden door closing echoed. The girl on the bed quietly squinted her eyes and looked towards the door. Anriel has already left. What should I do? In a moment of impulse, I pretended to be asleep, but now I've really been carried back. What should I do? Luna grabbed a duck-down pillow and slapped it on her face, releasing puffs of steam from both ends of the pillow. In a magical world, this is quite normal. Outside, it's pouring rain during the ball game, and the professors are worried about the Chamber of Secrets, busy inside and out, while here, there's a pair of young lovers in their own world. Is this appropriate? Absolutely fitting. The world is truly wonderful. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people are endlessly relatable. After a while, Luna slowly calmed down, feeling drowsy as her eyelids began to fight against each other, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. For some reason, Luna's expression looked inexplicably peaceful. Suddenly, a patch of air appeared in mid-air, shimmering like rippling water, and the next moment, a crystal blue eye opened, gently gazing at the sleeping Luna on the bed. Anriel looked at Luna's sleeping face and suddenly thought of something. Do girls of this age, burdened with worries, need a slightly older and reliable older brother? Luna chose herself, while Ginny chose Tom. However, there are very few others who, like the two of them, are so young yet so stressed. But when the eyes in the air inspected Luna and found that she hadn't even changed out of her school robe, Anriel felt a headache again. Well, this carefree personality is indeed part of Luna's charm. Anriel didn't do anything extra, his gaze fixed on Luna's robe. As his eyes moved, the robe flew up on its own and hung itself on the coat rack. At that moment, with a soft puff, a phoenix made of flames erupted from the fireplace, only to quickly dissipate, leaving behind a single phoenix feather on the floor. Anriel roughly understood what had happened. The air twisted for a moment again. That crystal blue eye closed, and the phoenix tail feather on the ground vanished without a trace. In the room, there was only Luna's calm, breathing sound. Anriel estimated that he wouldn't be back tonight, so he let Luna sleep here. However, it seemed that Anriel had forgotten that if Luna walked out of his room tomorrow morning, it would cause quite a bad impact. A moment later, Luna on the bed opened her eyes, revealing the cunning and cleverness unique to a girl of her age. Her eyes sparkling as she curiously surveyed the unique dormitory around her. When Anriel arrived at the school hospital, there was already a large crowd gathered, including 4 deans, Ms. Pomfrey, and Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, surrounding the poor child, Colin Creevey. The second attack had occurred again. However, Anriel suddenly felt that something was off. He looked around, but did not see any sign of someone resembling Harry Potter on any of the beds. Sir, isn't Harry here? Anriel frowned and asked Dumbledore in a low voice, Mr. Potter. Oh, Mr. Potter went back with Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger after his bones were healed. Dumbledore replied after thinking for a moment. Anriel bent down quietly, seemingly checking on Colin's condition, but in fact he was already shocked. Is this the butterfly effect he caused? Harry Potter would still be hit by that bludger, but Gilderoy Lockhart didn't remove all the bones from his arm. Why? Putting aside the cause of this matter, if we only look at the result, does Dobby still have a chance to clarify things with Harry Potter? No. One should believe that Dobby will find Harry and explain the situation regarding Platform 9 and the bludger to him. But what if he doesn't? Will Harry still help free Dobby at the end of this year? Keep in mind that, under Anriel's interference, even Dobby intercepting Harry Potter's letters is something Harry himself doesn't know about. Wait a minute. This doesn't add up. Anriel suddenly realized something and abruptly looked up, startling Dumbledore. What did you discover, child? Anriel glared darkly at the camera Colin was holding. Sir, I think we need to call some students up, especially the Muggle-borns from Gryffindor and Slytherin. Colin Creevey shouldn't be here at all. In the original story, he came down to visit Harry Potter. But now, Harry has been discharged, and given Colin's character, the only thing that could lure him out at this hour is the whereabouts of Ginny Weasley, who is being controlled by Tom Riddle's diary. Colin won't be the only victim tonight, sir. I suggest we immediately investigate the missing persons, Anriel said decisively. Upon hearing Anriel's firm tone, Dumbledore's expression grew even more serious. He exchanged a glance with McGonagall and Snape, and the two immediately turned and left the hospital wing, leaving Madame Pomfrey looking somewhat bewildered. Only McGonagall, who had personally experienced that era, or Snape, who had worked alongside Anriel, understood why Dumbledore had such unconditional trust in Anriel. For Voldemort, a traitor of Muggle blood from Slytherin was likely more detestable than other Muggle-born wizards. Dumbledore completely agreed. Indeed, Slytherin was not solely composed of purebloods and half-bloods, as there were quite a few students of Muggle descent as well. Voldemort himself was a half-blood, which is why his main targets were those of pure Muggle descent. If Colin had slipped out following Ginny's whereabouts, there would definitely be a planned attack target. If they couldn't find anyone, Anriel slowly made his way to the head of the bed, not bothering to look at the camera, which surely had nothing left inside. He squeezed Colin's arm. The texture was dry, stiff, and rough, almost like scales. This was his first encounter with someone who had been petrified. After all, there is a significant difference between humans and cats. The curse entangled in the book stated that those who were indirectly gazed upon by a basilisk, or victims who made eye contact with a gorgon, are fundamentally different from those who were petrified. This difference is evident both in the difficulty of breaking the curse and the magical effects involved. The two are not comparable. The most intuitive manifestation is the skin. Those petrified or killed by a basilisk exhibit a strange dryness in their skin, resembling that of snake scales. Gorgon victims completely turn into stone, pure stone that could even be used as building material. In contrast, the petrification curse causes only muscle stiffness and tension. The overall texture still resembles human skin, with some elasticity when squeezed, and their thoughts continue to function. Additionally, the indirect gaze of a basilisk and the petrification curse are reversible, whereas direct eye contact with a gorgon means it's time to prepare for the end. Sir, Anriel raised his head. It wasn't just McGonagall and Snape who had left. Professor Sprout was also worried about her students and had left with the two of them. Now, in the room, Dumbledore, Professor Filius Flitwick, and Madame Pomfrey were all looking at Anriel. Unknowingly, this third-year student had already gained a certain level of authority and respect. This was not surprising, as others needed to piece together answers from fragmented clues, while Anriel only needed to combine his knowledge to revert the result back to the process. That's how problem-solving works. Guessing the answer is quite simple. You just need to methodically integrate the clues, but fabricating the process requires a lot more consideration. No wonder they say using formulas makes solving problems faster. All right, I digress. Professor, I personally believe this is a basilisk. Anriel immediately recounted the evidence of the earlier inference to Dumbledore. Although with Dumbledore's knowledge, he could probably deduce it himself, Anriel still wanted to show off a bit. I don't care whether you know or not. Just saying it out loud is a bonus point. If it were a gore tool, not to mention that such a thing could not possibly be hidden in the castle for 50 years without being discovered. Just the fact that the victim retained a complete body, retained a complete physical form, already indicates something. Gore tools possess human intelligence and cannot be manipulated by anyone. After an attack, they would properly dispose of the body, eliminating the possibility of a demonstration. But how did it happen? Flitwick's high-pitched voice timely chimed in, playing a role in advancing the plot and linking the previous and subsequent events. Anriel pretended to be unclear and looked at Dumbledore with a questioning gaze. Dumbledore stroked his beard. I remember that Mr. Potter claimed he heard strange sounds in the walls. Anriel stood in awe, truly the greatest white wizard of all time. It is important to note that the events of the dueling club had not yet occurred, and Harry Potter's ability to speak Parseltongue was still a secret. Yet Dumbledore had already guessed the truth. If it weren't for the fact that Riddle 50 years ago and Harry Potter 50 years later both chose to conceal key information, Dumbledore might have solved the case immediately. The basilisk was moving through the pipes within the walls. What Hermione could deduce. Albus Dumbledore had no reason not to infer as well. At that moment, the door opened. Severus Snape strode in briskly, bringing a gust of wind that made him look even more like a gloomy old bat. Headmaster, a child has gone missing. After listening to Snape's report, Dumbledore's brow furrowed. The other professors also wore serious expressions, their brows knitted in concern. A fourth-year student from Gryffindor had gone missing. Anriel recalled with a terrifying memory about William Crest, whose parents were both Muggles. All right, it's basically confirmed that he is dead. In the diary, Riddle's first target indeed became Harry Potter, but that doesn't mean he gave up on killing mudbloods. In the original text, the element of chance is too high. So, sir, are you going to temporarily suspend your studies? Or, Anriel knocked on the edge of the bed, drawing the attention of several people present. Let's find Mr. Crest first. Dumbledore, stroking his long beard, pondered for a moment before slowly sighing. It's already bad enough today. Everyone, let's go back. Gathering here won't solve the problem. We need to stay calm. Anriel, follow me. Dumbledore was the first to leave the hospital wing, and Anriel brushed past Snape, who was staring at Colin's stiff face. Lost in thought. Any thoughts, whether reasonable or not, were welcome. As the two hurried towards the headmaster's office, Dumbledore spoke up. Henry thought for a moment and said softly, "Restroom. Blow bubbles." "Ah, that's the password for the principal's office. Don't get me wrong." Anriel pulled out a chair and sat down, watching Dumbledore, who immediately began writing a letter on parchment with a quill as soon as he entered the room. Since the basilisk moves through the water pipes or other plumbing systems, the girls' bathroom is its only exit on campus, unless it submerged itself in filth and left the school through the sewer. What is evident at the moment is that poor Colin must have followed the so-called heir to the basilisk's hiding place and captured the moment the basilisk left its lair, which is why he was petrified and not killed. And clearly, this was not noticed by the heir. Otherwise, I don't believe anyone would be foolish enough not to finish the job. What does finishing the job mean? Dumbledore was somewhat puzzled. It's a behavior of preventing someone from faking death after harming them, effectively avoiding the situation where the victim is left with a breath of life. Anriel explained calmly. Dumbledore understood, feeling that his vocabulary had increased. On the perch, the already quite old fox let out a cry, as if a sick person were gasping for breath. After calling out, it buried its bare head into the nearly featherless plumage. Dumbledore picked up the parchment on the table, scanned it up and down, then folded it up, casting a worried glance at Fawkes. Let Gellert go. Fawkes in this condition probably won't make it to the Ministry of Magic. Anriel thought for a moment and added, "Actually, I can go too." Dumbledore shook his head and handed the letter to Anriel. The meaning of these two actions was, "You cannot go. Send it out as quickly as possible." Anriel tucked the letter into his bosom and stepped out. The air distorted for a moment before Anriel's figure vanished. Dumbledore furrowed his brow and turned to the portraits of the former headmasters hanging on the wall. "We need to mobilize all possible channels of information to quickly locate the missing Mr. Crest. I hope he's still alive. Hogwarts may be facing a crisis similar to that of 50 years ago." All the portraits of the headmasters agreed. Even Phineas Nigellus Black, who unusually offered no excuses, turned and disappeared from the frame. This was about Hogwarts, not a private matter. Soon, only one portrait remained in the room. "Dumbledore, it's Tom, isn't it?" Although it sounded like a question, the tone stated a fact. "I regret to inform you. It is he, Mr. Depet." Upon hearing this response, Almander Depet's features were clouded with sorrow. He said nothing more and turned to join the other former headmasters in the search for William Crest. Forbidden Forest. Just throw the letter to Fudge. If he wants to come over, wait for him for a while and bring him to me. If he doesn't come, you come back to find me yourself. Anriel adjusted Garrow's feathers and instructed him. Garrows let out a cry, signaling that he understood, and then soared towards the clouds. Anriel is using the same trick again, disappearing into the Forbidden Forest. "Anriel, what do you think he is?" Dumbledore didn't turn around. He just asked with his eyes closed. Clearly, the pronoun used was he instead of it, which means, "I'm not sure, but it definitely can't be the person himself." 6 months is absolutely not enough for him to recuperate and be able to control the basilisk. Moreover, if someone were possessed, it would be noticeable. As for taking over a body or recreating a new one, if it were that easy, I wouldn't have spent 50 years perfecting it. Anriel snorted from his nose and looked out the window, where a hint of gray light was already appearing on the horizon. Most likely, it was a soul weapon. After hearing Anriel's conclusion, Dumbledore showed a rather troubled expression. Anriel knows that finding the hidden troublemaker Voldemort at school is much easier than locating a mysterious object that can be large or small and leaves no trace. Is a holder of the Horcrux male or female? What age? He has no idea. Of course, Anriel could directly rush to Ginny and take the riddle box. But he cannot speak Parseltongue after all. So the danger posed by the basilisk remains, and the problem cannot be solved. Anriel picked up the sorting hat from the shelf and examined it in his hands. The old hat was making faces at him. What should he say? No wonder it was a hat made with the thinking of Gryffindor in mind. Dumbledore glanced at Anriel, but didn't pay him any mind, continuing to ponder his own strategies. Anriel put the hat on his head. A small voice echoed in his mind, a voice he had heard 2 years and a few months ago. These 2 years have gone quite well, haven't they? Are you satisfied with the academy? Do you approve of my choice? The hat joked, knowing that Anriel couldn't possibly wear it for that purpose. Both the hat and the person remained silent. Anriel chuckled softly to herself and calmly thought, Hat, I'm curious about one thing. What is it that you don't understand and want to ask me? Hat laughed heartily. You are one of the smartest among the Ravenclaw students I've divided. Anrielton paused and said softly, Hat, tell me, is Godric Gryffindor still alive? This was a sudden thought for Anrielton, perhaps inspired by this year's diary. It was so similar, really too similar. This hat carried the memories implanted by Gryffindor from that era, with the thoughts of the four founders. It clearly recognized its unique existence, had an independent consciousness, and even analyzed situations to provide suggestions for the school. That was in the year 990 AD, as a magical object that had lasted for 1,000 years. Is that appropriate? Who knows, though it's impossible for anyone to live 1,000 years. But if it were Gryffindor, maybe it could be possible. The hat seemed to respond to Anrielton, but also seemed to change the subject. There was no overt attempt to cover up, nor was there any inappropriate astonishment. Such a reaction was the most fitting, the most normal one. The hat opened its mouth to grin atop Anrielton's head, threads of magic seeming to spit out like saliva from that large crack. Anrielton, go back. What could be done tonight has already been done, came Dumbledore's kind yet weary voice. Anriel put the hat back on. He didn't know why he had asked that question, nor did he understand why Dumbledore hadn't let him go to the Ministry of Magic to deliver the letter and instead had him stay here doing nothing. Unless Anriel thought of a certain possibility, his brows and eyes drooping slightly as he controlled his expression. Well then, good morning, sir. When Anriel looked up, he had a joking expression on his face. He left the principal's office. As Anriel pushed the door open, his gaze was drawn to a pile of strange decorations. There were oddly shaped wooden pendants, 2 pots of orange little radishes that Anriel remembered were called airship pears, and a very fancy dream catcher. Luna was lying on the bed in her pajamas, and this time she was really asleep. Seeing the scene, how could Anriel not know that the little girl was pretending to be asleep, or had done so twice? There were so much shavings on the desk. They had probably been a small pile of leftover wandwood a few hours ago, and now they had been made into wooden pendants. Perhaps Luna thought this dormitory was too empty? Anriel's lips curled slightly as he pulled over an armchair and leaned it against the bedside, sitting down to take a brief nap. A faint buzzing sound began to emerge. Anriel suddenly opened his eyes, and the starry river in his pupils began to swirl. A group of tiny, winged insects was hovering around his head. These were horseflies. Anriel is truly shocked this time. From the very beginning, although Anriel had a slight hope due to his fondness for the character Luna, believing that the magical creatures, which only existed in the imagination of the Lovegood father and daughter, might actually exist, he never truly believed it. But now, Anriel has seen concrete evidence proving that the world Luna is immersed in is not an illusion. This is really. Anriel smiled sincerely and looked at Luna with an incredibly gentle gaze. However, he still remembered that the harassment of flies was a pest, right? With a snap of his fingers, invisible and colorless flames rose up, devouring those little insects without giving them a chance to disturb Luna's sleep. There were probably a few hours left until dawn. Anriel nestled into the lounge chair, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. He rarely dreamed, but today, he saw 4 blurry figures in his dream. The 4 shadows were in golden red, silver green, blue-white, and brown-yellow colors. The golden-red figure was much clearer than the other 3, with a rough mane of reddish-brown hair that made him look like a majestic old lion. Only his eyes were open, and he locked eyes with Anriel. Anriel opened his eyes. He woke up because of the noise beside him. Luna let out a hum in her sleep, and the morning sunlight spilled through the gap in the curtains. The girl turned over, waking herself up. Her words were unconscious and out of context. Her eyes vacant and unfocused, her hair disheveled, and her nightgown hanging loosely. To be honest, this image had unique charm, easily evoking both a pure desire to protect and a sinister urge to dominate within a person's heart. Anriel bit his tongue tip to calm down a bit. If it weren't for the clean sheets, who knows what he did to Luna last night? Good morning. It seems my little fairy went to bed early last night. Anriel waved his wand, and the curtains parted, but the light couldn't reach the bed, so there was no need to worry about being blinded. Looking around, Anriel took an interest in the handmade decorations made by Luna. Although some of the raw materials were quite precious wand materials, Anriel's family was wealthy, and spending a little money to make his girlfriend happy was worth it. Luna squinted her eyes, showing no sign of shyness as she did when Anriel wasn't around. Instead, she explained confidently, "Oh, young sir, there are quite a few pesky flies in your room. That dream catcher can attract dream butterflies, and they will help eat away your nightmares and pesky flies. So, the magical field of that dream catcher can only cover the bed, right? Okay, now I understand why those bugs only attacked me last night and not you." Anriel doesn't care, just a few bugs that affect thinking, nothing serious. Still not wearing the school uniform? It's already 8 a.m. Anriel turned around to give Luna space to change. It was an early 8. Unsurprisingly, the poison of Chinese education has not yet extended to the UK. It is a kind of torture specifically aimed at teenagers aged 18 to 22, making them feel worse than death. There is also an upgraded version called Early 6, which focuses on students aged 12 to 18. Luna's little face turned pale, but then she thought of something and returned to normal. "I'm 11 years old, it's fine." Luna looked serious, almost causing Anriel to twist her waist. "I'm done changing." Luna's voice was still ethereal, and when Anriel turned back, she saw Luna with a solemn expression holding a comb. Anriel couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Luna glanced at him with a strange look of pity, jumped off the bed, and walked towards him. "Is this how you look at me, little sir?" Luna handed him the comb and obediently turned around to kneel on the bed, her long hair nearly touching the ground from the edge of the bed. Anriel let out a breath of frustration and focused on combing Luna's hair. Luna didn't ask even a little about what happened last night. What could have kept Anriel busy all night? However, he was here now, and that was enough. Anriel let out a sigh of relief, glad that Luna was just quietly waiting for him to finish combing his hair and didn't do anything else that would be hard for him to handle. It was just that leaving the room didn't go smoothly, and he felt a sense of guilt as if he were cheating. Fortunately, no one saw. In the shadows, pairs of bright eyes seemed ready to shine like laser beams at any moment. Half an hour later, the speed at which this news spread within Ravenclaw was comparable to that of the Chamber of Secrets. There was no helping it. Everyone wanted to see what a true culinary saint looked like. What do you understand anyway? This is just the first year, and you're only in the third year. Oh, playing this big? What do you think these classmates who silently have crushes on you are thinking? What about those older girls who like little ponies? Well, forget it. The wand is already pointed at my forehead. It would be rude to say more. In any case, under Anriel's physical intimidation, the spread of this matter was kept within a certain range, which made the atmosphere in Ravenclaw quite lively, without the tension felt in the other 3 houses. Lion Snake, Badger, worried, fearing that the next unfortunate child to be attacked would be themselves. Eagle, making subtle gestures to convey information, but afraid to speak out loud for Anriel to hear. In a way, this is also a method to boost morale. However, the impact of the second attack did not end so quickly. After all, a student had gone missing, and there was no sign of them alive or dead. In such times, the search unit that should be mobilized is, yes, little master, it should be that child. A small, hunched figure wrapped in a tea towel politely and nimbly bowed. Every corner of the school, every dark and hidden place could be found by these little things. "You did well. You don't have to continue in the cafeteria tomorrow. Come to the Ravenclaw common room to find me. I have a lot of work to do." Anriel promised a lot of work, and he saw the domesticated little elf showing an expression of incredible joy. Anriel sighed. The issues of this race are deeply rooted and cannot be resolved in a short time. It's not that Hermione's argument is wrong. The key is, if you want to liberate them, you have to consider whether they are willing or not. Anriel shook his head. He didn't ask for the name of the person raising the little fairy, as it wasn't necessary. Anriel followed the house elf's quick little legs to the 5th floor. This was an unremarkable level, almost devoid of any special facilities. The body of William Christ lay in a dark corner of the corridor. There were no traces of water on the ground. He held no mirror or camera, and there was no petrified Nick nearby. He was dead, simply dead, quietly dead. The house elf shrank back and stole a glance at Anriel, timidly taking 2 steps back, and with a crisp sound, it disappeared. Anriel stared at the corpse in front of him, took a deep breath, walked forward, squatted down, and reached out his hands to close the innocent deceased's eyes. For some reason, a sense of absurdity suddenly rose within Anriel. If he hadn't appeared and the original plot had continued, this child wouldn't have died. However, he didn't dwell on this issue. After all, he had managed to live again, so why should he die a second time for someone he didn't even know? At most, he would just express some feelings and then seek revenge for this innocent victim, as the offspring of the first generation of the Black and White Demon Kings. How could he allow himself to be held back by an unnamed person? With a flick of his wand, a silver-white, agile hawk flew out from the tip of the wand to the headmaster's office to inform Dumbledore. A few minutes later, the professors rushed over. This matter was no longer something that could be resolved quickly. Just like the late Myrtilla Elizabeth Warren, William Cryce's parents might come to the school seeking answers. Of course, considering that Cryce's parents were both muggles, wiping them all out would undoubtedly be the most convenient solution, and no one would hold anyone accountable. But if that were to happen, even Voldemort would have to offer a cigarette and call him Big Brother. Anriel temporarily set aside this inhumane choice. An autopsy revealed that Mr. Cryce indeed died from the gaze of the serpent monster. Judging from the items in his hand at the time of his death, he seemed to be engaged in some secret activities. He may have been attacked while going downstairs to the library, or he might have been arrogant enough to think he could catch the mastermind behind it all. Based on his Gryffindor school record and the usual opinions of his classmates about him, it can basically be confirmed that it was the latter. Anriel was in great pain. You can be brave, or you can be reckless, but you don't have the protagonist's halo. Professor McGonagall's expression was filled with sorrow. The two attacks that happened last night had victims who were all students of Gryffindor House. Professor Snape looked serious. Of course, there was also an abstract character. This is really unfortunate. It's a pity I wasn't on duty last night. The Anriel people were stunned. No. Is this person completely oblivious to the atmosphere? McGonagall's eyes were practically murderous. However, out of moral and ethical considerations, Minerva did not directly kill this foolish person who was standing there speaking without any pain. Anriel had nothing much to say. After all, the person was dead, and it was meaningless to say anything more. He was now thinking about the impact of this matter. In fact, Anriel had two choices. The first was to directly get the diary into his hands first, and then it wouldn't matter whether he destroyed it or experimented with it later. The second was to suppress the matter for now. Although someone had died, it was likely that there wouldn't be any more attacks for a long time. To others, it might seem that the protective charms exchanged among classmates had worked, or perhaps that mysterious Slytherin air had held back. Only Anriel understood that there were two reasons. First, Ginny had started to distrust Riddle's diary. And second, her body was becoming weaker, her mind more sensitive and fragile. And she could no longer sustain Riddle's memories possessing her to summon the basilisk for an attack in the short term. Anriel stared at Dumbledore, who seemed to sense it and lifted his head, meeting Anriel's gaze. A tacit understanding emerged, and Dumbledore instinctively cast a legilimency spell. Sir, if we want to root out the mastermind behind this, we need to keep this matter under wraps for a while. Dumbledore heard this thought. To be honest, Anriel felt quite helpless at this point, but fortunately, Dumbledore was not a fool. He was likely to accept this temporary sacrifice for the greater good. The key point was that a life had already been lost. Do not pity the dead, but pity the living. December. Just as Anriel had anticipated, nothing had happened for such a long time. Since those two Gryffindors had been petrified, there had been no further attacks. Snape's face looked grim every day, and in recent days it had been exceptionally dark, constantly looking for ways to deduct points from Gryffindor. Anriel wondered if Hermione and the two useless men were still choosing to cause some trouble in potions class to steal the skins of African vipers and the horns of unicorns, which were all part of Snape's private collection. However, they would definitely still go for it. After all, they were Gryffindors. A week later, a strange lilac-colored notice was pinned to the bulletin board, announcing the establishment of a dueling club in violet ink. Dueling club. Will the heir of Slytherin duel fairly with the victims? Goodness, look, this is still hosted by Lockhart. Maybe it might have some use, right? People were buzzing with discussion. Are you going? Luna stood beside Anriel, seemingly looking at the notice, but her beautiful eyes, which were not focused, seemed to be admiring the color of the lilac instead. Are you interested? Anriel retorted. Maybe there's some truth to that. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Luna nodded in confirmation, her eyes returning to normal as she turned to look at Anriel. How about tomorrow night? Maybe you could bring a few friends along? Anriel suggested. I don't want to duel with you. Luna responded with a sound of realization. Anriel no longer looked at the announcement filled with arrogant words. I assure you, the knowledge you will gain in the dueling club will be the most practical and beneficial self-defense techniques. What you will hear and learn will be the most handy weapons. Of course, with me, Gilderoy Lockhart, present, the safety issues in the club will be absolutely guaranteed. Anriel chuckled dryly. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen soon. Partnering with Lockhart was Snape, Severus Snape. He was the youngest head of Slytherin House in history and would also be the youngest headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the future. He was a potions professor, a defense against the dark arts professor, and a recipient of the second-class Merlin Award. He was a spy for the Order of the Phoenix infiltrating the Death Eaters. And in his youth, he had also been a Death Eater, serving as a spy for Voldemort at Hogwarts. How could a half-baked wizard like Lockhart dare to duel such a master of magic? If it were not a duel, but a real life-and-death struggle. Lockhart might truly end up like Snape mocked Neville. We would have to send Lockhart's remains in a matchbox to the hospital wing. On the day the dueling club was established, Anriel led Luna to a spot near the edge, watching Lockhart walk onto the stage with a look of self-satisfaction. Luna watched Lockhart with great interest, and the look in her eyes reminded Anriel of when he went to Mountamay to see the monkeys in his past life. Of course, it was unclear whether it was a human's gaze at the monkeys or the monkeys' gaze at humans. After all, monkeys also have that kind of look that seems to regard humans as fools. Good, very good. I'm very pleased to see everyone eagerly participating in this duel club. Let us welcome my assistant, Professor Snape. Lockhart clapped his hands enthusiastically, but not many joined in. Snape's expression was as dark as water, his lips pressed thin, and the cold smile on his face looked more like a sneer. He strode onto the dueling platform as if he were walking down a runway, taking measured steps. With a flourish of his wand, he bowed. All right, now hold your wand steady like this, and don't worry, I promise to return to you a lively, intact potions professor, Lockhart said confidently, raising his wand. Anriel's keen hearing caught the low murmurs of Ron and Harry, sounding as if they were saying it would be best not to. On the count of 3, 3, 2, 1, disarm. With Snape's words, Lockhart was sent flying along with his wand. As the echo landed, Lockhart also hit the ground. It seemed that Snape had used too much force, but that was not the case. Anriel saw a red light, representing the disarming spell, closely followed by a white beam of light that looked like a comet's tail. This was a silent barrier spell, a silent barrier spell. As a master of silent casting, Snape found it easy to cast spells in succession and then render the second spell silent. There was a bit of personal grudge involved. It seemed that Snape had been displeased with this guy for quite some time and didn't mind using the excuse of the dueling club to teach Lockhart a small lesson. Among all those present, only Anriel and the caster Snape knew what had just happened. Luna looked on with a hint of confusion and suspicion, but not much. Snape scanned the room and finally met Anriel's gaze, to which the latter shrugged, a smile barely concealed at the corners of his mouth. Lockhart clumsily got up from the ground, trying to salvage his dignity, only to be mercilessly silenced by Snape's scathing words. Anriel is here to join the fun, mainly to accompany Luna, and he won't participate in the match, unless Snape suddenly feels like dueling with Anriel, but that wouldn't be a friendly spar. After the pairs were formed, the scene became quite chaotic, with Lockhart shouting at the top of his lungs trying to intervene, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. Anriel glanced at Ginny, who was sitting across from Luna, and noticed that her complexion was pale, giving off a sickly impression. However, Ginny had a good foundation and was beautiful, so there was no sense of aversion. Instead, it evoked more of a feeling of pity. Ginny, are you okay? Luna asked gently, her voice filled with concern. Ginny shook her head, her small hand tightening around her wand. Luna nodded, and the two of them bowed to each other before stepping back 3 paces to stand still. Anriel shouted the count. 3, 2, 1, disarm. Flock of birds. The calm voice in front was Luna, while the more unconventional one behind was Ginny. The red light, representing the disarm, spell hit one of the yellow birds, while the rest flew towards Luna. Anriel watched the battle with great interest. This small situation was something Luna could handle easily. The illusory stone tablet. With a wave of her wand, Luna cast a standard spell taught in the 3rd level, effortlessly executed by a first-year student. The flying birds collided with the invisible stone tablet and fell unconscious. As for your weapon, Ginny's wand flew out of her hand, spinning in the air. Anriel casually grabbed the flying stick, and the wand returned to him like a boomerang. Well done, very good, girls. Anriel patted the heads of the 2 little girls, one in each hand. All right, let's see over there. Lockhart's attempt to calm the chaos was unsuccessful, so Snape took the stage just seconds after Luna and Ginny finished their duel. The turmoil immediately subsided. With his considerable authority, Lockhart couldn't stir up any trouble. Snape almost pronounced each word with precision as he called Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter to the stage. Malfoy's smile was filled with disdain and mockery. Neither of them bowed to each other. They both looked like they wished they could kill the other. 3, 2, 1, action. Malfoy's reaction was much quicker than Harry's. Or rather, his spell almost coincided with Lockhart's. A black snake shot out from the tip of his wand, slithering on the ground, its gaping mouth revealing 2 sharp fangs. Anriel was too lazy to look at the snake. He turned to Harry. He looked as if he was frozen in shock, saying nothing and doing nothing. just staring at the snake. "Don't move, Potter. I'll take care of this." Snape lazily waved his wand and took a couple of steps forward. "I'm coming." "That's it." Even though it was in English, why does it have Chinese dubbing? Anriel's mouth twitched as he saw Lockhart point his wand at the snake, mumbling some incomprehensible words. The black snake soared high into the air before landing, becoming even thicker, looking more terrifying and menacing overall. Hiss! Although they couldn't communicate, Anriel could sense the snake's anger. It swayed its body and shook its head, hissing threateningly around, seemingly looking for a poor soul to vent its fury on. Justin Finch-Fletchley, just like in the original story, stood at the edge of the platform, unfortunately targeted by the large black snake. The key was that this creature was also enhanced by Lockhart. Saya Heisai Sashiza. Anriel was confused and bewildered, unable to understand anything at all. Moreover, Harry was anxious to save someone, and his tone was likely quite urgent or even irritable, because that giant snake could swallow Justin at any moment. If Anriel didn't know the inside story, he would think Harry wanted to command the snake to kill Justin. The hissing, low growl sounded extremely unsettling, and to outsiders, it indeed seemed malicious, sending chills down their spines. Snape stepped forward, wand pointed at the snake, and a beam of white light struck the snake's weak point, causing the entire black python to be severed at the hit point and dissipate into a wisp of black smoke. He looked at those eyes belonging to Lily Evans, his expression complicated. Unfortunately, Potter was too young to understand this. He merely felt disgusted by Snape's gaze. Justin's angry expression concealed a hint of fear as he pushed through the crowd and rushed out of the dueling club venue. This was followed by Harry's powerless explanations and the discord that ensued from the dueling club. To be honest, Anriel was skeptical about whether all events involving Gilderoy Lockhart could end happily for everyone. He watched thoughtfully as Harry was pulled and pushed by Ron and Hermione, completely bewildered as he fled the hall. Luna looked worriedly at her friend, Ginny Weasley. After a while, Luna suddenly spoke up. "Little sir, Ginny looks sick, as if something is chasing her." Anriel was taken aback. He hadn't expected Luna to say such a thing. "But I think it's not the basilisk, it's something else." Luna continued to speak astonishingly, and Anriel became interested, completely ignoring the chaotic yet oppressive atmosphere around them. "So why do you think that?" "Dad often mentions the Weasley family. He says that although they're not very bright, they are essentially good people, and they are a pure-blood family with a long history. The heir of Slytherin wouldn't target them." The reasoning was quite sound. If it weren't for Lucius Malfoy putting the diary in Ginny's book, the Weasley family wouldn't have anything to do with the Chamber of Secrets. Anriel said nothing, gently ruffling Luna's hair. His silence seemed to confirm Luna's words, but Luna, always perceptive, chose not to press further. She knew that Anriel was aware of the matter, but simply couldn't explain it to her. The hall was noisy, with groups of people leaving in 3s and 5s. Lockhart seemed like he wanted to say or do something more, but he opened his mouth and no sound came out. In such a sensitive and tense moment, even Snape was much more trustworthy than him. Well, that might not be entirely fair, as Snape had always been reliable. It's just that he never looked like a good person. Anriel sent Luna back to her dormitory before turning to walk towards the principal's office. He needed to discuss with Dumbledore the fact that Harry Potter is a Parseltongue. "Recently, our dear principal has been very busy. A student has died, and for various reasons. The news has not yet spread. Unlike 50 years ago, when Myrtle's body was discovered by students, making it impossible to contain news. Dumbledore quickly took appropriate measures. He has considerable confidence in Anriel's abilities. He believes that Anriel can uncover and destroy the means left by Voldemort." After their last conversation, Dumbledore seemed to realize that the peculiar memorabilia Riddle sought were not just for collection purposes. In other words, they had likely turned into some sort of sinister, evil objects known as Horcruxes. This plot was triggered by Anriel's actions, occurring much earlier than expected, leaving one to wonder what Voldemort thinks about it. Oh, he cannot be considered fully alive right now, so he has no thoughts at all. However, Dumbledore advised Anriel to make some preparations, as it is possible that the two of them will need to go to some dangerous places together. Anriel's mind conjured up a dark, damp cave, within which lay a large lake filled with shadowy corpses. The diary, one of the Horcruxes, is currently at Hogwarts and is about to meet its end. Ravenclaw's diadem is also there, and it can be retrieved when there is time. Gaunt's ring, which is also the Resurrection Stone, is in the ruins of Gaunt's old house in Little Hangleton. Slytherin's locket is at number 12, Grimmauld Place, and can be taken after Sirius S matters conclude next year. Hufflepuff's cup will be much more difficult to obtain, as it is in the Lestrange family's vault. Nagini has not yet become a Horcrux, and lastly, there is Harry Potter himself. Very well, the targets are clear. To be honest, while Anriel believes that Dumbledore, now with attachments, has lost some of his deep obsession and will not easily bring Gaunt's ring to hand, he still feels uneasy. It would be better to go retrieve it in advance. Just as a trip, he arrived at the headmaster's office. Jackfruit candy. Good. All the passwords to the headmaster's office are food-related. Most of them are sweets. The office door was yanked open by Anriel, and the half-dead Fox glanced up at him, seemingly lacking even the strength to call out. Old buddy, you better hurry up. There's a lot to do lately, and you might need a lend hand. Anriel jokingly made a remark, pulled out the chair designated for the principal, sat down, took a quill, dipped it in Dumbledore's classic emerald green ink, and began to review documents for his nominal father. They were merely some criticisms sent by the old stubborn board members led by Lucius, which didn't require a response. Occasionally, for documents that needed approval, Anriel simply signed them, imitating the signature. If he couldn't do that, then all those years of traditional education from his previous life would have been in vain, right? Some parents were concerned about the safety issues at Hogwarts, so Anriel directly reassured them in Dumbledore's tone. As for the letters from the Daily Prophet, he simply folded them and tossed them into the trash bin. The remaining documents were manageable with a tone of official business. Don't underestimate these letters. Their thickness was nearly comparable to the large volumes surrounding the desk. During this time, Anriel also took a couple of strolls outside. Besides having Grahoros send off the replies, he also needed to make an appearance in class, at least nominally. After all, he was still a student, not a real professor, even though he was doing the work of one in every sense. Just an ordinary student. After all, the entire sentence crossed out. Harry Potter was feeling quite unhappy at the moment, especially as he followed Professor McGonagall in a daze. He had never seen such a room, standing at the doorway. He could feel the extraordinary nature of the principal's office. When the door opened, the first thing that caught Harry's eye was a cabinet full of exquisite silverware, with a sorting hat that had placed him in Gryffindor resting on top. Next was a birdcage on which, Harry exclaimed, as the old bird spontaneously combusted before his eyes. The flames were so fierce that Harry barely had time to gasp before he saw a pile of ashes fall into the tray below. Let the bird be, Harry. Come over here. Harry felt a bit confused. The voice was young and powerful, reminiscent of Dumbledore, but not quite. His mind was in turmoil, and for a moment, he couldn't recall whose voice it was. Why are you still standing there? Sit down. Anriel lifted his head and looked curiously at Harry, who was standing opposite the cabinet. He waved his hand, and a chair appeared from nowhere. Let's talk. Harry was surprised because the person sitting in the principal's office was not the principal. But this was Anriel, and everything somehow felt strangely normal again. Anriel casually dipped the quill in the inkwell and turned to Harry. All right, Harry, do you have anything to say? After a moment's thought, Anriel added, You'd better have a good reason. Just recently, there were rumors that you can speak Parseltongue, and now you appeared at the scene of the incident. Harry was suddenly at a loss for words. To be fair, even if he were to argue for himself from Anriel's or Dumbledore's perspective, he wouldn't know what to say. Hey, Anriel looked at Harry, whose expression was so aggrieved he was almost in tears, and chuckled to himself as he casually pulled the sorting hat down from the top of the cabinet. Come on, wear it. If you have any questions, ask this old relic. The hat didn't react to Anriel's disrespectful words. It just stared intently at Harry. Harry didn't know what Anriel was planning, but his mind was foggy, and he dully took the old hat from Anriel's hand, hesitated for a moment, and then placed it on his head. The hat was quite large and covered both of Harry's eyes. The two remained silent, and the hat didn't say a word. Anriel knew that Harry was currently having a fierce debate in his mind with the hat about whether he should be sorted into Slytherin. It wouldn't be long before Harry would rip the hat off his head and shout at it in a rather undignified manner. You're wrong. Sure enough, he really shouted that. Anriel, ignoring the rather awkward Harry, Anriel walked past him to the tray of ashes, poking it with his wand. With a short sound, Foxchick poked its bald head out of the ash pile. Bang! The door was pushed open forcefully, and Hagrid burst in, waving a dead chicken. Professor, I swear it wasn't me, Anriel. It was you. It seemed that Hagrid clearly expected to find an angry Dumbledore in the room who wanted to expel Harry, and an innocent Harry Potter, panicking and facing the same situation he had 50 years ago. Relax, Hagrid, you can go back. I've approved your request on Dumbledore's behalf to cast a banishing charm or a barrier charm around the chicken coop. Anriel turned to look at Harry, who was filled with gratitude. At least Hagrid believed him. It seems Mr. Potter is very thankful for you speaking up for him. A patch of skin on Hagrid's face that wasn't covered by his beard turned red. He picked up the dead chicken in his hand and shook it, seeming a bit at a loss. All right, yes, Harry is indeed innocent. Hagrid seemed to think of something and emphasized it again anxiously. he still seemed quite agitated. After all, Harry was facing an accusation similar to one Hagrid himself had faced over 50 years ago, only this time no one had died yet. But what Hagrid didn't know was that in both instances when the Chamber's secrets had been opened, there had already been casualties. If Hagrid had been convicted back then without Dumbledore's guarantee, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He would have almost certainly been sent to Azkaban. Although Harry now faced less malice because he wasn't part human, things were still far from good for him. Anriel nodded and waved his hand, signaling Hagrid to leave. The oak door behind Hagrid opened automatically, and after watching Hagrid walk out while glancing back 3 times, Anriel closed the door. Hagrid didn't seem very reassured. He was one of the few who still didn't see Anriel as a faculty member. He was rather slow and didn't connect Anriel's strength with his identity. Nor did he distinguish between Anriel himself and his nominal student status. All right, Harry, now we know that our big friend has absolute trust in you. Anriel looked at the shiny silver clock on the wall, surrounded by the portraits of the principals, especially Mr. Armando D. Pet, who adjusted his hearing aid and listened intently to every word in the room. But really, is there nothing you can tell me? Harry lowered his head to look at the table, seemingly suddenly very interested in the wood grain of the desk. Anriel also has a pair of deep eyes that seem to see through everything, but unlike Dumbledore's gentle, time-weathered steadiness, which is even the complete opposite, Anriel's eyes lack that calm light, that relaxing and reassuring power. Instead, these mismatched eyes are filled with aggression, sharpness, ambition, and a beast-like threat. If one must find a comparison, the gaze of a young Alastor Moody resembles Anriel's. It is as if a ferocious beast is charging, with the persistence, determination, and sharpness of a high-flying raptor, emitting a chilling light that captivates the heart. Harry couldn't meet such eyes. His instinct to avoid harm warned him that it would hurt him. Seeing that Harry remained silent, Anriel shot him a sidelong glance, curled his lip, and prepared to deliver the next dose of harsh medicine. For instance, are you secretly brewing some forbidden potion with your second-year friends? In some dark little broom shed? Or in an abandoned washroom with a fountain? As soon as those words left his mouth, Harry was greatly alarmed. Oh no, it wasn't just in his heart. He was showing the kind of panic and guilt. Harry instinctively looked up, only to meet Anriel's eyes, which he dared not directly confront. He knows? He knows, Harry thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of confusion. They might get expelled because of this. No, don't worry, Harry. I have no intention of reporting and expelling the 3 of you. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to seeing if our little Hermione can actually brew that thing. Anriel leaned forward, which surprised and puzzled Harry even more. As if sensing Harry's confusion, Anriel explained, so far, no second-year student has successfully brewed the Polyjuice potion, such a high-level potion. And so far, only Professor Snape, and I know what you are doing. Snape, Harry exclaimed. It is Professor Snape, Harry. Anriel's tone at this moment was exactly like Dumbledore's. You should know that neither I nor Professor Snape have any intention of reporting you, so stop putting the blame on the old bat. It's not easy for him either. Harry felt confused. This translation from Chinese to English sounded very strange, but Anriel's words seemed to be fanning the flames. After being processed through Harry's language system, Anriel's meaning seemed to be, it's fine, go ahead and do it boldly, just don't let others find out, and don't blame Snape if something goes wrong. Isn't that just enjoying the show and stirring up trouble? Anriel looked at Harry's somewhat confused and speechless expression and smiled with relief. If you ever want to do something illegal or against the rules in the future, remember to report it to me. No one wants you to die so young. Of course, we all know that Voldemort can't be considered human. After a while, Harry was surprisingly struck by the realization that this senior, who was on the same level as the professor, seemed to have nothing more to say to him. Anriel has started feeding the birds with a small pile of seemingly gorgeous and exquisite little fruits. Sir, no. I mean, Anriel, Harry started, the honorific slipping out surprised him. It seemed the atmosphere was too delicate, and Anriel's aura was overly similar to that of professors like McGonagall and Snape, which led Harry to unconsciously treat Anriel as an elder. However, this did not prevent him from saying what he wanted to say. We think the heir of Slytherin might be Malfoy. Anriel tossed the last small grain of corn from her hand, and Fox caught it in his mouth as he looked back at Harry. Nice thought, but don't think about it next time. Harry, but maybe Malfoy's father from 50 years ago? Anriel explained. Where's the evidence? You can't say someone isn't a good person just because they don't look like one. Hagrid looks quite fierce, doesn't he? Although what Lucius and Draco have done proves that they really are not good people. Harry was a bit confused. Anriel already knew that the Malfoy father and son weren't good people. So why was he saying he was wrong? Harry seemed to understand a little, and sure enough, Anriel explained further. Your suspicions might have a tiny bit of reasoning, but they absolutely don't hold water. Do you know how old Lucius Malfoy is? Harry clearly didn't know. What year is it this year? 1992. Then let me tell you, Lucius Malfoy was born in 1954, so he isn't even 40 yet this year. Ah. This left Harry speechless. Instead, Anriel, noticing Harry's reaction, asked with great interest, "What's wrong? Does Lucius look very old to you?" "I don't think so." Harry felt even more awkward. The three of them were simply way off. Anriel curled her lips. Lucius Malfoy not only lacked the age, but he also didn't possess the skills and strength. With the shallow foundation of the Malfoy family, he wouldn't even qualify as an heir. At most, he'd be considered a lackey. If he were the heir of Slytherin, the basilisk would be the first to kill him. When Anriel said this, there was not the slightest change in his expression, as if what he had just said were trivial matters, which really surprised Harry. However, it did sound quite reasonable. But who could it be? Anriel observed that Harry really didn't know, and it wasn't just an act. He was a bit puzzled. Shouldn't a savior be more perceptive? After all, last year's events had already proven that Voldemort wasn't completely dead. Anriel glanced at Harry and spoke. The question is not who. The oak door behind Harry opened silently, signaling that this conversation was over. The question is how. Anriel repeated Dumbledore's original words, ignoring Harry's somewhat confused expression, and closed the door to the headmaster's office. Christmas. The significance of Christmas in the West is self-evident, and the arrival of this important holiday seemed to alleviate some of the students' panic. After the end of the semester, no one would be nervously peddling large purple onions, although there might still be some who would buy them. Anriel also enjoys the festive atmosphere during the holidays. There aren't many people left on campus, and he is happy to have some leisure time. Luna has gone home to celebrate the holidays. Although he feels a bit regretful, there will be many more opportunities to celebrate Christmas together in the future, so it's not a big deal this time. Looking at it from another perspective, Anriel can freely do some creative things this Christmas. For example, toasting for Christmas. Anriel raised his glass and caught a glimpse of Harry and the other two sneaking out of the hall. Their targets, Crabbe and Goyle, were currently indulging in a feast. It was no surprise that after the dessert was served, they could still eat so much, let alone 2 small chocolate cakes. Anriel stood up and walked over to Dumbledore, bending down to whisper something before slipping out of the hall. He hid in the shadow of a pillar in the foyer. The trio's plan was going smoothly until Anriel pretended to accidentally walk out of the foyer. Harry and Ron's faces turned pale. They suddenly realized the most fatal flaw in Hermione's so-called plan. Any point in the execution of this plan, if witnessed by someone, they would have no reasonable explanation. For example, if someone caught them while they were stunning Crabbe and Goyle, or if someone saw them while brewing the final step of the Polyjuice Potion, or if a half-Goyle, half-Harry creature was caught in the act during the transformation. These are all deadly loopholes. However, Anriel's words nearly made their eyes pop out. Hurry up. Time is tight. Ron had a bewildered expression, as if questioning life. Harry suddenly remembered what Anriel had said to him in Dumbledore's office. Ron, hurry up. Anriel won't care about this, Harry whispered, pulling harder on Goyle's arms to shove the tall boy into the broom cupboard. Ron was half convinced but moved quickly. Though he didn't understand, his execution was outstanding. The two quickly yanked a few strands of hair from Crabbe and Goyle and swiped their shoes. Harry glanced at Anriel and, seeing that he indeed had no intention of stopping them, felt reassured and boldly ran toward Myrtle's bathroom. Anriel surpassed the two at a speed that was almost like low-altitude flying. Reasonably, Anriel arrived at the destination first. Hermione was busy preparing that strange potion, which looked like mud. Harry, did you guys get it? Hermione turned around upon hearing the voice and was taken aback to see Anriel's face. She was shocked but quickly composed herself. Hermione's brain, operating at 16 cores, began to race, defeating 99 of the nation. Hermione, we got the hair. Harry and Ron pushed open the door, panting. Hermione immediately pieced together most of the situation. Apart from not understanding why Anriel didn't want to deal with this serious violation of school rules, Hermione had inferred nearly everything else accurately. Time was of the essence. Since Anriel wasn't going to intervene, they might as well proceed. Under the watchful eye of a fun seeker, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all tossed the hair of the people they wanted to transform into the cup. The mud churned. Ugh, it looked disgusting. Ron picked up his portion of the Polyjuice Potion and glanced at it with disdain, almost throwing up. Since Anriel was watching, the two boys stayed solemnly by the sink while Hermione entered a separate cubicle. As if having made a certain resolution, Harry and Ron raised their respective glasses filled with the nauseating, semi-solid potion. Ron was just about to comment on the taste of the crab-style polyjuice potion when he doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach and curling up by the sink. Harry wasn't faring much better. His insides felt like they were being burned, and the power of the transformation made it feel as if someone was slicing his face open in multiple places. And they had even sprinkled salt on it. Anriel observed the two of them closely from the side, not missing any details of the transformation process. After drinking the polyjuice potion, their original faces seemed to turn into clay, but there was no swelling or bubbling. It was merely a sensation of pain. Then, as if an invisible hand was reshaping the clay, it pressed down where it needed to be flattened and stretched where it needed to be elongated. It was very strange. However, the transformation process was quick. In less than a minute, Crabbe and Goyle stood before Anriel, their robes stretched and ruined. Not just bystanders. They themselves were also quite shocked. Anriel was surprised that Hermione could concoct such a complicated potion, while Harry and Ron were astonished by the effects of the polyjuice potion. "Hey, Ron," Goyle's deep voice rang out. "Cool," Crabbe exclaimed. "Do we look off in any way?" After changing into the stolen robes, Goyle asked Anriel. "No. You two look like a couple of less common idiots from Slytherin." Anriel does not have any discrimination against the Academy. He just targeted Crabbe and Goyle. Seeing them walk towards the locked cubicle, Anriel raised an eyebrow. "Hermione isn't in a good state. You two should go test it out since time is of the essence." Harry and Ron hesitated. Anriel shot a glare at the two of them, and they immediately turned and left, choosing to follow their hearts, abbreviated as from the heart. After they left, Anriel approached Hermione's cubicle door. "Hermione, they're gone. Open the door." Hermione didn't know how Anriel knew about her situation, but in her current state, only Anriel could help her. Click. The door unlocked, and a figure slowly stood up and turned around. A cat that resembled Hermione by about 60 to 70%, dressed in a robe, stood inside the cubicle, with tears still glistening in its eyes. This was a long-haired black cat with yellow eyes, which could be initially guessed to belong to the Bombay breed, often considered a standard companion for witches in some legends. Anriel wasn't scared at all, and even had the leisure to complain in her mind. "Wow, beast-eared girl. Ron, you're in luck." But luckily, Hermione isn't allergic to cat fur. The real Beast Girl potion is not meant for animal transformation. Anriel said calmly, "I'll take you to the school hospital to find Mrs. Pangfry. This is not my area of expertise." Anriel thought for a moment and called out, "Miss Warren?" Myrtle poked her head out from behind her stall door, looking at Anriel across the corridor in surprise. "If I can't make it back in time, could you please tell those two kids to stay here after they return?" Oh, yes, I will. Myrtle looked a bit excited. It had been about 50 years since anyone had called her that. When Anriel took Hermione to the hospital wing, she had been quietly sobbing, so Anriel simply cast a disillusionment charm on her. Madame Pomfrey didn't ask many questions. Who knows if that essay good habit? She knew nothing about the cause or pathology of the illness. Did she enjoy guessing? No. It should just be the difference between treating symptoms and addressing the root cause. Medicine makes one go bald. Anriel didn't think too deeply about it and flew back to the third-floor restroom. "It seems I successfully returned early," Anriel said cheerfully. Myrtle's tone was melodious and coy as she let out an "O." Saying it directly was like having a sore throat. Then, with a thud, she fell headfirst into a toilet. "All right, a very beautiful state of mind." When Harry and Ron hurried back, they were surprised to see Anriel tidying up the cauldron. "You're back? What did you find out?" Anriel asked with a smile. At Anriel's reminder, Harry had given up on the foolish question of whether Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin early on. Instead, the time freed up allowed them to uncover quite a few hidden locations of the Malfoy family secrets. The transition from public affairs to private matters was incredibly smooth. Malfoy mentioned that his father had sent something to Hogwarts, but he knew nothing about what that item was, what it was for, or how it was delivered. Harry brought up a key piece of information, although Anriel already knew it. He said that his father had told him not to pry into things that didn't concern him. Ron added. Anriel nodded thoughtfully. Time flew by, and a few weeks later, Hermione was almost fully recovered. The dark fur on her face had completely faded. Anriel felt quite regretful, as the cat ears and tail had also disappeared. "What's wrong with my surname being Pie? It's perfectly normal for me, Pinocchio, to have a surname Pie." JPG. Just a few days before her discharge, Anriel saw Felch angrily walking into the broom closet to get a mop. After a moment's thought, Anriel immediately rushed to Myrtilla's washroom. He casually dealt with the water accumulation on the floor and came out holding a dry diary with a leather cover. Today was a normal workday. Luna was in class and wouldn't suddenly appear in his dorm room. This diary must have been thrown into the toilet by Ginny during a break. It was worth it for Anriel to keep an eye on Felch these past few days. occasionally sneaking into Myrtilla's bathroom to check for leaks and see if there was a diary on the floor. Of course, Anriel reassured Myrtilla, calming her emotions a bit. The already dried diary was spread open on the table, and Anriel rubbed his hands together. "Hey, old fellow, I've finally caught you." Anriel revealed a subtle expression as he examined the object before him, which contained a part of Voldemort's memory and soul. He was highly unlikely to use this thing normally. Chatting with Tom Riddle? Boring. Anriel drew out his wand and pointed it at Voldemort's diary from a distance. What he wanted to achieve the most right now was to separate the soul fragment from the Horcrux. With no clues on how to start with the method of creation, it is well known that a Horcrux is an evil object. In this world, if a person commits the sin of murder, their soul will be fragmented. To attach the soul to a specific object, special magic is required. Otherwise, the soul fragment will simply dissipate. And to make a fragmented soul whole again, one must sincerely repent for their own crimes. That is how to extract the soul fragment from the Horcrux. Anriel thought for a moment and put the wand away again. He only had this one experimental item now, and he couldn't afford to break it. He closed the diary and casually tucked it into a gap on the bookshelf. Although theoretically anyone could enter Ravenclaw's common room, Anriel's dormitory was not so easily accessed. Anyone sneaking in without his permission, except for Luna, would likely end up in trouble. Tomorrow, when he went to the headmaster's office, he would bring that book on advanced dark magic, revealed to reverse engineer the soul attachment spell, and then he could create this diary. Since it was a January morning, it was already nearly 8 o'clock when the sky was dimly lit, quite abstract. It was said that this was not even the latest. In the winter, dawn in England could sometimes be delayed until 9. In any case, Anriel got up at 7, and, after washing up and getting dressed, he glided to the window and jumped out. Dumbledore had said he would always leave a window open for him. Anriel flew in from an open bay window in the principal's office, made 2 turns, navigated around a bunch of seemingly intricate and complex instruments, and arrived at an ordinary wooden door on the side of the principal's office. Anriel didn't believe that a man over 100 years old would sleep in, so he directly turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Sure enough, Dumbledore was not there. The room was not small. Opposite Anriel was a windowsill, and below it was a reddish-brown writing desk. It seemed that Dumbledore also had a hobby of looking at the scenery after getting tired of writing. One side of the wall was against a simple and plain-looking large bed, which looked very comfortable and was estimated to be a 2x3m double bed, for reasons unknown. Anriel's target leaned against the wall directly opposite the bed, right next to the writing desk, occupying an entire wall. It was a huge bookshelf. Anriel glanced at it and pulled out a large, old-fashioned book with a black cover, so ancient that it seemed on the verge of falling apart at any moment. This book, like the most dangerous and evil ones in the restricted section, evoked a sense of dark terror simply by being seen. In fact, before Dumbledore took it and placed it on the shelf, it was indeed one of the most unsettling titles in the restricted section. Anriel left a note, taking this cutting-edge dark magic book, revealing it left Dumbledore's room. He flew out without taking the key, and every night before going to bed, Anriel had the habit of locking the door. Never mind, let's fly back. Anriel decided to change the habit formed in his previous life due to a lack of security. Moments later, Anriel crossed his legs and eagerly read about various advanced dark magic in the evil book. Ah, so this is how magical transformation can be played with? Oh, being half human and half snake can enhance spellcasting power? He had no sense of studying dark magic. To Anriel, the serious and powerful dark magic was no different from a toy. Finally, Anriel flipped to the page he wanted to find. Horcrux, a container for the soul. The term is split into outside and important object, which together mean something important beyond life. The principle of creating a Horcrux is to isolate and protect the soul from the body, allowing part of the soul to remain intact even when the main body suffers fatal injuries, thus prolonging life. This is the mechanism of a Horcrux, and the reason it is considered the most evil magical object. As he turned the pages, Anriel slowly furrowed his brows. It wasn't that the spell was too difficult, but rather that it was too simple. Although this spell is as evil and dangerous as the unforgivable curses, with irreversible consequences, its effect is actually only to fix the soul. It fixes a fragment of the soul to an object. Theoretically, when an object becomes a Horcrux, that broken piece of soul merges with it and cannot be fully separated in any form. That's right, fully. For example, murder can cause the soul to split. A Horcrux, like a diary that can actively move. If a person is killed, theoretically, it can continue to split and create more Horcruxes. This is so evil. It's simply a nesting doll. Anriel felt a bit troubled, But then he thought, what was the purpose of his research on extracting soul fragments from soul vessels? Wasn't it just to save one or two artifacts? Looking at it from another angle, could he not directly destroy the soul fragments within this container? Anriel flipped through the book, trying to find answers in dark magic. Unveiled. He found it. The author truly dared to write anything. Destroying the container itself can obliterate the soul fragment, but destroying the soul fragment within does not harm the container itself. The question is there a way to harm the soul itself without damaging the container? Yes, there is. The killing curse can do that, although it is not meant to be seen. This method of fighting poison with poison is very effective. Now that Anriel knows how to destroy the Horcrux, he is ready to have some fun. He took out a quill and dipped it in ink. Hello, Tom. The writing faded away. Hello, who are you? The slender red letters of Tom Riddle slowly emerged on the paper like knife marks. Me? Anriel smiled, a smile that was far from benevolent. He reached up and swept his hand across his face, and a mane of smooth, shoulder-length golden hair swiftly retreated into his scalp, leaving the remaining part a chaotic mass of black hair. His two sharply contrasting eyes turned into a beautiful green. Even on his forehead, a thin, slanted lightning-shaped scar appeared. My name is Harry Potter. Tom, don't look back, it's me, Harry. After the writing was swallowed by the diary, it took a while for Voldemort's slender handwriting to emerge. Harry? That Harry Potter? Anriel wrote, how do you know about me? The last student who found my diary often mentioned you. He suspects you are the heir of Slytherin. Anriel frowned, realizing that things were not simple. This soul fragment had some intelligence, but not much. After all, it still knew to disguise the information by using he. But it also didn't think about why the first sentence spoken by this newly found diary was in a dialogue form. Hello, Tom. What a strange conversation. Who would write such a thing as the first sentence in Tom's diary? It's likely that Voldemort's memory was relatively young, having not experienced the harsh realities of society. And after chatting with Ginny recently, he became accustomed to this manner of speaking, not noticing this detail. Do you think so too? Anriel suppressed a smile and continued to set a trap for Riddle. What does it have to do with me that someone opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago? No, Riddle wrote. On the contrary, I know you are innocent because I clearly know who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. All right then, what's next? Can you tell me who it is? I can't, but I can take you to see for yourself. Anriel rubbed his hands, leaned back in his chair, and prepared to immerse himself in the 3D blockbuster featuring Hagrid's furry friends. The notebook on the table flipped pages rapidly, and a strong, blinding light emanated from the middle of the pages. With a whoosh, Anriel disappeared from the chair. Bang! The next second, Anriel found himself sitting back in the chair, dumbfounded, face-to-face with Harry, while the notebook on the table flipped through its pages at high speed. The notebook stopped on a blank page. Bright red letters quickly extended, as if the person writing them was in a great hurry. You are not Harry Potter. Who are you really? Anriel pouted, feeling a bit annoyed. TSK, miscalculated. I didn't expect this thing to be a biological verification. The next second, as golden hair spread out, covering Harry Potter's face, a fair-skinned, handsome, and spirited face appeared above the notebook. The light blue left, I squinted slightly, while the deep black right, I stared at the paper. I am Harry Potter. Anriel's pen scratched on the paper, a smile on her face. You know our. The word Voldemort paused. Then he wrote, without waiting for Anriel to respond. This line of text quickly disappeared, replaced by, what do you want to do? What do you know? He quickly added these two sentences, wondering how to say that his mind wasn't quite working properly. Who would reveal their trump card at the start of the game? Anriel thought for a moment and wrote, I know a lot of things, so the question is not what I want to do, but what you want to do, but you're just a soul vessel. He smiled wickedly. If you simply want to kill the mud people, that has nothing to do with me. We both have our own needs. Anriel could imagine the look of shock on Voldemort's face when he read that line in the diary. Huh, where did this third-generation Dark Lord come from? This fragment of soul quickly compared the school layout Ginny had told him about and swiftly found the corresponding individual. You are Anriel Grindelwald. The last person who found the diary mentioned you to me. Riddle's thought was that if Ginny was telling the truth, this Anriel must have known that he was behind everything when he picked up the diary. How to deal with this situation? There was no way to fight. The disadvantage on their side was too great. You know, right? All you need to do is destroy me. If I refuse, you'll destroy this diary right now, won't you? How about we make a deal? Voldemort wrote 3 sentences in a row, still in the form of questions. He believed he already understood Anriel's approach and had some confidence in this deal. Or rather, he felt he had no choice. What he didn't know was that these 3 sentences had left Anriel speechless. Anriel suddenly felt that he was conversing with a rebellious teenager who was in puberty, overly dramatic, and believed he had everything under control. He began to doubt whether this Voldemort was actually trying to set him up. "What do you think?" Anriel pretended to be interested, urging Voldemort to continue. The Voldemort in the diary was clearly not very clever. He ground his teeth, even though a memory didn't have teeth to grind. "As you can see, I am one of the larger pieces of the soul fragments. If the timing is right, I can be resurrected. I can also tell you where the remaining Horcruxes are. There are a total of 5. Just help me come back to life." Anriel felt a bit absurd for a moment. This didn't seem like a fragment of Voldemort's soul. This was the foolish son of a landlord. Definitely the kind that had hit his head on the ground. Did he really sell out his own body? Did he really betray his kind? "I haven't even started to interrogate you, and you've already confessed everything? Did Ginny tell you some rumors about me that scared you this much?" He was also a bit curious about what kind of image he had in Ginny's description. Probably something as terrifying as Voldemort. Otherwise, this piece of soul fragment wouldn't be like this. Anriel suspected that among all of Voldemort's soul fragments, this one was the most honest. Thinking back, in the original story, this guy had spewed out countless boasts, and even when a not-so-great actor Fawkes was able to squeeze out tears, he still couldn't bring himself to kill Harry Potter. Moreover, if Anriel hadn't disrupted the plot, he really wouldn't have been able to kill anyone at all. It seemed that after noticing Anriel hadn't responded for a while, this honest kid became anxious, and his handwriting became noticeably messy. "The first Horcrux is in a ruin next to Little Hangleton. I can point it out to you. Right here." The handwriting disappeared, and below it, a hastily drawn map appeared in red and black. It looked like a map of Little Hangleton, with a helpful red cross marking the location of the Gaunt Ring. The diary was made as a Horcrux after the Gaunt Ring, so it was normal for the honest kid to know the location. Anriel's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he suddenly felt a strong urge to throw this stupid thing back to Harry Potter and just follow the original plot. Talking to this thing for too long might lower his IQ. It was truly a stroke of luck that Ginny hadn't been dumbed down. With that thought in mind, Anriel suddenly came up with a way to continue the original plot without going through Harry Potter, allowing this diary to play its intended role. Ignoring the words appearing on the paper, Anriel expressionlessly closed the diary and ruthlessly stuffed it into his pocket. He really didn't want to communicate with this thing anymore. At dinner that day, at the Ravenclaw table, next to Anriel quietly lay a black leather-bound diary, which looked quite normal. It's common for a Ravenclaw to carry a few notebooks and books. However, after Anriel carefully adjusted the angle, he was sure that from a certain position at the Gryffindor long table, this diary could be clearly seen. Anriel had already noticed Ginny's pale face and astonished gaze. He lowered his head to drink his soup, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, for Ginny, stealing under Anriel's watchful eyes was a bit too much to ask. He was a terrifying dark wizard, just like Voldemort. Nevertheless, the diary must have been incredibly important to Ginny. If it weren't for him being there, Anriel felt that Ginny would have rushed over to snatch it away. Of course, whether she had the strength to charge over was another matter. Anriel shrugged and decided to create an opportunity for Ginny. Anyway, when Anriel was chatting with the prefect while bringing Luna along, he caught a glimpse of Ginny slipping down from the Gryffindor table. By the time Anriel returned, the diary had disappeared, and he pretended he hadn't noticed anything, cutting a piece of tender, juicy lamb and feeding it into Luna's open mouth. "Do you like it?" Anriel asked, and Luna nodded. Anriel understood. "Then I'll call a pet sprite for roasting lamb, to have late-night snacks alone in the future. Isn't this also a kind of alternative domineering CEO literature?" Luna rolled her eyes at Anriel and poked his face with a slender finger. Anriel wasn't angry. In fact, he was happy. He turned and playfully bit Luna's finger, a smile on his face. "Eek!" Luna was startled and quickly pulled her finger away from the villain's mouth, wiping it disdainfully on Anriel's robe. She wasn't angry either, and Anriel knew she wasn't. The two were still leaning against each other, with Luna in a position that suggested she was about to snuggle into Anriel's embrace. The classmates nearby suddenly felt that their appetite had decreased significantly. "Hey, that's strange. Why am I getting full so quickly today?" It was as if even a dog passing by would get kicked. Ginny, who had been watching closely to see if Anriel had noticed the missing diary, felt a bitter sensation wash over her, her heart filled with mixed emotions. This was something Anriel hadn't noticed and never expected. In the original story, Ginny stole the diary because she was afraid Riddle would reveal her feelings to Harry himself. But now, Anriel had the diary. If that were the case, sharing her feelings for Harry with a trustworthy senior didn't seem like a big deal. So why did she still steal the diary? The answer was already obvious. Ginny had lost her appetite, as if a burning iron clamp was squeezing her insides. twisting them together. With the diary hidden in her arms, she quietly slipped out of the hall, leaning against a stone pillar in the foyer. A bitter feeling spread in her mouth. Anriel did not know what had happened to Ginny, nor was he aware of her emotional experiences. If he had known, only 4 words could summarize his mental journey: Nyogon Ben Bai. Truly, he was a romantic saint of Gryffindor. As the saying goes, love has always left empty regrets. Love has always been hurt by parting. There's a kind of beauty in living within one's emotional prison, withering away. Even if Anriel knew, he wouldn't be able to offer guidance. He could only pray that Mr. Potter could help him reclaim his destined wife. Note, this sentence reflects what Anriel would say if he knew, but currently, he does not. He wasn't particularly interested in Ginny, to be precise, not in an emotional sense. However, Ginny's magical talent was undeniably exceptional. For example, who remembers what material Ginny's wand is made of? 3, 2, 1, the answer is yew. The same material as Voldemort's wand. Due to its toxic sap, yew is often associated with magic and death. After the outer layer of an old yew tree dies, new growth continues from the center, which is why it is often seen as a tree of immortality and symbolizes the reincarnation of souls. Original text reference. Celtic priests regarded yew as a symbol of eternal life and immortality. Yew wands are quite rare, and their ideal owners are equally unusual, sometimes even notorious. This type of wand is said to grant its holder the power of life and death. Of course, this characteristic is likely an exaggeration. At least Anriel doesn't believe it. What about Voldemort? This yew wand did indeed serve him well on his path to immortality for a long time. But in the end, it was still discarded. It's possible that Voldemort's lack of knowledge about wand lore played a part, but more importantly, there are certainly more reliable methods to pursue immortality than purchasing and using a yew wand. Finally, yew wands have a particularly dark and intimidating reputation in dueling and various curses. The only certainty is that yew wands will never bow to the mediocre or the timid. Ginny possesses the brave and decisive qualities of a leader, and her image closely resembles that of a female leader, so she is neither timid nor mediocre, fully capable of wielding this yew wand. Anriel was very interested in this. Speaking of which, shortly after Ginny left, Anriel noticed it. In fact, his actions were somewhat unfair to Ginny. With Anriel's intervention, even if the plot got back on track, it would still be somewhat different. That is to say, in the future, when Ginny was lying in the secret chamber waiting to die, there seemed to be a slight possibility that she could really encounter life-threatening danger. Anriel felt regret about this, but he would do his best to save Ginny. As for whether Riddle would still plan an attack from now until the end of the event, Anriel believes it won't. This matter seems to be coming to an end soon. The reason Anriel is willing to risk Ginny's life to conceal a dead person and push the plot back is that having such a serpent monster within school, whether it is asleep or wandering around mindlessly in search of food, is a terrifying thing. It is dangerous and extremely panic-inducing. Anriel doesn't speak in a snake-like manner. That option is not in the language module. However, it seems that no one needs to fight with snakes at the moment. Anriel is definitely going to enter the Chamber of Secrets with Harry, as long as he can catch the basilisk off guard. Riddle's fragments of soul won't be enough to kill him, and this wait lasts until Easter. Dumbledore has been missing all day, and Anriel knows what he's up to. He's dealing with Mr. Cress's follow-up matters, or to put it more plainly, his aftermath. If this matter gets brought to the school board, Lucius Malfoy will definitely pounce on Dumbledore like a mad dog sensing blood, trying to tear off a couple of pieces of flesh, or at the very least, drag him down from his position as headmaster. Besides that, there really haven't been any further attacks. Even though Anriel returned the diary to Ginny long ago, Riddle hasn't orchestrated even a single attack. It's unclear whether he truly fears Anriel or if Ginny's body and mind are already teetering on the edge of collapse. Anriel really can't be sure whether that honest child will continue to attack others or quietly steal Ginny's life force until the final scene, luring Harry Potter into the Chamber of Secrets. Anriel made 2 hypotheses. The first is that Hermione will still be attacked, which is basically in line with the plot he knows, and he can just proceed step by step. The probability of this happening is not small. The second hypothesis is that everyone will be safe, which has a low probability. It turns out that it is completely impossible for Voldemort to behave himself and not cause trouble. This also brought new troubles to Anriel. Have you heard? There has been another attack. Who was it this time? A Gryffindor and a Ravenclaw. Even a Ravenclaw couldn't stay safe this time. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Dumbledore has become senile. My father said that this incident is a serious dereliction of duty on Dumbledore's part. He is currently suspended, and he will definitely be held accountable by the school board. As for that big fool, the one who is making a scene is Malfoy. who was boasting arrogantly with a group of people. The crowd was in an uproar, mostly in disbelief about the news of Dumbledore's suspension. Then, at a certain moment, the voices of the crowd gradually quieted down, but Malfoy continued to speak passionately, until Crabbe, who was in front of him, pointed in terror behind Malfoy. "What? Crabbe? What do you mean?" Malfoy turned around and locked eyes with Anriel, who was smiling. "Sorry, Mr. Malfoy, I didn't quite catch what you just said." Anriel smiled and took the wand out of her robe. The next moment, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the entire corridor. Anriel rubbed his forehead as he left and returned to his dormitory. Malfoy was taken to the hospital wing by Crabbe and Goyle, and everyone had their own places to be. Dumbledore had his own matters to attend to, and after he left, no one at the school could keep Anriel in check. Even Snape wouldn't say much. Even though Malfoy was Snape's prize student, he wouldn't stand up for him. Or rather, whether Anriel could be controlled depended on whether he wanted to listen. Anriel's performance is vivid and has vividly portrayed everything a powerful offspring should demonstrate after their predecessors have fallen from power. However, in reality, he remains calm and thoughtfully contemplates a question. Is there a force that constantly corrects the narrative? In Anriel's memory, there is detailed knowledge of divination, but he cannot draw a conclusion about this issue through divination, even if he has influenced some people or events. And even if he has given Riddle in the diary a great scare this time, he still orchestrated this attack. It seems as if nothing has changed. This is completely contrary to the conclusion Anriel reached when the first victim appeared this year. At that time, Anriel believed his butterfly effect was very strong. But now it seems, it turns out that a person's life or death is not a strong measure of the extent of influence. Even if someone dies, the significant events that should occur will still happen. Even if Albus Dumbledore leaves the school early, the appointment letter from the school board will still land on the desk of the Hogwarts headmaster. Even if Harry Potter still does not misunderstand that Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, that indeed had an impact. Harry and Ron would not have rushed into the Forbidden Forest to seek suicide by Aragog. In other words, as long as Anriel does not intervene at key plot points, even if a butterfly effect occurs, it will be corrected back. Anriel felt a bit relieved. However, when Dumbledore left the school, he didn't seem very reluctant. This restless old man wouldn't go looking for Horcruxes, would he? Anriel's mouth twitched. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door echoed. Anriel leaned back in the lounge chair, lost in thought, and snapped his fingers, causing the door to open. The next moment, his eyes were covered by two small hands. "Guess who I am?" Luna's voice rang out. Considering that Luna might not know this reference and could get upset with a casual response, Anriel chose to answer normally. "These fair and soft little hands, stop it, my good love." Anriel gently held one of Luna's hands down and kissed it with closed eyes. Luna was a bit surprised, but not angry. She simply turned to face Anriel. She showed a faint smile, then turned around and jumped into Anriel's arms. "Sister Penelope is a really good person," Luna said softly, sounding a bit ethereal. Anriel also understood what she meant. The Ravenclaw student who was attacked along with Hermione was Penelope Clearwater, Percy's girlfriend and this year's female prefect of Ravenclaw. It would soon be over, and she couldn't drag it out for too long. Anriel closed his eyes, resting his head lightly on Luna's shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of white orchids. He spoke up. Luna was caught off guard by his sudden action, feeling a tickle, and leaned her head back against Anriel's shoulder, turning to give him a roll of her eyes. "Little sir, isn't this a bit creepy?" "Is it?" "It is. There won't be any outsiders coming to my room." Anriel turned his head and changed to a more comfortable position. His narrow, fox-like eyes narrowed as he made eye contact with Luna at an angle. "So this is an admission of being a pervert?" Why is that?" Luna smiled as well, her cherry lips slightly parted. Then she closed her eyes, planning to rest against Anriel for a while. Anriel felt that there was nothing wrong with it, and he was even a little happy. Well, it was almost over anyway, and Anriel believed that Harry Potter would definitely find Hermione's clue. He just wanted to take a little break, just for a little while. Luna's body warmth made her feel cozy in his arms, and before he knew it, Anriel had fallen asleep as well. The next morning, the two woke up in bed, staring at each other. Neither of them said anything. Both had secretly woken up. Luna's pajamas were clearly a sign that she had changed them in secret. If Anriel doesn't wake up, how did the two of them end up in bed? Did they fly up there? The next morning, when they got up, even if Luna was meticulous and had a thick skin when interacting with Anriel, she couldn't withstand such a situation. Anriel was a bit better, touched his nose, and left a stylish figure for the blushing Luna. "You change your clothes first. I'll go get you breakfast." Luna's face turned even redder. After breakfast, Anriel took Luna to class. Given the current situation, it was quite nice to be escorted to the classroom by a reliable guy. After dropping off Luna, Anriel returned to the principal's office. Snape was quite understanding of human relationships and did not act like the character praised by Malfoy in the original work. In fact, when the principal's office completely belonged to Anriel, Snape usually walked around the office. Although Dumbledore had likely been avoiding Anriel and was off searching for Horcruxes alone, Anriel still couldn't leave the school, at least for the time being. Dumbledore, now, seemed to have regained some of his youthful vigor. He didn't even need Slughorn's memories to confirm the existence of Horcruxes before setting off to find or even destroy one or several of them. Voldemort was crying in the bathroom. On another note, regarding Hagrid, Anriel originally didn't intend to let the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic take him away. Unfortunately, Dumbledore advised Anriel before leaving that resisting arrest would complicate matters further. Anriel scoffed at this. He clearly had the ability to turn the Ministry of Magic upside down by himself and turn the Auror office into a slaughterhouse. Yet he still considered Fudge's position. I could cry. But since Dumbledore has spoken, Anriel would just go along with it. What else could he do? Slap him in the face. Anriel didn't want to do that. So our gamekeeper was once again taken to Azkaban, still believing that Dumbledore would rescue him even as he left. Anriel thought for a moment, a subtle expression appearing on his face. You big fool. This is equivalent to the principal sending you in there. The main reason things became troublesome was that after poking the hornet's nest of the Ministry of Magic, there was no way to completely silence them. But Anriel could do that. He wondered what old Dumbledore was worried about. During lunch, Anriel paid special attention to Ginny. To be honest, she was not in a good state. She sat alone at the Gryffindor table, looking very conflicted, her hands tightly twisted together as if she had a grudge against the bread on her plate, staring at it. Anriel withdrew his gaze and continued to eat his steak. However, he soon realized that he couldn't enjoy his lunch in peace. This time, there was something happening at the staff table. Upon taking a closer look, Anriel nearly dropped his knife and fork. Professor McGonagall and Gilderoy Lockhart were arguing. The usually composed and dignified Minerva McGonagall was arguing with the oblivious fool, Gilderoy Lockhart. Anriel didn't believe it. He had to hear what was going on. I said enough. Professor Lockhart, Hagrid is absolutely innocent, and we all believe that. But that's impossible, Minerva. If the Ministry of Magic didn't have concrete, accurate evidence, they wouldn't have taken Hagrid straight to Azkaban. Just from hearing a couple of lines, Anriel could already guess the whole story. Lockhart had used his usual trick of boasting and putting others down. Professor McGonagall, unable to hold back, probably retorted. Then Lockhart argued back, leaving McGonagall at a loss. Just by listening to their conversation, it was clear that Professor McGonagall maintained her composure, even when speaking to trash like Lockhart, always adding the title of professor afterward. Meanwhile, that trash didn't even notice this point while speaking. Anriel felt like going up and slapping that guy flat. But then he thought he was just a second-rate wizard, and a second-rate crime didn't deserve death. Amnesia was the most fitting outcome for Lockhart. Nothing suited him better than that instead of death. After Luna finished eating, Anriel left the cafeteria with her. There was no reason to stay any longer. Additionally, the mandrakes were about to mature. For others at the school, this meant that those who had been petrified would be restored. At that time, they would reveal the identity of the culprit. For Anriel, the impending maturity of the mandrakes meant that all the events of this year were about to come to a conclusion, drawing a full stop. That's how it was. Professor McGonagall's voice sounded weak and sorrowful. The blood writing on the wall reflected a bright red, eerie light. Anriel looked up at the 2 lines of text that were taller than him. How did Ginny write that? Annoyed, Professor McGonagall amplified her voice many times with magic, notifying all students to return to the common room. After that, she and Anriel immediately rushed to the staff room, where all the teachers had gathered. Even Gilderoy Lockhart was there. At least he should be. Something had happened again. A student had been taken by a monster directly into the Chamber of Secrets. Professor McGonagall's tone was somber. The professors expressed their shock in their own ways. How do we know? Still maintaining his composure, Snape pointed directly to the root of the problem. The heir of Slytherin. He left another line of text, right below the last one. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. Her corpse would forever remain in the Chamber of Secrets. Ginny Weasley. When McGonagall uttered the words Ginny Weasley, Anriel heard. Or rather, he already knew who was hiding in the wardrobe over there. But he still put on an act. Who is there? Come out. I give you 3 seconds. Harry and the weak-legged Ron pushed open the wardrobe door, with Ron looking dazed and Harry looking anxious. A snake. It's a basilisk. The monster of Slytherin is a basilisk. Harry exclaimed. Say something we don't know. Potter, Snape said coldly. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang. Sorry, I dozed off. Did I miss something? An incredibly suitable scapegoat, capable of breaking the suffocating atmosphere, made his entrance. Sure enough, as soon as Lockhart appeared, all the tensions immediately turned towards him. All good? The problem solver has arrived, Snape said sarcastically. Gilderoy, a girl has been taken into the Chamber of Secrets. Now is your time to shine. Didn't you say you already knew what the monster in the chamber was? Where the chamber is, how it was opened. Didn't you say you knew everything? It was quite rare for Professor McGonagall to speak in such an aggressive tone. At least Anriel hadn't seen it happen very often. Snape picked up the cue, speaking in a bitter and mocking tone. Of course, our Professor Lockhart must have known all along. Didn't you say you regretted not being able to face the monster before Hagrid was taken? Hogwarts will close tomorrow, and no one will, disturb your duel with that thing. We eagerly await you to take that thing's head and add another chapter to your glorious autobiography. In terms of sarcasm, Snape was always top tier. From Anriel's perspective, Snape's face perfectly combined disdain, contempt, and ridicule. Lockhart indeed had a knack for being off-putting. Go ahead and handle it. Go for it, Gilderoy. We promise no one will interfere with you. Tonight is the perfect time for you to show off. The professors began to voice their denunciations of Lockhart, ending with him leaving the staff room in disgrace. As soon as Lockhart stepped out, all the professors, as if they had agreed upon it, instantly dropped their terrifying expressions. Finally rid of that. However, Professor McGonagall still looked quite angry, but she quickly adjusted her emotions. This left Ron and Harry exchanging puzzled glances, both feeling as if they were in a dream. Anriel, you must have a way, right? Professor McGonagall's tone now brimmed with worry. This matter can't rely entirely on me. Anriel responded, but suddenly turned her head towards Harry. So, have you two found the entrance to the secret chamber? Anriel's wand danced at his fingertips as he looked at Harry and the other person. The two exchanged a glance and nodded firmly. Good. Anriel stood up and walked straight out of the staff lounge. Harry and Ron nervously swallowed, quickly following him under the professor's watchful eyes. In this situation, Harry thought it should be right to trust Anriel. If Hermione were here, she would recall something Anriel had told her last year. You can think of me as a 12-year-old professor. Although it's hard to accept, aside from not teaching and needing to attend classes, my other work activities are basically the same as those of the professors. Of course, I will definitely be much kinder than the other professors. If something major happens and you can't find a professor, you can consider coming to me. Hermione had long stopped seeing Anriel as an ordinary senior. Furthermore, this time she was petrified while on her way to the Ravenclaw Tower, accompanied by a Ravenclaw prefect. She was originally on her way to find Anriel with a lead. After a while, Harry suddenly realized that they seemed to be heading not toward the abandoned bathroom of Myrtle, but rather Gilderoy Lockhart's office. Bang! Anriel kicked open Lockhart's office door and raised his wand, pointing it at Lockhart's pointed nose. Good night, Professor Lockhart, and say goodbye to your memories, shall we? Obliviate. In Lockhart's bewildered, yet friendly gaze, Anriel left satisfied. He indeed felt that this was the best outcome for Lockhart, the arrogant hypocrite. To be fair, after losing his memory, Lockhart had indeed become kinder. Harry and Ron stared in shock at all of this. What are you still dawdling for? Let's go. The task they needed to do on the way was completed, and now it was time to get down to business. Come on, you two. The three of them hurried down the stairs, making their way to the abandoned girls' bathroom. Moaning Myrtle was floating listlessly on the ceiling, and when she saw Anriel and the others, she fell in surprise. However, being a ghost, she quickly regained her balance and floated in front of the three of them. Hello, Myrtle, Anriel briefly said. The Myrtle twisted shyly and turned around twice, letting out a short scream before diving into the toilet stall, head first into the toilet. Anriel shrugged and bent down to start inspecting the first faucet. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and quickly bent down to feel around the faucet as well. Soon, Ron exclaimed, Found it. There's a relief here. Harry hurried over, lowered his head to take a look, and sure enough, there was a hollow copper snake relief on the side of the faucet. Let's get it to open, Anriel said behind him. Harry nodded. Open. Anriel and Ron looked at him speechlessly. We can understand what you just said. Anriel's wording was slightly more tactful. Oh, I see. Harry felt a bit awkward and said that he had only been able to accidentally speak Parseltongue when facing a live snake before. Anriel thought for a moment with his heel and felt that this kind of thing was a bit unreliable. You two step back as far as you can. Harry and Ron, not understanding the situation, immediately took action. The two heads hid outside the bathroom door, peeking in curiously. After a moment, a semi-transparent head appeared above the two of them, and the three had the same expression. Anriel then drew his wand and shouted, Daisy Cutter. With a chilling bang, the entire row of sinks vanished, leaving only a dark hole in the ground and scattered porcelain shards as proof of their former existence. Anriel whistled cheerfully. Not bad. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes showing a hint of fear. The phrase not bad seemed rather unconvincing amidst the chaos. All right, you two. What do you want to do now? The two were taken aback and momentarily didn't know what Anriel was talking about. In the next second, Anriel suddenly slapped his forehead and continued to speak to himself. Oh wait, I almost forgot. It's not that both of you are useless. Anriel shook his wand and swiftly grabbed Ron by the collar, lifting him up. Then, he leaped into the seemingly bottomless pipe. Ah! That piercing scream came from Ron. Harry stood at the entrance, stunned, as the screams echoed out in spirals, kicking up clouds of dust. Aren't you taking me with you? Soon there was a thud, sounding like Anriel had landed safely. A reprimand came from the entrance. What are you screaming for? That's your little sister. If you don't come down, I'll kick you down. But, Ron felt the world spinning around him. Relying on the endurance he once had to hold back snot, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit and, with a confused look, said, Sir, if you don't bring me down, I can jump down myself. His tone and expression were weak, pitiful, and yet revealed a hint of confusion and helplessness. Anriel was momentarily speechless, feeling a bit awkward. After casually chuckling, he chose to skip the topic. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Anriel confirmed one thing. Harry Potter had not followed him. It seemed that his existence indeed had some subtle influence on the character of the Savior. Ever since last year, when Harry faced Voldemort without the protection of the Philosopher's Stone, the wheels of fate had begun to turn uncontrollably. If this continued, the so-called Savior. Anriel stopped his thoughts and looked back at Ron. All right, little Ronnie, let's go. Ron raised his head to gaze at the small light spot, which was the pipe opening they had come down from, blinked, and seemed to be lost in thought. After hearing Anriel call him, Ron moved his legs to follow. Didn't Harry come down? Ron shook his head. His own younger sister was still deep in the chamber, unaware of her fate. Only by staying close to Anriel could Ginny have a glimmer of hope. The boy's gaze instantly became incredibly determined, as if he were ready to join a cause. In his hand, he tightly gripped the wand that was nearly broken and had been awkwardly repaired with magical tape. Just as Ron was brewing his emotions, Anriel looked at him and suddenly said something that almost made Ron's back go out. Don't be so nervous. I pulled you in here, just for show. Voldemort can't beat me, and you can't beat Voldemort either. Just be a good mascot, all right? The excitement he had been building up for so long vanished in an instant. Ron pouted, as if he had been hurt. Anriel ignored him and walked straight ahead. The place they were in was an incredibly thick drainage pipe that had been abandoned for at least several hundred years. Moss and slick, unknown substance covered the entire wall of the pipe, making the environment look extremely gloomy, and the air was filled with a decaying, damp smell. Anriel moved gracefully ahead, gliding and skillfully avoiding every puddle and mud pit. Ron stumbled behind, one foot sinking deeper than the other, tripping and staggering. His pants and robe splattered with mud and filth, looking utterly disheveled. After a few minutes, just as Ron was barely getting used to walking in this ridiculous environment, the tunnel suddenly widened. The ground transformed into a stone-paved road. Ron's young and fragile heart was dealt a second blow today. This was an empty room, or rather, an empty palace. The four pillars supporting the ceiling in the corners were covered with lifelike snake-shaped reliefs, each scale meticulously detailed, as if the snakes would twist and slither down the columns to attack intruders at any moment. In the center of this square hall lay a fearsome giant serpent. Ron let out a sharp shriek, validating his impurity. Anriel raised his hand and gave him a flick on the head, pointing at the giant snake's hollow, transparent belly. Silly boy, what are you shouting about? This is its shed skin. Ron focused his gaze and saw that the giant snake had its eyes tightly closed. And under the scales, it was empty. Its semi-transparent belly, in the dim light, even revealed the deep green snake scales on its back. Yes. It's snake skin. Ron's voice trembled as he let out a dry laugh. This snake skin, it was so snake-like, in such dark lighting. Who would believe it was skin? Anriel clicked his tongue, pointing the tip of his wand towards the direction of the snake's tail. Do you see that big door? I see it. Ron nodded eagerly. You know what I'm going to do? Ron's hair stood on end as he hurriedly ran in the opposite direction, unhesitatingly hiding behind a massive snake column. This time, he didn't even dare to peek out. He simply crouched behind the stone column like a mushroom. He really couldn't handle it. Being caught in the debris would definitely be an undeserved disaster. Anriel raised his wand with satisfaction. A series of mysterious popping sounds burst from Anriel's mouth, as if a roar of a white giant bear echoed in the air. This thing was a bit too extreme for the magical world. Ron tightly covered his ears, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth. He felt like he had already gone deaf. The iron door in front of Anriel, no, the entire wall in front of Anriel disappeared. This was still under the condition that Anriel was intentionally controlling the output of magic power. Otherwise, it would have been a full-on bombardment. The serpent monster would definitely die, and Hogwarts would be buried along with it. This deal doesn't seem too worthwhile. Anriel waved his wand, and the smoke at the tip dissipated. He's gone, little Ronnie. Anriel stepped over the rubble and walked into the hole. On the other side of the wall was the sewer. No joke, it was really a sewer. A cobblestone path flanked by sewage ditches, with a few dirty white pipes protruding from the sidewall, some of which were clearly still in use, gushing water downward. The only thing that set this place apart from a sewer was the old man's statue standing at the end of the cobblestone path. Balding, with wrinkled features, he looked like a water monkey. This old man was Salazar Slytherin. He looked truly ugly. Anriel looked away. Looking any longer would be painful to the eyes. The large statue of Slytherin was barefoot, with its big feet exposed. Ginny's small body lay a little forward between those 2 feet. Her face was pale and lifeless, like a broken rag doll that had been played with too much. Ginny! Ron behind Anriel hoarsely called out, using both hands and feet to fall towards his sister. Ron shook her shoulders, shouting her name. Anriel glanced quietly at the causality wand that Ron had thrown on the ground. Good. Everything was going according to plan. Anriel has already seen the old, tattered diary. Then, in a blind spot that Anriel couldn't see, a translucent figure flickered and disappeared as if it had never appeared at all. It seemed very aware of Anriel's vigilance. Therefore, none of its movements as it slowly approached included an option to observe from behind. This was a memory of Tom Riddle, as well as a fragment of Voldemort's soul. It was like a venomous snake waiting for the right moment to strike at any living being in front of it. P.S. Some reviews say that the pace of my book is too fast and will conclude quickly. I want to say that there is no rule that fanfiction must only expand on the original storyline. There will be a long plot after the Deathly Hallows in my book, so please rest assured. Anriel looked at Ron. He remembered the words Ron had said when he had just landed. It turned out that he was indeed willing to risk his own life to rush into the chamber to save Ginny. This was the greatness of familial love. The magic of love. Anriel withdrew his gaze and continued to examine the enormous sewer, or rather, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a gigantic prison cell. He was searching, wanting to know where Riddle could possibly be hiding. In the damp, slimy walls of the entire chamber? In the bubbling sewage pool? Every inch and corner of the chamber revealed Slytherin's abysmal taste. What kind of normal person would build a lounge at the bottom of a lake? He himself was just a dying old man. It was truly puzzling that Slytherin didn't have rheumatism. Perhaps he already did. Just as Anriel was thinking this, suddenly, a cold wind swept through, and a shadow darted across the floor beside him, snatching Ron's wand. The young Voldemort appeared. He tightly gripped the nearly useless wand in his hand, a cold smirk on his almost translucent, handsome face. Of course, more than anything, there was a look of disdain towards this wand, along with a hint of tension, and fear, an emotion that Voldemort regarded as completely useless. One that only appeared in the weak, would never show on his face. At least, that's what he believed. The smirk was due to Anriel's underestimation. The disdain was because this wand was just too pathetic, hardly worthy of being called a wand. It was merely a thin stick that had been patched up several times, barely upgraded from shabby to rickety. The tension stemmed from the fact that he had learned from Ginny that he was facing perhaps the most powerful 14-year-old boy in the history of Hogwarts, whose magical prowess was not inferior to, if not greater than, Albus Dumbledore. Riddle pointed his wand at Anriel, hissing in a low, grim voice that sounded like a roar, as if he was summoning the basilisk. Even though Ron couldn't understand parcel tongue, his mind was unusually sharp at that moment. After all, this concerned his closest kin, his younger sister. He immediately shouted this discovery to Anriel. Clearly, Riddle, who had already sensed the crisis, had no intention of wasting words. Facing Harry Potter was one thing. After all, he was just a 12-year-old little waste, someone who could only survive by relying on others to stand in front of him and die for him. But against Anriel, he didn't dare to be reckless. If he continued to babble, it would truly be looking for death. All notions of gentlemanly demeanor and elegance could go to hell. While Riddle was on high alert, Anriel appeared much more relaxed. In fact, he was overly relaxed. He lazily drooped his eyelids, looking utterly bored, and nonchalantly raised his wand. However, he did not point at Riddle, but directly at the ground. Riddle's eyes widened, blood vessels popping. Suddenly, a chicken's head emerged from the floor tiles. In Ron's astonished gaze and Riddle's terrified stare, It let out a sound that could only be described as deafening. Oh. Several chunks of debris fell from the ceiling, demonstrating just how loud the noise was. Enough to make Anriel's eardrums ache. Riddle's face twisted in anger, which could also be due to the fear of the emotion he had always avoided acknowledging. Under his furious gaze, the basilisk's massive body fell from the statue's mouth, crashing onto the ground with a terrifying thud. Riddle suddenly turned around. Raising the wand he had unconsciously lowered once again, pointing it directly at Anriel. Anriel looked at him innocently. Riddle knew that he was doomed today, but if he had to do something before he died. Avada Kedavra! The diary flew over. The first part was clearly shouted by Riddle. The latter was recited calmly by Anriel. His target was that diary, and even though it was still a Horcrux, it could not resist Anriel's command. As for Riddle's choice, it was easier to explain. He was fulfilling the last mission of his existence as a Horcrux, clearing obstacles for his main body as much as possible before his death. Anriel's power is terrifying, and his existence will undoubtedly have an unparalleled impact on the resurrection of the main body. The various games just now made him realize how difficult this young man is. His genius level is enough to rival his own in the past. He no longer has a second choice. Therefore, upon seeing that Anriel showed no signs of evasion or counterattack, Riddle's maniacal laughter could not be concealed. Kill him. Kill this guy. Riddle was so enraged that the green light erupted from the tip of his wand with an incredible intensity and speed. Of course, it was from the end of the wand. Anriel slowly reached out his hand and caught the flying diary. Thick, dark blood, as sticky as ink, seeped from every page of the diary. The killing curse indeed would not cause any harm to the Horcrux itself. Unfortunately, this Horcrux was a diary. It was not sturdy and offered no resistance to blood. When the soul fragment inside fell into the abyss of death, it could not even withstand water. It was as if a silent and invisible breeze had passed through. Riddle's young, ethereal form began to slowly dissipate into particles of light, starting from that twisted, handsome face. To put it simply, he committed suicide. With a thud, Ron's unfortunate wand fell to the stone-tiled floor. Ugh! Anriel disdainfully shook his hand and casually threw the diary away. The leather diary was sticky, and the black goo seeping out made one feel a wave of disgust at first glance. To be honest, destroying a soul artifact. What could be more fitting than a cruel and ruthless dark wizard who has killed countless people, delivering a killing curse filled with resentment and intent to kill? Ron's wand, unsurprisingly, defeated this troublesome evil enemy with its characteristics comparable to a causal weapon. So let's applaud it. Ron, Anriel, the incredibly weak Ginny, lying on the ground, finally opened her eyes. She looked around and saw her brother and the one she secretly had a crush on. Did Anriel save me? Anriel didn't pay much attention to Ginny's gaze. He casually waved his wand, and a thin, silvery blade as delicate as a cicada's wing shot out, gutting the basilisk that lay dead on the other side. Two blades pierced into the basilisk's abdomen, and after a short while, they transformed into two silver plates, each holding a few items that emerged: the basilisk's liver, heart, and gallbladder. The latter could be used in potions with excellent effects, while the first two could be sliced and stir-fried, tasting delicious. Then, under the astonished gazes of Ginny and Ron, Anriel's fingers moved up and down, and identical silver blades flew out one after another. First, he took the heart. The liver and gallbladder were just to avoid damaging them in the subsequent operations. The basilisk's innards were expensive potion materials, and after Anriel extracted them uniformly, he sorted, cleaned, dried, and powdered them for storage. The basilisk meat was cut into neat pieces and arranged on a tray. The head was chopped off entirely, and after keeping the fangs and venom glands, the remaining intact, closed mouth was made into a specimen, definitely a nice collectible. There was also a complete snake skeleton over 10 meters long. The leftover scraps were finally chopped into bits and directly thrown into the nearby sewer to flow away. Aside from that, there was almost no waste. Ginny and Ron were left dumbfounded on the side. Ginny, Anriel called out, and the girl hurriedly responded. Do you have the strength to stand up and walk? Ginny tried it, but helplessly shook her head. It's difficult. Anriel scratched his head of blonde hair. Why hasn't Fox arrived yet? Is he really that slow? He might as well complain to Dumbledore. Just as Anriel was thinking this, a familiar cry echoed from above. Ha, here he comes. Anriel waved his hand, and a silver light swept across. All the parts he had just cut off instantly vanished. His magical power was so strong that one could consider him to be carrying a fourth-dimensional pocket. Fox landed on Anriel's shoulder, affectionately rubbing his head against his cheek. This time, it didn't bring along that old hat, perhaps because it knew Anriel didn't need it. It could also be that Dumbledore knew Anriel couldn't possibly draw that sword. Anriel is a qualified Ravenclaw. Since he is not here to deliver weapons, then Fawkes is really just here to take these 3 children up. Anriel shook his head helplessly. Dumbledore had absolute trust in his strength, and he knew that what he needed more was logistics rather than a comrade who wouldn't hold him back. At the very least, a comrade of Alastair Moody's caliber would suffice. The flapping of wings echoed in the spacious underground hall as Ginny tugged at Fawkes' 2 legs, while Anriel transformed into a hawk, held Ron's robe by the back with his claws. It was quite amusing, and Ginny was laughing happily. It was unclear who was the reason for her joy. Was it because her brother was the one being pranked, or because he was the one pulling the prank? Perhaps she herself didn't quite understand. The 2 birds, each carrying a person, flew out of the narrow and cramped pipe entrance together. Anriel also wanted the entrance and exit to be larger, but the water pipe was just that thick, and there was nothing he could do. The moment he flew out, Anriel saw a circle of professors surrounding the washroom. The Weeping Myrtle was sitting on the beam, looking somewhat uncomfortable as it seemed that her small washroom rarely had so many people. It appeared that Mr. Porter had indeed done something up there. Anriel flapped her wings and transformed into a human form upon landing. The professors were unfazed, each observing with their eyes on their noses, noses on their mouths, and mouths on their hearts, treating it as if they hadn't seen anything at all, since there were no Ministry of Magic spies here anyway. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley screamed as she rushed over and hugged her youngest daughter tightly. Anriel looked at the poor mother and daughter with a sense of relief. Then, in the next moment, as if a golden ribbon had swept by, a small figure directly dashed into Anriel's arms. It turned out that not only Ginny and Ron were outside waiting with concern. He had someone waiting for him too. Oh, it's all right. Everything from this year has come to an end. Anriel smiled and gently patted Luna's back. Luna stepped back a little and pouted. Of course I believe you are fine. Can I just show some concern for you? Anriel chuckled. All right. Of course I can bring it back. Anriel stepped forward with a smile and hugged Luna again, causing her little face to turn red and hot quickly. He's even learned how to flirt. Ahem. Professor McGonagall emitted a sound from the lighting device. Anriel let go of Luna and shrugged. Fortunately, Ginny didn't see this scene just now. She was with Ron by the Weasley couple's side. But it seems like it might not be a good thing that Ginny didn't see it. Professor McGonagall, without rushing to inquire about the situation, personally suggested that these 2 children should first go to the hospital wing, especially Miss Weasley. Professor McGonagall agreed and nodded. Of course, it would be helpful for Professor McGonagall to go as well, in order to persuade Madame Pomfrey to release them for a short while after the basic checkup. Our headmaster should have returned by now. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, seemingly because she had just cried not long ago. And we have reason to believe it was due to being overly emotional. Luna went back to the common room first. She was a clever child and knew that Anriel still had important matters to attend to and couldn't accompany her. But that was okay, until the holidays. Anriel would only be with her. Anriel arrived in front of Dumbledore's office, thought for a moment, and then uttered an abstract password, cockroach skewers. After saying that, he cautiously looked around to see if anyone else had heard the password. If there was, then it would have to be dealt with without mercy. Drawing the knife, it's over. Pushing open the door to the principal's office, Anriel immediately saw the old man with a white beard sitting behind the desk, looking at him through the tilted crescent-shaped glasses with a pair of bright blue eyes. Sir, how do you feel after a 2-month leave on a business trip funded by the school? Anriel took off the coat robe and casually tossed it onto the coat rack, smiling as he asked Dumbledore. Very good, child, Dumbledore replied with a smile, pausing for a moment before continuing. I brought back a little specialty for you. Specialty? Anriel was somewhat puzzled. He remembered that Dumbledore went to look for Horcruxes this time. What specialty could he bring back from searching for Horcruxes? Anriel took a palm-sized box from the smiling Dumbledore's hands. This as Anriel's eyes suddenly widened. Dumbledore seemed quite pleased with his reaction. You must recognize it, my child. Inside the small gift box was a ring. An ancient ring, with a surface covered in fine cracks, made of black stone. When I found it, it had already been turned into a Horcrux by our Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore said slowly. Anriel pinched the ring with 2 fingers and slowly lifted it out of the gift box. Since Dumbledore could give this thing away as a gift, the soul fragment on it must have been erased by him. This is the Ring of Marvolo Gaunt. It also has a name that Anriel cares about even more, the Resurrection Stone. The Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Anriel took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. Sir, the Weasley family and Professor McGonagall, along with those 2 children, will be coming over soon. We can talk about this stone later. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Anriel thought for a moment and put the ring on her left thumb. A few minutes later, there were many more people in the office. Sitting behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore examined everyone through his crescent-shaped glasses. Minerva McGonagall stood beside him, occasionally running her fingers through her hair, showing her worried demeanor. Among the red-haired Weasley family, Arthur Weasley and Percy Weasley looked somewhat pale, while Fred and George wore bitter expressions. They had both been absent moments ago and were unaware of what had happened. They could see the fear and unease hidden behind each other's forced smiles. The door opened again, and Molly Weasley walked in. Anriel suddenly felt a strange sensation. He looked at Mrs. Weasley. Sure enough, Ginny's small figure was hiding behind Mrs. Weasley, peeking in with her little head. Anriel met Ginny's gaze, and there was a meaning in her eyes that left him perplexed. Anriel's dazed gaze turned away, his mouth twitching as if it were cramping. Ginny also averted her eyes, her pale face flushing a deep red, looking quite strange. To be honest, Anriel wasn't very good at handling situations like this. At that moment, he sincerely hoped, from the bottom of his heart, that Mr. Harry Potter's charm would be enough to draw all of Miss Weasley's attention away. Wait, see, calcium oxide. Under his influence, Harry Potter didn't even enter the Chamber of Secrets. You feel sin creeping up your spine. Wait, Ginny is still Luna's good friend. You feel yourself burdened with guilt. Anriel realized something. Could it be that Ginny's feelings for Harry began to blossom from the moment she was saved? If so, Anriel shook his head almost imperceptibly and broke the silence in the room. I say there's no need for everyone to be so solemn. He glanced around. All right. Anriel shrugged and casually raised a hand. The tattered diary, now thoroughly soaked in black blood, floated up and hovered above his palm. The Savior, who had been barely noticeable until now, exclaimed in surprise, so you can do magic without a wand. Anriel suddenly realized that there was also a Harry Potter here. Of course it can be done, but I won't deny that shouting spells with a wand would be more impressive. Moreover, casting spells barehanded gives a sense of rebellion. Mr. Ollivander would kill me for it. Anriel made a joke. Only Dumbledore chuckled a couple of times. Oh, you saved him, you saved Ginny. Mrs. Weasley had tears in her eyes, and her emotions were still somewhat agitated. Mr. Weasley was feeling a bit better. He was concerned about some important things, although they were definitely not as important as the safety of his own daughter. I want to know about this diary. It belongs to Voldemort, Anriel casually remarked, completely unaware of the impact that name had on the others in the room. However, the atmosphere in the room quickly made him grateful that he had just made a joke, even if it wasn't very significant. Aside from Mrs. Weasley's sobs, the room was filled with incredulous gasps. No, had they arranged a group of range hoods in this room? Anriel felt quite speechless. However, it was understandable, as this name had caused a long period of white terror. In comparison, her cheap old dad seemed more like a politician than a simple terrorist, especially when compared to Voldemort. But how did a diary end up in the hands of the innocent Ginny? She really couldn't figure it out. She wanted to ask a lot of questions, such as how this diary came to be in Ginny's possession, or how it managed to seduce or control Ginny to serve its purpose. However, considering that Mrs. Weasley, as a mother, had gone through such an ordeal, it would be unreasonable to force her to speak about these things. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall also wanted to know these questions, and she asked them on behalf of Mrs. Weasley. Anriel turned to Dumbledore, whose eyes indicated that he didn't care. There was nothing to hide. Oh, then I'll say it. You might not believe it, but there exists a fragment of the mysterious person's soul hidden here. Anriel looked at the group of people who seemed to be on the verge of suffocation and helplessly changed his words. This was not just a simple fragment of a soul. It also carried a memory of you-know-who himself. Anriel's tone was sarcastic when she mentioned you-know-who. Just like that, Anriel casually picked up a scroll of parchment from Dumbledore's desk and spread it open, pulling out a wand and inserting it into her golden hair. The wand was slowly pulled out, with a strand of silver thread wrapped around its tip. Anriel pointed the wand at the parchment, and the silver memory swiftly merged into the parchment. After a while, a line of sparkling text gradually appeared on the surface of the paper. Hello. Anriel looked at the parchment with satisfaction and raised it to show everyone. Considering that I did not split my soul, this small fragment of memory cannot last too long. Probably 2 or 3 minutes. The length of this memory determines how long it can exist. In any case, the mysterious person's methods are far more sophisticated than mine because he paid a greater price. However, during my brief contact with it, I discovered that this thing already has its own consciousness, stemming from that memory, existing independently of the mysterious person's essence. Anriel casually mentioned the scariest thing. This is Voldemort's own memory from 50 years ago. He can kill manipulate others, and control the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Anriel still couldn't control himself and said Voldemort's name normally. However, fortunately, everyone was so shocked by the information contained in his words that they had no time to fear the name. But why did the mysterious man have his eyes on our Ginny? Mrs. Weasley asked in a hoarse voice. She didn't care about all these messy things like memories, soul fragments, or Horcruxes. As a mother, she only cared about her own child. Anriel naturally knew, but he just shrugged and looked at Ginny. It's better for the person to explain such small matters. I don't know, it was stuck in an old textbook. I thought someone had forgotten it there. Ginny replied, her voice trembling. Perhaps influenced by Mrs. Weasley's emotions, Ginny started crying too. Anriel casually tossed the diary onto the table and continued. Then this thing led a series of deadly attacks using our poor little Ginny. However, there were many unexpected incidents. Anriel paused and did not continue speaking. There are indeed many surprises, but there is always that one time. No sorpresis. Anriel is probably unable to forget his name. William Cress. An innocent person who died due to an absurd accident. However, I should mention that Ron performed quite well below. He didn't get scared and fulfilled his duties as an older brother. Of course, Mr. Harry Potter and Ms. Hermione Granger also made significant contributions to solving the Chamber of Secrets incident. They bravely violated school rules and, in a reckless yet righteous Gryffindor manner, faced the crisis without backing down. I commend them verbally. As for the matter of points, I believe our headmaster will make a perfect judgment. Anriel smiled and passed the troublesome matter over to Dumbledore, who did not refuse. Ron's face turned bright red, as if someone had quickly splashed a bucket of red paint on him. Ron was not outstanding, but he was certainly not cowardly. Rather, every member of the Weasley family had their own unique traits, and in comparison, Ron was indeed the most ordinary among them. He wasn't a chosen one, merely a green leaf beside that red flower. He did feel somewhat inferior. However, right now, Anriel's encouragement seemed to have a significant effect. The three of you can talk about the rest. I only know the general idea, and am not aware of the specifics of what you three did to uncover the truth of the Chamber of Secrets. I believe this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Anriel signaled for the three little ones to start their performance. So Harry, Ron, and Hermione began to narrate, each taking turns. The main narrator was Hermione, while Harry and Ron could only occasionally chime in to add details that Hermione didn't know. For example, what they asked on the day they took the Polyjuice potion. Harry Potter, also known as Hermione and her two useless men. Hermione recounted their various experiences exploring, from legends to facts, from doubt to confirmation, sneaking into Snape's office for ingredients, to brewing the Polyjuice potion right under the Weeping Willow's watchful eyes. Everyone held their breath, listening. No, it seemed not everyone did. Anriel leaned back his chair and dozed off. By the time Hermione finished her recount, the entire office remained silent, stunned by the various dangers these children had faced over the past year, in awe of their courage and wisdom. Anriel cannot be considered an ordinary child. As everyone looked at Mr. Grindelwald sprawled out in the armchair, sleeping soundly with no decorum, even cartoonish ZZZ bubbles appearing above his head, they all realized this. However, even if he is not regarded as an ordinary student, when facing a soul fragment of Voldemort alone, one must ask themselves, among the professors present and the adult wizards, how many, besides Dumbledore, can guarantee they would escape unscathed from the basilisk's gaze? None. Anriel pretended to yawn twice, rubbed his eyes, and sat up straight. Is it over? The incredibly abstract ZZZ bubbles burst open, and Anriel pretended to wake up. In such a serious situation, how could he possibly be asleep? Sometimes, it's unnecessary to be too alert. If it's a hassle, pretending to be confused can also be a good choice. Since the gentleman has returned, and I've dealt with the monsters, why don't we all just disperse? I think we're all quite tired, both physically and mentally. Anriel stood up and adjusted his collar, casually picking up the diary from the table and tossing it to Harry. Although this thing is already useless, I still suggest you return it to its rightful owner. After saying this, ignoring Harry's surprised gaze, Anriel walked straight out of the room. The others exchanged glances and gradually left as well. In fact, Anriel didn't have to insist that Harry return the diary. Ron, Hermione, Mrs. Weasley, and Mr. Weasley, anyone who was in the bookstore with Ginny at the time and had no obvious issues with their brain, cerebellum, or brainstem, should have been able to guess that it was Lucius Malfoy who had slipped the diary into Ginny's cauldron. Anriel just thought that Mr. Potter really had little presence in this incident, so it would be good for him to wrap it up in the end. If they didn't manage to liberate more of the situation, and in the end, Harry Potter died at Malfoy Manor, it would be quite a spectacle. Although if the plot were to change, it might not necessarily develop as it did in the original version. In the office, only Dumbledore and Harry Potter remained. The sound of dress shoes approached from outside the door, sounding urgent, restless, and angry. Lucius Malfoy. Anriel returned to the familiar tower, knocking on the eagle-headed door knocker. Listened to the question and provided an answer. Then, in the empty lounge, there was only a girl rushing towards him. Earlier, Luna had followed Anriel's advice and returned to the lounge to wait for him, which didn't delay any important matters. Now it was their alone time. The next day, Luna took a day off, which she didn't. Of course, the semester wasn't over yet, and there was still nearly half a semester left. As a student, Anriel currently had no better choice than to focus on his studies, mainly because the aftermath of the chamber incident was truly exhausting, and Anriel had never been good at dealing with such matters. The complex and tedious interpersonal relationships, the smoke-filled tug-of-war, mutual attacks, political compromises, and the charm of language. Honestly, none of these were Anriel's strengths. For example, if this matter were handed over to Dumbledore, he could not only absolve the school of almost all responsibility, but also use the reason of sending Voldemort's diary to the school to conveniently expel Lucius Malfoy from the Board of Trustees. Anriel, on the other hand, would definitely not be able to achieve that. At most, he could make Lucius Malfoy disappear on a physical level. Of course, most of the time, the latter approach was indeed more effective. Unfortunately, being part of the Order meant that some issues couldn't be resolved purely through violence. Even if Anriel could topple the faction in one fell swoop, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Thus, studies fell back into routine, and exams proceeded as usual. Although most students complained endlessly, there were always some who were eager to study. For instance, Miss Granger, who hurried to study and prepare for exams as soon as she recovered, or Mr. Grindelwald, who usually didn't put in much effort in his studies. After a few days of this, Dumbledore returned. Of course, this return meant that he had dealt with all the aftermath of the situation and was now back at the school. He summoned Anriel to find him, and Anriel, looking bewildered, went to the headmaster's office. After a brief yet efficient communication, the two extraordinary wizards, one old and one young, were now gathered around a stone basin, occasionally poking the silver substance inside with their wands or adding a little more material. "How is this segment, sir? It looks like a grown-up Tom Riddle." Before he became Voldemort, Anriel tapped the edge of the basin with his wand, and a handsome man, pale as a corpse and indistinguishable from the dead, rose from the basin in a swirl, his mouth moving as if he were saying something. Judging by the lip movements, it seemed to be, "Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore." The white-bearded old man beside Anriel thought for a moment, nodded, and then Anriel lowered his head and slowly leaned closer. With a whoosh, he disappeared. Dumbledore made the exact same movement. He also disappeared. The world spun around. A few seconds later, the two of them reappeared in the office. However, it was 30 years ago when a knock sounded at the door, and Albus Dumbledore, sitting behind the desk, said, "Come in." Anriel glanced at Albus Dumbledore beside him. Quite well, this old man hadn't changed a bit in 30 years. Dumbledore, now, had a thoughtful expression, and as he pondered, it seemed that something in the room was shifting. Anriel's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the details of the documents on the desk, which were gradually becoming clearer. This undoubtedly meant that the owner of this memory was meticulously recalling the details of that time. But why bother remembering these useless things? Did he eat too much salt? Anriel shook his head. Fortunately, this painfully awkward atmosphere didn't last long. The door opened. Adult Tom Marvolo Riddle walked in and politely bowed to Dumbledore. The Dumbledore from 30 years ago put down his quill and looked up. The current Dumbledore clicked his tongue beside Anriel. Anriel probably also knows what he is lamenting about. Who would have thought that the handsome man standing in front of them would one day become a cruel, ugly, tyrannical, noseless, bald leader of a terrifying organization? It seems something strange has crept in. Never mind, it's not important. The Voldemort from Dumbledore's memories starts to explain his intentions, stating that he wants to teach at Hogwarts. The position he is applying for is the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. However, in Anriel's ears, this job application can be automatically translated to, "Hello, Professor. May I apply for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts? I would like to teach our lovely students some charming dark magic." Damn it. God knows whether the Defense Against the Dark Arts he teaches actually contains any defensive elements. Dumbledore clearly rejected him. Of course, this is where the pensieve comes into play. The two outsiders, observing from a distance, noticed a small problem. Knowing the answer and working backward through the process, Anriel said, "Sir, he is not looking at you." Anriel pointed at the glass box on the bookshelf behind Dumbledore. His gaze had been fixed on the sword, never leaving it except when he was speaking to you. TSK, Godric Gryffindor's sword? What does Voldemort want with this? A collector's item? There's a clear irony in Anriel's tone, and Dumbledore could not possibly miss it. I'm afraid it is so, my child. The two Dumbledores shook their heads simultaneously. The one from 30 years ago, who had rejected Riddle, and the one from 30 years later, who gripped Anriel's arm. Once again, there was a feeling of dizziness. They left the pensive. Dumbledore pulled over an armchair and sat down, while Anriel took a seat across from him. Dumbledore gently adjusted his glasses on his flat nose and began to speak. I'm afraid we have deduced from some minor events of the past a matter that could be considered the greatest secret of Voldemort's life. It sounded convoluted, but it was not difficult to understand. Anriel pretended to be very interested, while Dumbledore continued speaking to himself. As far as I know, Tom has had a certain obsession since childhood, and this obsession, from what we can see, has lasted for over 20 years. Perhaps it is due to the contrast between his noble ancestry and his broken, humble family background, or perhaps it is the chaos of his shameful origins. In any case, Voldemort has a great fondness for collecting meaningful items. Dumbledore chose his words carefully. He would go to great lengths to acquire anything rare and precious that belonged to others, whether through theft, robbery, or even murder. He might have even kept evidence of his crimes, as if they were collectibles like chocolate frog card albums. Hey, how interesting. Anriel chuckled softly. So what is going on with him now? Is he fixated on the relics of the 4 Hogwarts founders? These all hold significant meaning. At this point, Anriel suddenly paused. His reaction seemed a bit slow, as he just realized. Isn't this the plot of the Half-Blood Prince? Without going into specific details, just looking at the general meaning of Dumbledore's words, these are things he would only say to Harry Potter in the 6th book of the original series. Intended to guide Harry in destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. Anriel's gaze became complicated. He lowered his head to look at the crude black stone ring on his thumb. Voldemort didn't recognize what it was. Anriel seems to be talking to himself, or perhaps speaking to Dumbledore. Yes, my child, but it was once a Horcrux, and it is no longer. So for now, we can set aside the matter of this stone. All right, as you said, if Voldemort is searching for the relics of the 4 Hogwarts founders. Anriel and Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. Then, both of them, strikingly similar, turned their gazes simultaneously towards the bookshelf, where a soft, crumpled old hat was piled up in a heap. Anriel was the first to speak. Well, to be honest, sir, I don't think this thing matches Voldemort's aesthetic. He would never allow something like this to carry a part of his soul. Anriel spoke decisively, unabashedly quoting Dumbledore from the original text. I think so too. However, while this is indeed the case, the hat, as one of the few relics of Godric Gryffindor, should actually be considered public property of Hogwarts. This means that Gryffindor's relics consist of only one sword. Dumbledore slowly began to speak, his tone calm and his voice very soft, making it difficult to hear. Of course, Anriel sitting right next to him could still hear him clearly, considering that Phineas Black, who was eavesdropping, was hanging on every word of their conversation. Dumbledore's approach was the right one. This also means that one of Voldemort's main purposes in applying was to get his hands on Gryffindor's sword. Anriel added, leaving aside the relics of Gryffindor. The other 3 founders have quite well-known relics. Salazar Slytherin's family locket, Helga Hufflepuff's golden eagle-patterned goblet, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem of wisdom. Dumbledore, like a child, counted them one by one with his long fingers. Anriel clicked his tongue. What a waste. But then he thought, since the only remaining piece of magic stone in the world was turned into jewelry to be given as a gift, didn't he really have the face to mock Voldemort? You waste, I squander, we all have a bright future. Under Anriel's verbal guidance over the past few months, Dumbledore quickly locked onto these few relics without any evidence. Regardless of whether they actually became Horcruxes, it was better to find them first. The focus was not on how many Horcruxes Voldemort had made. 5, 10, 100, or 1,000. Even if he cut his own soul into tiny pieces, it didn't matter. Anriel and Dumbledore's goals have changed for what they originally were. In the original work, the trio, under Dumbledore's guidance, risked their lives to find all the Horcruxes because the success rate of facing Voldemort with Horcruxes was nearly 0. No, for them, the success rate was 0. They could only weaken Voldemort's soul first before discussing any confrontation. And now, the Elder Wand is still in the Red Camp. Albus Dumbledore has resolved a significant part of his inner conflict. The key is that there is also Anriel, a human weapon, a reincarnation of Merlin. If Voldemort dares to resurrect his body once, Anriel dares to confront and kill him head-on. So what if he comes back? So what if he is immortal? Unless Voldemort willingly becomes an existence even worse than a wandering soul, Anriel will always be the insurmountable obstacle standing in his way. Anriel lightly tapped the oak table with his fingertips, and Dumbledore mirrored the sound, his slender fingers meeting each other. Both fell into a state of contemplation. Phineas in the nearby portrait was anxiously scratching his head. What was Dumbledore thinking? Anriel didn't know, but knowing the plot, he was focused on how to find those Horcruxes for research. Through the diary, Anriel had discovered a secret. This secret was likely unknown to Dumbledore, as he had never created a Horcrux. Voldemort had split these soul fragments so long ago that he could no longer perceive or control them. That diary even had its own subjective thoughts, intending to betray its original self and the other Horcruxes. Countless ideas collided violently in Anriel's mind. Soul voodoo? Sedition? If he placed a voodoo curse on one of Voldemort's soul fragments and then released it, could it find Voldemort's original body and merge with it? These were all worth trying. Just as Anriel's thoughts escalated to a horrifying extent, Dumbledore spoke, interrupting his train of thought and saving countless innocent ghosts. Anriel, if I remember correctly, the Gaunt family has a lineage of seers? What? Do you want me to do a reading for you? Although Anriel said he wanted to choose divination, all his knowledge of divination so far has been self-taught. He mainly relies on the divination talent in his bloodline. He is not interested in listening to Trelawney ramble on in a wakeful state. Anriel raised an eyebrow. Of course, and it can all be calculated. If you don't mind me using Sybil's skull as a divination tool. After hearing the first half of the sentence, a faint smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. After hearing the second half, that smile froze on his face, completely dead. Ahem, we can discuss this matter later. Dumbledore cleared his throat and gave a couple of dry laughs, then poked at the memories in the pensieve. Let's set this aside for now. How are things going with Miss Lovegood? Anriel coughed slightly. Dumbledore's shift in topic was too abrupt and awkward, yet incredibly skillful. It was hard to imagine what kind of socially mortifying situations he must have gone through to master such a skill. Well, that's nice. Luna was very well behaved, and she had a good sense of the bigger picture, like a clever little rabbit. Dumbledore picked up his teacup, which contained a hot cocoa, and he let out a soft hum through his nose, seemingly quite pleased. It was unclear whether it was with the cocoa or with Anriel. The two didn't speak again, and after a while, Anriel got up to leave. There was a lot to be done this holiday: soul devices, Sirius, Wormtail, and so on. He also needed to visit the Lovegood family. Anriel shrugged, with a busy schedule, waiting to see when Dumbledore would set off to retrieve the fake pendant box. When Anriel left the headmaster's office and returned to his room, someone was already there. Luna was sitting at the desk, diligently working on her homework. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the girl turned around in surprise, ran a few steps, and jumped into Anriel's arms. To be honest, Anriel often felt a sense of unreality. Had he really managed to win Luna over? Was her reaction upon seeing him always a bit too enthusiastic? It shouldn't be. Under his influence, Luna had no chance of being bullied at school, and any small issues with her appearance had been resolved by Anriel. Well, no matter what the process was, it wasn't a bad thing that Luna relied on him so much now. Her performance in the dueling club proved that she hadn't turned into a fragile little teacup, so it was fine as it was. Anriel then routinely graded all of Luna's assignments except for potions and astronomy. If even the ghost Professor Binns approved of his actions, there was nothing to complain about. Professor, reducing a workload? Good thing. Luna was undoubtedly very smart. With Anriel's help, she had already started learning knowledge from higher grades ahead of time. Currently, she was probably at a 5th grade level. It's absurd to think that a first-year student could directly participate in the ordinary wizarding level WLS exam. Every time Luna lifted her little face and smiled at Anriel, he felt a deep sense of unreality. Happiness and guilt surged in his heart, and reason and thought conflicted with each other. This was a feeling he had never experienced in either of his lifetimes. Really, speaking of school, there was hardly any time left in the semester, and after the exams, time passed even faster, astonishingly bringing the holidays closer to the students. So many strange things had happened this year. Most ordinary people really couldn't handle such shocking surprises. Thus, most of our students had long been looking forward to the holidays. Wait, even without this matter, it was normal for students to look forward to the holidays. Of course, there were a small number of people who didn't really want the break. For example, Harry Potter, and also Luna Lovegood. On the train, Anriel truly couldn't spare the time to greet our second-year little friends, as Luna was snuggling beside him, clearly reluctant to let go. So Anriel decisively gave up the idea of going out and stayed with Luna until they reached the platform. Come on, who is Harry Potter? Not familiar, really not familiar. After saying goodbye to Luna at Platform 9, Anriel received a sincere invitation from Mr. Lovegood, and naturally, he agreed, setting a time to pick Luna up directly back to Hogwarts just before school started. Xenophilius seemed to have written to Dumbledore to verify whether Anriel's identity was real. Upon receiving the accurate response that Anriel was indeed Dumbledore's only heir, he seemed to finally feel at ease and entrusted Luna to Anriel. He might not be what one would consider a normal person. In times of crisis, he could even be a bad person. But he loved his daughter very much. He was a good father. Since Luna was also quite attached to Anriel, as long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Anriel fiddled with the old black stone in his hand while taking the express train back to school, causing a chilling breeze to sweep through the carriage, which was quite eerie. Xenophilius seemed to know a lot, and he could directly ask his father-in-law about many things when visiting. Anriel drew out his wand and traced several slowly burning marks in the air, a triangle, representing the invisibility cloak, which provides protection from death. It was placed on the outermost side. A circle, representing the resurrection stone, symbolizing the great power that cannot be deceived by death. Finally, there was a vertical line, representing the Elder Wand, symbolizing the terrifying blade that conquers the dead, bringing eternal slumber to all enemies and its master. The fiery lines burned quietly in the air. After an unknown amount of time, the central circle suddenly extinguished, abruptly going out like burnt wood turning to ash. It was unbalanced. The resurrection stone seemed far from capable of bearing the heavy burden of balancing these two extreme forces. The invisibility cloak can conceal death, even if it is merely a legend. In that legend, Ignotus Peveril gained decades of additional life unnoticed by death. Anriel raised his hand, and a pendant, marked with gold and silver, appeared in his grasp. He carefully gazed at the eyes that symbolized endless death and solemnly placed it around his neck. Just moments ago on the platform, he noticed that Xenophilius was wearing the same pendant around his neck. He thought it looked pretty good on him as well. Just as Xenophilius said, as fellow saints, we seek like-minded individuals in this way. The whistle blew, releasing steam. Hogwarts, here we are. Anriel slowly got off the train, still pondering the matter of the deathly artifacts, and unknowingly walked to the edge of the forest. Groups of purple-black, winged skeletal horses were grazing freely in the woods. These were the nightmares, the phantoms of the night, the spirits of death. There are even legends that say the Nightmare Beast King is the mount of the Grim Reaper. Anriel gazed thoughtfully at the few nightmares that approached him in small groups, as if there was something about him that attracted them. Nightmares are not auspicious creatures. They are drawn to those who are entwined with death, whether it be the fated Lone Star skilled at bringing death to others or the dying person themselves. Both fall into this category. The nightmare belonging to Anriel ran over. It had grown significantly. In just a year, it had developed the ability to carry a rider. When its membranous wings spread out, they were much broader than a person's arms. This nightmare snorted, lowered its front limbs, and affectionately rubbed its bony head against Anriel's hand, seemingly inviting its master to ride it and soar in the dusk of the setting sun. Anriel gently leaped onto the back of the night steed. Although riding the night steed without a saddle was a bit bumpy, it didn't matter. The little beast beneath her seemed to understand Anriel's thoughts, leaping into the sky. As dusk approached, a chilly wind brushed against Anriel's face, and the night steed flew steadily beneath her, yet at an astonishing speed, moving like a phantom, each flicker propelling them nearly 100 meters forward. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, disappearing at the edge of the Black Lake. However, once night fell, the night steed appeared to be tireless, its speed even faster than before. It seemed that the vast darkness granted it a new, endless source of power. Anriel gently patted the neck of Night Steed, and it seemed to understand its master's thoughts, obediently descending back to the ground. Anriel knew what to call him. He was so intelligent and agile, his speed like a fleeting phantom, piercing the sky in the night, blending into the shadows. From now on, your name shall be Nightmare. The Night Steed, oh no, it was Nightmare who let out an excited neigh, circling around Anriel in low flight, seemingly pleased with this name. Patting Nightmare's head, Anriel walked towards the castle. A few seconds later, a black eagle soared up, accurately finding the special open window among the countless windows of the castle. Anriel dove in head first, letting out a cry, and by the time she landed, she had already transformed into human form. Good evening, my child. Dumbledore sat by the fireplace, which was not lit, and the room, illuminated only by the wall lights, appeared somewhat dim. He was holding a copy of the Daily Prophet in one hand, with another copy of Singing a Different Tune beside him. Anriel's lips twitched, He had a ridiculous thought that this thing was very much to old Dumbledore's taste, and there might be an additional editor for future contradictory statements. Dumbledore didn't notice the change in Anriel's expression and naturally had no idea what he was thinking. In any case, after Dumbledore set down the Daily Prophet, he spoke in a certain tone. I believe I have confirmed the location of a Horcrux. Voldemort has hidden it very well. Shall we set off tomorrow? Anriel nodded, sat down next to Dumbledore, reached out to the ring made of the resurrection stone on his finger, then took it off and held it in his palm. Sir, I have a question that I can't figure out. Dumbledore became interested. What could confuse even Anriel? Sir, why can this stone be compared to your invincible wand and Harry Potter's seamless invisibility cloak, which can evade death? Dumbledore looked at the ring in Anriel's hand, opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally spoke the truth. I don't know, my child. It is not as powerful as the other two Deathly Hallows. It isn't even a qualified magical object. Dumbledore gently rubbed his brow and continued. It recklessly exploits the regrets and remorse deep within people's hearts, tearing at their most fragile wounds, searching for vulnerabilities. Perhaps its purpose is to instill a reverence for death, to prevent the desecration of death. Dumbledore had a deep understanding of this. Fortunately, there is Anriel. His presence allowed the old man, after obtaining this stone, to let reason prevail over regret and pain, thus avoiding the disaster of death. But Anriel's words left Dumbledore speechless. Is its way of warning the world to drag people down into the abyss of destruction? Dumbledore fell silent. Anriel pinched the stone ring with 2 fingers and continued to observe it. Sir, what method did you use to destroy the soul fragment within this ring? Dumbledore shifted his gaze, feeling guilty. Anriel pouted. The more you try to cover it up, the more obvious it becomes. The reaction he had was probably similar to Anriel's. Using the killing curse. Dumbledore was not some kind of saint. Just because a wizard does not use an unforgivable curse does not mean he cannot or does not know how to use it. As his fingertip brushed over the surface of the stone, Anriel felt fine cracks on it. But, sir, were the cracks this shallow when you destroyed the Horcrux? Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. After careful observation, he was surprised to conclude, No, my child, I remember the cracks on this Horcrux being much larger when I destroyed it. Anriel seemed to be deep in thought. The cracks on its surface appeared to be healing. Indeed, as a soul container. The resurrection stone had left some cracks on its surface when Dumbledore destroyed the fragment of Voldemort's soul within it. It cannot be ruled out that Dumbledore tried some other methods before using Avada Kedavra. Those fine cracks are now nearly invisible. It is far more powerful than we can imagine. Anriel gently spoke. Personally, I do not believe in the legend of the Peverell 3 brothers encountering death. I am more inclined to believe that the 3 of them created these 3 items. 3 magically powerful artifacts. Anriel's words were left unfinished. The hidden second half of his sentence was, if it really is an item created by these 3 masters of magic, then the function of the Resurrection Stone is definitely not just to summon a group of useless phantoms, lost in the user's memories. Anriel put the ring back on her finger. I will definitely uncover the secret of this stone. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Of course, I believe you. What would you like to eat tomorrow morning, my child? Anriel paused for a moment, then gently smiled. Anything you say, sir. The next morning, Anriel got up as usual. The absence of the sleeping little beauty by his side left him with a sense of something missing. After washing up, Anriel casually found seat. The house elves had already set a sumptuous breakfast, including fried eggs, on the table. Anriel casually picked up the flask. Oh, it's apple juice. After breakfast. Dumbledore was already waiting for Anriel at the door. Anriel was also helpless. Elderly people usually get up early, and even if he was Albus Dumbledore, it was no exception. Since Anriel did not know the exact location of the cave where Voldemort hid the locket, or rather, he was not clear about what the surrounding environment was like. He could only rely on Dumbledore to take him there. The feeling of manifestation as a follower was not very pleasant. But Anriel's experience seemed to be different from others because he was not a normal person. Therefore, when he manifested as a follower, Anriel seemed to see the space around them whizzing by from the perspective of an object. It was quite novel. Moreover, he should not have the risk of splitting apart. When the old and the young landed, they found themselves on a beach, completely deserted. Not far from the shore, there seemed to be a church with a cross on its roof. No, it looked like a large courtyard. Sensing Anriel's gaze, Dumbledore spoke softly. That is the orphanage where Voldemort lived as a child, but our goal today is not there. Let's go. The remaining distance seems to be enchanted, and we can only walk through it. Anriel nodded, but Dumbledore did not mention anything about those mechanisms. Perhaps he hadn't gone in to investigate? Maybe after bringing Anriel here, he no longer intended to play by the rules set by Voldemort? The two walked along the beach, one in front of the other. It was a beach that had been abandoned for many years, with no soft, fine sand, only rough tiles and gravel mixed with various Muggle debris and garbage, swept into the sea and then washed back onto the dilapidated shore. The whole scene exuded a sense of pervasive desolation. Anriel squinted his eyes as he saw a cave entrance surrounded by desolate, protruding boulders on the cliff. The entrance hung over the coast, and the receding tide could not flow back in. Considering the height and angle, it was unlikely that an ordinary adult Muggle man would be able to reach it. Anriel and Dumbledore exchanged a glance. A few seconds later, the sound and echo of dragonhide boots striking the ground filled the cave. The cavern was not particularly narrow, and importantly, it wasn't very long either. Soon, Anriel and Dumbledore reached the end of the cave. A stone platform stood abruptly there. Anriel and Dumbledore each bent down to examine the strange stone. Anriel caressed the inscriptions. The information from his memories overlapped with the knowledge he had gained in this life in a magical world. He certainly knew what kind of offering this stone required. This could be considered one of Anriel's strengths. If it were some other strange traveler, they would probably just be trying to reverse engineer the process to arrive at the known answer. Anriel has at least learned it, and he has learned it quite well. Thanks to cheap old dad. Dumbledore, on the other hand, stood to the side, deciphering the meaning of the inscription through his profound magical foundation. The old man straightened up, casually patted his pants, and drew out his wand. Anrielka arrived on time and chuckled softly. Oh, it seems this stone door is quite fierce. Yes, it wants to drink blood, but unfortunately, I don't intend to let it have its way, Dumbledore said in a cheerful tone. Anriel also drew out his wand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Dumbledore, pointing their wands directly at the stone that required a blood sacrifice to pass. Come on, child. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. 2 beams of terrifying magical energy shot from the tips of the wands of the old and young, striking straight down onto the stone platform. Anriel and Dumbledore shared an astonishing rapport through their bloodlines, both realizing that in a cave environment, it was best not to recklessly use explosive means that correlated with sound and power. Under 2 terrifying and searing lasers, the stone platform engraved with spells silently melted away. Dark, clawing smoke erupted from the magma, and then, as if choked by the neck like a fighting cock, it fell silent. The idea of a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an ant shaking a tree, was utterly foolish. The remnants left by Voldemort decades ago had no defensive effect in the hands of 2 unreasonable individuals who had no intention of following the rules. Especially since, one way or another, neither of these robbers would be weaker than the owner of that stone platform. Anriel waved her wand casually, and the flowing lava avoided the 2 of them, automatically parting and flowing towards the stone walls on either side, disappearing. The stone wall in front of Anriel and Dumbledore also disappeared, revealing a hidden cave inside, along with a lake filled with shadowy corpses. Of course, judging by Dumbledore's expression, he seemed unaware of the things in the lake. After all, this was his first time here. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that his blue eyes, which seemed to see through everything, had noticed something. Anriel squinted his eyes, watching the rotting corpses moving at the bottom of the lake, or rather, drifting aimlessly. His eyesight was quite good, but his eyes lacked any. This also indirectly showed that Moody's eyes were indeed very special. Next time something like this happens, they should call Laster. Dumbledore and Anriel thought simultaneously. Anriel walked carelessly towards the dilapidated dock made of rotting wood, lost in thought. Dumbledore stood still, observing. Child, be careful. There may be something in the lake, perhaps a wraith or some kind of water monster. I can only be sure that they are not the tentacles of a giant squid. Dumbledore seemed to be making a joke, though he might have been serious. However, Anriel's stone-like sense of humor just wanted to laugh. The broken wooden planks on the dock creaked loudly. The sound almost seemed abnormal. Anriel immediately spotted the deep green iron chain covered in rust. Oh, that green could also be algae, moss, or barnacles. At this moment, it was diving into the water like a snake, giving the impression that it was trying to escape into the water. But it was too long. Where could it run? Anriel let out a cold laugh and raised the hand holding the wand. With a loud bang, the iron chain emitted a chilling, inhuman wail. Though it was indeed not human, its snake-like body twisted and was crazily pulled out from beneath the water, as if someone were eating a long noodle from outside. A clattering sound arose, and Dumbledore turned and hurried over, watching alongside Anriel as the old, dangerous, and ominous fishing boat drained the water from its hold and floated up. Anriel squinted his eyes, gazing at the small island in the center of the lake and the approaching shadowy corpses around it, then glanced at the dilapidated wreck of a ship at his feet. Sir, how about we build our own ship? I suggested. Dumbledore also looked at the faintly visible, pale and decaying limbs on the lake surface. He frowned for a moment, but then relaxed. That's a very good idea. We are already invaders, and the guards of these Horcruxes will not let us go easily. A few seconds later, the old wooden plank boat disappeared. A layer of the wooden dock was gone, and even a piece of the black stone wall was missing. A marvelous vessel, radiating a metallic sheen, appeared by the lakeside. Dumbledore curiously looked around, fiddling with the alchemical runes on the left and poking the propeller on the right. Muggle craftsmanship? Anriel shrugged. I guess so. It mainly depends on magical energy, mostly because we don't have enough materials. The thing that Muggles call an internal combustion engine, I still can't make it. Plus, aside from the ship's hull, we don't have much fuel to use. The two jumped onto the boat, and a plume of white smoke erupted from the rear of the magical speedboat. The propeller at the bottom suddenly kicked into action, churning up a few pale arms that reached out with ill intentions. If Voldemort himself were here, he would probably shout angrily, "You two shameless idiots can't play this game." Hey, the guy who made 7 Horcruxes doesn't have the right to say that. The front of the speedboat was equipped with a ram made from solid stone taken from the cliff wall, combined with a completely unreasonable propeller. Basically, no corpse could get close to the side of the boat. Even if a few stragglers did manage to get close, they would reach out with their tattered arms, either mangled or broken. The two wizards on the boat were not to be trifled with either. The lake was large, but the speedboat was fast. Dumbledore jumped off the speedboat with a look of unfulfilled anticipation and walked towards the stone platform in the center of the island. On the platform was a stone basin filled with a hallucinogenic potion. He examined it carefully for a moment, then drew his wand and tapped the surface of the liquid. There was no response. Anriel also came over, stretching her neck to look at the green shimmering surface. A small pendant box quietly sank to the bottom, unable to be retrieved. TSK, TSK. Dumbledore's expression revealed a rare hesitation. Except for your weapon. When Anriel recited the incantation, he still had a smile on his face, and his tone was incredibly calm. Dumbledore was caught off guard. The Elder Wand slipped from his grasp, and Anriel's left hand, which was not holding a wand, clenched and seized the invincible wand. Sir, what do you want to do? Anriel's fingers gripped the old wand, the knuckles protruding. He had imagined countless possibilities. Perhaps he would receive this wand from Dumbledore in a fair duel that was harmless. Perhaps he would intercept the wand halfway through Dumbledore's strange plan. But he truly did not expect to obtain this invincible wand in such a ridiculous manner and in this kind of situation. He really didn't want to. Anriel inexplicably smiled. In the end, he still couldn't bring himself to make Dumbledore drink this basin of substance that could be considered poison in front of him. Ultimately, he could not make Dumbledore fall into the cycle of regret that could not be remedied decades ago once again. He ultimately could not do it. Watching his own family hurt themselves. In his past life as an observer, Anriel saw how Dumbledore arranged such an ending for him. He sighed, he lamented, he admired, he grieved. Yet he never considered whether Dumbledore should not end in this way. But now he had lived in this world for 13 years. The elderly man in front of him, looking bewildered and helpless. How could he still be just a character in a literary work? An illusion? The memories of 2 lifetimes tore, fused, and attacked each other in Anriel's mind. His head ached, yet he always wore a smile on his face. Facing the old man with a graying beard. Don't do anything foolish, sir. Dumbledore's tone was filled with uncertainty. He certainly wouldn't think that Anriel was acting against him for the sake of the old wand, but precisely because of Anriel's purpose. His hesitation made Dumbledore's tone increasingly uncertain. Child, you know, it can only drink. No need. Anriel smiled, but such a smile was, in fact, another form of expressionless. Mister. Sure, I said there's no need. Anriel lowered his own wand that was pointed at Dumbledore. He raised the old wand and pointed it at the stone basin. After shifting his gaze away from Dumbledore's eyes, Anriel's expression became chillingly cold, akin to the bone-chilling frost of the polar regions clinging to a person, making them feel a deep-seated chill. A strange sound emitted from the stone basin. The tip of the Anriel staff pointed to a place that had frozen over. It was as chilling and cold as his eyes at that moment. The remaining potion instantly boiled. Countless wraith-like phantoms erupted from the basin, and it was hard to imagine that they had just been crammed into the basin, filled with liquid. Perhaps they were the liquid itself. They surged and wailed, trying to engulf the frozen section. Yet that solid part steadily expanded at a speed that was not particularly slow unaffected or obstructed by anything, not even a little. Anriel wasn't quite sure what type of potion this was. In fact, it might not be a potion at all, because now, countless screaming little figures had appeared in the pot. Dumbledore's expression also darkened. Both of them were all too familiar with this thing. The soul fragments probably came from these shadowy corpses. Anriel scoffed, and this also explained why such a small sip of this substance contained boundless negative emotions. In this magical world, the power of wizards and various spells are idealistic. They rely on the purest emotional strength and mental power. For example, anger, pride, ambition, and arrogance. Not to mention love. And this kind of soul fragment, filled with negative emotions, is shattered, murky, and chaotic. Even Anriel would not be able to bear it easily if he drank this cup. It would be almost equivalent to self-destructing his own magical power. Fortunately, this time, no one needed to drink it. Anriel's expression was as cold as frost, and her wand continuously spewed forth a chilling forbidden spell on par with fierce flames. Just as fierce flames can burn souls, this spell can freeze them. For those fragmented, tortured souls, this was perhaps a form of liberation. As the last scream of a soul abruptly ceased, Anriel's expression finally softened slightly. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who had no wand but was already crushing the shadow corpses, allowed a bitter smile. He had been secretly observing Anriel all along. After a crisp sound of shattering ice, the entire block of solid ice in the shape of a stone basin floated up. The stone basin shattered into pieces. At the bottom of the solid ice was embedded the counterfeit golden pendant box. "We've got it. It's time to go, sir." Anriel suspended the ice cube in midair and extended the Elder Wand in his hand towards Dumbledore. He did not look into Dumbledore's eyes. The old man sighed lightly, took the old wand, and with a flick of his wrist, the solid ice shattered into pieces, and the pendant box gently fell into the palm of the old man's hand. Even a real Horcrux pendant box could be worn normally before it was opened. He looked at Anriel, but the latter seemed to show no signs of moving. Anriel stretched out a hand, which was not holding a wand, towards the twisted mass of corpses crawling towards the shore. This was an attempt. Since Anriel could cast spells with his bare hands, even if this attempt failed, it would pose any danger to him. Some matters needed to be prioritized. The hand extended by Anriel was wearing the gunner's ring, or rather, the resurrection stone. The rough black stone on the ring seemed to sense its master's strong will. Or perhaps it was aware of the dense aura of death emanating from the surrounding group of inferi. The fine cracks on the resurrection stone completely vanished, as if healed in an instant, with only the eye-like imprint still engraved on the surface of the stone. A hazy gray mist poured out from that mysterious symbol, the mark of the vertical eye of the Deathly Hallows formed by a triangle, a circle, and a vertical line. By the ship, Dumbledore's face showed less composure, replaced by a weighty seriousness and astonishment. In his youth, Dumbledore and Grindelwald cared more about the Elder Wand, with their concern for it far surpassing that for the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak. It wasn't until Dumbledore reached middle age, and even old age, that he regretted too many things he couldn't make up for, and thus the attraction of the Resurrection Stone grew stronger for him. He gradually began to care more about the Resurrection Stone, possibly because the Elder Wand was tightly gripped in his own hand. Yet even for Dumbledore, his desire to pursue the Resurrection Stone stemmed from regret and guilt over the past, when he involuntarily wore that ring imbued with powerful dark magic in the original story. His purpose was to resurrect his loved ones, Ariana, Kendra, Percival. Dumbledore's boggart is the corpse of his sister, Ariana Dumbledore. Most people pursue the Resurrection Stone to make up for past regrets. A small number of people, like Grindelwald, seek the Resurrection Stone for greater power. Grindelwald never considered resurrecting any deceased. For him, the Resurrection Stone represented an army of inferi. Some believe this viewpoint is wrong, but those who wish to use the Resurrection Stone to bring back loved ones only obtain ephemeral phantoms. Others believe this viewpoint is correct. Yet the meaning of the Resurrection Stone seems to be to remember those who have passed. It is the most contradictory, mysterious, and terrifying of the three Deathly Hallows. The Elder Wand brings death. The Invisibility Cloak evades death. The Resurrection Stone desecrates death. A large expanse of gray mist swirled around Anriel's hand, and the sounds from the lake of inferi grew louder as countless corpses recklessly surged forward into the mist, disappearing without a sound, vanishing from this world without leaving a trace. Anriel did not look back at Dumbledore. He was too preoccupied with managing the broken stone. Anriel gritted his teeth and exerted all his effort to control the wild and reckless power in his hands, which was like a runaway stallion. Even more frightening was that this strange stone was devouring Anriel's magic like a pump, swallowing it whole. It wasn't that he couldn't control the stone. His magical power was more than sufficient. However, the situation was not right. He needed a quiet, undisturbed place to supply enough magic to the resurrection stone before mastering and controlling its power. Anriel swung his right hand wand sharply upward. A terrifying blue firebird burst forth from the tip of the wand, drawing a graceful blue line of fire in the air. The firebird danced in front of Anriel, forming a towering wall of fire, incinerating any shadowy corpses that attempted to pass through it into ashes in an instant. With the relentless wave of shadowy corpses halted, the mist emitted by the resurrection stone seemed to pause as well. It no longer continued to consume Anriel's magical power. The mist gradually shrank and burrowed back into the resurrection stone. Anriel's expression was filled with suspicion as he quickly dealt with the remaining undead. His mind was racing, but he was certain of one thing. This gray mist did not possess its own consciousness, only a kind of instinctive impulse. This was good news, as it meant that after Anriel supplied a large amount of magical energy to the resurrection stone, there wouldn't be any bizarre possession events. After all, he had already crossed over. If he were to be possessed by some ancient being, that would truly be a disaster. "Child, are you ready?" Dumbledore asked from the bow of the ship. Anriel nodded and jumped onto the boat. The speedboat raced towards the cave entrance, though it wasn't really necessary to go that fast. The undead in the lake were almost all taken care of by Anriel. Although the undead in this lake seemed endless, there was indeed a limit. On the way here, the speedboat had already taken out a large batch. Anriel had taken out another bunch in the middle of the lake, and Dumbledore had dealt with some as well. Now the entire lake was almost empty, with only a few cats left, which wouldn't pose any threat to their return journey. Inside the cabin, neither of the two spoke. Anriel didn't know where to start, while Dumbledore had no intention of asking. A lot had happened in just a few hours. This made Dumbledore realize something. What he was worried about was Anriel following in Gellert's footsteps. The concern stemmed from the belief that he had the ability to stop it. Now, Dumbledore felt somewhat relieved. It seemed he had suddenly found his own position, encouraging, supporting, and guiding Anriel onto the right path, rather than being fearful and trying to keep him away from all the darkness. After all, worrying leads to confusion. The future is uncertain. Who can guarantee they can see it clearly? Anriel was unaware that Dumbledore had these thoughts. Even if he knew, he would at most just sigh and feel that the old man understood him. This was the first time since his rebirth that Anriel felt ashamed of his inadequate language system. Or perhaps the secret of the resurrection stone was still too deeply hidden. For a moment, he didn't know where to start explaining to Dumbledore. The disapparition, as a form of teleportation, was undoubtedly fast, and the two quickly returned to Hogwarts. This trip was quite smooth, wasn't it? Dumbledore said in a light-hearted tone. Anriel smiled, getting the gist of his words. Yes, it was indeed very smooth. Voldemort didn't even notice that one of his Horcruxes was taken away. This statement is true, but the Horcrux is fake, Anriel added in her heart. However, Voldemort killed the Potters in 1981, and Regulus Black stole Voldemort's Horcrux in 1979. This proves that Voldemort's soul splitting, which prevented him from checking the status of the Horcruxes, had already occurred when he divided his soul into 6 parts. Whether he was alive or half dead, it seemed he could no longer check the condition of the Horcruxes. Anriel said goodbye to Dumbledore and returned to his room. He planned to study the stone thoroughly. Anriel belongs to Ravenclaw, not Gryffindor. In facing such a situation, which means he knows that inputting a large amount of magical power can activate the resurrection stone, Anriel's choice is to refrain from doing so initially. He should continue to try other methods and save the confirmed way to activate the resurrection stone for last. It's okay not to try. This attempt actually led him to discover some methods of use. Although they are not for activating the resurrection stone, they coincidentally can utilize the original function of the stone, resurrection. However, Anriel doesn't have anyone he needs to resurrect. His research direction is this: how to resurrect people who are completely unrelated to him. After some experiments that are not too meticulous, Anriel concluded that 2 conditions are needed. First, the person you want to resurrect cannot continue to exist in the world in a ghostly form. Second, you need to have some medium left by the deceased in the world. Anriel went to the wish-granting house. I need a place to hide things. Anriel wandered back and forth in the corridor on the 8th floor, silently reciting. Then he looked up and saw a large oak door in front of him. He pushed the door open and walked in. The inside was chaotic and filled with all sorts of things. The size of the room was absolutely unbelievable, as it was a room in a tower. Now, another headache-inducing problem emerged. How can Anriel find a rusted crown among tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of banned items from previous years? A crown flying in? It sounds like a good idea, but there are countless things in this room that could be called a crown. How about adding a qualifier? After all, try it 1T cost anything. Anriel raised his wand. The Ravenclaw crown flew over. He still underestimated his own magical strength. With a swoosh of the wind, Anriel's eyes widened as he rolled to the side. A rusty, headband-like ornament shot towards Anriel like a bullet. Maybe I used too much force. Anriel muttered to herself, justifying her actions. Is there anything more embarrassing than being killed by something summoned by her own spell? The difficult problem was solved, but the process was simply speechless. Anriel grabbed the crown with his bare hands without any danger. He had long known it would be like this, because in the original story, when Harry Potter entered the room of requirement to access the books, he also grabbed the crown with his bare hands. This Horcrux seems to lack the kind of curse that brings bad luck upon touch. It makes sense. If every Horcrux were untouchable, Harry Potter's companions would have all died long ago. It would require a series of magical enhancements later on to achieve that. He felt like his thoughts were increasingly aligning with those of dark wizards. Anriel shook his head, driving the strange thought out of his mind. What he needed to do next was to cast an Avada Kedavra on this diadem. After that, this diadem could help Anriel confirm that his two assumptions were incorrect. In fact, they were three. First, this diadem was a relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, which could help Anriel determine whether Ravenclaw was truly dead. Second, if Ravenclaw was indeed dead. Then, with the resurrection stone and this diadem, he should be able to summon her past apparition. Finally, this diadem had a close connection to Helena Ravenclaw, who still existed in this world as a ghost. This experiment felt somewhat hellish and had a sense of betraying one's teacher and ancestors, but it was not a problem for Anriel. Perhaps this was one of the uses of the resurrection stone? To explore the secrets known only to the deceased. To make the dead speak. However, the room of requirement was truly a great place. Anriel was almost certain that just like the master of the chamber was Salazar Slytherin, the master of the room of requirement was over 90 likely to be Rowena Ravenclaw. No research result simply fell from the sky. By the time Anriel wiped the sweat from his brow and put the resurrection stone back on his hand, preparing to go downstairs for dinner, it was already dark outside. Anyway, now in the school, apart from him and Dumbledore, there were only the house elves left, and they would be very happy to give themselves extra meals. So, it didn't really matter what time he ate. After dinner, Anriel, wearing Rowena Ravenclaw's old, rusty diadem, arrived at Dumbledore's office. As expected, Dumbledore was sitting behind a desk, fiddling with the already opened golden locket box in his unprotected hands. Anriel asked knowingly, "Oh, sir, have you destroyed the Horcrux so quickly?" Dumbledore did not answer, but simply looked up at Anriel. After a moment, he leaned back in the armchair, revealing a helpless expression as he said, "I'm very sorry, my child. The item we are looking for may have already been swapped." Dumbledore's slender fingers pointed to the corner of the table. There lay a neatly folded note. "To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this, I will have long been dead, but I want you to know that I discovered your secret. I stole the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as possible. I risk my life in hopes that you will be killed when you encounter an opponent." R.A.B. Do you have any clues? Anriel casually asked. Indeed, there are some. Dumbledore's answer surprised Anriel, but upon reflection, it made sense. In the original story, Dumbledore never saw this note before his death, so he naturally couldn't think about the clues left on it. Dumbledore continued to speak slowly. At the beginning, he referred to Voldemort as the Dark Lord. As far as I know, only one type of person would use that title for Voldemort. He paused and directly stated the conclusion. Let's assume that this Mr. R.A.B. is a genuine Death Eater. Anriel's mind was suddenly enlightened. A Death Eater, a traitor of one faction. Asked Severus? Anriel deliberately made a wrong joke, and the answer was already obvious, so there was no need to seek confirmation from Snape. The concept of Death Eaters and Voldemort's followers is not entirely the same. Death Eaters are an elite, small group of Voldemort's followers. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and among this elite small group, the family surname that starts with B. Dumbledore looked up at the wall of the headmaster's office. "Phineas, stop pretending to be asleep. I know you are awake," he said kindly. Anriel chuckled a couple of times. A member of an ancient dark wizarding family whose surname starts with B, someone with enough status to know Voldemort's secrets. Dumbledore continued to look kindly at a large frame in front of him. Phineas Nigellus Black grumbled in dissatisfaction, reluctantly putting on a thoughtful expression. All right, you two. It's really hard to get any peace torturing an old man like this." Anriel glanced at Dumbledore's long white beard that could fit into his belt and remained silent. Thank you for your affirmation, Phineas. All right, that sounds very Dumbledore-like, Phineas replied with a smirk. Let me think. RR. Hey, Black has had 2 generations. But if you are so certain he is a Death Eater, I mean, for those who have sided with Voldemort, that would be someone who is still in their prime, so Rosier could be ruled out. Phineas hesitated, reluctantly rambling on. But he was frustrated to see that neither Dumbledore nor Anriel, the old and the young, showed any impatience toward his ramblings. It seemed that no matter how much nonsense he spoke, these two would listen seriously. All right, you win. He compromised. The person you're looking for died over a decade ago, specifically 14 years ago. His name was Regulus Arcturus Black, and he was a very distinguished direct descendant of mine. Dumbledore nodded, seemingly approving of his flattery. Thank you, Phineas. If you happen to see something like this, he said, holding up the fake locket box, in your family's old manner, please make sure to tell me or Anriel immediately, all right? Phineas furrowed his brow, nodded, and then turned to disappear at the edge of the frame. It seemed that although he was unwilling, he still took Dumbledore's words seriously. Anriel knew that there was still a living creature in that eerie old house. Phineas would be surprised to find that as long as he asked Creature, he would get the answer he wanted in the next moment, that the locket was indeed handed over to Creature by Regulus himself. While waiting for Phineas, Anriel casually placed the diadem on the table. Ah, child, this is something Dumbledore already has an answer for his heart. The diadem of Ravenclaw. The relic of Rowena Ravenclaw. Anriel paused for a moment. We have reason to believe that the day Voldemort came to apply for a job, he casually hid it in an interesting place. Coincidentally, that place was not known only to him, but he thought it was. Anriel's smile was impossible to hide. Just like the Slytherin house, that place clearly belonged to Ravenclaw. Unfortunately for Voldemort, I easily found that room. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. He was an old lion, and wisdom was merely a byproduct of age and experience, but he truly didn't know where the room of requirement was. Anriel also possesses the wisdom that comes with the passage of time. Despite having lived 2 lives, he still lacks any awareness that he is already an old man, shamelessly defining himself as a 30-year-old child in the 3rd grade. There's nothing you can do about it. His body is honest, and his biological age is only 14, a fact that cannot be denied by anyone. Have you destroyed the soul fragment in this soul vessel? Dumbledore asked, as if confirming. Of course, I am currently preparing to repair it. Dumbledore nodded and did not ask further. Anriel certainly wants to fix it, but before the repair, haha. Anriel glanced over and pointed behind Dumbledore. Sir, Headmaster Black has returned. Dumbledore turned around to see Phineas at that moment. His expression was not good, or rather, it was quite grim, lacking the usual smoothness and laziness that characterized him. This gave him a hint of the presence of Hogwarts' former headmasters. Dumbledore, what you are looking for is in the Black family's old house. Find an opportunity to retrieve it. It caused the death of a remarkable, brave, and noble descendant of the Black family. Phineas spoke calmly, like a calm sea covering a surging undercurrent. Dumbledore nodded. I will, Phineas. Phineas said nothing more and turned to disappear behind the canvas. Dumbledore turned to Anriel. Child, do you know anything? Anriel nodded and then shook his head. It won't be more than Phineas. I checked the graduation list from more than 10 years ago, specifically 17 years ago. Anriel reached out in midair and grabbed a tattered parchment booklet. He spread the booklet open in front of Dumbledore and turned to one of the pages. In the roster from 24 years ago, I found Regulus. Anriel pointed at a name, and Dumbledore nodded after seeing it. Anriel flipped through the roster dozens of pages forward. At the same time, I found a few familiar names. Sirius Black, year of enrollment, 1970, house, Gryffindor, same as Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, James Potter, sorted by the first letter of the last name. Dumbledore was taken aback. Anriel reminds, Regulus Arcturus Black is the younger brother of Sirius Black, entering school 2 years later than him. Anriel shrugged, indicating that he had nothing else to add. He believed that Dumbledore must have once had the conjecture that Sirius was innocent. But sadly, it seemed that Sirius did not fully trust Dumbledore when it mattered. Or perhaps James felt the same way. It was tragic that due to a misplaced trust, James and Lily lost their lives, and Sirius ended up spending 12 years in prison. Anriel still remembers clearly that the original text explicitly mentioned that Dumbledore had requested to become the secret keeper for the Potter family, but was rejected by James Potter. To be honest, when Anriel read this part back then, he was quite speechless. It's hard to say that it was deserved. One can only say that if you don't act, you won't die. Instead of using the most powerful white wizard at the time, who was nominally Voldemort's greatest enemy. They chose to trust a brother. Anriel cannot understand. He needs some Gryffindors to explain the reasons to him. In a situation with Sirius back then, even Dumbledore had insufficient evidence to help him clear his name. Anriel couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't quite understand who could be more trustworthy than Albus Dumbledore in the fight against Voldemort. If Albus Dumbledore really were to be the secret keeper for the Potters, it would truly be, as the saying goes, even if Voldemort pressed his nose against the glass of the Potters' living room, he wouldn't be able to find them. Dumbledore thought about the information Anriel had just mentioned. All right, child, I understand. Go back and sleep. Anriel nodded, leaving Dumbledore standing by the window, twirling his beard with his long fingers, seemingly deep in thought. July, the penultimate weekend. Anriel greeted Dumbledore and then headed to the forest. With a whistle, a dark beast shadow emerged from the woods. Anriel mounted Nightmare and left the school. His destination was a peculiar house resembling a castle. A few miles north of the Ron's home, he had almost dealt with all the troubles that could arise during holiday. If we exclude the incident of Sirius Black's escape, that is, mainly because it had nothing to do with him, Anriel. Originally, Anriel actually wanted to visit Harry Potter and see if he could encounter a large, frightening black dog. Unfortunately, the disturbance of the Resurrection Stone prompted Anriel to decisively cancel this trip and instead spent 2 months searching for traces of that ancient family from back in the day. Antioch, Cadmus, Ignatius. Among those legends and historical facts that are both true and false, Anri deduces an interesting phenomenon. The legacy of the Elder Wand relies on death. The legacy of the Invisibility Cloak relies on bloodline. What does the legacy of the Resurrection Stone rely on? Anriel had some suspicions, but he could not be certain. Those who obtained the Resurrection Stone and successfully understood its most basic function did not become the true masters of the stone. They became eternal puppets of this stone of the deceased. Unfortunately, according to all the information Anriel had gathered, until it was passed to that old fool Gunter, not a single person had managed to escape unharmed after mastering the power of resurrection granted by the stone. Anriel indeed will not back down, but he knows he must make some preparations. He still has plenty of time and doesn't need to rush. As for the holiday, the Lovewood family is his final stop. The Nightmare soars high in the sky, its bony wings flapping through the air, carrying its master at an astonishing speed towards the distance. There are no obstacles, no attacks. Anriel is not the troubled savior like Harry Potter. From his background, his image, and in every aspect, Anriel should be the evil and fearsome Dark Lord. It's already surprising that he doesn't attack others. So how could anyone possibly attack him? Voldemort, please don't cue thanks. The crooked, chimney-like house appeared in Anriel's line of sight. Due to visual reasons, the house was now hardly bigger than an ant, but Anriel still saw it. After flying a distance, the Nightmare obediently descended. Anriel was convinced that this was not an illusion. The Nightmare could truly sense its own thoughts, rather than simply obeying its commands. She really didn't know where Dumbledore had found it. With 2 thuds, the hooves hit the ground. Anriel jumped off the back of the Nightmare and gently knocked on the old wooden door that had a handwritten sign hanging on it. The sound of footsteps coming down the stairs could be heard from behind the door, and a moment later, Xenophilius, wearing a bathrobe, opened the door. Aha! He seemed to perk up upon seeing Anriel's face. Welcome. Sorry. Please wait a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, he glanced down, seemingly startled by himself, and hurriedly ran back upstairs. His nonchalant demeanor was indeed reminiscent of a certain trait in his daughter. No, that is not quite right. It should be that his daughter resembles him. Moments later, Xenophilius did not come back downstairs, but Luna, wearing a bright silver nightgown and slippers, ran up to Anriel. Anriel opened his arms, and Luna rushed into his embrace without a moment's hesitation. Hey! Luna looked up, seemingly distracted by something. She peered from under Anriel's arm to look behind him. Anriel patted Luna's little head and followed her gaze back. Nightshade obediently bent down its front limbs. Half kneeling on the ground, Luna's eyes sparkled, filled with curiosity, joy, and a hint of barely noticeable fear. Go ahead, it's okay. Anriel gently touched Luna's cool face with her forehead and smiled. After receiving permission, Luna took 2 or 3 steps to Nightshade and tentatively reached out her hand. Nightshade let out a soft sound, leaned its head forward, and accepted the little mistress's touch, looking less like a night steed and more like a tame lamb or rabbit. Its call sounded very familiar. Luna would always love magical creatures. This trait would not change due to anything. Anriel has no intention of erasing this characteristic. He doesn't mind taking the time to do what she loves. Anriel looked gently at Luna, and the girl who had her back to him seemed to sense it. turning around to offer him a faint smile. Luna's smile was not a bright, sunny one, but rather a delicate and elegant smile, like the pure and radiant moonlight. It was bright and beautiful. Anriel slightly shifted her gaze towards the nightmare, which let out a sound typical of equine creatures. Isn't this a bit too human-like, Animagus? No. Wait, there's still a possibility of a blood curse. Anriel muttered to himself. However, he didn't think too much about it, because Nightshade was sent by Dumbledore. After instructing Nightshade to take good care of Luna, Anriel walked past rows of peculiar shelves and plants, crossing over a pot of orange-red baby carrots. After twitching at a bizarre and whimsical headpiece, he finally arrived at the living room. Xenophilius, dressed in a light greenhouse robe, was sitting at the table brewing a pot of oddly colored tea. This should be the legendary Gottingen tea. Anriel sat opposite his father-in-law, smiling as he picked up a cup of tea and took a small sip, feeling extremely vigilant and ready to activate his backup immune system at any moment. The taste seems pretty good? Not bad. It's not hard to drink at all. Anriel's eyes brightened. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, as if neither of them had anything to say. Xenophilius blinked, and you could even see a kind of innocence, named innocence, in his eyes. Anriel clicked his tongue. This is truly a refreshing tea, Mr. Lovegood. How did you make it? Oh, this is my unique secret recipe. Xenophilius seemed quite pleased. I use Gertie root along with goosegrass. Anriel listened quietly, occasionally nodding, then took another sip. Is it a unique secret recipe? Anriel suddenly noticed that Xenophilius, with his squinted, excited eyes, was staring at him. In front of his chest? Once Xenophilius finished speaking, Anriel leaned forward slightly. He was pleased to see a look of interest in the other person's eyes. Anriel reached out and pulled out the triangular metal ornament from his chest, that pendant symbolizing the Deathly Hallows. Well, Mr. Lovegood, I'm here today not just because I was invited, but also because I have something interesting to discuss that I believe you may know more about than I do. Oh, very good, child, that's very good. Xenophilius's eyes widened, but Anriel felt it was more due to his appearance rather than his current surprise. He also fished out an identical item from his pocket. The two of them chatted for a long time in the living room. Luckily, Anriel had timed his visit for after breakfast. Otherwise, everyone would have been starving. As for what they talked about, that would be revealed later. Child, are you sure you want to bear this burden? As Anriel walked outside, Xenophilius quietly asked behind him. Thank you for your kindness. Anriel paused for a moment, but did not turn back. However, I must continue down this path. Don't worry, sir. I have always been fortunate. Xenophilus raised an eyebrow and watched Anriel walk out the door. Luna, it's time to go. Have you finished packing your suitcase? Anriel cheerfully asked the girl in the yard. I've been ready for a long time, little sir. Luna made a face and elongated her tone. Anriel smiled and reached out, pinching Luna's smooth cheek, to which she puffed her cheeks in indignation. The suitcase was piled in the corner, and Anriel snapped his fingers. The suitcase, taller than a person, began to shrink under Luna's wide-eyed gaze. Eventually, it became the size of a jewelry box and was grabbed by Anriel. After weighing it in his hand, Anriel realized that the no-trace expansion charm did not adhere to the law of conservation of mass. Good, it's quite idealistic. I think my magical energy is abundant. Taking one last look at the strange black stone house, Anriel sincerely remarked that the gains from this trip were considerable, or it could be said that they exceeded expectations. Of course, this was not referring to some bizarre animals. Just moments ago, Xenophilius had handed him a bag of colorful fish that seemed like something Anriel could take to Dumbledore. However, considering that Anriel did not want to be accused of murdering Dumbledore, he politely declined the bag of freshwater pufferfish. But, jokes aside, why did Xenophilius know so many secrets? Anriel let Luna sit in front of him, hugging the neck of Nightshade, while he clamped his legs together. Nightshade spread its wings and soared into the sky, and the Lovegood house gradually shrank into a small black dot. Anriel didn't let the nightmare fly too high because it was too cold. He was afraid Luna would be uncomfortable. However, it seemed that Luna was quite enjoying the feeling of snuggling in Anriel's arms while feeling the breeze. So, a nightmare, carrying a pair of young lovers, soared towards Hogwarts. The last month before the start of the school season quickly disappeared at an almost imperceptible pace. Notably, there were only a few significant events. Due to Sirius Black's escape from prison, some Dementors were brought to Hogwarts, and since Anriel lived at the school, he would inevitably become neighbors with them in advance. They were not exactly friendly neighbors. Anriel has a zero-tolerance attitude towards this. What if he frightens and hurts his own wife? However, there's one thing that needs to be mentioned specifically. Anriel doesn't even need spells to deal with them, because they are rotting and scabbed with corpse-like bodies. because they are filthy and possess extremely evil thoughts, which cannot be referred to as souls. Numerous other characteristics reveal that they are actually fugitives from the sacred realm of death, currently lingering in the mortal world, escaping death in a state worse than death itself. Such beings are, indeed, like maggots crawling beneath the feet of the god of death. When faced with the resurrection stone, this sacred artifact that dares to desecrate death, Anriel estimates that they will feel nothing but a panic akin to encountering a natural enemy. Of course, Dementors may not possess emotions at all, which is also quite possible. Setting aside the issue of Dementors for now, another noteworthy matter is Anriel informed Dumbledore about the Resurrection Stone and its suppressive effects on Dementors. Dumbledore's reaction was quite unsettled. It was clear that he wanted to say something several times, but ultimately refrained. Perhaps it was because, for him, he had never heard of a holder of the Resurrection Stone applying it in such a way. The Resurrection Stone can never truly bring the deceased back to life. All who are revived can only become servants. That was not what Dumbledore wanted for Ariana. Therefore, he did not pursue this artifact too fervently. And now Anriel seems to have truly unleashed the power of the Resurrection Stone as a deathly hallow. Additionally, there was a small matter. Is Sir appropriate? Of course. Anriel held a thin golden chain in her hand and hesitantly asked Dumbledore, but Dumbledore's answer was unwavering. At the end of the golden chain hung a small pendant box. Anriel shrugged. Since you think this is better. He waited for a moment, seemingly wanting to see Dumbledore's reaction. Dumbledore had a smile on his face, looking at Anriel with eyes full of anticipation. All right. Anriel casually threw the pendant box, that sole artifact, out of the window. In the room, Albus Dumbledore and Phineas Black both watched as the small box flew out. Then Dumbledore squinted his eyes. Boom! A silver-white lightning bolt, as thick as a bucket, fell without warning on such a clear day. The sole fragment hidden within the pendant box didn't even have time to let out a wail before it, along with its priceless container, turned to dust. Anriel stared blankly at Dumbledore, thinking, indeed, the relics of Slytherin are still not important. This is, of course, a kind of damage that can never be repaired by magic or any other means. Reduced to powder by lightning. Anriel shrugged, as if he had just done something trivial rather than destroying one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, along with an ancient artifact that was over 1,000 years old. The Slytherin locket would forever be a part of history. Now, Tom Riddle's Horcruxes only consisted of Nagini, which had not yet been turned into a Horcrux, Helga Hufflepuff's golden cup, hidden in the Lestrange family's vault, and Harry Potter. Oh, Anriel. Dumbledore held a piece of stationery and said cheerfully to Anriel. At that moment, Anriel was looking at a magical creature guidebook with Luna, a companion book to fantastic beasts and where to find them, provided by Dumbledore's old friend, Newt Scamander. Old Newt was quite surprised to hear that Dumbledore had a child, especially after learning the child's last name. Here's an interesting piece of news from the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore said jokingly, "What is it? Did our old fudge accidentally go to work in his pajamas?" Anriel casually made a joke. "Oh, that won't do. But this news has little to do with Connolly." Anriel raised an eyebrow, indicating there was a bit of a connection, right? Although feeling somewhat puzzled, Anriel still spoke normally. What's wrong? Did Sirius Black break into the Ministry of Magic? Anriel made an expression of interest and curiosity on her face. According to the letter I have, Mr. Potter inflated one of his aunts into a balloon in a fit of extreme anger, which I believe must have had its reasons. The Ministry of Magic sent several incident reversal teams to handle it. Bubbles. Luna snuggled in Anriel's arms, giggling in a sing-song voice as she produced many large bubbles in yellow, blue, and purple from the tip of her wand. Anriel looked at the bubbles and imagined a plump woman with a purple face, swelling and round like these bubbles, slowly floating into the air with a look of terror. Ah, for muggles, that would definitely be terrifying, and many muggles would surely see it, right? Anriel asked gently. Of course. So what about Harry Potter? Is he safe? And has he reached a place where the Ministry of Magic can monitor? Dumbledore chuckled after hearing the question. Child, I don't recall mentioning that, Mr. Potter has run away from home. Anriel's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of the recent prophecy. That is certain. Based on what I observed during my last visit to Harry's house, his aunt and uncle's attitude towards magic can hardly be described as friendly. Given such circumstances at home, I believe that even if Mr. Potter did not run away, he would still be driven out by the two of them. Moreover, sir, you just mentioned that you think Mr. Potter has his own reasons? After Anriel finished speaking, she lowered her head and buried it in Luna's neck, causing Luna to giggle as Anriel blew air. Don't mess around, Andy. When the English name's first syllable is pronounced as an, it can be affectionately suffixed with tie. If pronounced as D, Like Andrew, it can also be abbreviated to Andy. Dumbledore selectively ignored the flirtation between the young couple, nodded slightly, and responded to Anriel's first question. Fudge was scared to death. Fortunately, he was in his pajamas. So, he immediately rushed to the leaky cauldron to pick up Mr. Potter. Anriel nodded, no longer teasing Luna, and gently combed her smooth golden hair. Let me guess, you took the night's bus, didn't you? Dumbledore was slightly surprised and nodded. Anriel chuckled twice and explained, well, when I took Mr. Porter to the Weasley house before, we rode the night bus once. After all, it's the most convenient mode of transportation for desperate wizards in England, isn't it? Dumbledore nodded in realization. Anriel raised an eyebrow, feeling that Dumbledore had been nodding from the moment, just now, until now. The few of them fell silent, occasionally interrupted by the soft sound of Luna turning the pages of her book. Dumbledore closed his eyes to rest. Anriel continued to look at the album with Luna, occasionally creating a lifelike model that bore a striking resemblance to the original, which made Luna's eyes light up with excitement, breaking a brief period of silence. To be honest, there have been quite few events this year. It's really peaceful. Anriel mumbled softly, and Luna in his arms seemed to hear something but didn't quite catch it. She tilted her head, her big, sparkling eyes curiously looking at him. The boy slightly turned to the side and kissed the girl's cheek. September 1st, King's Cross Station. Platform 9. Anriel, dressed in a sharp suit, stood on the platform corresponding to the front of the train, watching the bustling students board the train and the chattering parents constantly giving instructions. Originally, Anriel did not need to take this train again. However, Dumbledore was concerned that the guests from the Ministry of Magic, who did not understand the rules, might cause unnecessary fright to the students. Fortunately, the Resurrection Stone had a suppressive effect on Dementors. Dumbledore was a person with keen insight, good at recognizing and utilizing people's strengths. To put it bluntly, he made use of what others might consider waste. He would arrange everyone in the position best suited for them, with the only minor issue being that Anriel was not waste. Anriel squinted, leaning his eagle-headed staff on the ground, looking like a proper little British gentleman. If those Dementors didn't understand the rules, then Anriel would teach them what the rules were. The process would likely be a bit terrifying. In Dumbledore's eyes, Anriel's Resurrection Stone only had a suppressive effect on Dementors. But in reality, well, it was mealtime. Because of this, Anriel hadn't brought Luna along. As for the others, they could only pray that they wouldn't barge in while Anriel was dining. Anriel squinted his eyes, and if someone were to observe closely at that moment, they would notice that his blue eyes had turned a withered gray, resembling that of a corpse. A sharp whistle sounded, and Anriel casually lifted his wand with 2 fingers of his right hand, holding the staff with his left as he walked from the front of the train to the rear. Passing by one carriage, he saw a middle-aged man with brown hair that was somewhat grayed and extremely thin sitting inside, looking as if he were asleep. There was no need for further introduction. His patched-up old robe was enough to identify him. Remus Lupin, the new defense against the dark art professor at Hogwarts this year. Lupin appeared sickly, his complexion pale. Anriel knew that he was a werewolf, and the last full moon had just passed. As a kind werewolf, Lupin didn't want to attack innocent people on the night of the full moon. He often habitually suppressed his own instincts. This also led to the fact that after each full moon, Lupin would feel weak for a long time. Fenrir Greyback didn't have this problem, as he always indulged his instincts. The biggest difference between the two of them was that Lupin always regarded himself as human, rather than some half-man, half-beast. You could say he was escaping reality, or that he held on to hope. But it is undeniable that he is a good person. Anriel sighed a little, not wanting to disturb the sleeping Lupin, and slowly walked back to his compartment at the front of the train. The journey was going smoothly until they reached near Hogwarts. Along the way, Anriel had been huddled in his compartment studying the Resurrection Stone. Scientific research was actually quite boring, but almost all magical achievements were inseparable from research. It was a state of mutual disdain. He was buried in his scientific work while others looked at him like fools, clueless. At that moment, the train suddenly stopped without warning. Just as the train was crossing a bridge, chaos erupted in the rear carriage. It seemed that Dementors had boarded. The reason they boarded at the back might be that the Dementors sensed a massive, deadly threat from their natural enemy in the front carriage. Of course, they would choose to start their search from the back. They called it a search, but it was really just hunting for food. Unfortunately, there was Lupin at the back. Anriel could imagine Harry Potter sitting there on the verge of fainting, with a Dementor reaching out to him with a bony, decayed claw reminiscent of a drowned corpse. The chilling aura made his stomach twist. Then Lupin drew his wand, and with a powerful wave summoned a giant silver creature that burst out of the compartment in a flash of silvery light. Lupin's Patronus was an ordinary wolf, not a werewolf. But even an ordinary wolf was something he disliked. So Lupin had almost never shown the form of his Patronus in public. The giant silver wolf surged through the corridor, sweeping the Dementor along with it. Then came the scene that appeared before Anriel now. A Dementor, in a panic, actually ran toward the front of the train. This was exactly what Anriel needed. Even if the Dementor hadn't foolishly rushed toward the front, he would have gone out to catch one anyway. A gray, misty left hand reached out. A few steps away, the hooded figure suddenly stopped as if its throat had been suddenly grasped. At the neck of the hood, there were 5 gray-black, burn-like fingerprints. With a bang, the door to Anriel's compartment closed. The Dementor that had been in the aisle vanished along with Anriel, until the train reached the station. The door to Anriel's compartment did not open again, and no one attempted to intrude, whether alive or dead. Anriel was very satisfied with this. When he also left the train, if someone were to enter Anriel's compartment and observe closely, it would not be difficult to notice that the silver plate on the table was filled with a gray, unidentified liquid that floated with cotton-like substances, giving the impression that it resembled a plate of soup left over after eating something. "Have a piece of chocolate," Harry, Lupin said, handing a torn piece of chocolate to Harry with sincerity. After saying this, he lifted his head and straightened his back, looking towards the front of the train. The Patronus is a material manifestation of the spirit. For a powerful wizard, the Patronus is essentially their avatar, and they can perceive everything that the Patronus perceives. The message that Remus's Patronus had just relayed to him was that there was a very terrifying thing at the front of the train. Lupin couldn't help but recall the information mentioned by Dumbledore when he asked him to take this job. "I think we all know the reason Sirius Black escaped from prison. But don't worry, Remus. My child will also help us solve this trouble this year." In Lupin's impression, students were very important to Dumbledore. If his child was indeed as powerful as he claimed, then he would surely have arranged for this unknown student to be on the Hogwarts Express, protecting the Hogwarts students from the threat of Dementors. "Is it him?" Lupin's expression was serious. Then he seemed to sense something and turned to Harry. "Oh, go on. Have a bite. I haven't poisoned the chocolate," he said. Anriel glanced at the first-year students in a panic at the lake and casually found a nightmare carriage to drive into the school. They seemed to take pride in being able to carry Anriel, though he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination. Students streamed through the school gates. There were supposed to be 2 Dementors there, but Anriel had underestimated his own intimidating presence. If all went as expected, they should have been scared away. Since that was the case, Anriel was happy to enjoy his peace. Who knew what kind of trouble the Dementors could cause? Dumbledore didn't like those things. Anriel walked leisurely into the auditorium, heading towards the blonde girl at the head of the Ravenclaw table, who was quietly waiting for him. The Sorting Hat sang a new song, and the first years stepped on the stage one by one. Anriel was just sitting there with his eyes closed, resting. This caused Dumbledore to glance at him a few more times. Anriel had to admit that he had underestimated the Dementor, this ancient and powerful magical creature. He had consumed a Dementor using the Resurrection Stone. Firstly, Dementors possess only one ancient magic, the ability to suck souls. The so-called extraction of happiness and the creation of fear are merely accompanying processes during their soul-sucking. Their one and only magic is immensely powerful. Anriel clearly knew that if he used the Resurrection Stone to hunt enough Dementors and consume these rotten, disgusting fugitives, he would have over a 90% chance of mastering this powerful soul magic. However, this raised a new problem. It wasn't easy to digest. The Resurrection Stone was merely a magical object. The energy transfer from the Dementors depended on Anriel himself. Moreover, strictly speaking, Anriel was also a magical object. Those intense negative emotions, while not exactly poisonous, could still lead to an upset stomach for him. It would take him at least half a month to fully digest one Dementor. Just as Anriel was pondering this, the sorting ceremony quietly came to an end. Anriel opened his eyes. He had figured it out. Dumbledore disliked Dementors, but couldn't openly confront the Ministry of Magic, so Anriel came to express his stance on his behalf. If Fudge didn't want Dementors to be completely eradicated, then those things should be kept away from Hogwarts. If a Dementor went missing near the school every month and a half, suspected to be hunted by an unknown entity, just think about it. A creature more terrifying than Dementors. Huh? Luna tilted her head and leaned closer to Anriel. She seemed to sense that her boyfriend was coming up with some questionable ideas. She nestled against Anriel like a gentle little kitten, enjoying his affection. Anriel remembers that Luna's guardian spirit is a wild rabbit. Why does this little guy look like a cat now? Anriel watched Luna, who was making contented purring sound from her throat, and couldn't help but chuckle. Dumbledore wasn't fond of giving speeches before meals. With a wave of his old wand, an array of sumptuous dishes instantly appeared on the 4 house tables, causing them to creak under the weight. Only Anriel noticed the almost imperceptible hesitation in Dumbledore's wand movement. TSK. Anriel pouted and thought to find an opportunity to say something to Mr. Ollivander. Although Dumbledore's wandless magic was very skilled, it was still not appropriate to always use a wand that wasn't quite suitable. Anriel suddenly had an idea. Hey, why not make one for old Dang? Anriel's eyes brightened. He had been learning wand making for a year, and this was the perfect time to practice. He wasn't worried that a subpar wand would pose any danger to Dumbledore. After all, he could just switch it out frequently. What son hasn't pulled a fast one on his father? Anriel unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth, and Luna, who was beside him, felt something was off for the second time today and rolled her eyes at him. She had the feeling that Anriel had been holding back something not good all day. The mealtime was quite normal, though. Soon, the meal came to an end. Dumbledore waved his old wand again, and after the last bit of dessert disappeared from the plates, he stood up, glanced around, and cleared his throat. All right, welcome, he said in a loud voice. Welcome back, our big friends and little friends, to Hogwarts. I have a few things to announce, and one of them is very important. So I believe that even though we just had a meal and our minds might be a bit sluggish, we should pay full attention and make sure everything is clear. Dumbledore paused, seemingly waiting for his students to wake up a bit. He continued, you may have already seen that our school is currently hosting several Dementors from Azkaban. Their purpose is quite clear. The Ministry of Magic believes that a fugitive from Azkaban, Sirius Black, is very likely to have infiltrated our school. Therefore, they have dispatched these guards from Azkaban and stationed these Dementors at every entrance and exit of the school. Dumbledore's tone became somewhat serious. I must make it clear that they are inherently devoid of compassion and will not understand pleas or mercy. I ask my students not to approach these guards. After finishing this statement, Dumbledore fell silent for a long time, ensuring everyone could digest the information in his words. Additionally, let's change to a more pleasant topic. I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers joining our faculty this semester. First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly agreed to fill the vacancy for our Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Dumbledore led the applause. A round of applause echoed in the hall. It didn't sound overly welcoming, but it wasn't too cold either, much better than the sparse claps in the original text. Anriel thought this was the reason everyone had already eaten their fill. Snape's face looked like a cabbage just dug out of a decades-old pickle jar, sour and stinky. Perhaps some chili powder needed to be added, as Snape's expression also contained emotions named anger and hatred. Additionally, our care of magical creatures professor, Professor Kettleburn, retired at the end of last semester. We were very pleased to welcome our old friend, Rubius Hagrid, as our new care of magical creatures professor. The hall erupted into a round of warm applause, which was at least much more enthusiastic than the applause when Professor Lupin took office earlier. The Slytherin table was nearly silent, having made noise only twice. Anriel didn't pay much attention. He cared more about another matter. Just now, when Dumbledore mentioned the Dementors, he deliberately or inadvertently cast a glance at him. It seemed that Dumbledore had already learned that after the train was searched, a Dementor had gone missing. Anriel didn't take it too seriously. After returning from the Lovewood house and destroying the pendant box, his life became quite routine, spending time with Luna, researching the Resurrection Stone, chatting with Dumbledore, and transforming into an eagle to fly around. Dumbledore might have just been a bit puzzled, as he didn't know what Anriel had discovered while researching the Resurrection Stone. As the students returned to the common room one after another with the prefect, Anriel noticed that Hermione had left with Professor McGonagall. It was probably to arrange her abstract class schedule for the semester. Anriel has no interest in the time converter whatsoever. The 3 fundamental secrets mentioned by Hadber Wulfin in the basic rules of magic that must never be tampered with. Anriel has already desecrated 2 of them. That is already outrageous enough. Life and death, soul and time. Moreover, since Anriel hasn't even grasped the first 2, how could they possibly have the energy to involve themselves in the third? Anriel shrugged and left the hall with Luna, returning to the Ravenclaw common room. Everything in school life was normal, except for the winged sphinxes that Shanghai had brought to the school. Anriel does not take the care of magical creatures class, as his knowledge surpasses that of any professor. This is mainly because his cheap old dad suffered a huge loss in this area, and after reflecting on it, Anriel has nearly encompassed all the knowledge about magical creatures that Grindelwald could grasp. Once bitten by a snake, he is cautious for 10 years. In contrast, the animals that Luna is interested in are unknown to everyone, and Anriel can start learning about them from scratch. However, he still made time to attend the first disaster. I mean, the care of magical creatures class for third years. Oh, those adorable little eagle beaks aside from the shivering classmates, they're still quite cute. Anriel said so, but unfortunately, the facts seemed to be quite different. When Anriel casually crouched on a row of fences, it was the griffins that were the ones trembling in fear. They were not night steeds. They had no inclination towards death. Anriel was also somewhat helpless, shrugging and leaving the venue to avoid disrupting the so-called normal teaching. In fact, not many students wanted Anriel to leave, because once Anriel was gone, the class would truly become a disaster. Those hippogriffs with sharp beaks and steel-like claws and Merlin's beard. Clearly, more than one student thought this way, with Draco Malfoy being the representative, from the moment Anriel appeared until he left. Draco's figure was always positioned directly behind Anriel and the hippogriffs, and when Anriel was about to leave, his eyes were filled with terror. Considering his influence, Anriel believed it was not Draco who had changed his arrogant personality. Sure enough, by the end of the class, Anriel heard that a hippogriff had attacked a Slytherin student. A few minutes later, a girl with fluffy brown hair ran over to find Anriel and recounted what had just happened. It was Hermione. Anriel, Malfoy and his father won't let Hagrid off the hook. Hermione said anxiously. I advised him. I told him you should study some safer, more normal magical creatures. Anriel turned to look at Hermione. You should know his attitude. Anriel stared at the shimmering, hourglass-shaped pendant hanging around Hermione's neck. Not long after inquiring with Dumbledore, he found another reason not to touch the time turner. As a magical creation, the erosion of time could inflict some undocumented damage on him. Those who toy with time must be consumed by it. Anriel regained her thoughts and asked, So what do you want to do, Miss Granger? Before Hermione could respond, Anriel continued, I don't think we need to rush into this. It's only the first month, and at least Hagrid won't be fired. Besides, you're going to be late. Miss Granger, as far as I know, your schedule for this semester is almost full. Anriel said casually, as a lazy dog who slacks off. He didn't mind provoking the hard-working, talented dog. Hermione was almost startled into jumping up. After casually saying thank you and goodbye, she immediately grabbed her backpack and ran away. Anriel himself walked towards the defense against the dark arts classroom. This was Professor Lupin's first lesson in the 4th grade. Hello, everyone. I am your new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin. Lupin's face still looked pale, but at least it had a bit of color. He held his wand and made a mark on the blackboard, writing R.J. Lupin. You can call me Professor Lupin. It was clear that it was Lupin's first time teaching. After he finished speaking, he looked around as if someone might object. All right, take out your defense against the dark arts textbooks. Curses and Counter-Curses by Quentin Trimble. Anriel, sitting in the front row, smiled and leaned forward over his desk. Professor Lupin, I saw the third-year students had a practical lesson. Can't we have one? Lupin seemed momentarily taken aback, not expecting a student to ask such a question. The content for the 4th grade isn't suitable for a practical lesson, but I will consider it for you. Lupin took a breath and looked at Anriel, somewhat surprised. Wait a minute, child, I haven't taught the 3rd year yet. How do you know I'm going to have a practical lesson for them? At that moment, the 3rd-year students were in a potions class, and their defense against the dark arts lesson was in the afternoon. But Anriel had done this on purpose. He pointed a finger at his temple and extended his other hand. What I see with my heavenly eye. Let me introduce myself. I am Anriel Grindelwald. Lupin, what did you say your last name was? Lupin's mouth twitched. Professor Dumbledore mentioned you to me, but now is not the time for pleasantries. Class, turn to page 4. Anriel did not continue to rudely press for answers. It was enough to leave a deep first impression on Lupin, and there was no need to offend anyone for no reason. However, as Lupin mentioned, the 4th-year defense against the dark arts mainly teaches curses, especially spells commonly used by dark wizards that have strict requirements for casting. For example, the spells discussed in next year's class with young Barty Crouch are indeed not very suitable for practical lessons. Lupin's class was humorous and witty, and considering the effectiveness of teaching, he sometimes invited Anriel to come up as his assistant. In a relaxed atmosphere, the two reached a draw, and the teaching effect was quite good. The other little eagles and badgers in the classroom were stunned. Lupin also shared some content not found in the textbook, such as his own classification of curses. For someone from a group of raiders, discussing the effects, significance, and pros and cons of those curses was incredibly simple. After class, the students left in groups, praising the recently concluded defense against the dark arts lesson. Anriel, can you stay and help me with something? Of course. Anriel finished packing up. She didn't bring much. She looked at Lupin. That's right. I do plan to give a practical lesson to those 3rd-year kids this afternoon, Lupin said cheerfully. I intend to start with Boggets. Anriel already knew what he needed to help Lupin with. Sure enough, Lupin's next sentence was, can you help me move that thing to the staff lounge closet? You know, it's best not to face Bogart alone. There was nothing wrong with this reason, of course. It was also possible that Lupin wanted to see what Bogart would turn into in front of Anriel. In fact, it wasn't just Lupin. Anriel himself wanted to know. He agreed gladly, and Lupin's expression brightened. Before long, they arrived at a dilapidated little broom closet. In the corner of the closet stood a large wooden box, taller than a person, somewhat resembling a box for a refrigerator. However, since this thing had appeared at Hogwarts instead of an appliance store, it was unknown what it had once been used for. Anriel looked at the box with interest. So, Professor, do we need to move it? Lupin stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, let's first move this box to the staff lounge. And then we can throw Bogart into the cupboard. What does that sound? It was clear that Lupin didn't have any airs of a professor. He was asking Anriel's opinion in an equal and inquiring tone. Anriel naturally had no objections. The huge wooden crate floated up, still trembling slightly, as if afraid that others wouldn't know there was a creature locked inside. Excuse me, coming through. Thank you. Lupin was in front, helping Anriel clear the way. Most of the professors here knew him and had taught him. A deliberately hoarse and unpleasant shout rang out. Lupin, you crazy big fool, fluffy big idiot. It was Pippi Gouet. Anriel looked at Lupin, and this time there were no students around. Lupin's expression didn't look very good, especially since it seemed that Peeves had poked at the sore spot he least wanted to face. Peeves' behavior of embarrassing someone in person is quite rude. Anriel said softly. The Pippi ghost suddenly jumped 2 feet into the air, startling Anriel, who had just been blocked behind a wooden crate and hadn't seen it. The wooden crate gently landed, and Anriel extended his left hand, which wore the resurrection stone ring, towards the Pippi ghost. However, after thinking it over, he abandoned this idea, because the Pippi ghost was the most special one. As a ghost, he could not only pass through walls like other ghosts without touching physical objects, but he could also hold things like a normal person and play pranks, which meant he could touch physical objects. He was a unique case with special characteristics. In other words, if he broke, he would be gone. Considering that the Pippi ghost was somewhat sensible and did not play pranks in front of him, but only used verbal attacks on Lupin, Anriel decided to let him go. He raised his wand, locking the tongue and sealing the throat. The Pippi ghost's upper and lower lips instantly felt as if an invisible zipper had been applied, and since it was Anriel casting the spell, the force of the zipper being pulled up almost caused the Pippi ghost to tumble in midair. The Pippi ghost spun around twice in place, made a very rude gesture towards Lupin, and then passed through the wall. What a personal grudge. Anriel smiled and asked Lupin, but I can't say that's entirely true. While I was a prefect back then, I often offended Peeves, but that should be considered part of the job. Lupin also smiled. As they laughed, he fell silent. Anriel knew that Lupin was reminiscing about some old friends. The time when Remus Lupin was a prefect was inseparable from James Potter and Sirius Black. At this point, Lupin still did not know the truth. The fact he was aware of was still that one of his close friends had betrayed another close friend and killed a third. This was by no means a pleasant memory. It could even be said to be extremely tormenting. Anriel remained silent and lifted the wooden box again without a sound. After arriving at the staff lounge, Anriel and Professor Lupin found Professor McGonagall brewing black tea. There was a certain refined elegance of a middle-aged British woman. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Anriel looked at the sky and greeted. Hello, Anriel, and also Remus. Professor McGonagall put down her teacup and glanced at the floating box behind Anriel. What's inside? Boggett, Lupin replied, giving a practical lesson to the third-year students. Anriel saw Professor McGonagall raise an eyebrow, but she didn't say anything. He thought she might be remembering last year's terrible defense against the dark arts teacher. Gilderoy Lockhart's practical classes could not be described as innovative. They were simply unique and unreplicable. After all, it's a first for a professor to be as incompetent as he was, and he couldn't possibly use the only spell he was good at on the students, could he? Although in the original story, he did intend to do just that. All right, Anriel, I'll count to 3, and we'll let out. How about that? It seemed like Lupin wanted to destroy the wooden box directly and then let the Boggett dive into the wardrobe. Anriel moved the box next to the wardrobe, temporarily placing it directly opposite Lupin. However, the box is now quite far from Professor McGonagall, so her fear shouldn't be counted within the range of the transformation. Anriel did not know what Professor McGonagall's Boggett was, which involves one of the deepest secrets of a person. 3, 2, 1. Lupin flicked his wand, and the wooden box burst open on all 4 sides, with 4 pieces crashing to the ground. The top piece was lifted up by the Boggett. It was now a silver sphere, or to be more specific, the moon, the thing Remus Lupin feared the most. In fact, Lupin had encountered a bug. What he feared was not the moon itself, but the meaning represented by this bright silver orb. What Lupin had always feared was the loss of control over himself on a full moon night. As for why Lupin's boggart was not a werewolf but the moon, Anriel felt that Lupin might genuinely believe he could live a normal life, firmly convinced that he is a person. This does not mean he refuses to accept his werewolf identity. On the contrary, he is very clear about it. A werewolf with a human soul. Therefore, he is afraid of the triggers that turn him into a ferocious beast. How ridiculous! Lupin's wand emitted a comical sound, and the silver sphere, like a deflated balloon, made a funny puffing noise. It flew in front of Anriel, enveloped in a layer of gray mist, and was transforming. The gray mist dissipated. Anriel's eyes suddenly widened. It felt as if someone had pressed the pause button on time. Anriel suddenly understood a viewpoint he had seen a long time ago on a forum in his previous life. The stronger the wizard, the more unsolvable a boggart becomes. If a creature like a boggart can reflect a wizard's deepest fears, no matter how strong their inner defenses are, then those capable great ones would instinctively solve problems. For example, a boggart that turns into a dementor would instinctively cause them to utter the Patronus charm. But what if the things they fear are unsolvable? A strange 17-year-old boy stood in the gray mist, gazing at Anriel with his lifeless, empty eyes. The boy's eyes were clouded, and his lip missing a piece, curled into a grin that clearly revealed a yellowed missing tooth. He forced a stiff smile in Anriel's direction. There was no spark in the boy's eyes, and his pupils were unfocused. Decomposition spread across his pale skin, with some areas already beginning to rot. He was a dead person, a corpse. Most importantly, his face. Anriel's facial muscles tensed, his teeth clenched tightly, and the knuckles of his hand gripping the wand turned pale. However, he remained calm. The moment he saw this person, he realized what his deepest fear was, because it was his own face. But that didn't mean Anriel feared death, because this was his face from his past life. How ridiculous! Anriel's wand emitted a loud crack. This was his first time casting a spell. The gray mist rapidly retreated into the crack of the corpse's skin in front of him, and the pale, dead face turned rosy at an incredible speed. The eyes became clear, and the pupils focused. After the gray mist completely disappeared, the corpse transformed into a living person. Time, which had been paused, began to flow again. Lupin was surprised to see that the boggart had turned into a stranger, a boy who looked to be around 17 or 18, facing Anriel. Why would Anriel be afraid of this person? Lupin couldn't understand and secretly noted down the boy's appearance. Anriel, however, was completely unconcerned with what Lupin was thinking at the moment, because under his gaze, the boy opposite him silently mouthed something. Judging by his lip movements, it was two Chinese characters, "Come back." Before Anriel could react, the boy turned and transformed into a wisp of gray smoke, slipping into the open wardrobe. "Well done, Anriel." Lupin hurried over in 2 or 3 steps and slammed the wardrobe door shut with a bang. The silent spell was very efficient. He paused and smiled at Anriel, saying, "Should I give points to your house at this moment?" "Let me think." "Ravenclaw gets 10 points. At this moment, Anriel also came to his senses, suppressing all his inner emotions, and responded with a smile. "Ah, then thank you, Professor Lupin." After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Anriel found an excuse to leave the staff lounge. He had no intention of returning to the public lounge or his dormitory, but instead rushed straight up to the 8th floor, in front of a tapestry depicting a giant beating a ballet teacher. He didn't even pace back and forth 3 times before the strong and intense emotions caused the room of requirement to open its doors to him. Anriel pushed the door open a bit impatiently. A refreshing cool breeze rushed in, and half of the room was a beach, while the other half was a standard outdoor swimming pool. Anriel calmed himself down, changed his clothes, and directly submerged himself in the cold water pool. The icy water splashed against him, allowing him to reassess everything that had just happened in a state of physical coolness. Anriel wasn't particularly afraid of death. In fact, when he accepted this body and the memories within it, he cared more about who had the ability to kill him than the arrival of death itself. It was clear that Boggart didn't mean that. What he saw was the body from his past life. In his previous life, he was indeed carefree and unburdened, truly a natural transcendent body. But this also meant that even if he died, it would probably take until the corpse rotted and smelled before anyone would notice. Transcendence. He didn't believe it even when he was alive. What Anriel fears, like all those who have crossed over into anime and similar art forms, is that this world is a false one. Anriel suddenly splashed a handful of cold water on her face. Why are you still wallowing in despair? Is this the issue you should be thinking about right now? Anriel sank down into the water without bubbling, just settling at the bottom. Yeah, why think so much? Live one day at a time, earn one day at a time. Puffed. Anriel spat out the water from his air tube and crawled out of the pool. Whether it was real or not, he decided to just live for now. Even if it was just a dream, he might as well enjoy it. Having figured this out, Anriel suddenly felt like he had been a fool just moments ago. Was it necessary? No, it wasn't. Anriel wiped his face with a towel and casually pulled out a piece of paper from the rack. The good thing about the Wish Grand Tailleur is that it truly fulfills wishes. It actually provides things. For example, what Anriel has in his hand now is a copy of yesterday's prophet. The large mugshot of Sirius is still dominating the front page. Below it, there are some interesting pieces. Fugitive sighted? Muggles claim they have spotted Sirius Black. The first half is filled with the horrific crimes Sirius has been accused of, while the latter half starts to speak normally. According to reliable sources from the Ministry of Magic, they have received a report from a Muggle citizen via the Muggle Prime Minister. The report concerns the current fugitive from Azkaban, Sirius Black. In the Muggle newspapers, Sirius Black is described as a brutal serial killer, which is indeed true, as he once used a curse to end the lives of 12 people in succession. Regarding this escape from Azkaban, relevant personnel stated, Anriel directly flipped the newspaper to the back. Sure enough, the last two lines of the article mentioned the location of Sirius's appearance, which was in a Muggle village not far from Hogwarts, specifically Hogsmeade. Quite well. First talking about Sirius's criminal history, then criticizing the Ministry of Magic, and finally creating panic to set the mood. It wasn't until the end of the page that the most important information was mentioned. Flipping the page, the editor was Rita Skeeter. Quite well, a moment of journalistic charm. Anriel casually threw on some clothes, draped a robe over himself, and left the wish fulfillment room. October 10th. This date itself doesn't hold much special meaning. Even in the original story, nothing particularly noteworthy happened on this day. But now it is special because of Anriel. The alarm clock rang at 0000, and Anriel looked up in surprise, putting down the carving knife and the prototype wand he had been working on. He was a morning learner. Objectively speaking, he was now 15 years old. It's even possible that his actual age might be a bit older, since this was the age Bashida calculated when he found him. For the past 2 years, he had not forgotten to send Bashida a long letter every year on his birthday, along with a high-quality viewing stone that could basically allow for real-time communication. To be honest, Anriel was stunned when he saw Dumbledore take out this video chat tool from the wizarding world. Are you Dorm Dumbledore? How do you have everything? However, Anriel did happily use it. During dull mornings and evenings, he often made video calls to Bashida. He still cherished the kindness of being raised by him. He wondered what strange little gadgets Dumbledore would pull out this year. Just as Anriel was thinking this, a knock came at the door. He was momentarily stunned, unable to think of who would be visiting his room at this late hour. In fact, there was only one answer. A small golden rabbit, seemingly shining with the most beautiful luster in the world, dashed into his arms the moment Anriel opened the door. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with an unmistakable smile. Happy birthday, Andy. In the early hours, when the moon orchid is awake, I always feel that you should be by my side at this moment. Now that you are here, I care for no one else tonight. I just want you. Anriel became more deeply aware that any concerns she had before were unnecessary. Whether real or illusory, at least I am here now, with someone beside me to bless me. Anriel lowered his head and embraced the girl in his arms, kissing her forehead and cheek. In fact, Luna didn't know what had happened. She only felt that Anriel was in a low mood. She could only help her beloved in the ways she could, like a warm hug. Just as she often said, the things we lose will always be waiting for us in the future, even in ways we least expect. She hoped Anriel would feel a bit happier. And when Anriel lowered his head to hold her, she knew she had succeeded. The boy and girl embraced at the door, both feeling the taste of happiness. Good morning, my angel. Good morning, Mr. Devil. Luna made a funny face and then quickly wrapped her head in the blanket, snuggling closer to Anriel. Anriel chuckled softly, quickly wrapping her arms around Luna, who was covered with a thin blanket. With a thought, she lifted the blanket, revealing a delicate, fair little face. Ah, Luna exclaimed, her expression one of being caught, smiling sweetly. The two of them enjoyed a moment of warmth together, and fortunately, October 10th, 1993, was a Sunday. Pervert, Luna whispered. Anriel smiled and recalled how he had taken some time to teach Luna some interesting things, like replacing sex with hentai. He had never realized how quirky Luna was. He had noticed a long time ago, but it was all good laughs. After getting ready and having breakfast, the two exchanged glances. As one of the top oddballs in Ravenclaw, and now a couple, they decided to spend a day having a date at the library. Sounds good. That's very Ravenclaw. Anriel himself didn't care. But Luna was very happy, so Anriel was also happy to be with her. Maybe Luna thought the same way. So both of them were very happy. As they passed by the notice board, Anriel glanced at the Hogsmeade announcement. He suddenly remembered Sirius. Just kidding. Nothing is more important than a wife. It doesn't matter if you're Sirius Black. Even if you're you-know-who, you better stay dead. Anriel raised an eyebrow. He remembered that it was on Halloween when Sirius had sneaked into the school, causing a series of panic as he aimed to catch Ron's ghostly rat. The calendar seemed to be blown away by the wind, with pages disappearing rapidly, and soon it was Halloween. There were many students lined up to go to Hogsmeade, and Anriel seized an opportunity to squeeze out. Filch, who was in charge of the registration, didn't even glance at him and continued to stop other students one by one for registration. If Sirius Black needed to avoid a student at the current Hogwarts, that person would definitely be Anriel Grindelwald. He wasn't necessarily looking for Sirius. He was just out for a bit of luck. It turned out that Anriel's luck was indeed not very good. He wandered around Hogsmeade for 2 or 3 rounds, found 6 trash cans, but never saw a large, frightening black dog next to even one of them. There were plenty of rats, but unfortunately, none of them were what he was looking for. So, he shrugged helplessly and turned back to the castle. While wandering around aimlessly, Anriel inexplicably found himself at the door of Lupin's office. He peeked inside and was surprised to see someone he didn't expect. Harry Potter. Anriel, hello, come in. Lupin waved eagerly. I'm introducing Harry to the props for my next class. Anriel glanced at the corner of the wall where there was a large square water tank. Hey, as the old saying goes, a Grindelwald came from the south and a Grindylow came from the north, saying that the Grindelwald from the south wants to fight the Grindylow from the north. Sorry, I got a bit mixed up. Very good, Professor Lupin. It looks very healthy. Anriel casually complimented. That's true. It took me quite a bit of effort to catch it. Lupin said lightly, Harry, what are you doing here? Anriel asked knowingly. I didn't go to Hogsmeade. Harry stammered, seemingly reluctant to reveal the truth, but then recalled what Anriel had told him last year about speaking the truth in front of himself. I see. Anriel gestured for him to stop talking, and it was then that Harry remembered that Anriel knew just how unpleasant his Muggle foster family was. Harry glanced at Lupin, then at Anriel, as if he wanted to say something, but ended up swallowing his words. Anriel then gave him a look, and Harry felt as though he had been seen through. Sure enough, it seemed you wanted to say something to Professor Lupin. I guess my timing is unfortunate. Harry awkwardly smiled and had no choice but to explain honestly. I don't understand why Professor Lupin didn't let me deal with that boggart in class. When Harry said this, he paused for a moment, forcibly swallowing the word Dementor and replacing it with boggart. Lupin raised an eyebrow, exchanged a glance with Anriel, and then carefully began to speak. Well, Harry, this is what I was considering. I thought it would be unwise to let Voldemort appear in the classroom. Harry was taken aback. Anriel supplemented for Lupin. Anyone who has heard your general story would likely make that judgment. They would naturally think that what you fear the most is facing Voldemort. So the boggart would take the form of Voldemort when facing you. And clearly, this is something that is extremely inappropriate to happen in a third-year defense against the Dark Arts class. It's a bit too early, although they will face it later. You're right, it is indeed like that, Harry responded calmly. But I later realized that what I fear is Dementors. Lupin had a thoughtful expression. Just as Anriel was about to add something, there was a loud bang. The office door was opened. It was Snape. Severus, thank you very much. Lupin approached, facing Snape's sour face. Snape looked around and saw Harry Potter and Anriel, realizing, I suppose I might have inadvertently interrupted your pleasant little gathering. Don't mind me. Snape drew out his wand. I think I should. He pointed to the goblet he was holding in his other hand, which quickly transformed into an exquisite glass bottle, filling it with the potion that was originally inside and sealing it. I suggest you drink it as soon as possible. After placing the bottle on the table, Snape turned and left, not pausing for even a moment, nor saying another word. Severus, he is a good person. Lupin's expression was pained as he said this. Perhaps when he spoke those words, his own feelings were also extremely complicated. Undeniably, Anriel casually responded. Harry, following Snape out of the office with a puzzled look, turned his head and heard the two of them speaking, making him even more confused. Why? He saw Lupin unhesitatingly grab the bottle and take a swig. There wasn't even a hint of checking for danger. It tastes terrible. But this line wasn't spoken by Lupin himself. It was Anriel, making a silly voice to match Lupin's distorted expression. Lupin said, not wrong, it really is bad. Although he complained about the taste, Lupin still took a large gulp. He had to drink, otherwise, he would explode tomorrow. Anriel has always thought that the inventor of the wolf venom potion is simply a genius. He is very aware that curing werewolves is a huge project, and it may not be possible to make breakthroughs in a short time, or he may have great confidence in his own technology and knows his own limitations. The effect of the wolf venom potion is to allow werewolves to maintain their rationality when they transform into wolves. It seems that this inventor never regarded werewolves as humans. Why do werewolves go berserk? A man named Damocles Belby provided the answer. He believes that werewolves become violent on the night of the full moon because they gain power from the moon, and their rationality cannot control these powerful forces. In Western mythology, moonlight can drive people insane. The moon symbolizes madness, which is also one of the origins of the name Luna. Therefore, weakening this power would be the solution. Thus, the wolf venom potion was born, making the werewolves who take it as weak as ordinary people on the night of the full moon. It has proven effective. The wolf venom potion indeed allows werewolves to maintain their rationality on that night. In Anriel's past life, this person would have definitely won a Nobel Prize in medicine. Harry seems to still be tangled over whether Snape has malicious intentions, but since both Anriel and Lupin trust Snape so much, he seems to have nothing more to say. It seems he finally decided to speak, and Harry said, "But many people believe that Professor Lupin thinks Snape would do anything to get the position of defense against the dark arts professor." Anriel and Lupin didn't say anything. After a while, Lupin said, "All right, Harry, it's getting late. You should go. We'll see you at our Halloween feast." Harry nodded, still looking troubled, and left. It seems our Potter classmate has quite a bit of discontent towards Professor Snape. Anriel shrugged and said to Lupin. The latter showed a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "Yeah, this is very much like his father." Anriel left Lupin's office and turned ahead towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Luna was upstairs, waiting to come down with him for the feast. She took Anriel's hand and walked into the hall. Not many people noticed, but among those few who did was Albus Dumbledore. The old man with the white beard visibly smiled. Anriel's mouth twitched visibly. Countless pumpkins hung from the ceiling of the hall, and unlike last year's Halloween, this time the decorations had changed from skeletons to bats. Some banners, looking bright and exaggerated, floated in the hall's virtual sky. The scene was peaceful, and time felt serene. "Someone go call Professor Dumbledore. Hurry." Percy Weasley's high-pitched voice cracked a bit. It was very clear that Sirius Black was no longer in the school castle, and Anriel immediately pulled Luna to the front row to watch the commotion. It must be said that the fat lady's portrait was quite severely damaged this time. It was evident that Sirius was not in a good mood. After all, the fat lady had been an acquaintance of his for 7 years. A few minutes later, Dumbledore arrived and immediately spotted Anriel in the front row, watching the scene unfold. At that moment, old Dumbledore knew that there was no longer any danger. Otherwise, this child would definitely not have brought his little girlfriend to the front row to watch the show. Everyone could disperse now. Go wherever you need to go. Anriel, seeing Dumbledore arrive, stopped slacking off and threw a loud spell towards the crowd. The effect was outstanding. Dumbledore noticed that Anriel had dispersed the crowd and did not decide to have the students gather in the hall to sleep for the night. However, it didn't really affect Anriel, as Luna had been sleeping in his room these past few days. Anriel arrived in Hogsmeade once again. However, this time he knew he wouldn't leave empty-handed. His gaze swept over the stray dogs in the village. There was an enormous black dog, as big as a wolf. No, not this one. It lacked the spark of humanity in its eyes. What about this one? Anriel's gaze fell upon a large black dog that was taller than a trash can, currently standing on its hind legs with its head and upper body thrust into the bin, rummaging around. After a moment, the dog seemed to sense something and pulled its head back from the trash can, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet in its mouth. Dogs don't usually seek out newspapers for no reason, especially here at the edge of Hogsmeade, where no one ever comes by. Anriel was convinced that this was it. Ahem. He cleared his throat, and the black dog showed a wary expression, immediately dropping the newspaper it had in its mouth, more like spitting it out, before baring its sharp canine teeth at Anriel in a threatening manner. I have to say, it was quite lifelike. I am a zoologist, and he is a real dog. Sirius had successfully disguised himself as a dangerous, yet otherwise normal wild dog. Aside from being caught rummaging through the trash for newspapers, no one would suspect such a dog. Anriel looked around and, after confirming that no one was present, said seriously, "All right, Mr. Black, I think you need to brush up on the recent history of Hogwarts, especially the part about me. Now come with me. We need to talk to Dumbledore." Seemingly unimpressed by Sirius's attempts to sneak away, Anriel added the final sentence, "Stop pretending. You should know that if I wanted to use force to bring you back, it would be just as effective." As for Sirius, to be honest, he was quite panicked right now. There was no scenario of Anriel talking to a big black dog and only realizing after a while that it was really just a dog. This black dog rummaging through the trash for newspapers was indeed Sirius. He didn't know where he had gone wrong. Hurry up. So far, there haven't been any dementors here. Anriel kindly reminded Sirius what his biggest trouble was at the moment. Sirius hesitated for a moment, but eventually took a step towards Anriel. Anriel nodded in satisfaction, stood up straight, and turned to walk towards the castle, a large black dog wagging its tail following behind him. Ultimately, impulse overshadowed caution, and anger suppressed reason. He had been forced to wait for 12 years. He no longer wanted to let that filthy rat escape. Sensing the life behind him catching up, Anriel walked ahead without turning to look back, only revealing a small smile that Sirius could not see. Anriel has not yet fully mastered the resurrection stone. If he had, he could determine whether the soul hidden in the dog's body belongs to a human or a dog, thus confirming if this is Sirius himself. As of now, he does not have that ability and can only discern that there is a living creature following him. Soon, he took advantage of the lack of people around and sent Sirius into Hogwarts from an unnoticed corner. You can think of it as a dog hole. Most people are still enjoying themselves in Hogsmeade, so they can't be back this early. The two of them slowly made their way up the stairs to the headmaster's office. Of course, to be cautious, for example, against Snape, Lupin, and others who have seen Sirius in his animagus form. Sirius is currently under a disillusionment charm cast by Anriel, the effect of which is no less impressive than the invisibility cloak belonging to the Potter family. A pile of cockroaches, classic lines resurfacing, with the explanation, rights belonging to Dumbledore. The room was empty except for an old man with a gray beard. Sirius opened his mouth, but couldn't make sound. Of course, he couldn't make a sound, not because he was overwhelmed upon seeing his old headmaster, but because Anriel had cast a silencing charm on him to prevent any noise while he walked. Sir, I have a piece of news. I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but it's definitely explosive. Anriel smiled and spoke. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. So he immediately put down his quill and paused his work. Go on, child. I found Sirius Black. What? What? The questioning tone and the shocked tone rang out simultaneously. The former came from Albus Dumbledore, who regained his calm in the next moment. The latter came from Phineas Black on the wall, who immediately began to chatter incessantly. All right, Mr. Phineas, could you please stop? Anriel helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Dumbledore seized the opportunity to ask, where did you find him? Where is he now? Anriel pretended to think for a moment. A sly smile appeared on his face. Here, the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Phineas's incessant tirade, criticizing Sirius, came to an abrupt halt like a water pipe being pinched with a sharp sound. Then came an incredulous exclamation. What? Here. Anriel didn't respond and flicked the wand behind him. Of course, he didn't let it go. A disheveled, thin man whose skin clung to his muscles like dirty paper appeared in the room. Sirius Black. 12 years in Azkaban had left him somewhat malnourished, and staying in that place for too long could easily lead to some mental illness. The subsequent difficult escape, living rough, and being homeless had left Sirius looking more like a ghost than a human. Aside from still being alive and breathing, he hardly seemed like a person. Oh, and those dark, deep-set eyes. Spending so long in Azkaban had given him a certain quality. His thoughts were now deeper than his actions, and his actions were crazier than his thoughts. In translation, this roughly meant that his mental state was precarious. It was this very Sirius Black who abruptly appeared in the room. He let out a hoarse sound that resembled clearing his throat. Once he seemed to realize he could speak, he awkwardly chuckled a few times. Professor Dumbledore. The scene in the headmaster's office seemed to have triggered something in this former Hogwarts student. His first words addressed Dumbledore as Professor. It appeared that he had not yet been completely twisted by hatred. Dumbledore glanced at Sirius and then turned back to Anriel. He knew all too well what kind of person this child was, just like the young Gellert. Gellert had been the same way. Dark humor. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and asked, This news is quite surprising, but there must be a second part, right? You didn't capture him, did you, Anriel? Dumbledore was indeed the wisest person of this era. He emphasized the word capture. If Anriel didn't bring the fugitive Sirius back, then he must have come to Anriel willingly. No, that wouldn't be entirely accurate, but he must have returned on his own. Sirius had returned to Hogwarts voluntarily, and Anriel knew this. Sirius's return to the school must have had another purpose. It was related to Harry Potter. Dumbledore's logic was so clear that it was indescribable. This was the wisdom of the most powerful white wizard in history. With just a few brief exchanges, he had pieced together most of the story. Although he couldn't explain the details accurately due to the information gap, the general direction was pretty much clear. Anriel's response further confirmed Dumbledore's suspicion. Yes, sir. He did not resist, did not foolishly attempt to kill me to silence me. nor did he try to escape while I pretended to relax my control over him. Anriel chuckled ominously twice, and Sirius, standing slightly behind him, shivered all over. So I suspect that this matter, or rather this case, and this person, Black, contain many secrets. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Sirius, listening nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. The more he listened, the more alarmed and anxious he became. It turned out he had already been exposed. From the very first action and the first words of this boy after seeing him, it was all a test. Did he really have the ability to take down an escaped Azkaban prisoner on the spot? And Dumbledore actually acknowledged it. Sirius suddenly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He thought that among the 3 people in this room, aside from himself, the other 2 had at least 800 eyes each. You 2 just play your games. Who could possibly outplay you, living father? 1,000 words condensed into one. Hogwarts has already become something I can't understand. Anriel has no way of knowing the inner thoughts of Sirius. If he did, he would say, "You have quite a bit of inner drama yourself. Let's keep it between the 3 of us. It's just that you're lacking in brains, not in thinking." However, Anriel didn't say this because up until now, he hasn't used the legilimency on Sirius. Anriel only made the first move that allowed him to face Sirius since he entered the room. He turned around. "Sirius, please start your performance and tell your story. The dead meme starts to attack me. The human heart is incredibly complex. Sometimes you have to admit that Ron is right. How can a person hold so many emotions? It would explode." Unfortunately, in this room, apart from Sirius, the other 2 are skilled at managing emotions. This is the result of age, psychological age, and talent working together, something that can't be learned. Sirius's tragic story isn't very long. When he said with extreme hatred, "I want to skin him alive." As a conclusion, Anriel and Dumbledore exchanged a glance. There was no empathy left at all. If it weren't for the obvious outcome, it might have actually seemed like a good idea thought up in a moment of impulse. However, at this point, it seems a bit like a blood clot in the brain. Considering the psychological factors of the parties involved, Sirius decisively omitted the part where Dumbledore had asked to be the Potter's secret keeper when narrating. Perhaps he didn't care about it at all, or perhaps he felt guilty. It might not matter. The other 2 present already knew about it. Everything has 2 sides. This so-called tragedy is merely 3 emotional people making what they think are the most rational choices in their hearts. James Potter chose not to appoint Dumbledore as the secret keeper and decided to trust his brother, Sirius Black. This was his choice from his rational perspective. Looking at what happened later, his choice was not unreasonable. Sirius was indeed someone James could trust. As a victim, while one can't say his choice was entirely correct, his mistake was certainly the smallest. Sirius Black did not make himself the Potter's secret keeper, instead appointing Wormtail Peter. After calm and objective consideration, he concluded that Voldemort would definitely confirm that he, Sirius Black, was the Potter's secret keeper. He couldn't guarantee that Voldemort wouldn't pry the truth out of him. This was due to Voldemort's deeply rooted image, stemming from the panic he created in the magical society. Even someone like Sirius lacked confidence in his ability to keep a secret. Thus, he took a different approach. He envisioned that Voldemort would never think that Wormtail Peter was the Potter's secret keeper. That way, even if Sirius Black was caught by Voldemort, there wouldn't be any issues. In fact, this alternative turned out to be absurd. Wormtail Peter, the smallest among the 4 Marauders, was weak, dependent on power, timid, and a poor wizard. However, objectively speaking, this complex person isn't really that poor. He is much stronger than countless nameless ordinary people. Even with the help of the other 3, he still managed to become an animagus, a skill only a rare few wizards can master. While he may not be a genius, he is certainly not lacking either. Therefore, his slightly more outstanding abilities compared to ordinary people, being insufficient above and excessive below, deprived him of the right to choose that an unknown person might have. He had to pick a side. Even as a fence-sitter, he had to nominally choose a team. He chose the one that appeared stronger. Starting in 1980, Wormtail Peter began gathering information for Voldemort, and ultimately, when he was chosen as the Potter's secret keeper, he sold them out without hesitation. He is easily influenced by those around him. He always follows the strong. Lupin, Sirius, and James were all top students. This is Wormtail. This is truly Wormtail. Similarly, he would rather assist powerful evil than follow weak light. Human hearts are inscrutable, and human nature is incredibly complex. Sirius was willing to give his life for the Potters, but that doesn't mean others would be willing to do the same. From Wormtail's own rational perspective, his choice was not without merit. Does he have a problem? It seems not, because Wormtail has always been this kind of person. It is said that one should not comment without seeing the whole picture. But when we truly stand in a godlike perspective and understand what everyone is thinking, it seems that the difficulty of evaluating the situation does not decrease as a result. 1,000 people have 1,000 Hamlets in their hearts. Anriel has his own set of judgment standards in his heart. This method may not be recognized by the world, but Anriel finds it very handy. The concept is to roughly break down a person's behavior that needs to be analyzed into 3 parts. What is the purpose of this person's action? Did this action harm anyone? If it did cause harm, was the action ultimately successful? And one last point, was this action predictable and reasonable? First, let's look at James. His purpose in making this decision was self-preservation, which betrayed Dumbledore's trust, and ultimately, it was not successful. This decision aligns with his character and could be anticipated by others. Next, let's consider Peter Pettigrew. His purpose in making this decision was also self-preservation, which betrayed the trust of James and Sirius, but it was ultimately successful. This decision also aligns with his character and could be anticipated. Finally, there's Sirius. His purpose in making this decision was for James, but his actions contradicted James's judgment, which is commonly referred to as not following the client's wishes, and his plan ultimately failed. The decision Sirius made does not align with his character because the purpose of his approach was to surprise Voldemort, to make him unable to guess. After listing these 3 points, whose mistake is the most fatal? At least in Anriel's mind, he already has a judgment. He exchanged a glance with Dumbledore, and in the moment their blue eyes met, Anriel knew that both of them read a sense of emotion, a hint of pity, and a touch of disgust in each other's eyes. Both understood that this pity and disgust were not meant for Peter. During the height of Voldemort's power, it was not just about betraying friends. Worse, more despicable and filthy acts occurred frequently. In comparison, Wormtail was just a coward. But the man standing before Dumbledore and Anriel, that pity was reserved for him. From a God's eye perspective, we can naturally understand Sirius's paternal affection. His nostalgia and sense of guilt toward James are compensated in Harry, which makes his character beautiful. However, from Dumbledore's perspective, Sirius becomes troublesome. He lacks a big-picture view, is stubborn, and reckless. Snape indeed objectively evaluated his shortcomings. Ah, I see. You want to seek justice for James and Lily, right? Anriel casually held the wand, and Sirius's gaze followed it back and forth. The former's hand paused slightly as he glanced at Dumbledore. Anriel understood that what he was about to say was exactly what he wanted to say, but due to his identity and various reasons, it was not very convenient for Dumbledore to say it himself. Anriel pouted and thought to herself that she still had to be the bad guy. So, 13 years ago, you chose not to trust Dumbledore. Now you're coming to find my father, wanting him to help you, or perhaps the Potters, to take revenge? That's what you're thinking in your heart, right? Anriel looked at him with a smile, or perhaps it was more appropriate to call it a cold smile. You are now a fugitive. Sirius felt a sinking sensation in his heart, a sense of foreboding. He glanced at Dumbledore, only to be shocked to find that the latter was simply looking at him with an X-ray-like, scrutinizing gaze, making him feel exposed as if the old man could see through his innermost thoughts. No, it's not like that. Peter betrayed James and Lily. He sold them out to Voldemort, and that traitor is out there living freely right now. So, you mean to say it's not for revenge, but for justice, right? Anriel calmly responded, not swayed even a bit by Sirius's excited emotions. Sirius's words got stuck, like a rooster with its neck grasped. Anriel pressed on, continuing to use words to entice, voicing the words that Sirius couldn't say himself. You think this is unfair, don't you? Setting aside the righteousness of revenge was the biggest reason for Sirius to seek vengeance against Wormtail. It must be to take the blame, right? He spent 12 innocent years in Azkaban for the crimes committed by Wormtail. Anriel is currently analyzing the character of Sirius in the form of reflections, articulating his psychological state and probing Sirius's mental defenses step by step. But I don't think so. This pest has not had it easy for over a decade, has he? He can't let his guard down for a moment. The transformation spell has to be maintained for nearly 13 years, and he doesn't know when it will end. Aside from the absence of Dementors, it's not much different from being in Azkaban. Anriel stared directly into Sirius's eyes. Then what are you resentful about, Black? Sirius's eyes widened, seemingly insulted, and his face turned even paler. How dare you? You know nothing. Anriel lazily waved his wand, and Sirius was immediately pressed into an armchair beside him as he was about to charge forward. You say I don't understand what? The treatment in Azkaban? Well, I truly don't understand that, because I have never made a mistake under an incredibly serious crisis of trust. Have I? The last bit of color that belonged to a human faded from Sirius's face. He now looked like a mad dog, losing its reason, continuously provoked. Do you understand? Whether it's you or Snape, what all the suffering and misfortune you're enduring right now, all the inner torment and anguish, all the sadness and pain, stem from. Anriel snorted softly, not giving Sirius much time to think. Because you don't trust, right? You haven't chosen to trust those who are actually more reliable. Snape, for the first and last time, didn't trust Dumbledore, and it cost him the most painful price of his life, without exception. This has caused him suffering to this day. So since then, he has almost unconditionally trusted this person. Anriel raised an eyebrow at Dumbledore, then glanced at the bloodshot eyes of Sirius. It seemed the effect was about the same. Anriel's voice was cold and ruthless. And compared to the murderer in front of him who had been imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years, his aura seemed even more chilling and lifeless. Dumbledore sighed silently and turned his face slightly away. He could tell that Anriel seemed genuinely angry this time, just like his other father. Gellert was never a petty person, but he was also far from magnanimous. He could tolerate betrayal from his subordinates because it often represented his own imperfections in certain areas, although that did not mean he would let those traitors off the hook during reckoning. However, he absolutely could not tolerate actions that carved scars in the emotional bond between both parties. The doubts of a friend were far more piercing than the blades of an enemy. This undoubtedly showed that Gellert's tolerance for betrayal was much higher than for distrust. Anriel and he are simply identical in this regard. So Dumbledore turned his head, unable to bear to look any longer. He knew there were only two possible outcomes for today's conversation. Either Sirius would relent, or Anriel would keep picking at the scars, tearing the wounds until he broke down. Hopefully, Anriel would show some restraint. Over there, their conversation was still ongoing. And you don't trust Dumbledore, my father. Oh, we've talked for so long. I've forgotten to tell you my last name. Anriel stood up, his imposing aura forcing even Sirius to take a half step back. I am Anriel Dumbledore. His two surnames could actually be switched at will, but considering that being a Dumbledore would have a stronger impact on Sirius than being a Grindelwald, Anriel chose the former. Although Sirius had some mental preparation, he still found it hard to maintain his composure, casting a sorrowful glance at the headmaster who had turned away. Besides, how can you still have the audacity to mock Snape? Anriel said in a surprised tone. Another fragile point in Sirius's heart was picked up by Anriel without any defense. He snorted as if trying to show off, but it sounded a bit lacking in confidence. Snape had 12 more years of useful experience from his Azkaban sentence, a privilege not everyone could enjoy. The implication was that even if Sirius was indeed more capable than Snape, the latter had 12 more years of experience, right? Moreover, the current Sirius might not even be as capable as Snape now. Originally, in the canon, Sirius was extremely averse to this matter, and now Anriel had directly hit his most unwillingly faced pain point. It wasn't just that he had spent 12 years in Azkaban, but that he, Sirius Black, was not as good as Snape, not as good as that filthy, sniveling creature. These words pierced into the depths of Sirius's heart like sharp knives. Anriel unhesitatingly delivered the final blow. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Snape saved Harry's life once in the past 2 years. A moment of silence. Then, Dumbledore and Anriel watched as a huge black dog burst through the door, panicked and disoriented. Snape saved Harry. Regardless of whether it was because of the debt he owed James, his role for Harry and Dumbledore was much greater than that of Sirius. Even in the original text, the reason Sirius was important to Dumbledore was because of his psychological significance to Harry, and Harry held great importance in Dumbledore's heart. Otherwise, the Order of the Phoenix really wouldn't miss Sirius at all. Is this really okay? Dumbledore gazed at the open door, and after a moment sighed, asking softly, I don't know, but it definitely has its benefits. Anriel pulled the door shut with a bang, the oak door slamming shut. God knows what Azkaban took from his character over 12 years, and what it added in return. Anriel shook his head and said softly, if Dumbledore didn't want to be the bad guy, then let him do it. While reading the original work, Anriel felt a strange awkwardness. Some things clearly had simpler and more efficient solutions, but Dumbledore was concerned about people's feelings, especially Harry Potter's, leading to various unexpected outcomes. He had turned himself into a good person, losing the sharpness he had in his youth. Perhaps Anriel was too young and was imagining things too simply. But how would he know if he didn't try? Maybe we should tell Professor Lupin that Sirius has a significant chance of coming to confess to him. Dumbledore nodded and began to write a note. Things became much clearer. It was probably more accurate to say that two drama queens, one an old actor and the other a little trickster, had teamed up to put on a grand show. Now the stage needed a Remus to be played by the Moon Face, performing for the Big Foot. Anriel yawned, seemingly feeling quite bored. The sound of the quill scratching across the parchment gently echoed in the room. After a moment, Dumbledore stood up, folded the note, and gently patted Fawkes on the head. The phoenix took the note in its beak, and with a flash of fire, it disappeared into mid-air, leaving only a burning golden-red feather behind. I suggest Professor Lupin keeps Sirius in the castle, yes, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, and let him try to gauge whether Sirius's personality has undergone any fundamental changes. Anriel suggested, and Dumbledore smiled, as a flame erupted with a whoosh. Fawkes had returned. I think so too, my child. Poor little Sirius. He doesn't know when he will realize that the only two people he is familiar with at school are now preparing to team up to make him a pawn. I mean, a person kept in the dark. Anriel did not check Lupin's reply. After all this fuss, he was a bit hungry and decided to head downstairs to the kitchen. He had forgotten who mentioned it last time, but it seemed there was a new Halloween cake. However, he hadn't seen it during the dinner yesterday. It appeared to be a dripping blood skull, but in reality, it was a cream cake covered in red velvet frosting. No matter, as long as he mentioned this idea to the house elves downstairs, they would be more than happy to create something new even if there wasn't a new product, as they couldn't let their young master down. After waiting for about 40 minutes, Anriel took a piece of red velvet cake and savored it. Nice. The house elves had baked quite a few at once, and Anriel packed 2 to take upstairs for Luna to try. Then, as he reached the 6th floor, the level that separated the tower from the main building, Anriel looked on in confusion as a group of people rushed towards Gryffindor Tower. Huh? What was going on? The thoughts of delivering cake to his girlfriend and watching the excitement clashed in Anriel's mind, and ultimately, the former won out. Anriel turned straight back to the Lacrata Tower. The rain had nothing to do with him. However, after returning to his room, Anriel found that Luna was not there. So he put the cake in the fridge first. Then he went downstairs to eat some melon. The priority of the situation was clear. With Luna absent, nothing could stop him from enjoying his melon. Anriel quickly arrived at the blocked and congested corridor of Gryffindor Tower. It seemed like many people were frightened. Wait, why does this scene look so familiar? No, not again. Anriel's mouth twitched, and even the honey candy in his hand seemed not sweet anymore. Didn't we just argue about the painting yesterday? Why is it happening again today? I said, Sirius, does the portrait at the entrance of Gryffindor's common room hold a grudge against you? Anriel had a honey lollipop in his mouth and squeezed it again. Sure enough, the portrait of Sir Cadogan, arranged by Dumbledore to replace the fat lady, was now in tatters, reduced to a pile of fragments on the ground. Unlike yesterday, there were no knife marks on the pieces of fabric stacked up today. Instead, it looked as if they had been ripped off by some large beast. In any case, the condition of Sir Cadogan's portrait was far worse than that of the fat lady yesterday. Sirius seemed to have vented his frustration, which he had just received from the old and young pair, in a beastly manner. After careful examination, Anriel noticed that a few edges of the fabric still had paint on them. From the perspective of the portrait, this probably indicates that Sir Cadogan was injured. How to put it? Could this Don Quixote-like character have had a nightly duel with Sirius? Have you found Sir Cadogan? A young man with black braids, who was standing next to the remnants of the portrait, turned around, saw Anriel, and nodded. Anriel remembered that his name was Lee Jordan. He found him in a tavern on the 5th floor, where a few drunken men were disinfecting and bandaging his wounds. At that moment, either Fred or George, one of the two, squeezed in and said, "He's in a really bad mood," as if his horse has been killed. Lee Jordan nodded in agreement and gestured toward a piece of torn canvas. Anriel carefully examined the palm-sized canvas, which depicted half of a horse's head. Already rolled its eyes and was bloodied. However, he understood the reason. It wasn't just Sir Cadogan's mood that was terrible, but also Sirius's mood was quite bad. Anriel scratched his head. I remember something similar happened yesterday, right? Although his voice was very soft. Everyone who could hear him rolled their eyes in unison. Isn't that what you just said? Didn't that just happen yesterday? A few people nearby looked at Anriel with a speechless expression, and he slowly added, "See, I told you that these portrait-style security doors are unreliable. In a couple of days, I'll arrange for 2 lionhead door knockers to be sent over for you. However, these security doors from other academies are just a temporary solution. We'll have to replace them eventually." The group exchanged glances, unsure whether he was joking or being serious. Anriel is indeed joking, but if the Gryffindors want it, he wouldn't mind giving it to them. The purpose of his joke is, "Ah, sir, you've arrived." He is waiting for Dumbledore. For the situation unfolding before them, both Dumbledore and Anriel have ample psychological preparation. After all, Anriel has already pushed Sirius to his limits. So it's not surprising that he would act out. Letting him vent a little is acceptable. Perhaps the only bottom line for Sirius right now is not to harm the students. So Dumbledore gazed at the shattered picture frames scattered on the floor. glanced symbolically at the wreckage of the portraits of Sir Cadogan, and said, Anriel, go find Professor Flitwick. Have him set up a temporary entrance restriction for the Gryffindor common room in the style of the Ravenclaw common room. Anriel, others, huh? Dumbledore looked a bit confused. Did I say something wrong just now? This kind of emergency access style from other colleges is only temporary and won't be used forever. It seemed like he was trying to calm everyone's emotions as he added the latter part of his sentence. The silence from those present was deafening. You two are truly related. This little episode indeed relaxed the atmosphere for those present. Otherwise, due to the outrageous actions of Sirius Black, everyone was under significant psychological pressure. He had actually sneaked into the castle for 2 consecutive days, attempting to break into a common room of one of the houses, and had even tampered with the access restrictions. 2 consecutive days. For those kids who were aware of Black's crimes, this was undoubtedly a terrifying thing. No one wanted to be suddenly awakened while sleeping, only to look up and see such a ruthless serial killer. Anriel suddenly had an idea. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a milky white figure floating in midair. The poltergeist immediately shivered and instinctively wanted to slip away. In this school, the poltergeist was only afraid of 2 beings. One was a dead person, the ghost of Slytherin, the Bloody Baron. The other was Anriel, who held the resurrection stone and appeared neither fully human nor ghostly in the eyes of the poltergeist. That kind of natural enemy feeling was something that could not be overcome by willpower. Why, yes, sir, the poltergeist said timidly, bowing. Its little short legs trembled like chaff, responding nervously. Don't be so tense. I need you to look for Sirius Black while you're pranking around school. I believe with your frequency of mischief, you'll find him quickly, won't you? The poltergeist's face had nearly fallen into the shape of a dried persimmon, but it couldn't resist and could only agree with a bitter expression. Anriel nodded, waved his hand as if shooing away mosquitoes, and Pepigi, as if granted amnesty, ran away in a flash. No, sir, what do we do now? Anriel turned to Dumbledore. Are you planning to gather the students together and make a unified arrangement? Dumbledore pressed his lips together, showing a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he nodded. It's best this way. Let's have the students sleep together in the Great Hall tonight. Ridiculous. Anriel didn't quite understand, but he still followed Dumbledore's intention, striding into the Great Hall. When he turned his back to Dumbledore, he gently frowned. The strange sense of detachment he felt during the Chamber's secrets last year reappeared. It seemed that as long as he didn't capture Sirius Black, this plot point would continue to emerge in the storyline. This capture clearly referred to restricting his ability to act. Is this the world's correction? Anriel gently shook his head and walked out of the corridor in front of the Gryffindor common room. He and Dumbledore both knew that Black would never escalate the situation now, but as the headmaster, the old man still had to put on a show. So Anriel could only help him manage things like organizing discipline and so on. After all, since last year, Anriel had been holding the titles of acting headmaster and deputy headmaster. Everyone's silence. A roar like a lion echoed throughout the corridor. Heads of houses and prefects, please take the students to the Great Hall and also kindly count the numbers. It must be said that Hogwarts' mobilization ability is still quite good. At least there were no riots at the moment. Anriel moved ahead of them, disappearing from the spot and then appearing in the auditorium the next moment. Upon closer inspection, he found that this place didn't seem suitable for sleeping. Anriel waved his hand casually, and 4 long tables were pushed against the wall. Then, a strange bulge suddenly appeared on the ground, and small rooms made of tiles and stones emerged on the floor of the auditorium, popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Anriel has designed these small houses based on the 5-star hotels of Muggles in his memory, featuring ample space inside. This is a widely used large-scale, seamless extension spell in architecture. Each small rise has 12 bedrooms, accommodating 48 people, with each bedroom equipped with a private bathroom. Please bring your own toiletries. Anriel thought that since this time he was fully responsible, rather than Dumbledore, it would be somewhat degrading to let the students sleep in sleeping bags. These small houses are stable and sturdy, creating their own space, portable and efficient, saving time and effort. They are essential items for home travel and for carrying out nefarious deeds. Not long after, the heads of the 4 houses brought their students into the auditorium. They almost didn't recognize it as the auditorium. Wow, what is this place? Anriel did this? Never mind, let's just pick the best one to move in. Despite their surprise, both students and professors had a high level of acceptance of Anriel's abilities. Anriel successfully elevated the psychological resilience of both the teachers and students of the entire school through her own actions, ruthlessly raising the upper and lower limits in response to unusual situations. The dean and the class leaders were responsible for assigning rooms, but together they only had 28 individuals. So during the room assignments, there were inevitably some chattering discussions. Most of it was the Gryffindors sharing the situation with people from other houses. At least what they knew about it. Anriel did not intervene, as there was no need. They would find out sooner or later. Unlike yesterday, today's attack involved a considerable number of shaken students. Yesterday was Halloween, when everyone was in the Great Hall and Sirius attacked the fat lady's portrait. Today was a normal school day, and many people were in the Gryffindor common room when Sirius attacked the portrait. This left them extremely frightened. If someone had suddenly dashed out during Sirius's attack, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In this noisy atmosphere, the head of Gryffindor and Professor McGonagall actually put in some effort to arrange for their students to go back to sleep. Soon, apart from Anriel, there were only two people left in the Great Hall. Albus Dumbledore standing at the door and Luna quietly waiting for Anriel at the side of the hall. A little thought made it clear what was going on. Well then, I'll head back first. Anriel smiled and turned to Dumbledore. Go ahead. Dumbledore could obviously see that this little couple was thinking that if they weren't sleeping in the Great Hall, they might as well not be. If the two of them got into trouble, then there would be no one safe at Hogwarts. In fact, it wasn't just Anriel and Luna who thought this way. The Ravenclaw students were basically indifferent to the fact that Black had broken into the school. They could see it quite clearly. Revenge for grievances and grievances for revenge. You go straight to the 6th floor and turn left. Yes, that's right, towards Gryffindor Tower. The Gryffindor common room, please. Not to mention, no matter how idle Sirius Black was, he wouldn't bother to take a couple of extra turns or climb another flight of stairs to find trouble with the Ravenclaw students. Right? The Ravenclaw Tower is in the West Tower, the 2nd floor from top down. And the top of the West Tower is the Ollery. Harry Potter isn't here either. Besides, with Anriel around, isn't that equivalent to having the headmaster guarding 25 hours a day? If you provoke this one, don't even mention Sirius Black. Voldemort came once 2 years ago. If anyone was going to be unlucky, they were still unlucky, coming in upright and going out sideways, referring to Quirrell. Even if we take a step back and talk about Sirius Black, that guy managed to escape from Azkaban. If he really was determined to kill a current student, what would you even resist for? Just wash up and go to sleep. Anriel followed Luna back to the Ravenclaw common room. To be honest, he wasn't in a hurry to do anything. Even by English standards, there was still time until next year. As she hopped along, Luna suddenly stopped, turned her head to the side, and said, "My boyfriend radar just activated." Anriel is probably thinking about something strange again. She rolled her eyes in an anime-style expression of exasperation. The night passed quietly, and everyone slept comfortably. Meanwhile, Hentai, who was hugging his little doll to sleep, had a good dream, although he forgot most of it by the time he woke up. In the past few days, patrols have been intensified inside and outside the castle. However, we must state up front that among the main patrol force, there were 3 guys who were pretending to be clueless. The others, perhaps except for Snape, would never guess that Sirius Black was hiding in the castle, right under Dumbledore's nose. He had calmed down a bit and wasn't running around as that big black dog. This was a good thing for Anriel, Dumbledore, and Lupin, as the Sirius they saw was still the same one from years ago, not too changed by Azkaban. Aside from being a bit irritable, it wasn't a big deal. The only downside might have been a result of Dumbledore and Anriel's combined frustration, and that possibility was quite significant. There was also a small matter. Sirius Black's presence had been detected within Hogwarts. Did the Ministry of Magic have no reaction at all? The answer was yes and no. This vague statement means that the Ministry did indeed send more Dementors to Hogwarts, but once these Dementors reached the surrounding area, it was as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier. The Ministry first discovered that the Dementors could not enter Hogwarts, and then one day, they suddenly disappeared. They vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there at all. So there was action, but no effect. Soon, it was another full moon night. At the staff table, Lupin's seat was empty. Most of the teachers knew what had happened to that poor man. As for Anriel, he was unfortunately called to assist Snape. The Wolfsbane potion was a complex and rather niche potion. The preparation process was not simple. Although it was not a problem for Snape in terms of difficulty, it was still a hassle. Thus, Snape applied to Dumbledore for Anriel's help to speed up his work. It seemed that the inventor of the Wolfsbane potion had assumed that as long as they weakened werewolves without actually poisoning them, it would be sufficient. Anriel stirred the substance in the copper cauldron, making conversation as if looking for something to say, and spoke to Snape. Anriel actually felt that drinking this potion was a kind of pain, and he was a bit inclined to improve the Wolfsbane potion. Snape wholeheartedly agreed with this move. It was not because he felt sorry for Lupin seeing him in such pain, but rather because there was over a 90% chance of developing a new type of poison when trying to research or improve a new potion. Snape was very willing to help. Furthermore, He was also quite pleased to see that after Lupin's demise, Anriel would take the blame. Anriel was well aware that his skills and potions were not as good as Snape's, so he wisely dropped the topic. Aside from the sick Lupin, there was also a Quidditch match these days, which was a big deal for everyone else. Unfortunately, Anriel had no interest in it. The match was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, and it was on a stormy day like that. To be honest, Anriel didn't even want to step outside. However, Luna said she wanted to go watch, so they went. Anriel immediately opened an umbrella larger than a horse-drawn carriage, enough to keep someone of Hagrid's size completely dry from above. The key point isn't the umbrella itself, but the waterproof charm beneath its canopy. Wait, wouldn't it be better to just clear the weather directly? Anriel thought for a moment and decided to abandon the overly ostentatious idea, choosing instead to go with the natural flow. However, if he want to watch the match by himself, the Dementors wouldn't sneak into the stadium, right? The butterfly effect from this could be significant. What if it led to Harry Potter not being able to perform the Patronus charm in the future? That would be ridiculous. But if Harry Potter couldn't learn the Patronus charm without experiencing these setbacks, it would only prove that he was a bit useless. He had no talent. His strategy was crude, his knowledge was inferior to Hermione's, and he still had the courage of a Gryffindor. With all these buffs combined, it would be hard for him to survive. After considering for less than half a second, Anriel ultimately made his decision. Let the butterfly effect go to hell. These trivial matters were nowhere near as important as making his little angel happy. The rain poured down, and the wind howled. Fortunately, it was Anriel holding the umbrella for Luna. Otherwise, with her seemingly delicate little frame, she might have been blown away. Ignoring everyone around, Anriel brought his girlfriend to the main stand and shrugged at Dumbledore. I say, sir, why are you out here watching the match in this weather? Ah, just a whim. Anriel, you and Miss Lovegood can sit over here, Dumbledore said, pointing with his wand to an empty space beside him, where a comfortable armchair immediately appeared. Yes, that's right. Only one chair. With a whistle from Madame Hooch, in conditions where it was hard to see anything other than the wind and rain. The only sounds that could be heard were the raindrops falling on various objects, the ground, the stands, the rain canopy, and broomstick-like things. Anriel squinted, his pupils constricting, as if he were a precision high-frequency camera focusing on the flying thief. His gaze followed the little creature, darting madly through the raindrops, only to be blown off course by gusts of wind. The whistle blew again, and the match was temporarily halted. Anriel just watched the golden snitch and didn't pay attention to the bludger. It seems I would thought the weather was too harsh for their game, so he called for a timeout. Dumbledore shifted his gaze from Harry Potter, who had already landed on the ground, to the generally unenthusiastic crowd. However, it appeared that he was not worried about the people, but rather about what might appear. A Demento? Anriel didn't think much about it, because Luna was curled up in his arms, asleep. It seemed a bit cold, and she snuggled closer to Anriel. Her watery little face rested against Anriel's chest, rubbing back and forth, looking incredibly intimate. Anriel was too preoccupied to care about the golden snitch. The rain kept pouring, the whistle blew, and the players took off. Harry Potter darted through the downpour, riding his Nimbus 2000. Competing in such weather was indeed torturous. At this point, he could only sadly acknowledge one thing. Marcus was right. In weather like this, the chances of winning for either team would significantly decrease. It was laughable. Finding the snitch was nearly impossible. Wait, what was that? Harry pressed down on his broomstick and dove down. Even if it was just a flash from a watch or a wand, he had to take a look. Hold on. Harry's breath nearly caught in his throat, even though holding his breath was unnecessary in this torrential rain. That little golden ball was hovering right behind Cedric. Wood had mentioned something about this before. He turned around quickly. So you had to. Lee Jordan didn't seem to notice that the two seekers were focusing on the chasers, and the elusive snitch flickering in and out of sight in the rain. Deep breath. Harry tried to calm his racing heart, slowly settling down like a predator waiting for the right moment. He silently flew low in an arc, circling around Cedric from behind, with Gryffindor leading by 80 points. As long as he could catch the snitch. As long as he could grab the snitch before Cedric reacted and turn around. The Quidditch Cup would almost certainly be theirs. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Amidst the sound of the howling wind and pouring rain, Harry lowered his voice to a whisper. He slowly reached out his hand. Grab. Success. The little golden ball struggled weakly between his fingers, flapping its wings. Harry's heart raced. He still couldn't calm down. But just then, Harry saw something. It was a big, strong black dog like a bear. The big black dog was sitting on the closest stand to him, quietly staring at him in the rain. It seemed to be silently fulfilling some ominous mission. Harry felt an unusual chill run down his spine. He didn't call out to Cedric because he had caught the golden snitch right beside him. It felt arrogant, and it hurt. Harry simply flew straight toward the podium, trying hard to forget about that black dog. Anriel naturally saw the Seeker's catch. This time it was Harry who, right under Diggory's nose, well actually, behind his head, caught the golden snitch. Following Harry's gaze, Anriel also spotted the large black dog, Sirius. He was quite merciful and did not interrupt what seemed like a thrilling yet heartwarming scene. It was only when Harry flew around Diggory towards the podium that he cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, the match is over. Mr. Potter is flying this way." Dumbledore squinted for a moment and then understood. "Oh, that's very good, Mr. Jordan. The match is over. Mr. Potter has caught the snitch." Dumbledore's first sentence was directed at Anriel, while the second was addressed to Lee Jordan, who was officiating the match. Anriel gently lowered his head to take a look at the little angel in his arms. She was fast asleep. The remaining Gryffindor celebration party had little to offer, and Anriel quietly carried Luna back to the castle, as he was not interested in the gathering. It seemed that Dumbledore had also disappeared. Such weather was hardly friendly for the elderly. In England, this kind of drizzly weather was quite common, like it was now. This rain had been intermittent for a full 2 months, showing no signs of stopping until just before Christmas. From a main storyline perspective, if there had been any special events over these 2 months, the answer was no. It seemed that Sirius had taken Anriel and Dumbledore's advice to heart, spending a very proper time with Remus during this period. Perhaps he was plotting something, but from his behavior, he indeed seemed to have settled down for quite a while. However, from Anriel's perspective, there was much more to the situation. This should be the last one. Anriel let out a heavy breath, and the airflow surprisingly appeared in a strange gray-black color. Over the past 2 months, he had completely wiped out the soul-reaping creatures that had been on duty near the school. Anriel's ability to digest them is getting faster and faster. The one just now was instantly absorbed by the Resurrection Stone. When hunting the first Dementor, Anriel knew that the day he could digest such a complete, terrifying creature in 1 day. He would also be able to fully master the ultimate weapon of this terrifying magical creature, the kiss that absorbs souls. Perhaps for the first time since the appearance of Dementors, this magical ability is being controlled by a being of another race. Anriel's connection with the Resurrection Stone had become very close. He decided to try something more taboo. The Wish House. This time, at Anriel's request, the Wish House transformed into a very large empty room. He was holding a big bag in his hand, looking strange and out of place. What was in the bag? Anriel took a deep breath, removed the Resurrection Stone from his finger, and clenched it in his palm. He took something out of his bag and placed it on the floor in front of him. He grasped his wand and pointed it at the hand holding the Resurrection Stone. "Resurrection is within me. Life is also within me. Though your spirit has departed, and your flesh has perished, I possess the token to summon you. I will grant you a body restored with vibrant blood. Those who live again in this world, teach them to believe in me, to worship me as their Lord, and to free them from death. Those who believe in me, even though they are dead, will surely be resurrected." Some quotes are from the Bible. Anriel didn't understand what these eulogies meant that the Resurrection Stone taught him. He just recited them. However, from a literal perspective, it seems to convey that I have the medium to summon you, and your soul hasn't remained in the mortal realm like a ghost. So I bring you back to life. After your resurrection, you must serve me as your master, whether you like it or not, and then I grant you immortality. It's quite a dictatorial clause. I guess Cadmus, who invented the Resurrection Stone back in the day, thought the same way. A hazy mist spilled out from between Anriel's fingers, flowing down like incense, slowly enveloping the resurrected medium. Anriel still understands the principle of taking things step by step. So what lies on the ground is not the diadem of Ravenclaw, but a small golden locket box. It is not the locket box of Slytherin. That one has already been completely destroyed by Anriel with a lightning strike. This is the fake one. In other words, the owner of this locket box is neither Slytherin nor Voldemort, but B. Regulus Arcturus Black. Just as the gray mist completely engulfed the locket box, a thick gray light burst forth, and a powerful aura of death enveloped the entire room. The gray mist erupted like a fire hydrant being unleashed. Anriel tightened his grip on the Resurrection Stone and squinted. A heavy door appeared in the hazy gray mist, as if it were the boundary between reality and the underworld. The gray mist swirled and drifted slowly, giving an unreal feeling, as if this door could vanish into the fog at any moment. The outline of the door was faintly discernible, its size and shape elusive, creating an illusion of infinite extension. Its material seemed to be ancient stone, covered with moss and the marks of time, appearing old and solemn. Yet the patterns on the door were clearly visible, skeletons tightly entwined by decaying thorns and withered vines. The seemingly fragile plants appearing incredibly resilient, binding these dead firmly within the door. The shapes of these plants were distorted, their leaves dry, giving a sense that life had been drained away. It seemed to warn those who attempted to approach not to disturb the tranquility behind this door lightly. However, Anriel did not create this door to admire a work of art. He strode confidently toward this door of death. Then, he raised his hand to grasp the scythe-like latch positioned across the middle of the door and lifted it upward. The door opened silently. Latches are usually on the inside of doors. This door did not welcome the dead back to the world. Rather, it welcomed the living into the underworld. Outside the door stood a tall, slender, handsome young man. He was 18 when he died. He had a pair of pitch-black eyes and a pale complexion, characteristic of the dead. A chilling wind from beyond the door rushed in, sending shivers down Anriel's spine. He was not yet the perfect master of the resurrection stone, and he couldn't endure this wind from the world of death for too long. So, Anriel grasped the dazed Regulus and pulled him into the door. The moment they crossed the threshold, Regulus's slightly ethereal figure became solid, though his complexion remained pale. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, completely different from its silent opening, leaving Anriel with a ringing in his ears. He quickly placed the scythe latch against the door. The gray mist floating from the ceiling fell like a waterfall, covering the door. The mist gradually disappeared, not being absorbed back into the resurrection stone, but vanishing as if it had never appeared at all. The room returned to calm, and the pendant box on the floor also vanished. The only difference from before was that Anriel now had another person beside him. He felt somewhat uncertain and turned to Regulus. Regulus? Regulus Black? Regulus blinked, looking at Anriel with a puzzled expression. After a moment, he nodded. Yes, my lord. He took a half step back and slightly bowed. I remember being in that lake. He lifted his head, his eyes now completely different from before, looking at Anriel. Did you save me? Anriel sized up Regulus. It was his first time resurrecting the dead, and he felt a mix of surprise and curiosity. He was particularly curious about how the dead perceive their own death. Does Regulus have memories of himself as a corpse? You are a dead man, having died in 1979. The cause of death was drinking the potion from Voldemort's protective Horcrux, after which you were attacked by the Inferi in the lake and ultimately became one of them. I did not save you. I brought you back to life. Regulus lowered his head, remained silent for a moment, then raised it again. I understand. Anriel found it very interesting. Does that make sense? However, upon further reflection, he thought it was reasonable. Regulus's intelligence was not something an ordinary person could easily imitate. As a traitor who defected from the Death Eaters, he joined them at the age of 16 and learned about Voldemort's Horcruxes by the time he was 18, even discovering the location of one of them. He successfully acted on this knowledge and swapped the Horcrux, all during Voldemort's peak power. This resume is absurd from any angle. With such an unreasonably smart mind, his ability to absorb information should also be quite strong, right? Anriel and Regulus quietly gazed at each other. Regulus was observing his subconscious master, Anriel, because he had not given any commands as his master. Anriel recalled Regulus's character in his mind. He was brave and just kind and upright. As one of the earliest members to join the Death Eaters, Regulus had no recorded misdeeds among a group of pureblood advocates. The original Death Eaters did not torment Muggles and Muggle-born wizards like those in later years. Regulus followed Voldemort out of a desire for blood purity and power, initially viewing service to the Dark Lord as an honor, but ultimately choosing to resist with his life. Unlike other Death Eaters and Voldemort, he did not regard the lives of house elves and Muggles as worthless. When he realized that Voldemort intended to kill Kreacher, treating him like disposable trash, it led him to reconsider and recognize Voldemort's true nature. He discovered that Voldemort was not promoting pure-blood ideology, but ruling others through brutal means, which made him realize that his previous beliefs were completely wrong. Thus, he was willing to sacrifice his life to obtain a Horcrux from Voldemort to destroy the Dark Lord's immortality. At that time, aside from Kreacher, he had no decent allies. He would rather die in obscurity than implicate his family. Even 15 years after his death, Regulus had still not been vindicated. In the original work, his family was unaware of his change in beliefs, and even his brother, Sirius, did not know until his death that he had an incredibly brave brother. Having someone like that as an assistant would be truly wonderful. Anriel revealed a satisfied smile. Regulus, I'm here. Regulus slightly lowered his head. Anriel thought for a moment and gave Regulus his first command. I will give you a Christmas holiday to catch up on the changes in the magical world that have occurred in the 15 years since your death. I will make you a wand afterward. Regulus's expression clearly showed his surprise. He was probably already guessing what the relationship between Anriel and Ollivander was. Anriel didn't dwell on this either. Since he asked Regulus to catch up on the major events that happened over the years, it was inevitable that it would involve him. Anriel Grindelwald. Anriel raised his hand, and Regulus's figure vanished like light smoke. Ah, how magical! On the empty ground, Regulus's voice echoed. You can go anywhere you want. Learn anything you wish to know. It's important to note that you now have a physical form. You can touch things, and you are not a ghost. 3 days from now at noon, come back here, and I will give you your wand. Then, on January 5th at noon, come back to report. 3 days isn't enough for Anriel to craft a wand that perfectly fits Regulus, but making a tool is more than sufficient. The tool mentioned by Anriel clearly refers to the mass-produced elderberry knight's detail feather wand. The death aura contained within it is a piece of cake for the resurrection stone. Regulus responded with a word and fell silent, his completely vanished body making it seem as if he no longer existed at all. Anriel pushed open the door of the All-Wish house while contemplating the material of Regulus's wand. Based on his personality, Regulus would be more suited to cherry wood or elm, but having experienced death, he might be more suited to you. Additionally, walnut and blackthorn could also be options to consider. The core would undoubtedly be a feather from a thestral. Anriel feared that if Regulus, being a dead person, were to use a core that is vibrant and full of life, the wand might explode in his hands. For wand-related information, you can refer to the Baidu Encyclopedia's wand entry or visit the Harry Potter wiki. After finalizing the wand plan, Anriel sensed that Regulus had left his side. He estimated that during the 3 days Regulus would wait for the wand, he would likely go to the library to look up information. Anriel had no intention of disturbing his thoughts. With a flick of his cloak, he turned and vanished from the spot. As for where he was going, it was clearly the Ravenclaw common room. After a sound that was almost imperceptible for a disillusionment charm, Anriel appeared in the common room. These past few days had felt almost magical, as Christmas rushed towards people, leaving them little time to react before the holiday arrived. The last weekend before Christmas happened to coincide with the final Hogsmeade trip of the term. Anriel's schedule is quite packed. First, his father-in-law, Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, will return to Hogwarts at Dumbledore's invitation to spend Christmas, a family reunion holiday, with his current family. Since the passing of his wife Pandora, he only has Luna as a relative, and for the eccentric Lovegood family, those distant relatives seem almost non-existent. However, now old Xenophilius has Luna, Anriel, and an equally elderly man, Albus Dumbledore, as his family. This is undoubtedly a great comfort for him, considering that live pufferfish can't really travel through the fireplace. Xenophilius needs to apparate outside Hogsmeade, and then Anriel will go to pick him up. Additionally, it seems that Fudge might also come. He has arranged a dinner with Dumbledore, which Anriel will also go to pick up. Before that, Anriel will accompany Fudge to the Three Broomsticks for a drink with Professor McGonagall, Anriel's headmaster Professor Flitwick, and Hagrid, among others. However, in the original plot, how much trouble this not-so-light-hearted gathering will cause for Mr. Harry Potter, who overhears this matter, is unknown to Anriel. It's possible that he will have to comfort the Savior, who is filled with hatred. Whoever wants to go can go. Anriel doesn't want to. Anyway, Sirius won't kill Harry. As long as Wormtail shows up, all rumors will fall apart on their own. Let me check the Violet Water and Honeymead. I'd better go to the Three Broomsticks in advance myself. Anriel muttered to herself. However, it wasn't the right time. This matter could wait for now. Anriel sat down at her workbench, pulled open a drawer, and took out a piece of wood. It was a log about 2 fingers thick in the length of her forearm. A section of an elderberry trunk. Elderberry is a deciduous shrub that can grow up to 4 meters tall, with a smooth stem and many branches. Quite different from what many people imagine when they first read about it, thinking it resembles a willow tree. Anriel took out a silver, strangely shaped curved knife. Circles of bark fell away, and the elder branch in Anriel's hand became incredibly smooth, resembling a noble wand even more. Ollivander once remarked on one thing. Anriel is a genius, and this is undoubtedly true. Mr. Ollivander believes that no rumor can compare to what he has witnessed with his own eyes. Therefore, he was truly shocked after witnessing Anriel's learning ability. In just 1 year of study, Anriel was already able to attempt making a wand. The affinity for death that the resurrection stone bestowed upon him allowed him to genuinely try to replicate that legendary wand. 3 days later, Anriel handed the standard wand to Regulus at the entrance of the room of requirement. After Regulus bowed in thanks, he left the school. The information available at Hogwarts was likely insufficient, especially since it was Christmas and most people had returned home, with only a small number choosing to stay at the school. Of course, this included Harry Potter. On Saturday, Anriel walked at the front and gently pushed open the little door of the Three Broomsticks. Most importantly, he walked into the tavern ahead of Fudge. He saw Hermione hurriedly using some decorations to block herself from another person. It was Ron. However, Mr. Potter accidentally revealed a pair of shoes under the table. How careless indeed. Anriel waved his wand casually, and Harry felt a tug on his invisibility cloak covering his sneakers. He had been discovered. But why didn't Anriel just say it directly? Instead, he helped pull the cloak up for him. Harry pondered for a moment, but found no answer. So, he decided to stop thinking and began to eavesdrop intently. Since Fudge was at Hogwarts for official business, the topic inevitably circled back to Sirius Black. I am sorry, Rosmerta, but I still believe that Sirius Black is active in this area, Fudge said awkwardly, but he insisted that the Dementor patrols were necessary. Since the Dementors had been completely expelled from Hogwarts, many of those sent by Fudge had ended up working in Hogsmeade. This made the owner of the Three Broomsticks quite unhappy. Compared to the original story, the situation for these Dementors was now worse. Dumbledore only prevented them from entering the castle, while Anriel allowed them in, but well, whether they came out alive was not his problem. To be honest, among all those who flocked to the Dark Lord's side, Sirius Black is the one I find hardest to imagine, Rosmerta said after a moment of contemplation. Looking at how he was in school, if you had told me then that he would turn to dark forces, I would have advised you to drink less. Not nearly enough, Fudge muttered. What? I said, the evil he committed is far more than that. What could be worse than murdering 12 people in the street? Rosmerta asked, puzzled. Oh, there's something. You say you remember Black, but do you also remember his best friend when he was at school? Professor McGonagall spoke up, her tone light, adding a layer of mystery to the story she was about to recount. Undoubtedly, Rosmerta readily answered with that name. Anriel heard a faint clinking of glass. Before the name James Potter was mentioned, he had every reason to believe that Harry Potter was just eavesdropping with the mindset of wanting to endure them. Anriel shook his head. Professor McGonagall and Fudge turned to look at him, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. You don't have to stare at me, Professor. I only know what Mr. Dumbledore knows, and it's not more than what you two know. He directly ignored Fudge. Professor McGonagall exchanged a glance with Professor Flitwick, and Fudge wondered, didn't they both know yet? Anriel's performance in recent years has clearly indicated that when he speaks like this, he must know a considerable amount of insider information, definitely more than the others present. Fudge apparently is unaware of the outrageous impression Anriel left on others at Hogwarts. As he continues to talk about Sirius's astonishing exploits, a terrifying scene erupted in the street as a deep pit formed. Everyone except Anriel, including the three eavesdropping children, shuddered uncomfortably. After all, it was the lives of an entire street at stake, along with a full 12 Aurors. Hagrid loudly blew his nose, cursing this ungrateful traitor in a super loud and unclear voice, drawing the attention of many patrons in the tavern. However, the vast majority of them looked away again upon seeing the Minister of Magic. Hagrid, enough, control yourself. Anriel raised her glass of mint liquor and took a small sip, overpowering Hagrid's voice. But I have to say, Minister, although these things are insider knowledge we all know now, it seems my father and I have discovered some interesting little tidbits. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick immediately perked up, each noticing the curiosity in the other's eyes. In this situation, Anriel seemed more like a professor than the two of them. Fudge appeared somewhat taken aback. What? Huh? Child, were you saying? You and your father? This time, it was Anriel who was momentarily stunned. Huh? To Anriel, Fudge seemed a bit senile. At least she hoped so. Otherwise, she would have to admit that the information gathering system of the Ministry of Magic was as useless as the waste that should be sent to the compost to feed pigs. It's been 4 years, and there are still people who don't know Anriel's identity? Is a Ministry of Magic's information gathering channel really this incompetent? Anriel temporarily suppressed his relatively revolutionary thoughts, believing that now is not the time. However, if the Minister of Magic continues to behave this way, it would be quite normal for this government to collapse. Moreover, Voldemort's dark forces are not, in the absolute sense, a rabble. They can at least be considered a formidable enemy. Although the performance of the Noseless one has been somewhat lacking, he is undoubtedly one of the most powerful wizards in history, whether viewed from the perspective of magical power or from his groundbreaking achievements in the exploration of dark magic. Voldemort is a talented genius. In comparison, the Ministry of Magic instantly pales. Anriel couldn't be bothered to explain anything. Forget it, Mr. Fudge, it's not important. He leaned forward, ready to get straight to the point with Fudge. Ladies and gentlemen, my father and I have come across a terrifying and unbelievable statement. If this statement holds true, then we have wrongly accused the wrong person for everything we have just been discussing. Anriel was very happy to see the group of people at the table, including Fudge, whose eyes widened in surprise. No, Anriel, what do you mean? McGonagall pulled Hagrid, who was excited and about to stand up, back down and asked in a low voice. These things weren't done by Sirius Black, were they? That's impossible. Fudge concluded before Anriel could respond. Anriel squinted his eyes. Even out of curiosity, he should have asked for details like mage, right? Just based on that one definitive statement. Fudge's stubborn and conservative image was almost slapped onto Anriel's face. With a smile, he turned to Fudge, but unfortunately, the latter didn't seem to pick up any warmth from that expression. I say, Minister, I think it would be best if you don't interrupt until I finish speaking. The drunkenness from the red currant rum Fudge had consumed instantly diminished as Anriel's words came off cold and threatening. Now, let me return to my father's viewpoint. These chaotic, acts of betrayal may not have been perpetrated by Black himself. After that day, my father obtained, through certain means, the two initial and most direct pieces of evidence that appeared at the crime scene. To be honest, they are far more significant than a finger from the little dwarf Peter. Professor Flitwick, whose mind operated the fastest, couldn't he help but exclaim, could it be? Oh, Merlin's beard. Anriel, you can't really be suggesting. Anriel thought for a moment and felt that even if Flivvy guessed wrong, it shouldn't be too far off, so he nodded. Flivvy clicked his tongue, still in a state of shock, seeing everyone looking at him with expressions of inquiry or anticipation. Anriel chuckled twice and said, as for my father, after various negotiations, he finally obtained. He paused for a moment, seemingly deliberately raising everyone's curiosity. The two wands involved in the case. Several gasps sounded simultaneously. Anriel's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't maintain the smile on his face. He took a deep breath and continued, I think Mr. Bartemius Crouch at that time should have some impression of this. Crouch was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, aside from Hagrid, who could not really be considered a competent wizard, and the three 13-year-old young wizards who were eavesdropping. All the witches and wizards at the table fell into a stifling silence. You used Fudge's voice, which sounded somewhat trembling, but more so it was filled with doubt and disbelief. The time-turner spell, or was it the effect of a perpetual spell that wouldn't work? A more professional curse professor added a question. Anriel took a sip of wine, and, just as we suspected now, that most unfortunate conclusion. The devastating explosive curse had indeed erupted from the wand of the little star, Peter. The last spell cast by that birch wand was a cutting curse. Silence fell. Everyone was busy processing this shocking news. Or rather, this horrifying fact. Fudge opened his mouth several times to speak, but had to swallow back the words on the tip of his tongue. After holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to utter. So can I take it to mean that a prisoner who has been locked up in Azkaban for 12 years has a significant chance of being wrongfully accused? Anriel shrugged. You can understand it this way. That's probably what it means, Minister. That's absolutely impossible. If it were true, why wouldn't he appeal? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the table except Hagrid looked at Fudge with a crazy expression. Did a centaur kick your brain? During that time, without even mentioning coercion, they directly put Sirius Black away with solid evidence. That was under the judgment of Barty Crouch, who didn't even conduct a trial. Well, you're right, Minister. It seems we can't just conclude this based on two wands. We need to find at least one of them alive. Either Sirius Black or Peter Pettigrew. Anriel shrugged, concluding his speech. He had nothing more to say to Fuji. Fuji, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned and downed the remaining rum in his cup. Anriel and Professor McGonagall exchanged a glance. The latter's expression was particularly grave, because if what Dumbledore and Anriel had uncovered was the truth, which was very likely, then it would mean something. Professor McGonagall dare not, and did not want to imagine the kind of evil that had occurred back then. For her, a woman who had always been kind, it was simply too cruel and beyond reason. All right, Minister, while it's not completely dark yet, if you still want to discuss serious matters with my father, it's best to go back to the castle now. Anriel reminded Fuji after he finished his drink. Christmas is a day for family reunion, not a work day. I understand, but child, your father is. Fuji picked up his top hat and then, as if enlightened, asked Anriel. Anriel sighed, and for the first time after such a heavy topic, smiles appeared on the faces of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Well, Mr. Fudge, Albus Dumbledore is my father. Fudge's hand holding the hat froze, and the hat rolled to the ground, but he didn't mind. His throat moved as if he wanted to say something, but in fact, nothing came out. With a bang, Anriel was the first to walk out of the three broomsticks, stepping into the heavy snow, just as he had arrived, leading the way. After a few final exchanges, there was the sound of Mrs. Rosmerta tidying up the table. After the teachers, including Fudge, left the three broomsticks, Harry crawled out from under the table, staring blankly at his two best friends. The three of them exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The horrific incident from 12 years ago seemed far more complicated than they had imagined. Ah, welcome, Cornelius. Dumbledore strode towards the Minister of Magic, his long, graying beard fluttering at his side. He shook Fudge's hand firmly, but Fudge appeared somewhat distracted. Oh, Dumbledore, how are you? I'm glad to see you, Fudge's gaze wandered between Anriel and Dumbledore, still wearing a constipated expression. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, Cornelius? You look troubled. I think it's not just because of Black. Oh, well, forget it. Black's matter is more urgent. It's nothing. Oh, I just remembered. Dumbledore, there's something very important. Fudge suddenly shuddered, as if he had finally thought of a sensible matter to drive away the rumors and speculations about Albus Dumbledore that were swirling in his mind. This is very important. The frequency of Dementor sightings in Hogwarts and the surrounding areas has been increasing lately. Fudge looked worriedly out at the Quidditch pitch. Of course, there wasn't a single Dementor there now. Dumbledore wouldn't allow them in, and Anriel wouldn't let them out. It felt as if, though he knew it was absurd, these Dementors were being hunted by some unknown enemy. Fudge shivered, seemingly extremely unwilling to believe that there existed something that fed on these terrifying magical creatures. Yet various signs suggested that if it wasn't a new creature reproducing on its own, then with the increased appetite, that thing was also becoming stronger. Dumbledore cleared his throat and responded in a tone that at least sounded serious to Fudge. Is that so? Then I must pay attention. Perhaps they will threaten the safety of the children. Anriel listened as two people completely out of sync conversed. His gaze briefly intersected with the clear blue eyes. And then Dumbledore blinked, causing Anriel to stifle a laugh. Well, Connolly, if there's nothing else, I can wish you a pleasant Christmas holiday. All right. But as for Sirius Black, given the many Dementors that are still missing, continuing the hunt is clearly unwise. Fudge seemed to be convincing himself. Perhaps I should assign some orders. Anyway, goodbye, Albus. Fudge took Anriel's large top hat from him, placed it on his head, cast one last deep look at the father and son, and left the room. With a bang, the door closed. The remaining old and young looked at each other and burst into laughter. The door opened again. Fudge looked back into the room, puzzled. Mr. Fudge, do you have anything to add? Anriel's expression was ordinary as he raised an eyebrow and asked, while Dumbledore also looked at Fudge. Fudge furrowed his brow and turned around. With a bang, the door closed. Ha! Laughter. MP3, table slap. Jiff, the door opened again. Mr. Fudge? Anriel asked. Fudge had a dark face. He swore this would be the last time he opened this damn door. With a blank expression, he glared at the two faces in the room that showed no signs of amusement, then turned and left, slamming the door behind him. Bang! The two worn-out guys had laughed enough. Dumbledore wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. He hadn't laughed so hard in a long time, and it seemed as if a vitality that had vanished decades ago had returned to his aging body. Anriel, how about those Dementors? Do they make you have diarrhea? He asked Anriel in a teasing tone. I don't know, they shouldn't. Anriel shrugged. Well, I never expected to hide it from you, sir. Those things don't smell too good, but the effects are significant. If it weren't for the fact that I'm still trying to fully grasp the secrets of resurrection, I probably would have succeeded by now. Dumbledore paused for half a second. Succeeded at what, my child? Anriel was also taken aback. He suddenly remembered that he had only told Dumbledore about the resurrection stone's suppressive effect on the Dementors. He hadn't mentioned either his impending mastery of the resurrection stone or his imminent ability to seize the soul-absorbing power of the Dementors. Dumbledore was not all-knowing. He had no idea that Anriel could seize the abilities of the Dementors, nor did he understand the structure and power of the resurrection stone. In other words, he had merely deduced from various clues that the disappearance of the Dementors was the doing of Anriel. Moreover, Anriel surely had his own reasons for doing so. Well, sir, this is not easy to demonstrate. It might be some strange and unique magical ability that I am trying to attain. Anriel seemed to change the subject unintentionally, answering one of Dumbledore's questions while avoiding bringing the topic back to the resurrection stone. Dumbledore, however, did not let Anriel down. He immediately understood what Anriel wanted him to grasp. He looked surprised, studying Anriel with a gaze that revealed he was finding it increasingly difficult to see through this child. But never mind, it didn't matter. Dumbledore glanced up at the grandfather clock, which Anriel had initially suggested he hang up in the office for convenience in telling time. However, Dumbledore had somehow dug up this antique, which was probably older than he was, yet miraculously kept perfect time. Ah, it's getting late, mister. Lovegood should be arriving soon. Anriel, why don't you go and meet him? Anriel made a sound of acknowledgement, took a step forward, and vanished from the room, leaving behind a crack that momentarily closed. The space to which this crack led was familiar to Dumbledore. Where do things that disappear from the disappearance spell go? It is this turbulent space. Although Anriel himself felt nothing, from an outsider's perspective, his unique phantom-like appearance looked quite strange. Only someone as indestructible as Anriel would dare to weave through it, Dumbledore thought comfortably as he reclined in his armchair. Outside Hogsmeade, Xenophilius did not keep Anriel waiting long. You arrived early, and I arrived early. Everyone has good manners, and our appointment habits are excellent. Ha, my child, Merry Christmas. Xenophilius gave Anriel a big hug. He was wearing a bright yellow robe today, printed with dazzling sun patterns. It was eye-catching, too eye-catching. If he stood in the square, he would definitely be the most flamboyant old man there. However, after the hug, Anriel suspected that the thing was really radiating like a little sun. Oh no, I hope the freshwater balloon fish hasn't perished. Xenophilius and Anriel chatted and laughed as they returned to the castle, attracting quite a few glances along the way. Most of the students who stayed at school for Christmas were now in Hogsmeade and its surroundings. It was puzzling how these people thought. Last year, during the Chamber of Secrets crisis, the castle was dangerous, Hogsmeade was safe, yet they all hid in the castle. This year, with Sirius's escape, the castle was safe, Hogsmeade was dangerous, yet they all came out for a stroll. One word, absurd. Almost everyone recognized Anriel, but very few knew the eccentric figure by his side. Anriel didn't stop for a moment. How should he greet? How should he introduce? Let me introduce. This is my father-in-law. Everyone here is a student. Isn't it a bit too arrogant to act like this, Cough, just thinking about it feels awkward. A few minutes later, in the principal's office. Ah, old buddy Dumbledore. This is the first thing Xenophilius said after seeing Dumbledore. Anriel keenly sensed a hint of something unusual, a sense of incongruity. Ah, Xenophilius, long time no see. This question came from Anriel. He pondered where the sense of incongruity originated. Anriel remembers that Xenophilius seems to have only met Dumbledore in person through letters. Do you two know each other? Anriel raised an eyebrow with a tone of skepticism and annoyance. You know him, right? You've known him for a long time. How come Albus hasn't mentioned it? Said Xenophilius. Oh my, Merlin's bread. I thought you had talked about it with him. Dumbledore replied with a smile while stroking his beard. But when Anriel asked how the two of them met, both of them deflected the question, offering no direct response. Anriel felt that strange sensation growing stronger. However, the next second, he thought that those messy old prophecies didn't matter at all. Because, Dad, and little sir, and principal, the door was pushed open a crack, and Luna peeked in with half her little head, glanced at the three people in the room, and then floated in through the door. Magic is really amazing, right? She bounced in without making a sound. Anriel believes that Luna is too light. When Luna came in, she gave her dad a hug, then jumped out and snuggled into Anriel's arms, rubbing her face against his chest. Anriel found a way to ease the tension for the old man who wasn't very close to Luna, probably because Dumbledore was sitting behind the desk and couldn't give him a hug. Laughs. Since it wasn't Christmas yet, the dinner wasn't very lavish, just a regular family meal. After dinner, Dumbledore stayed in the headmaster's office, while Anriel went downstairs with Luna and her father to the clearing by the Forbidden Forest. The school's thestrals occasionally appeared over there. Once they reached the clearing, Anriel whistled, and the thestral came like a bolt of black lightning, emerging from the Forbidden Forest. Luna cheered and ran towards the thestral. Slow down, don't rush. Anriel shouted and quickly caught up with a few steps, showing no signs of being just a 14-year-old child. You two, fly slower, fly lower, do you understand? The nightmare let out a cry, as if indicating that it understood. Anriel also understood its meaning. Luna lifted her legs twice, but couldn't climb up, pouting. The nightmare snorted and bent its two front legs to kneel on the ground, allowing Luna to climb onto its back. Go ahead, take your time, and have fun. Anriel patted Nightmare's neck and placed a kiss on Luna's forehead. Nightmare took off and began to fly low around the Forbidden Forest, like some sort of eerie carousel. Luna looked very happy. Anriel walked back to Xenophilius' side. The setting sun cast a golden glow on Xenophilius' golden robe, as if he were blending into the sunset. There was a golden flash on his chest that momentarily dazzled Anriel's eyes. It was a small reflective piece coming from a golden, vertical eye-like symbol. Child, what are you looking at? Xenophilius said gently. The mark, Anriel said, pulling out an identical object from his left pocket. Oh, Xenophilius's eyes widened slightly. The emblem of Anriel is naturally identical to his, as it was originally created by Anriel in imitation of his. The emblem of the sacred artifact, Anriel said gently, using a tone that was almost reverent, like that of a pilgrim. We are all saints. An extra update today, thanks to the kindness of the group. We all know that the old wand indeed exists, which is an undeniable fact. Anriel said. Xenophilius nodded in agreement after listening to Anriel's words. So the remaining two items, the resurrection stone and the invisibility cloak, you found them? Xenophilius interrupted Anriel's narrative, blurted out a question he thought was foolish. Just as Xenophilius was about to explain, he was stunned because he heard Anriel say, Yes, I found them. Huh? Anriel nodded again, and this time it was Xenophilius who was shocked. What? How? Which? For a pilgrim, a believer, it is normal to be at a loss for words when a firmly believed legend appears right before their eyes. I can't be too sure, Mr. Lovegood. History has proven this to us. Apart from the invisibility cloak, the other two Deathly Hallows are truly deserving of the name Death. They are both extremely dangerous and mysterious. Xenophilius nodded in agreement. Anriel lied. How could he confirm the authenticity of the resurrection stone? What is the purpose of Anriel's actions? So, Mr. Lovegood, do you know of any way to identify them? Anriel asked sincerely, looking genuinely earnest, as if he really didn't know. Xenophilius hesitated. Seeing his doubtful expression, Anriel's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had hit the jackpot. The hesitation indicated knowledge. He had made the right bet. Xenophilius was definitely not an ordinary person. Anriel hid his ecstasy beneath a calm exterior, still wearing a curious expression on his face. He knew that an ordinary wizarding family could not possibly wear the Peveril family crest to a formal event without reason. In the original text, at the wedding of Lily and Bill, Xenophilius was invited, and he wore a belief that was completely different from that of the two newlyweds while attending such a solemn and blessed occasion. This was against etiquette. Anriel once said a very famous line in her past life. After discarding all the wrong answers, the one that remains, no matter how impossible it may seem, is the truth. If we assume that the Deathly Hallows do not represent the beliefs of Xenophilius, then the only possibility is, well, child, you know that Luna from our family is quite taken with you, so I'm telling you this. This is a secret known only to the Lovegood family. It represents bloodline. Xenophilius pondered for a moment, as if recalling something. First of all, anyone who knows a bit about the Peveril family would know that the three Peveril brothers truly existed, which means they were certainly not some sort of legend or three fabricated phantoms. Anriel nodded, agreeing with Xenophilius' statement, as there was no doubt about it. Ignatius's tombstone still stands in Godric's Hollow. Xenophilius continued, the elder Antioch, corresponding to the legendary and fierce older brother. We lean toward believing that it was he who invented the incredibly powerful and invincible wand. Aside from Antioch himself, no one knows the true nature of the Elder Wand. Anriel took a deep breath. Of course no one knew. He might be the only one who understood the principle of the Elder Wand. Without the strong power of death, the Elder Wand was just an ordinary wand, unable to bring all its previous masters and enemies into the abyss of death. Xenophilius did not notice the change in Anriel's expression, but Antioch is dead. This was not surprising. He died at the hand of a backstabber. He was the first among the three brothers to encounter death. There is no doubt about it. If we talk about records, the eldest, Antioch, has the least documentation, whether regarding marriage or offspring, never mentioned, only his fleeting battle experiences. However, the records of the Elder Wand in history are the most numerous. This cannot be said to be anything but ironic. Therefore, we can actually infer some things. For example, the Deathly Hallows were not invented at the same time. Xenophilius' words, like a sudden enlightenment, opened up a new line of thought in Anriel's mind. It seems you understand something. We, the saints who have a deeper understanding of the Deathly Hallows, believe that Antioch's unexpected death might be one of the reasons Cadmus invented the resurrection stone. When Xenophilius mentioned we, he paused slightly, as if he had temporarily changed his wording and was deliberately concealing certain matters. The story of the resurrection stone is long, so please allow me to tell at the end. Anriel nodded and skipped over the resurrection stone. The next Deathly Hallow was the invisibility cloak, for which we can trace its origins even further back. Starting from the very bottom, that is, the Potter family, Xenophilius began his narration from the top. The invisibility cloak, as the last of the Deathly Hallows, was created by the cautious and meticulous Ignotus, the third brother. It never fades and cannot be damaged. In fact, it is rumored that the invisibility cloak can withstand a certain fatal curse. Clearly, he was referring to the Avada Kedavra curse. However, as far as Anriel understood, the invisibility cloak did not help the Potter family escape their fate, whether it was James Potter, who held the invisibility cloak at the time, or Lily Potter, who theoretically could have been protected by the cloak, but chose to sacrifice herself for her child's survival. But upon closer thought, neither of them was struck by the killing curse while wearing the invisibility cloak, were they? So, whether the invisibility cloak can truly withstand the Avada Kedavra curse remains an unsolved mystery. Xenophilius shivered, seemingly feeling that what he said was somewhat ominous. However, clearly, no one had the courage to try it out. P.S. In the previous chapter's review, someone asked why not try covering a chicken with the invisibility cloak. That's actually a pretty good point. I thought the same. Unfortunately, the original work never mentioned this experiment, even though the legend that the invisibility cloak can block death has been circulating. Perhaps it's because wizards just don't think that way. I can't fix this bug now, but fortunately, it doesn't have a big impact, and there will be descriptions regarding this in the future. The descendants of Ignotus. With this remarkable item that not only conceals themselves, but can also hide others, became the first line of the Peveril family to fade from the wizarding world. Anriel carefully chewed over the deep meaning contained in the words of Xenophilius. What does it mean to be the first? Xenophilius shuddered, as if electrified, then gazed into the distant horizon in reminiscence. And then, there is the story of the second. After learning of his older brother's death, Cadmus did not display emotions like anger, nor did he show grief and resistance to death like Ignotus. He understood that this was the outcome his brother deserved. He had narrowed his own path. Relying solely on brute force would forever make one a slave to death. A person like Antiochus, who was brave and fierce, could only continuously bring fresh lives to death, ultimately surrendering his own life to it. How could someone who couldn't even grasp life in their own hands be worthy of controlling death? The process and difficulty of creating the resurrection stone far surpassed that of the Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak. This aspect of legend is not wrong. Cadmus was indeed an arrogant man. He was cold, proud, confident, and arrogant. He had always been hiding his talents. Anriel pondered, feeling that something was amiss. However, Xenophilius did not give him time to continue his thoughts. The resurrection stone was never meant for the dead. All its uses were for the living. Only by grasping the true essence of life can one tread upon the shores of death. Cadmus succeeded, but he also failed. Yet the failure did not leave him unable to accept it. What he could not bear was the reason for his failure. He was a proud man, as we just mentioned, and the reason for his failure was that his magical power was not enough to drive the boundless dead to revive. The resurrection stone was like a dam, capable of wantonly wreaking havoc in the river of time, but that required magical power sufficient to counter all the resurrectors. Cadmus, the immensely powerful Cadmus, could not do that. And then he went mad. The two fell silent simultaneously. Anriel did not know what Xenophilius was silent about, but he himself was pondering whether his magical power was indeed stronger than Cadmus's, enough to push open the forbidden door that no one had succeeded in for millennia. When resurrecting Regulus, if the time were to drag on a little longer, Anriel would also be in danger. The silence did not last long. Xenophilius' story was not yet finished. A story, the finale of a legend, should have an ending. And as the legend says, Cadmus indeed had a deceased beloved, but she was not some girl. She was his late wife. The late wife left Cadmus his only offspring. After Antiochus died, Cadmus took care of his brother's child and his own, and after he himself had gone mad, the resurrection stone was taken away by the older son of Antiochus. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of Voldemort from the generation of Marvel Gaunt. This is the story of the resurrection stone. Xenophilius' last sentence remained unspoken. A dead silence descended upon the two once more, and Anriel finally realized what was wrong. Xenophilius knew too much about the legend. This was a secret known only to the Lovegood family. The answer was already quite obvious. Anriel chuckled twice. This is truly a huge secret. I never expected that I would have the fortune to marry the pearl of the Peveril family. This is really... Anriel was filled with emotion. Xenophilius did not refute him, but quietly looked at Anriel. Sometimes genetics really is quite effective. How could someone as intelligent as Cadmus possibly have produced fools like the Gaunts? It should be noted that in the wizarding world, ancient families with bloodline heritage rarely have exceptions. For example, the Black family, the vast majority of whom are supporters of dark magic. And then there's the Weasley family and others like them. The clever, even pathological. Lovegood family clearly fits Cadmus's lineage far better than the reckless Gaunt family. Anriel didn't expect that the Lovegood family was actually the only surviving bloodline of Cadmus Peveril. What a coincidence. Well, I understand now, Mr. Lovegood. Let Luna play over there for a while. My nightmare will take good care of her. Are you interested in witnessing the true power of the Resurrection Stone with me? Anriel and Xenophilius walked for a distance until anything that could affect Luna was out of reach. This girl, who was the most important person in the lives of both men at that moment, was someone they did not want to see harmed. All right, Mr. Lovegood, let's go. In Anriel's tone, there is an uncontrollable excitement. We are witnessing not. We are creating a miracle. Anriel stretched out his arm, no longer hiding anything. The Resurrection Stone was worn on his left thumb. As the only living heir of Cadmus, he must have recognized the stone the moment Anriel first appeared before him wearing it. A surge of magical power poured into the Resurrection Stone without restraint, countless times stronger than the magic Anriel had infused into it back on the island of the undead. Anriel's magic is unfathomable, far surpassing the realm that human wizards should possess. The effects are immediate. The Resurrection Stone emits dark rays of light, a deathly glow that seems to devour everything. Xenophilius gazes at the pitch-black stone, a relic from his ancestors, with a mixture of shock, obsession, and awe. The Resurrection Stone has only a few fine cracks remaining, which not only do not diminish its intended power, but seem to amplify its eerie and terrifying gray glow. Mr. Lovegood, it seems we have accomplished something truly remarkable. Anriel was astonished. The chilling wind howled, and soul mist rose. In a gray haze, it seemed that the mournful cries of souls were faintly emanating from the stone on the ring. A terrifying aura gradually spread from the cracks, as if that small piece of stone was the key to the gates of hell. Anriel stood at the center of the endless gray light, appearing to handle it with ease. However, to be honest, Anriel was also doing his utmost to manipulate this strange stone. The second son of the Peveril family seemed to have indeed been seriously underestimated by the world. The legends were not true, but the three brothers of Peveril had indeed created the death-sacred artifacts, weapons, or objects of terrifying power. And this also meant that Anriel has a bad guess. Mr. Lovegood, please leave here immediately. During the next process, I may not be able to focus on protecting you. Anriel, who was extremely rare, spoke in a serious tone. The relaxed expression on his face had disappeared, replaced by calmness, coldness, and a touch of indifferent composure. The soul mist rolled back, and the shadows howled. But what if this is not a scene from the world of death? What if all of this was created by Cadmus, the second brother of the Peveril family? What if these are the souls that perished at the hands of the three brothers of the Peveril family? Anriel never considered himself a virtuous person, so he was never hesitant to speculate about others with the deepest malice, let alone the Peveril brothers, who were unbeatable warriors across the world. The number of people who perished at their hands was probably greater than those killed by Voldemort. Xenophilius seemed to realize that the atmosphere was somewhat off. The dense gray light spread as if it were endless, and the chilling sense of death that seemed to devour and engulf everything became even more shocking. After casting a worried glance at Anriel, Xenophilius turned to leave. He knew that his presence would only be a burden. Just a few seconds after he left, Anriel completely released his suppression of the broken stone. In an instant, it felt as if the world had turned upside down. The gray light surged forth, and the speed at which it swallowed everything was immediately more than 10 times faster than before. The open space where Anriel was located suddenly vanished into a gray mist. In the center of the open area, Anriel looked at the Resurrection Stone in his hand and let out a big sigh of relief. A gradually solidifying figure was absorbing the gray fog. Although the amount being consumed was just a drop in the bucket compared to the speed of the fog's expansion, Anriel could sense a faint breath that was uniquely human. As long as there was a living person, it would be manageable. Whether it was communication or killing, these were areas in which Anriel excelled. If he had to deal with the gray fog, it would be much more troublesome and require a lot more effort. Anriel watched as the gray mist gradually solidified. However, of course, he wasn't idle. He had already set up circles of ancient magical arrays around him. If this thing wanted to take over his body, this would be his last line of defense. Anriel's body is not so easy to take, until that figure suddenly opened a pair of eyes that clearly possessed human intelligence. Hello, stranger from 1,000 years later. This was the first sentence spoken by the gray shadow, but it seemed he had not yet fully materialized his vocal cords and tongue, so the sound abruptly resonated in Anriel's mind. Congratulations on becoming the first master of the Stone of the Dead. As the words fell, the speed at which the gray mist was absorbed into the gray shadow's body dramatically increased. From the outside, it appeared as if a gray vortex stretched across the clearing at the edge of the forbidden forest. This massive vortex was devouring the surrounding gray ocean. The gray shadow and Anriel looked at each other, as if he were looking into a dim gray mirror. No, the gray shadow and Anriel were not similar. That gray shadow was Cadmus. Anriel frowned. He watched as the features of Cadmo's phantom gradually took shape, but for some reason, the eyes and brows began to resemble Anriel more and more. The few differences were merely that the gray shadow was filled with an aura of destruction and death, its gaze lifeless, indistinguishable from that of a corpse. In the end, the mist disappeared. It came quickly and left just as fast. On the open ground, only the gray shadow remained, enveloped in a faint gray light. Anriel, in the midst of uncertainty, reached out with the hand wearing the resurrection stone. No one told him what to do, but his intuition urged him to raise his hand. Anriel's fingertips gently touched the fingertips of Cadmus, which resembled his own appearance. The point of contact began to rotate slowly. He transformed into a whirlpool. Anriel's body seemed to take this vortex as a focal point, suddenly possessing a massive attraction. He absorbed the gray shadow into his body for digestion. Now it was Anriel's turn to devour the gray mist. He really hadn't expected that the inheritance of Cadmus was merely a legacy of power and memory. Anriel overlooked the fact that, apart from him, there couldn't possibly be a second person in the world, even with the slightest chance, who could inherit Cadmus's legacy. He is unique. Accepting the power of Cadmus is no easy task. At this moment, liquid gray mist was seeping from all 7 orifices of Anriel, making his appearance particularly grotesque and terrifying. Yet, in the world right now, no one is more qualified than Anriel to accept the immense obsession of Cadmus contained within the resurrection stone. Because he is a traveler, he has experience in forcibly accepting powerful torrents of memories. His soul has adapted to this process. As Anriel took deep breaths, waves of deathly aura overflowing from him were drawn back into his body. With sufficient magical power, Anriel even had the time and energy to mutter a joke to himself. By the way, doesn't my current style seem a bit too surreal for a magical worldview? He only inferred from the gray mist that his current appearance shouldn't be very good. Anriel is right. His current image is grim and cold, shrouded in gray mist, with the desolate power of death emanating from his entire being. His tattered clothing is worn and washed out, and beneath his feet lies a handful of withered, scorched earth. According to Cadmus's conception, this image represents a state known as the undead monarch. Aside from the changes that stem from himself, it is almost identical to the image of ancient Egyptian pharaohs. This also indirectly proves that the death spells of ancient Egypt indeed hold some significance. Only in a state between life and death can the true power of the resurrection stone be fully realized. It truly achieves an endless army of undead, wielded as an extension of the master. This is the power of the resurrection stone. This is the power brought by the desecration of death. Additionally, the resurrection stone records countless ancient magics, British incantations, ancient Egyptian curses, Mayan elegies, and Chinese talismans. Cadmus has essentially documented everything related to death in the resurrection stone, without favoring any particular one based on its power. The resurrection stone is like an endless storage hard drive. Even Anriel, as the master of the resurrection stone, would need considerable time to learn all these spells. Ultimately, the final ability of the resurrection stone is to command the dead and protect the living. The resurrection stone was never created for the dead. These are 2 entirely different yet inseparable abilities. The souls summoned from history by the resurrection stone retain all their abilities from when they were alive, including their wisdom and judgment. But in the end, they remain undead. Anriel deeply understands this when resurrecting Regulus, as he has tried it once before, giving him a more profound understanding of the resurrection stone's abilities. When the resurrection stone reshapes these undead bodies, it inscribes a harmless means that makes the commands of the master of the resurrection stone an absolute will that these undead souls cannot disobey. From this perspective, it is somewhat similar to house elves, isn't it? Of course, resurrecting the dead is an absolute taboo. Immortality is a painful curse. The time produced by the resurrected dead will forever be imposed on the master of the resurrection stone at 100-fold length. Regulus was 18 years old at the time of his death, and it has been 14 years since his death. Anriel is forced to live for another 3,200 years. Who has the time to calculate this? Thro's cup, the only eternal undead lord of this age, he will be despised by death itself, forever trapped in the mortal realm. The power to protect the living comes from this. The Lord of the Undead can grant his time to his followers, allowing them to enjoy a curse of immortality that can end at any moment. And once immortality becomes controllable, no longer truly eternal, it becomes an almost irresistible temptation and gift. Cadmus has calculated everything. Perhaps, at the last moment of the Resurrection Stone research, did Cadmus feel just a hint of fear regarding his own creation? Humanity is indeed a species skilled at creating weapons it cannot control. All the undead power has been reclaimed by Anriel. His gray hair returned to its original golden color, and his pair of lifeless gray eyes turned back to their original hue. The parched ground and decayed garments all reverted to their former state, as if what had just happened was merely an ethereal illusion. He is now the Lord of the Undead. Anriel stepped forward and entered the spatial rift, leaving this place. Although it looked no different from the outside, Anriel knew very well that the essence of this land had already died. It would gradually turn into sand in the coming time, losing all nutrients, unable to retain water, and ultimately dissipating into the wind. At the edge of the forbidden forest, Xenophilius clutched his messy silver hair, his brows tightly knitted. Luna sat backward on the back of Nightmarish, looking at her father's face, filled with a sense of confusion at the anxiety she had not seen in many years. Then Luna saw her father's brows relax again, as if the earlier worry had just been an illusion. It seemed he had sensed something, or perhaps it was a connection beyond comprehension. Luna turned around and exclaimed in delight. Anriel stood opposite the nightmare. The girl jumped off the horse and ran towards her lover, Luna. Anriel held Luna in his arms, while Nightmare gently nudged his master's waist, displaying an absolute closeness. The Lord of the Resurrection Stone, the Lord of the Undead, the allure of the Death Beast, Night Steed, has already surpassed a certain limit. Mr. Lovegood, it seems I'm fine now. I was indeed lucky to succeed. Anriel made a funny face and laughed twice. Xenophilius responded with an exaggerated, relieved expression, then transformed back into that quirky and eccentric old man. It really is an unexpected harvest beyond my expectations. Anriel sighed, steadying Luna as she sat on Nightmare's back, and then he climbed up himself. Having just solved the last problem with the Resurrection Stone, Anriel was in a good mood and wanted to take a spin in the breeze. Let's take off. JPG, Anriel's emotions and instructions were conveyed well to Nightmare. And suddenly, a black arrow shot into the air. Anriel wrapped his arms around Luna's waist, and she leaned back hard, wanting to curl up in his embrace, letting out a sharp scream that expressed excitement. It felt a bit like riding a drop tower. The Nightmare took another dive. Great, now it's a roller coaster. Just a moment ago it was a carousel, and now it's a drop tower and a roller coaster. Nightmare, you're so powerful. It's like a moving amusement park. After landing, Luna jumped off Nightmare's back first and angrily punched Anriel's calf twice. However, she still looked quite excited. There was a hint of the sweet and sour smell of young love between a couple flirting. Looking around, Anriel didn't see Xenophilius, who must have returned to the castle first. After all, as a father, seeing his daughter flirting with her boyfriend, even if he couldn't intervene, would still feel the urge to step in. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the headmaster's office, old buddy Dumbledore, Xenophilius leaned back in the armchair, resting his left hand on his head, his white hair cascading down, not much different from Dumbledore's, but giving off a completely different vibe. What's wrong, Xenophilius? In front of Dumbledore was a large, open book. Your child already knows, understands, and has done it, Xenophilius said casually. I know, Dumbledore replied. The two fell into silence. Just then, the door to the headmaster's office creaked open. What are you two talking about? Anriel's figure appeared outside the door, and Luna was not by his side. Xenophilius seemed to sigh in contemplation. So, I repeat the question I just asked not long ago. Anriel walked in with a smile, casually closing the door behind him. Then he snapped his fingers. All the portraits in the principal's office were covered by drapes that hung down from the top of the frames. You two have known each other for a long time, right? The answer was obviously affirmative. Yes, we've been old pals for decades, Xenophilius sighed. I've never mentioned him in front of you, and he must have never brought me up in front of you either. Dumbledore closed the book in front of him and sat quietly behind the desk, looking at Anriel. Yes, never mentioned. Anriel nodded, confirming Dumbledore's statement. In fact, Anriel had already guessed how the two of them knew each other. One was a direct descendant of the Peveril family, who had long lost their paternal lineage. Yet this still represented an inextricable relationship. The other was one of the most fervent seekers of the Deathly Hallows, pursuing power, dreams, and for a brief time, had wielded all three Deathly Hallows. It was no surprise that these two individuals came together. However, if that's the case, Mr. Lovegood, you actually know my father, right? Clearly, Anriel's mention of father was not referring to Albus Dumbledore. Xenophilius and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, revealing a mischievous smile. Yes, yes, I met Mr. Grindelwald a long time ago. He was indeed a powerful figure with immense personal charm. Anriel looked at the two old kids in front of him, shook his head, and felt a strange sense of annoyance. Wait, strength. Damn. Anriel twitched the corner of his mouth. Yes, it was close enough. These two old men, along with his own cheap old dad, could they really be from the same era? Don't be ridiculous. The more likely scenario is that at that time, the head of the Lovegood family, who was also Xenophilius's father, had a friendly exchange with those two highly skilled and spirited young men, only to find that neither could do anything about the other. Then, two youths who were not much older than Xenophilius, 10 years, 20 years, became friends with the young Xenophilius at that time. Anriel rubbed his temples. The timing seemed to match. The door opened again, and this time Luna walked in. This scene felt somewhat familiar, but the atmosphere was completely different now. Oh, little angel, Xenophilius exclaimed as he embraced Luna, no matter how you looked at it. His tone was overly exaggerated. However, considering Xenophilius Lovegood's usual mental state, this suddenly seemed completely reasonable. Anriel waved his wand, and the curtains on the headmaster's portrait on the wall fluttered up. A few people left the headmaster's office, leaving the portraits of the headmasters chattering away. The room of requirement. A beautifully crafted table was set in the center of the room, just like at the most ordinary family feast, with a fireplace crackling beside it. Merry Christmas! Plates filled with delicious dishes appeared on the table. Turkey, pies, and mashed potatoes quickly filled the table. The four of them sat down, forming a circle. The fire crackled as it burned sweet wine, filling the goblets. In a warm and peaceful atmosphere, Anriel stood up and raised his glass. Merry Christmas, to our family. As he stood, his gaze crossed the dining table and through the glass window on the opposite side of the room. Outside, light snow floated down. And in each ordinary house, just like here at this moment, fires burned, oil lamps flickered, and Christmas was celebrated. Anriel's hand, holding the cup, paused in midair. He thought of something. Silently, he set down his wine glass and picked up another brand new cup. The silver, gleaming cup, along with the amber liquid inside, vanished. 1,000 miles away, this cup rested quietly on the windowsill, waiting for someone to discover it and raise it for a drink. That place is Austria, is Neumantgard. This cup is for my family. After dinner, Anriel arranged a room for his future father-in-law, Xenophilius, and everyone gradually returned to their own rooms. But a moment later, Anriel came out again. There was another person by the fireplace. Now, the room was left with just Anriel and Dumbledore. Both the old man and the young boy were silent, seemingly savoring the recently concluded dinner. But in reality, they were not. At least not in terms of the atmosphere. Dumbledore opened his blue eyes, which had a sharp gaze. A complex light flickered in his eyes. Dumbledore hesitated, wondering whether he should ask Anriel what he was planning. However, Anriel took the initiative to speak, blocking all the questions Dumbledore had in mind before he could even ask them. At the same time, it did not surprise Dumbledore, and a layer of faint sadness settled in his heart. My dear sir, you need not worry about me. I will not deliberately hide anything from you, nor will I think of hiding anything from you. Anriel stared unwaveringly at Dumbledore, his eyes filled with an unwavering determination. I want to continue my father's former, but my ideology is different from his. We see and know the same future. If I were to say please don't worry, it would sound like a ridiculous joke. So Anriel won't say it. Dumbledore, of course, cannot be at ease, because this is certainly not something that would allow him to relax. However, before that, I need to resolve a pressing trouble that will affect my performance. As Anriel smiled and said this, a sudden sense of absurdity rose in Dumbledore's heart. For a moment, Dumbledore seemed to have the illusion that he was that trouble, but that couldn't be possible. In the next second, Dumbledore realized what the trouble Anriel was referring to truly was. Anriel lowered his eyelids, squinting at the crackling, burning firewood. Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle, the Dark Lord, or whatever you want to call him. Dumbledore sighed softly. For Anriel now, Voldemort could only be considered a nuisance, no longer an obstacle. In the firelight, the deep wrinkles on his face appeared even more pronounced, making him look less vibrant than usual. Dumbledore was indeed getting old. So I suppose, my child, you intend to deal with this nuisance in your own way, don't you? Anriel smiled, which was considered an acknowledgement. Dumbledore also remained silent. What else could Anriel's way be? Voldemort is now half alive, barely hanging on in the forests of Albania, relying on his Horcruxes to keep his last breath from dying. What else could kill him? The answer is obvious. Dumbledore guessed correctly, but he doesn't know Anriel's identity as a traveler. He wouldn't want to disrupt the known course of the future, as that would diminish his own advantage of foresight. He needs to actively cooperate with Voldemort, let him resurrect, and then completely kill him. As for whether Harry Potter's life and death still matter from a certain point onward, well, does it even need to be said? Once Voldemort, this stumbling block, is kicked aside, it will be Anriel's era. He has great dreams. After all, the mirror of Ariste always reflects what people desire but can never attain, right? Speaking of which, Anriel's cheap old man ultimately fell from power due to his obsession with pursuing the holy relics, didn't he? Anriel feels that most of his ideas are still quite good. He shrugged. His social theory has basically become logically coherent. After filling in some gaps, it can be called a program. Why does it feel somewhat like the illusion of a bitter programmer checking the code of Sir Sean? Anriel and Dumbledore got up almost simultaneously. There was nothing else to discuss. It was time to sleep. Since they had already talked it out, there was no need to continue the conversation. So they went back to their rooms to catch some sleep. It was the day before Christmas, neither Christmas Day itself nor a carnival. So why stay up late for no reason? The next morning, when Anriel woke up, Luna was curled up in his arms, sleeping peacefully, with a hint of an inexplicable blush on her face. What could she have been dreaming about? Anriel chuckled and leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. Merry Christmas. Oh, the gifts. As the two of them walked out of the room hand in hand, a large Christmas tree came into view. Hey kid, it looks like you're doing well. Anriel's eyes widened as he heard a familiar voice. He turned around in shock, and Luna also turned to look. Anriel's tone was filled with uncontainable joy. Grandma. Although the generational difference isn't quite right, it doesn't matter. Given Dumbledore's age, I would still call him Grandpa. Bash-Ida Bahat, wearing big sunglasses, stood at the entrance, also smiling happily. I told Dumbledore not to tell you, as I wanted to give you a surprise. Anriel nodded. Indeed, it was quite surprising. Then he introduced Luna. This is my grandmother, Bida, the compiler of your History of Magic textbook. She took care of me and raised me. You little rascal, after not seeing you for a few years, you've already found a girlfriend? And such a lovely child at that. What sweet words did you use? Faced with Besida's enthusiasm, Luna felt a bit flustered and leaned even closer to Anriel. However, she sensed that Anriel should be very happy right now. This year, Anriel received an additional Christmas gift, a sweater with a new style and some North American patterns on it. Garros had set off 2 days ago, taking with him the Christmas gift Anriel prepared for Bida. So it seemed that Anriel didn't really have anything on hand to give. Even if Bida didn't mind, Anriel did. After thinking for a while, Anriel handed Bida a long rectangular box and instructed her to open it after returning to America. That's right, Bida had already settled in America. She was an energetic and restless old lady, due to her strong professionalism, which had influenced her entire life. She had already begun to compile a history of magic in America by the time she decided to settle there. Anriel has nothing to say about this. Although it is the Christmas holiday, there are still plenty of things to do. Anriel remembered that Sirius had given Harry a crossbow today. Sure enough, at the breakfast table, Anriel saw that Hermione's face was not good. There were reasons she believed the crossbow had been cursed, which Ron and Harry didn't believe, as well as the irreconcilable conflict between Crookshanks and Scabbers. Dumbledore warmly invited Xenophilius and Bathilda to try the house elf's cooking at Hogwarts. It was Dumbledore and Anriel who cooked last night, and they did not refuse, going downstairs together to have breakfast in the Great Hall. Now, Professor Trelawney couldn't scare Harry with her saying that if 13 people ate together, whoever stood up first would die. But when Anriel actually came downstairs, his face turned very grim. Was it fate? Anriel recalled with great detail what happened today in the book, but it was too specific for him to remember. In fact, there were 2 first-year students and a 5th-year Slytherin student in the original text. However, now, that 5th-year Slytherin student and one of the first-year students were both missing. Dumbledore sat in the middle. Anriel thought for a moment and sat down in the 3rd position to the right of Dumbledore. He didn't know what the significance of this action was. He just couldn't bring himself to believe that the world would always throw a chilling bucket of cold water on him when he felt the most confident. Luna and Bash-Ida sat in the seats between him and Dumbledore, with Luna next to Anriel and Xenophilius next to Dumbledore, sitting on his left side. Professors McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick arrived. The 4 heads of house all sat on the side with Xenophilius, unlike Anriel, with McGonagall and Snape sitting at either end, and a first-year Gryffindor student sitting next to Professor McGonagall on the inside. Merry Christmas. Ron, Harry, and Hermione arrived. They sat side by side, next to Anriel at the end of the table. Anriel initiated a conversation by opening a colorful firecracker package and started chatting with Luna and the trio. Ah, it's getting late. shall we start eating? Dumbledore exclaimed joyfully, wearing a women's hat on his head. The doors of the hall opened, and Professor Trelawney glided in as if on wheels, sliding along the ground. Dumbledore welcomed her, and Trelawney took the seat furthest to the side, next to Professor McGonagall. At this point, all 13 had taken their seats. Anriel and Dumbledore raised their glasses together. Merry Christmas! The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue over the dining table, as if gilding the scene of the gathering, resembling a beautiful painting. Before the meal, Trelawney delivered her usual ominous speech. Anriel dined with an expression that was as usual. Sybil, would you like some beef tripe? Professor Trelawney hesitated for a moment before taking the bowl handed to her by Professor McGonagall. This didn't seem to fit her character. She had always been at odds with Professor McGonagall. This time, she didn't continue to flaunt her divination abilities at the dining table, and occasionally cast glances towards Anriel. Perhaps Trelawney wasn't very likable and was somewhat paranoid, but she was definitely not foolish. Anriel has been on the list for the divination class for 2 years, but he hasn't attended a single lesson. Professor Trelawney, with her prophetic lineage from the Grindelwald family, should certainly be aware of this. Anriel turned his gaze back along the dining table, Luna leaning against him, looking like she was full. Perhaps it was some kind of special magic, because every time Anriel saw Luna's smiling face, he felt like nothing else mattered. Voldemort? Sirius? Wormtail? What do they have to do with me? As long as they don't bother me or affect my life, I don't care about them. Anriel suddenly remembered something. He gently patted the girl curled up in his arms. Luna looked up, her sparkling eyes reflecting Anriel's face, and she stared at him with curiosity. My little princess, I just remembered something. After Luna lowered her head to rub her neck and turned to face Anriel, he said, I need to take you to have a formal gown made. Next year, no. Maybe it could be used this year. There will be a rather important occasion next year where it might be needed, and I absolutely won't go with any other girls. Luna pouted. I know, actually, you don't need to emphasize the last sentence. The girl smiled playfully, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Anriel poked Luna's little face and smiled. So shall we go today? Luna's cheeks flushed slightly as she swatted Anriel's fingers away and then buried her head in her boyfriend's chest, rubbing against him and mumbling a couple of indistinct mms. The Christmas feast lasted for a considerable amount of time, a full 2 hours, and everyone enjoyed the meal greatly. Dear, which one of you stood up first? Which one? Professor Trelawney exclaimed with a sharp bang. Ron and Harry stood, dazed by the table, at a loss for words, unsure of what to say at that moment. Anriel did see it. It was Harry who stood up first. 13 people. Today, 13 people are dining at one table. Trelawney's pleading gaze turned to Anriel, as if hoping he would endorse her viewpoint. However, Anriel was thinking about another question at that moment. Why does Trelawney always seem to accidentally speak the truth when she is awake? Moreover, when she's in a daze, she is a genuine prophet. Absolutely. He had nothing to say. I don't know. Perhaps it was because there were too many people at the table. Harry felt a bit dazed and somewhat awkward. Before Professor McGonagall could come out to mock Trelawney, Bathsheba raised an eyebrow first. Really? Is there such a saying? The little old lady seemed to have discovered a very novel toy, her discerning eyes constantly sizing up Harry, Ron, and Trelawney. Miss Sybil? Trelawney nodded, for some reason giving off a feeling of mental weakness. So you believe that if 13 people, whether they know each other or not, sit down to eat, the first person to stand up will be the first to die, right? As Bathsheba asked this question, she emitted a peculiar aura. She was a historian, and during her earlier visits and investigations, such logical QA was a prerequisite. Yes, that's right, Trelawney stammered, then confirmed. Good. Bathsheba nodded in satisfaction. So your idea stems from 2 possibilities. The first is more widely known. In the Muggle world, there is a belief called Christianity. In the legend of this religion, the core figure is referred to as the Lord, who had 12 disciples, making a total of 13 people, including himself. These 13 had a dinner one day, but unfortunately, there was a traitor among them. According to the Muggles, he betrayed the Lordess information in exchange for 30 pieces of silver. I think that could be likened to 30 galleons. However, in terms of expression, perhaps it's a cheap expression, namely 30 nuts. In any case, this traitor who betrayed the Lord caused the death of their leader. Thus, 13 is widely regarded as an ominous number. I believe that after this dinner, the one in the middle who was killed was the first to stand up. Am I right, Sybil? Bashida's lengthy discourse shocked everyone present, but she wasn't finished. However, this is just one possibility. There is another. This legend we might be more familiar with is about King Arthur of Great Britain. I think we might be more familiar with his court magician, Merlin. The first to stand up at the banquet of King Arthur and his 12 knights will be the first to die. The first to leave will leave forever. Bathsheba looked around, casting a gloomy gaze over everyone, her voice chilling. Regardless of which of these two it is, neither is a good outcome. At this table, there are traitors, quitters, and murderers. Bathsheba's eloquence was indeed impressive. Apart from Dumbledore and Anriel, everyone at the table felt a shiver run down their spine. But the next second, Bathsheba's words caused everyone to lose their composure. However, in my opinion, this is all nonsense. The one sitting in Judah's position now is Anriel. When this little brat gets angry, there's no need to rank who dies first at this table. Haha. It seemed that, except for Bathsheba herself, no one found the joke particularly funny. Anriel gave a dry laugh. Professor Trelawney's expression was quite unpleasant, as if someone had forcibly stuffed a still wriggling bullfrog into her mouth. Xenophilius chuckled a couple of times, showing some courtesy, then turned to Harry and the trio. All right, kids, if you have business, you can leave now. I don't think it matters anymore. Such words were only suitable for someone with Xenophilius's personality, although we do not know whether this personality is his mask or his true self. Oh, thank you, Mr. Lovegood. Harry, you two go ahead. I still have something to discuss with Professor McGonagall. Ron shrugged and left the Great Hall with Harry. Hermione took a deep breath, stepped forward, and walked over. Anriel is nearby. Fortunately, the excuse she just came up with wasn't heard by Professor McGonagall herself. Hermione is not staying behind to ask about the classes she needs to take this semester, as Ron thinks. This morning, Anriel received a broomstick with no labels. A label-less broomstick as a Christmas gift? Anriel turned slightly, and Luna looked over curiously. Yes, I don't think so. I suspect this was given to Harry by Sirius Black. Anriel nodded non-committally, as it was indeed the case, but he could still say something. He truly had such a question. So, Miss Granger, why didn't you go to your headmaster, Professor McGonagall? Even if you sought out my headmaster, Professor Flitwick, he is undoubtedly more of an expert in charms than I am. Why did you choose to come to me? Anriel wrapped her arms around Luna's slim waist, her fingers meeting in front of them, examining Hermione with a scrutinizing gaze. Because Hermione was momentarily at a loss for words, as she didn't know why either. However, in an instant, she understood. It was her subconscious telling her. Anriel is better at solving this matter than McGonagall. Hermione represents rationality, yet she has joined the emotional Gryffindor. When these two conflicting and even somewhat repulsive emotions merge into the same body and soul, it creates a situation where Hermione knows that if it were Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick, they could quickly resolve the issue from a spellcasting perspective. However, they cannot fundamentally solve the problem regarding Sirius. Anriel has that capability. For Hermione herself, this is not a good thing. Under Anriel's influence, her contempt for rules seems to have intensified. After rationally thinking through the situation, she concludes that personal strength is the optimal solution to the problem. But this is a good thing for Anriel. Now, in her subconscious choices, the probability of her trusting Anriel has surpassed that of trusting McGonagall. Perhaps in the future, he will become a powerful assistant. You should go find Professor McGonagall and tell her about this matter. Anriel paused and looked into Hermione's eyes, saying, however, I will continue to keep an eye on this matter. Anriel was beaming with joy, and Hermione paused for a moment, her face turning a bit red. She walked towards Professor McGonagall. Is this all right, little sir? Luna leaned against Anriel, asking her beloved in an ethereal tone. Which one are you referring to, Mr. Potter's broom? Anriel lowered his head slightly, ensuring that their conversation couldn't be heard by anyone else, not even a bit. You know what I'm talking about, Luna pouted, turning around to lean on Anriel's chest. Hermione is still a good person. Anriel chuckled lightly. What, am I not? Luna retorted, then wrapped her arms around Anriel's neck and kissed her. Anriel held the girl in his arms, never underestimating Luna's intelligence. The child had already figured out that he was using mental manipulation on Hermione. To put it in some trendy terms from Anriel's past life, it was basically PUA. However, given the current situation, Luna didn't advise him, not even with a word. Was this acceptance, indulgence, or a compromise? Even if Anriel wasn't a good person, in this matter, Anriel didn't need Hermione to provide him with information too frequently, as Professor McGonagall had already come to invite him. She wanted Anriel to participate in the work of detecting the anti-curse on that fire crossbow. Anriel readily agreed, as there was no curse on this firebolt. However, the current situation was much friendlier for Harry Potter. After all, this time his Nimbus 2000 had not been shattered by the Whomping Willow. Even though the firebolt had been confiscated, he still had a decent broom to ride. Without a card or a note, I had already written a message to the Quidditch shop, and they said this firebolt was purchased anonymously with cash. Professor McGonagall placed the firebolt on the table in front of Anriel, with Professor Flitwick standing nearby. Sometimes, Anriel couldn't help but admire Professor McGonagall's decisive personality. All things considered, it had been less than 15 minutes since the end of the feast, and McGonagall had already confiscated Harry Potter's new firebolt. She had placed it right in front of Anriel, who was about to set off. Well, Professor McGonagall, you see, checking this broom is a delicate task that requires quite some time, and our Mr. Potter still has a broom to ride. So, could we possibly wait until I return to handle this matter? Anriel's tone sounded quite casual, but in fact, he didn't give Mag a choice at all. After saying I apologize, Anriel turned and left. In the Ravenclaw common room, Anriel reached out and Luna's outerwear and cloak appeared beside the armchair, hanging a few inches off the ground, the hem still gently swaying. Oh, so you don't even need to go back to the dormitory now, young sir? Luna seemed quite happy. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Good afternoon, you two. What can I do for you? Ah, good afternoon, Madame Malkin. I need 2 sets of dress robes, the custom kind. How about 500 galleons each? Anriel lifted the hem of a piece of clothing, feeling the texture, and quoted a price that Madame Imogen could not refuse. The latter smiled broadly, as this was a rare big client. All right, of course, no problem. As for the requirements, how about making matching couple outfits for me and her? Anriel asked Luna for her opinion and received a response of I'll leave it up to you. Let me see the sky blue and white, or maybe lake blue. I'm not very knowledgeable about making clothes in this regard. Perhaps patterns woven with gold and silver threads would look better? No, it doesn't need to be too flashy. Is gold a bit too ostentatious? However, something more extravagant does seem nice. Anriel continuously. Mrs. Maugin doesn't mind the trouble at all, repeatedly making corrections as requested. Joking aside, this is 1,000 gold crowns order. Although Mrs. Maugin occasionally provides luxury clothing, even so, 1,000 gold crowns is enough for her to earn for 3 to 5 months. If this deal falls through, Mrs. Maugin could die of her own foolishness. Luna's gown is made of mithril brocade as the base color, adorned with blue velvet flowers, complemented by cuffs made of golden velvet satin, and the hem features a golden wild hair. Anriel's ceremonial robe is primarily made of gilded satin, adorned with blue velvet flowers, paired with silver-threaded blood-red velvet brocade. A silver shimmering falcon is elegantly displayed on his shoulder. Overall, it balances magnificence and elegance, avoiding excess while retaining a dignified sense of ceremony. Moreover, the blue velvet flower also features a gold thread and silver thread embroidery, which is almost a public display of affection. One wonders if the people of this era can accept such a straightforward display of love. No, this is England. It's quite open, so it should be acceptable. Anriel left a 40 deposit, which made Madame Malkin even more determined to complete this order. He and Luna were both seen off by Madame Malkin to the street corner, almost as if she wished to escort them back to Hogwarts. However, this also proved that not everyone knows Anriel. At least in Britain, Anriel is not as well known as Harry Potter. Ah, Professor Lupin, you've recovered? After returning to school and dropping Luna off at the common room, Anriel encountered Remus Lupin in the hallway, carrying a suitcase. He looked quite weak, but thankfully his spirits were still good. Would you like a piece of chocolate? Anriel shook his wrist, and a large piece of Honeyduke's signature chocolate appeared in his hand. Then he suddenly thought of a question. Is it safe for canines to eat chocolate? Ah, okay. Thank you. See you in the next class, Anriel. Lupin broke off a small piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth, thanking Anriel. Well, it seems like it should be fine now. There's one more thing. Anriel thought for a moment, then stopped to pick up the suitcase, preparing to head back to the office with Lupin. No problem. Go ahead, Lupin said. Not in a hurry. How is Black doing now? I mean, has his mood stabilized any? Hearing Anriel mention Sirius, Lupin turned to glance down the corridor, confirming that there was no one else around, especially Snape, before he quietly replied, No, he is still very irritable. He sometimes wants to go into the school to find Peter. To be honest, all of Sirius's expressions are reasonable. I have come to believe that what he said is the truth. Lupin sighed, a mix of sorrow for the plight of his 2 old friends and regret for the choices they had made in the past. Anriel, is there anything else? No, that's it. Take care of yourself, Professor. Anriel waved goodbye to Lupin. After watching Lupin's figure disappear around the corner, Anriel shrugged. He hadn't expected to run into Lupin here because he was currently at the stairway leading to the 8th floor. Perhaps Lupin had taken a shortcut that the Marauders were all too familiar with from the Shrieking Shack back to the school. And Sirius from the original book should be too. Anriel thought about some trivial matters and then climbed the stairs to the 8th floor. It was almost noon. Anriel estimated that someone was already waiting for him there. Master, The silhouette of Regulus emerged in the air, slowly taking on color and forming a human shape. He was kneeling on one knee, and a hoarse, youthful voice echoed from his throat, sounding inexplicably weak. But in fact, since Anriel fully mastered the resurrection stone, the nature of Regulus's existence had also been elevated. He only appeared to be weak. Anyone who underestimated this boy, who had been forcibly pulled back from the underworld, would face dire consequences. Well, have you completed the first task I assigned to you? Anriel asked him. Over the past 3 days, Regulus had visited some well-known libraries to borrow and learn about the major events that had occurred in recent years. He also came to understand just how terrifying and awe-inspiring his master's identity truly was. Then, Regulus visited some famous places from the past decade, such as the Potter family's old house, which had become a ruin. He also explored some lesser-known locations, such as the Black family ancestral home located in Grindelwald Place. Anriel suddenly thought of a possibility. Regulus, I'm here. Regulus stood up and replied respectfully, Are you aware that your brother is still alive? Anriel asked him. He knew that he was imprisoned shortly after the Potters were murdered by the Dark Lord, held in Azkaban, and escaped about 7 months ago. Now, being hunted by the Ministry of Magic. Regulus asked one question and answered 5 sentences, showing excellent initiative as a subordinate. Is he a Death Eater? Anriel asked knowingly. He is definitely not a Death Eater. Sirius Black has always been at odds with the other members of the Black family, and he has a strong aversion and extreme resistance to dark magic. Moreover, I have never seen him at the Death Eater gatherings around the Dark Lord when he was alive, given his abilities and courage, unless he was dead. Otherwise, if he had joined the Dark Forces, he certainly wouldn't have been an ordinary follower on the periphery. Regulus speaks without reservation. So, your parents did indeed expel him from the Black family, right? Yes, so it was actually my parents who expelled him from the Black family. Regulus nodded. So, is the current owner of your family's ancestral home you? Or, Anriel considered his words carefully. It was me. Regulus replied without hesitation, under my prohibition. Even if noble blood from the Black family still flowed through his veins, he would not be able to step 1 foot into the Black family's house. Anriel roughly understands. In the original work, Sirius Black was able to inherit the control of the Black family ancestral home simply because he was the only remaining male heir of that generation of the Black family. Even if he was expelled from the family by Mrs. Black and his existence erased, it didn't change that fact. However, once Regulus returns, this outcast, who has already been thrown out, would never have the opportunity to compete with the rightful owner for the ownership of the house. The same applies to the issue in the original work, where Dumbledore was concerned about whether Bellatrix Lestrange could inherit the Black family ancestral home after Sirius's death. As long as Sirius was alive, Bella would forever be unable to inherit that house. And now, as long as Anriel is willing, Sirius can never step foot into 12 Grindelwald Place for the rest of his life. Well done, Regulus, you did great. Anriel smiled, and this time there was no other meaning. He was genuinely in a good mood. I only did a trivial task, my master. Regulus's lips also curled slightly, and with his slender and handsome appearance, he had an inexplicable charm. Anriel raised his hand and pushed open the door to the wishful thinking house. He had already wandered in front of the door 3 times. As he entered, he found a room that didn't seem small, but was filled with many things. Is the wand still easy to use? Anriel asked cheerfully, snapping her fingers as a measuring tape flew up by itself, starting to measure Regulus's body data. It was very handy and quite powerful. Regulus cooperated, clicking his tongue in amazement. Anriel is a wand maker, a fact that is known to very few outside of those directly involved. Take this one and give it a try. Anriel tossed a long rectangular box to Regulus. All right, this wand is made of blackthorn wood. Blackthorn wood is an extremely unusual material for wands, and wands made from this wood are very suitable for warriors. However, this does not mean that the owner of such a wand will necessarily use dark magic, although Regulus indeed does. Among those who use blackthorn wands are aurors and prisoners from Azkaban. The magic of this thorny tree lies in the fact that its fruits are sweetest after enduring the harshest frost. Similarly, wands made from this would seem to require going through trials and tribulations with their owners in order to truly become one. After carefully examining it for a moment, Aurelius shook his head. It didn't seem quite right. He handed Regulus another wand, this time made of cherry wood. Regardless of the core material, wands made of cherry would typically possess formidable power. Not good, next one. The next one was made of elm. Only purebloods can use elm wands to cast spells. This unfounded belief is undoubtedly a rumor spread by some holders of elm wands to prove their lineage, but in any case, Regulus is undoubtedly a pureblood. Elm is the least accident-prone among all wand woods. Wands made from this wood are the least likely to produce foolish mistakes and can cast the most elegant spells. Moreover, these wands are highly experienced. In the right hands, they can produce very advanced magic because they tend to favor a charismatic, skilled, and inherently noble master. The Black family is inherently noble. The wand seems quite suitable for Regulus, but it looks somewhat lacking in smoothness. Change it. Anriel made the decision that Regulus will be the first servant he resurrected. Even if it wasn't perfect, Anriel would do his best with what he could do now. Come back from the depths of death and protect the treasure you wish to guard. Anriel muttered something under his breath as he took out the wand. Made of yew wood, it measured 12.9 inches with a core made from the feathers of a night steed. Yew wands are closely tied to noble character. Wand makers know that when selling a yew wand, the holder before them is destined to die like a hero. Fortunately, in relatively peaceful times, the holders of yew wands rarely need to sacrifice their lives for justice, although most of them would be willing to do so if necessary. Unfortunately, this is not a peaceful time. Holders of such wands do not fear facing the darker sides of their own and others' humanity, just like Regulus does now. He has already died for the greater good once. Regulus waved the wand lightly, and a cold wind swept through the room, causing the temperature to drop several degrees in an instant. Good, this is it, Anriel happily said, choosing a wand for the dead. The howling of the sinister wind is certainly the most fitting expression. Anriel's thoughts stirred, and the layout of the wish fulfillment room began to change. Since the wand for Regulus had already been chosen, there was no need to display the remaining experimental items. This was actually a rather amusing room. In Anriel's wand chamber, those experimental items made from resurrection stones, each possessing about 90% of the legendary invincible wand's power, had piled up in the corner like discarded trash. If that group of obsessed individuals who were desperately pursuing the old wand saw this, they would go crazy. Once the room's layout stabilized, Anriel pulled over an armchair and sat down. Go ahead and sit. So Regulus sat down. Let's talk. Anriel smiled, and after Regulus sat down, he asked him, you used to believe in the pureblood theory, right? Yes. However, you are now someone who has died once. Do you have any other insights on this matter now? Regulus hesitated for a moment and nodded. Indeed, I do have some doubts about the pure blood theory now. The judgment of a bloodline's quality should be determined by the strength of the magical power passed down through that lineage. But I have seen too many mediocre wizards come from pure blood families and very powerful wizards, both male and female, from Muggle families. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, is there really a connection between magical ability and bloodline? Anriel quietly listened to the narration of this true genius, not interrupting until he finished speaking. You are quite good to be aware of this. Anriel said softly, do you know what immense advantage Muggles have? Regulus pondered for a moment, nodded, and asked, is it the number of people? Although it was a question, Regulus had already confirmed the answer. That's right, it's the number of people. Anriel stood up and walked to the window, leaving Regulus with a silhouette. Muggles have a population thousands, or even tens of thousands times larger than ours. Which means one thing. Anriel paused for a moment, seemingly giving Regulus time to react and think. That is, the probability of a great person being born among Muggles is much higher than that among wizards. Anriel raised his hand, and a white light flickered. Regulus looked over curiously, and in his eyes, a long iron box suddenly appeared in Anriel's hand, with an iron pipe embedded in the front. Do you know what this is? Anriel asked. I don't know. Regulus honestly shook his head. Anriel turned around and pressed the pistol in his hand against Regulus's forehead. This thing was a metal wand invented by Muggles, used for self-destruction. They called it a firearm. Regulus quietly felt the steel pressed against his forehead, almost as cold as his own body temperature, and listened to Anriel continue speaking. I have modified these interesting little gadgets and added some magical inscriptions, which you can understand as enchantments. Now, they can be used in all anti-Muggle magical fields. Anriella opened the safety. This one, named Glock 17, you can experience its power for yourself. Bang! A black hole appeared on Regulus's forehead, but no blood flowed out. He was shocked, astonished that such a small metal object could unleash such tremendous power. Anriel seized the opportunity to explain. This type is called a pistol, and as the name suggests, it is a portable, single-person handheld firearm. There is also another type called a rifle. Even in the Muggle world, there exists a type of machine gun which fires something called bullets, and they can even be fired in a continuous line. Anriel removed the magazine from his handgun and showed Regulus what had just pierced his skull. The bullet hole had already healed back to its original state, but Regulus knew very well that this was because he was dead. If it had been an ordinary wizard, Once the bullet was able to penetrate, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. This was astonishing. Regulus pressed his lips together, feeling a bit dry. The lethal weapon manufactured by Muggles had deeply shocked him. So, Master, what is your opinion? Regulus keenly realized that Anriel was not simply introducing this iron box called a handgun. My opinion? Hee. It may face resistance and obstruction from both the Muggle and wizarding worlds at the same time. Anriel chuckled a couple of times. Regulus's eyes widened slightly, and he lowered his head. I would like to hear more. What I envision is a future where Muggles and wizards walk together towards a more reasonable existence and a greater evolution. I'm not an extreme blood purist. One might even say I am a proponent of a new ideology, which I will tentatively call blood neutrality. What I advocate is a society that is fundamentally based on Muggles, encouraging the wizarding community to intermarry with Muggles, thereby increasing the occurrence of Muggle-born wizards, and promoting the use of magic to improve Muggle technology. Anriel spoke slowly, and Regulus became increasingly alarmed as he listened. This kind of assertion surpassed even Anriel's father. Gellert Grindelwald. Is this what Grindelwald II is like? Grindelwald's ideology of enslaving Muggles still garnered support from extreme groups within the wizarding world. Anriel would offend both extreme groups at once. However, Regulus keenly noticed again, Anriel's vision, setting aside racial prejudices, is more reasonable. This idea may simultaneously offend the radical extremists of both the Muggle world and the wizarding world. However, it may also gain the support of progressive elements from both sides. Perhaps this is what makes Anriel unique. A greater good. The future of this brand new idea is chaotic, uncertain, and invisible. But if we look at the idea itself, disregarding its prospects, to be honest, Regulus's heart was deeply moved. After experiencing that mind-expanding power, a way to combine the advantages of both sides was presented before him. It is precisely because Regulus is dead and does not breathe. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be in a state of excitement, with rapid breathing and increased blood flow. Anriel could clearly see this reaction in him. So, what do you think, Regulus? Regulus slowly stood up from his chair, walked step by step to kneel behind Anriel, who was facing the blazing sun once again, and said, "Yes, my lord." Anriel does not need any fire shield spells to test the loyalty of his subordinates. Because Regulus is a dead man, under the effect of the resurrection stone, he was pulled up from that coffin-like lake, forcefully dragged back from the afterlife that no one could ever leave. He has no possibility of betraying Anriel. He wouldn't do that. Very good. Anriel turned halfway, the blazing sunlight casting a layer of incredibly divine and dazzling brilliance over him. You know the 5 major exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Substances that cannot be created out of thin air do not include steel and gunpowder. Anriel clapped his hands and took out the various firearm blueprints he had drawn up long ago, revealing a devilish smile. Let's see. Regulus, you're a genius. You can do it. A few minutes later, only Anriel left the wish-granting house. The smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Anriel still underestimated Regulus's abilities. After mastering the crafting of parts and the engraving of rifling, Regulus alone has become a complete arms chain. He no longer needs to produce parts first and then assemble them. Before Anriel went out, Regulus had just made his first MG-42 machine gun, complete with a value pack of 2,400 rounds of ammunition, effective against Jews. This was a cloth-tearing machine without the various barrel problems thanks to the magical coating. It's really unimaginable. Regulus seemed to be enjoying himself, so Anriel simply let him play by himself. Woman doesn't like this. Anriel had nothing else to do, so he wandered back to the Ravenclaw common room. As he passed by a window, he saw a tan pug by the Quidditch pitch. He thought of Sirius. It was likely that Sirius could never have imagined that his long-dead brother not only came back to life, but was also secretly plotting against him with a 14-year-old boy using Muggle technology at Hogwarts. This world must have gone mad, right? Not to mention Sirius himself. Even Anriel, considering things from Sirius's perspective, found it all rather bizarre. A week later, during this week, aside from a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, nothing much happened. Even that match was of little concern to Anriel, as long as Luna didn't go to watch. The whole Quidditch thing had nothing to do with him. Which team defeated which and how the rankings changed was irrelevant to him. Anriel really couldn't muster any interest in caring about this matter. Instead, what concerned Anriel more was this. He went to ask Lupin if Harry had come to him to learn the Patronus charm. Lupin appeared confused and was unaware of this matter. Considering that Professor McGonagall had already checked the situation with the firebolt, it seemed that Mr. Potter was completely immersed in Quidditch. He had completely forgotten about the Dementors. This was also related to Anriel having hunted all the Dementors around the school. However, when Anriel saw Harry Potter again, he seemed to be quite troubled. What was going on now? This was Anriel talking to himself. He didn't have the habit of getting too close to Harry Potter whenever something happened. However, seeing that the trio was now reduced to just two, Anriel could roughly guess what had happened. It must be said that for Sirius, Crookshanks was indeed a good cat. Anriel didn't know whether this ginger cat sensed that Sirius wasn't a bad person or if it felt the malice coming from that mouse. But in any case, this cat scared Wormtail into playing dead again, and its achievements are noteworthy, making it Sirius's ace teammate. "I'm fine, sniffle," Hermione sobbed, facing a somewhat speechless Anriel. He really just came to the library to browse. Who would have thought that Hermione was now so mentally strained? After exchanging greetings with Anriel, the girl inexplicably buried her head in her arms and started to shut down. Fortunately, Anriel was quick on his feet and cast a silencing charm. Otherwise, Madame Pants wouldn't care what his identity was. Even Dumbledore was scolded by Madame Pants last time he ate chocolate in the library. All right, stop crying for now. Tell me what's going on." Anriel pulled out 2 tissues and handed them to Hermione. After Hermione took them, she looked up at Anriel and nervously glanced around. Yes. Ron was also influenced by Anriel, and the trio had somewhat changed in character. Hermione was now quite obedient to Anriel, which was not an exaggeration. The reason she was acting so sneakily was that the time turner was given to her by Professor McGonagall, and no one else could know about it besides the professor. Yet, she still took it out to show Anriel. Of course, it could also be because Anriel was someone who could be equated with the professor's position. However, Anriel was not bold enough to take the time turner directly. He subtly shifted towards the back of the chair, unnoticed by Hermione. "Put away, Hermione. Your problem doesn't lie with it." Anriel looked at the crystal hourglass in Hermione's palm, which lay flat but did not hinder the fine sand from flowing from one end to the other, and gently spoke. Hermione's emotions were quite unstable at the moment, and she felt very confused. Specifically, she was experiencing time disorder syndrome and a certain degree of anxiety due to the time turner. Moreover, while she felt sorry for Ron, she also felt wronged by his aggressive attitude. In Hermione's perception, it was a normal and reasonable thing for a cat to catch a mouse, something she could not control. Furthermore, it was an old mouse like Bambi, which she considered not worth destroying their friendship over. Anriel is a bit confused. That's right, this is not what Anriel guessed, but what the spirit of the camera read out. You are under a lot of pressure right now. Why not try to reduce a few subjects that you absolutely do not need to study, or that you completely do not want to study? Anriel reached out and pulled over the thick book spread out in front of Hermione, glancing at the cover. The Mysteries of Divination, Philosophy in Black Cats, Clouds, and Tea Leaves. I know you're not interested in this subject at all, yet you're still forcing yourself, torturing yourself. Anriel glanced at Hermione before starting to read the book. A look of conflict appeared on Hermione's face, and after a moment, she nodded slightly. It seemed that even in divination class, giving up a subject based on someone else's advice was still a difficult thing for Hermione at this moment. However, since it was Anriel, she seemed to find it a bit easier to accept. Then I suggested that you directly explain to Ron that you feel very sorry about his rat, but a dead rat cannot be more important than a living person. If he still maintains a stubborn attitude, tell him that Mouse deserves to die, I say. Hermione's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. A flicker of fear crossed her face. Although she was emotionally stirred, it did not cloud her thinking. Because she was Hermione Jane Granger. After weighing the importance of 2 matters in her mind and considering the pros and cons, she spoke decisively. Anriel, on Christmas Eve, I, Harry, and Ron were at the 3 Broomsticks. After some reflection, Hermione felt that the seriousness of confessing to eavesdropping was much lighter than the situation with Sirius Black. Anriel nodded affirmatively. And then, did you all hear that? We all heard. Hermione's voice trembled. Why the hell should that mouse die? Haven't you already guessed? Anriel flipped to a page in the divination book and pushed it back in front of Hermione. The content on that page was fog analysis. Mouse often interpreted as a despicable person or a thief. The crouching mouse often signifies a concealed coward. When Hermione bought Crookshanks in Diagon Alley, the shop assistant had told Ron that, barring any accidents, an ordinary garden mouse could only live for 3 to 5 years. Yet, Scabbers had lived for a full 12 years at the Weasley house. Hermione was not Ron. She had not lived with Scabbers, so she could notice the most unusual aspect of this. Additionally, due to the defense against the dark arts class taught by Snape in place of Lupin, Hermione already knew about Lupin's werewolf identity. Werewolf Lupin and Sirius, James Potter, and Peter were friends, and the ordinary mouse that had lived for 12 years had not been discovered to be Sirius. Although she was incredibly shocked, Hermione believed this was the truth, especially after Anriel acknowledged it. But at that moment, fear filled her entire body. A murderer. The Weasley family had coexisted with a murderer for 12 years, and Harry was now in danger too. Hermione immediately wanted to stand up and rush out of the library, but a gentle yet irresistible force held her down, making her sit back in her chair. Is there something urgent you need to do? Anriel squinted his eyes and asked with a smile. Hermione flusteredly explained everything, including her reasoning process, in a confused manner. Well, you put in a lot of effort. So what's next? Anriel smiled and asked Hermione back. Yeah, what was I worried about? Hermione was momentarily stunned. Since Anriel hadn't said anything even to Dumbledore, it should be fine. No, she shouldn't think that way. It was more likely that Anriel and Dumbledore had already come up with a response, but deemed it unnecessary to tell us, ordinary third-year students. So Hermione sat down and then thought of another thing. This made her a bit calmer. The thing was, even if she went to tell Harry and the others about this news, Ron wouldn't believe her. It would only exacerbate the already sharp conflict between her and Ron without any effect. Because Peter Pettigrew, or rather Wormtail, was now missing. If he couldn't be found, not only would she have no evidence, but it also seemed that Harry and Ron weren't in too much danger at the moment. Sure enough, Anriel's next words were like a reassurance that allowed Hermione to completely relax. In every sense, Peter Pettigrew is a very cowardly guy. He won't take any action until he is absolutely sure, which is why he's been hiding for 12 years. So what should we do now? Hermione asked Anriel. Anriel did not answer. Then, Hermione realized and nodded to indicate that she would explain the situation about Crookshanks to Ron, while also adjusting her own mental state. Anriel really cares like a brother. Hermione Granger. What are you thinking? Anriel is someone who has a girlfriend. Hermione blushed for a moment, but Anriel was closing his eyes to rest and didn't notice. In fact, even if he had noticed, his response would simply be a straightforward miss. Please have some self-respect. Even if Anriel's charm was truly at such a level that it could attract three important opposite-sex characters at the same time, the way he handled Ginny's feelings and Hermione's feelings would inevitably be completely different. Although both of them have strong personalities, Ginny became bolder in expressing her emotions after the Chamber of Secrets incident. Rejecting her cannot be too direct, or it might easily create an enemy. She is the kind of woman who appears strong, but deeply needs a spiritual support in her heart. Anriel intends to attract her with his own thoughts, thereby cultivating a reliable assistant. In contrast, if he is not firm enough in rejecting Hermione, it is likely to provoke her competitive spirit. She has a latent vanity, a pride in her own intelligence, and her personality is one that appears softer than Ginny's, yet is actually quite stubborn. She would think that the reason for her rejection is that she is not excellent enough at the moment, rather than the real reason. Hermione's character determines that she cannot be a loyal subordinate. After all, she is destined to be the future Minister of Magic. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione pushed open the door of the portrait hole and bent down to enter. The common room was empty, with no one around. Hermione pulled over an armchair and sat by the fireplace. She felt that this was the first time since the start of the school year, after having to deal with that damn timetable, that she felt so relaxed. She had just gone to find Professor McGonagall and told her that she would not continue with divination. When Professor McGonagall asked her the reason, Hermione uncharacteristically hesitated, shaking her head with a slight blush. However, this reaction was already a sufficiently clear answer for Professor McGonagall. Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall did not point it out. As from her experience, a girl experiencing such infatuation would not give up unless she suffered a heartbreak from her crush. After observing Hermione's mental state for a moment, Professor McGonagall deemed that she was fine and let her return to the common room. Now, Hermione was curled up in the chair, contemplating how to tell Ron about this matter. She had plenty of time, since today was the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Slytherin had surprisingly lost to Ravenclaw, which is why Gryffindor had to face Ravenclaw again. If they won, both Gryffindor and Slytherin would compete for first place. If they lost, Slytherin's points would basically be guaranteed, with the other three houses each losing one match. Hermione pursed her lips and kicked the Quidditch rules out of her mind. Anriel said directly that a dead mouse could never be more important than a living person. Indeed, how could a dead mouse possibly be more important than the friendship between living friends? Moreover, that mouse isn't dead yet. Can we talk about this with Harry and the others? Hermione thought for a moment and realized that Anriel hadn't told her how to approach this matter. It would depend on her mood. She would see what Ron intended to do. If he remained as stubborn as a mule, then she wouldn't tell him. Hermione quickly replayed the scenario in her mind and nodded in satisfaction. The waiting time is often exceedingly long, and the concern over this matter would severely stretch this torment. After an unknown period, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Hermione knew, without waiting for someone to open the door, that Gryffindor must have won. The portrait hole swung open, and a cheer erupted. Hermione closed the book in her hands and waited quietly. A group of boys and girls, all dressed in bright red and gold robes, held noisy objects or delicious candies in their hands. The cheering was very loud, and that was Hermione's only thought. She was in the Gryffindor common room, but felt as if she didn't belong there. When Fred and George started distributing various candies, Hermione finally spotted the celebrated Harry Potter surrounded by the crowd. Her tense expression softened a little. However, she then noticed Ron's figure appear across from her, still pretending not to see her. Hermione's face tensed up again. Then Harry noticed Hermione and walked towards her. Fred and George exchanged glances and whistled. Hermione saw Ron's face suddenly turn sour. An inexplicable sense of vindication rose within her. Hermione, are you okay?" Harry said in a standard central air conditioning tone. "No, I'm fine. Nothing's wrong," Hermione replied, her tone carrying a hint of cheerfulness. Shouldn't it be Ron who had something to worry about since his rat died? Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. It didn't sound like something Hermione would say, and it sounded quite harsh. He didn't know how to respond. However, Harry just didn't know how to continue the conversation, while Ron, who had been eavesdropping, was blushing furiously. His face turned bright red, and the freckles on it seemed to shine. It looked like Hermione hadn't just said something, but had punched him. He was now in a state of frustration, wanting to retort, but not wanting to expose the fact that he had been eavesdropping, which would embarrass him. The key was that Ron was the type who got more flustered and tongue-tied the more agitated he became, making it even harder to argue. After the atmosphere shifted quietly, the slow-witted Harry Potter finally realized that Ron was probably eavesdropping behind him. Hermione, ever since Scabbers died, Ron's been in a bad mood, so could you maybe just apologize to him a little?" Harry forced a smile, sounding a bit lacking in confidence as he spoke haltingly. To everyone's surprise, Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Apologize? Oh, I feel really sorry about his rat, but I don't think I have anything to apologize for." Before Harry could say anything, Ron could no longer sit still. "Hermione Granger, how dare you? Your cat ate my rat." The atmosphere in the common room suddenly cooled, and the celebrating crowd exchanged glances. Fred and George looked at each other and quickly came over to mediate. "Hey, little Ronnie, don't be like that. It was just a rat." "Yeah, it was just a useless piece of junk that Percy didn't want. Look, we'll buy you a new one. A new rat, or whatever else you want. Just not an owl." Then, the two turned to the crowd with 50 similarity in movement, waving their hands. They turned in opposite directions. The other Gryffindor students had celebrated long enough, and thinking this wasn't too much of a spectacle, referring to a girl and two boys arguing, they gradually returned to their dorms to rest. Fred and George looked at the trio. After their interruption, the tension in the atmosphere had lessened. Ron was still red-faced, but had changed his approach, now glaring angrily. Hermione smiled coldly, her expression indifferent, and stared back at Ron defiantly. She had intended to talk to Ron properly. Unfortunately, this guy still had that attitude, looking all bitter and resentful, which made her furious. "Fine, then let us not talk nicely. My cat ate your rat," Hermione seemed to confirm, speaking slowly. Ron's face lit up like a warning light, his freckles glowing red with anger. "Then you," he said. "I don't see what the problem is, Ronald Weasley," Hermione said coldly, her tone resembling Snape's when he favored Malfoy. "Cats eat mice, it's only natural." She paused, not giving Ron any chance to explode. "Moreover, I already said I feel sorry about it." The words were fine, but they sounded even more sarcastic. You, what about me? The problem is you, Ron, for not taking care of your pet rat, while expecting me to suppress my cat's instinctive reactions. Can you really say this is my fault?" Although she didn't know where she learned to turn the tables like this, it seemed to be a T0 version move. In any case, Ron, who was slow with words, had little chance of winning a verbal battle against Hermione, who was fully prepared and in attack mode thanks to Anriel's adjustment. If it weren't for the Weasley twins and Harry holding him back, Ron would have likely charged at Hermione to punch her. "Hermione, just apologize a little." George quietly leaned over to Hermione and said softly. Hermione shook her head. "It's not that I don't want to, it's that he doesn't accept it. And this is far more complicated than you think." She looked at the four people present, thought for a moment, and added, "That rat should have died long ago." No one understood. Hermione seemed to have a realization. She seemed to understand a bit why Anriel didn't want her to disclose this matter. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? Hermione stood up and looked at Ron with disdain. Yes, it was disdain. When a person knows the truth but cannot reveal it for some reason, two feelings typically arise. The first is anxiety and impatience, worrying for those who are unaware. The second is a sense of superiority, stemming from the feeling of knowing the truth while perceiving others as too lowly to be told. For someone like Hermione, this sense of superiority is even stronger. It is evident from her enjoyment in class when she is the first and often the only one to answer questions. Even when she learned from Snape's class that Lupin was a werewolf, she relished the secret she kept to herself, not telling any of her closer friends. Perhaps she was trying to prevent Lupin from being fired, but more importantly, it was an innate pride within her. She had a proud soul. If you don't have anything important, I'm going to bed, excuse me. She turned and walked up the stairs to the girls' dormitory without looking back at the four stun boys. Harry and Ron returned to their dormitory to sleep, and it seemed that no one was particularly happy. The good mood brought on by winning the Quidditch match had been soured by this incident. The two got dressed, washed up, and went to bed. Until a piercing scream shattered the night. What happened? Ron? Is that you? Harry fumbled to put his glasses on his nose and rolled out of bed. That guy. Black. Sirius Black. Ron clutched half of the curtain, his face pale with fear, and there were indeed jagged tear marks on the curtain. He was right there. His big hands pulled the curtain open. Ron seemed to be very frightened, and the other three in the room had to listen as he described the encounter with Sirius Black in the language of a child under 10. In just a few minutes, those who should have arrived had not yet shown up, while those who shouldn't have are already there. Harry wished that the person handling the situation was Dumbledore, or McGonagall, or Lupin, or anyone else. Just not. Potter, Weasley, you just said that Sirius Black broke into your common room, entered your bedroom, and stood at Weasley's bed, tearing open his curtains? Severe as Snape's cold. Icy gaze swept over the four in Harry's bedroom. Yes. Harry swallowed hard and squeezed out the last word through clenched teeth. Professor. Nonsense. Snape uttered a few words in his usual oily tone. Potter and his little friends have filled their heads with too many unrealistic fantasies and are now being pursued in a dream by some foolish and arrogant murderer, narrowly escaping murder. Snape's tone was mocking as he flicked his wand, causing the half-torn curtain to unfurl in the air. Professor, why isn't Professor McGonagall handling this? Ron spoke not out of hatred for Snape like Harry did. He didn't care about Snape's tone and manner. He was terrified. Right now, Ron only cared about one thing: that Snape did not provide the same sense of security as Professor McGonagall. McGonagall. Snape disdainfully flicked his wand, tossing the curtain that Sirius had torn aside as if it were something disgustingly filthy. She is not young anymore. We shouldn't disturb her sleep over such trivial matters. No, this is not a trivial matter. Ron's face was filled with terror. I have nothing I should do, Mr. Weasley, Snape said harshly. Due to your lack of upbringing, Gryffindor loses 10 points. There will be no deranged murderer standing at your bed with a knife or furry claws wanting to kill you. We will simply discover that it was your extremely ugly sleeping posture that caused you to pull the curtain down from your bed, which resulted in those tear marks. As for the way this is handled, you should feel fortunate, as I am on duty tonight. If it were that guy. Snape's lips pressed thin. He might not even bother with you. Snape left. Who was he talking about? He was talking about Lupin. Snape had confirmed that Sirius had indeed infiltrated the school. Will Anriel take care of it? Snape didn't know, but he accidentally guessed right that Anriel indeed wouldn't bother with this matter. Anyway, no one would get hurt, so whatever happens, happens. If this kind of trivial matter delays my sleep time at night, then who will make up for the time I lack with Luna in the common room? The next day, Anriel woke up with the fragrant little Luna in his arms, opening his eyes and starting his beautiful day with a sweet kiss. It was in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room and the thrilling events in the Gryffindor dormitory yesterday. It was a good morning kiss. Luna was awakened by him, and after half a second, she realized what Anriel had just done and decisively kissed him back. Can't let him have the upper hand. So she kissed him back, laughs. After a bit of playful banter, the two of them washed up and changed clothes, getting ready to go downstairs for breakfast. Then they noticed that the atmosphere in the Great Hall was a bit off. What's going on? Tell me about it. Anriel identified that the source of the oppressive atmosphere was the Gryffindor table. So he stopped two people who looked like they knew what was going on as he passed by. Well, actually, we're not too sure either. But Ron said that he suddenly woke up last night and saw Fred and George talking to each other with such a level of understanding. That's what you call a tacit agreement. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously uttered the name, Sirius Black. They added, moreover, although the lionhead door knocker at the entrance is intact, the original portrait door has been hollowed out. This means that what Ron said is likely true. Anriel understood. Sirius was now acting nervously. Perhaps he attributed all the mistakes to little Peter, which made him so eager to catch this mouse to prove his innocence. Well, maybe Sirius just wanted to tear this guy to pieces without any process of proving his innocence. Sirius's recklessness was evident to all, so this was entirely possible. After thanking Gemini, Anriel took Luna to the Ravenclaw table to enjoy breakfast. However, suddenly, a school barn owl flew towards Anriel and dropped a parchment note it was clutching in its claws beside Anriel's bowl of porridge. Anriel raised an eyebrow. Bashida had already returned to America. Who would still write him a note? Who could it be? Luna also leaned over to take a look. I don't know. Anriel raised his finger while speaking, causing the note to unfold in midair. Dear Anriel, could I trouble you to come to my hut for a cup of tea with Hermione around 5 o'clock this afternoon? She said she would help me organize Buckbeak's files. Dumbledore said today that students are not allowed to leave the castle alone. You will help. The entire sentence is crossed out. Only these 3 words are legible. Thank you very much. Hagrid. Anriel moved the note aside, and Luna reached out to grab it. After reading it, she looked at Anriel with some confusion. Why didn't he come to the castle to pick her up himself? Anriel thought for a moment and said, perhaps Hagrid's guests today aren't just Hermione. Maybe Hagrid wants to ease the relationship between Ron and Hermione? Anriel thought uncertainly. For a moment, he really couldn't figure out what Hagrid wanted to do. If Hagrid wanted to mediate between Ron and Hermione, why would he involve me? Or maybe he just hadn't thought that much. So, do you want to go along? Anriel asked Luna. Can I? Luna seemed quite happy. Yes, but it's better not to eat anything at Hagrid's. Anriel spoke in a relaxed tone. So, Anriel found Hermione and told her about the matter. Hermione slapped her forehead, ran back to the Gryffindor common room, and pulled out a large stack of parchment. Anriel packed these things into a non-existent box. Hermione hasn't learned the undetectable extension charm yet, let alone such an unbelievable operation as Anriel's. 10 minutes before 5 o'clock, Anriel, along with Luna and Hermione, appeared in front of Hagrid's hut. He glanced around, noticing Luna, who seemed restless, raised an eyebrow, and stepped forward to knock on the door. Who is it? Oh, you guys are here, come in. Hagrid opened the door and stepped aside after seeing who it was. Good afternoon, Hagrid. Hagrid greeted them and glanced at his wilder-than-usual hair. You look like you're in bad shape because of Buckbeak? Hagrid took a deep breath, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, he deflated like a balloon, leaning his beast-hunting crossbow against the corner and plopping down on the sofa. Hope is slim for Buckbeak, Malfoy, and the Ministry of Magical Creatures, Hagrid muttered, burying his hands in his thick beard to support his face. Hagrid, cheer up. If even you give up, then Buckbeak really is doomed. Hermione raised her voice a notch, trying to get Hagrid's attention. She's right, Luna softly murmured. Hagrid looked up at the 2 girls who were trying to encourage him in their own way and sadly nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. By the way, Hermione, I heard you had a falling out with Ron? Is that true? Hagrid paused, his expression becoming more serious. Only at times like this did he seem like an old-fashioned adult. Yes, that's true, Hermione admitted candidly. Anriel raised an eyebrow at the relationship between Ron and Hermione. Her current attitude of complete indifference seemed even more detrimental. But let her be. Can you give a rough idea? Hagrid asked. Sure, Hermione pondered for a few seconds, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Basically, my cat Crookshanks ate his rat Scabbers. Then I thought about apologizing to him, but he insisted that I either get rid of Crookshanks or, say, throw him away. Otherwise, he wouldn't accept my apology. He believes Crookshanks is a crazy cat. She shrugged. After trying 3 times, I've given up now. Hagrid furrowed his brow tightly. But, Hermione, you should understand the significance of a pet, both for him and for you. He got up and went in the back room, bringing out a plate of suspicious brown, oval-shaped cereal products. Luna spun around, eyeing the plate of biscuits, and you could clearly see a desire to say, why don't I give it a try? Hermione, clearly having experienced the power of these biscuits before, simply picked up the teapot that was placed with the biscuits on the tray and poured a cup for each of the 4 people present. Anriel picked up the teacup and sniffed it. It should be barley tea. He looked at Hagrid, but Hagrid wasn't looking at him. So, should he take a sip? Anriel raised the cup and took a small sip. Very good, not barley. Sage and dandelion. Surprisingly, Luna picked up the teacup, sniffed it, and after taking a small sip like Anriel, actually provided the recipe. It's definitely those 2. Hagrid looked a bit pleased, but he only turned to Luna and gave her a glance, then continued to speak to Hermione. Although it might not be appropriate for me to say this. Your friendship should be much more important than a pet. Hermione nodded in agreement. Hagrid, you're right, but I've also realized something. What is it? Hagrid asked, confused. Friendship requires mutual maintenance. Hermione said firmly. I can say that the importance of friendship far exceeds that of a rat or a cat. I indeed thought so before. But he clearly doesn't think so. Hermione's voice sounded cold. So now, his importance to me is no longer as great as that of my cat. Anriel quietly listened beside them, exhaling steam that should have appeared after finishing a whole cup of hot tea, but since he is an artificial human, it doesn't matter. Luna's eyes curved with a smile, her gaze constantly shifting between Anriel and Hermione, and finally, she sighed silently. Hermione had already found a reason to justify Anriel's twisted logic and then convinced herself. Perhaps it could also be referred to as having a great scholar defend my arguments. If Ron's importance to Hermione is based on a utilitarian perspective, then a problem arises. No matter what, a person's value is greater than that of a cat. However, if we do not consider it from a utilitarian perspective, then from the very beginning, a person is more important than a mouse or a cat. Therefore, this argument has been fallacious from the start. Luna vaguely guessed that Anriel had his own future to pursue, but she was unclear about Hermione's position in it. She hoped she wasn't a pawn. Even though the two of them had completely different ways of dealing with the world, she still had a good impression of Hermione. But if she truly was a pawn, Luna moved closer to Anriel, snuggling into her boyfriend's embrace, sipping the tea in small sips. I love you. No matter what you choose to do, whether you are good or evil. Hermione noticed Hagrid seemed to want to persuade her about something, so she quickly interjected before him. All right, Hagrid, I know how to handle my own matters. What is more crucial today is Buckbeak's situation. Okay then. Hagrid could only nod, then took a few seconds to adjust himself to feeling sad for Buckbeak. The conversation had reached this point, and Anriel realized Hagrid really did not have any other intentions in asking her to bring Hermione over. He had overthought it, imagining Hagrid to be more complicated than he really was. Facepalm. Anriel and Luna couldn't help much, because they were going through typical case files instead of a magical creature trivia quiz. So with some free time on her hands, Luna set her sights on the plate of rock cakes. It turned out that most humans, especially human children, have a tendency to not look back until they hit a wall. Luna tilted her head back and looked at Anriel with her big, sparkling eyes, saying nothing, just staring. Anriel rubbed her forehead in frustration and said, Luna, well, if you want to try it, go ahead. Then Anriel's tone became serious. Don't use too much force to bite into Hagrid's rock cake. No one other than him can calmly gnaw on it. Luna let out a soft "oh," leaned forward, and reached for the plate of rock cake. When her fingertips touched the piece of cake, her expression changed slightly, filled with disbelief. Is it really stone? You chose it yourself. Anriel shrugged and gave a mischievous smile. Luna angrily extended her other little fist to poke his waist, but was caught by the big lecher who wrapped his arms around her. Now, Luna had one hand around Anriel's waist and the other holding a piece of rock pastry. Slow down, don't bite it directly. Anriel emphasized again. Fortunately, Luna listened to the advice, at least Anriel's advice. Psychological expectation 1. Hard to the point of being outrageous. She carefully placed the cake next to her nose and sniffed. Salt. Psychological expectation 2. It might be very salty. Luna looked around, and Hagrid was turning his back to her and Anriel, rummaging through documents. Hermione, across from Hagrid, noticed Luna and the rock cake in her hand. Hermione's eyes widened, and she was anxiously mouthing something. It looked like, please no, don't do it. The office gif. Luna understood, and a strange competitive desire rose in her heart. Psychological expectation 3. It would be hard to eat, very hard to eat, especially hard to eat. Knowing it's a stone, why not avoid it? Not only a stone, but also a historical one. Brain, okay, I'll eat it. Luna brought the rock cake to her pink lips, revealing 2 small white teeth. Like a little rabbit sneaking a carrot. Bite. Another bite. Ugh. Didn't bite through. Luna's little face scrunched up, pulling the unknown hard material away a bit to take a careful look. At least, it left a small row of white marks. Luna smacked her lips and gave her own review. Classic British cuisine, the kind that's pre-made. Hagrid didn't care about the situation on Anriel's side. His mind was full of Buckbeak. The documents Hermione brought seemed to give him some confidence, motivating him to prepare for Buckbeak's hearing. He looked at the clock and exclaimed, My goodness, Merlin above, it's this late? You should head back to the castle. Anriel looked at Hagrid with a expression. No, if you're going to make excuses, at least come up with something plausible, right? I'm still here, aren't I? Is the curfew useful? This clumsy cover-up is almost certain to be exposed, especially since Hagrid invited others this afternoon, like Harry and Ron. Well, since you say so, let's go, Hermione. Luna's in my arms. No need to call her. During this little tea party today, whose theme remains unknown, not a single word was mentioned about Ron's attack last Saturday. To be honest, Anriel was quite curious about how Hagrid would persuade Ron later. But it didn't really matter if she didn't know. Anriel returned to the castle with 2 young girls. This Saturday morning, today is the day Hogsmeade is open. It is well known that Harry Potter, before his 4th year, was not allowed to go to Hogsmeade. And it is also well known that Potter has never been one to follow the rules, Snape's tone. Anriel sent Luna to class and then started wandering around the 4th floor. As for whether Harry's Marauder's map could detect him, Anriel's response was, the activity map can indeed show every active person, but can it also show a moving corpse? Anriel's undead lord form is essentially a moving corpse. From this perspective, Anriel's soul perception circle is countless times better than the living point map. However, this is natural, as James and the other 2 were very young when they created the living point map. Compared to Anriel, they just lacked a powerful father. He wandered around the 4th floor until he saw a sneaky figure next to an ugly, hunchbacked, one-eyed witch statue. No typo, haha. Anriel didn't see Navi. Harry, what are you doing here? Anriel saw Harry jump almost in fright, the Marauder's map slipping from his hands and falling to the ground. Harry instinctively bent down to pick it up. The Marauder's map flew over. Anriel said calmly. The map rolled itself up and flew into Anriel's hand. What? Harry was even more surprised. He didn't understand why Anriel knew about the existence of the Marauder's map. Did Ron or Hermione spill the beans? A small seed of doubt was unintentionally sown, not knowing when it would wither and die, or whether it would take root and sprout in an unnoticed corner. Answer my question, Harry, what are you doing here? Anriel didn't open the Marauder's map, because as soon as he got the map, he already understood its principles. It's hard to imagine that James, Sirius, and Lupin were able to cast such an exquisite detection spell when they were still students. The design of the Marauder's map is incredibly clever. It's like a bug attached to Hogwarts' magical defense system, or it might be more appropriate to call it a DLC plugin, because the map itself is not harmful to the magical barrier. It merely uses the coverage of the protective barrier to observe others. I'll come. I'll go for a walk to digest it. Harry stammered, finally coming up with a lame excuse. Anriel raised an eyebrow. Does he look like a very foolish person? However, making Harry Potter uncomfortable is not Anriel's specialty. The more professional one is already on the way. What a cursed fate. The sound of footsteps echoed around the corner of the 4th floor staircase, and given the current situation, it was obviously not Neville. Moments later, Severus Snape's shadowy face appeared before Anriel. He and Anriel formed a sandwich with Harry stuck in the middle. Harry's expression looked like he was about to break. Potter and Anriel. Snape nodded slightly at Anriel, then stepped toward Harry one step at a time. Anriel had participated in the patrol of Sirius Black today, so he was qualified to be in any area of the castle. But Mr. Potter was accustomed to appearing in various unknown secret areas. He had some sort of ancestral. Snape paused with malice, then said sarcastically, a spirit of adventure. And this was clearly inappropriate. What Snape was about to say next was already on the tip of his tongue. Gryffindor would be losing 10 points for this. Harry's face paled a bit, but it wasn't he because Snape deducted points from Gryffindor. Moreover, the points he deducted this time were relatively few. Harry was panicking because Snape was walking toward the one-eyed witch statue. He had just finished a spell to separate left and right and hadn't had time to crawl in. At that moment, every second of Snape's slow pacing seemed to stretch infinitely. Oh, what is this? Snape's eyes lit up, and his smooth voice carried a hint of joy. A secret passage? Huh. Harry's breath caught, his vision darkening, feeling that today he would not escape death. Help! His pleading gaze slowly shifted toward Anriel. Then Harry grew even more desperate. The still legible Marauder's map was spread open in Anriel's hands, and he even showed a very interested expression. Harry wondered if there was any situation that could be worse than this. It shouldn't be, right? Should it? Potter? And Severus? And Anriel? What are you doing here? A calm female voice came. Ah, what a coincidence. Minerva. A sinister smile appeared on Snape's face. The last trace of color drained from Harry's face. Let him die. Quickly, hurry up. It seems we have stumbled upon something very interesting. Snape, as we clearly referred to Anriel and himself, at most including Professor McGonagall. Look, Minerva. Snape stepped aside, revealing the crack in the one-eyed hunchbacked witch statue behind him. The crack was large enough for a person to crawl through, leading to a dark tunnel below. Professor McGonagall's mouth fell open. Surprise and anger appeared simultaneously on her face. Mr. Potter, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Professor McGonagall turned to Harry with a cold, serious expression and asked. Harry's face was pale, stammering. I don't know, Professor. Anriel watched the scene with great interest. Harry Potter could no longer be considered merely unlucky. This was like being possessed by a comet. Why was Minerva McGonagall appearing in the corridor on the 4th floor? It should be noted that there are no particularly interesting facilities on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, regardless of who you are. The old classroom that housed the Philosopher's Stone was located on the 4th floor, and this level itself has many old classrooms. There's also the trophy room, showcasing various dull histories, and most people come here for the first time because they were punished by Filch and have to do community service for free. Lastly, there's the charms classroom. Other than that, sorry, but there's really nothing else on the 4th floor. The reason Minerva McGonagall was on the 4th floor today was related to the last facility mentioned. She was there to find Professor Flitwick in the charms classroom. The reason was connected to Sirius Black. During his last intrusion into the Gryffindor common room, he had damaged the lion-headed knocker in the mural entrance. Professor McGonagall had come to ask Professor Flitwick to cast a few protective spells, and as luck would have it, while passing by, McGonagall heard Snape's greasy voice. Her old rival. It was possible that Snape was currently bullying the children from her house. With this consideration in mind, Minerva McGonagall hurried around the corner of the stairs. Well then, so let us guess where this mysterious passage leads. Snape bent down and fiddled with the dirt on the ground. I think there is a high probability it leads to Hogsmeade, right? Snape tried it out, drew his wand, and slowly walked into the crack. Anriel was quite aware of what Snape was thinking at that moment. From Snape's perspective, all he needed was to ensure that Harry Potter did not die. As for Harry's happiness, what did it have to do with Snape? Allowing this person who bore James Potter's face to find happiness was hardly better than killing Snape outright. Locking Harry up was undoubtedly a great temptation for Snape, and it carried little risk. After all, if the person on the other side was really a werewolf turned Remus Lupin, Snape would have known about that passage long ago, wouldn't he? Let me see. Snape's voice grew fainter as he moved further from the entrance. Harry dared not move, as Professor McGonagall was staring at him with a murderous gaze. The empty corridor echoed with the creaking of floorboards. It was probably Snape pushing the floorboards of the Honeyduck's basement. After a while, Snape returned. Anriel shrugged. He probably knew what was waiting for Harry, but that had nothing to do with him. He stuffed the Marauder's map into his pocket and turned to Professor McGonagall. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. At least I think both the heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin are here, so it shouldn't concern me. The two heads nodded, their attention clearly not on Anriel. Dealing with Harry Potter was obviously necessary, and Minerva McGonagall was not the kind of professor to show favoritism in such matters. The question now was how to handle it. To what extent? That would require Snape and McGonagall to argue about it. Well, Snape initiated the battle, his lips twisting into a smile that looked incredibly sinister to Harry. All of us, including the Minister of Magic, are trying to protect the great Harry Potter from being killed by a madman escaped from Azkaban. But now it seems that this might not be necessary. Snape began to circle around Harry. The great Harry Potter was headstrong, going wherever he pleased. He turned to McGonagall, waving something in his hand. Look, Minerva, the Honeydukes. While everyone was busy with Sirius Black's matter, this child, who was under the strictest protection, actually snuck into Honeyduck's underground storeroom through the secret passage at school. Compared to this, any potential theft seemed trivial. Goodness, are followed. Snape's words were logically clear, and in a seemingly casual manner, he added another charge against Harry. The speculation was reasonable. You open the entrance to your passage in someone else's underground storeroom. If a theft occurred, it's not your fault, is it? Should we blame Sirius Black? McGonagall had no counterpoints. The only thing she could say was, Severus, I understand, thank you. But Potter was still a Gryffindor child. This meant that how to deal with him would probably still fall to her to decide, so you need to worry about it. Anriel didn't care how McGonagall and Snape dealt with Harry Potter. However, it could be guessed, as he passed by the scoreboard downstairs and noticed that Gryffindor had lost about 100 points. Now, Gryffindor was completely out of the running for the House Cup. After taking a small detour, Anriel returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. Luna was in class, and there were only a few people scattered in the common room. Upon seeing Anriel, they all greeted him. Anriel also responded one by one. Then he went straight back to his room, opened the window, and jumped out. Because he couldn't let anyone see him, Anriel headed straight to the 8th floor to the Room of Requirement, because he suddenly thought of something very interesting. How interesting was it? It was interesting enough to make you say, Satan has you tattooed on his back, but the key is that you can't open your eyes. If you do, you won't be able to keep calm. You see, the Marauder's map was drawn by 4 people during their school days. These 4 people are James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Among these 4, only James Potter is now dead. Does that count as an important medium? Of course it does. How could it not? However, on the way to the Room of Requirement, it's best not to let anyone see Anriel. Anriel didn't keep Regulus cooped up in the wish fulfillment house making guns for these past few days, effectively exploiting his labor. What's the difference between him and a streetlight ornament? So now, there shouldn't be anyone in the wish fulfillment house. He also had Regulus send all the finished products back to 12 Grimaud Square, so the wish fulfillment house is currently in its initial state, making it the most suitable place for the resurrection ritual. Anriel can't hold back anymore. It's exhausting to stifle laughter. Haha, here comes your butterfly. It's hard to imagine what it would be like when Anriel shows up with James Potter in front of Harry. But then again, even if James Potter really were revived, Anriel would just find it amusing, and doesn't he genuinely want to recruit this guy as a subordinate? Mainly due to their incompatible personalities. James, who shifts between lawful evil and lawful neutral, and Anriel, who oscillates between chaotic neutral and chaotic evil, naturally don't get along. Fortunately, the Resurrection Stone has a strong cognitive alteration effect, which saves a lot of trouble. Anriel flew in through a small window in the 8th floor corridor, leaping down and landing in the hallway. Upon entering the wish-granting room, it was empty all around. Anriel placed the active point map on the ground, as usual, with a hand holding the Resurrection Stone above it. Gray mist surged forth. The intricately patterned, ominous door gradually emerged from the gray mist. Anriel grasped the side's latch with one hand and forcefully lifted it upward. At that time, he had not yet fully mastered the power of the Resurrection Stone, and could barely manage to resurrect Regulus. But now, his strength was terrifying, and lifting the latch of the door to death was effortless for him. The cold, ominous door opened silently, creating a pull that was completely ineffective against Anriel. Anriel was stunned. Immediately, he furrowed his brows. This was completely different from reviving Regulus. There was nothing outside the door. Anriel did not believe in evil and kicked the door of death shut again. The gray mist vanished, and the door swung back, all in one smooth motion. Anriel picked up the live point map from the ground and examined it carefully. There should be no problem. Then let's try again. Anriel continues to manipulate the gray mist to envelop the active point map as the gate of death descends and solidifies. Anriel lifted the latch. Anriel furrowed his brows, allowing the gray mist to fill the room, transforming it into a place reminiscent of the underworld. In this environment, which made his mind feel clear and his thoughts expansive, Anriel quickly formed a hypothesis. However, it couldn't be tested for now unless he lowered his final line of defense. But doing so would be counterproductive. At the very least, Dumbledore would immediately turn against Anriel. He needed to wait for an opportunity, a reasonable one for self-defense and counterattack. At the same time, Anriel also needed to secretly collect some relics to validate his hypothesis. Since that's the case, he decided to stop playing for now. Haha, your butterfly is coming, right? Not here yet. Anriel didn't rush to leave the room of requirement. Instead, he snapped his fingers. Gray threads coiled out from his fingertips, twisting in the air to form thicker lines resembling rope. The lines intertwined, creating a pattern. It was a triangular shape, resembling a vertical eye. The deathly artifact. Death Eaters branded their symbol onto the skin of their members. Anriel thinks this method is a bit low and not cool enough. He wants to imprint his mark on the souls of his members, rather than on simple, easily decaying bodies. Considering that so far only Regulus, a dead person, can be summoned this way, Anriel needs to research more on how to imprint his mark on the souls of the living. After the signal was sent, just a few seconds later, Regulus's figure appeared at the end of the mist, at the boundary between the world of the dead and reality. As a servant of the Lord of the Undead, he is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Grim Reaper. Is there a task, Master? Regulus asked respectfully with a slight nod. Go collect the belongings of those who died directly at the hands of Voldemort. Anriel emphasized, it must be someone that Voldemort personally kills with a curse. Anriel has a theory that James Potter's soul was not received by the world of the dead, but rather imprisoned by Voldemort's wand. Although this idea is absurd, in this idealistic magical world, anything is possible. His speculation is not without basis. Firstly, Voldemort has a high level of mastery over souls, and historically, he is the only one who has split his soul into 7 Horcruxes, making a total of 8 pieces, including his own. What kind of inexplicable connection exists between his wand, his soul, and the soul of the murder victim, which is a prerequisite for creating a Horcrux? Only God knows. Grindelwald never used Horcruxes, so Anriel is unsure. Gerald, back in the day, had a deep disdain for such cowardly practices because he himself had always faced things head-on. Losing is losing. There is no shame in that. Just look at what Voldemort said when he was resurrected in the original text. His mother died to save him, inadvertently giving him some sort of protection. I admit this was something I did not anticipate. This is an ancient magic that I should have remembered, but I foolishly overlooked it. I admiti miscalculated. arrogant and contemptuous. But perhaps this is one of the few charms Voldemort possesses as a villain. Of course, many people also hate him for these 2 points. Easter. For everyone, this little holiday is somewhat busy. Anriel is busy with research and development, controlling fine variables to grasp the key points of resurrection more accurately. Regulus is busy running around for Anriel, collecting materials, and he happens to see his older brother. When Regulus sees that big black dog, a strange sense of connection makes him intuitively feel that it is Sirius Black, not an ordinary stray dog. However, Sirius does not notice Regulus, because Regulus is now a true living dead. Then there is Hermione, who is busy not only with most subjects except for divination, but also with a lawsuit regarding Buckbeak. Hagrid is also busy because of this matter. A significant event affecting the entire school is the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. This is a battle that does not require holding back, filled with personal grudges and house rivalries. Outside the field, the tactics are despicable and underhanded. While most Gryffindors won't take the initiative to do such things, if Slytherin strikes first, the Gryffindors won't hesitate to retaliate in kind. Fighting incidents are frequent, and Sirius Black remains missing. Oh right, Harry Potter has been grounded by Professor Minerva McGonagall for 4 weeks. What does that mean? It means that until the day before the Quidditch match, Harry cannot participate in any training. However, considering Wood's enthusiasm, it's hard to say whether this is good or bad for Harry. This 4-week grounding completely derails Slytherin's plan to take out Gryffindor's Seeker before the match. The Firebolt can still be used, so as long as Harry can play normally, the outcome shouldn't be a concern. That night, the wind is calm. A gentle breeze stirs the Black Lake, and the entire campus is immersed in a tranquil darkness. By the Forbidden Forest, a pair of bulb-like yellow eyes open. Moments later, several cat calls sound, and a black shadow darts out like lightning. No one notices or cares. Anriel put down the instrument in his hand and rubbed his temples in frustration. After days of diligent experimentation, he came to a conclusion. Individuals killed by the killing curse cannot be resurrected by the resurrection stone. The specific criteria for this are based on the intensity of the perpetrator's emotional state at the time the killing curse was used. Absurd, isn't it? Anriel hates this extremely vague standard the most. For example, Regulus has collected many of the victims that Voldemort killed as if he were throwing away trash. There are over 80 such materials that can successfully resurrect their medium objects. However, the targets that Voldemort had a strong intent to kill, such as former members of the Order of the Phoenix or some traitors from the Death Eaters, as well as Lily Potter, cannot be resurrected. To test whether Lily could be resurrected, Regulus even made a special trip to Godric's Hollow to retrieve a jewelry box buried under the ruins of the Potter home. He calculated it, but decided not to study it further for now. Anriel snapped his fingers, and the messy, experimental instruments on the table disappeared. He turned to look at the corner of the room, where a huge lion's head was displayed. In fact, it was a headpiece. Since Luna supported Gryffindor, Anriel did too. Is there a problem? No. As for how to perfect this thing, Anriel made it come to life, then used a sealing spell to keep it fresh, and finally a levitation charm. He ensured that it was lifelike in every detail, vivid and not heavy on the head. Anriel felt that his skills were sufficient to create figurines. After checking the time and realizing it wasn't too late, he put on the lion head and flew back to Ravenclaw Tower. Luna should still be awake at this hour. Good evening, little bunny. Good evening, mister. Big Bad Wolf Luna gave Anriel a loving hug and playfully poked him in the waist. If you don't come back soon, I might just fall asleep. Anriel awkwardly touched his nose and said, all right, I won't do it again. Look at this, do you like it? Luna gazed at the lion head in front of her, which was already a size larger than her, and blinked. Huh? A small question mark was filled with big confusion. Little sir, how do you wear this thing? Luna looked around the lion head, but she just couldn't figure out how to wear it. Anriel chuckled a couple of times and crouched down. Come up. Luna glanced at the lion head that was a whole size larger than her, and then at the crouching Anriel, realizing something. Bad person. Her cheeks flushed red as she scolded. However, despite what she said, the girl's body honestly made its way to Anriel's shoulder, and then she lifted the seemingly heavy, but actually light as a feather, headpiece over herself. The two-headed lion plush made its grand entrance. Inside the headpiece, Luna examined this suddenly elevated perspective, peering through the gaps in the lion's mane to observe her surroundings. She couldn't see it all. Below, Anriel wore an elusive smile, slowly feeling around until she found a place to sit, then gently turned her head. Give me a kiss, ah. Luna shivered as if she had been electrocuted and instinctively leaned down, wrapping her arms around Anriel's head. Anriel. Luna, embarrassed and angry, squeezed her legs together. However, that smooth, weak thigh felt more like a reward even when it was on her neck, right? Hee hee. Perhaps due to the immense pressure from research these past few days. Anriel often felt an urge to hug little Luna tightly. In other words, it was under this impulse that Anriel created the lion headpiece. Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on Anriel's face as she changed direction and took another sip. Put me down. Luna only felt her thighs itching, her face showing a mix of shame and anger, lightly tapping Anriel's head with a gentle force. Young couples teasing each other is normal. At such times, if anyone were to knock on the door and interrupt, the next day there would probably be nothing left but dust, even if there were some remnants. The autopsy results would likely indicate a suicide. Okay, no more teasing, let's sleep. After playing enough, Anriel set Luna down. Luna's face was as red as if it would bleed, and she bit her lip. Tease again. She wanted to reclaim her dignity. Recalling the information she had specifically gathered about Anriel's personality, Luna spoke softly but clearly. I'm only 12. What else can you do besides making me drool? What else can you do? Hey, don't say that. You really can't. Anriel's expression suddenly became very subtle upon hearing this. He couldn't even respond to his girlfriend's suggestive remarks. It felt really uncomfortable. Little bunny, you're playing with fire. Anriel turned around and gave Luna a princess carry, lifting her up. Really? Luna raised an eyebrow and asked. Anriel is conflicted. Anriel continued to be tangled in his thoughts. Oh no, this is really a cyber sheep's tale now. There's a ridiculous feeling of seeing and being able to eat an unripe fruit, but still having to wait until it ripens. Thinking this way, Anriel decided not to be tangled anymore and firmly said, no, it will hurt you. Picking it early, whether it's for fruit or for people, is likely to be bitter. Even if we do pick it, we should wait until next year. During the British Lord period, most child brides could only enter the Lord's house at the age of 13. Luna's eyes curved into a smile with a hint of doubt. Although the book didn't say it this way, it didn't seem too bad. Luna leaned forward a bit and pecked Anriel on the lips. All right, then let us all wait a little longer. Anriel chuckled softly twice and walked towards the bed with Luna in his arms. I can look but not eat, so I guess I can only cover your face with drool. Luna's face, which had just cooled down a little, flushed red again. Her voice barely above a whisper. I know. On the day of the Quidditch finals, Anriel, along with Luna and that strange big lion head, found a good spot in the last row of the Ravenclaw stands. The advantage is that it's the highest off the ground, and there are basically no people in this spot for Ravenclaw. The downside is that you can hardly see the ball because it's too far from the midfield. But it doesn't matter, as Anriel's main purpose is not to watch the game anyway. Luna used to come and watch the game, but she isn't anymore. Anriel was not worried that the big lion head he made would attract unnecessary attention because 3/4 of the stands at the school were dressed in gold and red for today's match. There were extravagant accessories in abundance, along with custom lion-shaped fireworks. It was clear that, aside from the local Slytherins, no one wanted Slytherin to win. As for the match itself, how should I put it? Based on Anriel's past experiences watching games, this was one of the dirtiest he had seen. This included, but was not limited to, a batsman trying to smash a chaser's head with a bat, a chaser nearly smashing the goalkeeper's broom with a bludger, seekers from both teams almost being knocked down by a hurricane curse, and high-altitude projectiles from the opposing seeker, Malfoy. As the match neared its final moments, Luna stopped teasing Anriel, and the two of them took off the lion headpiece, staring in disbelief at the dirty game unfolding before them. The underhanded tactics were unprecedented, even making someone like Anriel, who had a flexible moral bottom line, exclaim, wow, I've seen it all. So young sir, how many players do you think will end up hospitalized before the match is over? Luna, sitting in Anriel's lap, could hardly bear to watch the carnage on the field. It's hard to say. Anriel looked up at the field. Because of the changes brought by Anriel in the last Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor this year, Harry Potter did not faint due to the Dementors. Therefore, there was no score difference between Gryffindor and Slytherin in this match. The current score on the field is 40-20, with Gryffindor leading by 20 points. Slytherin has adopted a pickle style of play, characterized by one-for-one and even multiple exchanges. So far, it has been effective. One of Gryffindor's chasers, Angelina Johnson, has been injured and left the field, and as a result, a Slytherin beater has also left due to public anger. However, Slytherin quickly replaced him with a new beater. In just a few minutes, the score has changed to 40-30. Setting aside the factors of the game itself, Harry Potter is not being hindered in this match. He just needs to catch the golden snitch before Malfoy to win, unless Slytherin leads by 150 points. But this is just the Inter-House Quidditch Cup, not the Quidditch World Cup, so that is unrealistic. Oh, look, Harry has spotted the snitch. Anriel gently covered one of Luna's eyes, allowing her to share his vision. Just like a high-frame rate moving camera following closely, Anriel's perspective stayed right behind Harry Potter, in front of the viewpoint. A small golden that was flapping its wings at high speed. Wow, Luna exclaimed in admiration. This ability to watch the game was simply amazing. Suddenly, Harry's figure came to an abrupt stop, not by his own will. It was because Malfoy had grabbed the tail of his broomstick. However, it was clear that the performance of a Nimbus 2001 couldn't compare to the firebolt. The moment Harry's broom broke free from Malfoy's grip, it shot out like a real rocket. Then, like an arrow, Harry rode the firebolt through one of Gryffindor's scoring hoops, reaching out his hand behind the goal in a flash. Got it. Gryffindor wins. Harry raised the small golden ball high, looking triumphantly at Malfoy. The latter's face was sour, his fingers tightly gripping the broomstick beneath him. If Anriel were to say, Malfoy was still too conservative. If it were him, he would have set that broken broom on fire and turned it into a real firebolt. Because it's not about compensation. The key point is that you can't buy it with money. However, considering Lucius's educational model, if Malfoy really dared to set Harry's firebolt on fire, he could genuinely end up crippled by his father. Woo, seeing Gryffindor win the championship, Luna cheered and jumped up. However, it seemed she forgot she was sitting in Anriel's lap. Ouch, 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 Luna. Anriel rubbed his chin and gently flicked Luna on the forehead. Aren't you a bit too excited? It's Gryffindor who won, not Ravenclaw. I'm just happy, Luna said, looking aggrieved. All right, let's go. The Gryffindor social event definitely won't be held with everyone in the school except for Slytherin. Plus, it's almost finals, and you still need to go back and prepare for the exams. I can handle it, Luna exclaimed, getting flustered. Anriel smiled, kissed Luna on the cheek, and took her hand as they walked towards the castle. By the Quidditch pitch, a large ginger cat lazily yawned. On the way back, Anriel noticed that everyone was excited. It wasn't easy for Gryffindor to win the Quidditch Cup for the house. All the houses except Slytherin were happy for Gryffindor. However, it was a pity that June was just around the corner. The nightmare of exams would dampen most of the students' joy. For instance, Hermione looked a bit neurotic at the moment. She was still using the time turner, although at Anriel's suggestion, she had significantly reduced her usage. The heavy workload during the exam preparation period still left her overwhelmed. Even when she came to Anriel about Buckbeak, he couldn't tell which point in time this version of Hermione was from. This was undoubtedly a very serious issue. Anriel's respect for time deepened. However, the elective exams were quite simple for Anriel. During the Charms exam, after much deliberation, he still chose not to randomly select a lucky audience member to cast the killing curse on in front of everyone. However, he scored full marks on the theory exam, which was beyond doubt. Following the process to the last subject, divination, Anriel elegantly left a prophecy stating that Professor Trelawney would accidentally break a green teacup in 6 seconds. And then, amidst the sound of shattering porcelain, he gracefully flew out of the divination tower. No joke, he was indeed a true seer, with controllable skill casting that contained no fluff. After finishing the exam early, Anriel first went to the headmaster's office where Fudge had arrived. He came to attend the appeal of a hippogriff, or rather, the verdict. Cornelius, has the Ministry of Magic found any traces of Sirius Black in Hogsmeade or the surrounding areas of Hogwarts? Dumbledore asked Fudge. Although Fudge didn't speak, Anriel could already sense his exasperation. Witnesses to the Dementors' disappearances were frequently appearing without any victims, making it impossible to determine Black's exact location. And the Aurors sent to secretly search Hogsmeade came up empty-handed. Nothing was good news for Fudge. The two people in the room seemed normal, but Fudge felt that the old and young were both reveling in his misfortune. No, Sirius Black is currently at Hogwarts. Aren't you at all worried? What if he hurts a student? Regardless, he at least poses a risk of damaging school property, right? Fudge was confused and greatly shocked. Anriel chuckled softly and said nothing. He walked to the window and looked at Hagrid's cottage by the edge of the forbidden forest in the distance. Two large shadows were there, likely Hagrid and Buckbeak. It seemed that Hagrid was trying to soothe the hippogriff by grooming its feathers. Anriel suddenly raised an eyebrow. He sensed a familiar soul appearing on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. That soul was dirty and humble, like a rat in a sewer. It was Peter Pettigrew. What was going on? Why was he rushing back to school? Had he seen Sirius outside? It's very likely, because Sirius was quite confident in how much he resembled a dog after transforming, and had no intention of further enhancing his concealment. Unlike Wormtail, who excelled at being cowardly and timid. Before he had a stable identity as the Weasley family's pet rat, he had always lived in the sewer, only appearing when he could avoid being seen, not caring whether others could recognize him as an animagus. unlike Sirius, who was wandering around in various crowds. Anriel is not in a hurry to catch the mouse for now, as it can't run too far under his surveillance anyway. Then Anriel's expression changed. "Sorry, sir. I need to excuse myself for a moment." After greeting Dumbledore, Anriel glanced at Fudge, who was still present and unaware of the situation. Then he opened the door and chose to leave the headmaster's office by the stairs. He couldn't let Fudge discover that he could fly. Could he? Anriel's reaction was due to the fact that just moments ago, the soul of the dwarf star Peter suddenly disappeared from his perception, leaving no trace behind. Why? Anriel was unsure, so he wanted to go check the place where the little star had just appeared. It was an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. The windows were sealed, and there were only a few miscellaneous items in the room. Anriel has some memories of this room. It was where Lupin held a practical lesson for the 3rd-year students. The windows were also sealed shut by Lupin himself, and the clutter has mostly been cleared out. There is no secret passage leading outside the school in this room. Anriel carefully checked every corner of the classroom, trying to find some clues. However, apart from a layer of dust and a small row of footprints on the floor, Anriel found no evidence that the little dwarf Peter had ever been here. TSK. Anriel found it very strange. He didn't think he was mistaken. And the small row of footprints that had no apparent source or end could corroborate that the little star Peter had indeed been in this classroom. Hogwarts cannot be operat. Anriel muttered to himself as he casually closed the classroom door. He leaned against the door outside, closing his eyes to ponder. Forget it, he had no clues. So he gave up on thinking. After all, whatever comes, comes. Little star Peter wasn't the type to stir up trouble all on his own. Although Anriel has crossed over, he is not omniscient or omnipotent. However, he can deduce many things by gauging people's personalities. The 99 choices made by the little dwarf Peter are all for the sake of his own survival, while the remaining one is purely forced upon him. And now he cannot contact Voldemort. That makes things much easier. At least Anriel doesn't have to worry about being threatened through those around him. Since Anriel has settled in this world, he has been cultivating an image without weaknesses. So far, aside from Luna, there is nothing others can use to threaten him. Bashida is far away in America, and who knows, that old lady might be visiting some Indian tribe for research right now. And then there's Dumbledore. Good heavens! If someone could capture Dumbledore and then use him to threaten Anriel for something, then Anriel might not stop them. That would be what he deserves. Even the weakness of Luna, in the near future, will be compensated by her own efforts. The speed of this girl's progress is enough to make any young genius feel ashamed. Because during that boring time earlier this year, which was unknown to most, little angel Luna had nearly self-studied the 6th grade curriculum of Hogwarts. As the saying goes, people die when compared, and goods are thrown away when compared. If you have a top student by your side, you only have 2 options. Either don't compete at all, or simply can't compete at all. That's about the idea. On the way back to the Ravenclaw Tower, Anriel saw an unexpected person. Someone who, under normal circumstances, shouldn't be appearing at the Ravenclaw Tower. It was Hermione. But immediately, Anriel understood why Hermione was at Ravenclaw. Anriel, Buckbeak, lost the case. Hermione's brow was tightly furrowed, and there was little sadness on her face. Instead, there was a sense of hostility and a considerable amount of discontent. They had come directly with the executioner to hear the appeal. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to say the judgment. Anriel nodded and asked her, "So what's your opinion?" At that moment, a hint of compassion appeared on Hermione's face. She hesitated and said, "Well, although it's very frustrating, Buckbeak's execution is almost a done deal. I think what's more important now is to comfort Hagrid." "That's right," Anriel praised her. "Buckbeak will be executed at sunset. How about it? Do you want me to accompany you to watch?" There is indeed such a possibility. Currently, students cannot leave the school castle without a professor's supervision. And the previous trip to Hogsmeade was also led by a professor. I think this might be a huge blow to Hagrid, and he needs someone to comfort him," Hermione said, displaying a hint of conflict on her face. But maybe the setback could help him let go of his hobby of raising such large, terrifying creatures a little. Indeed, the hippogriff is not dangerous to well-mannered people or those who are polite to them. However, no matter how you put it, such creatures are large and have fierce appearances. Most of the things Hagrid likes can typically be described with those 2 words. Hermione is Hagrid's friend, that's true, but she is also a normal human with an average capacity for acceptance. If executing Buckbeak could make Hagrid a little more normal, Hermione really couldn't figure out whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. "All right, I will go." Anriel nodded in agreement. This scene was a bit bloody, and he didn't want to take Luna with him. Dinner was about to be served, so he would tell Luna later. However, Anriel remembered that Dumbledore would also visit Hagrid, which could be considered a farewell to Buckbeak in name. It wasn't just Hermione going to Hagrid's hut. After dinner, Anriel stood at the castle entrance. He sensed 3 souls running towards him in a row, but there was nothing visible to the naked eye. Considering the abstract relationship between Ron and Hermione, Harry stood in the middle, while the 2 on either side seemed to not know each other. It seemed everyone was here, so let's go. To those who were unaware of the details, Anriel walked out of the castle alone and headed towards Hagrid's hut. The 3 children following him found nothing unreasonable about Anriel, knowing they were wearing invisibility cloaks. After all, he was Anriel, so it was only natural. Talp, talp, talp. Anriel rang the doorbell of Hagrid's hut. The door opened. Hagrid's eyes were red. Oh, Anriel. Oh, come in and sit down. Wait a moment, Hagrid. Don't close the door yet. Anriel raised his hand to stop Hagrid, allowing Harry and the others to enter the house. Hermione was the first to lift the invisibility cloak, and the sudden appearance of the 3 children startled Hagrid. You shouldn't have come, Hagrid said, his tone filled with self-reproach, as if he was troubled by not being able to protect Buckbeak. No, it's not your fault, Hagrid, Hermione said softly, shaking her head. You done very well. Ron muttered a curse at Malfoy under his breath, barely audible but sounding quite vulgar. Harry didn't know what to say. Everyone had already expressed their comfort and anger, so he simply picked up the teapot and poured tea for the others. Anriel quietly walked over to a basket. He lifted the basket and squeak, squeak, squeak. Ron was stunned when he heard the familiar and sharp sound of the mouse. It wasn't until Anriel grabbed the mouse by its tail and lifted Peter, or rather Banban, off the ground that he exclaimed, Banban. He rushed in front of Anriel, took the mouse into his hands, and then the mouse ran away. Of course, it would run away. Who wouldn't? Ron, however, tirelessly chased after the mouse, looking left and right, afraid that his precious mouse might be hurt. Anriel curled her lip. The closer you get to him now, the more nauseous you'll feel later. However, in this room, aside from him, there were a total of 4 people and 1 beast. And except for Hermione and that beast, no one else could understand the sentence, so Anriel didn't say it out loud. Anriel stared at the mouse for a while, remaining silent. He was more concerned about how the little rat had suddenly appeared in the school and then vanished just as abruptly. In hindsight, Anriel regretted not pointing his wand at the rat and asking it directly. Perhaps there was some mysterious force from the east that had prevented him from doing so. In any case, when Anriel and the trio left, everything continued as usual, except for the absence of the storyline where Ron and Hermione reconciled. Everything else was quite normal. When Dumbledore accompanied McNeil and Fudge to Hagrid's hut, the 4 of them happened to reach the halfway point, and Anriel turned back to gaze into the distance. From this angle, he could clearly see the scene of the eagle-headed creature crashing to the ground. It was dead, with no possibility of rescue. Suddenly, Ron's mouse in his pocket began to scream frantically. The sound was heart-wrenching, filled with a desperate beauty. Ouch! Ron cried out in pain, sounding as if a bug had bitten his hand. Then a shadow darted out, the invisibility cloak was lifted, and Ron, holding his bleeding hand in agony, looked toward the direction where the little rat had escaped. In the next moment, an animal burst out from the nearby hedge. But this time, it wasn't Crookshanks. A massive black dog charged out of the bushes, frantically rushing towards Ron's already fleeing mouse. Perhaps this was the legendary dog catching a rat? Anriel didn't dwell on why it was Sirius who personally went after Peter. Upon reflection, Sirius was first provoked by Dumbledore and Anriel, and then, just when he was about to break down, he was calmed down by Lupin. This approach of using both a big stick and sweet dates has placed Sirius's current mental state in a superposition of stability and instability, which we can call SC Char-Dinger's mental state. In this situation, even if Sirius suddenly transformed into his human form, rushed over to grab that rat, and killed Peter without giving him a chance to speak, Anriel wouldn't be surprised. What? Should we chase him? Anriel looked at Ron, raising an eyebrow. Ron said nothing, but his actions proved that he wouldn't give up on his recovered mouse. He covered his bleeding finger and rushed out. What about the 2 of you? Anriel turned to Harry and Hermione. Harry felt conflicted because he thought Hermione wouldn't go after Ron. This meant that a classic dilemma was laid out before him. Brother or opposite sex friend. However, what Harry didn't realize was that Hermione was also in turmoil. Indeed, she didn't want to chase after that damn, cursed rat with Ron. But her deeply ingrained curiosity made her want to explore the relationships between dogs, cats, werewolves, and mice. To understand it all, that was a secret from over a decade ago during Voldemort's downfall. A secret that was not recorded in any of the thick library books. Moreover, and most importantly, Anriel was there. This meant that, at least, her life was not in danger. So why not take a look? What exactly happened back then with James Potter, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and Professor Lupin? Thus, Hermione nodded in response to Harry's astonished gaze. So that is how it was. Anriel smiled and flickered forward a short distance. Come on, running is so embarrassing. Meow. Before the two could respond, a cat's meow sounded first. Crookshanks. Now it was Hermione's turn to be surprised. She couldn't understand why Crookshanks would appear here. Could it really have followed Ron? Besides chasing after Ron to this place, Hermione couldn't think of any other possibility for Crookshanks to be here. Ron's 2 legs obviously couldn't outrun a rat and a dog's 4 legs. Moreover, Peter Pettigrew's escape route led straight to the Whomping Willow. From what he knew, the group chasing after him couldn't stop the Whomping Willow. Even back then, it was because he had turned into a rat and was small enough to slip through the gaps and press the knot on that tree to make the Whomping Willow stop. He didn't know if he had bumped his head in a panic or what. Not to mention Anriel, who could easily uproot the shrieking shack. Even Sirius, transformed into that black dog, could risk getting whipped by the Whomping Willow and still squeeze in. Hermione crouched down and hugged Crookshanks to her chest. Anriel yawned and turned to the 2 children. Follow that cat. I'm going ahead to the destination of those 2 animals to wait for them. Before Hermione could react, Anriel's figure had already disappeared from her sight. What was going on? Harry was confused. Even though he often found himself inexplicably caught up in such events and wanted to understand what was happening, his mind often felt powerless. Often, before he could make sense of things in his dazed state, the events had already concluded, and it felt as if he had merely gone through the motions, just becoming somewhat familiar with the situation. When Anriel appeared again, he looked around. He was in a dusty, dilapidated wooden cabin. Everywhere showed signs of time's erosion. A worn wooden bed covered in dust, most of the bedding eaten away by insects, and spider webs in the corners that had long lost their stickiness. The creaking floorboards accompanied the echoes of a chase drawing nearer. Sirius was coming. He and Wormtail were approaching from the direction of the secret passage. Meanwhile, there was another person coming from the front door. Good evening, Professor Lupin. Oh no. Anriel turned around, smiling at Lupin. Good evening, Moonface. Lupin gave a wry smile. Sirius took the chance to sneak out while I wasn't around. He knows today is the full moon. He paused and added, I didn't take my potion today. Don't worry, if you lose your sanity and act on some instinct, a consciousness called self-preservation will tell you to stay away from me. Anriel spoke in a nonchalant tone. So, if you transform into a werewolf tonight, you should be worried about yourself, not me. The bitterness on Lupin's face became more apparent, but he seemed to relax a bit, at least not as tense as before. He and Anriel quietly waited in the screaming shack for the arrival of Sirius and Wormtail. They have arrived, Anriel said cheerfully. In the next moment, the door was yanked open violently. A small, humanoid figure with shifty eyes, resembling a mouse, tumbled in from outside, blocking the door with his back to prevent Sirius from entering. From his perspective, he could see Anriel leaning against the window frame, backlit by the moonlight. The figure's face obscured and exuding a strong sense of pressure. Also blocking the doorway was his old friend Remus Lupin, and today was the night of the full moon. What could be more terrifying than this? The bug's tail let out a high-pitched, sharp, piercing, desperate, and fearful scream. It really resembled a mouse. Aside from the window, the door, and the secret passage behind the bug's tail, there was no third way out of this screaming shack. Trapped like a turtle in a jar, there was no escape. You don't want to run, do you? Anriel smiled and gestured towards the decaying, dilapidated 4-poster bed. Sit down. Let's clarify the events properly, whether it's from back then or more recently. Anriel put her index finger to her lips and softly shushed before continuing. If you can do it, I'll spare your life. Lupin looked at the smiling Anriel and then at the terrified Peter. He could no longer tell if Anriel was joking or if she really wanted to spare Peter's life. After Anriel spoke, Peter's body went limp, unable to hold up against the door. In less than a second, Sirius, in his dog form, kicked the door open and charged in. The moment the door was burst open, Peter scurried to the place Anriel had commanded him to go, trembling in fear. And when Sirius saw the 2 remaining people in the room, he paused for a moment. Don't move, Sirius said. Anriel spoke slowly, turning his face to the window, as if admiring the beam of pure moonlight cast down by the round moon in the sky. The guests had not yet arrived. That black dog stood up, remarkably growing taller, becoming as tall as a standing person. Impossible. Sirius bared his yellowed teeth, which looked many times sharper than those of an ordinary person. Anriel frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of hostility. I said, wait a moment, Sirius. Lupin realized that the atmosphere on the field was very wrong and quickly tried to stop Sirius. But it was already too late. A layer of withered, chilling aura spiraled out from Anriel's center. I told you so. Anriel's eyes were dull and lifeless, exhaling a chilling breath, with wisps of cold air emanating from his mouth. Lu Ping felt the hair on his body stand on end. He could still move, still raise his hand. He reached his hand to touch the back of his neck, where a thin layer of fine ice crystals had already formed. Anriel stepped forward slowly, each step seemingly calculated. Slow, elegant, and undeniable. He walked up to the frozen body of Sirius, caught in the act of lunging forward. Then he kicked this ice sculpture to the wall. Have you ever thought about running away, Wormtail? Anriel did not go to see Sirius, but turned his head first to look at Peter, staring at him as he asked a question. Suddenly, the restrictions on him were lifted, and Peter's mouse-like head nodded like a garlic masher. He felt that his life was facing the most serious threat he had ever encountered, a bleak future where he could neither seek survival nor find death. It was as if all the joy in the world was about to leave him. He had heard of such situations, such symptoms. This was the feeling brought on by Dementors. A human could emit an aura belonging to Dementors. Peter didn't dare to escape, nor could he escape at all. A foul odor slowly spread. Anriel raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly not having thought of this either. He snapped his fingers, and the unpleasant smell disappeared. Then he turned to Sirius, his tone unfriendly. Sirius Black? Anriel walked in front of Sirius and slowly bent down because Sirius was now stiff all over, lying on the ground. Who do you think you are? Anriel suddenly thrust a leg forward and stomped hard on one of Sirius's hands. It seems that 12 years in Azkaban did not teach you that sometimes, when facing power, you should learn to yield appropriately. Sirius's expression froze. Although it was unclear what he was thinking, from that resentful gaze, it was likely not a good thing. It seems you are still quite unconvinced. Anriel nodded if there was such a thing, slowly standing up straight again and then fiercely stepping down on exactly the same spot as before. Did you see that? Typically, this is how power is used. In most cases, it does not punish the culprits who should be tormented, but instead first harms those who defy the power itself. Anriel shrugged and pointed at the worm's tail, not even bothering to look at him for a moment. I'll give you a chance. Guess what this guy is thinking right now? He untied the bindings around Sirius's mouth. Sirius stiffly turned his head, his terrifying gaze fixed on Anriel, silent, or rather, letting out a few low growls that lacked even the presence of a zombie. Don't know? Or don't want to talk to someone like me? Anriel slowly raised her hand to hug her chest, her feet slowly turning in circles. But I want to tell you. Anriel relaxed his foot and turned back to the windowsill, not even glancing at Sirius. The mouse was now thinking, I mustn't shift my focus onto him. Just treat him like a fart and let it go. Very humble, very cheap. Anriel scoffed. So he didn't get hit. You did. As soon as he finished speaking, the door that Sirius had just entered burst open again. Ron rushed in, followed by Harry. Then came Crookshanks, with Hermione behind him. They were all stunned at the scene in the room. Professor Lupin stood at the door. Anriel leaned against the window, a shifty-eyed, rat-faced guy was huddled at the foot of the four-poster bed, and behind the door was a ragged, gaunt man with a twisted face and a bleeding right hand. Judging by his appearance, it was Sirius Black. Harry exclaimed. Among the trio, he had seen Sirius's wanted poster the most. Well, now everyone was here. Anriel snapped his fingers, and his eyes had unknowingly returned to their previous color. It took Sirius a full half a second to realize that he was now free from his restraints. His next move was to pounce on Peter without hesitation. The escape artist, Wormtail, seemed to sense Sirius's murderous intent and actually synchronized his evasive maneuvers with Sirius's attack. However, the direction was a bit off. Hermione screamed and tried to dodge to the side, but she didn't completely avoid it. Sirius lunged at Peter and started to grapple with him. Anriel's lips curled up again. He was starting to get a bit impatient with this brute. Thud! Anriel was too lazy to even draw his wand. He simply waved his hand as if swatting a fly, and Sirius's body crashed against the wall, unconscious. Professor Lupin. Sirius has already told you about what happened before, right? Lupin nodded. Anriel turned to the trio. All right, then you and Bugtail describe what happened back then to them. Also, Bugtail, I don't want to hear you making up lies to absolve yourself. I know a lot. Peter was trembling all over like a leaf. Anriel's words, along with his tone and demeanor, reminded him of his old master. Don't lie. Lord Voldemort knows everything. He compromised. Peter lowered his head, his fingers tightly clasped together in front of him, and began recounting the events of the past with Lupin. Ha! You being a werewolf isn't really a funny joke. Ron's voice was trembling. His focus seemed very strange, but everyone present could see that he was just awkwardly changing the subject, unwilling to face the truth. It seemed that some people still couldn't accept the harsh reality for the time being. Anriel whispered softly, turning his head towards Peter. So, show us your tail, Wormtail. Peter let out a whimper, not making any move to resist. In Ron's eyes, mixed with sorrow and fear, Peter began to shrink, his tear-filled mouse eyes transforming into real mouse eyes. Ron let out a pained whisper. Harry's fists, hanging by his side, tightened and then relaxed, his jaw muscles bulging, looking angry and filled with hatred as he stared at the large gray rat that had transformed from Peter, as if in response to Harry's clenched fists. The stairs outside let out an ill-timed creak. This made Harry look even more like Sirius now. Anriel looked at Harry with interest and asked, "Harry, do you have anything to say?" Upon hearing this, Harry clenched his hands tighter, and a look of pain and conflict appeared on his face. He should die. But it can't be us. His voice was low, barely audible. Anriel revealed the expression Malfoy had in the second movie when he heard that Goyle could read. He felt a deep respect for his brother. He put himself in Harry's shoes. If it weren't for Wormtail's betrayal, Harry would have had a happy family, with loving parents and a godfather who was mentally stable and willing to give everything for him. Anriel looked at the unconscious Sirius and smirked. That's right. He was mentally stable. 12 years of imprisonment in Azkaban had completely turned Sirius into a madman. The problem wasn't with Azkaban. There were always some prisoners with strong wills who could endure the environment. The issue lay in the fact that Sirius had an active, lively, and unrestrained soul. 12 years of captivity were enough to drive him completely insane. Only when dealing with matters related to Harry could he be considered somewhat normal. Putting Sirius aside for now, let's return to Harry. If this situation had happened to Anriel, he wouldn't have hesitated to slice Peter alive, unless he didn't have a knife with him at the time. Hermione, what do you think? Anriel asked the last person left in the room. Hermione was silent for a moment, then spoke a single word. Azkaban. The two children were still too kind. The current situation was that if Sirius woke up, he would definitely support killing Wormtail on the spot, and so would Lupin. Ron didn't want to accept the truth and abstained. Harry and Hermione, however, did not support killing Peter. The decision rested on. No, the decision had always been in Anriel's hands. He was just curious to hear what others thought. Well then, since everyone has said that, Anriel jumped from the windowsill to the floor, patting his robe, and said, "Let's spare him for now and leave him for Azkaban, to those useless folks in the Ministry of Magic." Then he turned to Harry. "By the way, Harry, is your invisibility cloak still on you?" Harry was startled and quickly reached for his robe pocket. "No, it's not here." It seems that even without Anriel actively intervening at crucial moments, what was meant to happen would still occur. Anriel turned to the wooden door. "Severus, what do you think of my actions?" The door remained still. Just as Harry looked puzzled and was about to ask something, the door opened silently. There was no one outside. Harry was even more confused, although the truth was about to hit him in the face. Severus Snape pulled off the invisibility cloak draped over him and appeared in the shrieking shack. He did not immediately respond to Anriel's words, but instead fixed a hateful gaze on the unconscious Sirius Black lying nearby. It was as if he had already tortured Sirius with his eyes 1,000 times before he turned back to Anriel. "Of course, no problem." He spoke slowly, but surprisingly. There was no hint of hesitation. "If Black is indeed innocent, then I suppose we wouldn't want to see him continue to suffer. The real culprit should receive the punishment he deserves, right?" Snape was actually speaking up for Sirius. Was this something Snape could say? It truly was. Snape's hatred for Sirius was no less than Sirius's hatred for Wormtail. However, the biggest difference in how they handled this matter was that Snape knew who held the power in this room. Why didn't Anriel directly ask Snape's opinion when inquiring about the people around him? He clearly knew that Snape was present at the time because he had already made decisions for Snape, giving him no choice. Snape saw through this. Unlike Sirius, Snape did not let hatred cloud his judgment. Snape also chose not to confront Anriel directly, dismissing his words and opposing him. He knew that someone like Anriel had limited patience. "Your response surprised me." Anriel raised his hand and touched his chin. He snapped his fingers, accompanied by a piercing scream. The tail of the bug was forcibly transformed from its mouse form back to human form, then bound up like a zongzi with several magical chains. Then, Anriel looked at Snape. "Excuse me, Professor, could you help me carry this mouse?" He glanced at the unconscious Sirius and added, "If you take Sirius back to the castle, I might lose a witness." Snape nodded in undeniable agreement. If he really took Sirius back to the castle, it wouldn't be a matter of whether he could control the situation. "Also, Mr. Mooney, I think it's best if you don't come back to the castle with us. Let's sort things out in this room first, shall we?" Lupin helplessly shrugged. "I think that's fine. I believe I've stayed here long enough for a year." During the week when Professor Snape covered for me, it certainly wasn't just Hermione who could deduce that I'm a werewolf. The older Ravenclaw students probably figure it out too, right? He chuckled nonchalantly. Huh, maybe this will be my last transformation at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Anriel stumbled slightly, nearly losing his composure. There are no Dementors in this world, right? Severus. Help! Pettigrew, escorted by Snape, had no chance to resist. It seemed he wanted to say something, but Snape silenced him with a wave of his wand. After they all left the shrieking shack, a painful howl echoed from the broken wooden house behind them. A woo! The look in Snape's eyes as he glanced back was one of unmasked hatred. Let's go. Don't get angry. After all, Remus will have to leave this year too. But I think you still won't get the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Anriel shrugged, and Snape's expression darkened a bit more. Severus, you said if I wanted to stuff this pest into that pile of incompetent fools at the Ministry of Magic, what should I pay attention to? Seemingly to lighten the mood, Anriel spoke half-jokingly. Half-jokingly means that the tone is playful, but the statement is factual. You might want to be careful that the rat doesn't escape on its own, Snape said, glancing at Peter, who was floating beside him, unable to move. Anriel raised his wand, and a giant silver-white eagle flew out from the tip of the wand, shooting like an arrow towards the distant castle. Let Dumbledore go inform Fudge. From previous interactions, it seems Fudge doesn't trust Anriel much. The air near the Forbidden Forest at night feels particularly fresh. And because of Anriel's presence, there won't be any Dementors to spoil the mood this time. A full moon hangs high in the sky, casting moonlight on the Black Lake and reflecting a mysterious glow. Although Anriel walks at the front, everyone feels an extremely uncomfortable sensation, as if a pair of eyes is staring at them from the back of their heads, sending chills down their spines and making their limbs cold. If someone were to describe this feeling to Anriel, he would be more than happy to tell them. This is the feeling of being watched by a soul. The key is that Anriel walks particularly slowly, which makes every step a huge challenge and torment for those behind him, forcing them to endure immense psychological pressure. Snape and Hermione are fine. The former has plenty of experience, and the latter is not particularly afraid of Anriel. However, Harry and Ron are practically soaked in cold sweat. By the time the group reaches the castle entrance, the two boys are almost on the verge of kneeling down. TSK, their mental fortitude is lacking. They still need to practice more. Anriel mockingly said something and directly led Sirius into the castle, with Snape following closely behind, showing no intention or action of allowing them to recover their strength. Snape knew that Anriel was taking the two of them to the headmaster's office. In this situation and atmosphere, Snape was usually a man of few words. The two walked in silence to the stone gargoyle at the entrance of the headmaster's office. They exchanged a glance and fell silent again. However, this time the silence likely meant, Snape, shouldn't we say the password? Anriel, you don't know? Snape, I don't know. Anriel, I know. Snape, then why don't you speak? Anriel, it's too embarrassing, I won't say it. After silently holding on for more than 10 seconds, fine, you win. Anriel sighed, strawberry bubble lollipop. Snape's face twitched. It was clear he was trying hard to suppress his laughter. When he saw Anriel looking over with a somewhat regretful expression, it became even harder for him to hold it in. Go upstairs, quickly, Anriel said irritably, raising her leg to kick Wormtail. Wormtail? Excuse me? But he couldn't speak at the moment, so he had to endure it. The staircase spiraled upwards, and a few seconds later, Anriel knocked on the door of Dumbledore's office. Come in. The oak door opened inward, revealing Dumbledore standing by the fireplace. Considering that the shelf where Fawkes usually perched was now empty, Anriel had reason to believe that Dumbledore was waiting for Fawkes to emerge from the fireplace. Ah, Dumbledore said softly, walking around the desk and chairs towards the door. He first glanced at the Wormtail next to Snape, and then looked at the now-awake Sirius next to Anriel. So, my child, would you like to tell me this story first, or shall we wait until Cornelius arrives and share it together? Dumbledore asked kindly. Anriel had not yet spoken, but Snape beside him keenly sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Headmaster, I will take my leave, he said. Dumbledore nodded, and Snape turned to leave without any hesitation. Sirius, who had just regained consciousness, was still trying to grasp the situation, looking curiously at Dumbledore and Anriel. With a loud crack, a flash of fire appeared. Fawkes had returned. It seems the minister is about to arrive, Dumbledore said, turning to look at the source of the sound. I hope he only brings one Dementor and no more. Wormtail, who had originally been with his head down, trembling like a leaf, was now trembling even more violently. Sirius let out a loud spit, believing that the traitor deserved to be tortured 1,000 times over. Fudge did not keep the 3 people and a rat waiting too long. With a whoosh, green flames swirled, and Fudge's plump figure stepped out of the fireplace. The first thing he saw was not the cowering Wormtail, but Sirius Black, who was holding his head high, eyes wide open, and face full of anger. "Black! Sirius Black!" Fudge exclaimed, flustered as he reached into his robe to draw his wand. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the world's most powerful wizard was right in this room, along with the most powerful wizard acknowledged by that very wizard. Realizing this, Fudge lowered his hand that was reaching for his wand. He gave an awkward smile. "Ah, Dumbledore. You've captured Sirius Black and this one." Fudge looked at Anriel. It was only then that he noticed Wormtail, half hidden behind Anriel, still squatting on the ground with his head down. "Look up, Wormtail." Anriel raised his palm upwards, and Peter's head uncontrollably lifted. It took a while for 4G to recognize it. "What is this?" 4G found it hard to believe his own eyes. In his heart, he already had the answer, but he wasn't sure. Why would a dead person appear here? "Peter? Is this little star Peter? Ah, you recognized it?" Anriel nodded seriously, looking very earnest. "But isn't he Sirius Black?" Fudge's mind was a bit confused. His CPU was already overheating. Dumbledore waved his hand, and an armchair appeared by the fireplace. "Sit down, Cornelius. Let's first learn to listen." Then, Anriel slowly walked around Sirius and Wormtail, pacing between the two of them, and began to slowly narrate a long-buried history. But Black trusted the wrong person and, at the last moment, suggested that the Potters use Peter, and the outcome was evident. Anriel let out a long breath, tilting his head to look at the little Sirius, who was gnawing on his teeth and making a clicking sound. He suspected that Sirius still believed that Wormtail's sins far exceeded his own. However, Anriel didn't speak up, as he probably wouldn't get any useful information, just like half an hour ago. "No, it can't be, haha." Fudge looked somewhat dazed, a thin layer of oily sweat covering his face. "What can't be?" Anriel was truly puzzled this time, unable to understand Fudge's thought process and emotional journey. "I mean, Dumbledore, in this child, you shouldn't trust the words of a murderer, a madman, and a Fudge who, after racking his brains, finally came to a realization. The words of an unidentified fraud. It seems that Fudge has convinced himself, as the stammering parts of his speech have lessened significantly. I think we should trust the ironclad evidence presented by the Ministry of Magic, rather than the unreliable mental states and testimonies of these two, right?" Sirius's gaze, filled with hatred, finally left Wormtail for the first time. He looked as if he would rush over and tear Fudge to pieces the moment he broke free from his restraints. Anriel's eyes widened. The magical young man stood at attention, filled with respect. No way. Can this really be turned around? Anriel sincerely admires Fauci's ability for self-deception. If skills had levels, Fauci's level in this skill would probably be higher than Voldemort's Avada Kedavra. "Well, sir, I give up. You explain it to this Connolly." Anriel sighed and shook his head gently. "However, Mr. Fudge, even though you don't believe the rather unreliable testimony I just mentioned, it should be fine to separate these two and lock them up, right?" Anriel thought for a moment and added, "Both of them are bound by my magical restraints, which generally cannot be broken. However, I still suggest you keep the little star Peter locked up in a stronger place." Anriel came to the door and placed her hand on the doorknob. "Then, if you don't mind, I would like to go downstairs to the school hospital to check on those unfortunate kids first." When Anriel and Snape arrived, they left the seemingly united trio on the first floor. If it were just Harry and Ron, they would probably rush straight to the headmaster's office. But Hermione was there as well. She would persuade Harry, and Harry would then persuade Ron. Moreover, Ron would feel somewhat guilty facing Hermione right now. So the place they were going to was the hospital wing. Anriel arrived on the second floor and pushed open the door to the school hospital. After looking around a bit, Anriel found Harry and Ron lying in bed, while Hermione was sitting by Harry's bedside. In fact, neither of them was seriously injured. It was mainly the result of the Whomping Willow and the mental stress caused by Anriel. "Anriel is here," Hermione said, putting down a book that she seemed to have brought from somewhere. "Has she been carrying a book with her all along? You three, do you have anything to say?" Anriel smiled as she dragged a chair over and sat down between Harry and Ron's beds. Hermione glanced at Anriel and shook her head, knowing that Anriel would sort everything out. Harry had too many questions to ask and couldn't organize his thoughts effectively for a moment. Then they both looked at Ron. "What are you looking at me for?" Ron said, his face turning a bit red and sounding somewhat annoyed. Anriel knew that Harry and Hermione were both thinking the same thing at that moment. He actually didn't mind being a mouthpiece for once. They were thinking, since it was your rat that caused the problem, shouldn't you formally apologize to Miss Granger? Anriel's tone was teasing and casual. Anyway, it wasn't him who needed to be serious. Ron's face turned even redder. Then, An eerie silence fell over the ward. Not entirely, though. Ron let out a strange, gurgling sound from his throat. It sounded like he was trying to say something, but he just couldn't get the words out. Anriel nodded. Okay, that's fine. Tsundere, indeed, won't retreat from the environment. But the problem is being Tsundere is one thing. If you're just sun and not deer, then it's only natural to end up as a loser outside. Hermione let out a cold laugh, which undoubtedly made it even harder for Ron to voice what he had been reluctant to say. Fortunately, Anriel directly skipped the topic. I handed Sirius and Wormtail over to our dear headmaster. Then he turned these two suspects over to the Ministry of Magic, and they are currently being held at Hogwarts. Anriel turned to Harry. I'm quite curious about one thing. Harry asked in confusion, what is it? Anriel asked him, you know that Sirius Black is your godfather, right? Harry nodded. So, according to tradition, it should be him who raises you after your parents' death. Anriel shrugged. He has this responsibility and this obligation. The identity of the godfather dictates that he has the duty to raise and care for you, but he has not fulfilled this obligation for the past 12 years, so he must also bear the responsibility that arises from it. Now, what I want to ask you is, are you willing to leave the Dursleys and live a life of wandering and drifting with your godfather, whom you met for the first time this year? Of course, it would be a life of wandering. Number 12, Grimmauld Place no longer belongs to Sirius. Anriel does not like Sirius Black's personality, nor does he particularly like him as a person. This is beyond doubt. However, raising, protecting, and caring for Harry is a way for Sirius to atone for his past. For him, it is also a form of compensation for the 12 years of unjust imprisonment. We cannot say that Sirius is without fault, but the mistakes he made certainly do not warrant 12 years in prison. Therefore, based on Anriel's own sense of justice, he would clear Sirius's name and fight for his custody of Harry. However, he would not allow Sirius to accept this compensation easily or happily. He suggested that he earn money to buy a house, just like that. Willing, Harry replied decisively, without hesitation. This is enough to show what the Dursleys have turned him into. Do you really understand what kind of person your godfather is? Anriel crossed his fingers and asked with a friendly expression. At least from what he showed, he was countless times better than the Dursleys. Harry said firmly. Ron and Hermione looked surprised. Even though they had a very low expectation of how Harry viewed the Dursleys, it seemed that they had still underestimated it. I see. Now I understand. Anriel nodded, and it was not beyond his expectations that Harry still chose Sirius Black. Even though he was a godfather whom Harry had met for the first time, he not only proved himself to be trustworthy and someone his parents had faith in, but he also formed a stark contrast with the Dursleys, who were completely indifferent to Harry. It's no wonder that Harry chose Sirius. Anriel thought for a moment that handing Harry over to Sirius for upbringing might lead to a certain kind of personality development. Well, I will report this to Professor Dumbledore. Harry's expression visibly brightened. How could a 13-year-old child possess the ability to perfectly conceal their emotions? Carefree and straightforward, innocent and kind, fearless and reckless. This is probably the current state of Harry Potter. Anriel has made great contributions. After a brief chat, the topic cooled down again, and everyone seemed to have nothing more to say. Seeing this, Hermione maintained her persona. She walked over to Anriel with the book in her hand, ready to ask a few questions. Anriel twitched the corners of his mouth, but didn't know how to refuse. So he could only brace himself and start explaining the questions to her. This included, but was not limited to, the 22 uncommon medicinal values of sage, the main components and mechanisms of action of wolf poison, the extreme growth environments of cantharides, and the taboos surrounding their harvesting. So far, these were all knowledge required for the potions class. What's up, Hermione? It seems like you're hitting a bit of a bottleneck in potions. Hermione shook her head and nodded. Sort of. Then she explained, mainly because Professor Lupin is teaching at Hogwarts this year, which has made Professor Snape very irritable, and his attitude towards Gryffindor students has become even harsher. For some of the more difficult points, even if I didn't fully understand them, I didn't dare to ask Professor Snape. Reasonable, that makes perfect sense. Personal vendettas, inter-house rivalry. Professional ethics only apply to one's own house, and there's no obligation to provide extra tutoring. On moral grounds, one cannot be blamed. With this smooth little combo, even McGonagall wouldn't be angry if she came in. Anriel started tutoring Hermione, while the two clueless boys nearby were completely lost, as if they were listening to a foreign language. Then, at this inopportune moment, a commotion came from upstairs. Moments later, the door to the infirmary opened. Dumbledore, Fudge, and Snape were standing at the entrance. Anriel sensed an ominous omen approaching. Harry, who had been lying down out of sheer boredom, suddenly sat up. Anriel sat still in place. The three people at the door were walking straight towards him. I said, "No way." Anriel's mouth slowly curved into an uncontrollable smile. This habit of his was just like old Grindelwald's. The angrier he got, the brighter his smile became. After 2 minutes of stammering, vague statements, and a narrative that included attempts to shift blame, Anriel raised his hand to stop Fudge's lengthy discourse. During those 2 minutes, he was merely giving Dumbledore face. Otherwise, Anriel would have wanted to slap Fudge's chubby face. He just stared at Fudge, whose fat, greasy face began to sweat slowly. Can I understand this as a heinous criminal, mouse-like, with weak magical abilities, and now severely injured to the point of losing most of his magical powers, being handed over to the Ministry of Magic to await sentencing? Anriel's tone was calm and slow, often pausing, with clear enunciation, as if he were recounting something trivial to him. You escaped right under the nose of your Ministry of Magic? The atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly dead silent, and aside from Dumbledore, the others all held their breath. Anriel's terrifying, beast-like aura nearly suffocated everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Dumbledore frowned. He also felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he could understand Anriel's current thoughts. In this regard, Anriel was very much like himself. The kind of anger hidden beneath calmness and indifference was the most terrifying threat. To be honest, Dumbledore also didn't understand why Peter Pettigrew was able to escape. They waited in the headmaster's office until the two Dementors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic arrived, and only then were they able to escort Sirius Black and Wormtail to 2 different floors, one above and one below. Sirius was taken to an abandoned office upstairs, as there were no windows or any possible secret passages there. Wormtail was taken to the 3rd floor. The room where they were held was guarded by Dementors. Then, Peter Pettigrew vanished. He disappeared without warning, without any trace. If Fudge's current image were to get out, he would no longer be able to serve as the Minister for Magic. Sweating profusely, his legs trembling, and his whole body shaking, he looked like a junior employee who had just been thoroughly reprimanded by a superior. Anriel took a deep breath, slowly calming down and retracting her aura, which slightly alleviated the pressure from those around her. It didn't matter now, as it was already futile. The insect's tail had still escaped. The most important thing was that just a moment ago, during a casual chat with Harry, she had received confirmation of the prophecy's authenticity. Trelawney had indeed made that prophecy during Harry's divination exam. This servant will break free from the chains and set out to reunite with the Master. The Dark Lord will rise again with the help of the servant and will meet the Master tonight. Those bindings, without Anriel's own magical supply, would eventually release themselves. By that time, the prophecy would still hold true. Is there really an irresistible force guiding everything onto the right track? Anriel spat inwardly in frustration. He really didn't believe in this kind of nonsense. This summer vacation, he was determined to accomplish something big, and no one could stop him. For now, he could only handle the aftermath of the Wormtail's escape. In fact, Anriel didn't even know why he suddenly wanted to go downstairs to the school hospital and handed the little dwarf Peter directly over to those incompetent fools at the Ministry of Magic, instead of following other procedures or directly extracting Wormtail's soul first. Anriel didn't think much of it at the time, because he had always acted on a whim, doing whatever came to his mind. He lightly tapped the edge of the bed with his fingertips, remaining silent, while Fudge seemed to be the one waiting for judgment like a criminal. Dumbledore watched them calmly. What about Sirius? He was still upstairs, staying put, unaware that Pettigrew had escaped. Had the Dementor not come in to give him a kiss? Anriel asked with a smile. No, I used a guardian spirit to circle around him, Dumbledore said. It seems that Dumbledore is still reliable. Anriel squinted, turned to Fudge, and, after glancing at him, his gaze swept over everyone present. Then he silently stood up and walked towards the door. No one stopped him. Fudge stole a glance at Dumbledore, only to see that the old man seemed completely uninterested in these matters and had already moved to the space between Ron and Harry's beds, starting to care for his students. On the hospital beds, several of his students were either lying down or sitting up. There was one more upstairs, who should be brought down immediately after Anriel finished dealing with Pettigrew. There was also one in the Shrieking Shack, but they could only wait until after midnight to bring that one back. Upstairs, Anriel pushed open the door. What met his eyes was a broken window and splintered wood on the floor stained with blood, the blood not yet dried. It seemed to declare that the prisoner in this place had paid a significant price to escape. Indeed, this was the room where Lupin had sealed the window. It was also the room where Anriel had previously discovered Peter appearing and disappearing. The same location, the same person. The facts were laid out before him. Anriel didn't need much reasoning or evidence to guess the answer. However, the method was. Anriel narrowed his eyes as a silver light reflected from the glass shards on the ground, highlighting his presence. He walked over and picked up the remains of the reflective little gadget. Anriel is very familiar with this small object that looks like an hourglass. Before this damned thing breaks, before the sand of time inside it flows away, it has a lovely little name, the Time Turner. Anriel slightly tilted his head, allowing the pure white moonlight to shine on his face through the broken glass window. Those who toy with time ultimately suffer its consequences. The tail of the insect will pay the price. This is why Anriel possesses boundless magical power, yet never meddles with time. Dumbledore knows this, Grindelwald knows this, and even Voldemort has never recklessly tampered with time. To Anriel, the might of time is even more terrifying, perhaps even under his own intervention. It can still correct itself to the same outcome. Is this truly destined? No. As someone who has crossed over, the most fundamental desire is to break free from the shackles of fate. Let's have a long time ahead of us. Anriel gripped tightly, and the hourglass, which was already empty, shattered into a cloud of dust, with the broken glass shell slowly slipping through his fingers. He tilted his head, suddenly realizing a question. But actually, this question was quite obvious. Anriel was a bit surprised, wondering why he hadn't realized it sooner. Perhaps it was because life had been too stable in recent years. With Anriel's abilities, as long as he didn't confront Voldemort directly and only sabotaged his resurrection plans, there was hardly any difficulty at all. This made him overlook that his side, the Ministry of Magic, was actually filled with a group of rigid, incompetent individuals who were merely occupying their positions. Anriel suddenly realized, I need to have my own power. Voldemort has the Death Eaters, Grindelwald has the Pure Blood Party, Dumbledore has the Order of the Phoenix, and even the future Harry Potter has D.A. But all I have at the moment is Regulus to use. Poaching? Recruiting remnants? The feasibility is not low. But I can't hold out too much hope. Back then, Grindelwald's remnants didn't necessarily become his loyal followers. The main reason is that their ideologies are really different. Anriel's thoughts were an unimaginable betrayal to some extreme anti-Muggle followers who had once followed Grindelwald. There was nothing he could do about it. Now, trying to build a force still seemed a bit unrealistic. Anriel needs at least one deputy. Ideally, someone who is a living person, well-known, and loyal. Where can I find one? A talent market? For someone like Anriel, who frequently switches between the red and black sides, the best talent market is. Anriel rested his chin on his hand and suddenly thought of a great place. Azkaban. It fits perfectly. He thought of a wild woman with disheveled black hair. Of course, Bellatrix Lestrange would never come with him. There are 3 types of connections in the world, although it's not absolutely impossible for them to break. As long as 2 of them exist, it can be considered very stable. Interests, emotions, and beliefs. Sorry, Bella has all 3 with Voldemort. You can betray Voldemort, but betraying Bella is out of the question. It's impossible. However, not wanting to turn against her is fine. After all, there's the Resurrection Stone, right? Just kill her directly, and then summon her back with the Resurrection Stone. Why does this feel strangely like NTR? Anriel shook her head, trying to toss out the chaotic thoughts cluttering her mind. Instead of overthinking trivial matters, she should focus on more important things. Aside from Bella, there were other Death Eaters in Azkaban who also had abilities and weren't completely loyal to Voldemort. Moreover, Azkaban wasn't solely for Death Eaters. There were other individuals as well. Good, then it's settled. This is the place. Anriel revealed a malicious smile. As the master of the Resurrection Stone, going to Azkaban, which was heavily guarded by Dementors, would not be much more difficult for him than taking a stroll in his own backyard. Anriel wrapped his cloak tighter around him, squinting at the round moon hanging in the sky. Some notorious Death Eaters could help Anriel accomplish many things that he himself found inconvenient to do. The dirty water could just be splashed onto Voldemort. Anriel left the room. He had already figured out how Wormtail escaped. Wormtail wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, his cleverness was quite impressive. When he was a rat, at the beginning of the term, before Ron and Hermione fell out, he deduced the existence of the Time Turner from Hermione's behavioral patterns. But Anriel estimated that he didn't care much about it at the time. He simply noted it down as one of the many backup plans for his survival. Then, during the Shrieking Shack incident, he knocked into Hermione. Remember? It was just as Sirius was lunging at him. That was when Wormtail stole the Time Turner. Afterwards, he crouched down, head lowered, trembling, fitting his original cowardly image, didn't it? His 2 filthy hands never separated. Then there were some little tricks to obscure his vision. He hid the Time Turner and his true intentions very well. After that, he was locked up by Fudge in a solitary confinement room with sealed windows. Once he realized where he was imprisoned, he used the Time Turner to return to this afternoon. He suddenly appeared in Anriel's perception circle in the afternoon. However, at that time, Anriel didn't immediately come and check because Fudge was delaying things. Almost an entire hour passed. Even though Wormtail didn't have a wand and had little magical power, he was exhausted. Such a long time was enough for him to break the window and then restore it to its original state from the outside. Then, the time limit of the time turner was up, and Wormtail returned to the evening. He suddenly disappeared from Anriel's perception in the afternoon, leaving only traces of his previous presence. He appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. Anriel did not consider the aspect of the window being damaged in advance. He was not omniscient, and such minor details were beyond the reach of his prophetic abilities. What? You say that Trelawney's green teacup in the divination class really broke? Oh, that was Anriel secretly pushed down with magic. Back to the point. Returning to the present, during the evening's tale of the worm, he immediately followed the contingency plan he had left and broke the window, escaping in a race against time. He knew that someone would soon come to interrogate him, and his magic was insufficient to withstand Veritaserum. Once everything was revealed, the Dementor hovering at the door would rush in to give him a kiss. So he had to escape quickly, and this was only the 3rd floor, not very high. All he needed to do was escape the range of the anti-apparition enchantment over Hogwarts. From the moment he fled to when the Ministry of Magic discovered his escape, there was more than enough time. Not to mention that by the time the Ministry, or rather Fudge, notified Anriel, that guy would have long since escaped Anriel's sensing range. No matter which direction he operate, he wouldn't be found. Review concluded. The takeaway is, never trust the Ministry of Magic again. And next time when toying with prey, don't think about saving it for later. After playing once, just kill it directly. Anriel scoffed, having learned a lesson for himself. He turned the page on the matter of Little Star Peter's escape. He would take the remaining issues and make something of them with Fudge. Releasing Sirius Black, issuing a nationwide manhunt for Little Star Peter, transferring custody of Harry Potter, and so on. Big and small matters. As long as Anriel wanted, he could still use these things to turn the Ministry of Magic into an even bigger laughingstock than in the original story. But what would be the point? Therefore, Anriel did not plan to act on it now. The incident of the attack on Azkaban during the summer was enough to achieve that, and there was no need to expend effort now. When Anriel returned to the hospital wing without saying anything, Fudge actually breathed a huge sigh of relief. The public relations pressure had decreased by more than half, and Dumbledore had said he would not emphasize the Ministry's responsibility, but would instead place all the blame on Little Star Peter. This was, for Fudge, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Of course, he would soon realize what this would cost, though he did not know it was Anriel's doing. However, even if Anriel did not actively pursue it, the troubles awaiting the Ministry of Magic would not be few. First, both Anriel and Dumbledore advocated for restoring Sirius to a normal life, at least allowing him to no longer be a wanted criminal and to walk openly on wizarding streets. Revoking a year-long wanted notice would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar in the wizarding world, significantly reducing the Ministry's credibility throughout the magical community. The power of public opinion is incredibly terrifying. In this magical world, the Ministry, as the government, simply cannot control the mainstream media, the Daily Prophet, which is undoubtedly a very serious problem. Second, although the Muggle world had also issued a wanted notice for Sirius, the Ministry was already powerless against it, as the number of Muggles was simply too great. Therefore, Sirius would only be able to live in the wizarding world from now on, voluntarily becoming a staunch supporter of international confidentiality laws. And all of this was a result of the Ministry's wrongful judgment back then. Anriel estimated that even if Fudge didn't take responsibility for this, he at least had to find a place for Sirius to stay. Well, as long as he didn't stay at number 12, Grimmauld Place, it didn't matter to him where Sirius and Harry Potter lived. As for the third point, it is well known that Fudge is a typical incompetent buffoon. Such a figure in the government usually represents a very despicable and contemptible politician image. Anriel thought that Fudge should have realized this by now. Hogwarts no longer falls under the jurisdiction of any high-ranking figure in the magical world, and this fact is clear. If it weren't for the approaching Quidditch World Cup, the 5th book might have been released early. Sir, do you think what we are experiencing now was predetermined? Or can it be changed by going back to the past? In the headmaster's office, Anriel had a book open on his lap, and from the patterns on that page, it seemed to be a book on divination. He asked Dumbledore this in a nonchalant tone. Dumbledore's response was, "I'm afraid no one can say for sure, my child. Perhaps someone wants to go back and change everything we are currently experiencing, but they might also end up in another world, altering the future of that world, of which we remain unaware." Dumbledore stirred the liquid in his cup with a teaspoon in his hand, then looked up at Anriel. But what we are experiencing must have truly happened. Even if it has changed, our memories will also change accordingly. Dumbledore set down the teaspoon, picked up the cup, and took a sip of hot cocoa. This is the charm of time. With a creak, the pine door was pushed open a crack. Anriel slipped into the empty Ravenclaw common room. He had tried to come in through the window, but some diligent house elf had closed all 7 windows around the entire common room. It was ridiculous. He crept in the dark, carefully making his way up the stairs to the dormitory, sneaking into the corridor and opening the first door. The light was off. Anriel pressed his lips together. It wasn't exactly disappointment. After all, it was almost midnight. He knew that his current thoughts were a bit willful and unreasonable, because no matter what, he shouldn't ask Luna to wait for him this late. However, this slightly willful thought still surged uncontrollably, lingering in his heart. It wasn't enough to make him frown, but it did elicit a barely noticeable sigh. Anriel couldn't help but chuckle to herself, wondering what she was thinking. She took off her long robe, which was only slightly dusted with bits of grass, and hung it up, then removed her windbreaker and long pants, changing into a nightgown. Throughout the entire process, Anriel made not a sound. The curtains were not fully drawn, and a beam of moonlight fell onto the floor. Just as Anriel was about to walk over to the window for a look, "You finally returned, young sir." Luna's gentle voice seemed to spill down with the moonlight. The ethereal sound from the high-hanging silver disk in the sky instantly conjured an image of that elusive girl in one's mind. Anriel's heart suddenly trembled. "Luna, have you always been waiting for the young master?" A rustling sound came, as if Luna had lifted the blanket to sit up, turned over, got out of bed, and put on her slippers. A soft sensation came from her waist, and the girl's breath gently brushed against her back, feeling somewhat damp and itchy. "I've always been waiting for you to come back, you know." Luna turned her head, resting her side profile against Anriel's back, whispering in a very soft voice. A thin cloud drifted across the sky, reducing the brightness of the moonlight by a third. Anriel gently turned around and looked at Luna's smiling face. He smiled too. It was a genuine smile from his heart. Light clouds drifted by, and the moonlight became bright again, spilling through the gaps in the curtains and casting its glow beside the couple. Anriel gently kissed her, wrapping his arms around the girl's slender waist. Luna closed her eyes, responding to him as she embraced the reliable shoulders of the boy. In their affectionate embrace, one kiss sealed their lifelong bond. After a moment of tenderness, Anriel lay back down on the bed with Luna in his arms. By now, the girl, whose face was flushed and no longer sleepy, had come to her senses. After gazing at her lover's face for a while, Luna pouted and asked Anriel, "Little sir, you seem to have something on your mind today." Anriel leaned closer to Luna, reaching out to embrace the girl in his arms. "Maybe there is," he said, closing his eyes and feeling the warmth of the person in his embrace, his voice gentle. "I feel a bit conflicted right now. You know, since I was born into this world, I've known many things. Some of these are things that most people spend their entire lives trying to uncover, and some, you just need to follow the steps, and someone will inevitably experience them. But in both types, there are parts one don't like. For the first type of things I don't like, I can choose not to do them, and then they won't trouble me. But for the second type, the things I don't like, I have to do something to prevent them from happening. However, over this long period, I've often found that as long as I don't directly intervene, no matter how much change occurs related to that matter, it won't affect the outcome of that matter even a little. So I'm feeling a bit confused right now." Anriel held Luna in his arms, extending his left hand just outside the quilt, gazing at the ancient black stone. Since his birth in this world, he had known the plot that was about to unfold and understood the magic book Grindelwald had prepared for him. There were some experiences that he would never truly grasp. It felt as if something was missing. Luna lifted her head from her boyfriend's embrace, and a faint scent of moon orchids wafted into Anriel's nostrils. Why was he feeling confused? Anriel looked at Luna and smiled gently. "Because I care, silly girl. But what you care about is the fate they should be heading towards. And what you want to change is the future that is coming for them. This is inherently an impossible task, isn't it?" Luna squinted her eyes into 2 small crescent moons and asked Anriel with a smile, "You've already accomplished part of the impossible. So why must you change everything that seems impossible before you can be satisfied?" Anriel was taken aback. Luna extended a delicate little hand, gently cradling Anriel's face, looking into his eyes that reflected the entire starry sky, and softly said, "You have ambitions you want to pursue, ideals you want to achieve. I can feel that. You can temporarily give up on changing those impossible things and instead do what you love, okay?" With her other hand, Luna gently placed it over Anriel's left hand that was resting behind her head. Then she placed that hand on her cheek. Warm, soft. making one unable to resist the urge to touch and cherish. Luna's smile was incredibly sweet and gentle, and no matter what you want to do, I will be by your side, even if you go against the world, even if it means I have to give up myself. When their eyes met, an unintentional connection sparked, revealing her heartfelt sentiments. Anriel leaned in and kissed Luna's sweet smile without hesitation. Luna was taken aback, but quickly closed her eyes, offering no resistance. After a long moment, their lips parted, a silver thread breaking between them. Hey, I'm really trying to comfort you here, Luna said, clenching a small fist and gently punching Anriel's chest. Yeah, so I'm feeling much better now. I've turned back into my cheerful, perverted self. Anriel smiled mischievously and pulled Luna tightly into his arms. Just as Luna was about to say something, she heard Anriel whisper softly in her ear. A drop of warm liquid traced along Luna's ear, falling together with Anriel's voice. Thank you, my little angel. I will definitely tell you my stories in the future. The next morning, Anriel woke up and looked at Luna's sleeping face, his brows and eyes gentle. In her dreams, Luna seemed to sense something. Her eyelids fluttered, and she woke up. Not wanting to get out of bed, Luna nuzzled her head into Anriel's embrace, making a small, beast-like sound. Let me hold you for a little longer. No problem. Anriel adjusted to a position that was comfortable for both Luna and herself, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Luna's fair neck. At that moment, there were scattered red marks on it. Anriel's face turned red. Luna seemed to sense Anriel's unusualness, raised her head, and followed his gaze to find a reason for his blush. The girl blinked and smiled mischievously. There really is a perverted gentleman who hugs little girls and kisses them fiercely. She raised her hand to gently touch the kiss mark on her neck, revealing a hint of a happy smile on her face. But I don't mind at all, even if you plant a few more strawberries. That's fine. After playing around for a while, they both got up, tidied themselves, and dressed before heading downstairs together. On the way to the hall, Anriel casually told Luna about the truth behind Sirius Black and Wormtail and the murder of the Potter family, as well as some events from last night. Although it felt like a lot had happened during those hours, looking back, it was just a few hours from afternoon to evening. Luna wasn't particularly interested in what happened last night. She cared even less about things that didn't involve Anriel. Clearly, she was much more interested in what happened to the Potter family back then. What exactly happened among those so-called good friends? Who was the traitor? And who was the wronged one? Anriel told Luna the story one by one. There were 2 fewer people at the teacher's table for breakfast. One was Lupin, and the other was Dumbledore, who sat in the center. Dumbledore was quite busy now. Not only did he have to handle Lupin's resignation procedures, but he also needed to participate in a press conference at the Ministry of Magic to testify in the case of Sirius and Wormtail. This was mainly because Wormtail was on the run from the law, and the underage wizard could not testify in court. Moreover, Snape would love to see Sirius locked up for another 12 years. How could he possibly testify to prove his innocence? Wait a minute. Anriel was a bit confused because Snape was walking towards him. Anriel looked around. Apart from Luna, there was no one else around. It couldn't be just passing by. It would walk around 2 long tables that almost spanned the entire hall. Professor Snape, is there something you need? Out of politeness, Anriel stood up to ask Snape. Snape stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping around, though it was unclear what he was looking at. Then he reached into his robe and pulled out a bundle of air. After making a motion as if to throw the air down, he walked away without saying a word or looking back. Luna on the chair looked down at her knees, then looked up at Anriel and blinked. This is... Anriel reached out and grabbed the smooth, invisible fabric. Luna curiously put her hand underneath it. The hand disappeared. An invisibility cloak. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak of the Peverell family. Last night, Snape had entered the Shrieking Shack wearing it. Anriel thought for a moment and understood what was going on. It was absolutely impossible to expect Snape to personally return the clothes to Harry. Perhaps he wanted to use her to return the invisibility cloak? Anriel could only assume this. After all, it couldn't be that Snape gave him this robe to win his favor, right? Feeling the silky smoothness flowing like water on his fingers, Anriel showed a strange smile. Did he expect to spit out something he had gotten his hands on? Dream on. This thing was his now, and it wouldn't matter who came. He couldn't shake the feeling that the way he got this invisibility cloak was even more magical and absurd than the old wand. Anriel put away the invisibility cloak, preparing to find an opportunity to study this thing in depth, to see what merits it has to qualify as one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Stop looking and eat. Anriel sat back down next to Luna and said with a smile. After breakfast, Luna sat on the edge of her chair, swinging her little legs back and forth, looking quite cheerful. She turned to Anriel and asked, "Hey, little sir, the final exam is over. Is there anything you want to do in the next few days?" Anriel was about to answer that he would just do some research, but suddenly he remembered what Luna had said to him last night. "My little angel, are you free? If you are, how about we try something fun together?" So, he responded accordingly. Luna gave a light hum. Whether the little rabbit is free or not, isn't it up to the big bad wolf, Mr. Wolf, to decide? Anriel smiled and gently tapped Luna's little head. "All right, today I'll take you to see what I usually do." The two stood up holding hands and walked towards the wish fulfillment room on the 8th floor. "Luna, do you know what my view of this world is?" As the door to the wish fulfillment room appeared, Anriel placed her hand on the doorknob, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, she turned to ask Luna, "My view of the world?" Luna looked at Anriel with innocent eyes and surprisingly said, "It's the relationship between wizards and muggles, right?" Sometimes, Luna's intuition truly made Anriel wonder if she had secretly learned legitimacy. Anriel smiled faintly and turned the door of the wish-granting house. Inside, there was a shimmering silver light. But it wasn't the silver of gold and silver. It was the color of steel. "This is my magic workshop." Anriel raised his hand to introduce. "These are all products of the combination of magic and muggle creations, right? These are all weapons." Anriel hesitated for a moment and chose to tell Luna the most truthful side of these things. They are weapons. Their fate will ultimately be to be armed on the warriors, harvesting the lives of enemies on the battlefield. Luna just listened quietly, without interrupting. "Perhaps this is how it is." Anriel smiled, saying all these words in one breath, as if he had really unloaded some psychological burden. Luna took out a delicate revolver from beside the container, seemingly admiring the patterns on it. But both of them knew that this exquisite piece of art could easily take away someone else's vibrant life. "Andy, you want to start a war, right?" Luna's eyelashes partially covered her eyes, her voice wavering. "Just like your father." Anriel calmly responded. However, he views muggles as a threat and plans to enslave them. Anriel hesitated for a moment, seeming to contemplate whether to show Luna the world she hoped for. After a brief struggle, Anriel let out a long sigh. "I want to combine the strengths of muggles and wizards to move towards a future called evolution." Luna cautiously set down the revolver in her hand, looked at her boyfriend, and smiled. "That must be quite challenging, right?" "Challenging?" Anriel couldn't keep up with Luna's train of thought for a moment. Challenging." Luna tiptoed over to Anriel, as if she were floating. "Because it's challenging. I don't want you to go alone." Luna stuck out her little tongue, looking adorable. "I want to go with you." Anriel reached out to touch Luna's head, gently pinching the girl's tender cheek while running his fingers through her hair the side of her face, speaking in a doting tone. All right, let's go together." After touring for a while longer, the two left the wish-granting house, arms warehouse mode. After Anriel wandered in front of the door 3 times, he finally spoke. "What we are about to visit may require a..." He pondered for a moment on his words. "Guide." With a snap of his fingers, a wisp of gray mist shot out between his fingers, stretching and twisting in the wind, resembling a crack floating in midair. 2 hands, adorned with black silk gloves, extended from the crack. The knuckles were elegant, and the fingers were long, resembling model hands even without considering the skin. Anriel didn't expect it either, as he was also stunned to see Regulus, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, stepping out of the crack. After standing up straight, he even raised his hand to adjust his tie. With a slender figure, well-defined muscle lines, upright back, long legs, and a pale, handsome face that looked almost sickly, he was like a walking mannequin for a high-end clothing brand. Regulus's kind of handsome was different from Anriel's. Regulus was already an adult, exuding a mature masculinity that could turn heads and captivate countless girls with just a glance, while Anriel's body was only 15 this year, combining a mature soul with a still youthful face, giving off a charm that was uniquely youthful. "Andy, what do you need a model for?" Luna muttered quietly. Her eyes glazed over. Anriel's lips twitched as he turned to Regulus and asked, "What is this outfit?" Regulus slightly bowed and explained, "I personally believe that the operation of Muggle society is based on agriculture. While retaining the Agricultural Production Foundation, it also develops industry, with a group known as the proletariat as the backbone." Anriel's eyelid twitched wildly, and he raised his hand to stop Regulus. "Get to the point. We can discuss this topic later." "Oh," Regulus nodded. "The point is, don't be fooled by how good I seem to be dressed right now." Regulus touched the tip of his nose. "Actually, I'm involved in agriculture and animal husbandry in the Muggle world. I haven't gotten into the industrial part yet." "And Ruier." Anriel, "No, man. Is this what they call before the army moves? The provisions are ready? I'm not even talking about a rebellion yet. The Imperial Guard hasn't even started, and you've already sorted out the logistics?" You've even figured out the social ideology? It's only 1994. You really are like a little cow running upside down in a thunderstorm, full of bravado and lightning. This is... Seeing that Anriel and Luna were both silent, Regulus tried to make conversation by looking at Luna. My fiancée... Anriel glanced at Luna, who pursed her lips and shot him a glare. Oh, Miss Lovegood, nice to meet you. Regulus politely shook hands with Luna. Anriel felt that something was off. Huh, did I ever tell you Luna's last name? Didn't you say before that I should study up on your matters? Regulus was also a bit confused. Hey, all right, this is efficient work. Having a subordinate like Regulus is truly a blessing earned from hanging a street lamp in a past life. Anriel thought to himself that he didn't hang streetlights in his previous life either. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anriel pressed down the doorknob and pushed the door into the wish room, with Luna following closely behind. Regulus casually closed the door. The room was empty, with only one wall appearing as if it had been burned by fire, pitch black. I usually use it in this place. Anriel raised her left hand, showcasing the resurrection stone in front of Luna. It was a rather ominous stone. Anriel looked at the pitch-black wall and softly said, "It doesn't have much respect for death. It can forcibly bring some who are in eternal sleep back to reality. However, of course," Anriel turned to Regulus, "it can also bring back some people who shouldn't have died and start a brand new life." Regulus smiled and said nothing. "I currently have 3 items here." Anriel spoke slowly, his hand reaching into his robe to reveal a mysterious smile. They were all very ancient. Luna was well aware of Anriel's character. Whenever he displayed that expression, it meant that what was about to happen would certainly be very interesting, even to the point of madness. However, this time Anriel had come with her, which meant there would be no danger. It was somewhat similar to a haunted house in the Muggle world. Although it could be very frightening, as long as one followed the steps and acted according to the rules, there wouldn't be any real incidents of injury or death. In that case, what would there be? Luna tilted her head and asked innocently. Anriel started pulling things out one by one. First, a tattered iron helmet. "It's the old antique your dad has been talking about wanting to fix every day." Anriel introduced it like this, and Luna immediately understood what it was. Hey, young man, you're not going to use it, are you?" "Oh, that's right." Anriel let out a light laugh. "The object of resurrection by this medium is Rowena Ravenclaw. Not to mention Luna." Even Regulus twitched the corner of his mouth. Anriel glanced at the two of them and, satisfied, began to take out the second item, a bundle of air. "Oh no, it's an invisibility cloak." Luna rolled her eyes. All right, no more talking. The person to be revived by this cloak is the 3rd child of the Peverell family, Ignatius Peverell, right, young sir? So clever, already eager to answer. Anriel lowered his head and kissed Luna on the forehead. The last thing, Anriel gently clapped his hands. Regulus suddenly realized, and the next moment, a leather case appeared in his hand. Previously, apart from asking him to collect the belongings of those killed by Voldemort, Anriel also instructed him to search diligently for that person's relics. In a magical world, this was undoubtedly considered an act of great rebellion. Regulus opened the leather case, revealing rough fabric inside. It looked completely like the most ordinary coarse burlap, and there was a dead wooden stick placed on top. "What is this?" Luna's curiosity was piqued. "This is..." Anriel made a mysterious expression. It was Merlin's robe. Merlin? Is it the Merlin she knew? You guessed it right. It is the robe and wand once used by the ancestor of modern wizards, Merlin. How did Regulus get such ancient items? Luna's expression was still hard to believe. She didn't know how this Regulus managed to obtain such old things. Regulus seemed to sense her concerns. The wand was detected using the master's equipment and was recently excavated. It's estimated that Merlin's magic kept it from decaying for hundreds or even thousands of years. At this point, Regulus fell silent, and Luna didn't think too much about it this time. She casually asked, "What about the robe?" Regulus quickly looked at Anriel, inquiring if he could reveal the truth to Luna. The answer was obviously yes. So, the robe was taken from a private exhibition of a Muggle billionaire. This. Luna forced a smile and turned to Anriel. "Andy, are these the 3 people you want to resurrect?" Anriel nodded and pointed out, "However, we don't need to try all 3 today. You can choose one. Just pick one." Luna fell silent for a moment. It would take anyone a while to make a choice among these 3 people. One was Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw, one of the 4 Hogwarts houses. Another was Ignatius Peverell, the maker of the invisibility cloak and an ancestor of Harry Potter, who was one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. And the last one was even more significant. How to choose? Luna showed a strange expression. She always felt that Anriel had already made a choice and was just testing the rapport between the two of them. Let her think. If they really resurrected any one of the 3, others might not dare to say anything, but at least Rowena Ravenclaw, representing intelligence, would never easily submit to others. Even among the four founders, she was considered quite noble, only second to Slytherin and slightly above Gryffindor. Even if Anriel could be certain that there would be no conflict with Ravenclaw, or even if there was a conflict, they would be the winning side, which would still require a negotiation process in the end. As for Ignotus Peverell, who had once nearly conquered death, he would be even harder to deal with. In comparison, Merlin not only assisted King Arthur, but also had a second-in-command personality, and it was said that he was humorous and very friendly. At least he would have a much better attitude than the first two. Moreover, if the choice was not Merlin, Anriel called Regulus over for what? To make the three of them look more formal? Merlin, we all grew up listening to this ancient legend. Luna said softly, and sure enough, Anriel revealed a fond smile upon hearing this destined answer. Then let's begin. Anriel gestured for Luna to stand back, then raised his left hand. As a chill spread through the room under Luna's curious gaze, the girl leaned closer to her lover. She didn't really care where the cold was coming from. She only knew that beside him, there was that familiar sense of safety. She had never felt Anriel's body was cold, not even now. The gray mist flowed down like liquid, and the outline of a large door gradually emerged. Anriel stepped forward and easily grasped the scythe. The door swung open with a bang. Faintly, a shadowy figure stood behind the door, hunched over, looking like an old man. Anriel nodded with satisfaction. This time it should be a success. Newly resurrected souls are usually in a confused and dazed state, so Anriel walked inside, intending to bring Merlin out. "Young man, quite capable, aren't you?" An old voice sounded. Anriel gasped. She saw the old man, who had raised his head at some point, now gazing at her with great interest. A smile on his face. Anriel stared at Merlin, seemingly wanting to say something. "I'm quite clear-headed now, old man. No need to look." Merlin grinned, revealing a set of clean, even teeth, looking nothing like an old man. "You should go out first. This isn't a place for conversation." Anriel nodded. "Let's go out." "I understand." Merlin looked a bit surprised, and after glancing around, he finally realized and let out an "oh." "Never mind. Let's go out then." The two left the scorched earth of the world of death, and the big door gently closed again. "You are now," before the door of death disappeared. Anriel was the first to ask, frowning deeply. "Hey," Merlin chuckled softly. "As you can see, it's all genuine." The old man bent down and picked up the linen robe from the ground, shaking it off. This time, the medium wasn't consumed at all, because, in the next moment, Merlin draped the robe over himself. "I didn't die at all, huh?" Merlin fixed his gaze on Anriel, and the profound eyes that had been tempered by time revealed wisdom and insight that few could match over the centuries. "Little one, have you always been so disrespectful of death?" The old man squinted his eyes, his tone filled with interest. From Merlin's perspective, this little guy from the future was incredibly brave, daring to pull someone back from the world of death. Upon closer inspection, Merlin's interest grew even stronger because this young man turned out to be an artificial life form. Sort of. Anriel nodded. Merlin looked around exaggeratedly, his actions somewhat amusing. But no one dared to laugh, nor did anyone want to. "Oh, this one is also a dead man." His gaze swept from left to right. "The little girl has good talent. If she truly recognizes you as her little boyfriend, then just follow him forever." Merlin slowly stroked the beard on his chin and looked back at Anriel. "Do you have anything you want to say to this old man?" "Yes." Anriel nodded. "I hope, Mr. Merlin, that you can assist me in achieving my wish to change this world." Merlin's eyes narrowed. "Interesting." Anriel gently waved his hand, and a set of tables and chairs appeared in the room. Merlin and Anriel sat across from each other. Luna looked a bit reserved, while Regulus seemed to have conjured a feather quill and a few sheets of parchment from nowhere, appearing ready to start taking notes. "Mr. Merlin, do you have a good understanding of the current situation between the wizarding and non-wizarding communities in the world?" Anriel asked first, because if nothing unexpected happens, of course, I don't understand, as I've spent almost all these years in the tower. Merlin smacked his lips. Anriel curled the corner of his mouth and magically brought a jug of wine to the table. "Hey," Merlin grinned, looking in a good mood. "Let me briefly describe it to you first." Anriel raised his hand and drew two side-by-side circles between him and Merlin. Each circle was divided into 3 parts. Those who do not understand magic are referred to as muggles, which is a proper noun, although the term varies slightly by region. Anriel bent her thumb and pointed to one of the circles. The muggle and wizarding communities can mostly be divided into 3 categories: extremists, progressives, and profit-seekers. Merlin raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. "There are no absolute neutralists in the world," Anriel explained softly and continued, "After my research, I refer to the works of a great muggle biologist from 1859. I believe that wizards represent a new direction in human evolution, primarily based on muggles. This evolution is not entirely contained within bloodlines, but there is indeed a fact that the probability of genetic traits becoming dominant increases. I looked at Merlin, who has both human and dream demon blood, with deep respect. The population base of wizards is too small, especially compared to muggles. If we continue to insist on the opposition between wizards and muggles, the final outcome can only be mutual destruction, with wizards facing extinction and muggles suffering heavy casualties. Anriel quickly shifted the topic to the tragic ending that everyone was reluctant to see, temporarily skipping over his proposals and methods. He wanted Merlin to first see where the problem lay. I understand. Merlin picked up his wine and took a sip. That so-called muggle refers to ordinary people, and there are very many of them. Yes, there are indeed very many, which means the chances of producing talent are quite high. If we continue to oppose each other, we will eventually be doomed. Merlin raised one finger, signaling that he was about to get to the point. In my view, your ideas can be summarized into two types. The first is intermarriage and education, gradually transforming all muggles into wizards through bloodline inheritance, making everyone the same, which would eliminate opposition, or at least reduce the sharpness of it. Merlin raised a second finger. The second type is that, since the first option takes too long, potentially requiring the efforts of several generations, and who knows what unexpected events might occur during that time. You want to combine the advantages of muggles and wizards, including but not limited to recruiting elite talents from among muggles and combining the novel gadgets invented by muggles with outdated magic, pursuing a route of social elitism. Merlin spread his hands. I can't think of any other possible ideas you might have. You're right. Anriel nodded slightly. Merlin tilted his head, nodded, and then shook it. Don't expect this old bone of mine to help you fight. You probably already know my story. Back in the day, I was responsible for dealing with Morgan Le Fay, and I know nothing about leading troops in a battle. Looking at you like this, your ancestor was probably an unfortunate prophet like me, and you won't find much use for my divinations and prophecies. So at most, I can only offer you some advisory opinions. That's enough. Having the legendary great magician Merlin give advice is already a very good outcome for me. Anriel is not overly ambitious, and Merlin has always played the role of a behind-the-scenes advisor. That's good. The old man nodded and scratched his beard. The quickest and most convenient way for you to achieve your grand ambitions is through war. Only by conquering them with force can you spread your ideas to them. Merlin paused, carefully scrutinizing Anriel, and then curled his lip. You don't resemble him at all. You look too refined. Anriel, old man, subway, mobile phone. JPG, no, old man. Who did you just compare me to? It must be King Arthur, right? Anriel's mouth twitched. According to legend, the great wizard Merlin was humorous, emotional, and enjoyed making jokes. He personally clarified that it was true. So, this matter is temporarily settled. After saying this, Merlin glanced at Regulus, who was recording beside him. Let's talk about something else. Your stone isn't quite up to par. Although there is some mental influence on the resurrected subjects, the effect doesn't seem very good. You'll have to rely on your own charisma to persuade them. Merlin, hand it over. I'll modify it for you. Anriel unhesitatingly took the resurrection stone and placed it in Merlin's palm. Oh, so you trust the old man that much? Merlin glanced sideways at Anriel. It's not trust, it's confidence. Anriel smiled slightly, looking into Merlin's eyes, and slowly said, Good, this is how a king should be. Merlin nodded in satisfaction, pulling out his wand, which looked like a broken branch. You didn't make this yourself, did you? Merlin asked Anriel while examining the resurrection stone in his hand. Indeed not. This thing is known as one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, created by 3 powerful wizards from before. 3 items? Merlin became interested. What do they look like? Bring them over, let me see. Anriel reached out his hand to his side and snapped his fingers. In the next second, a wand appeared in his hand. The 3 Deathly Hallows are respectively known as the Elder Wand. Anriel handed over the wand in his hand, the invisibility cloak. He picked up the smooth silk from the ground, the resurrection stone. He pointed to the black stone in Merlin's palm. This Elder Wand is a replica of mine, but its power is almost identical, infused with a strong aura of death. Anriel's tone was slightly proud. Pretty good, quite nice. Unexpectedly, Merlin nodded in appreciation. Clever design, but I still prefer using my own wand. He finally poked the resurrection stone, and a ghostly face formed from gray mist emerged from the surface, looking fierce and terrifying. All right. He handed the stone back to Anriel. Getting older, but thankfully my skills haven't dulled. Anriel took the resurrection stone and sighed. Truly, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Dumbledore is already old enough, and now there's another ancient monster who is thousands of years old. However, the question still needs to be asked. What effects does the improvement have? Merlin waved his hand nonchalantly. Not much. Just that the effects have increased by about 100 or 80 times. 100 or 80 times. Your grandfather is still your grandfather. Looking at the grimacing ghost face on the resurrection stone, Anriel's feelings were heartfelt. The subsequent negotiation process was quite simple. Merlin agreed to help Anriel plan strategies and control the overall situation. However, he wanted Anriel to agree to two conditions. The first was that Merlin would not appear in public in any form. He wanted to be a stable behind-the-scenes figure. Of course, if he changed his appearance and blended in with ordinary people to watch the excitement, that would be fine. The second is, Anriel doesn't have anything particularly urgent, so he prefers not to be disturbed, or rather, Anriel can't find him, because he is about to start traveling the world. An elderly man from a bygone era is returning to experience life in the present world. The evaluation can be summed up in one word: classic. After discussing some details, Anriel took Luna to say goodbye, leaving Regulus to still act as a guide for Merlin before departing from the House of All Needs. Anriel is even less worried that the two of them will be discovered because, in a sense, there is a part of cognitive alteration effect in Merlin's old and immortal abilities. Luna looks confused. For someone of his age, even if he is exceptionally wise, this seems a bit too fantastical. However, Anriel appears quite satisfied. That's good, Luna thinks. By the way, the holiday is coming soon. Do you still need to go back to the dormitory to pack your things? Anriel asked. Luna looked around and, after finding no one, bared her small white teeth and angrily asked, "Whose dormitory is it? Yours?" Anriel smiled without a hint of guilt and said, "I didn't ask." After a moment of thought, he continued, "In a few days, I need to go out to take care of something. Forgive me, I can't take you with me this time." Luna gently shook her head, indicating that it was okay. She understood. "But there's the Quidditch World Cup this summer. I'll take you to see it." "Okay," Luna replied lazily. Anriel took his little girlfriend's hand and slowly walked towards the Ravenclaw Tower. A week later, the sound of a whistle echoed at the Hogwarts train station as students boarded the train with their luggage. Their destination was to return to what they considered their safe home after a year of fear and anxiety. Whether it was truly safe, no one could say for sure. Anriel watched as Harry Potter and Ron Weasley boarded the train, and Harry looked very happy. Because as far as he knew, he was about to leave the Dursleys and embrace a new life with his godfather. He had dreamed countless times of the scene where he could leave the Dursleys one day and live with someone who could take care of him like his parents did. He didn't know what his mother had sacrificed her life for to save him. Following this trend, he would never know. With Sirius' arrogant personality, even if he knew about the protective charm set by Dumbledore based on blood ties, he would never bring it up to Harry. Dumbledore's view on this matter was, it didn't matter. Yes, it was just that it didn't matter. He said nothing, as if the transfer of Harry's guardianship to Sirius had never happened. Anriel found this quite normal. The priority of protecting Harry Potter had already been placed quite low on Dumbledore's personal list, and if it weren't for considering Snape's feelings, this matter would have been ranked even lower in the grand scheme of things. The whistle sounded again. The wheels began to turn, pushing the train forward, around a great mountain, disappearing from Anriel's sight. Anriel's figure slowly faded away, as if it had been erased by an eraser. Luna took the train home, as Anriel had suggested, mainly because there probably wouldn't be anyone at Hogwarts these days, and Anriel was worried Luna would feel lonely. Dumbledore went to the Ministry of Magic to handle matters related to Sirius. Olby was still kind, after Sirius had tried multiple times for a whole week. He ultimately had to accept the reality that number 12, Grimmauld Place, no longer welcomed him. He provided Sirius with a small property in the suburbs of Nottingham. Anriel knew about this. He had secretly laughed a few times, mainly because of Sirius's stubbornness. A normal person would try 3 to 5 times at most, and after realizing it was futile, they would probably give up. Sirius, on the other hand, had tried at least 20 times. Was there really nothing else for him to do? Indeed there wasn't. The case had been solved. It wasn't stubbornness, but rather boredom. And for this past week, Anriel hadn't been idle either, but what he was doing was very simple and singular. He was searching for the location of Azkaban. Azkaban is a prison built on an isolated island in the ocean. In fact, aside from specific officials from the Ministry of Magic, such as those from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, no one knows exactly where Azkaban is located. Considering the geographical location of Britain on Earth, Anriel leaned towards the idea that Azkaban is in the Atlantic Ocean. As for what happened next, Merlin enhanced the function of the Resurrection Stone 100-fold, you know? Search for me, inch by inch. After this command was issued, countless drowned souls spread out like a plague. conducting a carpet search from Britain to the east coast of America. After a week of searching, they finally found the infamous wizarding prison in a well-known sea area. Anriel should have thought of this earlier. Besides this sea area, what other place could serve as a wizard prison? The Bermuda Islands. At this point, Anriel curled her lips. Located in the North Atlantic, it is an autonomous British overseas territory. Although this place is only over 900 kilometers from the North American coastline, about 1,100 nautical miles northeast of Miami, Florida, and only about 840 nautical miles southeast of Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. But sorry, this place is still under British colonial rule, part of the empire where the sun never sets. After clarifying the location, Anriel made a little preparation. Mainly, she drafted a speech for what she was about to do. She also needed to learn about the current inmates in Azkaban, how many Death Eaters there were, how many of Voldemort's loyal followers, and how many were completely unrelated to Voldemort. It was fine not knowing this, but once she learned, it left Anriel speechless. The internal structure of Azkaban is abstract. According to the archived documents of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Auror Command, the tower-shaped Azkaban is divided into 3 areas, separated by levels. The first area is the Light Sentence Zone. One of its main purposes is to detain observation prisoners. Our gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid, has been in this area. In addition to observation prisoners like Hagrid, this area also holds another type of person, the mentally ill, madmen, and mad scientists. Anti-human, anti-wizard. As long as the situation is not particularly severe and the Ministry of Magic thinks you are still quite useful, you'll be uniformly detained in this area, similar to official house arrest. Objectively speaking, 99. 9 of this area is occupied by Ravenclaw individuals. Interestingly, the Light Sentence Zone is located in the central part of Azkaban because, comparatively, the environment here is considered the most comfortable. The second area is called the Heavy Sentence Zone. As we know, there is no death penalty in Azkaban. In other words, as long as you're serving a long-term sentence here, it is essentially a death sentence. Sirius Black was also imprisoned in this area. In this area, the representation of Slytherin skyrockets to over 80, almost entirely comprised of those who entered during those years, including, but not limited to, the loyal Death Eaters represented by Bellatrix Lestrange, certain anarchists who cause chaos under the guise of Death Eaters. There are also the same types of mentally ill, madmen, and mad scientists as in the Light Sentence Zone, but clearly they have committed serious crimes that resulted in loss of life. This bunch of monsters is imprisoned in the upper area of Azkaban, accompanied daily by Dementors. The upper area is where Dementors linger the longest. Those confined here, without exception, are all mad. Even if some appear quite normal, they have actually been insane for quite some time. Staying in such a place, looking at their own bleak future, is not rare. It is simply impossible not to go mad. Having talked about the upper and middle layers, the third area is naturally the lower layer. This so-called lower layer is actually below sea level, located beneath the vast ocean. There is very little information about the lower area, and it is more of an infinite mystery. Anriel didn't find much information about the lower levels of Azkaban at the Auror Command. He found it at the Department of Mysteries. This traces back to the history of Azkaban. Azkaban originated in the 15th century, but it was initially not used as a prison. The first fortress of Azkaban, built in the Bermuda Triangle, has never appeared on any map, neither Muggle nor Wizard. It is rumored to have been created by magic, and some say it was enchanted to enlarge the space. The fortress was originally the home of an obscure wizard who called himself Ectus. Ectus was extremely powerful, but his nationality is unknown. He often practiced the most malevolent dark magic and would lure, torment, and kill passing Muggle sailors for his amusement. People generally believed he was mentally unstable. It was only after his death, when the hidden spells he cast lost their power, that the Ministry of Magic became aware of the island and the building's existence. Those who went to investigate later only mentioned that the place was filled with Dementors and refused to disclose more. They referred to the area of Azkaban below sea level as the Soul Nest. Many authorities considered Azkaban an evil place best destroyed, but many were also concerned that if the building were destroyed, the Dementors residing within would swarm out, leading to unimaginable consequences. These creatures were already mature, powerful enough, and there was no way to kill them. The fact is, at that time, no one could fundamentally eliminate the Dementors. Therefore, there were also concerns about what terrifying acts of revenge the Dementors would unleash if they were deprived of their active dwelling. Every wall of Azkaban is filled with torment and pain, and the Dementors thrive on these. Experts who have studied the building and dark magic claim that the connection between the two is too deep. Any attempt to completely destroy the dark magic on the building could provoke the wrath of the Dementors, who would then track down and retaliate against the perpetrator no matter where they fled. The Soul Nest is indeed the origin of the diminished species. Torment, pain, and wails, it's almost a replica of the gateway to hell, connecting to the realm of death. From previous research, Anriel knew that the essence of the Dementors is a type of soul that is dead but not fully gone, having lost its sanity. Vengeful spirit would be more appropriate. They are empowered by the dark magic within the Soul Nest, instilling in them a hatred for the living and an instinct to absorb emotions. They do not care who is guilty and who is not. Anriel needs to point out a misconception held by those so-called experts. Dementors do not simply drain happiness. In fact, they can extract any emotion known as feelings. However, due to the nature of happiness, when it is extracted, the person's feelings are more pronounced. This is also why the prisoners who remain in Azkaban until the end are numb, rather than looking sorrowful. After Anriel shared this discovery with Merlin, the old man replied, "Once you arrive at the location, take a closer look. If this power leakage is caused by the death portal, then close the door, and after some research, you'll be able to summon it at will. If it's some kind of strange artifact, then use the resurrection stone to summon the gray mist to wrap it up. The resurrection stone will absorb it." Anriel was surprised by this, and Merlin scoffed at his surprise. "No matter what, I am still a sorcerer. My creation skills are far better than those useless fairies, understand?" The second day of the Hogwarts holiday, Anriel tucked a long rectangular box into his pocket, and with a flicker, he teleported to the coastline, spreading his wings and soaring towards the clouds. What lay before him was an endless expanse of ocean. Occasionally, flying fish leaped from the surface of the sea, and seabirds swooped down to catch them. The waves crashed against the rocks, and the sea whirlpools carried away floating debris. The weather would occasionally worsen, with pea-sized raindrops hitting Anriel, fierce winds howling, and thunder rumbling. It felt just like the weather on the day he was born. For Anriel, this had no effect at all. Each stretch of the journey had its own weather, but fortunately, when Anriel arrived at the famous sea area, it was already noon, and the weather was excellent. A triangular black stone building appeared before Anriel. Azkaban, he had arrived, on a day when the usually gloomy skies of Azkaban were clear. Not even a single Dementor could be seen, sensing the pressure of their natural enemy. These creatures were quicker to hide than ever. The hawk gently flapped its wings twice, and as the gray mist rose, it transformed back into a human when it dissipated. Anriel stood in mid-air, level with the upper layers of Azkaban, as if walking on solid ground. He reached into his robe with his left hand, rummaged for a moment, and then drew out his wand, pointing it at a corner of the top of Azkaban. Although most modern wizards had become rather casual, Anriel had always held a deep respect for the ancient magic and sorcerers. Next, Anriel's lips moved, and in an instant, it seemed as if an invisible giant, wielding a massive club, struck hard at the sharp corner of Azkaban. A piercing scream echoed in the air, and the stone corner flew away like the cap of a beer bottle being popped off, revealing a passage leading into the depths of Azkaban. Still, no Dementors dared to trouble Anriel. A wise choice. Anriel seemed to be walking down a long staircase, slowly entering the gap from midair. It seemed to be giving the prisoners held here some time to react. The sound of her leather boots striking the bluestone tiles made a crisp, jarring noise in the corridor of the prison cells. The sound echoed through the empty corridor, provoking reactions from some living beings that still had some awareness. The prisoners in the heavy punishment area lived in single cells. Those who still had vitality and could lift their heads all looked up. Those capable of thought used the little energy left in their bodies to ponder who Anriel really was. She was definitely not a member of the Ministry of Magic. Only a very small number of people still had enough strength to drag their broken bodies to the cell door. Staring intently at this young living person they had never seen before, Anriel slowly walked past one cell after another. Not a single Dementor attempted to approach him. Even those who were originally patrolling fled, as if they were escaping. If Voldemort merely relied on what he could offer the Dementors to entice them to work for him, then Anriel's approach was much more straightforward. He would issue commands. Those who obeyed and did their work well would receive some food. Those who did not, well, soon he reached the end of the corridor. The final section of the prison had only a few cells, and even fewer contained living souls. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as Anriel's fingertips hovered in the air. He had just gently tapped on the threshold of an iron cell door. Inside the cell, a woman lifted her disheveled, filthy face to look at Anriel. She was extremely alert, as she was already utterly insane. What kind of face was that? Objectively speaking, Bellatrix was not ugly. She had nothing to do with the word ugly. Yet, there seemed to be no aspect of her that could be called beautiful. There was a quality that destroyed any part of her that could be considered beautiful. It was a frantic, hysterical madness. She glanced at Anriel with contempt, raised a thin, emaciated arm, and reached out to grasp the bars of the door, but the iron chain binding her wrist prevented her from doing so. After she reached out, the chain seemed to shorten a few inches, as if it had tightened around her wrist, and Anriel could clearly see that the shackles seemed to be embedded in Bellatrix's flesh. Anriel thought for a moment and walked to the outside of the cell door. A gaunt, tall, and thin man was staring at him through the window. Anriel couldn't help but look at him a few more times. He was completely different from the one in Dumbledore's memories. Rodolphus Lestrange. The most striking change in him was his demeanor. The madness and hysteria that were once similar to his wife's had now turned into silence. A dead silence. Rodolphus's hair had now turned a withered gray, the color of a sinister old wolf's fur. For someone who had spent 17 years in prison, taking the time and effort to arrange his robes, or rather his prison uniform, like an old suit, was a laborious and meaningless task. Yet Rodolphus did just that. In stark contrast to his mad wife just a wall away, his demeanor was one of oppressive and terrifying silence. He was like an ancient corpse sleeping in a tomb for 1,000 years. But what lay hidden beneath this absolute silence? Rodolphus's eyes, fixed on Anriel, had already revealed the answer to him. Devotion. But this devotion was a tribute to the devil. In Rodolphus's eyes, it seemed as if two flames of pitch-black fire were burning, never to be extinguished. Only death could dull their brightness, but alas, it might not extinguish them forever. In that moment, Anriel seemed to have an illusion that what stood before him was not a crazed Death Eater, bloodied and consumed by endless evil, but an old priest who had lost his faith, deeply entrenched in a state of both conviction and confusion. Of course, Anriel knew this was an illusion. No one could deny the evil that Rodolphus had once committed. But, interesting, Anriel's mouth unconsciously. Rodolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix Lestrange. Anriel whispered in a very low voice. Rodolphus showed no reaction, still fixated on Anriel with his burning eyes. Bella's reaction was more intense. Her eyes widened slightly, looking at Anriel with a mix of surprise and an unabashedly malicious gaze. The few remaining living people in the prison area also shifted their attention somewhat. In fact, the prisoners locked away in the deepest parts were much more aware than the Ministry of Magic officials imagined, as their will was several times stronger than that of ordinary people. It's truly an honor to meet you, huh? Anriel let out two eerie, hoarse laughs from his throat, sounding very old, making him seem like some kind of ancient monster. His gaze swept back and forth between the two people. Who are you? A little bastard from the Ministry of Magic? Or something else? Bellatrix asked in a hoarse voice, laced with disdain, while licking her cracked lips. Me? My name is Anriel. Anriel wasn't angry. He knew how to deal with madmen. I have two surnames. Which one do you want to hear first, Ms. Lestrange? The good one? Or the bad one? Bellatrix let out a short, harsh, and dry laugh. How about the good one? There are no good people here. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed a couple of times, making her seem even more deranged. I see. Anriel nodded thoughtfully. My last name is Dumbledore. The Dumbledore of Albus Dumbledore. Anriel spoke calmly and softly. The rustling sounds of movement in the prison had ceased. Bella's eyes bulged, her upper lip tightly bitten by her teeth, revealing her unrest. Perhaps the only person in the prison who remained completely unresponsive was Rodolphus. However, his eyes seemed brighter. Ha 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 ha! Bella suddenly erupted into a piercing, maniacal laugh, which transformed into a scream as she continued. Her throat, with its hoarse voice, seemed about to crack from laughter. Ha! That little brat said his last name was Dumbledore. Bella's voice suddenly rose an octave on the last word, filled with a mocking tone of madness. What about the bad one? A voice extremely calm asked, unexpectedly drowning out Bella's manic laughter. Anriel completely ignored Bella. He had been waiting for this question for a long time, even enduring that coarse laughter. He turned to Rodolphus. I am Anriel Grindelwald Twelestrange, sir. Rodolphus stared at Anriel, and after a moment, he silently sat down at his own bedside, his eyes still fixed on Anriel. Oh, actually, that couldn't be called a bed. It should be called a straw mat. Well, as long as someone believed it, things would be much easier. Anriel walked slowly in circles in the corridor. Let me ask you a little question. Why are you all loyal to Voldemort? Everyone alive here is a Death Eater. Anriel felt quite helpless. This was different from the information he found in the Ministry of Magic. It seemed that the Ministry didn't care much about the lives and deaths of the prisoners locked in the high-security area. They had seemingly become something indifferent long ago. Bella seemed to want to answer this question, but Anriel spoke quickly, not giving her much time to defend herself. Tom Riddle was not a qualified leader. As a revolutionary, he should implement and remain faithful to his own ideals, loyal to his revolutionary blueprint. He would build a great and magnificent world, as a goal for all his apostles to strive for together. That was an old regime, a new system on the ruins, a guide. The greatest promise he could make to everyone. Anriel took a deep breath. Even if it is intolerable to the world, even if it is said to be unachievable, even if it is a facade draped over the nauseating dictatorship of terror, Anriel glanced at everyone present. What has Voldemort given you? He couldn't even be bothered to put on the outer layer of disguise. A chaotic, anarchic, undisciplined, and unorganized white dictatorship. Of course, maybe there are some lunatics in your ranks who actually enjoy this kind of world, right? Bella seemed to let out a heavy snort from her nostrils. Anriel chose to ignore her and looked at the still silent Rodolphus. Apart from the empty, one-time pleasure, what do you gain from the slaughter of Muggles? By abandoning Muggles as laborers, servants, or even slaves, all you receive in return is your own sickness and madness, as well as that uncontrollable, frenzied excitement. And then, without any self-awareness, you casually discard the calmness that comes with being a noble race of wizards. Anriel's tone gradually rose, echoing his voice alone in the prison area. Just take a look at him, walking down the path of death, straying further and further off course. How dare he shamelessly claim that he has traveled further on the road to immortality than anyone else? Bah! Stubborn and self-righteous without any true, overwhelming force to back him up. Sowing chaos without the ability to suppress even a single person. Complacent and lacking a broader vision of the world. Such a person. No such a thing. A leader? The Dark Lord? He deserves that title. Bug! Anriel snorted coldly. Useless. Then what are you, you little Dumbledore? Bella screamed frantically, as if Anriel's insult towards Voldemort had completely sent her emotions into a tailspin. How dare you speak ill of the Dark Lord in front of his most loyal servant when you haven't even fully grown up? How dare you? You. Shut up. Bella. That calm voice rang out again. Rodolphus was now looking at Anriel with a strange expression, tilting his head slightly as if Anriel was a somewhat interesting and captivating television show. Rodolphus, this little thing is insulting the Dark Lord in front of us. I said, shut up. Rodolphus's tone carried a hint of impatience because he was just as much of a madman as Bella, but his outward demeanor was calm. Can't you see? Are you blind? There were no Ministry of Magic officials accompanying him, and the Dementors that should have been guarding this place were nowhere to be seen. More importantly, Rodolphus sighed lightly. Have you seen the damned Ministry's reinforcements? Years of imprisonment seemed to have dulled Bella's senses, but Rodolphus appeared to be more alert. He chose to ignore Bella's subsequent shouting and instead looked at Anriel. So, since the Dark Lord is useless, what is your viewpoint, Mr. Grindelwald? Calm, indifferent, polite. Madness concealed beneath a calm exterior, not at all abrupt, yet radiating a chilling intent. In stark contrast to his mad dog-like wife, Anriel chuckled softly. Abandon those deep-rooted, decayed customs in your perception. Those outdated, filthy, and shabby ideas. Wizards are a noble race, but their nobility does not stem from pure blood. One advantage of Muggles is something that countless generations of wizards cannot match. In this regard, wizards are inherently surpassed by Muggles, and there is almost no hope of catching up. Muggles are numerous and growing in strength, and the gap in their numbers is widening compared to wizards. Their base is incredibly vast. Anriel heard the discordant and clear chirps coming from the prison area. It wasn't just Bella. However, he paid no attention and continued. This means that the chances of Muggles giving birth to wise individuals are millions of times greater than those of wizards. Not just the wise. Philosophers, leaders, and intellectual giants are all the same. The advantage of magic will gradually be caught up with, seized, and shattered by the terrifying power known as technology, which is being researched by Muggles, taking away even the last bit of survival space for wizards. Anriel's tone was chilling as he spoke the most genuine truth. Muggles cannot be killed off completely. Muggles cannot be killed off completely. Rodolphus pressed his lips together, his gaze drifting for a moment. But the others in the prison were not like him. They began to curse. Anriel's voice suddenly rose, overpowering the suddenly agitated voices within the prison. What I said is meaningless. He articulated each word clearly, successfully silencing those madmen. The prisoners, even at the cost of exhausting their last bit of strength, shouted curses to express their dissatisfaction with Anriel's views. Anriel chuckled coldly in his heart. Nevertheless, his current goal had completely changed. He was pleased to see that Rodolphus showed a look of confusion rather than anger because of his remarks. Just wait and see. Anriel raised his hand, and gray mist rose, just like Gellert Grindelwald did back in the day, in the Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris, where he preached his ideas to a group of wizards who might become his followers in the future, accompanied by images of war weapons developed by Muggles. Airplanes, cannons, tanks. Anriel is now planning to do the same, in this Azkaban cell, facing some prisoners who might be persuaded. It's a classic recreation. But Anriel is not just showing this, because he's a damn time traveler. He has shoved some of the memories he brought from his time travel into the minds of these prisoners in front of him. Mysterious Dongfeng Express, Gerald R. Ford-class human killing machines, Sarmatians. He even displayed the real and 602, all for this group of prisoners. Or rather, he did it just to show Rodolphus. The deterrent effect of these things is certainly far greater than what Grindelwald could achieve back in the day. After all, the impact of perceiving something firsthand in consciousness is fundamentally different from just seeing images. Moreover, the weapon technology of the 19th century cannot be compared to the technological achievements of the 21st century. Muggle war weapons can effortlessly turn vast lands into scorched wastelands with unimaginable power and speed of attack, turning all living beings dwelling upon it into dust scattered on the surface. I tell you, if wizards had fully engaged in war with Muggles at that time, they would have paid an incredibly painful price, leaving behind countless corpses. Death is the most impartial end, never looking highly upon anyone, whether for wizards or Muggles. Life only comes once. Anriel flicked his cloak, his voice full of temptation. But I can give you a second life. As long as you can truly understand and accept my beliefs. We should unite, and we should also let go of that foolish and nonsensical concept of blood purity. What does it matter if Muggles marry wizards? What does it matter if Muggles give birth to wizards? As long as there is a natural and noble magical talent. In my eyes, they're all a noble race of wizards. Anriel's tone was passionate and fervent. Did he really think that wizards were inherently more noble than Muggles? Not necessarily, because he didn't care about that at all. In his eyes, having such thoughts was rather boring in this new era he had traveled back to. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time on something more meaningful and realistic? However, he said this mainly to provide these people with a way to ease down. Everything has to have a gradual process. Previously, they believed that pure blood was incredibly noble, and if Anriel suddenly imposed the idea of equality on them, he would really struggle to bring anyone on board, using the viewpoint that wizards are more noble than Muggles, while also acknowledging that wizards from Muggle families are true wizards. Doesn't T seem too hard to accept, does it? If someone comes from a Muggle background, then let them establish their own family, and we will recognize the wizards from that family. Marrying Muggles is certainly acceptable, and we will graciously protect these open-minded Muggle companions. Acknowledging that these brave souls who firmly believe their relatives are not freaks are part of our world. Anriel drew out the wand and gave it a shake in midair. Those with magical talent have joined this incredibly glorious, great evolutionary journey. Ordinary Muggles will provide us with greater power, while magic will become the miracle known as technology, the most reliable driving force. These belong to the wizards, to the entire race. Throw away that nonsensical pure blood theory. Only dog breeders care about so-called pure bloodlines. The tip of the wand traced glowing marks in the air. It was a triangular mark shaped like an eye. A symbol, an emblem. Anriel raised his wand, and the symbol in front emitted a haunting gray glow. Everything is for a greater good. Anriel looked around the prison, observing the expressions of those who were either disdainful, shocked, cold, or indifferent. Their gazes and hearts seemed to show no signs of turbulence. However, Anriel did not care much about them anymore, because the prisoner he was facing had a strong emotion in his eyes, one that could be described as fervor. He was a fanatic. Rodolphus lunged out like a wolf, gripping the bars tightly. The defensive magic spell above triggered, causing the muscles in his arm to spasm from the electric shock, and a nauseating smell of burnt flesh emanated from his palm. Yet he still did not let go, enduring the excruciating pain with an iron will, glaring at Anriel through the iron bars. Anriel gently flicked her wand. The door opened. Rodolphus was momentarily stunned. The prison door suddenly swung open, and the magical defenses above it failed, causing him to stumble and throw himself out. He looked up at Anriel. He clearly appeared to be just a boy of 15 or 16. Why did he resemble the figure from those years ago? Was he truly invincible? Countless images flashed through Rodolphus's mind. Silence. An all-encompassing silence. In this silence, Rodolphus slowly lowered his head. He propped himself up with his scarred hands and changed his posture to kneel before Anriel. If someone were to see the eyes he cast down at the ground, they would surely notice the flickering flames of burning emotion within. A devotion, a faith, a fervent passion. This was Rodolphus Lestrange. This was his meaning of existence. He was a naturally reclusive man, born into a well-known pure-blood family, in every sense and aspect. He had been a pampered young master since birth. However, he was not the kind of wealthy brat who committed all sorts of evils. Despite never lacking for gold and silver in his family, in fact, he lacked nothing but emotion. From childhood to adulthood, from birth to schooling, from enrollment to graduation, he had diligently and meticulously carried out the job of living. Eating, sleeping, studying, training, entertaining, resting, joining clubs, receiving additional family guidance. Everything proceeded in an orderly and unhurried manner. Yet, the impression he gave was that he was merely going through the motions. There was no emotion, no passion. He resembled a wooden sculpture of a disguised humanoid. He was like a lifelike statue, sculpted from plaster. He mechanically imitated the emotions that surrounding humans were supposed to have. And then, as such a person, he calmly accepted the arranged marriage that had been set for him by his family. A union with another pure-blood family. Without a second thought, he agreed to this marriage he had never participated in to a wife he had never met, because he saw no need to think about it, nor to refuse it. Contemplating these things was meaningless. Rejecting them was also meaningless. Objectively speaking, that woman was quite excellent. However, the two of them lived like strangers. He did not love her, and she did not love him. This was bound to happen. After that, the world changed. A leader named Voldemort emerged. Many of us know he was a senior, a powerful and formidable senior, despite his disdain for his own name, insisting we call him the Dark Lord. His ideology and agenda, along with the society struggling to survive under his terrifying rule, his brutality, and the ceaseless nightmares he brought. All of these things, weren't they exactly what he desired? Like a beam of light piercing through dark clouds, yet darker than the clouds themselves, it shone into his life. Like a path in hell, one that could no longer turn back, leading deeper into despair. Thus, he resolutely joined Voldemort's organization, which their Dark Lord referred to as the Death Eaters. Together with his nominal wife, he joined this organization called the Death Eaters. He, with his faith-like devotion, and his wife, with her innate, deeply ingrained madness, both became the Dark Lord's right and left hands. During that time, the Dark Lord's reign felt like a curse. His name was a nightmare. People were reluctant to utter it, trembling in fear. They referred to him as the mysterious man, but they called him the Dark Lord because they were his apostles. It was this nightmare, this curse, the most terrifying disseminator of fear, akin to the Reaper's minions. What was terrifying was not them as individuals, but the meaning they represented. During those days, he seemed to have found emotion, something that did not exist within himself. He seemed to finally grasp the meaning of the word. What he and his colleagues did seemed not so important anymore. Did they kill, torture, destroy one family after another, take one vibrant life after another? It didn't matter. Were they innocent or political enemies? Were they adversarial fighters or the civilians the fighters protected? Were they Aurors of the Ministry of Magic or husbands and fathers begging on their knees to protect their families after removing their masks? After the green light flashed, the red light shot forth, and with silent falls of death and endless screams of pain, it seemed none of these questions mattered anymore. After all, their job was to spread fear for one person, wasn't it? For the mysterious man, for their god in their hearts, the Dark Lord. Later on, he fell. How could he fall? How could he fall? Ah, those days were truly terrifying. The faith he followed collapsed. How could the Dark Lord possibly be defeated for such absurd, laughable, ridiculous reasons? It was impossible. It was impossible. He was unwilling to believe it. In fact, it was not just him. Most of the Dark Lord's loyal followers were unwilling to believe it. However, he believed that all the other followers, except for himself, truly had faith in the Dark Lord. But he did not. He only hoped for an invincible person to follow, to complete the Dark Lord's grand cause and create a deity worthy of his faith. They searched for traces of the Dark Lord, seeking evidence that he was not dead. He, along with his estranged wife and two others, including his brother, did not know what they had done during those days, who they had killed, whom they had tortured. What had they become? I don't know. He really doesn't know the Dark Lord is not invincible. As his faith collapsed, he returned to that state of feeling no emotions. He became the indifferent boy he once was. And the wife, who felt so strange to him, became even more insane. until they were caught by the Ministry of Magic, about to be sentenced to that infamous Azkaban prison. His emotions remained incredibly calm, while his nominal wife was overly emotional to the point of being abnormal. He didn't know what her view of the Dark Lord was, but he didn't care much anymore, because even Azkaban held no effect on him. Emotionless, he was less than a mere corpse. The Dementors could not see him, could not sense him, and would not have any effect on him. Would he stay here forever? But today, well, it was truly a special day. Azkaban was unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest who came alone. This stranger seemed to be here to break them out of prison. No one knew, and he wasn't sure either. But the words spoken by this visitor, those that gave meaning to his standing here, that faith, already collapsed, shattered, and long dormant, seemed to have found a worthy object for devotion again. And then he in the cell felt that unparalleled, world-shattering power. He had nothing to hesitate about. The visitor said to him, "Believe in me, believe in death itself. Only death will never betray anyone." He knew that only he had heard this sentence, and this sentence was meant for him. Anriel Grindelwald, I remember your name. Rodolphus Lestrange will submit to your will, worship death, until the end. The gates of Rodolphus's prison swung open, and he knelt at the entrance, worshipping the boy before him in a posture of pilgrimage. The prison erupted in chaos. They didn't care about Rodolphus's faith or Anriel's theories. They only knew that Rodolphus had left his cell, leaving behind this cage where they had been imprisoned for at least 10 years, a place that should have confined them until death. Let me out, master. I will offer my loyalty. I am willing to give everything for you, master. Master. The voices pledging loyalty rose and fell. It was hard to imagine that these prisoners still had the energy to shout their allegiance with such vigor. Perhaps human potential can truly be pressed out under oppression. Who knows? Anriel couldn't help but chuckle at their clown-like antics. Naturally, he would not pay any attention to such things. He was here to find a competent subordinate, not to collect garbage or scrap. He needed a living adjutant, one who could operate independently without requiring his magical power to sustain them. The things revived by the Resurrection Stone were ultimately just echoes of the past. They had no emotions and could not love, lacking the ability to leave descendants. They could hardly be called true resurrections. Essentially, they were tools that retained the abilities they had in life, no longer human. Regulus could be considered Anriel's assistant because he was intelligent enough, his IQ having reached a certain level. To put it bluntly, even if he pretended, he could still act as if he had emotions. As for the others, they could just be used as cannon fodder. Now that Merlin had improved the Resurrection Stone, reviving a large number of the dead was no longer such a burden for Anriel. The Undead Legion was just around the corner. This is a bit off topic. Anriel ignored everyone calling out to him, tried to escape their confinement in this way. He simply reached into his robe and pulled out a long rectangular wooden box. Judging by the size and shape of the box, it seemed incapable of holding anything else. Rodolphus looked up. The kneeling followers followed suit, their gaunt faces revealing fervent faith. He received the wooden box with both hands and, in slow, reverent motions, as if on a pilgrimage, opened the lid. Everyone, whether inside the cell or outside, whether standing, kneeling, or lying down, knew what was contained within the wooden box. Anriel spoke at the right moment. The wand was made of oak 11.5 inches long, with the core being a fragment of the bone of the night steed. In fact, it was a bone that had naturally shed from the nightmare. The process of the night steed shedding its bones was quite similar to a snake shedding its skin. With the oak wand, if Rodolphus could pick it up and use it skillfully, it would almost mean that he would be absolutely loyal to Anriel, with no doubts. Rodolphus pressed the wand to his heart, knelt down again, and kissed Anriel's boot. Anriel still wasn't quite accustomed to such etiquette, but he could accept it. He quietly waited for Rodolphus to finish his formalities, then gently waved his wand. Rodolphus's gaunt body was lifted off the ground. Well, he was half a head taller than Anriel. Rodolphus steadied his wand, and then, miraculously, his old, tattered, yet undeniably clean prison uniform became neat and tidy. He made no gestures for the spell. The clothes seemed to have been ironed. The dust vanished, accentuating his emaciated frame even more, making him appear even narrower and more gaunt. This instinctive magic proved that he still cared about his appearance, and showed that he was indeed a meticulous and rigorous person. Next to Anriel, he resembled a priest or perhaps a butler. Rodolphus was more mature than Regulus, steadier, and more experienced. Regulus, on the other hand, had the vitality of youth and a more pronounced sharpness. These two complemented each other to some extent, which was a good thing. Rodolphus asked me, "Are there still trustworthy people here?" Anriel twirled the wand in his hand and spoke softly, casually asking. He He was no longer concerned about this. The reason he came to this wretched place, Azkaban, was simply to find a reliable assistant. As long as he could find at least one, it would meet his expectations. Originally, he actually wanted to find Bella. Anriel was drawn to her loyalty and madness. But this woman was impervious to reason. Her worship of Voldemort had reached a level that others could not attain, coupled with the stark contrast of Rodolphus, who exhibited a kind of suppressed, extreme calmness. Bella's madness seemed completely lacking in competitiveness. As for loyalty, what could surpass the faith of a fanatic? Therefore, including Bella, everyone who remained in the cell had lost their value to Anriel. As expected, that calm voice, which Anriel now found very pleasing to hear, said, "There is none, my master." Anriel curled the corner of his mouth. "Oh, I see. That's really unfortunate." After saying that, Anriel didn't even glance at the prisoners who were wailing and cursing. "So they saw me and know I was here. It's up to you now, Rodolphus." Anriel turned around, not looking back at the prisoners whose eyes were filled with terror and disbelief, not even for a moment. The noise of curses continued to rise, especially the loud voice of Bellatrix Lestrange. Rodolphus's expression was grim. The two of them had never had much of a relationship, had they? Anriel remembered that Bella, on a certain timeline, had asked Mr. Voldemort for a child. Such a warm and thoughtful hat was enough to prove that whether as a romantic partner or a loyal subject, Bella's heart belonged to Voldemort, and only to him. Well, whether he was human is debatable. In any case, Anriel walked out of the corridor, standing outside the large iron window of Azkaban, feeling the sea breeze rushing towards him. He was waiting for his servant. In the corridor, that beam of green light was particularly dazzling. The screams could never escape Azkaban. Here, there was only eternal despair and death. The task was completed, and his master Rodolphus stood respectfully behind Anriel, bending slightly and lowering his wand, with the tip pointing to the ground as a sign of respect. Anriel turned back and glanced at him lightly. Then, the boy who controlled death raised his hand and gently clenched his fist. In an instant, the gray mist surged. Anriel simply raised his hand, making an incredibly simple gesture of clenching his fist. The gray mist formed a vortex. Under Rodolphus's solemn gaze, Bellatrix Lestrange stepped out of the gray mist with the poise of a model. In her gaze towards Rodolphus, there was her usual contempt. In her gaze towards Anriel, there was an absolute obedience. Anriel carefully admired Bella's current state and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The old man is still reliable. He turned to the stunned Rodolphus. "Do not trust the dead. Serve me. Believe in the dead, and grant them eternal life." "So, do you think I'm joking?" Bella seemed to have been erased by an eraser, disappearing before Rodolphus. Rodolphus's fingers tightened around the wand, knuckles turning white, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of excitement and fear. Anriel cast a deep glance at Rodolphus. "Keep yourself hidden." Then he apparat to Hogsmeade to find out what had happened over the years. "No matter where you are in Hogsmeade, I can find you. Of course. The most important thing is to understand who I am. Now it's time to leave." A gust of cold wind blew, causing Rodolphus to involuntarily squint his eyes. When he opened them again, Anriel's figure had already vanished before him. Apparition was also prohibited in Azkaban and its surrounding waters. Rodolphus took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and revealed a seemingly calm, yet unsettling smile that would instill an inexplicable fear in anyone who saw it. He raised his wand towards the sea and softly murmured a few incantations. The next second, he leaped into the water. A few minutes later, there was no sign of Rodolphus on the vast sea surface. At the gap at the top of Azkaban, Anriel's figure slowly reappeared. Is Azkaban ineffective against him? Anriel raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. Others had just left, looking weak and lifeless, and it would take a long time for them to recover their peak magical powers. However, Anriel thought to himself that he didn't need to worry about that. He might as well consider it a stroke of luck, right? He took a step forward, and in the next moment, he was standing in front of the true entrance to Azkaban. Several iron locks tightly bound the door, and the surrounding fierce beast head sculptures seemed to proclaim that this place was anything but good. Anriel was about to raise his wand to blast open the big door when he suddenly smiled and tucked the wand back into his pocket. "Ah, I have an idea." JPG, a familiar character from his past life, appeared in his mind. "Universal key, activate." He took a deep breath and slowly lifted one leg. With a kick, bang! The entire iron door of Azkaban seemed to be hit by something, creating a large hole that burst inward like a flower. Looking into the hole, a clear footprint was visible, stuck against the iron plate on the opposite wall. The part of the iron door around the hole nearly a foot thick, was torn apart by the impact of this kick. How should I put it? The iron door of Azkaban is indeed quite sturdy, with overall good toughness. Anriel moved his numb right leg and cracked his knuckles. The most significant difference between him and the other great wizards was that his body was nearly invincible. It was likely that the Ministry of Magic officials who came to handle the Azkaban prison break would have their scalps tingling, which would be the least of their reactions. Anyway, their first response would definitely not be that wizards had broken into the prison, but rather that some kind of sea monster or other magical creature had suddenly attacked Azkaban. Anriel casually erased the footprint. He slowly began to stroll around the first floor of Azkaban. Are you asking if there are any prisoners on the first floor? I don't see any prisoners. Just corpses. The only ones who can hang around on the first floor are three types of people. Those who are incompetent, those who have the ability but lack the courage, and those who are cunning and know how to manipulate the situation. Anriel didn't want to deal with any of these three types. When he reached a certain corner, Anriel suddenly bent down. The sound that followed his knock was almost definitive. There was emptiness beneath the floor tiles. A few seconds later, Anriel found himself on a staircase leading to some basement. The scent of death hit him hard. When the Ministry of Magic took over this place, they must have used some kind of protective charm. Anriel thought this, because if it were an ordinary wizard here at this moment instead of Anriel, they would have already died countless times from the overwhelming aura of death. The staircase reached its end. Anriel immediately saw that the underground passage he was about to walk through was winding and crooked. He could see the end at a glance. But there was a turn. In such a gloomy and eerie place, as long as there was one turn, there would be more. Just as Anriel was thinking this, two tall, hooded black figures appeared for a moment and then quickly vanished around the corner. Anriel was somewhat speechless as he lifted his leg and walked deeper into the area. However, to his surprise, although there were many corners here, there were no forks in the road. The corners probably existed due to the island's terrain. Wow. Since no one was around to see, Anriel boldly expressed his current thoughts. He had once imagined that the so-called soul nest could be an ugly portal, a sleeping monstrous mother beast, or even a rare treasure. He never expected that all the portals where soul-collecting monsters appeared in this world would actually be a corpse. And not just any corpse, but one that had been dead for many years in a damp environment, rotting and infested with maggots, yet not completely eaten clean. Anyone who saw this thing would have only one reaction: disgust, and nothing but disgust. Anriel walked around the corpse, observing it carefully for a while. It seemed that his luck had suddenly changed. Just as he reached the back of the corpse, he witnessed the birth of a Dementor. A sticky, gray-black fluid, emitting a rotting stench, oozed from a rotten hole in the corpse. The hole appeared to be covered by a thin membrane, preventing the black fluid from crawling out. This nauseating fluid seemed to be a living creature, desperately pushing outward. The membrane gradually stretched over the gray-black fluid, pulling longer and wider. It seemed as if the membrane had oxidized upon contact with the air, turning black and acquiring a texture akin to decaying fabric. It transformed into the Dementor's hood. Every rotten hole and wound on the corpse was a pathway for the Dementor to smuggle itself from the underworld back to the living world. This was what was known as the soul nest. The corpse's face had long since decayed beyond recognition. To be precise, the corpse's 7 orifices had transformed into festering holes, becoming the Dementor's passageway. But Anriel guessed that this guy should be the founder of Azkaban, perhaps the discoverer, or even the inventor of the Dementor, the legendary Ectus. However, who he was had nothing to do with Anriel. Anriel doesn't want to use the resurrection stone to absorb this thing anymore. He finds it disgusting. It's like a fly that just flew out of a latrine. It doesn't bite people, but makes them feel uncomfortable. Anriel truly doesn't care about these disgusting minions. He's not Voldemort and doesn't need to maintain his persona through terrorism. The only ability of the Dementors worth mentioning is something Anriel himself possesses now. TSK. What Anriel is contemplating now is how to completely destroy this thing, considering that there may be particularly strong dark magic barriers surrounding it for protection. Anriel decided to go big or go home. After all, it's going to be cremated anyway. Let's just set Azkaban on fire. Sizzle. The sound of the oil being ignited hisses, and a smell of burning flesh spreads. Anriel cast a final disgusted glance at the decaying corpse before turning around, lifting the hem of his robe and disappearing from the spot. In the empty underground passage, coldness and heat coexisted simultaneously. The flames burned slowly yet steadily, like maggots gnawing at bones, consuming everything they touched. Look, including those wailing Dementors over there. They had no vocal cords to begin with. You were forced to emit screams by the flames. The fire grew increasingly fierce, burning everything it encountered except for the walls of Azkaban itself. This caused the triangular tower of Azkaban to spew flames from every window. From a distance, it looked like a giant torch engulfed in flames. The moment Anriel left the protective magical barrier surrounding Azkaban, the alarm at the Ministry of Magic blared loudly. In the office of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in London, the lights of the entire office turned red at lightning speed. Something happened at Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic was thrown into chaos. However, the culprit Anriel had already arrived in Hogsmeade. He was browsing in a clothing store, followed by a bewildered Rodolphus, who had already gone invisible. "Master, what are you doing?" he asked, feeling confused. "Choosing clothes?" Anriel replied to him casually. "It's fine. It's just the two of us in the store right now. No one can hear us. We can talk normally." He turned his head to gaze at the empty space beside the clothes rack and continued. "You don't really think you can keep wearing this old prison uniform to help me, do you?" Anriel threw the clothes in his hand, and Rodolphus instinctively caught them. A set of priestly garments hung eerily and calmly in midair. "Go in and try it on. I think it suits you quite well." Anriel was deep in thought, mainly about the temperament match. In various fan-created worlds, there are generally two types of priests that leave a lasting impression. The first type is the one who likes little boys, which is a pass. The second type is well-dressed, cultured, but usually mentally unstable. You see, Rodolphus fits this description perfectly. Don't even mention Anderson. That guy is a ghost of a priest, and that's what you call divine punishment. However, disguising Rodolphus as an Eastern Orthodox priest shouldn't be too difficult, as their temperaments are quite similar. But he still needs to change his appearance. This notorious Death Eater, Rodolphus, will definitely need some kind of transition to make an appearance. Let him figure that out himself. Anriel believes he has a way to solve it. Anriel returned to Hogwarts. He went back to his dormitory, opened the door, threw his coat down, and lay back on the bed, staring up at the canopy. Anriel has let Rodolphus roam freely, and he himself needs a little time to think about what to do next. The Quidditch World Cup, he muttered to himself. It has only been a week since Wormtail escaped from prison and Anriel captured Rodolphus. If Wormtail didn't have the guts to take a mode of transportation, this amount of time wouldn't be enough for him to run from England to Albania in rat form. Not to mention finding the barely alive Voldemort in Albania and then going to Little Hangleton in southeast England with him. There's plenty of time. Anriel showed a strange smile. What he was about to do might be a bit despicable and appalling, but would be fun. As he thought about it, Anriel unexpectedly fell asleep. He had a dream, and he didn't often dream. He dreamed of a beautiful chestnut pony trotting on the clouds. Beside it was a four-legged, elongated little creature. These two unrelated beings were running side by side. Suddenly, the chestnut pony seemed to step into empty space and disappeared into the clouds. As if it had fallen, the little creature looked back, but it found that the pony was spreading its hooves and galloping back in the direction they had come from. As it ran, the pony's chestnut mane gradually turned black, and its body became thinner until only a pitch-black skeleton remained, still running non-stop. The four-legged creature was terrified and suddenly turned around, no longer looking at the pony that had transformed into a monster. But just after it turned around, it discovered that another monster was staring at it. It was a creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a rabbit. The eagle's head was tilted, intently watching the little beast. Now the little animal's appearance could be clearly seen. It looked like a gigantic mouse, but elongated overall with a long tail. The mouse let out a scream and turned to run. The eagle-headed rabbit-bodied monster did not chase. It just quietly watched the little beast run away. The perspective shifted, and the skeletal pony emerged from a cloud, slowly walking up to the eagle-headed rabbit-bodied monster, and let out a neigh. The clouds dissipated, as if nothing had happened. The dream ended. Anriel sat up, a thoughtful expression on his face. He cared deeply about the dream he had just experienced, due to the prophet's influence. This absurd and illogical dream must have some meaning. The chestnut horse turning into a black skeletal horse. Wasn't that the night steed? And what about the eagle with the body of a rabbit? Or was it a rabbit with the head of an eagle? What did it symbolize? That big rat, upon closer inspection, didn't really seem to be a rat. A weasel? An otter? A nutria? Anriel shook his head, his thoughts a bit confused. It was indeed a strange dream. Sorry, everyone. Something happened at home, and I might need to pause updates for the next few days. Although Anriel had no clue about the imagery in this dream, there was nothing wrong with dream interpretation itself. The meaning of this dream is that among two people who were originally companions, one has betrayed the other and turned to the monster. A chestnut horse turning into a black horse? It looks more like a night steed. Anriel has the illusion that the camp represented by the monster is actually his own faction. So the question now is, who exactly is opposing him? Anriel thought for a moment, but he couldn't connect Voldemort or any other image with any of the animals in the dream, especially the thin, elongated mouse. Anriel didn't think it was a bug's tail, nor did he think it was a mouse. However, he had nothing to panic about. Anriel stood by the window, stretched a bit, and then jumped out. In a moment, a hawk soared toward the horizon. Anriel's destination this time was Little Hangleton. It wouldn't take long. He could be back before dark. Although the worm's tail had still run away, and it seemed Voldemort was already on the path to resurrection, today, he was going to do something that would diminish merits. However, considering the original reputation and quality of the Riddle family, as well as Voldemort's own moral standards, it might actually accumulate some merits. If this task was successful, it wouldn't mean Voldemort had no chance of resurrection. It could be said that he at least wouldn't have the chance to resurrect in the way described in the original work. That's right, he was going to dig up old Riddle's grave. The father's bones, the servant's flesh, and the enemy's blood were all essential. How should I put it? Although this underhanded tactic was quite unethical, it was effective, because no matter how you calculate it, Voldemort's servants could be many, and his enemies were definitely not just Harry Potter. So, directly cutting off the uniquely significant first item was the best choice. After all, you can't have a second biological father as a byproduct of a love potion, can you? Anriel flew in the air with wings. Anriel knew the location of Little Hangleton. It was a Muggle village that could be marked on a map. Old Riddle was still somewhat of a celebrity in this small town, although his reputation was almost completely rotten. However, it was still easy to find this guy's grave in the cemetery. It was almost there. Anriel slowed down slightly. Knowing that the cemetery would definitely not be in the center of the town, it was generally located on the outskirts. According to the description in the original text, the cemetery was quite large. This is it. One is a village inhabited by the living, and the other is a town where the dead rest. The area of Little Hangleton Cemetery was almost as large as the town itself. Anriel glided silently and then landed, surveying the overgrown ground in front of her. It wasn't dark yet, and in the distance stood a small church, its cross atop illuminated by the glow of the setting sun, creating a wonderful ambience. On the opposite hill was an old house. That was the Riddle estate. Anriel bent down, slowly moving his steps between the wild grass and the tombstones, searching for the name Tom Riddle. Soon, he found a part of it. He saw the surname Riddle, but in front of it was a long-looking name, and below was a row of names with the surname Riddle, which appeared to be a female name. Anriel speculates that buried here should be Voldemort's grandparents, that is, Old Tom's parents, who were murdered by Voldemort along with him, and the blame was placed on Frank, the old gardener of the Riddle house at that time. He's still alive. Moreover, considering Voldemort's age when he murdered his entire family, the Riddle family's age at the time of their death shouldn't have been very old either. At that time, Old Tom Riddle should have been a middle-aged man, so according to England's traditional customs, his descendants should be buried in the same direction, close to the center. Anriel slowly walked toward the center of the cemetery from the spot, eventually finding a large marble tombstone standing quietly before him at a slightly outer position. Tom Riddle. To be honest, Anriel felt no guilt at all because neither Voldemort nor his father Old Riddle nor the two old geezers from the previous generation were really good people. They could be considered the Old Dung family. Local bullies with a terrible reputation. They were snobbish and mean with just a little money. No one mourned for a family that was dead. If their graves were disturbed, so be it. Moreover, Anriel held the resurrection stone in his hand, and if he disagreed, he could rise from the dead and argue with him. The wind rustled the ferns, creating a rustling sound that added an inexplicable sense of eeriness to the scene. Anriel thought for a moment and decided to leave Voldemort a surprise. With a crisp sound, the marble tomb shook with Anriel's wrist movement, easily cracking open like a piece of tofu. Inside the tomb were some decayed wooden fragments. After all, it had been 50 years. The wood was covered with yellowed and grayish bone fragments and powder, with only a very small portion still retaining its white color, while most had mixed with the surrounding soil. The only relatively well-preserved part was more than half of a skull, though half of the face was still missing. Anriel carefully raised his wand, inch by inch, along the position where the coffin was supposed to be, even scraping off a layer of thin soil from the ground. He was trying his best to ensure that not a single speck of bone dust was left. However, he didn't touch any of the old, decaying wooden pieces. After he had cleaned up the bones, he took out a strange box that looked like some sort of urn. What? Human bones? Anriel would never engage in such tasteless acts. What's inside are either two stray dogs or those that have long been dead and rotting by the roadside, not even killed by Anriel himself. After all, a dog's life is still a life. Anyway, once they are aged, their bones shattered and basically rotten, it doesn't matter much. Then, placing the dog skulls back in their original positions, since Voldemort had Wormtail use magic to extract bone dust. It's not like Anriel was digging up graves and opening coffins. In that case, when he discovers that the spell has failed, and he might think of and actually check the coffin, his psychological turmoil must be quite fascinating, right? Anriel smiled as he sealed off the graveyard. The old marble tombstone seemed as if nothing had happened. The cracks had vanished, and moss covered the base, presenting a completely natural and original appearance. Old Rydel's bones were carefully stored away by him. Anriel plans to take a longer route on the way back, heading straight into the sea to avoid any chance of Voldemort getting it through any coincidence. He wants to see if Voldemort will still follow the original plot. Note, this sentence and the following text are not included in the word count. Yesterday, something happened at home. I felt quite helpless and confused, and I thought about pausing updates for a few days. But when I have free time, I tend to overthink. As a soon-to-be college student with a month before school starts, I had nothing to do. Suddenly saying I would stop writing for a few days made me feel even worse. I still needed to write something to distract myself. When I opened my writing tool and saw the first few hundred words of this chapter, I felt a sense of absurdity. Clearly, something had happened at home. Yet the theme I was writing about was still this kind of dark humor. Dark humor. After thinking about it, I decided to write. I wanted to express the worries troubling my heart through words. Staying busy would help alleviate the discomfort, and a change of focus is good. In short, I will do my best to keep updating in the next few days, and I appreciate your understanding during any occasional gaps. Thank you. Deviation. On the morning of August 10th, 2024, Anriel woke up in bed and immediately saw a bright golden-red feather at the head of his bed. It was a phoenix feather, and underneath it was a letter. From the looks of it, this letter was clearly written by Dumbledore. Anriel opened the letter he received and sat on the bed, reading it slowly. The general message was that the Ministry of Magic was going to hold a hearing, or rather a press conference, or an apology meeting, whatever it was called. Dumbledore asked Anriel if he wanted to attend. The second matter was that Hogwarts would host the long-abandoned Triwizard Tournament next year. Dumbledore just casually mentioned this, but the details still needed to be discussed back at school and negotiated with Barty Crouch, as it concerned the Department of International Magical Cooperation. P.S. I managed to get tickets for the Quidditch World Cup, but I won't be going to stir things up with my old bones. I think Mr. Lovegood will be very happy to see these 3 tickets. Anriel gently recited the last few lines, and Dumbledore's elegant, elongated script ended with a beautiful circle. The slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth went unnoticed even by himself. The Ministry of Magic's hearing was at 10 in the morning. Not to mention that it was Dumbledore who suggested he use flu powder. Even if he flew to London himself, there would be enough time. Now, he needed to go downstairs to grab some fries, or rather have some breakfast. On that day, at 9:30, on a certain office street in London, Anriel arrived at an office building that seemed to have been abandoned for some time, according to the address given by Dumbledore. It was a 20th century office building. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was at the end of Downing Street. As the saying goes, the greatest secrets are hidden in plain sight. As long as the Muggle's attention was focused on the front half of Downing Street, no one would pay attention to a group of oddly dressed people parading and protesting at the end of Downing Street. This is very much Britain. Anriel pushed the door and walked in. Although he arrived an hour early, the venue was already crowded. Journalists from different newspapers seemed to be identifying themselves with small flags of various colors. The most eye-catching among them was a bright green flag belonging to Rita Skeeter, a special correspondent for the Daily Prophet. Setting aside stereotypes, this person was quite dedicated to journalism. At this moment, she was meticulously checking the performance of her quill, while also maintaining a considerable level of awareness, keeping her eyes and ears open to everything around her. Anriel knew she was trying to eavesdrop on any insider information that could become a sensational news story. To do this, she didn't hesitate to enter the venue an hour early. Sirius Black? Hidden truths or undisclosed deals? Anriel passed by and saw a line of text on the notebook in her hand, but it was crossed out. It seemed that Rita was not very satisfied with the sentence. A scandal in the Ministry of Magic? An undeserved honor given to a despicable traitor? Anriel murmured in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's. Rita's eyes instantly brightened. She suddenly turned around and fixed her gaze on Anriel. Her eyes filled with a rare hunger. Anriel smiled and raised a finger, drawing it from one corner of her mouth to the other. Rita Skeeter's eyes darted around, and she suddenly seemed to understand something. For the next several hours, ever since she heard Anriel finish those 2 sentences, the shorthand quill in her hand had not stopped moving. At the press conference, each of her questions made the mask of pain on Fudge's face contort a little more, and every word she uttered precisely poked at the vague ideas Fudge was trying to conceal, until Fudge, under the unintentional linguistic inducement from her, finally blurted out a name: Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew? What Peter Pettigrew? Rita's mind raced faster than anyone else's at that moment. Was it the Peter Pettigrew who was torn to pieces by Sirius Black? The one who received the Order of Merlin, first class, awarded posthumously? Rita's thoughts flowed like a waterfall, comparable to a sudden bout of diarrhea, bursting forth uncontrollably. Almost in the next second, she recalled what Anriel had said before the press conference. According to reliable sources from this reporter, there may be inside information regarding Peter Pettigrew being awarded the Order of Merlin, first class, and that Sirius Black had been wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years due to a mistake by the Ministry of Magic, suggesting that the truth from that time may have been concealed. The woman's mouth began to work like a revolving machine gun, and her hands, as if performing magic, produced another set of shorthand quills and a notebook, setting them to work beside her. By the looks of her, if the Ministry of Magic didn't end up with its reputation in tatters today, it would be because Fudge had managed to cover things up tightly. Anriel shook his head with a hint of schadenfreude. Dealing with a woman like Rita, you either grab hold of her weaknesses and never let go, ensuring she has no chance to turn the tables and escape, or you simply find a remote, deserted corner, choose a secluded time, and get rid of her directly, putting an end to it all. Because if you engage in a public relations battle through regular means, this woman is nearly invincible. I can't imagine what kind of sensational and explosive effect it would have if the news of the Azkaban attack were to spread and reach Rita's ears. But now is not the time. On the other side, Fudge was already retreating under Rita's onslaught. Albus Dumbledore, on the other hand, had been leaning to the side since the press conference began, looking as if he were sleeping soundly. Anriel bet with Voldemort's socket hole, claiming that the old man was clearer-headed than anyone else present. However, in this matter, Dumbledore leaned more towards Sirius. The 4-hour press conference saw Fudge essentially pulling out all the stops, truly living up to the name of a fool. This included the grievances of Sirius and the betrayal by Peter Pettigrew, as well as the numerous crimes committed by Pettigrew as a Death Eater, testified by Dumbledore. As the timing seemed right, Anriel casually remarked, "Actually, Peter Pettigrew was already caught, but the Ministry of Magic let him go." Fudge's face on stage visibly turned at least 2 shades whiter. The widening effect was outstanding. Ignoring Rita's fiery gaze, Anriel explained, in a tone that sounded sarcastic, the process of how Pettigrew escaped right under the noses of the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors. What about the Time Turner? How is that related to Pettigrew's escape? Clearly, it was the Ministry's incompetence that allowed the almost powerless Pettigrew to flee. Do you know what other questions this topic could lead to? So, if Dementors cannot even monitor a criminal who has almost lost the ability to act, do they still have the capability to continue overseeing Azkaban prison? And what about Sirius Black's escape? Was it a coincidence, or was it, to some extent, inevitable? Rita was aggressive, punctuating each sentence, advancing step by step. Anriel opened her eyes wide. I would call her the innate saint of journalism, the ultimate divine reporter. At the end of the press conference, Anriel had the illusion that, although it sounded absurd, Fudge seemed to be fleeing with his tail between his legs. Rita's aggression was too strong. He couldn't handle it at all. Moreover, just as the press conference was about to conclude, such a terrifying deep-water bomb was unearthed. Is the security of Azkaban still worthy of public trust? Fortunately, although Fudge has always been useless, this time he finally stood firm, not revealing a single word. No matter how Rita pressed him or how she tried to hint, Fudge stubbornly held his ground, not disclosing anything related to Azkaban. This was a significant display of survival instinct. Although Rita's methods made everyone uncomfortable from the outcome perspective, it was actually quite acceptable. Under her sharp questioning, the Ministry of Magic officially declared Sirius Black innocent and would soon begin a full manhunt for Peter Pettigrew. As for Harry Potter's custody, that's a private matter that can be resolved privately, without needing to trouble Mrs. Skeeter to add fuel to the fire. Anriel quietly walked up to Dumbledore, ready to leave this farce. Please wait a moment, Mr. Dumbledore. Rita hurriedly fastened the clasp of her crocodile skin handbag, stood up, and rushed to stand in front of Dumbledore and Anriel in 3 quick steps. I'm sorry, madam, but I don't think you can. Anriel replied politely. He couldn't elaborate. So far, only personnel from the Ministry of Magic knew about the attack on Azkaban, and even Dumbledore was unaware of it. However, it couldn't be said with absolute certainty that he was completely uninformed. Naturally, he couldn't possibly know that it was Anriel who was behind it. Anriel was uncertain about Dumbledore's attitude. Although morally speaking, Dumbledore was unlikely to oppose him. It was difficult for Anriel to provide reliable evidence to persuade Dumbledore given the larger trends at play. He had no reason to claim that his plan was more certain and then ask Dumbledore to abandon a plan he had been developing for over a decade in favor of Anriel's. This was nearly impossible. Rita was clearly unwilling to retreat, but just as she was about to say something more, she noticed Anriel's gaze becoming increasingly dangerous. It was a look that posed a threat to her very life. The instinct for self-preservation she had developed over years as a journalist saved her life. Rita hurriedly left. "It seems you don't like journalists either, my child," Dumbledore said, standing by a fireplace, joking with Anriel while starting to line up. He indeed did not like journalists very much, but sometimes public opinion could be much less troublesome than violence. Indeed, he had the ability to eliminate all his opponents. But wasn't that exhausting? Anriel nodded slightly, agreeing with Dumbledore's words, and then asked, "Sir, where are we going now?" Dumbledore thought for a moment and replied, "I think we can go back to the school first, tidy up a bit, and then head to Privet Drive. It was I who sent Harry to his aunt and uncle's house, so I believe it is also my responsibility to bring him out. That would be the most appropriate." Anriel suddenly felt a moment of confusion. Yes, if the situation in the original story wasn't so urgent and oppressive, Dumbledore wouldn't have needed to orchestrate his own demise. Would it have been Dumbledore who picked up Harry Potter from Privet Drive that day? Beginning and end. "Child?" Dumbledore asked, somewhat puzzled, sensing that Anriel seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. It's nothing, sir," Anriel responded, raising a hand to touch the tip of his nose, and then said, "I don't have anything going on. I just need to pick up Mr. Lovegood and Luna about half a month before the Quidditch World Cup." Dumbledore exaggeratedly slapped his forehead. "Oh dear, getting old really is useless. I almost forgot." He reached into his robe and pulled out a bundle of parchment tickets shaped like balls, handing them to Anriel. Anriel gave a thumbs up. The green flames curled back, and the figures of Anriel and Dumbledore disappeared into the hearth. That afternoon, on Barrel Road, Dumbledore was wearing a brown woolen coat, which looked familiar to Anriel. After thinking carefully, he realized that this seemed to be one of Dumbledore's old clothes. He wore this coat over 50 years ago when he went to the orphanage to pick up Tom Riddle. Isn't this also a kind of ritual that an old British gentleman adheres to? Anriel was wearing his long black coat, not holding a wand, but carrying a silver staff with an eagle head, looking quite dapper. However, the somewhat plain black stone ring on his left hand did lower his appeal a bit. "Number 4, Privet Drive." We've arrived." Dumbledore glanced up at the signpost and extended a slender finger to point at the mailbox in front of the Dursley house. "I think we should knock." Dumbledore said this as he approached the Dursley front door. Anriel rolled his eyes in frustration. "Whatever you say it is. Knock, knock, knock." Dumbledore gently tapped on the door, and muffled sounds of commotion could be heard from inside. The door opened. Dumbledore looked down with a smile at Harry Potter, who had been summoned to open the door. Mainly because it was Sunday, there were no clients coming to the Dursley house to discuss business, so Mr. Vernon Dursley didn't need to open the door himself and could delegate the task to the household servant. "Headmaster?" Harry Potter's voice was filled with disbelief, even cracking slightly. "Headmaster? Kid, what the hell are you doing?" Vernon's roaring voice came from the living room, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Upon seeing Dumbledore, whose long white beard nearly touched the ground, Vernon gasped. Then he noticed Anriel behind Dumbledore, dressed in black and with a stern expression. Vernon Dursley, a hefty man weighing several hundred pounds, stood in his own hallway, letting out a sharp, pathetic squeal. "Oh, shut up, Dursley," Anriel said impatiently. And then there was a fat chicken with its neck pinched in the hallway. Of course, it was just a metaphor. Anriel didn't actually turn Mr. Dursley into a fat chicken. In fact, he didn't even use a tongue-binding spell. It was Mr. Dursley who closed his mouth by himself. This shows just how much of psychological shadow the previous visit left on Mr. Dursley. Personally, I think making a guest stand outside the door is a very impolite behavior. Anriel shifted to the side, standing next to Dumbledore and staring directly at Mr. Dursley. His height was already sufficient to look Mr. Dursley in the eye, or even slightly down at him. Of course, if they were uninvited guests, letting them stand at the door would only make you more dangerous. A few seconds later, Dumbledore and Anriel were already in the living room of the Dursley house. "Sir, should I speak, or will you?" Anriel asked Dumbledore, who tilted his head as if in thought. "Let me." Then Dumbledore turned to the still terrified Vernon Dursley and Petunia Dursley beside him, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Mr. Dursley and Mrs. Dursley, I apologize for frightening you. We have come to discuss an old matter from 14 years ago." Dumbledore waved his wand casually, and a bottle of whiskey and 4 glasses appeared in midair. Sugden's cherry-aged whiskey. Anriel frowned sharply, his solemn gaze fixed on the bottle in the air. Old man, bringing this out, you have ill intentions, don't you? The biggest feature of Sugden's whiskey is its richness. Is this a fruit wine or a magical aged brew? I guess if a muggle drinks it, they would be out cold after just one sip. Anriel raised his hand, picked up half a glass of whiskey, and sniffed it beside his nose. Confirmed, one drink will do. He looked up at the petrified Dursleys. What's wrong? Don't want to drink? Don't you like it? The couple exchanged a glance with Anriel, their eyes mixed with fear and anger, but it wasn't a glare. Don't want to? Dumbledore looked at Anriel in surprise, a bit curious about what he had experienced the last time he was here, or rather, what he had done. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to arrange for your nephew's new guardianship, Dumbledore said with a smile, swiftly conjuring 2 felt mats and several cushions. Anriel and the other simultaneously raised their hands to take away the 2 wine glasses from the Dursleys. The 2 of them leaned back in perfect unison, their eyes filled with stars. Anriel glanced at the wine glass in his hand and took a gentle sip. The flavor lingers, and the aftertaste is endless. This is an exquisite wine. It's a bargain for such quality. It seems Dumbledore knows how annoying this muggle family can be. The old man doesn't want to deal with them either. The kid eavesdropping outside come in. Anriel snapped his fingers, and the door to the outside clicked open. Harry Potter, who was eavesdropping by the door, fell in and landed on the ground. Pack up all your things, and I mean all of them, Anriel said cheerfully. The moment you've been longing for and dreaming about is about to arrive. Are you happy? Are you excited? All right, stop teasing him. Dumbledore timely interrupted Ariel's joking, and after settling the Dursleys, turned to Harry Potter and said, Mr. Potter, I am pleased to share some good news with you. According to my information, the only living relatives you have seem to have a rather poor attitude towards you. Anriel casually interjected, Isn't it more accurate to say it's very harsh? Just like that. Dumbledore didn't mind that Anriel interrupted him. After affirming his statement, he continued, And now you are about to leave this house where you have lived for over 10 years and no longer call this place home. Dumbledore took a deep breath, seemingly waiting for Harry to accept this notion. When you no longer call this house home, the protective spell your mother cast to protect you will completely lose its effect. I have to admit, this is much sooner than I had anticipated. Harry nodded at Dumbledore's implication, while Anriel shrugged beside him. I once naively thought that as long as you were alive, that was more important than anything else. I owe you an apology, Harry. Dumbledore gently shook his head, his graying beard swaying in front of him. I once naively placed your happiness and joy on one side of the scale and your life on the other. And I unhesitatingly believed that the side with life should weigh more and be more important. However, now, under Anriel's guidance, I have come to understand some things, which has made me realize that your joyful growth seems to be just as important as protecting your life. Dumbledore's blue eyes stared at Harry through his crescent-shaped glasses, and Harry felt a sense of confusion. He didn't understand the meaning of the look of compassion in Dumbledore's eyes. Anriel squinted on the sofa chair beside him. And now I have a choice. To let you regain the feeling of a real family that you have never had, as long as your magical protection doesn't drop too many levels. I believe your godfather, our little Sirius, would risk his life to protect yours. Harry finally understood why Dumbledore and Anriel had come today. Anriel saw that his hands and feet were trembling slightly with excitement. Clearly, Dumbledore saw it too, as his brows relaxed a little. So, I am here today to inquire about your wishes, although the answer seems to be predetermined. Dumbledore turned to Harry with a very serious tone. Harry Potter, do you wish to leave the Dursley house, leave number 4, Privet Drive, where you have lived for 13 years, and live with your godfather, Sirius Black, whom you met for the first time last year? I do. Of course I do. Harry shouted without hesitation, without a hint of doubt, because even the slightest hesitation would affirm the moral level of the Dursleys. Anriel looked at Dumbledore with a "what did I say?" expression. Dumbledore chuckled softly twice. Well, since you chose that, your new home is in Nottingham, Nottinghamshire, northwest of London and northeast of Birmingham, geographically parallel to Boston. Harry nodded, bewildered and ignorant, looking as if he had no clear understanding of the geography of the UK. Sirius has already gone to arrange things, and I believe you will do well there. Dumbledore concluded his remarks with such a meaningless general blessing. All right now, let us finalize your decision, which is to leave this house. Anriel yawned, turned to Harry, and opened his eyes to say, Now you should hurry up and pack your things. It's time to move. Dumbledore sent Harry to his new home. Anriel didn't go, probably because he and Sirius didn't see eye to eye. So what was he going to do? Fight? He might as well go home and take a nap. However, there are still things left to do, so he can't sleep for now. Anriel gently rubbed the resurrection stone with his fingertip and issued a command to the mark he had just made not long ago. He wasn't sure if Rodolphus had noticed, but if he hadn't, the effect might be even better. Because just when Anriel got Rodolphus out of Azkaban prison and he swore allegiance, Anriel casually planted a death mark on him, similar to the one on Regulus. Before Merlin helped Anriel modify the resurrection stone, this mark could only be placed on the dead. This was not the dark mark. It was far more advanced than that. Understood, my master Rodolphus. Far away in the outskirts of London, paused for a moment, and after being astonished by his master's methods, he respectfully responded in his heart. As for why Rodolphus was now in London, he and Anriel had thought of the same place. One part of what Anriel instructed is what Rodolphus is currently doing. He has begun to report. Anriel listened on the side, somewhat surprised. The security system of the Lestrange Manor has an integrity of 86, and for 14 years. It has not been discovered or breached by anyone in an ownerless state. The key to the Lestrange family vault is secure and has not been stolen or lost. The domesticated house elves of the Lestrange family have all died out, and there are no surviving individuals. Anriel is about to applaud. I don't even know if your house is a residence or a military fortress. Among the sacred 28 families, apart from exceptions like the Weasleys, are they all like you? Oh, and they're Slughorn, Longbottom, and Ollivander too. How many are still alive in your family? You could count them on one hand. Shall we start with your whole family? Then go find a piece of open land near your house and stand there. Anriel casually issued the command, and Rodolphus immediately complied. Once Rodolphus found a right position and notified Anriel, he felt an invisible force controlling his limbs, rendering him unable to move, as if he were being watched by some ferocious beast. He now understood why Anriel had asked him to find a vacant piece of land near the family home. A rift of death opened beside him, gray mist spreading and eroding everything it touched, dragging them into decay and oblivion. If this situation were to occur in the family courtyard, it would be very difficult to handle. Anriel stepped out, his foot landing on a branch on the ground. In an instant, the branch turned to ashes, as if it had endured the ravages of time. However, this time, it was not time that was destroying it, but death. Anriel looked around and surveyed the area. In front of him stood a villa. To be honest, it was an impressive, elegant, and ancient mansion, unlike the solemnity of Hogwarts. Nor did it resemble the old Dumbledore family home in Godric's Hollow, which had been abandoned for decades. In terms of location, Anriel was situated several dozen miles east of London, on a piece of land concealed by hundreds of magical protections. In terms of size, including the courtyard, this mansion was about 1/10 the size of Hogwarts. Some may not have a concrete idea of Hogwarts' size. To put it this way, the area of the Lestrange family estate is roughly equivalent to that of a mid-range apartment complex with about 100 units. Oh, so it's not just a mansion, but a military fortress? Although Anriel was complaining in his heart, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Aside from the fact that it hadn't been inhabited for decades and there were no signs of life in the house, everything here was impeccable. It was hidden safe and spacious enough to train a private army. He was very satisfied. Anriel raised his hand and lifted the wand, which allowed him to cast spells. If it weren't for the serious nature of the scene, it would be an absurdly high intensity of magic. This time, it was clearly the latter. Those who enter this abode shall die, for the living have no claim here. Anriel spoke a language that Rodolphus could not understand. Of course, he couldn't understand it, because it was not only Chinese, but also ancient Chinese. Rodolphus, a native-born Englishman from the 20th century, would truly be seeing ghosts if he could understand it. However, Anriel was using a spell recorded in the Resurrection Stone, which was a death spell. This power, originating from the mark that came from Anriel within him, allowed Rodolphus to roughly understand the function of the magic. But Anriel had not finished speaking. He pointed his wand at the top tower of the Lestrange mansion. Those not favored by death cannot be seen. This time, Rodolphus understood, because Anriel spoke this in Old English. The tower he pointed to began to emit white flakes that resembled snow, which gradually dissolved into the surrounding air and disappeared. A few minutes later, Anriel sat on the armrest by the fireplace, somewhat speechless as he ran his fingers through his hair. Rodolphus, what I mean is, you don't really have to act like a butler. The man on the spiral staircase slightly bowed at his words. Rodolphus was dressed in a sharp suit, wearing small round glasses, his mustache neatly shaved, and holding a notebook. Although Anriel knew this was definitely not the Bible, it didn't stop Rodolphus from successfully creating an image of a priest. If the book were replaced with a white towel draped over his arm, he would look like a reliable old butler at first glance. I'm almost done, sir. I said we should at least wait until Voldemort's power rises somewhat before we start extensively recruiting followers that satisfy me. And that will take at least a few years, right? Anriel felt a bit uncertain when he said the last line, because he knew that plans could never keep up with changes. After thinking for a moment, he said to Rodolphus, "Although I don't mind you doing this, you should also do something that interests you, right?" Anriel jokingly added, "As long as you're not killing people everywhere and making yourself a center of attention, you can still find some fun." The sound of Tap's shoes echoed as Rodolphus emerged from the shadows, his thin, angular face coming into view as he walked down the stairs. A hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, my master. However, what I'm doing right now is quite enjoyable for me. Perhaps if it weren't for those unpleasant things before, I would be quite suited to being a butler." All right. Anriel shrugged and reclined back in the armchair. Having multiple butlers didn't seem like a bad thing either. Anriel's face was filled with a knowing expression of speechlessness. Rodolphus looked at Anriel's reaction and chuckled again. "My lord, please rest assured that even in the current Ministry of Magic, there are still some enlightened individuals whose views align with ours. In many ways, your perspective is more practical than the secrecy laws. Because of this, even during these years of hiding, we will not remain without progress." Anriel curled up in the chair and rolled his eyes. By the time Rodolphus had faith in him, he had already more or less gone through Rodolphus's entire life. This guy hardly had any interest since childhood, not to mention emotions. In the end, when he let him do something he wanted to do, wasn't it still going to work? The so-called hobbies you have are just gathering information for your future job? Anriel is feeling a bit bored. Let's not mention Regulus for now. Why is this new little brother such a workaholic? Could he be some kind of innate capitalist saint? No. If we strictly go by birthplace, Anriel should be Austrian. He is a righteous crusader against the Jews, and, at the very least, he should be called a national industrialist. For effective anti-Jewish action, please choose Adolf's brand of stain remover. All right, do whatever you want. I just want to enjoy my personal life for now." Anriel, although saying relaxing words, slowly sat up straight and turned to Rodolphus. "The bug's tail has already escaped, probably headed to Albania. However, I've made some adjustments to Voldemort's resurrection methods, which might have a limiting effect, or maybe not. Also, this year, the UK has applied to host the Quidditch World Cup, probably in August, right? They are also planning to restore the Triwizard Tournament, which is a major event involving 3 schools in 3 countries. By the way, did you know that I am in 5th grade this year?" Anriel's tone was not pleasant. Rodolphus's expression visibly became serious. Anriel continued, "I still have to lower my status and take that S that has been through 1,000 cuts and seen ghosts." Anriel seems to be smiling, but it's a cold smile. Rodolphus is smiling along. Anriel counted one by one the major events that would happen this year, while Rodolphus listened quietly beside him. When he reached the end, Anriel turned his head, squinting at the roaring fire in the hearth. "Tell me, when Voldemort truly resurrects and sees that the people gathered under the Dark Mark are a bunch of useless trash, what kind of expression do you think he will have on his face?" Rodolphus curled his lips and softly replied, "He won't have any expression because he has no choice." Isn't this also the reason why Rodolphus chose to pledge his loyalty to Anriel? Anriel can casually foresee and plan everything as if he is a prophet, or rather, in Rodolphus's eyes, he inherently possesses the characteristics of a prophet. In short, it seems that in Rodolphus's view, Anriel can always face formidable foes as perceived by the world, with a disdainful and indifferent attitude, unknowingly sealing off the enemy's retreat. How can one oppose such a person? What does it take to be worthy of being his enemy? This is why Anriel hasn't gone to capture Rodolphus's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly say, "Demiurgos, activate. Let Rodolphus become the steward, serving this seemingly lazy boy, yet without making him feel any sense of lowering his status." Is it Merlin's ring that makes Rodolphus this way? Or is Anriel's charisma simply that powerful? Or is it that his ethereal, otherworldly fate is destined for kingship? After Rodolphus finished speaking, he slightly nodded and retreated into the darkness, disappearing, leaving Anriel alone by the fireplace, occasionally sparking thoughts. A few days later, Hogwarts. Anriel sat in Dumbledore's chair in the principal's office, casually tossing a crumpled copy of the Daily Prophet into the roaring fireplace. The curling pages turned to ash, but faintly. One could still make out a moving image of a man with a bald head and beady eyes, who upon first glance appeared cunning and cowardly, much like a rat living in a gutter. This was the interview written by Rita Skeeter after the Ministry of Magic's press conference. In fact, the Daily Prophet had a back page as well, but it was wrapped up in the paper ball when Anriel crumpled it, rendering it invisible. The back of the newspaper also featured photos, but instead of wanted criminals or former fugitives, there were several flying broomsticks with people seated on them. It seemed the Ministry of Magic was in urgent need of something to restore their reputation. Anriel muttered to himself. Hosting the Quidditch World Cup is indeed a significant event that can promote friendly cooperation and communication within the international magical community, allowing different people from various countries and ethnicities to come together. Forget it. No need to dwell on those useless things. Anriel himself doesn't even believe this statement. As long as there are no incidents at the World Cup venue, the Ministry of Magic can still salvage some of its reputation. Unfortunately, knowing the plot well, Anriel can only laugh now. However, while there may be certain dangers at the World Cup, that's one thing, but the Ministry of Magic's jokes must still be witnessed. Moreover, those so-called dangers seem rather trivial in front of Anriel. He still plans to take Luna and his father-in-law to watch the match. The 3 parchment tickets pressed on the table undoubtedly confirm this. Dumbledore is busy with other matters today, and Anriel hasn't even seen him every day this month. The Triwizard Tournament is also set to resume this year. So, as one of the headmasters of the 3 schools and the host headmaster for this match, Dumbledore must be very busy this month. It's yet another mountain of paperwork. Anriel snapped his fingers, and a feather quill jumped out of the inkwell, standing on the table, and began to rustle as it wrote a document. Anriel was staring blankly at the ceiling, dazed, which he called clearing his mind. In reality, his face was full of hopelessness. Why, you ask? He missed his wife. He really wanted his little angel to jump into his arms and act cute right now. This year has been particularly busy. As a result, Anriel hadn't spent a whole entire July with Luna. How painful and tormenting. But fortunately, according to the plans, it should all come to an end today, because the flames in the fireplace suddenly turned green and shot up over a meter high. A figure with white hair and a long white beard gradually became clear in the swirling flames. Anriel withdrew his gaze from the ceiling, slightly tilting his head to look at Dumbledore. "You're back, sir. Good morning. Good morning, my child. It truly warms my heart to see you here, so early to help me with these trivial matters, but I also feel a bit sorry," Dumbledore said with a smile, a hint of regret in his voice. Anriel could see that Dumbledore was genuinely sorry. He truly felt regret for having troubled Anriel. "It's all right, sir. I understand that it's normal to have so many things to deal with if you want to restore the Triwizard Tournament after so many years, but you shouldn't tire yourself too much." Dumbledore had already turned to the coat rack to hang up the travel cloak draped over him, then came over to Anriel's side. The latter simply turned to face him and asked, "But I still have that question, sir. Can you really guarantee that certain Durmstrang students won't rush up to me and fight me to the death upon hearing my full name?" Anriel's tone was teasing and sarcastic. "Of course, I assure you, the ones who will definitely lose are them." Dumbledore let out a gentle sigh, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness, but more so a sense of determination. "And my answer is the same, my child. I will do everything in my power to prevent such a thing from happening." Anriel stood up and made way for Dumbledore, raising an eyebrow slightly. "I hope so. Let's see this." He pointed to a piece of parchment on the table. "This is not good news. If the situation I just mentioned really occurs, the International Magical Cooperation Department will go wild like a cat that's been poked hard while sleeping." Dumbledore sighed helplessly. The documents on the table were likely the list of visiting group members that Durmstrang would send over. And, for some universally motivational reasons, those who had lost loved ones due to Grindelwald's past atrocities were now very capable. Like a certain Quidditch world star, Victor Crumb, their excellence was precisely why they were chosen for the delegation. The Durmstrang team members, if not 9 out of 10, at least half of them had deep-seated grudges against Grindelwald, likely stemming from personal losses. Who knows? The terror brought by Grindelwald in those years is something even 100 Voldemorts couldn't match. The only reason the latter gained a more notorious reputation in Britain was that Grindelwald had never extended his influence into the country. It's unclear whether it was out of consideration for an old lover's face or some other reason. But this way, other countries suffered, right? Like Bulgaria. However, Anriel also knew that there was no use in rushing this matter. He could only let it unfold naturally. So he shifted the topic and turned to Dumbledore about the Quidditch World Cup. "So, sir, are you really not planning to go see the Quidditch World Cup?" Anriel glanced at the 3 tickets on the table. Even though there were only 3, with Dumbledore's abilities, getting a 4th one would be easy. The Horcruxes scattered around, possibly existing or not, left everyone clueless. "I think I want to go. I've been quite busy lately, and I remember you don't really like this sport, do you?" Dumbledore brushed off the comment, as if he hadn't heard Anriel's last sentence. and tossed the question back while flawlessly reviewing documents in his hands, teasing Anriel. Anriel chuckled a couple times. Yeah, I'm really not very good at using a broom, or, to put it more accurately, I know nothing about it. He said slowly. But if Luna wants to go, then I'll go too. Dumbledore let out a light chuckle from his nose with a hint of amusement. Not at all giving the impression of being a man over 100 years old. Oh, we all have to accommodate each other. Luna didn't used to like attending balls very much. Anriel whistled twice, speaking as he walked to the window, basking in the bright sunlight, lazily squinting his eyes and stretching. Whatever, as long as you all have fun. Dumbledore shrugged, indicating that he was starting to not quite understand the way young people played nowadays. Anriel glanced at Dumbledore's expression and immediately knew what the old man was thinking. He could only roll his eyes in silence. Well, fine. Let's wish ourselves a good time. Anriel walked to the table, grabbed 3 tickets from it, and waved his hand behind him. A few seconds later, a soft sound was heard, and a hawk let out a cry, gradually flying over the mountains and lakes, turning into a small black, disappearing on the distant horizon. The rustling sound of the feather quill touching the paper had, at some point, stopped. Dumbledore gently turned his head, gazing at the place where Anriel had vanished. His long fingertips tapped rhythmically on the tabletop. On his face was a complex expression mixed with affection, worry, and fatigue. Lestrange. He had learned about the escape incident from Azkaban once again, or rather, this time it should be called a prison break. But Dumbledore had no evidence, nor did he know who was responsible. Yet intuition told him it was Anriel. Dumbledore did not know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Anriel soared through the sky, his sharp eagle eyes looking down, searching for the oddly shaped house of the Lovegoods. It resembled a crooked castle, and overall it made one worry about the mental state of its builder and inhabitants. People worried about the safety of those living in the Weasley house. They worried about the mental state of those living in the Lovegood house. However, it cannot be denied that they were all very talented. In the eyes of those who appreciate such things, this might be another kind of extraordinary talent, right? After all, since the ancestor of the Lovegoods, Cadmus, this line of Peverils has mostly been a bit eccentric. Ah, found it. Anriel dove down, but in the next second a massive, pitch-black creature shot up from the Lovegood family's garden, heading straight for Anriel in the sky. This creature resembled a cross between a black skeletal horse and a flying wolf beast. Its head and body were made up of a black, gaunt horse's head and body, while its mouth, limbs, and tail resembled those of a wolf, equipped with sharp teeth and claws capable of easily tearing apart prey, along with a rough, thick tail hanging down. It had a pair of black bony wings covered with a membrane harder than steel. It was a nightmare. For some reason, nightmares and their kind seemed to have taken 2 completely different paths of growth. Although ordinary night steeds were carnivorous, they could never evolve along a different path at the fork of evolution like nightmares, acquiring anatomical structures that shouldn't exist on them. While Anriel had considerable knowledge of magical creatures, this situation seemed to be explainable only by the simple and vague term mutation. It was unclear what triggered its mutation. Was it caused by the resurrection stone? Anriel did not know that Nightmare might be the night steed closest to death itself. This wolf horse began to circle around the transformed eagle of Anriel in the air, spinning as it flew, showing its closeness to its master. It was Anriel who kept Nightmare here, as he had not come for a month. And Nightmare was the 3rd closest creature to Luna, besides her father and Anriel himself. Anriel deftly hit the brakes in midair, and by the time he landed, he had already transformed into a human form. As he kicked up a cloud of dust with his feet, the Nightmare landed beside him and let out a cry. The sound was less like a horse's neigh and more reminiscent of an eagle's call. Anriel raised his hand and rubbed the head of Nightshade. A sound of footsteps came from ahead. Luna didn't call out Anriel's name or make any exclamations. In fact, she didn't make a sound at all except for the sound of her running footsteps. She just ran and crashed into Anriel's arms, tightly embracing her beloved. It wasn't that she was blaming him for not coming for a month. It was simply that she wasn't very good at expressing her intense feelings. Luna's personality was ethereal and calm, more of a fleeting feeling. Even after spending a long time with Anriel and picking up some mischievous bad habits, she wouldn't suddenly undergo a character transformation like Ginny. So, she remained silent yet unhesitatingly embraced him. "I've finished all my tasks." Anriel laughed. "Well, that's good." Luna also smiled, her lips curling up, exuding the sweetness of love and the mischievousness of a girl. "In this month, you must make it up to me." Luna pretended to pounce, playfully biting Anriel's cheek. Hey, don't kiss me directly. I just flew a long distance. I'm all covered in dust." Anriel smiled helplessly. "I'm not picky about you," Luna said, gently licking her own pink lips with her little tongue. Anriel furrowed her brows, feeling that something was off. It seemed like she was at a loss. No, she had to return. After the two of them finished arguing, it had probably been about 10 minutes. Anriel touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a look of disdain and speechlessness on an animal's face. The nightmare rolled its eyes, not knowing how it managed to do that, so don't ask. Luna's cheeks were flushed, her gaze dreamy, tightly pressing her lips together as if she was a bit breathless from just being kissed, and she was gripping Anriel's clothing tightly, not letting go. All right, let's go inside. Anriel chose to pull Luna into the house to calm down. Forget it. What they would see inside was xenophilius. And that wouldn't help him calm down at all. Rather, it could be said that Anriel didn't consider this matter to be outrageous, and clearly, neither did Luna. So, the two of them sat down in front of xenophilius with an unfazed expression. The old man raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. However, when Anriel took out the tickets and invited xenophilius to take Luna along to watch, his response surprised Anriel. Ah, thank you for your kind offer, child, xenophilius said. But I won't be going. I've never been interested in such a crude sport. Xenophilius shook his head, clearly refusing. Anriel was a bit scratching his head. JPG. He really didn't expect this. In the original work, Xenophilius did take Luna to see the Quidditch World Cup. It seems that he only accompanied her for his daughter's sake. With such a clear rejection, it's likely that Xenophilius has no fondness for this sport in his heart. With Anriel accompanying Luna, there is no need to worry about safety issues. Therefore, Xenophilius naturally declined. This is a bit troublesome. It's not that it's difficult for the father-in-law to go along. It's just that there's an extra ticket. Anriel thought for a moment and then gave up on thinking. Dumbledore brought 3 tickets for the top-tier box. Due to the conservation of tickets, Dumbledore did not have these 3 tickets in the original text, so now that he has them, there must be 3 people who will not get tickets compared to the original. It wouldn't be the Weasley family missing tickets, would it? Anriel's lips twitched as she decided to wait a while before going to the Weasley house to ask. Luna was beside her, watching Anriel's changing expressions for quite some time. Guardian of the spirits, the incantation began to resonate like a chant, and a silver-white wild rabbit sprang out from Luna's wand, leaping out of the window. In just a few quick movements, it disappeared into the dense grass. Huh, a messenger guardian? Anriel's eyes widened a bit. Luna's progress was astonishing, more efficient than even eating a goblet of fire. Hey, little sir, you were just wondering if the Weasley family would be short on tickets, right? Luna playfully asked Anriel. Anriel nodded, feeling more curious. How did you know? Luna laughed, revealing a small fong on one side. Just guess the other 2 people in the room were momentarily stunned. Then they all laughed together. There was no need to worry that Luna's Patronus would touch a nerve with the Weasley family. After all, it was a bustling household being asked if they needed limited edition tickets. Thinking about it from their perspective, Luna's Patronus was probably aimed straight at Ginny and wouldn't encounter any other members of the Weasley family. After a moment, Luna, who was sitting in Anriel's lap, suddenly raised an eyebrow. What did Ginny say? Anriel casually asked her. Luna tilted her head against Anriel's chest, considering that Xenophilius had already gone back inside to tinker with his magical creatures and magazine printing, making this gesture seem less presumptuous. Coincidentally, Luna chuckled a couple of times, or rather, how fortunate that the Weasley family was in need of a ticket to the top box. According to Ginny, they were still debating whether to let the eldest brother make a compromise or to let the third brother, who was not very interested and cared more about Barty Crouch than the match, make a compromise instead. After saying this, Luna tilted her head and asked Anriel, "Who is Crouch?" Crouch, well, Anriel suddenly fell into a subtle silence. He was a pitiful yet unworthy of pity, a hateful yet seemingly unhateable person, Barty Crouch, a complex man with a complicated life, ruthless in his methods, decisive in action, and obsessed with power. In an era where everyone lived in fear and uncertainty, people like Crouch and Scrimgeour, even if their actions and methods were not right, were still needed by the public. I want to hear you tell a story. Luna looked up at Anriel, her eyes filled with a smile. Tell me about this complex man and his complicated life. Anriel was not too surprised. Luna's curiosity was sometimes not much weaker than Hermione's. Of course, no problem, but I need to give the tickets to our little friend first. Anriel tapped in midair, and a wisp of gray mist floated there, curling into a ball. Anriel took out a ticket, handed it over, and stuffed it into the gray mist. Then the mist swirled and vanished with the ticket. It's a little trick called the messenger. If you want to learn it, I'll find a chance to teach you. Anriel took Luna back to the house to tell a story. A story about a biographical figure who has become part of the past. Barty Crouch was a tough guy filled with a desire for power. It's unclear whether he truly understood the principle that evil cannot triumph over good, or if he still held onto his own sense of justice deep inside. In any case, he never supported Voldemort and consistently presented himself as a staunch ally of the Ministry of Magic. From what I have seen, even before Crouch took his last breath, he never yielded. He was a tough nut to crack. Crouch was probably a loyal proponent of an eye for an eye, and during his tenure as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, it was a time when dark forces were rampant. Moreover, Crouch allowed the Aurors under his command to kill, and some prisoners could be sent directly to Azkaban without trial, suffering endless imprisonment. However, you must understand that during that period, the dark forces had become the most terrifying sword of Damocles hanging over people's heads. No one knew who would die in the next moment or whom they could trust in times of crisis. They feared falling into the hands of dark wizards and suffering inhumane torment. Therefore, the approach of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and violence against violence, which Crouch advocated, undoubtedly maximized the public's emotional release and brought him a considerable amount of support. However, things always have a turning point. Anriel instinctively paused for a moment and looked at Luna. The girl was listening with great interest. To be honest, Anriel's narration was definitely the kind that was not quite mentally stable. He referred to the torment brought by Azkaban's life sentence as enjoyment and called Barty Crouch's downfall, which was clearly detrimental to the political situation at the time, a turning point. But Luna was completely oblivious. She seemed to understand. She understood the mockery in Anriel's tone and even agreed with it. Well, that's fine too. Anriel continued. Crouch's son is a Death Eater. Luna let out a small gasp. So now the question arises. How can a father who raised an only child in a family environment produce a Death Eater? Can he still earn the public's trust? No. Luna instinctively believed. Bingo Ariel snapped his fingers. Now, Crouch's position is the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. But this matter is not over. Before Crouch was transferred to the Department of International Magical Cooperation, whether it was out of frustration or a last-ditch effort of his inner sense of justice, he threw his only biological son into Azkaban to be accompanied by Dementors. Or perhaps this was exactly what he deserved. In the social and public opinion environment at that time, after Voldemort's downfall, anyone who was a Death Eater would be thrown into Azkaban for life imprisonment until death. And there would be no mistake about it. Oh, by the way, his son is also named Barty Crouch, sharing the same name. Anriel revealed a faint smirk on his face. The family's disgrace, isn't it? Here comes the more interesting part. Crouch, after being demoted and locking his own son in Azkaban for a year, actually agreed to his dying wife's request. He exchanged a sickly woman for a sickly boy in prison. Luna opened her mouth in surprise, but didn't say anything. Is it ridiculous? I think it's quite funny. Actually, of course, I mean Crouch, not the mother who was willing to pay any price for her son. I'm not sure how Crouch, with his belief that power is supreme and strength can turn everything around, could balance work and family and manage his wife's emotions to create a happy family life. In short, while this act means he truly loves his wife, I believe he and his wife are not very harmonious. Then, for the sake of his wife's dying wish, he released a Death Eater who should have been tormented, betraying all the hard work and dedication of his first half of life. Although Anriel did not say the last sentence out loud, his Luna already understood. As for Barty Crouch, he is not only unworthy, but also ridiculous for failing to maintain his integrity in the end. Anriel chuckled softly. Moreover, his son is a genuine, die-hard Death Eater, and he is very clever, with strong capabilities. After being captured, he cried and made a scene on the trial stand, shouting for his father to save him, portraying himself as a rebellious teenager who has gone astray. But in reality, this guy is deeply scheming, has unwavering faith, and possesses exceptional abilities far beyond those of ordinary Death Eaters. Anriel's tone inexplicably carried a hint of admiration, as if to say that you were in need of someone right now. Luna rolled her eyes in exasperation. Anriel is indeed short on manpower right now, but he also knows that Luna is saying he doesn't lack for elites at the moment. Although Luna has never actually seen Regulus in action, she can infer his reliable capabilities from just a few words. There's also a 1,000-year-old old fox when it comes to wisdom. After witnessing the resurrection process with the resurrection stone, Luna is convinced that Anriel will definitely not be short on elites. Relax. I just finished digging up a corner of Voldemort's, and it's a very rare one, the kind that's mentally stable, at least for me. So I'm very unlikely to recruit little Crouch, even after his death. Anriel casually waved his hand. Luna nodded and leaned closer into Anriel's embrace, quietly gazing at the distant sunset together. In a humble dwelling, A small wisp of gray mist silently slipped through the window cracks in one of the rooms on the second floor. This so-called messenger acted on Anriel's own will, allowing him to share perceptions with it whenever he wished. The messenger now remained here because Anriel realized that there were two people in the room. Hermione is here too? Anriel was quite surprised. He had thought that Hermione wouldn't be invited this time, especially since the Weasley family was already short on tickets. He had underestimated the Weasley family's concern for face, or rather, the importance they placed on their relationships. How should he put it? Perhaps none of the other Weasleys wanted Ron to give up his friendship with Hermione. It could also be that Ron himself, through this incident, awkwardly offered an apology to Hermione. As it stands, they wouldn't be able to become a couple in the future, but they could still remain friends. Anriel thinks that Harry also wants to play the peacemaker in this situation. He probably helped invite Hermione, and even he himself was invited by the Weasley family. Wait a minute. Anriel suddenly realized. Oh no, Harry wasn't invited by the Weasley family. There was a male soul downstairs, Sirius Black. Harry came with Sirius Black. Sirius still had some personal assets. How to put it? For Lily, accepting Sirius wasn't that difficult. Even though she wasn't a member of the Order of the Phoenix right now, after Sirius was cleared of all charges, it was easier. To Lily, Sirius was just someone who loved Harry, willing to die for him, and had the financial means to raise Harry. There was nothing unacceptable about that. After understanding this, Anriel slipped out and manipulated the messenger to reveal itself to the sight of the two girls in the room. Hermione was startled, and Ginny, quick to react, drew her wand and got ready. The gray mist hovered in the air, turning halfway around, giving the impression that it was sizing up the two. Good reaction, Ginny. Anriel's voice trembled through the gray mist, emerging from the fog. Take your ticket. A rolled-up parchment ticket fell from the gray mist and landed on the ground. I'll head back first. Aren't you coming to sit for a bit? The room suddenly fell silent. Hermione turned to Ginny, her mouth half open, showing her shock at the moment. Ginny seemed taken aback by her own bold statement as well. Both girls knew that Anriel already had someone special. I won't come over. I have a bit of a personal conflict with Harry's godfather. The gray mist trembled for a moment, as if shocked, then explained in a light tone, then I'll leave. See you at the World Cup. After saying this, the gray mist dissipated directly from the room. Another several seconds of silence followed. Ginny? Hermione tentatively asked. Noticing Ginny's face was a bit unusually red. I'm fine. Ginny shook herself and bent down to pick up the ticket from the ground. That's great. We really need a ticket. The girl's eyes narrowed. Hermione was a bit puzzled, but being a girl, her instinct as a same-sex friend instantly made her understand Ginny's thoughts. Even if you think that. Hermione's clever mind suddenly stalled, and for a moment, she didn't know how to dissuade Ginny. Ginny turned back and smiled. I want to give it a try. What if I succeed? Luna Lovegood's home. Luna felt the warm embrace behind her suddenly tremble. What's wrong, little sir? Anriel is a bit hard to describe for a moment. How should I put it? Your best friend wants to steal your boyfriend? Anriel was momentarily speechless. Unfortunately, his silence was the best answer to Luna's question. Luna pouted. Any girl would certainly not be too happy after learning about such things. Anriel was somewhat curious, but didn't really want to ask, because in such matters, he didn't have much experience. He wasn't sure what kind of attitude a budding young girl should have towards this, although he wasn't afraid of tests. He didn't know if this would become a test from Luna for him. It won't be. You even said you haven't learned to capture thoughts. Anriel's eyes widened slightly. Luna didn't explain anything, just chuckled twice. I believe in you, so I won't test you. This matter itself is an unpredictable test, right? In this situation, if I were to test you again, Luna pouted, by then if you really feel disheartened and run away, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Anriel chuckled and poked Luna's puffed-up little face. I won't run away, not even if it kills me. The shabby dwelling. Someone sent Ginny a ticket for a top-tier box seat. This genuinely shocked Mrs. Weasley. However, she quickly understood the situation with the help of Fred and George, dropped the inquiry about the ticket's source, and turned to attack her two wayward sons. Ginny held the ticket in her hand, not knowing what to think. Maybe happiness has to be fought for? If it were Hermione in this position, no, even the current Hermione, who isn't that familiar with Luna and has conflicting views with her, wouldn't think of undermining. In contrast, even though Ginny is both a friend and a close confidant of Luna, she still made this decision without hesitation. The seat number on this ticket is undoubtedly connected to Anriel's two seats. Fred and George, who were being scolded by Mrs. Weasley, glanced over at Ginny. They probably understood by now. The twins exchanged silent sighs. The day before the World Cup, Anriel tightened his belt and straightened his suit. This made him look meticulous, just like the kind of successful person most muggles would envy. Is it really necessary to dress so formally? Luna walked out from behind Anriel's door, wearing a dress that made her look like a graceful blue lotus. Maybe it is, Anriel chuckled and said in a teasing tone. Perhaps some people want to hold their own little party after such a grand gathering on a world scale. A little party. Luna felt that Anriel's words had a deeper meaning. Anriel just smiled and did not continue to explain anything. He waved his hands in the air, as if he had opened a door in the sky. Inside the doorway was a gray, hazy mist leading to an unknown destination. Anriel gently took Luna's hand and walked in. A few minutes later, or perhaps only a few seconds, when the portal opened again and the two stepped out, they found themselves on the edge of a vast, desolate marshland. Wow, what a novel experience. Luna seemed to be lingering on the moment. Anriel nearly laughed out loud. This was a world of death, and only he, the Lord of the Resurrection Stone, could guide them to avoid being eroded by death. This was no amusement park attraction. Two wizards saw Anriel and Luna suddenly appear and walked over to them, holding the parchment and quill in their hands. Do you have a registration? Not yet, Anriel replied with a smile. May I ask, what time is it now? The wizard without the quill glanced at the gold watch in his arms. It's 5 o'clock. To be precise, it's 5:03. Oh, it seems we arrived a little early. Anriel nodded. Then please help us find camp first. All right, last name? Dumbledore. Anriel thought for half a second and realized that Lovegood's surname made it impossible to get tickets for the top-level box. Sure enough, as soon as he mentioned his surname, the inspecting wizard, Anriel, remembered him and called him Bazel, raising his eyebrows and carefully flipping through the notebook in his hand. Oh, all right, Dumbledore. He kept nodding, and finally his gaze settled on one line. West side, a quarter mile, the third house of the first camp. Ah, thank you. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. The wizard named Bazel shivered for some reason. Anriel thought he was just too tired from staying up late on duty. Another half-minute passed, and this Bazel, seeing that Anriel showed no sign of leaving, curiously glanced at him. Anriel spoke concisely. Bazel suddenly realized something. The space beside them twisted, and a group of people appeared in the nearby clearing, spinning in circles, growing from small to large. 3 adult men, accompanied by a group of children, were the Weasley family, the Diggory father and son, and Sirius Black with Harry. Although it wasn't a good thing, one had to admit that among this group, Sirius Black had the keenest perception. He quickly recovered from the slight dizziness of the portkey and saw Anriel, who wore a half-smile. Sirius's expression was not good. He didn't know why, but he had an unsettling feeling that this child harbored a subtle disdain for him. However, now that things were mostly normal and he had obtained custody of Harry, Sirius's attitude towards Anriel was certainly one of forbearance. After all, people are often pragmatic and good at compromise. Even more absurdly, Anriel smiled and nodded at Sirius. Although there was no blood pressure monitor, Sirius's rising blood pressure was visibly apparent. Good morning, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory. Seeing Sirius's reaction, Anriel didn't continue to tease him, but turned to the other 2 adult men to greet them. Mr. Weasley replied, while Mr. Diggory did not recognize Anriel. Arthur, who is this? Ah, Amos, this is Anriel. Mr. Weasley suddenly hesitated, unsure of how to introduce Anriel. However, Anriel took over. Nice to meet you, Mr. Diggory. My name is Anriel, Anriel Dumbledore. Uh-huh. Oh, Dumbledore. Anriel frowned, feeling that Mr. Diggory was a bit unhinged. However, Mr. Diggory's next sentence convinced Anriel that it was indeed him. What a fine young man. He will surely succeed, just like our Cedric. As soon as he finished speaking, Cedric's face turned bright red. Luna, who had been quietly listening beside them, suddenly looked worriedly at Anriel, his mouth curling into a dangerous smile. Anriel then said with a forced smile, Mr. Diggory, please do not ruin the good impression your son has left on me. All right? As a father, Amos Diggory was good in every way. He just loved his son a bit too much, which sometimes clouded his judgment. Not only did it often make others uncomfortable, but it also made his kind-hearted son feel embarrassed on his behalf. Amos, let's go find a campsite, shall we? The somewhat slow-witted Mr. Wesley also realized something. Amos was being a bit too arrogant. Everyone knew that in your eyes, your son was the best, but everyone was also well aware that this was not true. It was just your one-sided fantasy. It's fine to boast in front of us usually, but now we are dealing with a real prodigy? Fortunately, Anriel only warned Mr. Diggory and had no intention of dragging the conversation further. With Mr. Wesley smoothing things over, the group quickly went to set up their camps. In Anriel's camp, Luna watched as a castle-like tent rose from the ground, feeling a bit puzzled, because from what she sensed, Anriel's gaze towards Mr. Diggory just now was filled with compassion. Yes, compassion, not anger or coldness. She wondered why. Anriel embellished the details inside the tent without looking back and directly asked Luna. Luna smiled. How can you still say that I can read your thoughts? It seems that understanding my thoughts is just as easy for you now, isn't it? I think so. Luna followed Anriel into the tent. Inside the tent, it was vibrant with life, as if there were magical creatures that were both real and illusory everywhere. Anriel leaned against a shelf, fiddling with a colorful bird perched on his finger. Because his son would die this year. Ah, Mr. Diggory's pride, Cedric Diggory. This year, he would die. Luna didn't ask Anriel how he knew. She believed that as long as Anriel told her this, he must have his reasons. I can save him, or I can choose not to. Anriel continued to poke at the big bird's beak with her fingers. The big bird stiffened its neck and bit down on Anriel's finger. It couldn't bite through. Anriel chuckled softly and continued. As for Cedric himself, I hope he continues to live on because he is kind, loyal, upright, and brave. He possesses almost all the virtues that a qualified Hufflepuff should have. With a snap of Anriel's fingers, the big bird didn't even have time to let out a single cry before it was transformed into a fluttering butterfly. However, it seemed that his father did not. Anriel scoffed and released the butterfly. Should I still save him? Luna knew that this wasn't a rhetorical question. He was genuinely seeking her opinion. As long as she said to save him, Cedric Diggory would definitely not die. But if she said not to save him, then even if there were no accidents this year, Cedric would still die. This feeling of having the power of life and death over someone else didn't make Luna uncomfortable. Luna es quintev. Was it really that hard to choose? Anriel looked at Luna. It's not difficult, just help a bit. Luna hopped over to a double bed, lay down to test its bounce. Without hesitation, without doubt. Anriel nodded with satisfaction. Luna's decisiveness was becoming increasingly outstanding. Her magical strength was rising rapidly, and her precocious wisdom made ordinary people feel inferior. This was a good thing for Anriel. Whether Cedric Diggory was alive or dead did not greatly affect Anriel, although personally, he still hoped that this kind-hearted senior could survive. What he cared about was how Luna would decide the fate of this person. At the Weasley camp, Mr. Weasley finally got a fire going with Hermione's help, which made him look incredibly excited. Ginny was on the second floor, looking down at this harmonious scene. Hey, Ginny, we want to know what our youngest sister is doing here? Obviously, this back-and-forth style of speaking could only be from the twins. Fred, George, Ginny exclaimed in surprise, annoyed. The twins exchanged smiles and leaned over the railing on either side of Ginny, looking at their sister in the middle. Fred spoke first. Ginny, you look really happy. What's the good news? Why not share it with your interesting brothers? Exactly, George added with a drawn-out tone. In return, we can tell you some good news. Ginny rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. Good news? Did you two sneak out those strange magical prank products behind Mom's back? Or do you have another new wacky idea that needs testing? Fred shook his head while George nodded. Yes and no. Want to know? Fred teased Ginny's curiosity. Well, a bit. Why don't you tell me first? Ginny smiled, her tone full of interest. The twins exchanged glances. Oh, well, we may not have Mom's support, but we've got another strong backing. Financially, Fred and George laughed happily, sounding like someone was supporting their creativity. Ginny looked at them suspiciously, just like in the original story, where no one guessed that Harry was supporting the twins' business. Ginny surprisingly didn't guess who supported them this time. Who could give you this money? Ginny asked, but the twins cheerfully refused to answer. That's another question. You still haven't answered our question. Ginny pouted, probably indicating they should hurry up. Have you found a boyfriend? Or is there someone you like? Considering the twins' way of speaking, they seem to have merged these two questions into one. The answers to both questions were either yes or no, but when Ginny chose one of the questions to answer, it was equivalent to already responding to one question. However, the girl rolled her eyes and cleverly blinked. Yes. Then she turned and went downstairs, leaving the twins staring at each other in surprise at the railing on the second floor. What kind of answer is that? They both muttered in unison. Anriel took Luna around and bought some interesting little accessories. Among the most expensive items were an Irish-colored support jersey and a signed training ghost ball. It seems that Luna supports the Irish team. Anriel watched as she whistled and pinned a jeweled four-leaf clover brooch to the waist of her long skirt. As they walked back, a serious-looking man in a suit passed by them. This was Mr. Crouch. Anriel did not deliberately suppress her voice as she introduced herself to Luna. This sentence successfully caught the attention of Crouch himself. You are. Crouch frowned slightly, and it seemed that he recognized Anriel. Anriel Grindelwald. Anriel smiled kindly and revealed her surname. Crouch took a deep breath and extended a hand. I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Anriel shook hands with Crouch with great interest. He was very curious about how such a power-hungry and incredibly proud person would use honorifics toward a young man at least 30 years his junior. However, Crouch didn't say much. He just hurriedly excused himself and left. After Crouch walked away, Luna spoke up. He seems to be in a hurry, but I don't think it's because of the World Cup. It's probably more likely to be about his son. Anriel stretched lazily, sounding indifferent, boldly guessing. He might have brought his son to watch the game? How ridiculous. Luna linked her arm with Anriel's and walked towards the stadium. There were many people, thousands of them crowded and clamoring inside a huge arena. Anriel showed the ticket to the staff at the entrance. It was a first-class seat in the top box. Luna tugged at Anriel's arm, seemingly a bit anxious because there were too many people. A gentle force surrounded Luna and Anriel, slightly pushing away everyone nearby. People around looked over in surprise, curious to see who was so arrogant. Anriel was completely unaware, slowly walking up with Luna, leaving a trail of shock and envy behind them. They were a perfect match. Anyone with a little insight could tell that this young man was not to be trifled with. Occasionally, some who were not observant enough would find themselves unable to part their lips even slightly, as if gripped tightly by an invisible force before they could even speak. Soon, as there was no one else to crowd Anriel, they arrived at a small private room. The seats were made of velvet, with numbers embroidered in golden thread, making them very comfortable to sit on. Anriel looked around. The current director of the Magical Law Enforcement Division, Amelia Burns, a respectable middle-aged woman, bore a striking resemblance to Professor McGonagall. A few bearded men, who seemed to be foreigners. A group of mismatched individuals that Anriel did not recognize. And also, a pet house elf. Anriel casually glanced at Shan Shan. She looked in poor condition, as if she was about to faint at any moment. The seat next to her was empty, but Anriel knew that someone was sitting there, a person cloaked in invisibility. However, at that moment, commotion arose from below. Ah, this is interesting. Anriel squinted. The resurrection stone was really useful. He didn't even need to turn around to know who was there and what they were doing. It was the Weasleys and Malfoys. These two families had run into each other again. The top box, hey. Normally speaking, if all of the Weasley family's possessions were sold off, and then two of the children were sold, it would probably be enough to let the remaining ones watch the game. Lucius Malfoy used this point to attack Mr. Weasley. The sad thing is, he was speaking the truth. The Weasley family was indeed poor, but they were poor with ambition, yet that didn't change their poverty. However, if it were just Lucius and Arthur facing off against each other, there wouldn't be such a big commotion. Anriel guessed that it must have been Mr. Malfoy who attacked Harry Potter. Ah, shall we head in the box first? A voice that sounded rather foolish spoke up, and it was not Fudge, but Ludo Bagman. Anriel rested his hand on the back of the chair and turned around so that everyone entering could see him. Lucius glanced at his son beside him and walked towards Anriel. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Lucius was the first to speak. To be honest, Anriel didn't have much animosity towards the Malfoy family. After all, there's an old saying in China, a true gentleman is not afraid of challenges. The Malfoy family is the greatest gentleman in these 7 books. Not to mention, when it comes to important matters, he really is a coward. Dumbledore's son has the surname Grindelwald. It's likely that the moment Draco relayed this to his father, Lucius realized, this young master is not someone I can provoke. He didn't care how old this young master was or what abilities he actually had. Even if he were a useless person, just his background alone could be enough to put Lucius in a precarious situation multiple times over. Moreover, according to Draco's description, this individual was a genius with a unique talent, a scholar even more formidable than some professors. Lucius was completely taken aback. Quick, find a place to sit down, Lucius said. Anriel looked at the self-deprecating noble with interest, his tone smooth and cold. Lucius Malfoy felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water from head to toe, his body covered in goosebumps. At that moment, it seemed he was not facing a 16-year-old boy, but his old master, Voldemort. After all, no matter the purpose, donating to the hospital is always a good thing. Anriel said lightly, and Lucius's condition improved a bit. He said nothing and walked with his wife and son to the side of Fudge's seat. Even though Fudge himself had not yet arrived, it was good to have the ministry officials surround them. It seemed he was truly frightened, huh? Anriel found it quite interesting. However, Arthur's complexion didn't look good. Mr. Weasley, please sit down, the match is about to start. Mr. Weasley seemed to think this suggestion was reasonable. So the whole family took their seats in turn. Ginny sat next to Anriel. Luna blinked, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, Fudge came waddling in, and Anriel thought he seemed to have gained weight again. With so many worries during his holiday, he shouldn't have put on weight, right? It was surprising. Ludo Bagman stood up and cleared his throat. His voice was loud. He then began the opening ceremony, although there wasn't much to say at all. The venue was bustling with noise, with red and green flags flying everywhere, reminding Anriel that the Hogwarts Quidditch finals often had this color scheme as well. Let's welcome the mascot of the Bulgarian team. With Bagman's loud shout, a group of fair-skinned, beautiful, whatever they were, slid onto the track. Anriel was almost transfixed, staring at the enchanting dancer on the stage with a look of great interest. However, at the same time, the two girls on either side of him shivered. There was no time when they could feel Anriel's current thoughts more acutely than now. What was on his mind was, what a magical creature. What would it look like if dissected? In a humanoid dissection, would there be avian structures inside her? Throughout, that fiery and longing gaze contained no desire for love. It was merely a wild thought of slicing her up for research and purify magic. For a moment, the two girls didn't know whether to be happy or distressed. They were happy because Anriel had never been tempted. They were distressed because it was genuinely troubling. Below, the dancer was tossing her hair and dancing passionately, while the men in the stands went wild. However, these things quickly left the arena because if they didn't leave soon, the situation would become uncontrollable. In their place, a group of little goblins emerged from the side of the venue like a rising sun. Gold coins poured down from the sky like rain, and people were frantically scrambling on the ground to collect the coins. Anriel did not move. In fact, almost everyone in the top VIP box remained still, except for the Weasley family and a few foreigners. Seeing Anriel unmoving, Ginny and Luna also stayed put. It was a miracle that the wizarding world's monetary system had not collapsed. The sparkle in Anriel's eyes when Mua made her entrance had now vanished, replaced by a sense of indifference. The goblin's gold would disappear within 24 hours. The commotion in the crowd gradually subsided, and the goblins landed at the other end of the arena. With Bagman's introduction, the Bulgarian and Irish teams entered in turn. It appeared that about 60% of the Bulgarian fans were personal fans of Krum, while most of the Irish team supporters backed the entire Irish team. Anriel was deep in thought. One team had the sharpest spear, while the other team was well-balanced. In such a confrontation, it was still the strength-balanced Irish team that emerged victorious. That one strongest player just wasn't enough. He couldn't help but sigh. Luna and Ginny followed his gaze to the field, watching the seeker with muscular, bulging arms, Victor Krum. Imagine if Krum's strength was incredibly powerful. Could he catch the golden snitch and end the match before the Irish team scored 150 points? Surely he could. Anriel shrugged, no longer trying to find fault with himself. With a referee kicking over a box containing several match balls, the game officially began. Players darted back and forth in the air, like countless green flashes of lightning. Yes, that's right, only green. In the Bulgarian team, apart from Krum, the other players seemed to be on a different technical level compared to the Irish team. Soon, very soon, 130-10. Is this the score that two evenly matched teams can produce? A 10-point goal and a 12-point lead in 15 minutes? Anriel certainly didn't believe it. Absolutely not. This was pure domination, no doubt about it. Moreover, it seemed that the Bulgarian players' tactics were countless times more underhanded than those of the Irish players. In the air, players were battling each other. In the stands, fans were clashing. And off the field, mascots were fighting. Otherwise, why would Anriel dislike such confrontational sports? You too. What do you think of this scene? Anriel casually asked. The two people referred to are naturally Luna and Ginny. One is the future wife, and the other is a highly valued subordinate he intends to cultivate. Anriel couldn't directly refuse Ginny for emotional reasons, especially since Luna didn't seem to care much. So the two of them decided to ask together. To Anriel's surprise, the two girls didn't answer immediately. Instead, they exchanged a glance first. Then, Ginny said uncertainly, I guess this kind of scene is normal for the World Cup? Luna nodded. If you're coming to watch the Quidditch World Cup, you should have been mentally prepared for this. Anriel rolled her eyes. Even if they were precocious, after all, they were still two children. This dirty competition is, after all, a microcosm of some people and some events, isn't it? What if I wasn't asking you about the game? Anriel smiled and asked, Aren't you asking about the game? The two girls were momentarily taken aback. From an overall strength perspective, which team is stronger, the Ireland team or the Bulgaria team? Of course, it's the Ireland team. Ginny answered quickly. Why is the Ireland team stronger overall? Because every member of their team is stronger than anyone on the Bulgaria team, except for Krum. Anriel guided gently. So if the Bulgaria team wants to win, what is their only way? Ginny raised an eyebrow, and Luna answered the question. The only way for the Bulgaria team to win is to catch the golden snitch before Krum is 150 points ahead of the Ireland team. Bingo. Anriel looked at the chaotic battle in the arena. The score had now reached 160-10. If nothing unexpected happened, It was only a matter of time before the Irish team scored again, and Crumb would disregard his teammates and go for the fleeting golden snitch to end the match. Indeed, this was the only way for the Bulgarian team to win the game. But have you ever thought about what the role of Crumb's teammates would be if they really won the match this way? What role? To block the Irish team from scoring? Ginny and Luna exchanged glances, both feeling that Anriel wasn't looking for that answer. It was about letting Crumb shine on his own, right? Ginny wasn't so sure, because according to Anriel's current statement, Crumb's teammates seemed to have little use. That could be true. Anriel nodded, as this answer was indeed correct to some extent. It was to interfere with the Irish team. Luna looked towards the field, where the Irish team had just scored another goal, extending their lead to 170-10. However, because the entire Irish team was armed with firebolt wands, the interference effect seemed rather pitiful. That's right. This was exactly what Anriel wanted to say. If it weren't for the fact that the entire Irish team was sitting on firebolt wands, just the two batters from Bulgaria could have smashed a few skulls. The two were speechless. This match was as dirty as human hearts. Of course, even if Bulgaria used such tactics, they still wouldn't win. The two followed Anriel's gaze to a small black dot on the sidelines, which was getting closer and larger. It was Crumb. He must have already seen the golden snitch. Almost at the moment Crumb dove down, about to hit the ground, Anriel spoke in a light yet impressive tone. His choice is correct. Dragging it out will only increase the score gap. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to resonate throughout the entire stadium. Crumb has caught the golden snitch. Bagman's excited voice echoed throughout the stadium, with a booming echo reverberating. Look, Bulgarian fans were cheering for Crumb, while Irish fans were cheering for victory. Although Lindsay fell to the ground, he was lifted high by his teammates, who in the whole stadium was truly injured. Anriel paused for a moment, rubbing the heads of two small figures with each hand. You don't need to answer me right now. I don't even need you to have a clear answer. Now, let us celebrate the Irish team's victory. The two girls seemed to contemplate this. The only unfortunate ones were the members of Crumb's team. In Anriel's worldview, which likened the game to society, they represented the role of the useless. The curtain call went smoothly, and the players of the Irish team appeared very lively. After all, they had won. The only difference was that the twins did not ask Bagman for money. It seemed that this time they were not involved in his betting. The crowd surged, and Mr. Weasley approached Anriel, seemingly to tell Ginny it was time to leave. This middle-aged man had a somewhat dull and awkward demeanor in such situations. He could see Ginny's current state. He just didn't know how to advise her. Instead, Ginny spoke up directly. Dad, is it time to go? Or should we wait until the crowd thins out a bit? Mr. Weasley nodded stiffly and sat back down. By the time Anriel and Mr. Weasley's group went downstairs, even the little flying goblins celebrating in the air seemed to be getting tired. Most of the crowd had dispersed, and this meant flames, chaos, and the joyful parade of Death Eaters. It seemed that not much time had passed before chaos and disorder spread like wildfire. In fact, they had indeed ignited a few such savage fires. 4 lifeless bodies floated in the air. A group of hooded figures formed a small parade, laughing maniacally, setting fire to the surrounding tents, and continuing to create chaos. They also occasionally fiddled with the 4 puppets above. Haha, Anriel laughed out loud. He didn't turn around, just raised his hand and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, draw your wands. We've encountered a rather interesting little episode." Almost simultaneously, Arthur Weasley's anxious voice rang out. Ginny, Ron, and Fred and George, come to me. In this urgent situation, the father still did not call out Harry and Hermione's names, but he placed Ginny's name first. More dramatically, after Ginny drew her wand and glanced at her father, she began to be alert to her surroundings. This meant she didn't go to her father's side at all, but chose to stay with Anriel. Harry and Ron hurriedly squeezed to Mr. Weasley's side. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then drew her wand and walked over to Anriel. Anriel looked at the 3 people surrounding him and couldn't help but laugh. Luna, who was standing closest to him, gritted her teeth in frustration and reached out with her non-wand hand to give Anriel's waist a sharp twist. It didn't hurt much, and Anriel chuckled a couple of times before starting to explain. Look, this is the legendary Death Eater parade, but I estimate that only the ones at the front are the real escapees from Azkaban, while those following behind are probably just joining in for the fun. Hermione seemed a bit dazed, possibly due to her Muggle background. Her ability to accept these things wasn't very strong. She couldn't quite understand why someone would suspend an ordinary civilian in the air and manipulate them like a puppet just for entertainment. Mr. Weasley, aren't you going to help maintain order for the department? Anriel said with a half smile, yes, that's true. I mean, Mr. Weasley seems a bit hesitant, but soon, a sense of responsibility overcomes his worries. He said something to the Weasley children and Harry, behind him, seemingly telling them to hide in the woods. Then he hurriedly rushed toward the parade. "Ginny, come on, let's hide in the woods." Ron's anxious voice rang out. But in response, Ginny remained silent and shook her head. Her intuition as a woman told her that this seemed to be some kind of test from Anriel. Anriel seems to be intentionally making her realize something. However, Anriel's attention is not here right now. The parade team has already started fighting. This is something he didn't expect. No wonder Harry had just squeezed over with Ron. Even though he currently has a guardian, Sirius has already gone off to fight. It's really hard for these Ministry of Magic employees. They not only have to stop the Death Eater parade, but also be on guard against Sirius and his radical anti-dark wizard group, taking extreme self-defense measures. For now, it seems the situation is still well under control. At least Anriel hasn't seen green lights flying everywhere. Have we seen enough of the excitement? If we have, let's go to the next location for more fun. Anriel no longer focused on the clash between Sirius and the Death Eaters and turned to the three girls. Two of them felt somewhat unreal. In such a dangerous and chaotic situation, it was surprising that Anriel found it merely an amusing spectacle. This was a bit much. No, they had strength, so it wasn't arrogance, it was confidence. Seeing that the three had no objections, Anriel turned and walked towards the woods. Even in the midst of chaos, the light of the soul shone like the brightest torch, guiding Anriel's direction without any deviation. He was headed straight for Barty Crouch Jr. That direction not only had Little Crouch cloaked in invisibility, but also a house elf. And, "Malfoy, you better clean up your mouth." This was Ron's low growl of threat. From this angle, he seemed quite courageous. He had already confirmed in his heart that Malfoy's parents were definitely among the Marchers. Yet he dared to confront Malfoy in such a situation. "Kid, you're invincible, really." Malfoy scanned the area, not seeing that stinky mudblood, and coldly snorted in disappointment. It seemed that some mudblood had enough self-awareness to hide in a deserted garbage pile. Ron's face turned red-purple after hearing this, as if he couldn't stand not retorting to Malfoy, but didn't want to say too much about Hermione. From the perspective of an observer, Anriel also didn't know what Malfoy was doing this time. Surely his parents weren't so carefree as to let him roam freely, considering Malfoy's contradictory character throughout his life. Anriel leaned towards the idea that little Draco was using some annoying trash talk to make Harry and the others leave quickly. He couldn't have come just to mock them, right? At the very least, his mother wouldn't let him be that reckless. This reminded Anriel of a classic topic. Why didn't Lucius buy Draco a firebolt after Harry got one? The most abstract and correct answer is, because Draco has a mother. Narcissa, in the original story, would deceive Voldemort to protect her son. In that era of widespread terror, the pressure and panic she endured would undoubtedly be more tormenting than simply dying. Take this question as an example. Why didn't Lucius buy Draco a firebolt? Was it because he couldn't afford it? As long as Lucius dared to buy Malfoy a firebolt, Narcissa could slap him against the wall on the spot. No joke. Accelerating to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds? Are you crazy? That's for playing. For entertainment. Not risking lives. Only someone like Potter, who had no mother and whose only living guardian was a lunatic like Sirius, could do something like buy a professional F1 car for a 13-year-old. Getting a bit off topic. The purpose of this example was just to illustrate how worried Narcissa was about her precious son and that she wouldn't let him recklessly get into danger. Let's turn our perspective back to the woods and see that motherless child. "My wand," Harry exclaimed. He lost his wand. How funny, really funny. Anriel couldn't help but chuckle. The three people around Anriel have different attitudes towards this matter. Hermione has a worried expression on her face, objectively speaking. It's probably the kind of expression that says a mother is deeply concerned about her son. Without Hermione, she wouldn't last 3 days. Ginny, on the other hand, looks contemplative. Anriel estimates she is close to guessing the truth. Luna tilts her head, staring at the bush nearby where Flash and Little Crouch are hiding. She seems to know that something is concealed inside. These three girls represent three different states of being. One is concerned, one is capable, and the other is extraordinary. Anriel felt a deep sense of relief and raised his hand to cast an endless death protection spell over Luna. Better safe than sorry. Hermione took a gentle breath as a house elf named Winky struggled to get out from the bushes. It seemed like someone was pulling her from behind. No, someone was indeed pulling her, but they were invisible due to the invisibility cloak. "Let me introduce her. This is Winky." Anriel showed no sense of urgency at all, introducing the three girls behind her like a tour guide. The house elf of the Crouch family. Why is she running like that? Hermione frowned as she watched the strangely shimmering escape. Because she disobeyed her master's wishes and didn't complete her task. Anriel thought for a moment and replied, "Well, That's actually not a problem. If Shan Shan completes the task assigned to him by Crouch and stays there obediently, little Crouch wouldn't be pulling her. The logic is all muddled. Shan Shan struggled and disappeared into the bushes across the way. The treatment of house elves is unjust. Hermione's brows were tightly knitted. Oh no, Hermione. Anriel turned around and said to Hermione in a serious tone, "The wizards have already been very merciful. This is what they deserve." Why? No race should be treated this way. It's not reasonable. Hermione blurted out. Anriel shook his head. So what do you think in a racial war? What should the defeated side receive? Respect? He looked up at the vast night sky, filled with countless stars. Do you know what the greatest respect one race can give to another is? Hermione didn't know, but Luna did. She whispered softly, for a race. The greatest respect is total annihilation, genocide. Below is a response to a book review. I apologize to readers who don't want to see this, but the main text of this chapter has ended, and I'm very sorry. TT. I saw a review from fellow reader, stating that the reading time for this book is 7 hours, which is indeed a serious comment and not from a troll. I would like to respond to the mentioned issues. First, regarding the issue of OOC, out of character, rates, those three are not the main characters in this book. Why would I give them so much screen time? This book is not an ensemble narrative. A bit of screen time is enough. If they don't have highlights, then they just don't, and that's that. Second, imitating Grindelwald is indeed about ideological reform. It's well known that Grindelwald as prototype was based on Rowling S. portrayal of a certain dictator. I believe that this book cannot avoid the conflict between the ideas of D3 and censorship. Moreover, if that dictator did not have genocidal tendencies, the right and wrong would indeed be hard to say. At least I think Anriel's ideology after reform is not a problem. Third, the supremacy of strength is correct. If my fist is big and you don't listen to me, what do you expect? The book's introduction also states that it is almost a power fantasy. If you don't obey, I will play with you. What else can I do? If I get tired of it, I can just kill you and drag you out to continue beating the dead horse. After all, I'm not that petty. Fourth, regarding the sudden acquisition of great power, self-centeredness, and the high-handed chaotic evil, I can only say the critique is quite on point. The protagonist's characteristics are summarized well, no problem. It is originally a product of personal fantasy. How can I not be a bit arrogant? I work hard during the day and then have to check other people's faces to act out my fantasies at night. Fifth, regarding the resentment towards Bushingamen, Cedric's father, I found him very unpleasant in the original work. Saying he wouldn't save is just talk. Could I really not save him? Wouldn't that get me bashed? There are not many highlights in Hufflepuff, and this senior is so kind. Sometimes I wonder how such a father raised such a good child. It's just for fun, right? Cedric won't die. Really, the resentment doesn't apply here. Lastly, about the recommendation issue, you can scold me, but please don't insult my readers. I write a book to express what's in my mind, and I'm genuinely happy that some people resonate with it and read it. If you want to criticize me, don't bring my readers into it. I have reported that review anyway. My response at the end of the main text is my respect and understanding for you, while the report is because I don't want to see that comment. These two things are not in conflict. If any reader wants to say something in the future, I suggest they reflect directly at the end of the chapter or in the comments. If you're not in a hurry to rate, just take your time. I'm not someone who doesn't listen to advice. I released this chapter early. Let's leave it at that. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not understand why Luna could calmly say such terrifying words. What shocked her even more was seeing Anriel nod in agreement with this answer. How could this be? Why should they appease them? Anriel chuckled. Let's be frank. They're the losers of the war, slaves, and spoils of war. In the war of races, as the victors, even the commoners among the wizards have the right to decide the fate of the warriors on the defeated side. Anrielton paused for a moment, then changed his tone. However, I personally suggest that it is better to keep them, as they are quite good labor forces and all possess magic, making them quite useful as tools. Hermione involuntarily took a step back. At least for now, she could not comprehend Anriel's ideology. Insufficient power would only lead to disaster, and the defeated could only become a stepping stone for the victors to reach higher levels. Anriel said something profound. Let's skip this topic for now, because the time is almost up. What time? Almost up for what? Hermione asked, full of confusion. Anriel did not respond to her, but simply looked up at the sky, seemingly admiring the starry night. In the forest, all was silent. A voice, or rather, a spell, shattered this fragile tranquility. Reanimate the dead. The roar was filled with unparalleled fervor. A green light shot up into the night sky. It was an enormous skeleton, composed of countless emerald stars. A giant python slithered out from the skeleton's mouth, like a long tongue, writhing wantonly causing a dual sense of discomfort both physically and psychologically. The skeleton rose higher and higher, emitting a dazzling light amidst a swirling green mist, and against the pitch-black night sky, it resembled a new constellation, burning brilliantly. Terrified screams rang out in the forest, rising and falling, coming from different people, yet expressing the same emotion of fear. "The dark mark," Hermione exclaimed in terror. It seemed that everyone in the woods recognized this mark. It reminded them of those years of white terror, regardless of whether they had truly experienced it. Unfortunately, this chaos did not last long. The crackling sounds rang out in succession, the sounds of apparition like firecrackers, all strung together. Faint, shouted voices of different tones. "Great! The audience is all in place." Anriel raised her magic wand towards the sky, a hint of inexplicable excitement on her face. "Death's omen in the air. The dead do not perish." This high-pitched incantation echoed throughout the forest. A gray-white pillar of death surged upward, drawing a symbol in the heavens. A triangle first emerged, followed by a vertical line that bisected the triangle. At the midpoint of this triangle, a gray-white appeared, gradually enlarging until it transformed into a skull, replacing the circular position in the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Anriel's evaluation is cool. The death symbol in the sky suddenly became three-dimensional, and the whole skeleton detached from the triangular plane, extending out to bite the green skull of the black magic mark. In the next moment, that green skull shattered into countless glowing fragments, and the once fearsome body of the giant snake now seemed to be in a panicked retreat. The forest fell silent again, leaving only the death mark shining brilliantly in the air, its grayish-white light illuminating the entire night sky, making the present moment as bright as day. "Pretty cool, right?" Anriel turned around and boastfully said to the three girls, "So handsome, so cool you stole the spotlight today." Luna's tone was indulgent, warm, and cheerful. Ginny's tone was one of admiration, filled with shock and heartfelt respect. Hermione was silent. She said nothing, staring blankly at the flickering dark mark in the sky. "How can they be called Death Eaters? From now on, let's call them Corpse Eaters." Anriel chuckled and fell silent. He held his wand and walked towards the area with the most people. There, a circle of shocked Ministry of Magic employees and a few panicked children had gathered. No one knew who had cast that thing hanging in the sky or what its purpose was. Most importantly, what did it mean? Anriel, dressed in a suit, resembled a dignified and elegant undertaker. The bushes were parted, creating a path leading to an open space where the crowd had gathered. Anriel walked over, followed closely by the three. Arthur Weasley, Amos Diggory, Barty Crouch, and Amelia Bones were all here now. "Let me see how the situation has developed." Anriel glanced at the soft, sagging house elf that Mr. Diggory was holding and suddenly realized. A house elf was holding a wand, appearing beneath the dark mark. Anriel fiddled with the wand, slowly walking towards Mr. Diggory, her eyes fixed on the shimmering light. With a poof, Ludo Bagman's apparition appeared at the edge of the clearing, looking rather confused. "Grindelwald, sir." Crouch's eyes bulged, his voice trembling with a hint of weakness. He looked up at the grayish-white mark hanging in the sky and then down at Anriel. "What? Grindelwald? Barty, what are you talking about?" Bagman seemed startled, shaking his head repeatedly. It appeared that this former Quidditch player had a decent grasp of history. "Me? Mr. Crouch, do you have any advice?" Ariel stopped in her tracks and turned to Crouch. Crouch took a deep breath, displaying an impressive level of professionalism. "You shouldn't have launched your mark into the sky. You shouldn't obstruct the Ministry's efforts to control the situation." Crouch was right. At this moment, Anriel's actions indeed pose a greater challenge to the Ministry of Magic. This is the Quidditch World Cup, and the number of Bulgarians, Irish, and other country spectators in the stadium exceeds that of the British. Just now, Voldemort's mark shot up into the sky, causing panic among almost all the British present. Now, well, Grindelwald's mark has risen into the sky. The Bulgarian camp has already started crying out for help, and several have been taken away due to heart attacks. The French camp is terrified, their faces pale, and their national flags are already raised. Voldemort brought a white terror to the British, but that was more about physical destruction and torture. Grindelwald is better at the annihilation of the soul, which is a true form of torment that is passed down through generations, rather than just torturing one generation. In other words, Anriel's act of launching his mark into the sky has a far worse impact from any perspective compared to that dark mark. It sounds good, but then what? Anriel waved her wand casually, pointing at the unconscious house elf. "Are you really going to leave this house elf, who could very well conjure a dark mark, unattended? Just because she is your house elf?" Anriel seamlessly changed the topic from the issue of the signal he had sent into the air to something much more acceptable. The surrounding wizards mostly gasped in surprise. Anriel looked at Crouch's stiff and pale face, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Maybe we should wake this little thing up and see what she has to say for herself? After saying this, Anriel flicked his wrist, and Shanshan's bulbous eyes immediately opened. However, this time, the first person she saw upon opening her eyes was the ashen-faced Mr. Crouch. Shanshan let out a piercing scream and then began to sob. Shanshan, you were found under a newly manifested dark mark, holding a wand. And then you were knocked unconscious by ministry employees who came upon hearing the commotion. I think your employer at the ministry and his colleagues around, you need a reasonable explanation from you. Anriel's tone was cheerful as she curiously watched the little sprite that seemed about to collapse. However, before Shanshan could respond, there was another loud clap. Another person joined the group at the Ministry of Magic. With messy black hair, a gaunt figure, and eyes like a hungry wolf, it was Sirius Black. His gaze quickly scanned everyone present, soon finding Harry and noticing Anriel. He didn't look up at the Death Eater mark created by Anriel, as it seemed he had already seen it while hunting for Death Eaters nearby. At that moment, Amos Diggory had drawn the wand that Shanshan had discovered, starting to question the little sprite. My wand. Harry's exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. Your wand? Mr. Diggory looked suspiciously at the wand in his hand, then glanced at the boy who had spoken, his expression suggesting he didn't recognize Harry Potter. I found it while hiding in the forest when it went missing. Harry defended himself. Why don't we take a look at the wand as history? Anriel kindly reminded. All right, it should be like this. If Harry Potter's wand was stolen and used to summon the Dark Mark, Mr. Diggory suddenly realized, muttering something to himself as he drew his own wand. Aiming it at Harry's wand, stupefied, ironclad evidence appeared. The expression on Flash's face grew more terrified, looking as if she would faint at any moment. Mr. Crouch's jaw muscles were tense, as if he was clenching his teeth with great effort, truly a typical depiction of gritting one's teeth. Oh, it seems the outcome is unfavorable for the little elf side. Anriel spoke with a tone that suggested he was enjoying the spectacle, casually glancing at Crouch. Crouch must have felt insulted. He chose to vent his anger on his house elf, under Hermione's disdainful gaze. Although Crouch did not care about the look from the 14-year-old girl, he threw down a glove in front of everyone and dismissed his house elf, leaving the creature to sob on the ground. Anriel shrugged and looked at the reactions of the people around her. Luna had a trace of pity in her eyes, but she also knew that it was an unavoidable situation, especially since it was just a domesticated little elf. Ginny's expression told Anriel that she didn't really care about it. Hermione was indignant and disgusted, feeling as if she was about to rush up and take a bite out of Crouch. Anriel looked around, and it seemed that the people around him also believed that this matter was over. Everyone was tired and had no intention of pursuing it further. He dejectedly raised his wand, and the marks in the sky exploded, turning into a dazzling array of starlight. No good show to watch. Time to go back to sleep. Although Anriel said this, his gaze kept wandering over the circle of Ministry of Magic staff surrounding him. The good news was, no one was stopping him. The bad news was, they were a bunch of boring folks. On his way back, Anriel passed several groups of foreigners who were crying and panicking, their fear levels at an all-time high, their legs shaking like leaves in the wind. Occasionally, he could see a few dismembered body parts, the result of people fleeing in a panic, ultimately choosing to disapparate to escape, even if they didn't have a license. Anriel has already anticipated what tomorrow's Daily Prophet front page will be. The public relations officer of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Dao Yuan, has a heavy burden. A huge mess, and the Ministry of Magic needs to explain why the Grindelwald forces, which have never appeared in the UK before, have shown up after this World Cup. It is said that the Bulgarian Minister of Magic nearly fainted upon seeing the symbol. Everyone knows who is responsible. The question is, who dares to take charge? As he was leaving, Anriel deliberately positioned himself at the back, with only Luna following him this time. In the group ahead, Sirius was bringing up the rear. He turned around and stared at Anriel fearlessly. Anriel was not angry. With a snap of his fingers, a blurry figure gradually emerged under the flickering firelight. Sirius stood still, a look of doubt on his face, uncertainly gazing at the figure that felt so familiar to him. That handsome face gradually became clearer in the firelight. Sirius's eyes widened in shock, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. That guy is Regulus. As soon as Anriel laughed, while sprinting back with Sirius, she and Luna disappeared from the spot. What Sirius pounced on was merely an illusion that dissipated with the smoke. The fear in Sirius's eyes could not be concealed, He clearly saw that the shadow resembling Regulus just now silently said something to him. From the shape of the lips. It was long time no see. Although it was summer and someone had just set off fireworks nearby, Sirius inexplicably felt a chill. The gray vortex spun, and 3 figures stepped out from within. Anriel couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Sirius's expression was truly spectacular. It was a genuine sight to behold. After laughing enough, Anriel turned to Regulus, intending to discuss serious matters. You've seen the situation at the World Cup, and, as of now, the views of the survivors from the previous generation towards my father, you know which one, are still at a very conservative stage. I need you to start spreading my ideas, beginning in Europe. Now, there are 2 options. You choose first. Anrielton just said that you should first choose a base, and then Rodolphus will choose later. Paris, France, or Berlin and Munich in Germany are fine. Just pick one. Anriel's choice has its reasons. Germany has a solid grassroots base, and while there are some dark jokes about it, that's a fact. As for Paris, to put it nicely, the public acceptance is relatively high. To put it harshly, the number of people who truly support it is greater than the resident population. It's very convenient to carry out grassroots mobilization. Paris. I'll go to Paris. Regulus didn't think for too long before making his decision. As for the focus of work, you know that in European countries, the public's recognition of the Ministry of Magic is generally not high. Anriel has intentions. Regulus understands. I will launch what I call my plan in the UK in a year, perhaps 2. During this time, I hope you can successfully complete a career in the place I assign you. I will grant you partial access to death. Anriel tilted his head, always wearing that unique smile. Don't let me down. A gray halo sank into Regulus's body, making his aura even more withered, making him appear even more prosperous in another world. Also, don't let your guard down and don't underestimate me. I might occasionally check in, so relax. A strange sense of awareness from a worker descended upon Regulus, and he began to sweat profusely. Wait, I shouldn't be calling that. Anriel, old man, subway, mobile phone. You know what you're shouting, right, Regulus? Anyway, Anriel didn't take the 2 of them directly back to the Lovegood house. What just happened took place in a hollow next to the Lovegood house. When Anriel took Luna back, there were still just the 2 of them. The reason for hastily sending his subordinates out was mainly because Anriel had seen through this World Cup that the psychological shadow of Grindelwald in other European countries was nearing a rebound. Under this momentum, concealing identities and spreading new ideological achievements could be remarkably effective. Luna tilted her head slightly and asked Anriel, "Are we ready to start? Also, who is Rodolphus? Is he someone who is already dead?" Anriel answered, and Luna blinked, not knowing what she was thinking. A sudden premonition from her spiritual vision appeared. Anriel closed her eyes and divined for a moment, concluding that there would be no price too great for her to bear. To be more specific, it would be a close call without any real danger. Anriel's expression was no longer serious as he held Luna's hand and walked into the Lovegood house. This could become the front-page headline for an entire week. Anriel flipped through the prophet, clicking her tongue in astonishment. Not only had Voldemort's mark appeared at the World Cup venue, but also Grindelwald's mark from years ago. Moreover, in terms of impact, it was clear that the latter was much more powerful. For Rita, who loved to stir the pot, this was simply an enormous fortune. What? Voldemort is about to make a comeback? Panic is returning? What? Grindelwald is back? Finally appearing in the UK? What? Voldemort's mark was shattered by Grindelwald's mark? Any one of these topics would be explosively sensational, let alone the fact that they had now come together. Anriel is not very sure about Dumbledore's thoughts on this matter. It probably won't be much. Rather, after Anriel's presence, these things were bound to happen eventually, and Dumbledore had long been psychologically prepared for it. After all, when he was younger, he had dealt with these interviews quite a bit and had considerable experience. For Dumbledore, this kind of small trouble is nothing compared to the difficulty of finding a new defense against the dark arts teacher every year. This year, it's unfortunate for Moody. Anriel actually doesn't think there's anything wrong with having Barty Crouch Jr. as the defense against the dark art professor for a year. At least he's actually teaching something, and he's teaching quite well. Moreover, if he had exposed Barty Crouch Jr. in advance, then all the arrangements he made during the holiday in Little Hangleton would have been in vain. Wasting time is one thing, but it's such a pity not to have any fun. So Anriel didn't want to get involved, didn't care to get involved, and even welcomed it. It would only be announced when the department deemed it appropriate. Anriel glanced at the stationery on the table and rolled her eyes in disbelief. Seriously, is it really necessary to emphasize this kind of thing in a letter addressed to Dumbledore? That's right. Anriel was currently sitting in the armchair of the headmaster's office, doing nothing. Today is September 1st, the start of the school year. Soon, A group of boys and girls will arrive here on a red train from London. Then, after a lavish dinner, Dumbledore will tell them about it. The Triwizard Tournament. So why emphasize that it can only be announced when the Ministry deems it appropriate? Does Fudge still have unrealistic fantasies about the Ministry's actual control over Hogwarts? Hogwarts has long been beyond the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry. In a sense, Fudge's concerns are valid. Hogwarts is indeed becoming a one-party state that listens to orders but ignores announcements. Mainly because Dumbledore has already found a defense against the dark arts teacher and appointed them. Otherwise, Fudge would have placed his own people in Hogwarts this year. Anriel fiddled with the Prophet's Daily in his hands again. Throughout the entire summer, the Prophet's Daily dared to report anything, except for one thing, the Azkaban attack incident. This matter involved too many parties and had too severe an impact. The Ministry of Magic must have used all the capabilities of its departments to suppress this issue. Fortunately, Azkaban did not have a monitoring mechanism. Not a single person in the entire prison was left alive, which would cause serious unrest under any social conditions. Thinking of this, Anriel extended his left hand, examining the resurrection stone in his hand. Most of the people he could use now were the prisoners he had killed in Azkaban, all of whom had shady pasts and blemishes. Regulus had been dispatched to Paris, while Rodolphus thought for a moment and chose to go to Munich instead of Berlin. Although in the end, he could not avoid promoting ideology in Berlin, it must be said, the most open-minded beer hall in the world welcomes you. He had already joined the Hell Jokes Forum, War Jokes section, not to mention those two. As of now, if Anriel needed a runner with a relatively high profile, well, although he was a bit unfriendly to Neville, as long as he wasn't too unlucky, they shouldn't run into each other, right? Generally speaking, as long as Anriel wanted, his time could be consumed very quickly. This time was usually spent researching the Resurrection Stone. The Resurrection Stone was like a fragmented legacy left by a knowledgeable master, completely sufficient for future generations to study for a lifetime. However, today, Anriel was mainly studying the invisibility cloak. When there was only a low-end version of the Resurrection Stone, he always felt that the prestige of the Resurrection Stone did not match the other two Deathly Hallows. Now that the Resurrection Stone had a Pro Max version, he felt that the invisibility cloak did not match its two brothers either. Only the creation of the Sigma Man Antioch had never been questioned for its efficacy. Was it true that Tartar was the man's true home? Mainly, Antioch had directly and brutally applied the power of death into the Elder Wand during its creation, giving it a beauty reminiscent of Soviet products. It was like holding a beautifully carved Tang Dao, while the barbarian on the opposite side, wielding a hefty club, charged at you with a silly grin, ready to swing. This feeling is often described as painful. The Elder Wand gave Anriel this kind of sensation. Want to improve it? With such quality, how to improve? It had already reached the end of the crude path. It felt as if a high-quality sorcerer was being approached by a low-quality warrior, leading to a series of painful deaths. Previously, Anriel had studied the Elder Wand for more than half a month, aiming to improve it and make it more powerful. As a result of his research, he came up with 4 words: just make do with it. Anriel directly turned to study the invisibility cloak. Isn't it better to let oneself go? It's fine if you don't study it, but once you do, your head gets even bigger. If the characteristic of the old wand is simplicity and great power, and the characteristic of the Resurrection Stone is that in its initial form, I am submissive, but in its second form, I strike hard, then the characteristic of the invisibility cloak is don't mess with a new number. Anriel couldn't help but admire the third child of the Pefriel family. You shouldn't be called the third. You should be called the 6th. It's well known that in this magical world, wizards are notoriously poor in the sciences. Many only know the effects of potions without understanding their pharmacology. Apart from Snape, who is purely a talent-based individual, few care about why A plus B can produce the effect of C. They only care that not following the rules will result in a pot of failures, and they don't care at all what those failures might do. However, to add a comment, based on Snape's old textbook, this pure talent individual truly knows which step gone wrong will lead to what consequence, suggesting he has genuinely experimented. This is what is called the spirit of craftsmanship. Unfortunately, in this magical world, individuals with the investigative spirit of Snape are rare, if not unique. Education does not teach principles. It only teaches copying and pasting, and all technological advancements rely solely on genius individuals making one-time pushes. Reform is necessary. Returning to the invisibility cloak, since the legend of the invisibility cloak is about evading death, Anriel approached it from the aspect of death. He first tried the Resurrection Stone. When Anriel summoned an unconscious ghost with the Resurrection Stone, and it headed straight for the goat beneath the invisibility cloak, Anriel knew. From the perspective of creation, Your second brother will always be your second brother. The invisibility cloak cannot be said to be completely useless. It can only be said to have no use at all. In the confrontation with the resurrection stone, the invisibility cloak was utterly defeated. So Anriel turned his attention to the curse that causes death, Avada Kedavra. Adhering to the principle of rigorous verification, Anriel had previously identified the reason why the Avada Kedavra curse kills. The main principle is that the curse hits, causing the soul to leave the body, leading to physical death. However, the problem lies in the significant difference between someone who rarely kills and someone who frequently kills when using the Avada Kedavra curse. Don't ask Anriel how he knows this. Just don't. Under controlled variables involving an unknown individual, Anriel confirmed that the Avada Kedavra curse cast by someone who frequently kills not only extracts the opponent's soul, but can also shatter it. For details, refer to the individuals who died under Voldemort's command, who cannot truly be resurrected by Anriel. These shattered souls can only use the initial stage of the Resurrection Stone to revive a phantom based on the user's memories. For a specific instance, refer to the original 7th book, where Harry summoned the phantoms of his parents in the woods before the Hogwarts Welding King Challenge. Anyway, Anriel has not successfully resurrected James Potter so far, so let's tentatively assume this conclusion is correct. Moreover, the Avada Kedavra curse can destroy any physical defenses that stand in its way before it hits a living being. Therefore, when Harry's parents were murdered, Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, not only killing him, but also blowing up the entire house because he was in a half-dead state and could not be killed. After successfully deducing this reason, Anriel looked at his own skin with a complex expression. His skin could intercept the Avada Kedavra curse. The reason, of course, is not that there is truly an ancient magic that can block Avada Kedavra. There is no need to elaborate. Saying it out loud feels rather grim and can be nauseating. Now, setting aside Anriel himself, the invisibility cloak was draped over a test goat. It's unclear if the goat had something it wanted to say, but it certainly had no right to refuse. Then, knowing there was a goat in that empty space, the green beam of light shot straight through, exploding the protective wall behind. So this is how it's solved? Bah! After a heart-wrenching bleat from the goat disrupted Anriel's thoughts, he decided to have lamb chops for dinner. But even if this thing wouldn't be hit by the Avada Kedavra curse once worn, it still seemed somewhat lacking, right? While it could keep him alive, it didn't seem to reach the level of a true survival artifact. Anriel wanted to explore more, but unfortunately, it was already dark, and he wasn't a professional researcher. The world is vast, but eating is the most important. Time to go downstairs for lamb chops. Although British cuisine is generally abstract, barbecue is universally appreciated. As long as the ingredients are sufficient and the fire is strong, it can be made anywhere. The students who came for dinner today should thank Anriel. Because of his suggestion, the cafeteria added an extra dish for the evening. I wonder if Hermione will go on a hunger strike again this time. Anriel put away the invisibility cloak, donned a resurrection stone, and carried a mass-produced old wand as he left the room of requirement and headed downstairs to eat. The interior of the empty room of requirement was focused on the neatly stacked invisibility cloaks. Although they remained still and obediently stayed there, we all knew that this item would have its tricks later. However, when exactly that would happen was uncertain. At the opening school party, when Dumbledore announced that the Quidditch Cup would be cancelled for the year, there was an uproar in the crowd. And when he said that the Triwizard Tournament, which had not been held for a long time, would take place at Hogwarts this year, there was a moment of silence. The students knew that, in most cases, Dumbledore would not joke openly in front of all the students. Everyone erupted with excitement. Even the recent arrival of Alastor Moody did not dampen their enthusiasm. The Triwizard Tournament. As Dumbledore explained the origins of the tournament to the students who were unclear about it, some visibly excited students began to whisper among themselves. Anriel glanced at fake Moody out of the corner of his eye and saw him using that magical eye to observe everyone around. However, his gaze lingered on Dumbledore for a longer time. Most likely, he was afraid of attracting Dumbledore's attention. Anriel couldn't help but marvel at how cautious this guy actually was. His personal abilities were also quite impressive, making him a competent spy. Then Anriel began to scan the other students in the hall like this fake Moody. He saw the Weasley twins whispering to each other. He saw Ginny staring at him, and when she noticed Anriel's gaze, she exaggeratedly turned her head away. He saw Hermione staring at the plate filled with food in front of her, silent and pale, with the plate sitting more than a foot away from her. He also saw the excited expressions on Harry and Ron's faces. In fact, most students wore similar expressions. Not many cared about how many people had died in the Triwizard Tournament over the years. They only cared about whether that so-called glorious title could fall upon themselves, even if the chance was almost negligible. Anriel gently shook his head. He would not participate in the Triwizard Tournament. It wasn't just that he didn't want to. Dumbledore wouldn't want him to participate either. The group from Durmstrang wouldn't hesitate to use lethal force without a second thought regarding laws and regulations. Although in the end, it would only be them who would suffer the consequences, it would still be a hassle. In Anriel's eyes, their lives were merely a nuisance at best. As for Dumbledore's reasons for not allowing Anriel to compete, although he didn't state it outright, Anriel could guess the general idea. Of course, Dumbledore didn't explicitly say he didn't want Anriel to participate. However, the fact that he didn't lower the age requirement for participation, allowing 16-year-old Anriel to compete, was already quite telling. That said, not participating in the tournament didn't mean Anriel couldn't have an impact on it. Until he returned to his dorm to sleep, Anriel kept thinking about how to stir the waters of the Triwizard Tournament even murkier. He had a few ideas he was eager to test, but before that, he planned to skip one of his classes to see how the fake Moody taught defense against the dark arts. The first week of school, Thursday, fourth-year defense against the dark arts class. Thud, thud, thud. Moody's wooden legs struck the floor, producing a sound that wasn't loud but easily gave one goosebumps. Put your textbooks away. Moody didn't turn around. His magical eye spun around and fixed on Anriel, who was sitting at the side of the classroom. Ah, Professor Moody. Anriel slightly bowed. I came today to audit a class. He shrugged. Although Professor Lupin's class is lively, interesting, and impressive, I always feel that it falls a bit short in practical aspects, especially in wizard combat practice. Anriel is speaking the truth. Because Lupin himself is not very skilled in dueling, far inferior to his two friends, James Potter and Sirius Black. These two guys have been troublemakers since childhood. Getting sent to the hospital wing for dueling incidents is a common occurrence. In contrast, the biggest mistake Remus made during school was allowing his friends to bully others. And without transforming into a werewolf, his dueling skills are hardly proficient. Not to mention teaching students. The fake Moody in front of Anriel, however, is different. This guy has come from a life of danger. Whether it's courage, strategy, skill, or experience, he completely outclasses Lupin. There's no comparison. One is theoretical, and the other is practical. After Anriel's explanation, Moody agreed to let Anriel audit the class. This is an unforgivable curse. 4th grade, classroom, practical exercises. Otherwise, how could we say that Barty Crouch Jr. is a complete madman? Even if the real Mad-Eye Moody showed up, he definitely wouldn't have the artistic flair of this guy. In his view, these kids should have the ability to face the most evil dark magic by 4th grade, or at least be able to protect themselves in front of such things. Or they shouldn't let themselves fall into dangerous situations involving these things at all. In fact, this teaching method isn't a problem. Little Barty Crouch plays it very convincingly. Even if it were the real Alastor Moody, he would likely say something similar during class, right? However, when the 3 experimental spiders for teaching purposes were brought out by Moody, Ron's face visibly turned pale. Who's going to speak first? Huh? Moody's rough and deep voice echoed throughout the classroom. What do you mean you're not in 6th grade yet? So I shouldn't tell you about illegal dark magic this early? You've already started demonstrating. With a clear sound that all the students could hear, the spider that Moody had enlarged for better observation began to dance the tango. No one spoke. The spider didn't seem to be in any pain. From a theoretical standpoint, it was now completely under the control of the caster. Moreover, once the spell's effect ended, the victim would forget this period of time. At least most of it. Anriel once achieved the same effect using transfiguration and oblivion spells. This is the benefit of having an open and active mind. The second spell. When Neville nervously uttered this spell, Anriel did not know what young Crouch's feelings were at that moment. The spider was curled up in pain, its 8 legs helplessly thrashing in the air. It was a particularly effective means of torment, whether physical or psychological. Anriel suggests using the killing curse along with the flying sand and stone, and then physically tormenting them a bit more. This isn't to say that this practice is to be admired. Bellatrix, whose soul was forcibly killed and controlled by Anriel, is still stuck in the resurrection stone. The last one, the Avada Kedavra curse. There's not much to say about this. Its effect is simple and brutal, and it's something Anriel has already thoroughly researched. Simple. But even if it's simple, it's only simple for Anriel. In this classroom, at most, only a fake Moody would think this curse is simple. For these 14-year-old boys and girls, the unforgivable curse is still too early. Anriel saw the terrified and panicked expressions on the young faces. He noticed that Neville's usually flushed round face was now frighteningly pale. His eyes filled with a fear and torment, as if he himself had been struck by the Cruciatus curse. Barty Crouch Jr. pointed his wand at the last spider in the jar. Everyone knew what was about to happen. Avada Kedavra, a flash of green light. For these children, it was the first time they felt that green was so glaring and so uncomfortable. In Anriel's perception, it was as if a wisp of blue smoke dissipated. The killing curse extracts or shatters the soul for humans. For animals and beings with souls far weaker than humans, mostly low-intelligence creatures like giants, the effects of the killing curse are much more brutal. Generally speaking, the killing curse would directly obliterate these not strong enough souls. However, for highly intelligent half-humans like centaurs or werewolves, their souls are comparable to humans. And it is not uncommon for some individuals within centaur communities to possess souls much stronger than humans. Back to the classroom. The killing curse is powerful, unpleasant, and unresistible. Unbreakable. Barty Crouch, Jr. softly murmured, creating a terrifying and eerie atmosphere in the classroom. The killing curse requires a strong magical power as its foundation. You can all take out your wands, point them at me, and say this curse. I suspect I might just get a nosebleed at most. But that's fine. I'm here to teach you how to cast spells. Anriel's face twitched, feeling a bit difficult to hold back. If I were to point at your nose and recite the Avada Kedavra, your death would be the most successful hell joke of the year, you know? It's good to have doubts, but don't doubt in your next life. Objectively speaking, this lesson was effective and achieved the educational intent of warning or deterring. Anriel left the classroom a few minutes before it ended, right when Fake Moody asked them to take notes. I followed him until he turned a corner and left that floor, at which point Fake Moody controlled the eye to turn back into the classroom. There wasn't much to say in the following month, as everyone was immersed in the excitement of the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. There were also some small matters. For instance, through some indirect hints, Anriel discovered that Hermione seemed to have still established that abstract organization called S.P.E.W. Sorry, I meant S.P.W. However, some of his words during the World Cup seemed to have frightened her. So neither Anriel himself, nor Ginny and Luna, had heard her bring up this matter in front of them. What does Anriel think about this? He can't be bothered to care. The identity of house elves as servants is a manifestation of their self-characterization. Without this servant identity, the existence of this race might not even be guaranteed. And those who treat house elves as slaves are still a minority. Hermione is wrong to treat this minority as the majority. There is a significant difference between a house elf and a slave. Hermione cannot understand why some people are completely indifferent to their actions of enslaving house elves. But from another perspective, most house elves, especially those who live in places like Hogwarts where the treatment is relatively good, cannot comprehend what Hermione's thought process is. Is this person crazy? That's pretty much the idea. Aside from this matter, the entire month of September passed just like that. Of course, it's just that there wasn't much happening at school. Anriel sent Bella to take a look at the current Azkaban to see what maintenance measures the Ministry of Magic had implemented and how they had compensated for it. The current Azkaban is staffed year-round by the Auror office since the diminished species no longer exists. Their ability to feed on others' emotions and to extract souls has become a thing of the past, as long as Anriel does not reveal it. Besides that, the Ministry of Magic's information blockade is extremely tight, with not even a hint of news about Azkaban leaking out. This is the British Ministry of Magic. But Anriel's influence now extends beyond just the UK. Regulus and Rodolphus are both working hard for Anriel's cause, occasionally reporting on their progress. France, Paris. Regulus chose this place. In this romantic city, there are many wizards scattered among the Muggles. Moreover, and most importantly, Grindelwald once spread his ideology here. Even now, many people believe that Grindelwald's methods should be correct. For these people, a little propaganda could likely replicate Grindelwald's effects from back in the day. After all, the ancestors once said, store grain widely, build walls high, and delay claiming the throne. Therefore, Regulus feels that it is better to promote first and avoid any extreme mobilization activities. Anriel gave him a thumbs up, allowing him to act under his own name without worrying about any uncontrollable consequences. On the other side, in Munich, Germany, Rodolphus made unexpected progress. The wizarding community in Germany seemed to have long-standing grievances against the German Ministry of Magic. In just a month, Rodolphus had gathered a group of far-right extremists, preparing to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic from within. In a physical sense, he couldn't use Anriel's name for the time being. Rodolphus was well aware of this, so he created a facade of a terrorist, planning to play both the good cop and the bad cop. He had a profound understanding of Anriel's ideology, as long as, in the end, both the wizards who accept Muggles and the Muggles who accept wizards benefit. It didn't matter whether others lived or died. In any sense, his understanding was not problematic. It was essentially looking beyond the surface to grasp the essence. Anriel also gave him a thumbs up and opened up a portion of the Resurrection Stone's permissions for him, probably around 60 of Regulus's permissions. The main reason is that he is genuinely worried that Rodolphus will create a batch of undead armies. Such a force, which challenges traditional human views, usually only invites resistance and disgust. Anriel believes that one should not rush into this. In other words, it will happen in the future, but absolutely not now. As it stands, everything is developing in the direction that Anriel hopes for. This state of idleness continued until October 22nd. An announcement was posted in front of the Hogwarts entrance hall. Triwizard Tournament representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive on Friday, October 30th at 6 p.m. Guests are coming. The topic of the Triwizard Tournament spread among the students like a highly contagious plague. Everyone was immensely curious about who would become Hogwarts champion. The reason is simple. Because Hogwarts is the only school among the 3 major magical schools in Europe that has divisions. Not only divisions, but also divided into 4 houses. Not only is there competition, but the level of competition is also very intense. Indeed, this helps cultivate the individual qualities of students, allowing Hogwarts students' average abilities to surpass those of the other 2 schools. But as for unity, Anriel didn't pay much attention to this. He was planning for the events on the 30th. As a descendant of Dumbledore, and one with a special surname that anyone with a bit of curiosity could find out, he intended to stand right in the front row of the welcoming party, giving those cute Durmstrang students a little bit of desensitization treatment. Anriel had to let them know whose territory Hogwarts really was. A week's time was more than enough for Anriel to thoroughly investigate the identities and backgrounds of all members of the Durmstrang delegation, mainly focusing on their identities and backgrounds, such as who in their families had died because of Grindelwald, whether it was their biological parents or grandparents, and so on. For this reason, on the 30th, Anriel stood just a little behind Dumbledore, wearing a bored expression. The teaching staff was already standing at the back, and Dumbledore had even arranged for Anriel to stand behind him. It could only be said that Dumbledore really didn't want a large-scale blood conflict to occur on the very first day of the Durmstrang delegation's arrival here. It was truly a painstaking effort. Beauxbatons. Anriel looked at the faint black dot in the sky and said softly. The crowd was in an uproar. The small black dot in the sky grew larger and gradually transformed into a carriage the size of a house. Of course, it was as big as a house. Otherwise, not only would it be insufficient for accommodating the Beauxbatons delegation students this year, but even Madame Maxime wouldn't fit inside. As Madame Maxime stepped down from the carriage, the astonishment of the Hogwarts students only increased. So much so that their attention was entirely focused on Madame Maxime, neglecting the Beauxbatons students who were disembarking behind her. Anriel looked at the group of handsome men and beautiful women. To be honest, there must be a requirement for good looks when choosing the delegation for Beauxbatons. Is this how you French people are? Anriel scratched his head, feeling that from this angle, having Regulus develop in Paris was indeed the right choice. Dumbledore exchanged a few pleasantries with Madame Maxime, while the students from Beauxbatons curiously sized up their Hogwarts counterparts. Judging by the expressions of the Hogwarts students, many were clearly stunned by the looks of the French students, and Anriel was not alone in his thoughts. It wasn't until Madame Maxime led her students into the castle that the discussions about this group gradually subsided. Anriel sniffed. He smelled a strong scent of the sea. The Durmstrang people had arrived. When the giant ship rose from the Black Lake, it created a splash over 2 people high. The scale of Durmstrang's entrance was much higher than that of Beauxbatons. The entire ship had a dark style, exuding an aura of the deep sea. Isn't this the kind of atmosphere you dark wizards enjoy? The last Slytherin who slept in the basement got rheumatism. Do you dare to sleep in such a damp cabin? Anriel was astonished, especially when he learned that this group of Durmstrang students would be living here for the rest of the academic year. Igor Karkaroff's voice, which was even more slick than Snape's, rang out, and Dumbledore responded warmly. Anriel dares to bet that if Dumbledore's thoughts align with what he says, then Anriel will strictly limit Dumbledore's sugar intake in the future due to high blood pressure, high blood lipids, and high blood sugar. Fortunately, when Karkaroff turned around, the smile disappearing from Dumbledore's face allowed him to keep his right to enjoy desserts freely in the future. As Karkaroff turned around, a pair of sly eyes quickly scanned the Hogwarts students. He can't be looking for me, right? Anriel raised an eyebrow. He was almost standing behind all the faculty members. If Karkaroff didn't jump up, it seemed he wouldn't be able to see him at all. He could sense Karkaroff's expressions and movements even through a crowd, no matter how subtle, but Karkaroff didn't seem to have the same ability as Moody to see through things. It seemed that Karkaroff was indeed looking for Anriel, and after not finding him, he appeared to let out a sigh of relief. Crumb walked over to Karkaroff, wearing a stern expression and remaining silent. Allowing Karkaroff to fawn over him? That term seemed a bit inaccurate. Showing concern might be better. However, Karkaroff did leave Anriel with the impression that he was trying to curry favor with Crumb. Anriel kept staring at the two of them until they walked towards the castle. Crumb, wrapped in his cloak, did not look back and walked straight inside. However, Karkaroff seemed to sense something. He turned around just in time to meet Anriel's gaze. In an instant, Anriel's figure disappeared among the slowly returning Hogwarts students. Karkaroff's eyes widened. During the welcome feast, the Durmstrang students were seated next to the Slytherin table, while the Beauxbatons students were arranged next to the Ravenclaw table. This arrangement was quite reasonable. However, the seating in the Hogwarts Great Hall is quite particular. The closest seats to the staff table are occupied by the male and female student council presidents, regardless of which house the students belong to. Behind the student council presidents sit the prefects from each house. The problem lies here. Ariel is sitting here with Luna. Although Ariel is now in 5th grade and has undoubtedly become the head of Ravenclaw, Luna is only in 3rd grade, 13 years old. A little girl mixed in with a group of 15, 16, and 17-year-olds, and the key is that no one else seems to question it. This is enough to raise eyebrows among the Beauxbatons representatives sitting next to Ravenclaw. Anriel chuckled softly and remained silent. He did not join the professors in leading Madame Maxim and Karkaroff on a tour of Hogwarts, but instead chose to help with some behind-the-scenes work. This also allowed him to go directly to accompany Luna after finishing these tasks. Once everyone was seated, Dumbledore announced that it was time to eat, which felt quite down-to-earth and nice. Anriel looked at the small pot of French onion soup in front of her with a skeptical gaze. The amount of cheese was a bit extreme. After taking a small sip, Anriel couldn't help but respect this calorie bomb. However, the wine-braised shellfish was made very deliciously. And not just Anriel, Luna also seemed to like it. Indeed, traditional British cuisine is a kind of torture. Poor review. Anriel watched the World Cup, so he recognized who Victor Krum was. However, he did not recognize who Fleur Delacour was. Moreover, due to laziness, he only investigated the members of the Durmstrang delegation. These French girls all looked quite similar, and they were all good-looking in terms of appearance, but Anriel, not being attracted to pretty girls, couldn't distinguish which one was the Coeur de Vila. Fortunately, soon, Anriel learned who Fleur was due to a small accident. He used his own spoon to scoop a spoonful of ice cream cake from his plate and fed it to Luna. Then, Luna showed a look of happiness. This was seen by 2 Beauxbatons girls. This should connect to the end of Robert B. Weir's segment. Perhaps feeling a bit too excited, the girl next to Fleur spoke a bit loudly. Although under normal circumstances only Fleur would hear that girl's voice, the unexpected part was that Anriel had very good hearing. Oh, Fleur, that girl looked only a few years older than Gabrielle. Anriel looked puzzled. When did the French become so conservative? Although Luna didn't hear what the girl said, it didn't stop her from nibbling on the sweet cake Anriel had fed her, smiling sweeter than the cake itself. Anriel didn't want to turn his head, not even to glance with his peripheral vision at the expressions on the faces of those 2 girls. Hey, do you believe me when I say this is a damn accident? Anriel silently complained in his heart without any guilt. Of course, he felt no guilt. What was wrong with pampering his girlfriend? Anriel turned to a towering milk jelly that had somehow grown out of the plate. However, just as Anriel scooped up a piece of the pale milk jelly and was about to put it in her mouth, Luna intercepted it midway. Anriel looked at the girl, only to see her sticking out her tender little tongue, with a faint white gel-like substance visible on the tip and inside her mouth. This paragraph is for wall-facing in the comment section. Anriel did not hesitate and decisively pointed her finger and tapped Luna's head. Eat properly. Do you still want some face? If you want to make a scene, do it back in the dorm. Showing affection in public is already a matter of principle, especially since Luna looks quite youthful because she herself is quite youthful. Anyway, it's just not acceptable. This is a public place. My wife can only be seen by me in private. Anriel concluded that after dinner was over, the plates and food scraps had also been cleared away. Anriel let Luna release him and stood up, walking to the side of the teacher's desk. There on the ground was a large wooden box. Clearly, those who were in the know understood that it contained the Goblet of Fire. Anriel, who had chosen ancient magic as one of his elective subjects, was very interested in the workings of the Goblet of Fire. Therefore, he volunteered to maintain and care for this old magical object, also preparing for the big plans he had in mind. After Dumbledore introduced Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman to the crowd in the Great Hall, he smiled faintly and said, "Anriel, please bring that up." Anriel reached out to grab the wooden box, as casually as an ordinary office worker picking up a briefcase. The people below were stunned. Wait, Shouldn't such an important ceremonial item be treated with more seriousness? And wait, who is this kid? Why is it someone who clearly doesn't look like a 7th or 8th grader holding this box? Anriel's simple and unremarkable combo surprisingly ignited the desire for mockery among all the students from the other 2 schools who did not know him. As for those who did, Krum and a few other Durmstrang students looked as if they wanted to kill him. When Dumbledore introduced the selection mechanism for the champions, Anriel squinted and scanned everyone present. About 1/3 of the people were not focused on Dumbledore and what he was saying, but rather on Anriel. This 1/3 was mainly composed of representatives from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. It made sense. Listening carefully to the selection rules was pointless for them, as Hogwarts was hosting and they would just go with whatever arrangements were made. Instead, this unexpected student was more likely to capture their attention. And this impartial selector was the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore said, lightly tapping the box lid. The old wooden box opened up, and Dumbledore solemnly held the lid. Inside was a wooden cup that seemed to be carved from dead tree roots, with eerie blue and white flames flickering inside. Anriel discovered that the description of the Goblet of Fire in the original text was not very accurate. Only by observing it up close could one realize that the Goblet of Fire was far from being an ordinary, inconspicuous object, standing around the flickering flames. A sense of ancient solemnity and grandeur came rushing at one. It felt as old, heavy, and stable as a tree stump. Perhaps to the younger generation, such a Goblet of Fire indeed seemed inconspicuous. Each student wishing to compete for the title of champion must write their name and school on a piece of parchment and throw it into the goblet. Dumbledore shouted to everyone in the Great Hall. Students aspiring to become champions can register within 24 hours. Tomorrow, on Halloween night, this goblet will select 3 students it deems most capable of representing the 3 schools. And tonight, it will be placed in the entrance hall, accessible to all students willing to participate. Dumbledore paused. However, considering that students under 17 are likely to succumb to temptation and do not have the ability to genuinely withstand the dangers of the competition, I will establish an age limit around the goblet. Dumbledore's meaning was very clear. Anriel gently hooked his hand, and 4 wooden boards lifted up, reassembling into the 4 sides of the box, and then Dumbledore closed the lid again. I sincerely hope that students who do not meet the registration requirements will not make futile attempts. Dumbledore offered a very sincere suggestion, but unfortunately, it seems that not many people truly took this advice to heart. Anriel lifted the wooden box, walked through the hall, and headed toward the foyer. As he passed by Krum's position, Anriel glanced at Krum and sighed softly. After placing the Goblet of Fire in the foyer, Anriel did not return to the hall. He knew that Krum would most likely come. This renowned professional Quidditch player, hailed as the strongest in history, was tough and stubborn. After a little while, people began to exit the hall one after another. The Durmstrang students were the first to leave. Karkaroff followed closely behind Krum and saw Anriel standing by the Goblet of Fire along with Krum. Mr. Krum and Mr. Karkaroff. Anriel raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. Krum fell silent, unhesitatingly changing his course and walking straight toward Anriel. Karkaroff seemed to have the intention to stop Krum, but in the end, he made no move and let Krum approach the Goblet of Fire, standing opposite Anriel beside the ancient magical vessel. Hagrid's Krum. Anriel mentioned a name. It was Krum's grandfather, who was killed by Grindelwald. Krum's temple throbbed with a vein. I suggest you win the Triwizard Tournament first before coming to see me. Anriel tapped the wooden table of the flame cup and said softly, I do not mean to undermine your pride, but you should be clear. When a person seeks revenge, they should first assume that their enemy is stronger than themselves. Otherwise, it is easy to make the mistake of underestimating them, which could lead to losing the chance for revenge forever. Winning the Triad Championship is a simpler challenge compared to defeating me. After Anriel finished speaking, he paid no attention to Krum's attitude and reaction, and left him behind without a glance. With his back turned to Krum, Krum indeed did not turn around to attack. He was a principled world-class star, with his own dignity. Karkaroff was undoubtedly a petty person, but even if Krum was not a gentleman, he would not engage in despicable acts. Of course, there was also the possibility that Krum was deeply scheming and had an unfathomable mind. He interpreted Dumbledore's actions well, making Anriel work as a deputy in front of everyone, which undoubtedly indicated the legendary wizard's emphasis on his offspring. In this case, Krum would not attack Anriel without reason or meaning. Moreover, Anriel was right. He might not even be able to win. Therefore, nothing happened that night. The next day, as Anriel passed through the hallway, he saw the age line that Dumbledore had drawn, golden and circling around the floor of the Goblet of Fire. The students of Beauxbatons lined up, throwing slips of paper with their names into the goblet one by one. It seemed that if each school had only one champion, the gap between Crum and the others from Durmstrang was significant, while the gap between Fleur and the other Beauxbatons students didn't seem as large. Crum was not here, or rather, no one from Durmstrang was present. These impatient German lads probably formed a group to throw their names in right after Dumbledore finished drawing the age line last night. It was the weekend, and students didn't have classes all day, gathering in small groups to discuss which school's champion would represent Hogwarts. Gryffindor hoped it would be Angelina Johnson. Slytherin hoped for Cadius Warrington. Hufflepuff hoped for Cedric Diggory, and Ravenclaw. Hey, Anriel, are you not participating in the Triwizard Tournament? You will throw your name in, right? There were voices like this in the Ravenclaw common room yesterday. Of course, I want to participate. Anriel gently stroked Luna's soft golden hair, which was curled up on her lap, and casually said, "It's the age limit set by my father. I can't be the first to break it, can I? Even though I've made quite a name for myself in these years, I still have to consider how old I am." He smiled helplessly. Once he mentioned it, the students, including the seniors, suddenly realized that this seemed to be something very easily overlooked. Anriel is at most 16 years old this year. Luna makes a purring sound from her throat, like a cat, or perhaps her current posture is imitating a cat. Moreover, you all know that if I participate, then there's no need for a competition. Anriel's arrogant words echoed in everyone's ears in the lounge. And most importantly, they all knew that Anriel was merely stating the facts. Of course, I couldn't just sit idly by. I was bound to get involved. Those who are well-versed in the rules of the Tri-Strong Championship know that anyone who hasn't read them should return to their dormitory and read them again. The judges of this competition include at least the principals of 3 schools. Anriel scratched his chin and said the most outrageous thing in the calmest tone. By then, I might be the one voting for the Hogwarts headmaster, and I could also be the referee in the arena. In short, as the home organizer, I might try out all the positions you can imagine. The students in the common room were amazed. If translated into a more colloquial Chinese, it would be something like that's impressive. Luna, who was lying on Anriel's lap, smiled faintly as she listened to others praise him. Soon, the Ravenclaw common room returned to its usual state, with nothing particularly noteworthy. This is what happened last night. So today, the Ravenclaws are genuinely not very interested in who will represent Hogwarts in the competition. Anriel has almost become the leader of Ravenclaw now, because he can resolve all the questions of the students. Yes, all of them, at least so far all. For those who are not Ravenclaws, it is hard to understand how this can create such immense authority in an academy that values knowledge and intellect. Saying he is infallible might be an exaggeration, but at least he has a call and response effect. In this atmosphere where knowledge is valued over age, even if a Ravenclaw over the age of 17 registers, he or she will absolutely not receive any support from a qualified Ravenclaw, as he or she does not measure up to Anriel in any aspect. Of course, friends don't count. When dinner time arrived, Dumbledore placed the goblet of fire in the Great Hall. Anriel sat at the table, gently swirling the wine in her glass. Tonight's dinner wasn't as lavish as yesterday's, but it was still quite good. It seemed the house elves had made targeted adjustments based on yesterday's dining situation, eliminating some dishes that no one liked and adding a few new ones. I have to say, the professionalism of Hogwarts house elves is truly commendable. Once all the food was cleared from the table, Dumbledore stood up and cleared his throat. Now, it is time to reveal the identities of the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. The audience erupted in applause. Anriel just watched quietly. What happened next? Isn't everyone aware of what happened next? Just as Dumbledore was summarizing, that wooden cup suddenly spat out a parchment with the 4th name written on it. Harry Potter. Anriel looked at the boy who would steal the spotlight no matter what, feeling bewildered and helpless as he glanced around, praying someone would tell him what was happening. Why did his name really come out of that cup? Wasn't this just his own fantasy? But why did it feel like a voice was warning him that this was definitely not a good thing? Potter, come here. Dumbledore called out to Harry, who was sitting at the Gryffindor table. The whole hall was buzzing, and everyone seemed to be discussing the boy who had become a champion through cheating. Harry Potter, please come here. The bewildered boy stumbled toward the podium. The reasons, the process, the outcome. He was unclear about all 3. He didn't understand any of it. Harry didn't know why this was happening, how it had happened, or even if he would actually participate in the Triwizard Tournament, or if someone would come over and tell him it was just a nasty prank. For now, he should just obediently follow Professor Dumbledore's instructions and move his legs over to the side of the podium. Anriel kindly helped Harry open the door to the champion's preparation room. Who would have thought? Dumbledore and Anriel exchanged glances and stepped into the room together. It was truly bizarre that there was a 4th champion in the Triwizard Tournament. Bagman seemed overly dramatic, but this was indeed an extraordinary and unprecedented event. At that moment, Dumbledore and Anriel entered the room, closely followed by a crowd of people, including Barty Crouch, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and others. Madame Maxime, Fleur, was the first to seek out her headmaster to protest. Dumbledore glanced at her lightly before turning to the central figure of the issue, Harry Potter. Dumbledore, I am deeply puzzled. Hogwarts has 2 champions? I don't recall anyone telling me that the hosting school could have 2 champions. Have I not read the rules carefully enough? Karkaroff's tone was mocking, and his demeanor was unpleasant and distasteful. Personally, I believe that the age line you drew should exclude those who are underage, right? However, Dumbledore didn't even look at him. Due to Anriel's presence, Dumbledore seemed to have changed a lot over the years in a way that was hard to define. He no longer appeared to pursue endless stability as he did in the original story. This was probably reflected in his unwillingness to engage with Karkaroff. Even if Karkaroff himself couldn't see it, there were still others who could. Igor, this matter cannot be blamed on Dumbledore. It's all Potter's fault for not adhering to school rules and often violating them due to his fame, Snape said with narrowed eyes, choosing to defend Dumbledore. This is unfair to my school and Karkaroff's, Madame Maxime asserted. Karkaroff's shifty eyes scanned the room, seemingly finding another point to attack Dumbledore. And what's with this child, Dumbledore? Even if he is your progeny, this is the champion's preparation room. His presence here is meaningless. Anriel, who had been enjoying the show, was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He dumbly pointed a finger at himself. Not me, right? No, brother, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Dumbledore sighed lightly as he looked at Anriel, who was eager to confront. He turned to Harry. Dumbledore calmly asked, indeed very calmly, with a flat tone, a steady voice, clear enunciation, and a very serious attitude. Harry, did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire? The boy shook his head in panic. He did not have the burden of a savior, nor the composure of someone who had faced death multiple times. The current Harry Potter was just an ordinary 14-year-old boy. Anriel suddenly thought, how can Harry win the Triwizard Tournament like this? How can Crouch Jr. help him? Anriel glanced at Moody and found his attention completely focused on Harry Potter. Well, it seems that little Crouch is still not fully in character. If it were the real Alastor Moody, even in this situation, he wouldn't let his magical eye go idle. Whether he could hear everything around him is uncertain, but at least he would definitely ensure that he was watching in all directions. Anriel shifted his gaze and focused on Kakalov. Mr. Kakalov, the issue at hand is not me, so I suggest you refrain from nitpicking on trivial matters. Let's talk about solutions. Right, Mrs. Maxim? There's a strange allure in Anriel's words, and Madame Maxim instinctively nodded. That would be great. Anriel's tone rose slightly. So, Mr. Crouch, what do you think should be done about this matter? Anriel turned directly to another judge, even though he knew that this judge was currently under the control of the Soul Curse. Naturally, Crouch gave the corresponding response. Harry must participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Karkaroff's expression darkened. This is not a fair competition. I insist that my students continue to register until we have the same number of participants. Only when each school produces 2 participants can it be considered fair. You must reignite the Goblet of Fire, and we will put our students' names in it. Look how anxious he is. He's almost speaking normally and even using inverted sentences. Anriel suddenly let out a cold laugh. Old man, I've been waiting for you to say that. Of course, Mr. Kakarov. The next tournament, Durmstrang. Kakarov's complaints were cut off, and he went silent. What did you say? His eyes bulged, unsure if it was from fear or something else. I think I made myself very clear, Mr. Kakarov. Anriel smiled, clasping his hands. I would be very happy to reignite the Goblet of Fire and set it out again, allowing the students of Durmstrang and both batons to continue throwing their names in until both schools produce your second champion. Any other opinions? He squinted, smiling, calmly welcoming all the astonished gazes in the room. Is it strange to seek what one desires? However, the Goblet of Fire has been extinguished and will only reignite at the next Triwizard Tournament. Bagman scratched his head, asking in confusion. It seems this former player really isn't very bright. Anriel let out a sigh. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked out of the room. A few seconds later, he returned holding the old wooden cup in which the flame had already gone out. Rules are meant to be broken. Anriel snapped his fingers. With a whoosh, emerald flames shot up over 2 feet high. If you want to abide by the rules, then go ahead. I just need to tell the Goblet of Fire that this year is next year, and that's it. Karkaroff's expression was as if someone had just yanked his collar and given him a big shove. Madame Maxime reacted quickly. She turned and left, most likely to have her students prepare another parchment and get ready for direct submission. What a decisive French noblewoman. Anriel praised. Then, with a contemptuous glance at Karkalov, said, "Your request has been met, so why not go out like Madame Maxim and gather your students to throw in another note?" Karkalov left with a dark expression on his face. Anriel glanced around. Since Dumbledore did not stop his earlier actions, it could be taken as Dumbledore's tacit approval. Snape and McGonagall had expressions that clearly indicated they expected this. The expression on Fake Moody's face was exactly like Crouch's, as he was so shocked that he could not maintain the Imperius curse properly, resulting in the synchronization of their expressions. Krum, standing aside, still looked sullen. Fleur was looking at Anriel thoughtfully, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Hopefully, it wasn't about activating her charm skills. Cedric had a conflicted expression. In fact, he was the only one in the room who had not looked at Anriel. His attention was focused on Harry Potter. "Let's see, perhaps it would be better this way." Anriel glanced at the 4 confirmed warriors and slowly spoke. "To ensure fairness, as per Mr. Kakarov's suggestion, I will add 1 participating warrior each for Busbaton and Durmstrang. This seems a bit unfair to Potter. Therefore, we will separate individual points from team points. What do you think?" Although it was a question, Anriel's tone seemed to leave little room for choice for these warriors. Surprisingly, it was Fleur who agreed first. Upon reflection, it made sense. Krum held a unique position in Durmstrang, and regardless of who the second warrior sent by Durmstrang was, the ultimate honor would belong to Krum. Fleur, on the other hand, had different motivations. She not only wanted to bring glory to her school in this Triwizard Tournament, but also to establish her own reputation. She was only slightly more outstanding than her classmates, and the gap with her soon-to-be teammate was not that significant. Keeping individual and school scores separate would only benefit Fleur, with no drawbacks, provided she was confident in her own abilities. Cedric, on the other hand, was easygoing. His straightforward Hufflepuff nature allowed him to quickly accept the adjustment in the competition rules. Thus, he was focused on Harry Potter, this unexpected teammate, rather than on Anriel. As for Harry, well, he was still young and didn't fully understand the situation yet. The fake Moody's magical "I spun around in its socket," seemingly indicating that the user was not calm. This script doesn't seem right. The fake Moody instinctively felt that this matter might have some unforeseen consequences for his plans. Yet he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Harry Potter participating. Wouldn't that violate the rules regarding Hogwarts having 2 champions? In fact, it did. But Barty Crouch had been controlled by the Imperius curse. With the reputation he had built over the years, he managed to get away with it. If you say it's unfair for Hogwarts to have 2 champions, then send 2 from your own schools, and that makes it fair. There was no problem in terms of feelings or logic. If they wanted Harry Potter to participate, little Crouch could only accept this change, no matter how speechless he was. The fake Moody let out a low grunt from his throat, as if clearing phlegm, then leaned on his cane and left the room. Anriel grabbed the flaming wooden cup and followed Moody, casually closing the door behind him. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime were in the foyer, surrounded by students from the other 2 schools, while the Hogwarts students looked on in astonishment, completely unaware of what had happened. "Come on over. Those who still want to participate, those who think they're tough enough, throw your parchment over." Anriel pushed the cup forward and dropped this remark. The faces of the surrounding Hogwarts students changed. The assurance of safety was an official statement. But Anriel's words undoubtedly told them that there was still a possibility of death in the Triwizard Tournament. Who to believe? Believe Anriel. An official statement is no better than feeding it to the dogs. Subsequently, Anriel explained to the students the reason for the re-vote, which caused an uproar. Moreover, the blame was directed at Principal Kakarov, who proposed this suggestion, attracting a wave of criticism. Good, very good. This time, the reselection did not support Hogwarts students in the competition, and members of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations quickly tossed their names into the Goblet of Fire. A few seconds later, 2 unfamiliar names popped out. The Goblet of Fire extinguished itself once again, and a wisp of blue smoke spiraled upward, waiting to be activated again, which could be years later. Let me see. Anriel held up the still-smoking piece of paper and squinted as she read. The second warrior of Busbarton is Sophony Clare. Anriel curled her lips. Another girl. Isn't Busbarton really a girls' school? And what kind of weird French name is this? So difficult to pronounce. Then, the second warrior from Durmstrang is. He took out the second piece of paper. Carmen Laclown. At first glance, definitely not German. Anriel has almost investigated everyone in the Durmstrang delegation, and this guy left quite an impression on him. This Carmen is Italian, and his middle name looks like a noble title, but upon closer inspection, it's just La, a particle of tone. Looking at the surname, Clowen, he comes from a family of opera singers, definitely a local from Florence. Moreover, this tall, frail, Artistic young man is one of the few in the Durmstrang delegation who has no grudges against Grindelwald. Quite interesting. Anriel waved to the two newly promoted warriors, bringing them into the preparation room. The three headmasters also re-entered the room, and the endless back and forth was truly exasperating. Barty, come on. The warriors are still waiting for you to introduce the rules. Ludo Bagman looked excited. For him, the 6 warriors in this unprecedented competition were far more interesting than the stern-faced Crouch and the scowling Karkaroff. Crouch seemed to glare at him for a moment before stepping to the center of the room, ensuring all the warriors could see him. He proceeded to announce the first characteristic of the Triwizard Tournament, courage. Anriel caught a glimpse of Furong taking a breath, while Crumb let out a sigh. Who knows if it was an act? Regardless, after Crouch finished announcing all the important points, Karkaroff and Madame Maxime took their respective champions and left the room, seemingly not wanting to stay even for a second longer. Only a few people remained in the room, and Anriel was one of them. How does it feel to be a champion of Hogwarts? Harry looked dazed, and because Anriel didn't directly ask Cedric this question, he seemed unaware that it was directed at him. Anriel twitched the corner of his mouth. You two are both champions of Hogwarts, right? The two of them were slow to realize, feeling quite awkward. As for me, it's an honor to be a champion of Hogwarts. I feel like I should also be a Hufflepuff. Thoughts? This isn't an award speech. Anriel couldn't hold back and smiled. I'm quite nervous. Cedric also smiled, and he seemed to be less nervous. What about you, Harry? Anriel turned to ask. Harry opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, just glanced at Cedric. Anriel smiled slightly, seeing what Harry was thinking. He was so used to being special since childhood that he started worrying about his potential rivals even before seeing the challenge project. Should she praise him for being strategic or scold him for being arrogant? Oh well, don't worry, even if each of you has to calculate your own scores. In the end, the scores will be integrated for the Academy. The individual scores will only affect the order in which you participate. Anriel unhesitatingly promoted the glorious tradition of cheating in the Triwizard Tournament. Moreover, this couldn't be entirely considered cheating. He merely revealed the schedule, which doesn't count as leaking questions. Harry was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. Professor McGonagall then told them to return to their respective common rooms, where there might be 2 grand celebrations for the 2 champions of Hogwarts. Anriel's Ravenclaw common room was actually quite lively. Anriel, you must know why the competition format was changed, right? Yeah, go ahead and tell us. In Ravenclaw, voices of inquiry rose and fell. Everyone was just curious kids. Well, they all came to ask because they thought there was some gossip to be heard, not for any noble reason. Anriel looked at the circle of curious classmates around her and shrugged. It was probably the same for Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, but the atmosphere of celebration might be stronger on those sides. Only Slytherin had completed the injured world. Well, what do you think? Anriel thought for a moment. After all, this event was suspended and then reopened this year, so it's quite normal to have some safety considerations. Having 2 people participating is definitely safer than having just one, right? Anriel's statement cannot be described as ambiguous, but rather as lacking sincerity. Almost everyone in Ravenclaw could tell that this was a way to change the subject and be dismissive. There are 2 possibilities for this situation. First, Anriel does not want to say anything. Second, Anriel cannot say anything at the moment. Judging by Anriel's current expression and relaxed demeanor, it should not be the first possibility. That means most people in the lounge understood Anriel's meaning. Just when everyone felt a bit awkward, Anriel said, however, there's still parts one could talk about. What? You just said it directly? What were we guessing about just now? A few students gathered around Anriel put on a mask of pain, although they were somewhat prepared for Anriel's morbid sense of humor. It is indeed a surprise that Harry was chosen, and what I said in the hall is also the truth. Perhaps Karkaroff suggested that every school should have 2 champions for fairness just to criticize Dumbledore. The likely aim was for future bargaining, akin to testing the waters with a high price. Anriel scoffed, but he didn't anticipate that. I directly agreed to his request. Anriel shrugged. This wouldn't affect the competition, as every match is an individual event. He wore a subtle expression and emphasized again, yes, it's an individual event. The Ravenclaw common room fell into contemplation, and soon they dispersed in small groups, each returning to their dorms to sleep. After all, they weren't warriors, and there were important exams like OWL as coming up this year. For ordinary students, this exam could not be taken lightly. They thought that since the Triwizard Tournament had resumed, it would continue in the future. Who could have guessed that after this revival, it would be banned again? Anriel looked at Luna, who was already waiting for him on the stairs leading to the dormitory area, and smiled as he followed her up. Someone wanted to kill Harry during this Triwizard Tournament. This rumor had spread among the students, but in fact, Anriel knew it was not just a rumor. But where did this claim come from? Shouldn't the other three houses, apart from Gryffindor, be attacking Harry Potter for secretly putting his name into the Goblet of Fire? Anriel probably understands what happened. The fact that Porter became an exception and the change in the schedule due to Porter's participation are two completely different matters. The former only proves that the officials are biased towards this rule-breaking guy, which will only cause public dissatisfaction. The latter, on the other hand, proves that this incident is indeed an accident, and the organizers are trying their best to compensate for the unfair impact caused by this accident. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the change in the doubles competition due to Porter is even less fair to Hogwarts. Harry Potter is only in his 4th year. Under these conditions, Anriel even said, anyone who isn't afraid of death can sign up. Harry Potter's unexpected participation, the Triwizard Tournament, still carries the risk of death? It means someone wants to take this opportunity to eliminate Harry Potter. Who could it be? Surely it can't be Dumbledore, right? So who is it? 3, 2, 1. Ding ding, correct. It's Voldemort, from what the students understand. Who else would want to kill Harry Potter for no reason? Only Voldemort, the old noseless one. Little Barty Crouch's task has only completed the first step, and the final mastermind has been revealed. I must say, the changes brought about by the butterfly effect are truly unpredictable. Anriel does not rule out the possibility of causing trouble himself. But even if we take a step back, is there really anything wrong with the butterfly effect itself? Little Crouch probably did not foresee this sudden event because he cannot control the thoughts of the masses. If he were to control public opinion, it would be better to let Rita Skeeter handle it. At least she is a professional in that field. In any case, this notion spread among the students like a virus, including the other 5 warriors. It seems they all believe this because, according to Anriel's observation, they did not look good while having breakfast. One reason is that no one is willing to be a supporting role, becoming part of someone else's plan. The second reason is that, according to this notion, there's a real possibility of losing their lives in this Triwizard Tournament. What is the first task test? Courage. Each warrior, therefore, has a layer of gloom hanging over their hearts, affecting their mood. Harry Potter seemed to receive a lot of comfort from this. People seem to be encouraging him to hang in there. To be honest, this is a mentality of enjoying the spectacle without caring about the consequences. If it were truly for Harry's sake, like Hermione, they would be advising him to survive as best as he can. Even if he scores low, it doesn't matter. Yet this group of instigators is urging Harry to do his best in the competition. This is essentially pushing him towards death. It is well known that Harry has 2 good friends. Hermione must have noticed this, so she is very anxious now. As for Ron, it's not necessarily the case. Just this morning at breakfast, Anriel saw Ron and Harry laughing, without a hint of urgency. They did not have the same worried expressions as the other warriors. Being carefree does have its advantages, but you also need strength to back it up, otherwise it's just foolishness. Moreover, there is a hidden disadvantage to the student's attitude towards Harry. Only Anriel is aware of this disadvantage, and he is pleased to see it. Under Anriel's intentional or unintentional manipulation, he is repeatedly depriving Harry of opportunities to withstand pressure. Anriel is quite curious about what kind of person Harry Potter would ultimately become under this kind of upbringing. Can he still face death calmly and finally eliminate the piece of Voldemort's soul inside him? Of course, even if he cannot face death, it doesn't matter. Killing the host of that Horcrux would still eliminate that piece of Voldemort's soul. However, there are multiple variables in this nurturing approach. Friendship and setbacks. Which one contributes more to personal growth? In the absence of these setbacks, Harry and Ron's relationship, at least, lacks the process of breaking and then rebuilding, doesn't it? Everyone has been busy with their own affairs these days. Anriel received a notification from Dumbledore to go and retrieve the fire dragons. Dumbledore knew that with Anriel's magical power, it would be a piece of cake to subdue those fire dragons, effectively avoiding any injuries or even deaths among the dragon trainers. Anriel nodded and handed over a new set of competition methods. Dumbledore examined it carefully and considered the feasibility of the schedule. The final approval was granted. Dumbledore was even surprised to express that this schedule was much more challenging than the original one. It was also safer, with no possibility of fatalities. In contrast, the probability of injury skyrocketed to 100%. Yes, under Anriel's new dragon fighting plan, not a single warrior could escape the fate of injury. If someone did, it would be Anriel's mistake, and he would have the right to explain. Just 2 weeks before the dragons were brought to Hogwarts, Anriel walked into an empty classroom one afternoon. Or to be more precise, it had been an empty classroom a few hours earlier. "Oh, my child, how was your craftsmanship now?" Ollivander kindly asked Anriel. However, in fact, they had only met half a month ago. "Please rest assured, Mr. Ollivander, Anriel confidently responded, I believe my skills are improving every moment. Ollivander laughed heartily, not at all blaming Anriel for his arrogance. Rather, Anriel said such things because Ollivander enjoyed hearing them. The wand assessment for the Triwizard Tournament. Ollivander chuckled for a while and then mentioned the main task that brought him here today. Are you interested in taking a look? How about practicing wand assessment? Anriel wore a smile on her face, but felt speechless inside. It was over. She would have to tackle the questions with the answers in hand. It was inconvenient to refuse the master's suggestion, so Anriel decisively agreed. Moments later, Dumbledore walked in with Ludo Bagman and Rita Skeeter. To be honest, when Rita entered and saw Anriel, her eyes sparkled with excitement. During the last interview, the information that seemed to slip out of Anriel's mouth almost led to the public opinion ripping Fudge apart. For a journalist, this was a tremendous honor. A big news story that even Rita didn't encounter often. But with just one word from Anriel, it was as if a spell had been cast, making Rita lose her voice and sit down, saying they could discuss things later. The silencing charm was quite magical, wasn't it? Rita pulled out a chair to sit down and discovered that as long as she inquired about matters related to Anriel, her mouth wouldn't open. Everything else was normal. She decided to start asking the big mouth Bagman instead, as there would definitely be plenty of information to pry out of him. She opened her crocodile skin handbag and pulled out a green marketing feather quill. The door opened. Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour walked in, followed by the remaining 2 champions from their respective schools. However, the difference was that Miss Sophie seemed to have some objections to Fleur standing in front of her, while Mr. Carmen wore a smile, looking elegant and unfazed by it. Please be patient. The remaining 2 champions should still be in class. But someone has already gone to call them, Dumbledore said leisurely. So who'll go first? A few minutes later, Cedric and Harry took their places, and Anriel turned to all the champions in the room and asked, what about it? I mean, is it your turn to check the wands? Miss Sophie, the second champion from Beaux Batons, looked a bit surprised. Of course. Anriel smiled and reached out a hand to her, signaling her to take out her wand. The French lady appeared to be even more noble and reserved than the hibiscus. However, she still took out her wand and handed it to Anriel. Let me see the redwood. Anriel glanced at the young lady, not expecting her to be a pure European. In terms of luck. The 14-inch half-staff core is the most beautiful strand of the smoothest long mane from a silver-maned mare's tail. Anriel held the wand horizontally in front of his eyes, squinting to observe it. Safini was taken aback, seemingly not expecting that this young man actually had the ability to identify wands. A swarm of butterflies loves the flowers. Anriel whispered softly. A bouquet of beautiful and vibrant flowers burst forth from the tip of the wand, and the scattered petals fluttered against each other, miraculously merging into several brilliantly colorful butterflies. Very well, take it, Miss Sophony. It will be your best helper in the first project. Anriel returned the wand to the young lady under Mr. Ollivander's approving gaze. Rita Skeeter seemed lost in thought, staring at the wand in Anriel's hand and glancing around. All right, not just me, but also Mr. Ollivander, Mr. Crumb, Miss Delacour, and Harry. Could you please go to my master to check the wand? Thank you. Anriel spoke to the 3 people closer to Ollivander. After hearing Anriel's words, Rita seemed to come to her senses. Anriel caught a glimpse of the words Ollivander's apprentice written in her small notebook, flashing by. Mr. Diggory. Anriel called out Cedric's name, and Cedric smiled, handing his wand to Anriel. It was a yew wand, 12¼ inches long. The focus was not on the length of the wand, but on the material. Yew wands are typically chosen by masters who are stubborn and loyal. Cedric was just that kind of person. Anriel shrugged, flicked his wrist to make the wand emit a thunderous crack, and then handed it back to Cedric. The 3rd examiner came to stand before Anriel, Carmen Clawn. Somehow, Anriel subconsciously felt that this person was special. He carefully observed the 2nd champion from Durmstrang in front of him. His black hair hung behind his ears, neither long nor short, giving him a lean appearance. Yet his expression and skin condition indicated he was quite healthy. From the faint outline of the arm he used to hand over the wand, it was clear that despite his slenderness, he had muscles. An interesting character. After Anriel obtained the wand, his interest in it grew even stronger. It is a vine wand. Anriel held the base of the wand and examined it with a discerning eye. The vinewood was a very rare type of wandwood, and its owner often possessed the characteristic of having great ambitions while being discreet. 12 inches and 6¾ inches. A mesmerizing number, a curious figure. The core was a unicorn's vein. The craftsmanship of this wand was astonishing, and Anriel was certain it was not the work of either Ollivander or Grigovich. However, no matter how curious he was, he couldn't be bothered to ask. After all, he could mass-produce old wands himself. Why shouldn't others have some breakthroughs in their techniques? Anriel held the grapevine wand and was just about to cast a couple of test spells when he suddenly realized the problem. Setting aside moral considerations, the best curse to test the wand's performance would be the unforgivable curse. At the very least, it had to be a dark curse. He glanced at this Carmen. Hey, the old guy looks quite innocent. After careful and rational thinking, Anriel decided to use a minor dark curse to address the issue. On the other side, the three warriors under Mr. Ollivander had completed their wand tests, and the old man happily announced that the warriors' wands were all very effective, with no flaws. Rita Skeeter's gaze swept back and forth over the warriors, seemingly trying to piece together the various relationships among them for an article. But the problem was, looking at these warriors, she seemed unable to provoke anyone except for the youngest. As a journalism practitioner, Rita knew very well that if she made up stories about someone like Crumb, who had a massive support group, without any evidence, the consequences would be dire. Even vague evidence would suffice, but unfortunately, she had none. Thus, she surprisingly made no excessive demands or asked any outrageous questions. After Anriel finished reading the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, he was astonished to find that Rita had seriously described each warrior and their characteristics. Setting aside the comments that intensified the rivalry among the three schools, Rita's portrayal of the warriors themselves was very objective. She knew when to write what. At such times, there was not only no need to belittle the only and youngest warrior, Harry Potter, but it was more beneficial to promote him, writing about the difficulties he would face and expressing deep concern. This kind of writing had more appeal. In short, when Anriel saw Cedric actually starting to practice spells in slight coordination with Harry Potter to some extent, he was somewhat mentally prepared for it. Although, due to educational differences, a fourth-year student could hardly be compared to a sixth-year student. Additionally, Anriel paid a little attention to the competitor named Carmen. This guy was incredibly smooth in dealing with people, and his presence in the entire Durmstrang delegation was almost non-existent. He never got involved in events or let himself get into trouble. If every school hadn't chosen a second champion, no one would have noticed this unassuming old sixth year. Anriel was amazed by this. However, he didn't have time to care about others. The few fire dragons had arrived, and he needed to go assist them. That night, Anriel left the castle openly through the main entrance, without having to sneak around like Harry, who had to wear an invisibility cloak to get past Hagrid's hut. Although the number of warriors had increased, there were still only those dragons, and even if they wanted to make changes, they couldn't temporarily summon more fire dragons. The three dragons, aside from the Tree Bee, would be assigned to the three colleges, with two warriors facing one dragon each. The basic rules were indeed like this. The warriors' goal remained to obtain the golden egg. However, since they were in pairs, the possibility of cooperation reduced the difficulty. So there had to be an increase in corresponding obstacles. Anriel slowly walked into the woods, and the low roar of the fire dragon gradually spread. Upon learning that the first event of this year's tri-championship required 4 fire dragons, one of which was particularly fierce, some quick-thinking individuals probably already guessed what the warriors needed to do in the first round. Perhaps each group would face 2 fire dragons. Ah, you must be Charlie. Anriel looked at the leader, a man with red hair, and said casually. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Anriel had seen him. Anriel has never met Charlie Weasley. During his previous visits to the Weasley house, the second brother was either at work or simply not in the UK. However, the distinctive red hair of the Weasley family is so recognizable that even in the dim light of the Forbidden Forest at night, one could spot it at a glance. So he must be Anriel. Charlie Weasley extended a sturdy arm, and a noticeable scar, which looked like a burn, was visible on his wrist between his dragonhide gloves and cuffs. My mother and Professor Dumbledore have both mentioned you to me. This Romanian Dragon Keeper has a very cheerful personality. Anriel and Charlie shook hands, then drew their wands. There's plenty of time for pleasantries. Let's get down to business. Anriel squinted her eyes and examined the fire dragons in front of her. These were all mother dragons incubating their eggs, each one fierce and aggressive. Even with a strange filter added, only Hagrid would likely appreciate such creatures. Charlie, if these 4 dragons were to faint simultaneously, could your team protect the eggs? Charlie's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head. That's not very realistic. Handling 2 fainted dragons at the same time is already our limit. Due to the groundwork laid by Mrs. Weasley and Dumbledore when introducing Anriel, Charlie, who was very receptive to advice, didn't doubt the truth of Anriel's words at all. If she said she could make 4 dragons faint at once, then she could. Anriel understood. Oh, then I'll call out your names one by one. Be ready. He raised his wand, pointing directly at the large red lizard closest to him, which collapsed to the ground. After a calm incantation, Charlie's eyes nearly popped out. How to put it? The image of a beam of red light, as thick as a bucket, erupting from a thin wooden stick, truly left an incredibly deep impression. Once he came to his senses, Charlie immediately shouted to his colleagues, "Chinese fireball. Prepare to knock it out. First, grab the eggs." The colleagues who had been informed earlier initially didn't believe that someone could directly penetrate the ancient and powerful defense of a fire dragon and knock it out. However, now, as that beam of red light cut through the night sky, disbelief was no longer an option. Half a minute later, several dragon trainers hurriedly tied up the unconscious Chinese fireball dragon. But fortunately, not a single dragon egg was damaged. Anriel turned his attention to the two remaining dragons, which were far less fierce than the tree bee. However, it seemed that there was a person squeezed between these two dragons. "H, you're here." Charlie had originally planned to pass directly between the two dragons, but after glancing at the still, flaming tree bee, he decisively chose to take a detour away from it. In Charlie's blind spot, Anriel saw the robust figure of Madame Maxim hidden behind a few trees. Even if she was a half-blood giant, she should still be concealed behind 3 10-year-old oak trees and the 2 several dozen-foot-long fire dragons. Anriel ignored them and casually sent the Welsh green dragon to sleep. You ask about the order? Perhaps this yellow-green one is just too ugly compared to the other silver-blue one. Its good looks earned this Swedish short-nosed dragon an extra, nearly minute of calm. Maybe seeing the gruesome fate of the 2 previous roommates made this dragon take a deep breath and start to breathe fire. But this was an open space in the forest. Aside from that tree wasp, none of the other 3 could set the forest ablaze with a single breath of dragon fire. The few shrubs and dead grass leaves that caught fire were quickly extinguished by several streams of water pouring down from above. Perhaps these dragon trainers had a hard time subduing the fire dragons, but when it came to logistics, they were all quite skilled. With the short-nosed dragon also fainted, only the tree wasp remained on the field. Even Hagrid moved to the edge of the clearing to watch this scene with his arms crossed. Charlie couldn't help but ask, "Anriel, how is this competition format decided? I still don't understand how 6 people and 4 dragons are divided into groups." Anriel stared at the tree bee, which had deadly weapons at both the front and back, and said, "Let me show you what I can do with it." Anriel raised his wand, his wrist incredibly relaxed. Soul separation. The voice was loud, at least everyone in the clearing could hear it. All present were stunned. Whether hidden or not, all could not hold themselves together because of this incantation. The tree bee elegantly turned around, and a tail covered in black thorny spikes slammed down onto the forest clearing. The movement was smooth, without any hint of hesitation. This showed that for someone with Anriel's level of soul strength, controlling this dragon was indeed effortless. More importantly, if this was what the warriors had to face in the first round of challenges, a dragon, a control dragon, a killing machine designed with human-level intelligence and immense ferocity. No wonder it was said that no one would die, but there would definitely be injuries. So that was it. Charlie suddenly understood. Anriel looked at the thicket and the 3 trees where Madame Maxim had been hiding. Now, there was no one there. She probably went back to warn her warriors. However, Anriel didn't care at all whether the warriors would find out about the exam content, because he personally oversaw it and crafted the questions himself. Anriel will never go easy on anyone. 3 schools, 6 warriors they're about to face. Anriel manipulated the remote-controlled fire dragon. The tree bee is fine, and no fire dragon was harmed during the whole process. However, it's unknown if anyone suffered emotional damage. In any case, the unforgivable curse only prohibits use against humans. So Anriel using it on fire dragons shouldn't be a problem. Do you think that's why those dragon tamers don't use the soul-snatching curse to control fire dragons? Is it because they don't want to? Anriel assessed the sleeping Hungarian horntail, contemplating whether to add some enhancements to this creature. Adult Hungarian horntails can sometimes reach lengths of 40 to 50 feet, comparable to the length of the flames they can breathe. In contrast, the other 3 dragons in this competition, even as adults, only measure around 20 to 30 feet. Clearly, this is extremely unfair, and it goes against the original rules of the competition. If the number of warriors is not increased, with 4 warriors each facing 1 dragon, an adult Hungarian horntail would be far beyond what the students could handle. Therefore, our dragon trainers chose this particular specimen, which is a juvenile at only 30 feet long. This is not ideal, as this horntail should theoretically be a common obstacle for all the warriors after the rule change. Now, this horntail seems a bit underwhelming. Anriel needs to intensify their efforts. There are currently several alternatives on hand: rapid expansion, expansion spell, growth agent, accelerated maturity. one-click nail smoothing, and firepower expansion. Anriel increasingly feels that although this dragon is a bit ugly, there seem to be quite a few projects that can be drastically improved. If all else fails, how about transforming it into an electronic dragon? Mixing technology with biology, flesh with steel, creating something beautiful. What? You say this fire dragon isn't Hogwarts property? What a joke. Although Anriel doesn't understand fire dragon breeding techniques, he respects expertise. Is 500,000 galleons enough? If not, then forget it. Anriel will go catch one in the wild himself. No need to beg for it. Among these transformation projects, the only thing that needs preparation in advance is the growth potion. Mainly because the potion needs to be brewed on site, which has a preparation cycle. After the idea, King's skill refreshes, Anriel's inspiration bursts forth. If it weren't for the dragon tamers nearby already tying up the fire dragon, Anriel might have jumped straight into practical work. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Charlie, Anriel returned to the castle. Since the fire dragon can't be modified right now, it's better to just go back and sleep. Wait a minute. In the original story, Sirius will have a private conversation with Harry tonight. And now, Sirius can appear openly at Hogwarts, coming as Harry's guardian. Anriel has a bit of a headache. The changes are becoming more and more frequent, which also means that the potential branches of events are increasing. Let's just take it one step at a time, and let whoever cares care. He has come to understand that for someone like him, a lazy dog with strong power, the most important thing is not to change the plot and stir the waters. Instead, it's to damn well maintain the original plot. This is much more troublesome than stirring the waters. Of course, it can't be completely unchanged, but it also can't be completely overhauled. Various unseen events keep emerging, affecting his laid-back pace. He doesn't want to think about it anymore. He just wants to go back to his room and sleep. Harry will tell Cedric about what he saw today, and Madame Maxime and Karkaroff will inform their respective champions about what they will face in the first match. TSK. Looking at it this way, cheating really is a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament. Anriel quietly pushed the door open. A small gasp came from inside, where the lights were still on. Luna was sitting on the bed, holding a book, seemingly so engrossed that she was startled by Anriel's entrance. Still awake? What are you reading? You seem so into it. Anriel took off her coat, turned over, and sat on the bed, leaning her head close to Luna's side, as if wanting to see the book in her hand. Secret Luna stuck out her tongue, and the book in her hand disappeared before Anriel could see it. Then Luna wrapped her arms around Anriel and gave her a kiss. Time to sleep. Anriel glanced at Luna. Her eyes were slightly red, and she seemed to have dark circles under them. Has she been staying up late, reading romance novels? Anriel was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After all, she was still a girl, and it was quite normal for someone her age to enjoy romantic tragedies. Luna, not noticing what Anriel was thinking, bared her teeth, revealing her two sharp little canine teeth, which looked quite cute. Anriel snapped his fingers to turn off the lights. Good night. Good night. On Monday, Anriel went to Dumbledore's office early to confirm the updated tournament format. The first match is scheduled for Tuesday afternoon. The new format is tentatively set as a confrontation battle, with the order determined by a live draw. That's right, a confrontation match. Each team will face off with their own fire dragon. Exciting, right? Thrilling, right? Sorry. It's two teams, each battling their own fire dragon while also having to guard against interference and attacks from the opponent. Plus, there's the tree bees controlled by Anriel. Anriel's understanding of this is as follows. The Triwizard Tournament must involve confrontation and competition to truly reflect superiority and inferiority. I not only want to test their on-the-spot adaptability, but also examine their strategies and tactics. This competition is a round-robin format, with each team required to play 2 full matches. The key point is that, apart from the tree bees controlled by Anriel, the other 3 fire dragons are ordinary dragons with stamina limits. The contest for the golden egg will take place during the second encounter with the fire dragon of each team. By that time, will their fire dragon have enough stamina left to fight fiercely against the warriors, or will it be exhausted, only able to watch as the competing warriors take the golden egg? Both scenarios are possible. At the same time, if one's own team's fire dragon is running low on stamina, the chances of obtaining the golden egg increase dramatically, while the opposing team's fire dragon in the first match is still in great shape. Should one then employ some underhanded tactics to reduce the opponent's numbers? These are all very interesting points of assessment. Additionally, there are the factors of cooperation in the 2-on-2 format. Who gets the golden egg, who restrains the fire dragon, and who interferes with the opponent. In short, after Anriel proposed this method, Dumbledore praised it endlessly, and Ludo Bagman applauded in agreement. Therefore, if the competition system fails, it is due to human factors. Oh, And there's another important thing. The venue is also organized and arranged by Anriel. The Quidditch pitch has been completely transformed into a space folding station, with various terrains to choose from. Mountains, lakes, rocky ground. Everything is on the surface, and the entire venue seems like a block that hasn't fully loaded its contents. However, Anriel has not adopted any slightly higher obstacles. This means that the fire dragons can take off and breathe fire without any restrictions or hindrances. Anriel is very much looking forward to seeing what kind of answers this group of warriors will deliver. The day passes quickly, to the point where the students who are spectators have no time to study, as everyone's thoughts are focused on the upcoming first event. Even Professor McGonagall is at a loss. So she seizes the last 10 minutes before class and to take over Professor Bin's job and starts educating her students about the history of the Triwizard Tournament and past events. Due to the nature of the Triwizard Tournament itself, there are certainly many amusing and strange incidents that have occurred throughout its history. For example, there was a creature with the body of a snake, the face of a human, and the tail of a scorpion that took down a warrior before anyone could react. And a poisonous horned beast that broke free from its restraints and exploded, causing fatalities. As she speaks, even Professor McGonagall begins to feel that something is off. In every Triwizard Tournament, any thrilling and noteworthy event has, more or less, resulted in casualties. For instance, the least severe injury among all the wounded occurred when a wizard was left permanently disabled after being struck back by a lich while hunting it. The bizarre and peculiar ways of dying that arise from the Triwizard Tournament are truly unprecedented, as an ordinary wizard might not encounter such a high-risk sport in their lifetime. Red Bull. Quick, tell me what you drank before participating in the Triwizard Tournament. Go on. This kind of effect is evident. There's a sense of not treating the warriors as human, and the warriors not treating themselves as human either. On the morning of the first event, Anriel and Dumbledore went to the school gate to greet the relatives of the warriors. On Harry Potter's side, it was Sirius Black who came, not Mrs. Weasley, even though she truly regarded Harry as her own son. Mr. Amos Diggory's face was filled with honor and pride. He felt immensely proud of his son, which was not the first time, and certainly not something new. Mr. Crumb shares a serious and gloomy face, not one to smile. To be honest, Mr. and Mrs. Delacour have a very strong French accent, and Anriel cannot understand what they are saying. Mr. and Mrs. Clare are somewhat similar. Are all French people like this? Even more interesting is Carl. He is an orphan. It's not entirely accurate to call him an orphan, as an adult and a child came to his home. The child is about 10 years old, while the adult looks to be in their 50s. This is a typical young master of a family, having lost both parents, accompanied by an elderly butler and a younger brother. Anriel gives a thumbs up, speechless. In this day and age, are there really people who have such settings? Are you going to suddenly tell me that you're the evil mastermind of some secret underground organization or a hero who comes out at night, hiding their identity while doing good deeds? I'll report you for copyright infringement. But I'm just joking. Carmen doesn't have such a family background. There's no conspiracy theory. As the eldest son of a literary family, Carmen simply lost his parents in a shipwreck when he was a child. What? You want to know how the wizard died in the shipwreck? When did Anriel say that Carmen's parents were wizards? Can't a few people who have no grievances with Grindelwald just be two muggles? Absolutely. Back then, what Geller was doing was enslavement. It was slavery, not genocide. In any case, regardless of who comes, the support team of the 6 warriors has arrived. Of course, it's not entirely accurate to say support team, since that excludes Victor Crumb, because this guy has way too many fans in his support team. I wonder what those members of Crumb's fan club will think when they see their idol facing those charming fire dragons in such a predicament. Just that afternoon soon, the 6 warriors from the 3 schools will confront the fire dragon directly. Anriel arrived early at the area where the dragon was tethered. The massive and fierce tree lay down submissively, allowing Anriel to see the condition of its teeth and fire gland. In good condition. If it unleashed its full combat power, it could incinerate a stack of Harrys. All the members of the support team who witnessed this scene fell silent, lost in deep thought, questioning whether their respective warriors could survive passing by this formidable beast. This was not an exaggeration. In the face of the palpable threat they experienced firsthand, all the promises of safety given before the match felt like nonsense. The threat of death seemed to spew from the dragon's breath, as if it were going to engulf everyone in flames, turning their desire for life to ashes. It is no exaggeration to say that this Hungarian tree could literally kill the other 3 fire dragons by biting, incinerating, or whipping them with its tail. No matter how you put it, Anriel took out an old silver pocket watch from his pocket to check the time. This was a birthday gift given to him by Dumbledore one year. As a return gift, he had a wand custom-made for Dumbledore, replacing the old wand that no longer obeyed him. As for Anriel himself, he was still using his own wand. That legendary wand, said to be invincible in battle, was kept in the workshop of the wish-granting room as a master model for producing replicas. Absurd, right? But the problem is, after thousands of replicas appeared, that old wand was no longer invincible. As a wand of a generation, the death power it contained was no greater than that of any second-generation wand made by Anriel. In fact, the death power contained in it was even less than that of the third-generation wand made by Anriel, which could turn out to be invincible instead. How to put it? It's like a fool getting the Sunflower Manual. You might say this fool should just study it, but he doesn't. He made copies for every prominent sect in the martial world. Then this thing spread throughout the martial world. You say you want to practice? You definitely can't beat those who did. You say you will practice? Well, they practice too, and you still might not be able to win. Anriel's old magic wand is pretty much based on this principle, with the difference being that Anriel's crafted iterative old magic wands are only equipped for her own people, and others cannot replicate them even if they try. Even if one or two are secretly leaked out, if they come across Anriel, all their powers will be directly taken away, turning them into ordinary elderberry sticks. Anriel held the wand and conducted a final check of the arena where the fire dragons were contained. So far, everything seemed to be in order. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the warriors to enter. The first event was ready to begin at any moment. It's worth noting that Anriel had prepared some very innovative broadcasting equipment for this Tri-Strong Championship. Since the competition format was planned and finalized by Anriel, he would naturally take over for Bagman to inform the warriors of the detailed rules of the match. Everyone had arrived. Anriel stood among a group of warriors, but he was already 16 years old, and his height was not short compared to the men around him. Of course, it was definitely Crumb, Carmen, and Cedric, not Harry. All right, warriors, please listen carefully to the rules of this match. The first event of the Triwizard Tournament is called the Fire Dragon Challenge. The expressions of the warriors changed. They knew there were fire dragons, but all they knew was that there were fire dragons. Anriel was very pleased to see their reaction. Now let's draw the corresponding fire dragons for each team. Anriel lifted a silk bag and handed it to the warriors in front of him. This step is simply to confirm the fire dragon you correspond to, and there is no need to determine the order of combat, so it doesn't matter who draws. Therefore, ladies first, please go ahead. Farong and Safina exchanged glances, and the former reached into the bag. It bit me. Anriel squinted, looking at the splash of blue in Farong's hand. Oh, it's a Swedish short-nosed dragon. Next to her, Carmen reached out and made a gesture to Crumb, inviting him. A Welsh green dragon. Anriel shook the bottom of the bag and pulled out the last remaining red Chinese fireball model, handing it to Cedric and Harry. All right, warriors, you have each received your corresponding dragon. Now let me briefly explain the competition format. Anriel snapped his fingers. Suddenly, 3 bamboo sticks appeared in midair, one of which had its bottom painted red. A draw was held, and the team that drew the red stick would have a bye in the first round. Then, the team with the bye would face the winning side from the previous group. Anriel waved his hand, and the distinctive parts of the 3 bamboo sticks disappeared as he hid them in the death subspace, making any possibility of cheating impossible. Your main objective is to grab a golden egg during your respective second rounds, which are placed in the fire dragon's nest. Some may then ask, what is the method of determining the winner or loser in the first round? Anriel raised his hand and pointed to the fire dragon model in Cedric's hand, who was standing closest to him. Please carefully observe the entire body of the fire dragon in your hands. On each fire dragon model, there is a piece of golden scale that is different from the other scales. Please do not let the members of other teams see the location of your team's golden dragon scale. Anriel chuckled lightly. Each dragon scale recorded the secrets to clearing the second challenge, and each was different. The golden dragon scales allowed for theft, which was exactly the goal of the first round. The team that first managed to seize the corresponding fire dragon scales from their own side would be considered the winner. But if their own fire dragon's golden scale was taken, it would not count as a loss. Crumb's expression suddenly turned grim, and his companion Carmen was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Both of them understood the implications of this competition format. In the first round, the team that first obtained their own golden dragon scales would actually end the match directly, while if they went for the opponent's golden dragon scales first, they could completely eliminate the other team's chances of winning in this round. The remaining time could allow their opponents to lose their initiative and even their momentum. If they were injured in the second match, it would be manageable, but if it was in the first match, the team could face a reduction in numbers before the match was even finished, which was not good news. Did everyone understand? Anriel looked around for a week. I have a question. Anriel turned his head and was surprised to see Harry speaking. Please go ahead. What if someone grabs the opponent's golden dragon scale first and then deliberately delays taking their own? The other 5 warriors were suddenly at a loss for words. What should we do? That's a really good question. Anriel is not angry and chuckles. Oh, I forgot to mention, I will act as a fair referee in this match. If what you say really happens, I will let the Hungarian tree wasp that I control teach him a lesson. Anriel's expression was anything but joking. Harry shivered. I understand. If there are no problems, then please draw the battle sign. Anriel smiled as he pushed 3 half-sticks in front of the warriors. The 3 teams harmoniously sent out the member who had not drawn the fire dragon earlier. Fervent raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the red stick in her hand. Sing sante, sol jalaman. Harry glanced at Cedric, then at Crumb and Carmen, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down. The enemies he had to face were that Chinese fireball, the international star Crumb, and even the Welsh green dragon that Crumb had drawn. Will he win? He will win. Then please follow me. Anriel lifted the tent and stepped out first. The 4 gentlemen followed behind Anriel and also walked out. Inside the venue, Ludo Bagman had finished warming up the crowd and briefly explained his own understanding of the game rules. It wasn't too different. After all, the details didn't matter much when speaking to the audience. The players on both sides were ready. Bagman shouted into the arena, his emotions running high. You have 10 minutes to discuss tactics. After 10 minutes, the tree bees will enter the arena, and the match will officially begin. Anriel walked towards the tree bee lying on the ground. Just as the competition was about to begin, Harry managed to turn to Cedric and quietly ask him, Cedric, where's our golden dragon scale located on the dragon? Cedric gave him a desperate look. It's on the lower abdomen, near the left front limb. Harry felt a wave of panic, but before he could recover, the second piece of bad news came. Look over there, the position of Crumb's Welsh green dragon's golden scale. That shiny golden scale was impossible to hide. Harry followed the direction Cedric was pointing. The winning point for Durmstrang in this round was right by the dragon's mouth. It was very dangerous, but as long as one was brave and strong, winning this match would be quite simple. Unfortunately for Harry and Cedric, Victor Crumb had both of those qualities. A sense of despair washed over Harry. On the other side, there was Crumb, who was practically a powerhouse, and a clever-looking Carmen. And on their side, even if Harry was reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Cedric, as a senior student who could cross age boundaries, was indeed much stronger than him. He felt like a burden. If only Sirius were here. Wait, who was that person in the stands? Harry squinted to get a better look at the familiar figure in the audience. Harry, go for it, just like I taught you. The voice of Sirius Black seemed to pierce through all the cheers and shouts, reaching Harry Potter's ears perfectly. All right. The moment he saw Sirius, Harry not only relaxed, but also remembered the technique Sirius had taught him for dealing with fire dragons. The eyes of a fire dragon are incredibly vulnerable. Cedric, I have an idea. Harry whispered a few words to Cedric. Are you confident? Cedric asked uncertainly. If it's just a spell, yes. Harry nodded. This is a competition, and I'm pretty sure this spell won't work on Anriel's tree bee. It can only be used on that Welsh green dragon. Don't hold back. If we can't handle Crumb, then we won't even need to worry about the next round against Fleur and the others. Harry's thinking was correct. Winning a single round would give extra points, but the main scoring would still rely on the 5 judges' scores. All right, even so, we still have one last question. Setter pondered. You can't fly, and I can't either. We don't have brooms, and even if Crumb's dragon loses its resistance, we won't be able to grab that golden scale before he does. Harry frowned, carefully considering a solution. I can't fly, and if I want to get that scale from the dragon's mouth, the only possibility is to fly up. But I need a broom to fly. A broom. I've got it, Harry suddenly exclaimed. Cedric, where's your broom? My broom. Cedric was confused, but quickly replied, it's in the dormitory. Why? His eyes widened suddenly. You don't mean exactly summoning charm. If we can't go back, let's summon our brooms to the field. Cedric covered his mouth in surprise. His astonishment wasn't because of Harry's wild imagination, but because this approach actually seemed feasible. They made the decision to go for it. On the other side, Crumb and Carmen also seemed to have made their decision and formulated their own strategy. Bagman's loud voice once again echoed across the entire arena. 10 minutes have passed. The match begins. Anriel smiled and raised one hand. A thunderous dragon roar echoed throughout the arena. The Hungarian horntail slammed its claws onto the ground and let out a furious roar. The remaining 2 dragons on the field visibly showed clearer eyes. However, because they were all mother dragons sitting on their nests, their gazes immediately became more aggressive than before, due to the presence of the Confundus charms. These mother dragons would not challenge the tree hornet controlled by Anriel, but would instead focus on the few ants jumping up and down, getting closer to them. I count 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. The fire arrows flew in, the wind howled, and the dragon roars made it so that Harry could only hear himself shouting. He glanced back at Cedric. Two piercing sounds of air being cut through came at once. Two brooms steadied themselves in front of Harry and Cedric. The two mounted their brooms and soared into the air. Bagman's commentary had become so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Over with Crumb, he had a gloomy expression, watching the two guys in front of him take off on their brooms. Carmen, receive Victor. Carmen's voice was elongated and cut by the wind. His fingertips sparkled with silver. His hands dark, as if he were wearing a thick glove. He was moving quickly, seemingly flying, or perhaps he was truly flying. However, he was relying on the wire in his hand to do so. At the start of the match, Carmen had transformed a roll of wire in his hand, with the other end nailed to his opponent's dragon. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous move, completely dancing with his life on the tightrope. Cedric and Harry flanked the Welsh green dragon of Crumb's team from the left and right, but Carmen was heading straight for Harry's side's Chinese fireball. Crumb remained in place to defend. The tactics of the two teams were completely different. On the commentary stand, Bagman was spitting everywhere, his face flushed. Below, Anriel had only a brief moment of thought before deciding to chase after the two who could fly. The tree hornet's iron claws slammed down into the ground, leaving deep claw marks on the stone slab before taking off, its spiky wings whipping up a whirlwind. Cedric and Harry felt their hearts skip a beat. "Harry, watch out for Crumb," Cedric shouted as he dodged a blast of dragon fire from the Chinese fireball, disappearing in a puff of white smoke. Crumb's robust body realized that the two opponents could fly, which was his biggest disadvantage. Then he jumped powerfully. After jumping about a meter, he began to descend. To everyone's surprise, this internationally renowned seeker, a Quidditch star with terrifying reflexes, conjured a platform beneath his feet. After stepping on it, he jumped again, and that large marble platform shattered upon impact. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers, like a tidal wave. Harry's heart sank as he quickly increased the distance between himself and Crumb. This guy was repeating the earlier process and was nearly close enough to reach the dragon's neck. Blinding light. A beam of white light shot out from the tip of Harry's wand. The target was not Crumb, but the Welsh green dragon beside him. The stunning spell accurately hit the dragon's eyes. The dragon let out a painful howl and then went berserk. The first round of challenges was to pull the golden dragon scales, not to steal the dragon eggs. So there was nothing on the field to distract the dragon from venting its anger. The Welsh green dragon's massive claws stomped wildly on the stone ground. Crumb's expression tightened, and he jumped up to a nearby rock formation. He couldn't maintain the previous method of ascending in a left foot right foot manner indefinitely. It consumed too much energy. He needed to think of a way. At the very least, he had to pull one of his two opponents down. Without a doubt, Crumb had set his sights on Cedric. There was no other reason than the fact that the thing under Harry's but was moving at an absurd speed, something Crumb had experienced just this past summer. After creating several feet of distance, as Crumb saw the golden snitch and dove down in just a few breaths. The seeker named Lineage had already caught up. Such a hardware difference couldn't be overcome. Crumb even doubted that the fixed trajectory spell could hit the user of the fire arrows at all. So he raised his wand towards Cedric. What was Cedric doing at this moment? Oh, he was preventing himself from being bitten in half by that already absurdly powerful Hungarian horntail. Shattered. The Triwizard Tournament prohibited killing, and Crumb didn't intend to kill. Shattered was a spell specifically for objects. If Crumb hit with this, Cedric's broom would definitely be wrecked. However, whether it was luck or misfortune, at the moment Crumb cast this spell, Cedric had just managed to dodge a thick column of fire spewed out by the Hungarian horntail. This left him very close to the ground. He was also very close to Crumb. Cedric's muscles tensed as he suddenly maneuvered his broom, narrowly avoiding Crumb's spell. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the stands. Harry watched this scene, just relieved for Cedric, when suddenly an alarm went off in his heart, nearly throwing him off his broom. The alarm in his heart. This wasn't a warning. Harry clutched his fire arrow tightly as the massive tree hornet was right beside him. The so-called feeling of weightlessness just now was precisely because this creature had flapped its wings, nearly sending Harry flying off. Compared to the tree hornet size, his small frame was like a toy. Outside the arena, Anriel smiled lightly and made a small gesture with his fingers. The tree hornet stood upright, its front claws swinging and grabbing fiercely, mimicking Anriel's earlier finger motion magnified thousands of times. One could evade the first, but not the 15th. Harry lost his grip and fell from the fire arrow. In the stands, Sirius shot up, eyes wide, looking like a wild dog driven mad with rage. "Sit down, Black. You're blocking the people behind you." A greasy, malicious voice rang out. Snape glared at Sirius with unabashed hatred. Without a moment's hesitation, Sirius drew his wand and pointed it at Snape's hooked nose. Snape was no slower in his movements. Then, in the next second, it was as if an invisible force gripped their wrists, forcibly pushing them back into their seats. In the front row of the stands, a long white beard floated, making the old man appear commanding without being angry. Dumbledore said nothing, yet it felt as though he had said everything. Karkaroff beside him glanced around, unsure of what he was thinking. This was just a small episode that occurred in the stands. Let's shift our focus back to the field. Harry fell off the firebolt, unable to grasp the broomstick handle, unable to climb back up. Anriel lazily waved his hand, and the tree bee in the arena spread its wings and swung them fiercely. Harry was swept away, crashing with a dull thud into a patch of sand, leaving behind a human-shaped pit. The fire arrow, however, was hardly affected, descending almost along the same path and plunging straight into a muddy area. Harry! People both inside and outside the arena shouted this name simultaneously. At least, there were quite a few who cared about this savior. Krum paid no attention to that. His eyes were fixed on the world-class broomstick that was stuck in the mud, almost shining with excitement. He pounced down from the fake mountain like a hungry tiger and quickly maneuvered around to the side of the muddy area. Anriel silently began to count down in her heart. 3, 2, 1. After the last number was counted, the tree bee in the arena unleashed a powerful breath of dragon fire, and Krum's figure disappeared in the blaze. A scream erupted from the audience. "Look, Krum!" Half a second later, someone shouted even louder. "Is that Krum?" "Yes, that's him." Krum emerged from the side of the blinded Welsh green dragon, just as he had done in the World Cup, raising his fist to the audience in the stands. It was as if he had just played an incredibly thrilling match, shaking off a dangerously persistent opponent. Anriel feels that this match is getting more and more interesting. Wait a minute. Wasn't there supposed to be 4 people competing in this match? Krum, Cedric, Harry. Where did the 4th person go? Anriel turned his gaze to the other side. The battle here was so intense that everyone had overlooked the spectacle of one person challenging the Chinese fireball dragon on the other side. Let's rewind to the beginning, when Harry and Cedric were flanking the Welsh green dragon from the left and right. Carmen, gripping the wire in his hand, slid towards the Chinese fireball like a shot. He pinned the other end of his wire to the dragon's neck. This was incredibly dangerous, akin to joking with his own life. As soon as the dragon turned, flew up, or spotted this rapidly advancing little figure and decided to unleash a dragon fire, the somewhat resilient magical wire would snap instantly, sending Carmen crashing to the ground at high speed, turning him into a meat pie or mush. This was truly a gamble for his life, or perhaps an extreme manifestation of his own confidence in his abilities. Then, a few seconds later, everything unfolded just as Carmen had anticipated. The audience, slightly closer, gasped and screamed for him. If they could see up close, the intensity of this warrior's battle was no less spectacular than the fierce struggle of the other 3. Carmen skillfully approached the dragon, flicked his wrist, and another wire shot out. Then he disappeared beneath the dragon's neck. Moments later, he emerged from the dragon's right elbow, flipped, and leaped onto the dragon's back, looking like a seasoned acrobat. Each of his movements seemed precisely calculated according to the dragon's movements, from angles to amplitude, from force to trajectory, all meticulously planned. He balanced on the dragon's back like on a tightrope, performing on the edge of death with dark humor, delivering the most breathtaking acrobatic show to all the spectators. On the other side, the 3 people and 2 dragons had a tense but manageable atmosphere with some breathing room. Not every moment being unbearable, but Carmen's side was different. All the spectators fixated on Carmen, holding their breath, as if the clown on stage would fall from the dragon's back, leaving no trace behind, and the audience felt as if they were being choked. Yet that clown was still alive. He was not a clown. He was a jester. Moreover, he seemed to have found his emperor. Kill the competition. The clown was not just a clown. He was a trump card. When Carmen emerged from beneath the dragon for the second time, he had already spotted the shimmering golden scales. Ah, yes. Anriel's lips curled up. Is victory already in hand? So confident? Anriel controlled the giant hornet, stretching its massive wings that spanned several feet. The 3 warriors on the side of the Welsh green dragon were all on high alert, even Harry, who had just crawled out of the sandpit. From his posture, it seemed like he had a broken left arm. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through, and Harry, who had just crawled out of the pit, was once again blown back into it, eliciting a wave of sympathetic murmurs from the audience. The Hungarian hornet shot through the air like a black lightning bolt towards Carmen and the Chinese fireball dragon beneath him. In this match, Anriel plays a relatively impartial role, supporting whoever is winning. The reason he started on the Durmstrang side is mainly that if he didn't, Crumb probably wouldn't last long. Now that Crumb has grabbed a broomstick as an international Quidditch star, he is in his element. Cedric, being a fellow Quidditch player, must be feeling a lot of pressure. What? I'm up against Crumb? Is that for real? The psychological burden must be quite significant. Without Anriel controlling the tree bees. The initiative on the Durmstrang side is completely in Crumb's hands, allowing him to end the match almost whenever he wants. Although Cedric is indeed a good player worthy of recognition, he is still being completely overpowered by his opponent. On a technical level, he is facing a world-class star, and on a hardware level, Crumb is riding a world-class broomstick. However, since this side has gained such a huge advantage, there seems to be something off with Carmen's side, according to some strange conservation law. It has been 10 minutes since Carmen started his acrobatic performance. During these 10 minutes, the audience watching Carmen thought he was about to die at any moment. But he hasn't died yet. This has led the audience to have the illusion that this guy seems like he can hang on a little longer. Even if the tree bees come, he should be able to survive for a while, right? Most of the spectators in the stands are holding this subtle thought and have shifted their attention to Carmen. This acrobat seems to be living up to expectations. Just before the tree bees dive in, he slips into the underbelly of the fire dragon, the one beneath his feet. Outside the field, Anriel raised an eyebrow, controlling the tree bees, charging unimpeded towards that Chinese fireball. He is betting on the opponent being thrown into chaos. In other words, as long as the Chinese fireball takes off, Anriel's interference goal will be achieved. He sees that Carmen is hovering in midair with wires. So as long as he can extend the distance, he can make this guy lose air superiority like Potter and start over. Anriel guessed that Carmen's hands weren't that fast. However, nothing is absolute. Just looking at the characteristics Carmen displayed, if he weren't an acrobat, no one would believe it. And as an apprentice in a family tradition of acrobatics, his hand speed was already outrageous. What if he were a skilled worker? Anriel's mouth twitched, deciding to unleash some fierce material. Fire surged forth, spewing from the nose of the tree bee towards the entire body of the Chinese fireball in front of him. Anriel's target is those steel wires. Not just Anriel. The whole venue erupted in a mix of shock and confusion. The red fire dragon let out a painful roar. Even though the tree bee's dragon flame did not hit it, it appeared to be struggling desperately, trying to break free from an invisible barrier. In fact, without Anriel's vision, it would be impossible to see those thin wires from stands. The problem lies with those wires. Alchemical products? Anriel chuckled softly. This was something he hadn't anticipated. For no other reason, if it really was an alchemical steel wire rope. The cost incurred by Carmen in this match would be enough to buy at least 3 fire dragons for the entire arena. Simply put, the dragon's flame seemed unable to do anything to this steel wire rope. Moreover, the fireball dragon's strength to break free was evidently insufficient, tightly bound by Carmen's steel wire. It was already howling. Not only were the audience left dumbfounded, but the opponents and teammates in the same match were equally astonished. Was it that while we were fighting for our lives against the fire dragon, you alone could handle an entire one? Crumb's expression was actually the most displeased among the 3 from Durmstrang. No flair, no spectacle. What was crucial was that this guy was actually Durmstrang's number 2 warrior. Wasn't that equivalent to being a backup? On the Quidditch pitch, it would be like Crumb, a star starting player, being made to act as a substitute. Could he tolerate that? Well, you wouldn't believe it, but he actually could. Crumb's face was now as dark as the bottom of a pot. Yet he managed to restrain himself, staring intently at the fireball's lower abdomen. He was just waiting for Carmen to emerge, a flash of golden light in hand. And he would immediately fly over, bypass Cedric, and snatch the golden scale from the dragon's mouth. That was Crumb's plan. However, reality often does not go as one wishes. Just as Carmen squeezed out the golden dragon scale, Crumb displayed exceptional athletic ability. With a speed that nearly everyone in the arena couldn't react to, he swerved around the head of the fire crossbow and charged toward the Welsh green dragon. And the reason it was nearly everyone was that someone did react. Moreover, it was the most unfortunate situation for Crumb. Cedric had noticed, because the distance was indeed short. Cedric managed to block in front of Crumb before he could get close to the fire dragon. In a fit of rage, an obscure spell that no one had heard of shot out from Cedric's wand. This pale red beam directly struck the green dragon, which had its eyes closed. In an instant, the effect of the eye curse cast by Harry was shattered, and the Welsh green dragon opened a pair of blood-red eyes, angrily staring at the 2 little beings perched on the matchstick in front of it. This left Crumb stunned. He did not dodge in time. Anriel lazily snapped his fingers outside the arena. With a furious roar, Crumb's entire figure disappeared beneath the dragon flames of the Welsh green dragon. Anriel saw it, but at most he could only guarantee that Crumb wouldn't die. Cooling down does not extinguish the fire. Speeding up does not allow for a path. All right then. Anriel then glanced in Cedric's direction, and the prophet's clairvoyance activated automatically. Why does it always activate for such trivial matters? Annoyed. If he won't die, there's no need to save him. Just then, the Welsh green dragon raised its claw and slammed it down on Cedric. The latter was hit and flew out like a cannonball. Fractures were not a possibility, but a certainty. Although it could be discovered through the spell Cedric just cast that it wasn't only Harry who had specifically worked on spells against dragons. However, what was the purpose of this tactical spell that provoked the dragon? Was it meant to make the dragon lose its rationality and unable to calmly judge the pros and cons? Anriel expressed his inability to understand. This is also a case of bringing it upon oneself. As long as one is not dead, they are not under his supervision. Looking at it now, it seems that the two members from Durmstrang are more suitable. One is in a perilous situation, but somehow remains unscathed. The other is self-destructive, putting himself in danger, which could be fatal, but Anriel is keeping him alive by a thread. No way, could he really think that Anriel would protect him without harm? Anriel only turned him from a charred corpse into a severely burned, disabled person. Cedric has fractures all over his body, and Crumb is severely burned all over. It seems these two are unlikely to participate in the next match. It looks like we need to focus on taking care of Busbatten in the next match. Anriel chuckled softly outside the arena. The match wasn't over yet, but there was nothing left to see this round. Harry had broken an arm and was still in the pit, grieving alone as if a river of sorrow was flowing backward. The main concern was still for the crossbow. Anriel guessed that he would go to find Dumbledore, and then Dumbledore would probably have Karkaroff reimburse him. No matter Karkaroff's attitude, the money could definitely be recovered. Now, the only sane person left in the arena was Carmen. As everyone expected, a few minutes later, this usually unassuming acrobat, who stood firm throughout the match, snagged the golden scale from the mouth of the Welsh green dragon, successfully winning the match. In the audience, cheers and applause roared like thunder, overwhelming. The students had never witnessed anything like this before. The competitive, performative, artistic, and dangerous elements were all at their peak. Wow, even if it meant death, it would be worth the price of admission. Oh wait, they didn't buy tickets. In any case, judging by the momentum, the second match seemed to be Carmen, Hungarian Horntail, versus the Busbarden women's team. Anriel stroked his chin, feeling quite amused. He could start thinking about who to seriously injure next. Was it going to be Ferrong or Sophie? There was no such thing as pity for the fairer sex. They weren't Anriel's treasures, nor were they his jewels. Moreover, with the language barrier, Anriel couldn't be bothered to learn a new language. The memories of his past life were already starting to attack him, and he didn't want to struggle through English and French exams again. No matter how big the gap between French and English was, he had no intention of studying it. Besides, Old English could probably be used universally in the European wizarding community, so there was even less reason to learn French separately. All right, that was a bit off track. With Bagman announcing the end of the first match, the paramedics rushed in to rescue the three injured players. Crumb was the most seriously injured. In fact, Cedric was blown away by a strong gust of wind caused by the dragon's claw, not directly hit by it. His level of injury was comparable to jumping off a 3-story building while trying to take a series of remedial actions. Quite tragic, but not as bad as it could have been. In comparison, Harry, who only had an injury to one arm, seemed to be doing much better. It was just that witnessing the fire arrows being burned in front of him had caused a significant emotional trauma. Well, he would have to hold a grudge against Crumb now. Anriel was stifling a laugh nearby, helping to settle the 3 fire dragons in place, and check the condition of 2 of them to prepare for the next round. Anriel glanced over at the side where the tent was being set up. He didn't know if Ferrong had seen a match earlier, but regardless of whether she did or not, she should have been able to hear Bagman's commentary. As long as it was to the point of scaring someone to tears, Anriel felt he could accept it. It wasn't anyone else's fault. Mainly, the match was just too damn exciting. Anyone would be confused, thinking, what? I'm fighting a tree hornet? Is this for real? Anriel felt that there was no need to be like this. Since they couldn't resist, they might as well just let it go. It's not embarrassing. Oh no, wait. Crumb is the one who should be embarrassed. This match was truly a big embarrassment. How to say it? An international star being single-handedly defended by an amateur student player? Putting aside the facts and objective factors, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Rita Skeeter wouldn't care whether the competition between Cedric and Crumb was about technique or flying skills. She only knows that Crumb was taken down 1-for-1 by an ordinary Hogwarts player. If nothing unexpected happens, Tomorrow's front page of the Daily Prophet will either be about the first round of the Triwizard Tournament, all 3 matches, or about Crumb's incident. Ironically, the one who gained the most fame throughout the match was Carmen. This is why Skeeter tends to belittle others. If that woman had the heart, she could easily write an article elevating Carmen to a height far beyond the other champions. However, Anriel guessed that Carmen probably wouldn't be too willing. He could see that this guy's personality is just that of a pure schemer, always looking to survive. The saying "a knife hidden behind a smile" describes this kind of person. The key is that only the heavens and he himself know who that hidden knife is meant for. Fortunately, it seems that Carmen's mental state is relatively stable. Otherwise, neither the heavens nor he would know who that knife is meant to stab. How does it feel? Do you need a break? Anriel looked at Carmen, who was walking towards him with a smile, each holding a piece of golden dragon scale, and casually asked, "Hey, can we still take a break?" Carmen seemed quite surprised. "I thought the purpose of this system, where the winners face off in a round-robin format, was to create a war of attrition that drains the strength of the strong." Anriel laughed. "You're right to think that way, but did you consume a lot in this match?" "Not really." Carmen smiled sincerely and happily. "That's right. Then this rule doesn't apply to you." Anriel nodded. "Additionally, I will not provide an explanation for the secret of the Golden Dragon Scale, as it was created by me. Therefore, as long as I don't speak about it, no one will know the key information points except for those who discover it themselves." Anriel kindly reminded. "Okay, I got it." Carmen responded cheerfully, her limbs seeming to twitch amusingly for a moment. It looked a bit like a clown? Quite strange. Anriel kept an eye out, planning to learn a bit about the old butler he brought along and his younger brother who looked about 8 or 9 years old after the first project finished. Carmen bounced back to the arena in a few quick steps. It seemed that Furong and Sapine needed rest more than he did. "Mr. Bergman," Carmen said that he didn't really need a break, which means we can probably start the second round directly. Anriel smiled, urging the audience to cheer. With Bagman's warm-up, the audience's emotions were stirred once again. Or rather, after watching the thrilling dragon duel earlier, it was hard for their emotions to settle down. Moreover, there was only a slight lull between the 2 matches, which was immediately reignited. The current showdown was a 1-on-2 match between Bosbatons and Durmstrang. When Bagman announced this, even the Durmstrang students didn't shout unfair, because Carmen's performance was truly outstanding. The only one jumping around and making a fuss was Kakarov. Aside from that, everyone seemed to believe that Carmen had a chance against the 2 Bosbatons warriors. Before the match started, Anriel carefully checked the status of the 3 fire dragons and placed the Welsh green dragon's egg from Durmstrang into the arena, among the cluster of granite-colored, stone-like dragon eggs. A bright golden one stood out prominently. Furong stood at the edge of the arena, took a deep breath, and instinctively glanced at the Swedish short-nosed dragon drawn by Bosbatons. Seemingly afraid that Carmen, across the entire arena, would notice the change in her gaze, Furong quickly averted her eyes after just 2 looks. She was looking at the back of the short-nosed dragon, which was also the spot where Bosbaton's golden dragon scale was located. In this second round of competition, there were no dragon scales for them to contest, so both Furong and Sophie only aimed to obtain their side's dragon scale. Then they could exit the arena, leaving Carmen alone to contend with the 3 fire dragons, desperately trying to seize the egg placed in the Welsh green dragon's nest. Indeed, the rules were written that way, and Furong and Sophie's strategy was not wrong. However, it seemed that these 2 ladies overlooked one thing. Anriel would not let them easily obtain the dragon scales. Anriel raised both hands, and the tree bee in the arena let out a deafening roar, spreading its wings to cast a massive shadow. This also announced that the match had officially begun. Anriel didn't hesitate, controlling the tree bee to dive towards Bosbaton. He knew that Carmen could not end the game so quickly. Well, maybe he was treating it as just a game. As Anriel expected, the moment the tree bee moved, Carmen also made his move. He glided towards Bosbaton's area, as if his winning method was not to grab the dragon egg, but to take out the opponents instead. Just because Anriel expected it, doesn't mean the audience did. Most of the spectators were shocked by Carmen's choice. "No way, dude. What? You still want to grab the 3rd dragon scale?" "Hey, to be honest, you might be right." Carmen was probably thinking just that. This time, he connected the steel wire to the tree bee, as if he was betting his life on Anriel's desire to watch the show. But he guessed right. Anriel only glanced at the few strands of wire before continuing to let the tree bee dive forward, completely unconcerned about the passenger hanging on. On the opposite side, Furong and Safini saw this scene and felt a sense of despair. But there was nothing they could do, and they could only brace themselves. Should they intercept? If they were to intercept, they could only target the one hanging below, Intercepting the fire dragon diving from above would be a death wish. Falling down unconscious, Safini, who had circled past her own fire dragon, pointed at Carmen without hesitation and recited the spell. It was a joke. To Safini, Carmen was just a madwoman. With such a crazy person gliding towards you under the fire dragon, who wouldn't panic? Clearly, this lady's skill in targeting high-speed moving objects wasn't very high, as the red beam of light undoubtedly missed. In contrast, Furong's reaction was much wiser. Her focus was on dodging, rather than engaging in meaningless counterattacks. How to attack? It's impossible to attack. Furong had a clear goal, to dodge as far as she could, with her only aim being to snatch some scales. Whether it was due to her unique physique or something else, Furong's body was incredibly flexible. In any case, Anriel couldn't figure out how she managed to twist her body over 180 degrees and slip past the dragon's claws. Everyone has their special traits. You can't force it. Furong began to climb the dragon from the side opposite the tree bee. Fortunately, the scales of the Swedish short-nosed dragon were smooth, and its size was relatively small compared to the other 3 dragons. Otherwise, who knows how many injuries Furong would have sustained while climbing up like this. She wouldn't get infected, but it would still hurt quite a bit. Anriel couldn't openly damage public property, referring to piercing the Swedish short-nosed dragon and then attacking the hibiscus behind it, so the burden fell on the front line Ms. Bird. A pair of uniquely dragon-like, incredibly imposing vertical pupils turned to focus on Safini. The pressure from the race made Safini tremble all over. Dust and stones flew. From the lower half of the tree bee, a yellowish light orb emerged. This could not possibly be a spell cast by the tree bee, especially since it was a female dragon. It was Carmen hanging below the tree bee. The yellowish light orb exploded beside Safini, sending swirling sand and gravel flying everywhere. Safini let out a scream and waved her wand twice. She didn't chant a spell, but the effect was there. It looked like a barrier spell or an illusion stone. It seemed that Carmen was hit as he rolled down from behind the dragon's tail. The spectators outside the arena had no idea what was happening, but they gasped in response. Anriel felt that it might be the wizard's idealism at work. Otherwise, with the aiming skills that Safini had just displayed, that shot could only have been a lucky hit. The tree bee let out a dragon's roar, and a fierce flame erupted. Safini should be able to dodge it, because if she couldn't, her personal match would be declared a failure, and she would end up with severe burns like Crumb. As the flames and smoke cleared, Safini's figure emerged. Faster than the appearance of her figure was a red beam of a coma spell. One must admit, her combat skills were quite good. Anriel caught a glimpse of the girl's right arm, which was completely black, likely hit by the aftershock, because if she had been directly hit, we probably wouldn't be able to see that arm at all. The coma spell flew towards Carmen's general direction. Due to some shortcomings in hard power, it couldn't be compensated for by combat skills. The light of that spell flew past Carmen from who knows how far away. Wait a minute, where's Carmen? The audience on the scene only saw the figure of Carmen, targeted by Safini, flicker and then disappear from sight. Hey, interesting. Anriel grinned as he recognized what it was. This was a variant of the highest tier of the disillusionment charm, which could be likened to the difference between a talking guardian and an ordinary guardian that could only repel dementors. You could think of it as an optical projector. Even in Anriel's mind, within Grindelwald's spell library, this would be considered a very difficult spell. But where had his true self gone? Anriel was also quite curious. While controlling the intensity of the attack on Sophie, he distractedly searched for Carmen's whereabouts. Ah, really clever, Anriel commented after finding Carmen and understanding his intentions. It was indeed unexpected. Carmen was currently under the belly of the tree bee, crawling toward its tail. His posture resembled that of a spider crawling backward. Even Anriel, being an artificial human, found it hard to call such a form human. Moreover, since Carmen was doing this, there must be a reason behind it. What could it be? It was the golden scales. Has anyone ever said that golden scales are only found on 3 dragons? The tree bee also has golden scales, and based on the difficulty, the second round of hints given by the golden scales on the tree bee would definitely be the most detailed. Perhaps Carmen happened to see it during the first round? Who knows? Anyway, he was headed for the scales on the tail of the tree bee. Anriel controlling the tree bee's tail is like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, sweeping towards Furong's side. He treats everyone fairly, ensuring that no one has it easy. Furong barely dodged, almost grabbing onto the scales and nearly slipping off that Swedish short-nosed dragon. Although the attack effect of that tail was achieved, the defense effect seemed to have little impact. Carmen was just like that Spider-Man, with 2 hands and 2 feet seemingly glued to the tree peak, refusing to fall off no matter what. Is this some kind of sticky substance? Hey, there are quite a few little props. Anriel no longer focused on Carmen's moves. The cost was too high. It could all be resolved with alchemical items, which was their skill. Fervent's flexibility truly opened Anriel's eyes. The physical quality of demi-humans was indeed impressive. He didn't even look at himself. A powerful kick almost kicked open the door to Azkaban. No mistake there, half-human scoring big. In any case, thanks to the attacks launched by the Tree Bee, Fervent could dodge 99 of the attacks with trajectories. For example, claw strikes and tail sweeps couldn't touch Fervent at all. Only area attacks like fire breath could affect her. What was that saying? This AoE is precisely the reason to become king. Probably. Although Fervent was dodging all around. She indeed didn't suffer much injury, but Safini was in a terrible state, burns, bumps, internal injuries from collisions, and fractures. It was all quite tragic, yet she stubbornly retained her ability to act. So, sometimes having a strong survival instinct isn't necessarily a good thing, really. Fervent and Carmen were steadily approaching their respective goals. Fervent only needed to take the scales to leave directly, securing a considerable degree of safety, while Carmen needed to go back and retrieve the golden egg of the Welsh green dragon in his area. However, it seemed that this was not very challenging for him. The Tree Bee controlled by Anriel showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of smooth combos on Safini. As long as he could weaken her, it would maintain the balance of the match, and he could consider his job done for this game. From this perspective, everyone participating in the second match had a clear goal aside from Safini taking a beating. The audience's emotions were also running high, and for a moment, no one knew whom to watch first. This dilemma continued until... Please note that the following 3 events happened simultaneously, with no particular order. First, Fervent Delacour climbed onto the back of the Swedish short snout. Second, Carmen Crown pressed her hand against the dragon scale on the tail of the Tree Bee. Third, Safini Claire was slapped into the ground by the Hungarian Tree Bee. Then in the next moment, the occurrence of these 3 events had a sequence. Event Chain 3. The Hungarian Tree Bee lifted its claw, revealing a half-dead but still living Safini. Event Chain 2. Carmen followed the momentum and ripped off that piece of dragon scale. Event Chain 1. Fervent rushed to the golden dragon scale, grabbed it, and pulled it out. The warriors of Bus Spartan completed their first match. Bagman announced loudly to the entire venue. However, the warriors of Durmstrang actually managed to obtain the 4th golden scale from the Hungarian Tree Bee. Bagman's shout elicited cheers from the audience, wave after wave, with no signs of stopping. For the audience from Bus Spartan, their warriors quickly won this match, so they cheered. For the audience from Durmstrang, their warriors accomplished something that no one else had done, especially snatching a golden scale from under the fire dragon controlled by Anriel, which dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of this descendant of Grindelwald. And for the largest group, the Hogwarts audience, being able to obtain something from Anriel, even if he let them, was quite impressive. As for Carmen, he still had to thank us. It's hard to imagine that if Carmen turned around in the arena and bowed to Anriel outside to express his gratitude, the faces of that group from Durmstrang would be incredibly swollen. Luckily, Carmen didn't actually do that. He just glanced back at Anriel and smiled. This glance seemed to be interpreted as a provocation by the audience from Durmstrang, so their cheers grew even louder. Let them think whatever they want. Anriel is very interested in Carmen, so in order to support his performance, he aims to gain more fame for himself at his own academy. Anriel controlled the Tree Bee and shot a thick, long dragon flame column towards Carmen's backside. What the FK? Common Italian swear word. Carmen took off running. Oh no, his leg didn't make it. One of Carmen's legs was hit directly by the dragon flame, and in the next second his one-legged figure shot out over 10 meters, as if he had used some kind of prop. It can't be Hextech Flash, can it? The Tree Bee controlled by Anriel came to a stop. He himself looked suspiciously at Carmen, who was limping. The wound on that leg seemed off, although it appeared to be fine. The leg that had been burned off was unharmed, not bleeding as if it had been severed, looking completely normal. However, Anriel had a feeling he saw a glimmer of reflection, a metallic kind of reflection. He didn't think he was mistaken. Hey, does this count as having hunted geese for years, only to be pecked in the eye by one today? Anriel chuckled. This reaction came from being caught off guard in a place she should be most familiar with. Forget it, she thought. I'll take a look later. Anriel's control over the Tree Bee was slightly behind, not pursuing as urgently as before. After the 2 warriors from Bus Baden exited the arena, Carmen seemed to find it a bit boring and didn't continue to show off, quickly obtaining the golden egg at a jaw-dropping speed. Or rather, the audience didn't react in time. Ordinary people couldn't fully grasp what this speed of obtaining the golden egg meant. They might just think, wow, this person is incredible. Only a small portion would realize what Carmen's current speed, in contrast to his previous performance. Truly signified. He had not only concealed his abilities, but had done so to an extraordinary extent. That was quite terrifying. If you said this guy was competing against ordinary people and had hidden so much, it would be understandable. The problem was that everyone in this competition, except for Harry, were elites from various schools, including a referee who was like a bug. To be able to conceal one's abilities under such competition conditions was a bit excessive, wasn't it? Fortunately, very few people realized this. Only a handful of long-established Hogwarts professors led by Dumbledore, along with a few students. Amidst the cheers in the arena, Carmen, missing a leg, tucked the dragon egg under his armpit and hopped away from the competition stage. Anriel also slid down from that small platform. Before joining his classmates from Durmstrang and Carmen, Anriel was able to see him first. "You're doing well." Carmen heard that teasing voice behind him and smiled helplessly. "Not good enough. I still made a mistake in the end." He moved the remaining half of his burned thigh and helplessly stuck out his tongue. "Don't play dumb. You know what I'm talking about." Anriel directly reached out and pinched the burn wound. Carmen cooperatively showed a painful expression. "I've already pinched it, and you're still pretending here?" Anriel laughed. "Let's talk about that later. Look, my classmates are here, ha." Carmen awkwardly retracted her broken leg and chuckled a couple of times. "That's fine. We can talk about it later. You go ahead and be the hero of your school. I still have one last match to officiate." Anriel didn't make it difficult for him and let go, then seemed to think of something and paused before asking, "By the way, which do you think would win? Bus Barton or Hogwarts?" As soon as the words came out, Carmen was taken aback, looking troubled. "Come on, this doesn't need to be asked, right? All right, no need to say more, I get it." Anriel waved his hand. He had already heard what he wanted to hear. It was Carmen's instinctive way of addressing him in surprise. It seemed his guess was correct. Anriel couldn't help but smile and said with a more classical and elegant phrase, "This should be called a good general. I shall obtain it." After giving Carmen a deep glance, Anriel flicked his cloak and disappeared from her sight. Carmen remained silent, lost in her thoughts. As for the third match, guess what? Hogwarts, Harry Potter, against Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. It's no wonder that Carmen didn't even need to guess. She showed a troubled expression at Anriel's question. Waiting online, the big shot asked a tricky question, and I can't contradict the big shot, so how should I respond? In this match, everyone knows who will win. No, wait a minute. Oh, Anriel is not human, so he feels that Harry can win. Why do you ask? Of course, it's not because of the Prophet bloodline. Did you see if Little Crouch made a move in the previous match? Anriel felt that Little Crouch was about to make a move in this match. This was mainly because 2 rounds of competition had already been completed, and the first matches of the 3 schools had concluded. Among them, Durmstrang had the record-breaking Carmen, and Beauxbatons finished their first match the fastest of the 3 groups. While it seemed like Hogwarts had nothing to show for it. Oh, there was a funny moment when the broom summoned by the summoning charm was snatched away by the opposing warrior and ended up being ruined. Anyway, according to this trend, as long as Harry loses the final match, there is no doubt that Hogwarts' final score for the first round will be the lowest. And this is clearly something Little Crouch does not want to see. So Harry must win this round, and he must win in a surprising and eye-catching way. This is not going to be easy. Anriel checked the status of the tree bees, as usual. After confirming everything was fine, he gave Bagman an okay gesture. Anriel turned to Furong again. To his surprise, Furong shook her head, signaling that she did not need a break. With a slightly darker thought, he considered that she might have seen Harry with his bandaged and plastered arm, which was clearly in the process of healing. Well then, as you wish. Anriel slightly bowed. With a roar of a dragon, the match began. I want everyone to know that high-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Exceptional winning skills often come from having no skills at all. As the saying goes, the greatest skill is no skill, and a heavy sword has no edge. The essence of truth lies in simplicity. Then, Harry pulled out a bottle of something unknown from his pocket and, with a grimace, downed it. Anriel clearly saw the shocked expression on Snape's face across the room. "Snape, oh no, the office has been robbed again. I told you not to keep rare potions in the storage cabinet instead of the safe, didn't I?" Laughs. Anriel has seen Harry's expression when he took the polyjuice potion. So this thing shouldn't be the polyjuice potion. However, judging by his current state, it seems like this stuff isn't good to drink either. Anriel didn't rush to let the tree bee attack. Right now, each academy only has 1 warrior, and if the tree bee were to attack, it would greatly disrupt the game balance. He merely squinted his eyes and began to scan the entire stands. Jamity's expression looked good. He should be the mastermind behind it all. However, it couldn't have been Moody in this identity who handed that bottle of potion to Harry. There must have been a middleman involved. Anriel slowly searched around. Then he saw 2 excited guys. It turned out to be you two old fellows. The two excited guys were none other than Fred and George. Of course, little Crouch knew that the Weasley twins were very enthusiastic about Harry's victory. And the key point was that the Weasley twins often disregarded various small rules and regulations. So, they were very suitable subjects for little Crouch to indirectly help Harry without raising too much suspicion about the source. After all, everyone knew that the Weasley twins had just received an investment of unknown origin. Well, not entirely unknown, it was from Sirius. Given Sirius's character, it was normal for him to take a keen interest in the Weasley twins' research, as he himself had been quite the troublemaker in his youth. Oh wait, he was much worse than the twins. He and James were school bullies. Anyway, after receiving such a significant cash flow support from Sirius, it was quite normal for the Weasley Wizard Wheezes to develop some brand new products. Coincidentally, one of these products was just what Harry could use in the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. How reasonable. This was an inevitability pieced together by countless coincidences. No, even from an outsider's perspective, these didn't even count as coincidences. After seeing the expressions of the twins, Anriel immediately understood the general sequence of events. The main reason was that he knew the answer to the most important link, little Crouch, so deducing the intermediate process was naturally not difficult. Anriel cast his gaze towards Harry in the arena. He still didn't know what the effect of that potion was. He saw Harry smash the empty glass bottle on the ground, and then his body began to gradually become transparent. Anriel squinted, realizing something was off. Oh no, there was something fishy about the previous deduction. If it was an invisibility potion, it could very well be that Harry gave the Weasley twins the idea after losing his invisibility cloak. But that has nothing to do with Barty Crouch Jr., right? My head itches. It feels like I'm about to grow a brain. Even more ridiculous is that after Harry's entire body disappeared, a robe stood upright on the ground. And where the hands used to be, a wand floated in midair. The wand waved itself a couple of times, and the robe also vanished, looking as if it had after-sale service. Clever, really clever. Bagman's loud voice echoed in the arena. This move by Potter is truly ingenious. He seems to have anticipated that he would face warriors from other schools alone. Let me explain for the viewers who don't understand. Fire dragons, although they look like those overnourished large lizards, do not rely on heat or smell to hunt, because the act of breathing fire severely damages a dragon's sense of smell. For this reason, most fire dragons rely on their sharp vision for hunting, and the fiercest dragon species are often the best lookouts. Of course, I mean that a small portion of the remaining fire dragons can use their keen hearing while relying on their vision for hunting. Right now, we have a predator in the arena that excels in both vision and hearing. Obviously, Bagman is referring to the tree B currently controlled by Anriel. However, Bagman probably only knows that Anriel used some spells to achieve the goal of controlling the fire dragon. He might think Anriel just used a specific spell to control fire dragons, right? Regardless of whether the tree B controlled by Anriel can still use its hearing to hunt, Harry's invisibility potion can at least fool that Chinese fireball dragon. Fleur's eyes widened. Referee, this must count as a foul. She angrily turned to the outside of the arena. At least she knew to look for Anriel. Ah, this doesn't count as a foul. Although Anriel did not speak, his voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present, including the audience. As long as you believe that a tool will help you in the competition, you can bring it directly into the final showdown arena, but will be subject to my restrictions as the referee within the rules. You see, in this competition, my tool is a dragon. The props used by Harry even blocked my tool, which is already the highest realm of adaptability. So I'm sorry, Miss Drackle, but I cannot consider him to have committed a foul. Anriel spoke sincerely. I sincerely suggest that you take your golden egg away before he gets his. That way, you will be the victor. After saying this, Anriel controlled the Treant to fly off the ground, spreading its enormous wings and creating a whirlwind in the arena. He felt that, given Harry's current abilities and physical metrics, it wasn't entirely impossible for his wand to be blown away by the strong wind. Fortunately, Harry wasn't lacking in that regard. He held his wand very steadily and carefully approached his Chinese fireball step by step. On the other side, Fleur could only helplessly start circling around her Swedish short snout, trying to make some noise to attract its attention, so she could get to the golden egg. The third match was relatively much less interesting. If Anriel were to evaluate, these two were each focused on their own tasks, resembling the first round of the original story. There was some excitement, but compared to Carmen's two appearances, it felt somewhat lacking. Look, our warrior, Mr. Potter, has already touched that golden dragon egg. However, the egg has been enchanted, So how can the invisible him take that dragon egg away from the range of the dragon's attacks? Anriel shifted his attention back from Little Crouch to Harry. From Anriel's observation, the imposter was quite nervous now. Whether it was the normal eye or the magical eye, both were fixated on Harry, and the hand gripping the cane had knuckles protruding, making it clear that this guy was straining and very tense. Anriel estimated that the invisibility potion's effect was about to wear off. Just as he had this thought, he saw half of a robe's hem suddenly appear in the arena. Harry seemed to be startled by this sudden change as well. "Quick, Harry! Grab the egg and retreat." Hagrid's hoarse voice mixed with the cheers and shouts. Even Fleur, at that moment, quietly took the golden egg while the Swedish short-snout dragon was distracted by some small thing she conjured. Time was running out. They got it. The golden egg left the dragon's nest. Bagman's incredibly excited voice echoed across the arena. It was Harry. In the end, he won this round thanks to some unnamed new product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and a bit of covert help from Barty Crouch Jr., who was disguised as Alastair Moody. Of course, this couldn't change the fact that Hogwarts had been nearly crushed by Durmstrang, specifically by Krum, in the previous round. The competition format had changed. Harry won the final round against Fleur, although neither of them had any significant highlights. But without a doubt, the sudden use of a powerful invisibility potion was the biggest highlight of this match. It was uncertain whether the Weasley brothers would make this public. After all, Anriel had said that it wasn't technically against the rules. If it were made public, an explosion of orders and Mrs. Weasley's furious roar were all predictable outcomes. These two troublemakers used Harry as a test subject. If the result hadn't been good, Anriel felt that Mrs. Weasley would have stormed into the school to tear apart her two unruly sons. Anyway, the result was what it was. Now, let's have the 5 judges score the performances of the champions in the first round. Bagman's work wasn't done yet. He continued to stand on the podium, excitedly fulfilling his duties. First, the best overall performance went to Durmstrang. Victor Krum, with his outstanding performance, perfectly seized the opponent's weapon during the competition, showcasing incredible reaction speed and adaptability. Although he unfortunately left the match injured, it didn't change his remarkable talent and strength. Carmen Crowlin was undoubtedly the dark horse of this Triwizard tournament. He faced a dragon alone and successfully obtained the required item, calmly and meticulously observing the situation. With great skill and boldness, he snatched the most dangerous treasure in the arena, leaving the audience in shock at his strength. Indeed, professionals are professionals, Anriel marveled. It's hard to comprehend the hype. One can only say that as a sports host, he always manages to highlight the shining points. Now, let the judges score Victor Krum. After shouting, Bagman raised his wand to the sky. A golden, rope-like flame shot out from the tip of his wand, twisting into a number in the air. 8, then. According to the seating order of the judging panel, Madame Maxime gave Krum a score of 6. Perhaps it was because Carmen's performance was too dazzling, and she needed to appropriately lower the score for Durmstrang. Barty Crouch seemed to be scoring Krum, but in reality, he was scoring himself. 7-0. It seems Anriel was overthinking. This was simply Krum's poor performance. Now it was Igor Karkaroff's turn to score. 10. Ha ha ha. All right, no problem there. Now Anriel could confirm that Krum's performance was indeed lacking. It was Dumbledore's turn to score. HM. The old man didn't even make a move to draw his wand. Anriel saw Dumbledore's performance and even saw him wink at her. All right. Anriel snapped his fingers, and with his left hand, he pointed his wand at the sky. A silver-blue fire serpent erupted, coiling in the air. 8. A standard, even slightly high score. Anriel's choice is the same as Ludovagman's. By this calculation, Krum's total score is 39 points. Ludovagman continues to announce the other competitors, the warriors. Judges, please score Carmen Clown. He excitedly raises his wand. 10. Full score. Anriel nodded. If nothing unexpected happened, it was mainly because Carmen's performance in the competition truly pleased Bagman. For a straightforward athlete, it was completely worth it for Bagman to give Carmen a perfect score. Moreover, Carmen's performance was evident to all. Next, Barty Crouch, 9 points. Madame Maxim, 9 points. Igor Karkaroff, 9 points. Anriel raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Karkaroff was determined to curry favor with Krum. Perhaps he thought Krum had more value than Carmen. Anriel wasn't quite sure, but it was his turn to score. He had already made a decision. 2 streams of fire shot out from the tip of his wand. 10 points. Another perfect score. Carmen's total score was 47 points. Just 3 points short of the maximum score of 50. The crowd gasped in excitement, mainly because Anriel replaced Dumbledore's scoring position, representing the headmaster of Hogwarts. He gave a perfect score to the warriors from Durmstrang. This doesn't seem right, does it? The students of Hogwarts looked at each other in confusion, but hesitated because it was Anriel. Anriel must have his reasons for doing this, right? However, Bagman didn't give the audience much time to ponder. Next up, it's the Warriors of Buzzbottom. Please, judges, score Miss Fleur Delacour. Ludo Bagman gave an 8. The same score he gave to Crumb. Madame Maxim scored her own warrior a perfect 10. Karkaroff surprisingly gave her 6. Not that it's too low, but it's too high for Karkaroff. Anriel looked surprised. Could this guy also be controlled by the soul-stealing curse? However, after seeing the old man's gaze towards Fervent, Anriel couldn't hold back anymore. No, sister, can't you tone down that passive ability a bit? Do you really need this? It's disgusting to force yourself to take a big bite, only to end up with just a few extra points in the end. Anriel shook his head. He did not understand, nor respect. Thank you. The final score of Fervent Delacour was also 39 points. Interesting. Please, esteemed judges, score Miss Sophie Clare. Ludo Bagman, 7 points. Madame Maxim, 9 points. Barty Crouch, 6 points. Igor Karkaroff, 5 points. Anriel Grindelwald, 7 points. The total score of 34 points is the lowest so far. This is understandable, as the performance speaks for itself. That sister did nothing in that round but take hits. Next, we have 2 champions from Hogwarts asking the judges to score Mr. Cedric Diggory. Bagman surprisingly took a moment to think, and then he raised his wand to give a score of 9 points. Madame Maxim and Barty Crouch both gave a score of 8 points. Igor Karkaroff still gave a score of 5 points. Anriel estimated that Kakarov would also score 5 points for Harry's last words. Anriel gave Cedric a score of 8, which is the same as the scores he gave to Fleur and Crumb. Cedric's final total score was 38, missing by 1 point. Perhaps that missing point would ultimately save his life. Who knows? In the end, Harry's score was quite normal. Bagman gave Harry 10 points, while Crouch gave him 9. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff gave 7 and 5 points, respectively, just as Anriel had guessed. Anriel still gave Harry 8 points. This resulted in Harry also having 39 points, tying with Fleur and Crumb. This is a good thing. After Anriel put several fire dragons to sleep, he walked towards the emergency tent at the other end of the arena. He saw a figure in white coming in and out, walking back and forth. That should be Madame Pomfrey. She seemed very displeased to see the fire dragons brought into the campus because of the Triwizard Tournament. Anriel is certainly not here to find Crumb and Cedric, as they're now wrapped up like Zongzi, lying in bed, with only their faces able to move. Anriel easily found the person he was looking for, Carmen, diagonally across Crumb's bed. Oh yeah. Carmen didn't seem surprised that Anriel came to find him right after finishing his score. Going out to talk? Anriel nodded. Carmen rolled off the bed and could see that his broken leg had healed. As he walked out of the tent, Carmen casually waved his wand, and Madame Pomfrey, who passed by them, seemed to not see the two of them at all. Did he heal himself? Anriel tilted his head and glanced at Carmen, smiling as he asked. Of course, Madame Pomfrey is an excellent healer, but she is not an alchemist. Carmen chuckled, bent down, and tore off the bandage wrapped around his leg. The pink, fresh flesh, the dark red scabs, and the semi-transparent bionic skeleton and tendons. I said, dude, you didn't see through me the moment my leg broke, did you? Carmen looked at Anriel, curiously observing the expression on his face regarding his broken leg, sighed, and asked with a sense of resignation, I guess so. Anriel nodded and then shook his head. It's mainly because you look too wealthy. A vivid question mark appeared on Carmen's face. My tree bee has been specially modified, aside from not being able to kill. It can do many things that ordinary fire dragons cannot. Anriel said slowly, even its dragon flame keeps spewing out, at least it's a yellowed object. He glanced at Carmen sideways. So don't pretend to be dumb with me. This body of yours is a reddened object, and that leg was cut off by you. Don't blame it on me, you little psycho. Carmen grinned, showing his teeth. Anriel continued to ask him, what about you? Aren't you coming out to communicate with me? I'm currently tied up with the Durmstrang delegation. Carmen shrugged, sounding a bit helpless. Anriel nodded. Then how should I address you later? Should I still call you Carmen? Or should I use your sage name? Most alchemists are respectfully referred to as sages, and they have their own sage names passed down through their lineage, which can be inherited by their most favored disciples. This Carmen. Did you even guess this? Carmen stuck out his tongue, and Anriel looked at him with a gaze similar to that of a wise staff. All right then, let me formally introduce myself. The puppet sage, Masquerade Clown. Carmen, or rather Masquerade, extended a hand. Anriel shook his head. Anriel Grindelwald, the pinnacle of artificial beings. Perhaps this was the most thorough self-exposure Anriel had experienced since his crossing. Never doubt each other's expertise. Long before Anriel recognized Carmen's identity as an artificial being, Masquerade had already identified Anriel's identity as an artificial being. There was no point in mutual concealment because it couldn't be hidden. The puppet sage Masquerade is a sage name from the renowned alchemical family, the clown family, in Italy. Masquerade, in Italian, means masquerade ball. As the ancestors of the clown family won the emperor's favor through puppetry and stage plays. Although Carmen's identity is questionable, since the person before him has inherited the name Masquerade, he is the current head of the clown family. This family has been researching human alchemy from ancient times to the present, and one could say they're a bunch of madmen. However, their madness is principled and profound. For hundreds of years, this family has adhered to the principle of voluntariness, and all alchemical materials are obtained through legitimate transactions, which is also a form of contractual power. If one must categorize them, they would likely fall under the order of lawful evil within the system. So what is your purpose? Anriel casually asked this sensitive question, knowing that Masquerade's goal was not himself, and that his curiosity about him was merely superficial. This was mainly because he had a soul, which was contrary to the beliefs of the puppet sage. Masquerade was clearly not a fool. He knew he could never defeat Anriel. So, it was better to befriend him and take him as a reference. However, Masquerade's answer surprised Anriel. I want to see if the great revolutionary I've only seen in textbooks has descendants who are as great as he was. Interesting. So what have you figured out? Anriel smiled and asked. Masquerade's lips curled up. It's indeed good. The tone was quite old-fashioned. But Anriel knew the true nature of this guy. A 10-year-old speaking so maturely. Hard to break. So, are you planning to win this tri-champion competition along the way? Anriel changed the subject. No, it's too troublesome. I don't need the money. Masquerade controlled Carmen and shook his head. Don't change the subject yet. I have another question. Anriel smirked, suddenly feeling unaccustomed to dealing with such straightforward and clever people. Go ahead and ask. You don't plan on starting a revolution, do you? If you want to start a revolution, count me in, but mainly because I'm tired of those useless leeches. At this point, Anriel was left with a face full of question marks. Brother, do we know each other that well? We've only exchanged a few words, and now you're talking about rebellion? Although I do indeed have such thoughts, why would someone like you, a highly praised alchemist and a beneficiary of the current regime, want to rebel? Anriel adjusted her expression and smiled as she replied to Masquerade. Yes, but there's an entry threshold. What threshold? Could you die for a moment? Anriel smiled as she raised her left hand. On her thumb, the resurrection stone engraved with the grim mark of death appeared extraordinarily somber under the bright sunlight. Masquerade's expression stiffened. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether Anriel was joking or serious. Even with a puppet in between them, he could sense the intense aura of death emanating from the resurrection stone. However, this aura seemed not entirely of death. Was there also life? After all, as a renowned alchemist, his sensitivity to this kind of aura was far greater than that of an ordinary person. Masquerade quickly discerned that this stone could not only bring true death, but also false survival. Was it capable of infusing the souls of the deceased into intact bodies? His gaze was intense as he fixated on the resurrection stone in Anriel's hand. The one you have is one of the legendary 3 death artifacts, the resurrection stone. Isn't it? If so, based on my previous question, must it be the soul of the original body that can be infused into the shell? Before the soul is infused, is the body a living organism or a dead corpse? If it is a dead corpse, does that mean it is merely a puppet controlled by the soul? Anriel, you're a living being. I am absolutely certain that both your body and soul are alive. Therefore, you are not a puppet. But is the being you resurrected still alive? Or is it merely a puppet controlled by a deceased person? Masquerade became increasingly agitated as he spoke, and it seemed he had convinced himself. Okay, I can die to conduct this experiment. Anriel raised an eyebrow. Almost forgot, this is a madman. A madman is great. Especially a highly intelligent and rationally obsessed person. That's even better. After Regulus went to Paris, the research on magical firearms logistics came to a halt. Although Masquerade specializes in human alchemy, which isn't exactly related, at least he can still be considered an alchemist, having only crossed a little over the professional line. Anriel thought for a moment and felt that this could work. What Masquerade wanted was simply to improve further in the field of human puppetry. Considering that he immediately asked if she was plotting a rebellion, it was clear he wasn't a good person. All right, you can go to the library tomorrow at noon and wait for me. My main body will go over. Anriel thought for a moment and said, it doesn't necessarily have to be your physical body that dies. Perhaps your expertise can help us delve deeper into this research. Masquerade suddenly showed a look of difficulty. What's wrong? Anriel was curious. Anriel, you should know that my title as sage is inherited from my family. I know. Then, my knowledge of alchemy must also be a family secret. Masquerade's expression was complicated. There are spells of forbidden knowledge in our bloodline. Then, before Anriel could say anything, he suddenly had a bright idea, right? It's forbidden knowledge. Anriel suddenly had a bad feeling. Calm down. Anriel, you were 16 this year? Yeah, that's right. Anriel hesitated before giving a positive answer. That's great. You are 7 years older than me. And this magical number is enough to establish a relationship recognized by family magic between us. Anriel curiously asked, so, based on this acknowledged relationship, what will you call me? Masquerade looked excited and shouted without hesitation, Godfather. You just called it out so sweetly? Me? Godfather? Are you serious? Anriel's eyebrows are almost twisted into a shape. Although a considerable number of wizards are Protestants, this is how the title of Godfather emerged in the wizarding world, but magic itself is inherently irreverent. Can this actually be recognized by the family magic? Anriel has gained some knowledge. Moreover, according to the definition of the Godfather identity, Masquerade has accepted a Godfather he has only known for less than 100 days in just a few seconds. How bold of him. We'll talk about this later and arrange it when we have time. Masquerade nodded, acknowledging Anriel's statement. After all, there are still several months between the first round and the second round of the competition. Well, I'll head back first, Godfather. Anriel felt a subtle sense of discomfort rising within him. Is he really changing his mind this quickly? Not even a hint of hesitation or resistance. What a peculiar person. Demanding morality with capability, integrity with finesse, and dignity with faith. However, doesn't matter to Anriel. He isn't losing anything. This resurrection stone is truly a no-risk, high-reward deal. Masquerade and Anriel parted ways, one heading towards a rescue tent while the other went straight back to the castle. The clues about the golden egg are unified. Bagman will tell them how to open it. However, the clues on the golden dragon scales are all different. The only one who collected the most golden dragon scales, Carmen, doesn't even care about these. She didn't mention a single word about the scales during their earlier conversation. Who cares about that? Oh, Furong, Sophie, Cedric, Harry, and Crumb care. It's too much to handle. The next match is scheduled for February 24th of next year, giving everyone plenty of time to recover. However, with magical healing guaranteed, both Cedric and Crumb should be able to make it to the Grand Christmas Ball. Anriel remembered that before the first match, Crumb often ran to the library. The international athlete seemed to be captivated by the knowledge-filled Hermione. Well, anyway, now that Hermione is broken up with Ron, it wouldn't be too bad if those two ended up together. Anriel walked down the stairs towards the common room. He didn't know what the atmosphere was like in other houses, but the Ravenclaw common room was definitely filled with a group of curious little ones waiting for him to tell stories. I imagine the Gryffindor common room must be quite lively today, right? You ask about the Hufflepuff common room? Cedric is still lying in the hospital wing, wrapped up like a dumpling. Anriel shrugged as he just opened the door to the Ravenclaw common room. Luna was already at the fireplace, lifting her little head and looking at him eagerly. Is it beautiful? It's so exciting. Luna nodded enthusiastically. She was holding something that looked like a tablet. In fact, from its function, it should indeed be called a tablet. Whether it was a fixed view or the moving perspective of a dragon, it was like a camera following the action, as long as Luna wanted. She could even see the first-person view of the dragon from this tablet, just like watching a live broadcast. No, this seemed to be a live broadcast. This was the new device that Anriel had prepared, using magical commands to replace most of the electrical signals. He planned to apply this set of equipment in the second and third rounds of the competition. After all, having a group of spectators gather by the lake, waiting for the Warriors for 2 hours was too much. Should their cheers only sound at the moment the Warriors entered and exited the water? Let's put aside the matter of the second event for now. Even the Christmas party is still 2 whole months away. A day later, Anriel arrived at the library. At a glance, he spotted the only child among a group of teenagers. Masquerade had come as promised. It was only now that Anriel had the chance to take a good look at this 9-year-old alchemical genius. How to put it? The child had the most ordinary hairstyle, and his black hair inexplicably gave Anriel a sense of familiarity. It was as if you were just an incredibly average elementary school student from a boarding school in a past life, completely inconspicuous in a crowd, without any special traits. Anriel looked around at the little boy and found it really interesting. To be honest, he admired the behavior of unhesitatingly recognizing a godfather in the pursuit of truth. So what's the deal with you Protestants getting baptized? I don't really understand this aspect. It can't just be that if you acknowledge it, I am one, right? Anriel voiced his doubts. Masquerade glanced around and asked, is there a place here that only you can enter, one with strong confidentiality? Oh, the room of requirement would be perfect for that. Ever since Anriel first studied the resurrection stone in the room of requirement, no one else has been able to enter. It truly achieved the private use of public resources. Anriel swiftly grasped the room of requirement and immediately refined it. However, it wasn't completely off limits. Those who needed to hide illegal items, or those like Dumbledore who couldn't find the bathroom in the middle of the night, could still use it. A few minutes later, Anriel brought Masquerie to the front of the room of requirement. "What a great place!" Masquerie exclaimed, seemingly excited as if he had seen something incredible. "What's wrong? Aren't you a puppet alchemist? Why are you interested in this kind of thing?" Anriel asked curiously. "I indeed cannot understand the principles of this thing, but that doesn't prevent me from appreciating it." Masquerie, with a serious expression, pointed at the large door. "Do you realize that this room can read the memories and thoughts of everyone who passes before it?" "Is indeed so, but can't this be achieved through mind extraction techniques?" Masquerie shook his head. "The essence of mind extraction is to extract your emotions and fragments of memory. The processing is essentially done by your own thoughts. Let me give you an example. You want an apple and express the concept of one in your mind, but a non-human entity does not understand this concept. It might interpret it as refusal or rejection, which are completely opposite concepts. To make the wish-granting room work, you must implant a complete set of wizardly common sense." Masquerie turned to the wish-granting room and clicked his tongue. "And this is almost completely impossible." He paused and shook his head. "History is shrouded in doubt. Sometimes, I really wonder if those generations of people who stirred up trouble in the river of time really left this world obediently with the Grim Reaper." He took a deep look at the resurrection stone in Anriel's hand, said nothing more, and pushed open the large door of the wish-granting room to step inside. Inside, relying on Masquerie's thoughts, it transformed into a raised baptismal pool, which seemed to be the size suitable for a baptism. Above the baptismal pool, the face of the statue was blurred. Masquerie glanced at the statue, and there was no trace of reverence in his eyes. It was clear he did not believe in gods. It makes sense. Puppet alchemy is said to be the most blasphemous type of alchemy. In this branch of alchemy, the human body itself is the most readily available material. It should be like this. Masquerie explored the edge of the baptismal platform, and as if he pressed some mechanism, the platform made a clicking sound, and something popped out from the side. "You see, this room has almost 100% restored the appearance of the baptismal platform from my memories of my family. Even the mechanism is there." As Masquerie demonstrated the object in his hand to Anriel, he explained. He was now holding a sharp silver knife. "We don't believe in Muggle gods, so to speak. Since the main purpose of this baptism is to have you recognized by our family's bloodline curse, many steps will change." As he spoke, Masquerie reached for the stone water basin and made a cut on his finger with the knife. Bright red blood droplets fell into the basin, gradually turning the clear water into a light red color. Seeing that it was about enough, Masquerie flicked his finger and a small burst of white light swept over. The wound on his fingertip healed as before. "It's your turn. About 10 to 20 drops should be enough." Masquerie flicked the blade, and not a single drop of blood remained. He handed the clean, sharp ritual blade to Anriel. "Anriel is not being pretentious anyway. It's just a few drops of blood. If one could really deduce Anriel's physical structure from these few drops of blood, then the alchemist's abilities would be close to directly creating a second Anriel." The blood of Anriel merged with the pale red water, which was eerily reflecting the light in the stone basin. This stuff was definitely not holy water. Who knows what would happen if it were used for baptism? I could see Masquerie standing nearby with his eyes closed, clutching a piece of parchment that he seemed to have pulled from nowhere, muttering something that looked rather insane. What was he doing? Anriel asked curiously. "Just read the baptismal words as I say them." Masquerie opened his eyes, unfolded the parchment in his hand, read through it to confirm there were no mistakes, and then handed it to Anriel. How should I put it? It's quite blasphemous. This 9-year-old boy didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it. From Anriel's perspective, this kid clearly didn't believe in religion. "Come on." The boy closed his eyes, knelt down in front of the baptismal font without hesitation, decisively. Anriel twitched the corners of his mouth, standing opposite Masquerie, and dipped his hand into the basin of holy blood water. He glanced at the parchment in his hand, and the twitching of his mouth became even more pronounced, as if it had suddenly cramped. The kid is truly a kid. If Masquerie's parents were still alive, this would indeed be a great act of filial piety. "By the Trinity, in my name, I cleanse you of your sins, sharing the grace of the same bloodline, to prove that you and I are newly washed kin today. You gain a father, and I gain a son." The situation froze. A free son? Who understands the family dynamics? Anriel closed his eyes and drew a hexagram on Masquere's forehead, while his hands on either side traced 2 alchemical circles. He wasn't closing his eyes to put on a show. If he kept them open, he was afraid he'd laugh out loud at the expression on the little brother below. The blood light flickered, and the alchemical markings began to pulse rhythmically, appearing quite eerie. However, the expression on the little brother in the center of the flickering markings seemed a bit out of place. To be honest, Masquerade looked like he had no faith at all. So is this it? Anriel carefully observed Masquerade for a moment, uncertainly asking, since every profession has its specialization, and this strange alchemy was not his area of expertise. It's done. Masquerade closed his eyes and carefully felt it, and although he didn't know what he was sensing, it seemed to be fine. After that, you can acquire the knowledge of the Crown family in the capacity of the Crown family's patriarch, of course, without divulging even a word to anyone outside of the legitimate wife. At this point, Masquerade looked at Anriel suspiciously. You don't have a wife yet, do you? Anriel shifted his gaze. Masquerade's expression on his face was somewhat stiff. You don't have a wife yet, do you? Anriel glanced sideways and whistled. Then his kidney received a righteous blow from his disciple. The force wasn't strong, just playful. Anriel didn't pay much attention to the frustrated little kid. After all, having multiple dads for the sake of academic research was somewhat acceptable, but having more than one mom was a bit much. Putting that aside, Anriel asked Masquerade, do you have another name? I can't just call you by your sage name every day, can I? Masquerade nodded. You can just call me Matthew. Anriel casually responded, indicating that he understood, and then pushed open the door of the House of Requests. The two of them went outside and parted ways. Masquerade needed to return to his brother Carmen, while Anriel had nothing particular to do, but he couldn't just go causing trouble on the Durmstrang ship. So aside from not being able to go with Masquerade, he could go anywhere. A few minutes later, in the Ravenclaw common room. It should be lunchtime now, and a significant portion of the Ravenclaw students were located in the library. Anriel only needs to close his eyes and sense the souls within the school grounds to quickly find the person he is looking for, without needing a live map. So what is the purpose of him having this map? Is it just to annoy Porter? Anriel soon found the person he was looking for. In the room. In Anriel's room. Knock knock. Anriel knocked on the door and then pushed it open directly. Good afternoon. What's my angel doing here? Anriel looked at Luna, who was leaning against the bed, with some curiosity and asked, whether it was the magic lighting or something else. Luna's face looked a bit pale and somewhat listless, as if she were unwell. Are you feeling unwell? Anriel sat at the edge of the bed and instinctively reached out to place a hand on Luna's forehead, feeling the girl's body temperature. Cold. As cold as a block of ice. This is not good. Anriel's medical knowledge is relatively lacking, and he is basically only skilled in treating injuries. He doesn't know what has happened to Luna. Andy, I'm fine, Luna gently spoke, seemingly wanting to explain, but unsure of how to articulate it. She bit her lip, and her eyes blinked. In her blue irises, there seemed to be a hint of red, as if ink had smudged them. Anriel looked at Luna, silent. Then, he suddenly leaned down and hugged Luna, catching the girl off guard. Her heart was still beating strongly in her chest, and her body still had the minimum human body temperature. Anriel frowned slightly at the angle where Luna couldn't see him. His earlier doubts were once again in conflict. The two of them held each other for a while, until Luna chuckled softly, which made Anriel's brow relax a bit, and he let go of her. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong, Luna said, leaning forward and lightly kissing the corner of Anriel's lips like a dragonfly, touching the water. Anriel let out a soft sigh. You know how important you are to me. After saying this, he wrapped his arm around Luna's waist and gently laid her down on the bed, then lay down beside her. I know, just like you are in my heart. Luna sighed softly, her voice as ethereal as usual. So what are you doing? Is it an experiment? Anriel turned to Luna. From this angle, at such a close distance, Luna's face now appeared completely pallid, even more so than before. It leaned towards a magical creature. Her complexion was deathly pale, yet her beauty was striking. Her body temperature was low, and her pupils had a hint of red. But Luna was indeed alive. She was doing just fine, and even her temperature hadn't dropped all at once. This wasn't a trait typical of a blood clan. That was why Anriel felt he must have guessed wrong. Similarly, he was also unclear why Luna exhibited characteristics of a blood clan. With her current abilities, aside from voluntarily experimenting on herself, Anriel didn't believe any vampire or bat could bite her when she was completely unguarded. It was simply impossible. The joy he felt from acquiring a new subordinate had been largely dissipated, replaced by worry and doubt. Don't hurt yourself, promise me. She nodded. Days later, Masquerade forcefully pulled back the bolt of his sniper rifle, carefully observing the weapon that was nearly as tall as he was. Maybe you're right. After some more years, the survival space for wizards will only become smaller. He leveled a rifle and aimed at the target on the other side of the 100-meter shooting range that seemed to have extended out of the wish-fulfilling room. Even without cooperating with alchemical inscriptions, this thing called a modern firearm could easily take down an unprepared wizard. Bang! A loud noise erupted, loud enough to rival a bomb explosion. A trail of fire shot straight out of the muzzle, just like tracer rounds, racing towards the distant target. The problem was, this wasn't tracer fire. That was flames. Boom! The struck target exploded into flames, turning into carbon dust within a few breaths and disappearing from Anriel and Masquere's sight. Anriel smacked his lips. Sure enough, professional matters should be handled by professionals. He himself is just a half-baked talent, and his alchemy skills are all inherited. Grindelwald himself wasn't an alchemy master either. Just look at those professional alchemists. They've only been on the job for a few days, and their improved products are already ready for use. Anriel's mass production of this thing is purely a miracle achieved through sheer effort. Unlike others who rely on mana to boost efficiency, Masquerade truly has the technology. In addition to this matter, Anriel, at Masquerade's own request, and after repeatedly confirming informed consent, has turned him into one of his apostles. Now, there are a total of 3 people enjoying such treatment: Regulus, Rodolphius, and Masquerade. Years later, when Anriel looks back on this time, he will also feel a sense of nostalgia. One of the team members, the boss, actually settled on the team name without consulting the other 2 at all. You 3 will henceforth serve the dead. Perhaps you can be called. Anriel looked at the wisps of gray mist swirling around Masquerade and said softly, servants of the dead. For now until Christmas, no one has much to do. Well, that statement isn't entirely accurate. In fact, everyone has their own things to attend to. Let's take a few examples. Anriel is busy improving all those metal wands that muggles used to harm each other with Masquerade. The secret knowledge passed down through generations of the clown family has greatly benefited Anriel. Ever since the first project, no, it should be said since returning from the World Cup, Ginny has been deeply focused on her studies. Fred and George even at one point thought that their lively and adorable little sister had contracted a disease called learning. No, a terminal illness. Then they were confronted by Percy. And Hermione. She seems to still be holding on to her views. For some reason, she is so stubborn about the matter of house elves. Meanwhile, Harry, Cedric, and the other warriors are crazily searching for the secret of the golden egg. Oh, except for Masquerede's puppet, Carmen, all the other warriors. Anriel had previously asked Masquer casually, and the answer he received was not unexpected. Masquer had indeed long since unraveled the secret of the golden egg, as well as those golden dragon scales, quenching. First, burn with the flame representing the fire dragon, then extinguish the flame with the water representing the next competition. And you can obtain the methods recorded on the dragon scales to overcome obstacles. There are a total of 4 golden dragon scales, among which the one on the tree B provided the most detailed hint. That scale directly imprinted the map of the Black Lake on it, though it didn't go so far as to mark the route. The other 3 corresponded to a few relatively dangerous or troublesome areas, along with their respective solutions. It seemed that the difficulty of the second game had greatly decreased. Impossible. In the second round of the competition, Anriel would still participate, and the depth of his involvement would surpass that of the first round. After all, in the first round, Anriel only controlled the fire dragon. Once he personally donned his gear, the 5 warriors would deeply understand what an insurmountable gap in strength meant. 5th grade, Charms class. 10 minutes before the end of class, Professor Flitwick announced that everyone could start packing up. All right, everyone, put away your textbooks and such. Professor Flitwick's thin voice echoed in the aisle until he stepped onto the podium, allowing all the students in the classroom to see him. Children, I have something to say. The Triwizard Tournament does not include a competitive part. In December, we will have a joint event with the 3 schools, held in the form of a ball. Professor Flitwick smiled. This event will require your formal robes. Professor Flitwick basically assumed that his Ravenclaw students were well aware of the processes for the Triwizard Tournament and the joint Christmas ball. However, the 5th grade Gryffindor students in the same class seemed less clear. Some of them even expressed their surprise. What dance partner? Professor Flitwick answered this question, and they were even more shocked. We actually have to find a partner of the opposite sex? It was evident that without a troublemaker like Harry Potter around, based solely on the frequency of the Triwizard Tournament, who knows how long it would take for the Hogwarts students to hold such a large-scale ball? Professor, can we, A Ravenclaw student stood up to ask, but spoke hesitantly, his face quite red. Oh, sit down, Simon. I know what you're going to ask. Professor Flitwick glanced at the speaker and immediately laughed, signaling him to sit down, indicating that he didn't need to force himself to ask the question. You can certainly invite students from other schools, as long as you truly believe you can succeed and are not blinded by a certain magic. Professor Flitwick's last sentence seemed to have a pointed meaning, likely having recognized or encountered the wonderful magic derived from Fleur Delacour's lineage. Unfortunately, Anriel was not present. Otherwise, he would probably have picked up on the headmaster's implications. By the way, does Anriel know about this? About the ball? Someone asked, but their voice trailed off halfway. It was likely they had thought of something, and most of the Ravenclaws present realized that this question was meaningless. So Professor Flitwick laughed. Of course he knows. Moreover, usually, this ball is not open to students below the 4th year. But if he has an upperclassman inviting him, that's another story, haha. The atmosphere was relaxed, in stark contrast to the gloomy Harry. This Hogwarts warrior truly had no idea about inviting a partner for the ball. Although there were many girls he didn't know, who wanted to try to gain that honor. Cedric had been seen walking with Cho Chang these days, and quite a few people noticed. However, clearly, Harry was unaware of this. Fleur had invited Karma Mastery, and she treated this as quite an amusing joke. Miss Sophie seemed to have a boyfriend since her dance partner was a student from Beauxbatons. As for Krum, Andy, do you know which Durmstrang Quidditch star he invited to the ball? Luna seemed quite pleased. Krum? It looks like he invited a friend, you know. Anriel knowingly asked a question. Is that so? Luna nodded. That warrior named Krum actually went to invite Hermione Granger. Anriel shows a perfectly timed expression of surprise. Hermione. Krum has quite good taste. Anriel said with a smile. Let me share some news as well. Our Mr. Porter failed to invite Miss Zhang because she is Cedric's dance partner. Anriel chuckled twice with a teasing tone. Wow. Luna stuck out her tongue and made a face, expressing her shock. So who would Harry invite? I don't know. Anriel shrugged. Maybe we'll find out on the day of the Christmas dance. Luna nodded again. What can I say? Anriel never mentioned the invitation to Luna, nor did anyone invite him personally. It seemed like something that had already been decided. It felt like a mutual understanding of life, both parties aware of each other's feelings. However, Luna's physical condition didn't seem too good. The Christmas ball, or rather, on Christmas Day itself, Anriel put on his blood moon-like ceremonial robe. Is it a coincidence? When choosing a new ceremonial robe, Anriel chose the blood-red satin velvet. It perfectly matches Luna now. Luna's outfit is in silver and blue, dazzling and eye-catching like the bright moon. As for why Anriel is wearing this outfit so early in the morning, first of all, he is wearing a matching shirt underneath the robe, not the full ceremonial set. Secondly, it might be because Anriel thinks this outfit is perfectly suitable as casual wear. Luna sat up from beside Anriel, looking bewildered, rubbing her eyes, appearing very sleepy and also very cute. What time is it? Anriel gently turned to the girl and placed a kiss on her forehead. Your schedule is a bit chaotic. Dear, by the way, Merry Christmas. You too? Merry Christmas. Luna sleepily reached out her hand and wrapped it around Anriel's neck, hanging on like a koala. After a moment of tenderness between them, Anriel gently covered Luna with a blanket, carefully adjusted the curtains, sighed, and left the room. Luna was sleeping soundly. Not like the first time she came to this room, when she mischievously opened her eyes and looked around. Blood tribe. Anriel never thought about protecting Luna in the palm of his hand, shielding her from all the setbacks and hardships she might face. It is precisely this approach that has made Luna's abilities extraordinarily outstanding now. Even Anriel couldn't figure out where this 13-year-old girl got the blood of Duke Vlad. Because only the blood of the first-generation blood ancestor has such a long transformation period when converting vampires. Luna is moving towards the very source of this species. Perhaps she also knows that those inferior lower races are not worthy of Anriel. In any case, Anriel will explain it to her tonight. As for the details, that can wait. Among a group of little wizards and witches wrapped in robes, Anriel, dressed in Muggle-style suits, stands out remarkably, mainly because not only is his outfit stylish, but he is also handsome. Good morning, Professor Moody. Merry Christmas. Anriel raised his hand to greet and brushed past little Barty Crouch. To be honest for a moment, little Barty Crouch had the illusion that he had been seen through. The gaze of that magical eye followed Anriel until he disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Young Crouch, with his moody face, had a fluctuating expression. He seemed to sense a feeling of crisis from Anriel. This was probably because, due to Luna's situation, Anriel had not been in a good mood lately, which made the surrounding atmosphere considerably colder. During breakfast, as Anriel chewed on a biscuit, he suddenly received a letter. Garrows could be said to be the most eye-catching messenger in the entire banquet hall, and given the current situation, its master was also the most unique presence there. The letter was sent from Germany. So, it was Rodolphus's action. To your esteemed self. Once again, I express my gratitude for the authority and power you have bestowed upon me, enabling me, your servant, to proclaim your beliefs and grand plans to the world. Currently, I have assembled an army of 30,000 along the route from Munich to Berlin. Among them, 27,000 are resurrected deceased with basic cognitive abilities, capable of executing moderately complex tactical maneuvers. 1,400 are adult male wizards, covering almost all adult male population in the cities along the route, excluding Ministry of Magic employees, and some of them even include a portion of Ministry employees. 900 are women in logistics, and 700 are a youth army of underage wizards. For the sake of your influence and reputation, I have not allowed any underage wizards under 16 to participate in the rebellion. I believe that under normal circumstances, this letter should reach you on the morning of Christmas Day. At that time, we await your instructions to launch the Christmas Day raid to dismantle the German Ministry of Magic. Wishing you a pleasant mood this Christmas. Merry Christmas, your loyal follower, the servant of the deceased, Rodolphus Lestrange, respectfully. Anriel tapped his fingers lightly on the table and blinked. Look at the speed of this work. Look at their awareness. Indeed, the progress in the German district is faster. Regulus had been here before, but the issue didn't lie with him. It was with the relaxed French people themselves. Moreover, the French Ministry of Magic wasn't as universally despised as one might think. All these factors combined led to Regulus's current progress still being stuck at the stage of promoting and spreading revolutionary new ideas. However, the results are still quite good. Anriel closed his eyes and sensed the portion of authority he had delegated to Rodolphus. A significant part of it had been used for weapon manufacturing and a 27,000 strong undead army. At least Rodolphus had not misreported the data. Given the current situation, it seemed that Rodolphus had stripped away some of the death energy from civilians to achieve healing or physical enhancement, effectively winning people's hearts. The results were excellent. He was truly a self-taught genius of rebellion. Anriel thought for a moment and directly drafted a command, sending it to Rodolphus via the Resurrection Stone imprint. The general idea was acknowledged. The results are promising. The attack is tentatively scheduled to commence at 8 o'clock tonight, targeting only the Ministry of Magic officials, with no harm to civilians and no chaos allowed. The message was transmitted through the omnipresent death, and thus it reached Rodolphus in an instant. Rodolphus, who had just finished delivering a speech in a pub, paused for a moment, but quickly adjusted himself amidst the thunderous applause, continuing to incite the emotions of the crowd, making them erupt like a raging fire. The crowd was furious. It is now 8 o'clock in the morning. 12 hours later, the German Ministry of Magic will be like a hell on earth. Anriel did not think there was anything cruel about it. The most crucial point is that, unlike the Muggle Revolution, the common people in the wizarding world also have means and combat power to resist the regular army. The only difference between them and the regular army, namely the Aurors, is belief and combat experience, rather than a crushing superiority in equipment like that between the Muggle military and civilians. Moreover, what Rodolphus might be attacking could just be a group of 8 banner soldiers who haven't been mobilized on a large scale or suffered significant casualties for many years. Everything was so calm. In the morning, Anriel assisted his dean, Professor Flitwick, who is also the conductor of the school choir, in setting up the auditorium. On the way back to the lounge, Anriel saw Carmen chatting with Fleur, and the former winked at him. Anriel rolled his eyes at him. To be honest, he really couldn't understand whether Fervent was truly not getting any feedback when she was charming others. Otherwise, how could she have been enchanting a puppet for several days? Passing by the library, Anriel saw Hermione rushing out. "Hello, Hermione." Anriel calmly greeted her. "Oh, hello, Anriel." Hermione looked a bit distracted. Anriel squinted his eyes, looking past Hermione, and slowly raised a smile that seemed somewhat mocking to the newcomer. "Merry Christmas, Hermione and Mr. Krum." Hearing this, Hermione nearly jumped in fright. When she turned around, she saw Krum walking out of the library, standing a little behind her. Hermione twisted her hands together, glancing left at Anriel and right at Krum. The two were staring at each other without any attempt to avoid eye contact. Previously, Hermione had never delved deeply into who Victor Krum was, and thus had no way of knowing his background and past. It wasn't until recently, when Krum invited her to the ball, that she found out. After they got to know each other, Hermione learned that Krum had a grudge against Grindelwald. Most of the Durmstrang delegation held a grudge against Anriel, who represented Grindelwald. The world was indeed so magical. Hermione painfully closed her eyes, not knowing what he was thinking or what kind of psychological struggle he was going through. However, what she didn't know was that the tension between Krum and Anriel was not as sharp as she imagined. Krum knew how to measure his actions, while Anriel simply didn't care. "You two go ahead, I won't disturb." Anriel casually shrugged, a nonchalant smile on his face, and turned to leave the entrance of the library. Crumb silently watched Anriel's retreating figure. Hermione's gaze flitted back and forth between the two, unsure of how to speak up. Hermione, is he your friend? Crumb's dark voice broke the silence, but to Hermione's surprise, there seemed to be little hatred in his tone. Well, yes, he is. Hermione finally sighed and nodded hesitantly. Thank you. Crumb suddenly said thank you for no apparent reason, and then he too left the entrance of the library, but in the opposite direction of Anriel. This left Hermione standing there, bewildered, grappling with a problem her clever mind couldn't solve. Of course, a few hours later, Hermione would have to start sorting herself out, and there would be no chance to think about these matters for a while. When Anriel returned to the common room, he could see many students outside, through the window, engaged in a snowball fight. Many of the boys looked quite dashing, but Anriel felt that most of them hadn't found a dance partner. To be honest, Beauxbatons was not bad. The delegation from Durmstrang had a gender ratio of about 3:1. Just as Fred had said, all the good girls had been picked clean. After passing through the quiet Ravenclaw common room, Anriel quietly returned to his room. A pair of bright blue eyes opened in the darkness, looking towards the door just as Anriel opened it. Good afternoon, my little cutie. It seems you didn't sleep for that long, did you? Anriel spoke while raising his hand to turn on the wall lamp. Luna's figure almost silently teleported to his side, extending her arms to embrace him. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Not right now. Luna's voice remained ethereal, dreamlike. That's good. Get ready, we're going to the ball. In the evening, before the banquet, it was 6:15. The boys gradually joined their partners, entering the hall in an orderly manner. As for those who hadn't found a partner, well, they just hadn't found one. Laughs. Anriel was dressed in his blood-red robe that emitted a faint golden glow, moving with the grace of a once noble count's son. Noble yet arrogant, mad yet elegant. If one were to tell others that there was a vampire among this couple, those unaware of the truth would undoubtedly assume it was Anriel. Luna linked her arm with her beloved's, slowly moving forward according to his wishes, her face adorned with a smile called happiness. Once they found their seats, the two settled down. To be honest, Anriel was not very fond of formal dining, especially when everyone seemed to be too reserved to eat freely. Yet such a lavish meal of French cuisine was prepared. There was no intention of a black English meal. Truly, Anriel and Luna were seated at the main guest table. No one had any objections to this, or rather, the only ones who might have had an objection, like Kakarov and his ilk, did not dare to voice it. Anriel knows that among the so-called Death Eaters in the World Cup parade, there's the sole aura of Karkaroff. This guy's actions are also very much in line with his own personality, holding a wand, walking nervously in the middle of the team, always ready to disapparate and escape. So unlike Crumb's complex emotions, Karkaroff has a more pure attitude towards Anriel, coming from the heart. Anriel withdrew his gaze and sat down with Luna. Glancing at the golden little menu, Anriel ordered a honey steak, some fish soup, and frog legs. There was nothing wrong with that. The problem lay with Luna, who ordered a light white wine, French-baked snails, and a medium-rare veal steak. She put down the menu and turned to Anriel, innocently blinking her eyes. Very few people ordered such a steak. Even the French students at Busbarton hardly ever did. But rest assured, the ingredients at Hogwarts are fresh and safe, managed by a group of house elves who take pride in their work and possess high professional ethics. Go ahead. Nothing will go wrong, at least not before midnight. Anriel examined the piece of beef that was reddish and dripping with blood, and said to Luna, "Hey." Luna slightly pouted her lips. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, some time passed. In the evening, it was 7:15. Anriel walked in front of the crowd with Luna. To be precise, they walked in front of the warriors. The couple successfully captured everyone's attention with their elegant and stunning gowns and their graceful and dignified demeanor. Anriel and Luna seemed to naturally steal the spotlight that belonged to the warriors, becoming the sole focus of the event. Luna, with her petite frame, edged closer to Anriel, still not quite accustomed to the ballroom setting. "Relax, little rabbit. I probably just need to lead you for one dance," Anriel said. "Why do you keep calling me that?" "Hey, Mr. Little," Luna threatened, baring her already sharp pair of small fangs. Anriel smiled and said nothing. The current time is 7:45, and in 15 minutes, the ball will officially begin. "Please, warriors and the warriors' partners, come over here." Professor McGonagall's voice sounded right beside Anriel. Anriel will not dance with the warriors. Instead, the warriors will surround him and enter the dance floor centered around him during the second movement. Any objections? Keep them to yourself. However, it's not to say that no surprises will occur. Anriel squinted his eyes and looked at a warrior and his dance partner who were walking towards him. He saw Harry, but the focus was not on Harry, but on his dance partner, Ginny Weasley. Anriel is convinced that under her influence, Ginny's love interest should definitely not be Harry. Wait a minute. This guy seems to have a nickname. What was it again? The Gryffindor heartthrob. Oh no. Is Harry now positioned with Ginny as someone like Dean Thomas or Michael Corner? A backup? Just someone to casually date? Anriel thought more and more that this guess was very plausible. You're impressive. Poor Navi is going to have trouble finding a dance partner. Oh, and Ron doesn't have one either. Anriel no longer thinks about other people's matters, because the ball is about to begin. Just one more minute. The clock strikes 8, accompanied by the first beat of the waltz. Only one couple is dancing at this grand ball, which naturally has high technical requirements. However, it's okay. Anriel knows a little bit of everything. Anriel held Luna's hand and slowly glided into the center of the dance floor to the rhythm of the music. Rebels, kill without mercy. A cold voice echoed throughout the venue from afar in Berlin. Green and red lights flickered and intertwined, breaking the tranquility of the dark night sky. In the brightly lit dance floor, the young man steadied his lover's slender waist, gently holding her delicate hand, dancing gracefully with each step to the melodious music. Lifeless bodies fell, their eyes wide open as if unable to close in death, the light of life slowly fading away. Then those now dull eyes blinked stiffly, a dim glow flickering within them, as they picked up the wand that had flown from their grasp when they fell, returning to the battlefield. The tempo quickened, and the toes glided across the dance floor. The duet came to an end, and 10 warriors and their partners spun into the dance floor, moving gracefully to the rhythm of the second piece, each showcasing their own beauty. Their footsteps matched the beat of the music. Leather boots trampled on the blood of the fallen bodies. Anriel closed his eyes to the melodious music. He danced with Luna, in the pool of blood on the battlefield. In his perception, the scene of dancing was no longer the ballroom of the school castle, but a battlefield soaked in blood, filled with the scent of rust and gunpowder. The dance continued. The battle had not yet ceased. Finally, the finale arrived. The concerto of blood and waltz came to a stop. When Anriel's heel landed on the last note, far away in Berlin, Rodolph's boot stepped on the last resisting arm. Perfect curtain call. Anriel held Luna's hand, and the girl slightly lifted her skirt as they slowly bowed to the audience. He didn't care how enthusiastic the applause was. All he knew was that the smile of his beloved beside him came from the heart. The first song was only danced by Anriel, Luna, the warriors, and their partners. After that, the professors gradually entered the dance floor, and other students also began to join in. Anriel took Luna a little away from the central area to sit for a while. Luna didn't say anything because she also knew that a little guy would come to find Anriel soon. She had no objections. In fact, she was curious about how Ginny would treat Harry later. There was no malice in Luna's curiosity. It was simply pure curiosity. The tempo of the second piece was relatively fast, so Harry and Ginny did not keep Anriel and Luna waiting for long. Good evening, Anriel and Luna. Ginny greeted them generously. Today, she was wearing an old-fashioned lake blue robe, which must have been borrowed from some senior's formal gown. Ginny wasn't old enough to prepare a formal robe for herself, and the Weasley family obviously didn't have the extra financial resources to prepare such things for her in advance. However, even though this outfit didn't fit well, was outdated, had a simple color scheme, and plain patterns, it still looked stunning on Ginny. This was the effect of the wearer's own charm. Moreover, she seemed to have carefully dressed herself. In contrast, among the 4 gathered here, Harry was the least noticeable one. Oh, he seemed to have greeted Anriel as well, but his gaze lingered more on Hermione, Ron, and not far away, Cedric and Cho Chang, who were still in the center of the dance floor, truly living up to his pure-hearted, straightforward nature. Ginny casually glanced at her dance partner before turning to Anriel. Would you like to dance with me? Luna smiled gently, looking at Anriel with an expression that was almost, no, absolutely one of watching a show. The latter rolled her eyes. You too. That's enough. Anriel felt quite helpless as he glanced at Harry, who completely didn't understand the situation. If that's the case, Mr. Potter will be quite embarrassed. After hearing this, a subtle smile appeared on Ginny's face. Harry, are you still planning to invite me to dance? Or do you want to go accompany Ron later? Ginny turned to Harry without hesitation and asked this question. Harry was at a loss for words. It was clear that he really seemed to be thinking that way. Good. Ginny's expression remained unchanged as she turned back and extended a hand to Anriel, making the standard gesture for inviting a dance. This conversation felt very familiar. Anriel sighed and shrugged at Luna. She had a drink in her hand. The speed was so quick that it seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. and since she only took one cup, it meant that she agreed for Anriel and Ginny to go dance. This could be considered a tacit response with high emotional intelligence. Anriel gently placed his hand on Ginny's white, jade-like arm that she had extended. She then naturally linked her arm with his. Together, they stepped into the dance floor. It's easy to imagine how many eyes this combination would attract and how much gossip news could be unearthed and spread. Ginny is the partner of one of the 6 warriors. Anriel is the most well-known student in all of Hogwarts, and he is the one to open the dance tonight, accompanied by his famously known girlfriend. So what is the deal with this pair? That girl named Luna is actually just sitting beside them, leisurely sipping her drink? However, Ginny's dance partner, Harry Potter, seems a bit restless and anxious. The eyes of the crowd are sharp, especially during gossip. Among them, a pair of shrewd eyes, resembling water beetles, are almost focused like light bulbs. Rita Skeeter is also present. This is sure to become the headline news in tomorrow's entertainment section, right? Nevertheless, Ginny looks satisfied, her complexion rosy, and Anriel appears to be perfectly fine. Their dancing skills remain the highlight of the dance floor, standing out in a chaotic crowd of mismatched dancers. After a dance, well, are you satisfied? Anriel teased as he looked at Ginny. Not completely satisfied yet? Ginny smiled sweetly, indicating that she wasn't falling for it. Spare me, I really have quite a lot to do tonight. Anriel helplessly rubbed his forehead. Luna, who was beside him, couldn't help but blush slightly upon hearing this. I see, Ginny said thoughtfully. Anriel looked at her suspiciously. This little sister of the Weasley family was famous for her clever ideas. Occasionally, she could match the level of Fred and George, and that was no joke. However, Anriel didn't have much time to find any flaws in Ginny, because someone else had arrived. It was a girl in a light purple satin dress, Hermione. Victor had gone to get drinks. Anriel thought so, and less than a second after he finished thinking, Hermione indeed said the same. How interesting. Ginny looked at Hermione, who was different from her usual self, and praised her again. Even though she had seen Hermione many times in the hours before the ball, she was still amazed by her now. It couldn't just be because of that expensive gown, could it? Anriel actually has good reason to suspect that this dress was given to Hermione by Chrome, but there's no need to expose it, and this matter doesn't really concern Anriel much. All right, we should leave now. As I just mentioned, we have a lot to do tonight. Anriel turned to Luna, raising an eyebrow. It seemed that both Ginny and Hermione had something to say to him. Anriel's intuition told him that this wasn't good. Indeed, Luna looked up at the magical ceiling, where the decorated mistletoe corresponded with the constellations above. But we still have time. At least chatting is enough, she said cheerfully. Harry had long left, probably to find Ron, as Ginny had said. Now Anriel was half leaning against the wall, with 3 girls surrounding him in a triangular formation by the wall. Don't crowd around me like this. Let's find an empty table and sit down and chat. Anriel drained the bright red liquid from the goblet, flipped the cup upside down on the holder, and tilted her head slightly towards the distance. This cup did not contain blood, but rather raspberry juice. It was just a little prank from Luna, nothing to worry about. Anriel and the 3 girls took their seats. So, what do you all want to talk about? Luna was relatively easy to read. Anriel knew she just wanted to see some entertainment and how he would handle the 2 infatuated girls. However, he wasn't quite sure what Ginny and Hermione wanted. The thoughts extracted by the mind-reading spell were quite complex, to be precise, rather chaotic. Ginny was the first to speak, surprising everyone. Well, I originally wanted to ask if you had time tonight, but it seems there's really something urgent. She smiled slightly and turned to Luna, saying, but I won't give up. Okay. The 2 girls playfully nudged each other a few times. Anriel looked at Ginny. He tasted the bitterness and persistence in her inner thoughts. What she was thinking was definitely not what she was saying. Anriel was extremely certain of this, at least not as relieved as she had claimed. Hermione appeared out of place and was exceptionally awkward, according to some unknown law of conservation. Since Ginny was here to joke around, Hermione must be here to discuss serious matters. Sure enough, Anriel, now that Victor is not here. She hesitated for a moment, but still chose to speak up. The conflict between you and him stems from your parents. Irreconcilable. Anriel decisively interrupted Hermione's next words. You know, I am precisely the descendant of that person. The conflicts left by my cheap old dad during his active years are actually not a problem for me at all. Moreover, Anriel looked at Hermione and then paused, turning to Luna with an incredibly gentle gaze, softly saying, I have no weakness. Is that so? Hermione's tone was filled with a sense of loss. After thinking for a moment, she ultimately decided to ask what she most wanted to know. Even if it was just in these last few fleeting seconds, she wanted to ask Anriel, then what is your belief? Compared to your father's? Hermione posed this question to Anriel as if she were talking to herself. This is Hermione. Luna and Ginny looked at her with complicated expressions. Hermione's consideration for others' feelings was much more subdued than theirs. Of course, in a certain sense, this is also a kind of unique charisma that a leader possesses. Anriel was not angry, nor did he avoid the question, but instead showed a very serious expression. If you ask me this, I can only say that my belief is to help the people of this world progress together to the best of my ability and reduce internal strife. Anriel did not evade Hermione with a vague answer. To be honest, she is a very capable witch, and she comes from a Muggle background. If she could truly recruit her, it would indeed be very beneficial for Anriel's promotional efforts. Rodolphus took the entire German Ministry of Magic by force in the time it takes to dance a waltz, securing the first stronghold for Anriel's power. Perhaps this power should be named Death's Mark, just as those gathered under the Dark Mark are referred to as Dark Forces. Of course, not all followers of Voldemort are Death Eaters, so Anriel's forces cannot all be called Death Servants. He has already sent this change via email to Rodolphus. In any case, the wheels of history have begun to turn, and on this last day of the year in the West, a regime has been replaced. This news will likely spread throughout the magical world tomorrow. My views are more moderate, yet more extreme compared to my father's. I believe I can succeed, because I now possess powers he never had. That is true, not to mention the transformative Resurrection Stone. The 3 Deathly Hallows are still firmly in Anriel's hands. Anriel doesn't care about the so-called meaning of conquering death. He also doesn't care about the connection between conquering death and the magic of love. Nor does he care why Voldemort failed in the original work. Even less does he care about what the so-called conquering of death brought to Harry Potter. He has his own love, his own pursuits, and dreams that have never been constrained by the rules of this world. Hermione's lips slightly parted as she shook her head gently. Regarding what she had read in history books about Grindelwald, Anriel's words were very terrifying. He was a great revolutionary who conquered most of Europe. Only Dumbledore could end his era. The power that even he never possessed. How terrifying that must be. A sense of inexplicable panic surged in Hermione's heart. This was also the biggest difference between her and Luna and Ginny. She had never truly put herself in Anriel's camp to think about the issues. Of course, this cannot be forced, and not everyone with the ability must join Anriel's camp. It really is getting late. Hermione, if you have any other questions for me, go to the 8th floor. Hermione was bewildered. As a model student, she had never entered the room of requirement. At least not in her 4 years of study so far. But Ginny actually showed a look of surprise. This meant she knew about the existence of the room of requirement and had even consciously used it, rather than entering it by accident like Dumbledore. The 8th floor? Hermione's inquiry was abruptly cut off because Ginny tugged at her sleeve and whispered something in her ear. Moreover, Crumb should be coming soon. Anriel was relieved to see that this not-so-pleasant gathering was finally over. He gently linked his arm with Luna's and left the hall. Luna's skin was very cold. There was still an hour until midnight. In the room, on the bed, Luna curled up in Anriel's arms. Anriel quietly held her, saying nothing. He leaned close to her ear. Come on, my angel. Tell me the reason for all this. Share your thoughts with me. Then, let me embrace all of you. Anriel remained silent, for he knew that the girl beside him could read his thoughts. Luna's eyes were dreamy as she lifted her head to gaze into Anriel's deep blue eyes, filled with warmth. I don't want to lose you. She didn't want to lose him. Immortality. How many people pursued it relentlessly, going to any lengths and at any cost? Some might argue that there are things more important than life itself. For instance, Nicodemus willingly agreed to Dumbledore's destruction of the Philosopher's Stone, gladly accepting death. Or, in the original story, Dumbledore arranged his own death for a better future. Oh no, for a greater good. And what about those members of the Order of the Phoenix who bravely faced death for justice, dedicating their lives, even sacrificing their families, to fight against dark forces? For them, there were too many things in this world more important than mere survival. But please, Nicodemus accepted death because he had lived enough. He had experienced everything he needed to. Dumbledore welcomed death because he had also lived enough. Since that battle years ago, his heart had either died or been firmly bound within the Tower of Nurmengard. After that battle, all of Dumbledore's grand schemes hardly involved any personal feelings, manipulating the hearts of those involved at will. And what about the members of the Order? They surely couldn't have lived enough, as they didn't want to die at all. Yes, that's true. But were they facing a group of lunatics in the dark forces? Even if you chose not to resist and just wanted to lie down, they would pull you out of bed and stab you to death, right? Wasn't it they who desired immortality? Clearly, what stood between them and the pursuit of immortality was a vastly stable environment. To put it more simply, if you haven't learned to walk, how can you expect to learn to fly? Thus, immortality felt so distant, so captivating, and so desired yet unattainable. Yet Anriel had obtained immortality so easily. Perhaps in 100 years, or even 1,000 years, he would eventually grow weary and come to despise his long, enduring life, yearning once more for the death he had abandoned. But in the first half of his life, as an immortal, Anriel would absolutely not harbor any resentment. What about Luna? What would she do? Even if her ancestors were the creators of the Resurrection Stone, she was still human. Falling in love with an immortal wasn't her fault. In their relationship, regardless of who lost whom, it would be unbearable pain. They say time can dull everything, but the length of an ordinary person's life cannot dilute anything. Therefore, the path laid out before Luna was quite simple and clear. This 13-year-old girl's desire for immortality surpassed that of countless others. I don't want to leave you. Luna's voice trembled slightly. The immortality she sought was not for herself. Moreover, she knew deep down that Anriel's ambitions might very well be at odds with the entire world. At that time, her wholehearted support for him could very likely become his only Achilles heel. Immortality, like that of Nicodemus, could not support her thoughts. Between herself and the world, Luna was very clear that Anriel would not choose the world. This man, or rather this boy, would give up his dreams and pursuits for the girl he loved. He had the ability to do this. At least, he had the ability to keep her by his side, abandoning all youthful ambitions to lead a simple life, to live out a girl-less life. After that, the boy would shed the last of his restraints, tearing away the final vestiges of humanity, flaunting his ideals, and using violence to promote his agenda. Those who follow him will prosper. Those who oppose him will perish. In a brutal way, he would fulfill his dreams that had been momentarily delayed because of the girl. This was not what Luna wanted to see. She was Anriel's lover, and also the last cradle system of the man-made demon king who would destroy the world. Thus, she needed to grow, to transform. She needed to become a strong being like him, an immortal, an undying race. Only then could she join him in creating his future. There were not many options available to achieve such a choice. Luna could not fully guarantee that the path she chose would allow her to walk alongside Anriel for a lifetime. Anriel's path is right there. Luna can only pull up a long steel cable beside it. However, I want to be your support, not a burden. The bloodline is indeed a good choice. The first generation, Mina Dracula, lived and died with her beloved. There was a book that described the bloodline, stating, once you accept becoming a part of the bloodline, you essentially give up the whole world. And the new world you gain may not necessarily suit you. Do you remember not long ago when Anriel had just finished searching for his subordinates? He stayed at the Lestelange Manor for a while. It was during that time that Luna took a trip to Romania. She was just trying it out, hoping against hope, but she wasn't too anxious. After all, she had at least 20 years to solve this problem, right? But unexpected surprises often occur in decisions made without much care. As she passed through the terrifying ancient battlefield ruins, countless iron spikes emitted a chilling aura of blood and terror. Under such an atmosphere, a normal person's heart would likely surge with an endless desire for life, leading to a frenzied craving for immortality. Then, the blood of this battlefield would assess whether the person was firm enough, deciding whether to transform them into the bloodline of the progenitor of the bloodline, or simply turn them into a puddle of black blood. However, Luna was a bit different. In this danger, what surged within her was not a desire for her own life. Although she eventually returned to a longing for immortality, what sustained her was her unwillingness to part with Anriel. This obsession was incredibly strong and fervent, clearly conveying the girl's desire for immortality to the will of the battlefield. Thus the blood stirred. The women of the first blood progenitor's bloodline are called Mina Dracula. They have a slight difference in ability from the males, namely Dracula. As long as the person marked with her first bite on their neck does not die, Mina Dracula can live forever. And as long as Mina Dracula does not die, the person with the bite mark can also live forever. Usually, previous members of the bloodline use the second characteristic. Luna might need to use the first, which is quite suitable for her current situation. As long as he is there, she is there. If he leaves, then what meaning does her immortality have? Moreover, what quality of blood could be more suitable for the initial embrace of the bloodline than Anriel's? Perhaps at the moment Luna becomes a member of the bloodline and completes her initial embrace, she will leap 3 levels to become a countess or even a duchess. When the blood of the ancient battlefield pierced the girl's skin and past blood flowed within her body, her thoughts remained on him. Unlike the usual transformation of the bloodline, becoming a descendant of the progenitor entails even sharper pain. Moreover, it lasts for a long time. This is the specificity of being chosen by the blood. From that moment on, During the fullest moon each month and the thinnest moon each month, Luna must endure a cold sensation as if her entire blood is being drained. No, it is very thirsty, very hungry. The skin is very cold, yet it feels as if there's a fire burning inside. Every muscle painfully contracts, as if it has been burned to charcoal, and the heart seems to have no strength, gradually stopping its beating, no longer delivering the lifeless blood to every part of the body. It feels as if life is leaving her. This is a curse, a price. It is not a blessing. No. Today is the last day of Luna's entire transformation process, and it is also the most painful and hardest day to endure. Anriel clearly felt the small body trembling in her arms, gradually losing the warmth that a living person should have. Weak breaths brushed against her neck. I want to help you, but I can't become your weakness. Luna's voice was small yet firm, completely different from her usual ethereal and detached tone. Can you accept this version of me? The tone of this question suddenly became cautious, incredibly careful, yet incredibly timid. It made her seem so humble and fragile. She appeared more like a helpless girl, not some soon-to-be transformed vampire, not a descendant of the Peveril family, and not even the quirky, spirited girl she usually was. Don't leave me, can you? Of course, my little mad girl. Why want my lovely little Luna by my side? In fact, even if you want to be a delicate little doll in a greenhouse that needs my careful protection, I would use everything I have to keep you safe. Anriel's words are exactly as Luna imagined. He would give up the whole world for her. As long as she is there, he is there. When she is gone, he will become him. However, you chose to be my support and walk with me. This is something that makes me smile in my dreams. How could I bear to leave you behind? When Anriel said this, Luna slowly lifted her face, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she looked at the smiling boy. Those eyes were as clear and bright as blue crystals, shimmering with a faint red light in the moonlight. Time had reached midnight. Let me kiss you, okay? Blood is the currency of the soul. Exchanging blood is to sign a contract with the blood clan. A first embrace object of Amina de Dracula is very important to her. Is he healthy? Is his mind mature? Is he pure or tainted? Is he flawless or dirty? Most importantly, do their affinities match? Are they compatible? This will directly affect the future development of this Mina de Dracula for a lifetime. Fortunately, the affinity between Luna and Anriel is very good. Your blood is so sweet. A trace of crimson stained Luna's slightly parted cherry lips. Normally, the first meal after becoming a blood clan cannot be directly consumed, as it would cause indigestion. But Luna's transformation process had already lasted nearly half a year. From the moment she came into contact with that pool of blood, her transformation had begun. The so-called nightmares and pains were tortures that Luna had already endured. Now, it was time for her to truly rely on her instincts and take her first bite of blood that completely belonged to her. However, even driven by the hunger of her instincts, she still worried about her beloved, reluctant to draw too much of his life force. If you think it's sweet, then don't degrade yourself with inferior things, okay? Anriel held the girl in his arms, feeling a unique warmth on her cold skin. Luna's appetite for her first meal was small and adorable. Anriel's pupils turned gray. In a place where Luna could not see, a wisp of gray mist rose, gradually obscuring the moonlight outside the window. From now on, you mustn't leave me every day, okay? Otherwise, I'll say I'm hungry. Luna closed her eyes, nestled in Anriel's embrace like a little bird, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, her face adorned with a smile called happiness. Looking at this smile, Anriel couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. A faint taste of rust mixed with the fragrance of moon orchids spread in his mouth. Well, since you are full, it's my turn now, right? Although time can jump directly to the next morning. If you want to know what happened last night, please join the group. However, while the things in the room can't be broadcasted, those outside the room can. At midnight, in the corridor on the 8th floor, in front of the room of requirement. Is this the place, Ginny? Hermione looked suspiciously at the tapestry in front of her, which depicted a giant monster beating up a strangely shaped ballet teacher. She had already changed out of her formal dress and reverted from the glamorous Miss Granger to the Hermione that most people were more familiar with. However, her hair was much shinier than usual, as if the pile of various conditioners had effects that couldn't be restored in just a few hours. Ginny nodded beside her. That's right, when you really need something or are in a hurry to get somewhere, you can always find a way here. At this point, she asked Hermione, but what do you need? What I need? Hermione murmured to herself in a low voice, closing her eyes and beginning to meditate in her heart. A wooden door silently appeared opposite the tapestry. But this door was different from the ones that had previously appeared in the room of requirement. The wooden door had countless skeletal hands intertwined in a strange relief, identical to the death door that Anriel had once pushed open. Hermione and Ginny exchanged glances. Both girls felt the most extreme terror that a living being could sense from this eerie door. Death. Should we go in? Ginny looked at Hermione with some doubt. She wasn't afraid, but was more curious about what Hermione thought. Then Hermione showed her with her actions. The wooden door creaked open. Hermione and Ginny slowly walked in, being extremely cautious. The light inside was dim. However, even though it was dark, they could still see that there were 3 items in the room. The first item was on a pedestal. Hermione recognized it at a glance as a damaged time turner. The reason she could recognize it was mainly that she had used this thing almost all year last year. The sands of time in this time turner seemed fixed, stuck at the bottom on the side, representing the past. What does this represent? Hermione withdrew her gaze and looked toward the center of the room. Ginny was standing in front of a mirror, curiously staring at its surface, one hand resting on the frame. Eris. Hermione narrowed her eyes. This mirror was very grand, reaching the ceiling with a splendid golden frame. This is the Eris mirror. Hermione, being well-read and knowledgeable, recognized this object at once. The Eris mirror? What is that? The things inside this mirror seem to be fake. Ginny shifted her gaze from a mirror surface to Hermione. The Eris mirror can reflect a person's deepest and strongest desires. An ordinary person, if they lack strong will, might sink into it and be unable to extricate themselves. Hermione looked at Ginny and rephrased. She originally wanted to say that if an ordinary person stared at the Eris mirror for a while, without help from others, they couldn't escape by their own will. I do not show your appearance, but show what you desire in your heart. This is an inscription on the Eris mirror in the order inside the mirror. Very few people can resist the temptation of what this mirror shows because it is targeted. It is what they themselves most want to possess, most want to attain. Hermione's gaze flickered, not wanting to see that mirror surface. However, Ginny, who had overcome the temptation of the Eris mirror with her willpower, merely smiled and glanced at the mirror surface, revealing a somewhat bitter smile. Hermione, what wish did you just make to this room? I want to find a place that can tell me the source of Anriel's thoughts. Hermione hesitated, but ultimately spoke the truth. The two looked toward the last item in the room together. It was a small pile of scattered parchment on the floor. These parchments were not bound, seemingly discarded manuscripts written by someone. Gulp. It was unclear who among the two swallowed. That wouldn't be. Hermione's voice was dry. It should be what I want. Ginny stepped forward and picked up several sheets of parchment. There are too many muggles. This is the greatest challenge to the existence of wizards. No matter how desperately wizards try to conceal this point, the relationship between wizards and muggles, there's one thing all wizards can see. Among 10,000 people, perhaps only 1,000 are wizards, or even fewer. We need to use the muggle world as the foundation for our existence. This world has never belonged to wizards. My father is too extreme. He places too much importance on his identity as a wizard. As for Voldemort, Tom Riddle, that's a joke. Extreme blood purity is the foundation of the secrecy law. What exactly has the so-called protection of wizard civilians' secret law kept secret? Those tragedies that have already occurred. Ariana is a living example. I don't quite understand why, after experiencing these things, he can still appear unfazed. The entire sentence was crossed out. He is tired. Perhaps he doesn't want to overthrow this magical world. He just lacks confidence in himself. Since my father's incident, he has to leave at least some room for retreat and negotiation in everything he does, going through very meticulous planning, considering countless possibilities before he begins to act. Yes, he has repeatedly denied that he is definitely not the greatest wizard of this era. Whoever it is, it certainly isn't him. What exactly is the problem I need to solve? A mass of ink and the scratches of a quill. It is the Ministry of Magic that is at fault. Only such words can be made out. I do not belong to this world. My perspective on this world is different from anyone else's. The conflict between the wizarding world and the muggle world. From the wizard's perspective, it is arrogance. From a muggle's perspective, it is fear. Are wizards themselves an evolutionary direction of muggles? Is this the discrimination of a higher, more advanced race against a lower race? The muggle community can tolerate a small number of people possessing more terrifying power than themselves. But the premise is that this power cannot come from the body. Muggles can accept those lords riding over them because they have experience in resistance. As long as those lords do not go too far, they can endure. Those whose power comes from physical fitness are essentially of the same kind as them. Fitness can produce a Tyson, but it cannot produce a Tyro. I understand. Extreme bloodline ideology is the first problem I will face. They will be the first to stand up and resist me and my claims. I can recruit those ambitious guys who think radicals are too conservative. Laughs. The second part is crossed out. Those ambitious muggles, those who hold military power. The military will not refuse, because it's something readily available to them, capable of elevating the entire military force without needing development. Power. The common people want to care, because once magic is innate, it can be learned. It's just that the current education system has a superficial layer. With effort and talent, they can always cross class barriers, and they will always be able to accept that. Let us consider this part of the problem solved. For those that cannot be solved, I'll leave it to Merlin. He used to do this. Change to another piece of parchment, the intersection of government rights and power. The British government should be easier to deal with, right? The people of my homeland's government should support my claims, but it's too far. So there's no need to consider that for now. To solve bureaucracy, you either feed it or clean it. In terms of policy, we should encourage intermarriage with muggles. After all, the birth rate of half-blood wizards is indeed very high. Even if it's not high, as long as it's higher than the birth probability of squibs and mudbloods, encouraging intermarriage is feasible. And it can also use facts to shut the mouths of those extreme bloodline ideologists. Those who are tested and found to lack magical talent may find this unfair, but they can only go become laborers. We need to research a job that allows them to engage with magic and have a sense of participation. A very long scratch with chaotic patterns. Found it. Thanks to Masquerade. I've done this kind of thing before. Simple alchemy only requires correctly inscribing runes. There is no need for the technicality of drawing array diagrams. The cost is a concern for the user, not the creator. I don't need to use those high-end alchemical products, they're one-time use. Those carved runes also have similar technology in Huaxia. If a war is provoked, I should first ally with Huaxia in Asia. This should be called distant alliances and attacking nearby enemies. Indeed, no matter where or in what environment, unity is ingrained in the thinking of the Huaxia people. By increasing the probability of Muggle blood wizards appearing, I also provide opportunities for those who intermarry but haven't awakened magical talent to engage with magic. Another piece of parchment, technology can really change too many things. I should use magic to improve Muggle technology, rather than using Muggle technology to advance magic. Promoting magical reform is the work of geniuses, but pushing Muggle technology requires the wisdom of the people. The latter is much easier to achieve than the former. A small line written beside it. Of course, bottlenecks still need to be overcome by geniuses, followed by some blueprints that Hermione and Ginny cannot understand. There are also many circular, square, and rectangular alchemical array diagrams. Next piece of parchment, we should view Muggles as a strategic talent reserve. The birth of talented individuals among them is much higher than that of wizards due to their numbers. However, the new mixed blood pattern formed after widespread intermarriage should be able to change this situation. If everyone considers themselves part of the new society, rather than distinguishing between wizards and muggles. Next page, if a muggle has the talent to drive technological reform among wizards, we should grant him wizard citizenship. Even equip him with gear and technology that allows muggles to use magic. Merit should be rewarded. Next page, wizard-exclusive facilities require magical power. Is this distinguishing classes? I'm not quite sure, but there are indeed essential differences. No matter how I disguise it, I cannot change this fact. Some people can cast magic, and some cannot. Should we connect those who cannot use magic with the magical world? Or create two different platforms, allowing the lower class opportunities to ascend? I'll discuss that later. Regulus is very interested in this aspect, political issues. He has even started researching productivity and production relations. So let him be. Just as Ginny was about to put down the stack of parchment, Hermione snatched it from her hands, almost like a theft. Just now she was next to Ginny, and she saw everything written on the parchment. Turning the page, there are battle maps of war, some iron-blooded wartime policies. However, there are no strategic arrangements from Anriel. Anriel did not let the room of requirement bring all his notes here. In other words, he wanted Hermione and Ginny to see only what he intended for them to see tonight. After putting down the parchment, both girls were filled with shock. Perhaps it's not entirely accurate to say so. Ginny's eyes were filled with surprise, mixed with a hint of admiration. Hermione's eyes were also filled with surprise, mixed with a hint of fear. How could he? He actually could. Note in the comments section, two exclamations sounded simultaneously. Awe and dread. The same thought stirred up completely different reactions in the minds of two remarkably similar, yet entirely different girls. How to put it? Pure-blooded Ginny, who was close to Muggles, saw in Anriel's still unformed ideas a future where Muggles and wizards lived in the same society, grew up in a unified society, and developed new magic together. However, Hermione, who came from a muggle background, yet was close to wizards, saw in this agenda a sea of corpses and blood in the struggle, foreseeing a second or even third wizarding revolution. It was a vague, entirely uncertain future. Hermione dared not imagine the terrifying numbers in history textbooks if one day they truly reflected the era she lived in. What a horrific scene of hell on earth that would be. Ginny wanted to know what Anriel had experienced to conceive such a blueprint. How would he realize the philosophy that the Weasley family had practiced for generations without articulating it? Hermione couldn't believe it. She also wanted to know what Anriel had gone through to be so cold and cruel, willing to sacrifice so many muggles and wizards for his own one-sided desires. How could he create such a fantastical world? But in the process of creation, the existing beautiful world would surely collapse completely, right? The possible future was still unclear, while the reality about to be lost was drenched in blood. The two worlds now, aren't they getting along quite well? Ginny fell silent. She looked at Hermione, who was filled with fear, tightly gripping the parchment in her hands. But Ginny's fingers had already grasped the purple heart wand in her embrace, a wand born from struggle and killing. However, would things still have a turnaround? It didn't necessarily have to end in mutual slaughter, right? In the end, Ginny's hand still loosened its grip on her wand, the small stick sliding silently back into her embrace. Hermione was her friend. Anriel surely wouldn't want to see this scene, right? These three things, the hourglass symbolizing the past, the erased mirror, and Anriel's very thoughts. What they represented was already quite obvious. Ginny felt she knew what Anriel would see when he faced that mirror, because she saw the same thing, her own two desires. She saw herself having everything, holding Anriel's arm, being his bride. But she also saw Anriel and Luna appearing in the mirror. How strange. Clearly, it was something Ginny longed for. Yet in the mirror, she did not see herself. Not all. Anriel and Luna appeared in the mirror, like a movie projected on a cold screen. Ginny was outside the screen, with a reflection cast on the glass, outside the movie. They were each busy with their own lives, and even if Anriel or Luna bumped into Ginny, they would pass right through her. The shadow of Ginny, with deep-set eyes, stood between them. They were people from two worlds, forever without intersection. She took one last glance at their happy faces, then turned her gaze away, leaving their lives forever, even though that life was itself a fabrication. This was indeed the mirror of Ariste, but it was Anriel's mirror of Ariste, created by the House of Requests. It always reflected the souls of both sides. Ginny had never felt so distant from the person she loved, so unfamiliar to him. Yet now she profoundly understood his heart and dreams. Let's go back, she said to Hermione, who looked lost, as if she had lost something very important in just a few seconds. The parchment Hermione held turned to a wisp of gray smoke the moment they stepped outside, dissipating. But neither of them would forget its contents. They would never forget. A night of silence passed. The next day, Luna opened her eyes to the morning light. After a brief moment of confusion, she looked in astonishment at the sunlight streaming onto the bed through the curtains, and beneath that light, her own white legs. What's wrong? Anriel turned around with a smile. Squinting his eyes, and a pair of large hands unceremoniously reached out. Luna didn't seem to react much to this rude gesture. She just tilted her head and asked Anriel with a skeptical tone, "What am I to Andy? A blood clan, a little duchess of the blood ancestor level. What's wrong with that?" Anriel sat up and gave Luna a quick kiss. "But this is sunlight," Luna thought, her eyes filled with confusion as she raised her hands, as if cupping a handful of sunlight in her palms. "Moreover, I just woke up naturally." The morning sunlight poured into the dim room, slightly blinding. "I really have turned into a silly girl." Anriel smiled with a playful smirk and said, "I mean, you don't really think I did nothing, do you?" Anriel reached out a hand, placing it under Luna's hand, cradling those little hands filled with sunshine. Then just like that, foolishly watching you lose the right to enjoy warmth from now on, to accompany the cold and the night every day, Anriel seemed to calmly state a fact. Luna, however, felt a strange bitterness in her nose. The girl pressed her lips together and stubbornly said, Yes, our little gentleman might have done everything last night. Even drained my tiny body completely." Anriel rolled her eyes and lightly tapped Luna's forehead. "Stop joking around and get to the point. Do you think vampires should be considered living or dead?" Luna stammered, tilting her head in thought. Maybe they count as living dead? So that means they're moving dead people." Anriel concluded. "As long as they are dead, they're under my control." Luna closed her eyes and extended a finger. Suddenly, that finger snapped off at the root and transformed into a bat, fluttering out the window. Then within a few breaths, a slender finger, like a green onion, grew back. The power of the Blood Clan was still intact. Luna's understanding of her boyfriend's abilities was refreshed once again. She turned her head and saw Anriel with a look that seemed to say, "Praise me," which made her chuckle. She laughed sweetly, happily, and with a tremble of joy. All right, my dear is the best." Luna didn't refuse, rolled over, and pressed herself back onto Anriel. "Well, I guess I can reluctantly give you a little reward then." Although last night was Luna's first embrace and first night, due to her physical condition, neither of them found it difficult to get out of bed. Instead, how should I put it? They were all left wanting more. After all, it was a holiday today. Who would go out wandering alone early in the morning? Someone who goes out alone in the morning definitely has no partner. Laughs. After Christmas, other trivial matters increased. Perhaps it was simply because before this, these trivial matters were not considered that important compared to the ball. As Luna nestled beside Anriel going downstairs, many people's gazes were drawn over. It was almost noon. What was going on? Luna curiously asked, but it seemed she had no intention of letting go of her boyfriend, still tightly pressed against Anriel. Maybe we missed the newspaper that was delivered at breakfast? Anriel glanced at a classmate who was looking this way and easily obtained the information he wanted through his mind-reading ability. The Romance of the Teenage Legend? How did the quality of this title by Rita suddenly drop so much? Anriel smiled slightly, feeling a hint of interest in this strange article. Casually reaching out into the air beside her, Anriel pulled out a copy of today's Daily Prophet. The front page headline featured a photo of Anriel surrounded by Luna, Ginny, and Hermione. The quality of this photo was undoubtedly top-notch in the entertainment industry, with an exceptionally clever angle. The main photo not only included the four of them. In the distance, Harry, who was looking at the ambiguous relationship between Cedric and Cho Chang, was also captured. If one looked closely, Crumb's figure could even be spotted at the drinks table. It can only be said that in this professional field, Rita's personal skills are indeed impeccable and deserving of recognition. Harry's expression in the photo appeared rather bitter, and even more strikingly, Cedric and Cho Chang were nowhere to be seen in this picture. Truly marvelous. Setting aside this photo, Anriel flipped the newspaper to the second page. The second page contained stories about Anriel, and overall, it had an element of seamless and subtle flattery mixed in. As the headline stated, this was a tale of a teenage legend. It seemed that when Rita was digging into Anriel's background, she stumbled upon certain topics that she couldn't touch at all. To avoid having her own beetle brain relocate, Rita probably used all her might to revise her original manuscript. So, was this actually a personal biography written to flatter me? Anriel handed the newspaper to Luna, and as she was almost done reading, he asked with a light smile and a teasing tone, "Oh, when did our little gentleman gain so many beautiful confidants?" Luna pretended to be clueless, her laughter shaking like flowers, and her clear, melodious laughter was almost the sound of a devil committing a crime. How is it that, even after becoming a vampire, she still exudes such charm? You're a vampire, not some strange branch of the demon race. Anriel chuckled. There are basically no ugly beings among the vampires. They are an absolutely effective race for maintaining youth. All right, let's take a look at the article. This article portrays the emotional entanglements of Luna, Ginny, and Hermione as very complex, and it also involves the two warriors, Harry and Crumb. Anriel feels that Rita has been trying her best to fabricate this complicated love triangle relationship. Jealousy and scheming for affection are comparable to a palace drama. For example, Luna is the original partner, while Ginny falls in love with him due to her admiration for Anriel, and has to constantly endure the torment of the complex relationship with her good friend. As for Hermione, she can't express her feelings and can only find solace in Crumb, who is equally outstanding but considerably less impressive compared to Anriel. The photo captures Ginny leaning forward with an aggressive posture very well, which is another point that could be explored in detail. In short, in Rita's article, although the personalities of the characters vary, they all share a common trait. They exhaust all their means to vie for affection. Do you notice anything wrong? The stuff that Rita has concocted with great effort actually aligns with the truth nearly 90% of the time. Aside from mixing up who pursued whom between Crumb and Hermione, it is almost entirely factual. Interesting, right? Reality is often more fantastical than art. Only God knows how many rumors this published fact could ferment. But it's okay. Luna, who is now standing next to Anriel, is indeed as indifferent as described in this article, even watching the drama unfold. Is this what they call the composure of the rightful partner? This is a single female lead, just an artistic expression. Anriel did not know the detailed reactions of Hermione and Ginny last night, or what kind of changes in thought they went through. In fact, after releasing those documents, Anriel's focus was no longer on the House of Requirement. Reasonable. Quite reasonable. After all, Even he himself could not have guessed that while he was enjoying a night of passion, there was unexpectedly a loyal follower and a steadfast opponent emerging at the same time. Anriel didn't see Ginny and Hermione today. He thought it was just because of the Christmas holidays. After the Christmas break, everything returned to normal. This normal referred to Rita once again publishing articles about Hagrid's lineage and featuring it as the headline. Perhaps the sales of Anriel's personal biography weren't very good last time. It was written like some sort of low-tier gossip tabloid front page. There was no way around it. Anriel's background couldn't be delved into deeply. It was fine to attack the chief warlock of Wisingamot with some harmless topics, but once it involved that incident from back then, who knew? Rita might just evaporate overnight and disappear from this world forever. She was merely an unscrupulous journalist, not a fool, and didn't want to court disaster. However, Hagrid's matter could still be used to make some headlines. Rita was clearly someone who knew her limits. She didn't mention the reason for Hagrid's dismissal or the mysterious legend of the Chamber of Secrets, because she knew there was a scandal involving the 4 founders of Hogwarts. If she dared to publish that, it would definitely sell like hotcakes, but Rita herself would be close to death. In contrast, the mixed blood giant's lineage was also a hot topic, capable of attracting attention and being safer and more reliable. It could even brush against Dumbledore's popularity. Rita would have to be out of her mind to forsake the main topic and write about the Chamber of Secrets, digging into Anriel's background. In short, days passed, and the Warriors' challenges drew closer. The second event on February 24th was about to arrive. Anriel named it Black Lake Battle Royale. It's really interesting. The rules are as follows. 2 warriors from each school participate, each with a relative submerged at the bottom of the lake, meaning there are 2 hostages. The 2 warriors are divided into Guardian A and Rescuer B. The 2 hostages correspond to A and B. When Rescuer B enters the water, they can carry a marker. If they use the marker, they lose 10 points but ensure that 1 warrior and their corresponding hostage survive underwater until the end of the match. If they do not use it, Rescuer B earns 10 points for bringing unconscious hostage out of the water and 5 points for bringing unconscious hostage B out. Guardian A can move freely underwater and can also take hostages away, earning 4 points for bringing hostage away and 6 points for bringing hostage B away. The fixed point for bringing hostages to the surface is the island in the center of the lake. Bringing them to the shore earns no points. Additionally, the head of the soul beast is worth 5 points. The rules are not too complicated. They mainly test whether the warriors can make sacrifices, bringing their corresponding hostages away from their teammates in the pitch black, extremely oppressive bottom of the lake. Or, in other words, temporarily abandoning their own relatives. Jin Chunzi. Let's make a bet. Anriel does not participate in the competition itself, but he is the rule. Each team's guardian is free to act. This means that guardians can intercept the rescuers of other teams. As for life-threatening situations, weren't you given a tag for each team? Anriel is not Huang Mei. The selection criteria for this match are ample, and there's definitely not just one way to win. You can attack others as a guardian to prevent them from scoring, or you can play it straight and rescue your team's hostages, allowing the guardians to focus on protecting the rescuers and hostages. You can even work diligently to score points. Any of these 3 methods can lead to victory, and the scores won't be too low. However, a dead soul beast is worth 5 points. And there's a reason for that. This thing can really be life-threatening. It is a fear beast created by Anriel based on the soul-sucking monster. Just imagine, at the bottom of a confined lake, filled with fear. Of course, there's no need to worry about safety, whether it's warriors or hostages. They will all compete under the surveillance of Anriel's cameras, which will broadcast live to the audience in the arena. In the event of a sinking situation, Anriel's timely rescue can be expected from any corner of the Black Lake. However, obviously, doing so will mean no points. You either risk your life to score, or you embarrass yourself by failing. You have to choose one, right? It's impossible for so many rules to fit into the golden egg. It only contains the basic rules, such as warriors can only bring hostages to the shore of the island in the middle of the lake. The remaining detailed rules are recorded on dragon scales. Now, it depends on whether Masquerade wants to tell the Hogwarts team. However, Anriel believes that, given Masquerade's personality, he is very likely to inform Harry and Cedric. After all, it's more interesting if it's at least fair on the surface. Let's pause the discussion about the match for now. The warriors from several schools will ultimately learn the information they need before February 24th. So let's skip this topic for now. Next, let's look at an international news report, broadcast home recently. The German Ministry of Magic had a reasonable change of leadership, referred to internationally as the Christmas Day coup. A British priest has taken over as the current minister of the German Ministry of Magic and has been re-elected with a 97.5 approval rating. The news passed from Rodolphus to Anriel states that he has basically controlled all magical areas within the Berlin district and is currently negotiating with the Prime Minister of the German Muggle government to participate in next year's leadership election. He aims to make the entire country's Muggles aware of the existence of magic, popularize magic and creation, and join in the evolution together. A certain Labour Party leader has admitted that he can no longer continue as party leader, voluntarily stepping down and introducing the new leader. The entire party is undergoing a personnel reset. This means Rodolphus intends to create a new party and run for president as the party leader, legally and formally taking over the entire German district. Why does this process seem so familiar? Why is this right hand suddenly lifted up uncontrollably? Anriel liked it. The people in the Greater Germany region have a strong acceptance, high obedience, and a strong sense of resistance. Fortunately, this is not a task that can be completed in a few months. It will at least not be faster than Regulus organizing military forces to capture Paris. Anriel can now focus on orchestrating the second project and even the third one. Not to mention what follows next, Voldemort's resurrection. It is now early January, and the vast majority of warriors have already unraveled the secrets of the golden egg and dragon scales. Except for Harry, obviously. Fortunately, Cedric shares the same golden egg with Harry. It is also worth mentioning that, after Anriel's adjustments, the duration of the competition will no longer be 1 hour, but an astonishing 4 hours. This means that directly using the 2-hour effect of the gillyweed is unlikely to yield excellent results in the competition. The reason it is said to be unlikely is that theoretically, a round trip would take at least 1 hour, so it is actually not impossible to complete the second project with just one use of gillyweed. The effect of gillyweed is sufficient to allow him to rescue 2 hostages back and forth without considering physical exhaustion. Then, all that is needed is for Cedric to go into the water to hunt and intercept. Just thinking about it seems impossible. In short, for little Barty Crouch, who wants Harry to win the competition, this is a very daunting challenge. He has tried to veto Anriel's suggestions, but he was horrified to find that the old man with the white beard sitting in the main seat trusts Anriel more than anyone else present on this land. It's almost unconditional support. How should I put it? It's difficult. In Anriel's design, the best strategy to clear the challenge is as follows. Step 1. The rescuer uses the rescue mark on themselves. If confident enough, they may choose not to, then brings the guardian corresponding to the hostage out of the water, consuming 1 to 2 hours. Step 2. During the rescuer's rescue, the guardian attacks other teams' rescuers, trying to ensure that other teams score no points in the first round of rescues. Step 3. The guardian and rescuer switch roles, with the original rescuer protected by the rescue mark trying to hunt the dead soul beast, as that mark is their survival guarantee. At the same time, the original guardian takes the other hostage away to maximize the scoring of the hostage rescue action. These 3 steps will consume about 34 hours, and if there is any remaining time, they can freely hunt, whether it be dead soul beasts or other team members, without any issues. However, that being said, Anriel's process is the optimal solution, but it is merely a theoretical standard answer. It does not take into account the thoughts and perspectives of the parties involved, and requires both warriors to make judgments very rationally and calmly in order to achieve this solution. Anriel figures that only the hardworking Musk can achieve that. However, relying on this guy to not slack off is a different story. Anriel thinks that it's more credible that Harry Potter won the Triwizard Tournament with his own true skills. The room of requirement in the meeting room mode. Oh, Anriel looked at the girl in front of him, his expression slightly surprised. You think my ideas are exactly what the future needs? Although there was surprise on his face, it was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. Absolutely. There is no inherent conflict between Muggles and wizards. On the contrary, wizards and Muggles can even have offspring. The girl pouted. All right, Ginny, I know all that. Anriel chuckled softly and reached out to stroke Ginny's head. These are all things I need to consider. However, right now I want to know one thing. He looked at the girl with eyes full of admiration and affection. Do you really believe that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, your parents, would support you in taking this path with me? Can you guarantee that your brothers would all agree with my ideals? Anriel's tone was extremely serious. He did not give Ginny a chance to respond immediately. You may become enemies with them one day in the future. This is very important. Even if it makes Ginny hesitate, it is necessary to clarify this with her before everything begins. Anriel did not want to find out one day, after the flames of war ignited, that one of her most important subordinates had betrayed her. She stared at him. After a moment, Ginny revealed a bright smile. It won't happen, Ginny said confidently. Anriel was somewhat curious, as this was different from the choices he understood the Weasley family would make. Why so certain? He asked Ginny. You should know, Your parents are kind people. They weren't even among the bravest members of the first generation of the Order of the Phoenix. Anriel spoke the truth, at least in his view. Although the Weasley couple were indeed brave people, they preferred to live a simple and ordinary life compared to Sirius, who was unwilling to be ordinary and pursued an exciting life. How could such parents possibly feel at ease letting their only daughter participate in a revolution? What surprised Anriel was that after hearing this, Ginny actually laughed. Hee, that's not wrong. But what if they actually think the same way you do? Anriel was taken aback. He heard Ginny continue, Mom and Dad have long suspected that there are dirty things in the Ministry of Magic. No, not dirty things, but bad people. They don't oppose the secrecy law itself, but they definitely can't be said to support it either. You know, it's not just Fred and George. Even Dad himself occasionally breaks the secrecy law once or twice, you know? Ginny said, with a playful smile. Anriel blinked. Her mind froze for a moment. Mr. Wesley has always been dissatisfied with the upper levels of the Ministry of Magic. Anriel knew that this kind-hearted husband and father from the Weasley family often enjoyed tinkering with Muggle products. In fact, his behavior did brush against the edges of the secrecy law, and his two most mischievous sons did the same. But no one had told Anriel that this honest man actually had a rebellious streak. However, even though that was true, I think it's best if Mom and Dad don't participate in this kind of revolution, Ginny pouted, looking a bit worried. I know that our Weasley family is often referred to as pureblood traitors. In this case, participating in your revolutionary cause could bring them unnecessary danger. Anriel nodded thoughtfully, and Ginny still cared about her family. So, I could just join, right? Ginny smiled slyly and moved closer to Anriel. I said, don't do that, Ginny. Anriel quietly stepped back half a step, and Ginny looked a bit disappointed. Luna is really lucky. She gently reached out and held Anriel's hand. Only when she's around can I get close to you. At other times, you really. Anriel didn't break free, just smiled at Ginny. So, if she wants to come over now, she can come anytime, right? Ginny didn't understand what Anriel meant by this. Aren't they in a wishful house right now? How can Luna come? Anriel glanced at the open window of the wish-granting house and said nothing. His intuition told him that Luna was already on her way. Suddenly, a flurry of wing-flapping sounds came from the window. A group of small black creatures with tiny sharp fangs flew in. Under Ginny's astonished gaze and Anriel's somewhat speechless stare, the bats first wove themselves into a dark red robe, and then more bats squeezed under the robe, forming a pure white body. Hey, is this a cosplay of Arcado? Anriel stared blankly and complained. The last few bats flew into her clothes, and Luna opened her lively eyes, looking at Anriel with suspicion. What is Cos? And who is Arcado? It's nothing. Forget I said anything. Anriel shrugged and changed the subject. Looks like you're adapting well. You can even stroll around in broad daylight. Huh? Luna nodded in agreement. What is going on with you, Luna? Ginny exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out. This was enough to make a witch, who already didn't believe in science, start doubting magic. Animagi shouldn't be like this, right? In Ginny's understanding, Animagi couldn't split and transform. Did you not tell her? Luna asked Anriel. Why would I talk to her about this? We were just discussing serious matters. Anriel turned around and naturally found her own program on the shelf of the wish-granting house. Well, it doesn't matter. Luna chuckled softly and pulled Ginny aside to a recently appeared curtain, where they began to whisper. No, you too. Anriel was speechless. However, it seemed that he was in a good mood. This kind of trivial daily life seemed to be what he truly yearned for. It's just that before realizing this distant and simple dream, he probably needed to change the world first. A few hours later, Luna and Ginny came out giggling. Wait, do girls really chat by the hour? This matter truly fell into Anriel's knowledge blind spot, as well as that of the creator Gellert Grindelwald. He didn't understand, but he respected it. Did Andy talk to Ginny about Hermione? Anriel shook her head. I didn't say it, but I can guess. Next to her, Ginny's smile faded a bit, revealing a sense of helpless bitterness. I don't quite understand why Hermione, who is clearly Muggle-born, shouldn't be able to easily understand your thoughts. It's not your responsibility, Ginny. Everyone has different choices. Anriel frowned slightly. He was hesitating whether to take advantage of the early hour to eliminate a capable potential enemy. That was Hermione, the Hermione Granger who would be evaluated in the original story as the most accomplished minister of magic in a century. Although it might be that public opinion was not very fair in praising her as one of Harry Potter's best friends who saved the world, there was no doubt that Hermione at least had some political achievements, and that was enough. After a moment of entanglement, Anriel ultimately couldn't make that decision. Perhaps he also needed a somewhat decent enemy to motivate himself? In the eyes of others, Anriel might have been born with a golden key, and indeed that was the case. But he was also progressing. Before his crossing, he was just an ordinary person. He had no heroic talents, no ruthless decisiveness of a tyrant, no noble qualities of a great person, and no lowly insidiousness of a petty person. However, he was also learning and constantly growing. So, should he create a controllable enemy? Well, don't worry, Ginny. Anriel spoke in a tone that simultaneously comforted Ginny and reassured himself. I won't do anything to Hermione, at least not until she clearly takes actions that affect my goals. He slowly walked to the window, looking at the vast and calm black lake below, raising an eyebrow. At least with short term, she can't catch up with my progress. In February, the families of the warriors had not left Hogwarts. However, the only one who had close dealings with Anriel was Masquerade. This did not mean that the other warrior families were doing nothing. At the very least, Sirius and Snape had been constantly irritating each other. Sirius clung to Snape's excessively harsh attitude towards Harry, like a rabid wild dog, as Snape put it. As for Sirius's evaluation of Snape, one could only say that his aggressiveness needed improvement. The most important point, and also the most frustrating one for Sirius, was that the current Snape was no longer someone he could bully at will. Sirius was now alone, without the most in-sync James by his side, nor the help of Remus, who as a good student and prefect could vouch for him. Snape, on the other hand, had endured almost every setback and pain a man could experience in the years since graduation. This had deepened his magic, hardened his spirit, and made his will as strong as iron. The current Severus Snape was no longer the snotty kid who could be easily bullied. If Severus Snape now were to duel Sirius Black to the death, well, Anriel didn't know who would die. Who could say? However, in any case, this version of Sirius Black remained the only guardian of Harry Potter. This would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the 14-year-old boy, such as arrogance, disdain for others, rebellion, and contempt for rules. This was the worst possibility. Anriel hasn't interacted much with Harry since the Christmas ball, so he doesn't know what Harry's current mental state is. That's okay. He'll find out soon. February 24th, by the Black Lake. Anriel and the professors came to the edge of the Black Lake to set up the stands, helping to send the hostages into the water. However, for communication, it still relies on Dumbledore. Sir, I think above the island in the lake, after all, the stand is a square-tiered stand, and the main events all occur underwater. Anriel and Dumbledore were casually chatting. After all, they couldn't just let the audience sit idly in the stands for 4 hours, right? Dumbledore stroked his beard and nodded slightly. You are quite right, my child. In fact, I had made some arrangements in this regard before, but clearly, the effect isn't as good as your method. Haha. After saying this, Dumbledore seemed quite interested in demonstrating to Anriel, who readily agreed. Dumbledore pulled out his wand, which was not the phoenix feather wand that Anriel had given him, nor was it the old wand that had changed owners. However, it was similar. In Dumbledore's hand was a Type 2 death stick produced in bulk by Anriel. The reason was probably that among all the mass-produced models, the Type 2, being the first revised version, felt more similar to the original wand, making it easier for Dumbledore to wield. Dumbledore waved his wand at the surface of the water by their feet, and the color of the lake lightened. However, the bottom of the lake was still not visible. Only countless fish living in the shallow waters could be seen, as if swimming in glass. Oh, Anriel sighed. This sigh was not in response to the magic Dumbledore had just cast, as Anriel could do it too after watching it once. He was reflecting on how Dumbledore's demonstration undoubtedly answered a question that had troubled him in his previous life while reading, during the second task in the original text. Did the audience really just sit there staring blankly at the water for 2 hours, the duration of Harry's completion of the task? Now Anriel suddenly understood, oh, it turns out the bottom of the lake was not visible, so that makes sense. The stand were set up in almost 1 or 2 minutes. To avoid any potential conflicts, which was entirely possible, Anriel arranged for Gryffindor and Slytherin to face each other across the shore. And most importantly, above the island in the center of the lake, a tower had risen, projecting 24 large screens in 4 directions. Live broadcast. Underwater live broadcast. The 6 champions could be seen from every direction, each showcasing their own perspective. Everyone present gasped at the sight, because this was not something that belonged to this era. Technology is quite amazing, isn't it? Although, in this era, UNT find things like electronic tubes or LCDs. Having such electronic components in 1994 would indeed be a bit of a stretch. But did Anriel understand these things? No, he didn't. He just hung up a few boards with slightly poor reflective properties. The projection relied on his own magic. Just now, he and Dumbledore had done a small test, and the results were excellent. Clear images, smooth visuals, and live broadcasting from a distance with no lag at all. Magic is quite amazing, isn't it? It seemed to be quite successful. Anriel raised his hand to wipe away a mark on his forehead, one that belonged to him. Evolved from the mark of the deathly artifact. The death mark. The skull's eye sockets served as cameras. A sound of chatter could be heard as the first group of spectators gradually arrived at the edge of the Black Lake. You and the professors can arrange the seats first. I'll go ahead. Anriel let out a mischievous laugh. Get ready for the competition as part of the event. Dumbledore nodded, turned to communicate with the mermaid leader, and let out a few screams. The mermaid leader glanced at Anriel, nodded, and waved his hand. A few robust-looking mermaids stepped forward, cautiously lifting hostages. Wait a moment, sir. Anriel suddenly remembered something and asked Dumbledore to tell the mermaids to pause. Since earlier, Anriel's expression had been sinister. He drew his wand and waved it at the people on the ground. Among them, the most noticeable were Gabrielle Delacour, Hermione, and the doll of Masquerade. Hey, can't the personality design for Carmen be remotely controlled to finish the second task? The hostages who had fallen into a coma suddenly turned pale, looking just like someone who was drowning and about to suffocate. Dumbledore was speechless. The old man's composure made him reluctant to criticize Anriel's actions. How despicable. He was a person, after all, although there was certainly no safety issue. The appearance of these people was on the brink of death. The hostages seemed like they were about to take their last breath, except for Masquerade's doll, which no one cared about. This situation would undoubtedly greatly diminish the warriors' rational thinking ability when they saw this scene at the bottom of the lake. Whether they would still rescue their partner's hostages was uncertain. Even the assurance from the Ministry of Magic that there would be no life-threatening danger before the start of all the tasks in the Triwizard Tournament seemed so powerless at this moment. The water pressure at the bottom of the lake, the dim and dark lighting, the fierce-looking mermaid warriors surrounding them, and the threats from other teams. Each of these factors would undoubtedly provoke the nerves of the warriors. Even Dumbledore would consider whether Anriel had raised the difficulty a bit too high. However, in the end, he did not change anything and followed Anriel's instructions. Beside him, the fake Moody, also known as Barty Crouch Jr., had a pale face. As the mermaids gradually entered the water, the professors also began to organize the audience to take their seats. Anriel arrived by the lake, extending his left hand. Plop, plop. An invisible object fell into the water, and in an instant, it spread out like ink in water, forming a shape resembling black sand. This old beast looked very much like that. Silently. In any case, anyone who sees this thing can tell at a glance that is not a good thing. As for their heads, or rather, it would be more accurate to say their cores, they were surrounded by writhing, kelp-like tentacles. Unless it was incapacitated completely, the chances of obtaining the core were basically zero. Anriel believes that when the warriors face the Soul Reaper and feel that kind of fear and coldness, they should be able to think of using the Guardian spell, right? The Guardian spell can indeed eliminate the Soul Reaper and leave behind the core, which is the correct solution to the problem. Anriel is not yet making the hardest question more difficult. What? Can't cast the Guardian spell? Oh, then wait to die. More and more people are filling the seats, and Anriel nods to the judges of the nearby golden table. Dumbledore and Bagman return the gesture. Karkaroff turns away, while Madame Maxime and Percy seem to not notice Anriel at all. One is talking to Fleur, and the other is speaking with Harry, so they indeed do not notice Anriel. This time, Harry is not late, but he looks lacking in confidence. Anriel raised his hand and stroked his throat. Welcome everyone to the second event of the Triumvirate Championship. Today, Anriel is the host. His voice echoed across the entire Black Lake. The competition will last for 4 hours. Now, contestants, please take your positions. To prevent any brave warriors from still being puzzled by the rules, I need to emphasize one point again. Only the island in the center of the lake is the scoring area, so please do not swim to the surrounding shores, as they are not scoreable. Now, I declare the competition to begin. The command from Anriel sounded, and the majority of the warriors dove into the icy lake water at the end of February. Only 2 people remained on the field, Harry and Carmen. Collapsing to the ground, a spell was uttered with incredible clarity and an extraordinarily calm tone, so much so that everyone could hear it. Harry's figure fell on the shore, illuminated by a red light produced by the spell. Hey, that's a foul. This isn't fair. Angry shouts like these spread throughout the arena. After all, this match was held at Hogwarts. They were in the majority. Carmen, you should be doing this in the water. Anriel said helplessly. He did not cancel the effect of the amplification spell, so everyone present could hear his words. In that moment, the entire competition venue fell silent for a brief moment. After a moment, the venue erupted like boiling water. What? This is intentional harm. Maliciously harming other competitors. This is definitely a violation of the rules. Voices like these rose and fell in succession. Please, audience, calm down. Anriel roared, his voice like thunder, even more powerful than thunder itself. Mr. Carmen Clown's actions were completely in line with the rules of the competition. The audience was in an uproar, with voices of doubt and accusation echoing everywhere. In the championship competition among the top three, there must be direct confrontations between contestants, rather than just simple battles against magical creatures. The greatest danger you are likely to encounter in the future is the dark wizards who still roam free, using cunning schemes to evade legal judgment. Not a group of magical creatures with sharp teeth and claws, fierce and powerful. Anriel's voice spread throughout the venue, stirring up ripples on the water surface closest to him. The noisy discussions continued, but Anriel did not provide any further explanations. It was strange. After Anriel ceased to explain, the sound from the stands gradually faded away. The crowd seemed to regain their composure and the calmness they were supposed to possess. Everyone seemed to be thinking the same thing, perhaps not a question, but a fact laid out before them. Anriel's words may be correct. One must ask, if not for those who plan to work in this field, who else could spend their days handling such huge and terrifying magical creatures like Hagrid does? The First Wizarding War and the global wizarding revolution that preceded it are experiences that wizards have lived through. And there are more real stories told by the older generation to the younger wizards present now. Aside from the trained aurors who might face Voldemort's giant army, the threats to ordinary civilians seem to come more from fellow wizards. Learning how to counter spells appears to be more important than learning how to combat sharp fangs. As a result, the crowd regained their composure. Once everyone seemed able to listen quietly, Anriel raised his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. Snap. 24 large screens lit up simultaneously. If everyone has finished chatting, we can start enjoying the second round of the competition. I am honored to announce that this round is named the Black Lake, the Battle Royale. A gasp of shock swept through the audience. The official name of the competition announced by Anriel undoubtedly tells everyone that the core focus of this event is the battle between contestants. In other words, it's about escape and pursuit. As for whether some little guy's overly idealistic views can accept this, what does it have to do with Anriel? The one that is more likely to have a real impact on Anriel is still tied up at the bottom of the lake with the mermaid statue. As for whether Anriel's words carry some deep meaning, they actually do. Hogwarts has always been the most authoritative educational institution in the magical community of the UK. To what extent is it authoritative? To the extent that 99% of British magical families naturally believe they should send their children to Hogwarts for education. This school has produced a large number of magical talents for various sectors in the UK, and even for the Ministry of Magic across the ocean in the United States. Especially during the tenure of the now 113-year-old Dumbledore, he truly accomplished one thing. At the Ministry of Magic, no matter what your position is, as long as you haven't become the minister, you have to greet me as headmaster. Of course, there are also members of the Wisengamot who call him senior brother, and they all have to be around 100 years old. Apart from the Minister of Magic personally taking charge and controlling public opinion with a group of short-sighted lackeys, what impact could anyone want to have on Dumbledore and the Hogwarts he represents? Dream on. Anything is possible in dreams. To exaggerate a bit, that influence is basically zero. Anriel, under this social structure, wants to promote his new ideas, especially to encourage the wizards to voluntarily engage in war. His best and almost only breakthrough point is naturally to focus on the education of the basic populace. First, he needs to make these youngsters realize that they will be facing humans in the future, not some magical creatures. He aims to cultivate a sense of resistance and a fighting spirit. In contrast, the short-sighted fudge only cares about the power he has in front of him and does not realize that power can only be born in relatively stable social conditions, which is what he currently enjoys. Anriel's act of spreading this combat ideology today may drive Fudge to desperation. Even if Anriel really shows him that Voldemort has resurrected, it's likely that the old man will insist on resolving the Hogwarts issue first. After all, one must secure the interior before dealing with external threats. So what else is there to say? I say, the chairman has a point. The Black Lake Battle Royale has just begun, and the Hogwarts team has unfortunately lost one member. It's quite difficult to hold on. After Anriel shouted out the full name of this round of competition, a golden triangle slowly appeared on the foreheads of all the competitors swiftly moving through the water, followed by a vertical line. Lastly, the black dot gradually expanded into a menacing skull. Although Anriel can guarantee that the competing warriors absolutely do not feel this mark, Crumb instinctively showed a look of disgust. Even he was surprised because he was currently sporting a shark's head. He and Carmen did not discuss for long before arriving at the optimal solution. Crumb would be responsible for rescue, while Carmen would intercept other teams to prevent them from scoring by rescuing others. The reason is simple. Crumb's transformation spell could only support him, changing most of his own body, not turning him entirely into a complete shark. Meanwhile, Carmen transformed into a mermaid that was almost indistinguishable from the fierce creatures at the bottom of the lake. Within seconds of entering the water, Carmen had turned himself into a cybernetic mermaid. He hardly cared about what Anriel had said to the audience in the stands. The rules were set, and he was following them. Eliminating an opponent first in a contest is always a good strategy. The mermaid Carmen transformed into had a clear path ahead. The bottom of the Black Lake was filled with aquatic plants and magical creatures hidden among them. However, these creatures typically do not provoke mermaids. Like humans, mermaids are live-bearing and social creatures. If one is provoked, it's essentially provoking a whole nest. In contrast, the egg-laying fishmen, which are more beast-like, are much easier to provoke, so there are no fishmen in the Black Lake now. A water creature, a Grindelwald, poked its head out from the aquatic plants, seemingly curious if a dizzy fish had bumped into its door and could be easily caught for a meal. And it quickly darted back in. Some mermaid families keep Grindelwalds as guard pets, similar to how humans keep dogs, though Grindelwalds are much more unruly. Therefore, in most cases, wild Grindelwalds caught by mermaids do not end up well. However, this Grindelwald was not of interest to Carmen, who had no desire to hunt. The lake was shrouded in a dark, hazy scene, devoid of beauty and filled with oppression. In the distance, it seemed that a clump of aquatic plants was swaying, almost as if it sounded eerily like a terrifying human head with long hair drifting along with the water. Masquerade, controlling Carmen, felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing this. This was likely Anriel's soul eater. In fact, facing the soul eater through a puppet, Masquerade had a certain advantage in this hunting mode. However, even so, through the layer of Carmen's shell, Masquerade still felt an overwhelming sense of horror and despair. Whether that creature was truly alive was uncertain, but the aura it emitted made the surrounding lake water seem to turn into a thick, viscous gel. Traversing through this gel-like substance, one would feel a sense of blockage and an inescapable feeling of suffocation, as if one were sinking into a new type of cement, gradually solidifying due to the cold. Carmen was the first among all the warriors to encounter such a creature as the Soul Eater. It's hard to say whether he should be considered lucky or unlucky. The luck lies in the fact that, with Masquerade's abilities, dealing with a Soul Eater should be manageable, making it a solid 5 points. The misfortune, however, is that, relatively speaking, it wastes time. Masquerade could not be certain what impact his hunting of the Soul Eater would have on his inability to join the mermaid tribe and the rescuers. Would Crumb be attacked by other competing warriors? This is indeed a question, because if it were Carmen, seeing someone from the other two schools' teams alone, he would undoubtedly attack without hesitation. Wait a minute. Cedric seems to be alone right now, right? One guarding, one rescuing. It's a trap. At least for now. It certainly looks that way. It seems the Hogwarts team situation is not good. Anriel walked effortlessly on the surface of the water, his mismatched eyes seemingly able to see through the depths of the lake as he looked down at the enclosed hunting ground beneath him. Carmen had already begun battling the Inferi on the other side of the lake, but it wasn't particularly exciting, and the viewers watching from a first-person perspective had to endure some psychological pressure. In contrast, it was much more thrilling on Cedric's side. It seemed that Crumb from Durmstrang had noticed Cedric, but it was also possible that he hadn't. He might just have thought he saw a peculiar magical creature in the Black Lake. Anriel glanced at the live stream from Crumb's perspective, where a small bubble had appeared, with a person's body tethered below it. Regardless of whether it was Cedric or not, at least this was a competitor using the bubblehead charm, Crumb thought. He swam towards that direction, thinking exactly like Carmen did earlier. It's best to eliminate a competitor, as there's only benefit and no downside. There's a very interesting phenomenon. Dear viewers, please take a look at the screens of others. There's an old saying in the Eastern ancient country. When a mantis is hunting a cicada, there's likely a bird behind the mantis, planning to prey on it. Anriel's commentary sounded at the right moment. Other people's screens showed this scene. Look at her unwavering direction of advance. I think the guardian of the Busbarton school team must be Miss Furong, right? Furong's vision is much broader. This time, she didn't even use any bubblehead charm. It seems she used a spell on herself and her eyes. This is very dangerous. Whether wizards or muggles, their eyes are quite fragile. Her determination to use such magic on herself at least proves 3 things. First, she is certain that her rescuer teammate Sophony will rescue Gabrielle first. Second, she is very confident in her magic. Third, winning this match is truly important to fervent. Anriel was indeed somewhat surprised. In the original story, it seemed that among the three champions, Fleur was the most lackadaisical. Yet now, with each school sending out 2 champions, she had become the one who fought the hardest. However, this seemed to make more sense. If only one champion were selected from each school, regardless of whether she could win the competition, Fleur would still earn the admiration of her classmates, become well known in her school, and thereby highlight her superiority over her peers. This was different from Cedric and Crumb's goals. Cedric needed to give his all to win the cup, whether there was one competitor or 2, to gain the honor he deserved. To be precise, if Cedric did not win the cup in the original story, then months after the Triwizard Tournament ended, the spotlight, fame, and honor would still belong to Harry Potter. It made no difference to Cedric. Crumb, on the other hand, was indifferent to who won the cup or who took the spotlight. He would continue to be a Quidditch star regardless. Only Fleur, who was not significantly different from her classmates, faced an unusual situation. The fact that some of her classmates who participated in the selection cried because they were not chosen was not a good sign. It indicated that she was not special, just an ordinary person with slightly better abilities. Ordinary people have their own advantages, though. At least Fleur was braver and more willing to risk her life than the other champions. It was truly a surprising scene. Anriel deliberately used an exclamatory tone. Among the 6 warriors, only Miss Sophie was on her way to the mermaid tribe. It seems that everyone else thinks that fighting against other competitors is more appropriate than rescuing hostages themselves. Huh? Anriel chuckled twice, and it was clear that he was about to say a but. But perhaps the potential unleashed when conflicts arise between people is not as simple as they imagine. As Anriel finished the last word of his sentence, Fervent was suspended in the water. Even though her skin had turned a bluish-green, it remained smooth and captivating, with a few short, slender fish fins growing on her arms. She raised her wand, aiming at her target. Before casting a spell, no one knew what she intended to do, and interestingly, the person she was targeting was Cedric. Cedric was not a fool. To avoid the obstacles created by the magical creatures at the bottom of the lake, he had tried to cast a detection charm before entering the water. So far, this charm had not detected any magical creatures, but had picked up the approaching half-human, half-shark Crumb. Cedric had learned the rules of the competition through some channels. In fact, he had received this information from Carmen. Cedric personally believed that the rules he got from Carmen were correct. It was Carmen who was too arrogant. Because of this, when he saw Crumb approaching him, he immediately prepared for battle. Everyone could tell that they were not taking the dangerous situation seriously, or perhaps, after Anriel's reminder, most had already prepared to protect their lives. You couldn't be sure whether the other party was coming to take your life, because safety could not be guaranteed. This Triwizard Tournament still had the potential for casualties. Therefore, the best course of action before you was to take the initiative to attack, incapacitating your opponent without taking their life, or, of course, that was the worst-case scenario. The theory of the Dark Forest has a wide application. Who said it only applies in space? Cedric sidestepped, avoiding a red water column. He decided to counterattack. Bubbles emerged from his mouth, and a bright yellow water column shot out from the tip of his wand. Crumb, whose body had turned half into a shark, was still relatively agile in the water. Aside from his body being a bit larger, he had no significant drawbacks. The yellow water column was far from him, so Crumb paid it no further attention. This mindset would clearly lead to problems, big problems. Crumb fired a stunning spell at Cedric, narrowly missing the bubble above Cedric's head. But at that moment, the yellow water column hit the bottom. At the bottom of the lake, there was a smooth stone slab. It's hard to believe this was an accident. In other words, Cedric had aimed at that thing. The golden light beam struck as if it hit a mirror, and after reflecting, it shot straight toward Crumb. Crumb tried to dodge, but he had just launched an attack, so he was now in a state of having exhausted his forward momentum while still waiting for the backward force to arrive. The physical strength consumed by launching an attack in deep water could not simply be ignored by willpower. The water column undoubtedly struck the base of Crumb's shark fin on his head. Crumb was hit by Cedric's unknown spell. Let's see the effect. Anriel was on the water surface, narrating in a tone that suggested he was enjoying the spectacle, even though it had nothing to do with him. These are just minor skirmishes. At least we know this isn't a stunning spell. From Crumb's main perspective screen, it seemed that the spell hadn't caused any substantial effects. No, wait, why does Cedric look smaller? Is he getting farther away? Crumb seemed to be swimming vigorously towards Cedric. In his shark-like eyes, there was an expression of anger, as if he felt he was being toyed with. But the problem was that he didn't seem to realize that the harder he swam, the farther he was getting from Cedric. Did you see that, audience? Clearly, This is the effect of the confundus charm. Crumb is unaware that he is working in the opposite direction. Cedric's move cleverly exploited Crumb's competitive spirit. The crowd erupted into applause. It seemed that until the effect of the confundus charm wore off, Crumb wouldn't be able to pose any threat to the other competitors. Whoosh! A silver-white water arrow shot out, hitting Cedric at a speed that no one, except Anriel and most of the faculty, could react to. To be precise, it struck Cedric's left thigh. What a beautiful hit, Miss Delacour. Anriel directed the audience's attention away from Cedric and Crumb's main perspective screens, back to Fleur's static long-distance viewing seat. Just a moment ago, while Cedric and Crumb were battling each other, Fleur remained motionless about 200 meters away from them. Therefore, her main perspective appeared quite dull. Not only was her view as a spectator lacking the excitement of the duel, but it was also obstructed by aquatic plants due to its low angle. Visually, it was quite poor. However, Fleur was clearly different from Carmen. Her intention was not to provide the audience with a more perfect performance. She wanted to win. Thus, her strike did not target the already disoriented Crumb, who posed no threat to her in that brief moment. The silver water arrow, after its bubbles dissipated, revealed its true form, a smooth ribbon. Everything that just happened occurred in a very short time, and Cedric did not immediately see what attacked him. Then, that ribbon coiled around Cedric's struck left leg like a winding silver python, quickly wrapping around his waist. In an instant, it bound him tightly. The end of the ribbon moved towards Cedric's calf, aiming to bind his two ankles together, splitting apart. Although Cedric used the bubblehead charm, we could still see from his somewhat distorted mouth shape what spell he was trying to cast. Or rather, the spells a wizard might instinctively shout when bound by an object seemed to be limited to just a few. The middle of the ribbon snapped, but the section wrapped around Cedric's waist remained intact. The ribbon appeared to be tightening quite firmly. Fleur raised her wand from a distance, aiming at Cedric, who was entangled in the ribbon. In the next second, that wand might unleash a stunning spell, rendering Cedric incapable of competing in this match. The spectators by the Black Lake were fixated on Fleur's screen. Unlike Harry, Cedric was now deep at the bottom of the lake. If he were to be stunned, although Anriel was present, it didn't guarantee the safety of the champions. However, no one in the audience could be sure whether Anriel would actually come to Cedric's rescue. After all, he had mentioned this matter before the Triwizard Tournament began. Were the champions' lives truly guaranteed? Fleur hesitated. She did want to win the Triwizard Tournament. She had something she deeply desired. She was acutely aware that if she followed the so-called rules and immediately cast the stunning spell, there would be no unfairness in the competition. But what about Cedric's life? What if? Fleur was not a villain. She was beautiful and poised. Although sometimes a bit petty, she certainly possessed the courage and bravery expected of a champion representing her school. Most importantly, she had her own principles. At the very least, she was an upright person. She was a champion in the Triwizard Tournament, not a murderer. Fleur lowered her wand. Without looking back, she left, swimming towards the location of the merfolk tribe. At the moment she turned, she found a more suitable reason to convince herself that she shouldn't strike Cedric. If all went well, Sophie should have reached the merfolk tribe by now. Fleur guessed half right. Indeed, there were no unexpected delays, and Sophie had not wasted time on trivial matters. However, even if she hurried straight to the merfolk tribe, the duration of the previous battle was not enough to exceed an hour. In Fleur's perception, that moment of hesitation and decision had indeed been too tangled and agonizing. It could be said that it felt like years. Cedric, left alone, had finished speaking, and Sophie's perspective was also quite dull. Let's rewind the time to before Cedric and Crumb's battle. Over at Carmen's side, the nearly merperson Carmen, or Masquerade, looked at the bizarre and terrifying human head in front of him, frowning tightly. Among these champions, he had the closest relationship with Anriel. Masquerade was nearly 80% certain of what this thing was. A terrifying aura spread freely, and the cold breath filled the lake water. Even he, whose body temperature was almost indistinguishable from that of a mermaid, could not avoid it. This thing was a demon, right? Masquerade truly could not imagine what the other contestants would be like when dealing with it. He skeptically drew his wand as Carmen, in his mind, had already concluded that this thing was a variant of a Dementor. However, he was reluctant, or rather afraid, to utter the Patronus charm specifically used against Dementors. It wasn't that he couldn't, it was just that he doubted whether Anriel would want them to cast the Patronus charm, only to be unable to handle this strange creature as a result. Although the likelihood was low, Masquerade was certain that even if that were the case, Anriel would only chuckle mischievously, providing no explanation at all. After a while, Masquerade suddenly realized that even if he continued to be suspicious here, he would only be wasting his competition time. Anriel is not even participating. He isn't a warrior at all. Guardian Spirit. After realizing this, Masquerade immediately summoned his Guardian Spirit, a creature that, besides the glow of the Guardian Spirit itself, also emitted a strange fluorescent light, emerged from the end of Masquerade's wand. This thing had a streamlined body, short and thick limbs, webbed feet, and a hard shell with a broad and flat tail. It was a platypus. To be honest, the platypus looks quite bizarre and is often jokingly referred to as a draft of Earth's creatures. As a highly accomplished alchemist, Masquerade's Guardian Spirit being a platypus didn't surprise Anriel at all. What if he had traveled to Australia during his holidays, right? The platypus swam straight towards the Dementor, which was enveloped in a mass of black hair that swirled like an impenetrable black silk cloth, tightly wrapping around the core of the Dementor itself. Silent whirlpools began to coalesce around the Dementor, and more terrifyingly, sharp ice spikes began to appear within the whirlpool, swirling along with an even greater number of ice crystals. The rotational speed of the whirlpool increased. Although the Guardian Spirit had no physical form, after attaching specific spell effects, they could carry some physicality, like Snape's stag. This guy had traveled a long way with Gryffindor's sword. But Dementors also lacked a physical form, and ordinary people couldn't touch them without using specific spells. No one of these two types are adversarial. Naturally, the ice crystals formed by the cold aura surrounding the Dementor could be touched and could harm the Guardian Spirit. As the Dementor let out a silent shriek, Masquerade saw the water ripple out in circles around it. Those swirling whirlpools headed straight for the platypus Guardian Spirit, even including Masquerade himself, who had already hidden behind it. TSK, is this high-intelligence thing created by Dementors? Masquerade silently admired his godfather's achievements and looked down upon his godfather for researching such arcane subjects, making progress faster and faster. The mud at the bottom of the lake was stirred up by the whirlpool, making the water filthy. He softly muttered a peculiar spell. From the tip of Masquerade's wand, a magnificent blue ice crystal column extended. Where the ice crystal reached, sharp ice spikes jutted out from the central trunk, twisting like blossoming branches. More ice spikes acted as leaves, radiating a chilling aura that brought the surrounding water temperature close to 0 degrees. The spirally extending trunk pierced through the Dementor's body in the blink of an eye, mainly targeting the tangled hair around it. The Dementor writhed in pain on the ice spikes, and the platypus Guardian Spirit flapped its limbs and swam beside the Dementor at an astonishing speed. The platypus opened its bill, revealing a row of sharp little teeth, and clamped down on a section of the black silk cloth next to the Dementor. With a fierce tug, it tore it off. The Dementor let out a malicious howl. Within a few seconds, fish within a dozen meters and crabs and shellfish hiding at the bottom of the lake turned white and died instantly. Its attack power was also very strong. Masquerade knew that this thing posed no real threat to him. It was likely a test for other warriors by Anriel. He began to examine the Dementor with a curious gaze. From Anriel's attitude, it was hard to say whether this thing could come ashore, but it certainly seemed to be a mass-produced model that could be disposed of without a second thought. This thing's underwater effectiveness was akin to a strategic fear torpedo, absolutely capable of compensating for Anriel's significant shortcoming in ocean warfare. Then, they could repair and enhance the Air Force's combat capabilities. Masquerade raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and the ice tree broke off at the base. The Dementor surprisingly still tried to pounce at him in a last-ditch effort. The platypus Guardian Spirit collided with the protective membrane that had been torn away from the Dementor, and the creature immediately became as still as a remote-controlled model that had lost power, frozen at the lake's bottom. Masquerade circled around it, observing for a while before confirming that the Dementor was indeed finished. The vital points were quite obvious, but unless they penetrated and destroyed the critical areas, it seemed there was no such thing as a fatal wound. It was more appropriate to say it was destroyed. The competition rules required the Dementor's head, which was essentially its core, to be extracted. So, Masquerade simply had the platypus go in and retrieve the fist-sized black orb. It seemed that if the damage wasn't too severe, injecting magic power could allow for recovery and rebooting, though it wouldn't be as intelligent afterward. The more Masquerade looked, the more interested he became. "My good godfather, you have truly understood Muggle technology." This puppet smiled, not thinking for a moment that this infinitely bionic puppet named Carmen had a higher technological content than Anriel's creations. Modest yet unconventional. This is Masquerade, after all. As an alchemist, he is still just 9 years old. Oh, he almost forgot he was still in a competition. After this thought, Masquerade suddenly understood and collected the Dementor's core, swishing his tail and quickly swimming towards the territory of the mermaid tribe. Like a mermaid rushing back to its tribe after getting separated. No aquatic magical creature would dare to provoke him now. 1 hour after the start of the Black Lake tournament, all contestants were swimming towards the mermaid tribe's location, and even if there were occasionally warriors deviating from the course, they would quickly adjust back. Miss Sophie from Busebaton had already entered the outer area of the mermaid tribe. She would choose one of the 2 hostages from Busebaton to take away from the bottom of the lake. Anriel walked on the smooth, mirror-like surface of the Black Lake as if taking a stroll, addressing the spectators gathered by the shore. This design takes into full consideration the psychological pressure the contestants experience at the bottom of the lake, greatly testing their ability to adapt in times of crisis and their judgment of the overall situation. The audience was abuzz with discussions, and opinions on this competition format were not uniform. However, overall, there were more supporters as some troublemakers had mixed in among the crowd. Anriel did not stop the audience from discussing. Anyway, the players couldn't hear them. Mr. Porter, are you feeling better? Anriel turned to Harry, who had already stood up, and asked with a concerned tone, no, can we continue the match? He looked somewhat unconvinced and a bit angry. After all, regardless of the gap in strength, anyone who was ambushed and knocked out would not be in a good mood after losing a significant advantage. Of course, you can continue your match at any time. Anriel thought for a moment and added, the only 2 ways to exit this year's top 3 competition. You already know from the last round. Well, not only do you know, but quite a few people have experienced loss of mobility or voluntarily withdrew. Apart from that, as long as the competition has not ended, you can continue to participate. Anriel signaled Harry to adjust his position and enter the water from a spot that was slightly closer to the mermaid tribe. This was not favoritism. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the other competitors were already nearing the mermaid tribe, and even Carmen, who was the farthest away, had already swum more than halfway. At this moment, it was better for Harry to encounter these people sooner. Can you guess how this group of warriors, in a state of fatigue and eager for a quick resolution, would deal with the youngest little warrior? With a splash, Harry, who had just stuffed something in his mouth, dove headfirst into the water. Anriel was somewhat disappointed. It seemed that young Crouch had not come up with a better solution. But then again, it made sense. The underwater breathing potion required a long brewing time, and advanced magic needed to be learned by Harry himself. Young Crouch had limited time, Severus had strict defenses, and Harry himself was not living up to expectations and lacked ability. Anriel feels that little Crouch has it tough too. However, in any case, Harry, who has taken gillyweed, theoretically has the capital to compete on the same stage as others. At least compared to Cedric and Sophie's bubblehead charm. The margin for error with gillyweed is much higher. After all, while you can cast a bubblehead charm underwater, it only creates a bubble of lake water. So how does this spell allow a bubble of uncompressed air to last for an hour? Is it the power of thought? Anriel doesn't really want to delve into this question. It's too profound and involves the essence of magic. He thinks he can study it when he's bored and wants to die, which could be years or even decades from now. The more he researches, the more he feels like dying. Well, now all our contestants have already sunk into the lake, or rather, they've entered the water. Anriel made a joke to ease the tense atmosphere in the arena. So far, the fastest progress has been made by Miss Sophie from the Busbarton School. However, she may only be able to score 10 points. Mr. Carmen from Durmstrang has already secured 5 points for himself. From this perspective, Durmstrang is in the lead. That's right. Sophie has already saved a hostage. She didn't hesitate at all, choosing Fleur's adorable little sister over her own boyfriend. Gabrielle is so lovely. The competition rules are still not perfect, as they do not take into account the closeness of the relationships between hostages and warriors, nor do they consider the relationships between a warrior's hostage and other warriors. A mistake, but anyway, there won't be another chance. Anriel stepped forward, disappearing from the spot and reappearing directly above the mermaid tribe. All right, this game is about to enter the second phase. The audience was puzzled. This competition is called a battle royale, right? The audience nodded in agreement. So, have you seen any part of the battle royale yet? The audience actually wanted to say yes, but upon careful consideration, even if they said yes, would Anriel pause his prepared actions? Obviously, that was impossible. So let it be. Seeing that there were no objections from the audience, Anriel nodded in satisfaction. Now, shall we welcome my little pets? Not the kind that Hagrid raises, those large, fierce beasts that tend to deal physical damage. Anriel stomped his foot, causing ripples to spread across the surface of the lake. A large mass of dense, inky black smoke diffused in the water. However, the Black Lake itself was already black, so the audience couldn't actually see such a shocking scene. The soul-eating beast released this time was different from the previous ones. This type was more inclined towards a fear aura effect that affected a wide area. It wouldn't attack actively and lacked a core of intelligence, so its defense had naturally increased significantly. It all depended on whether Sapine could notice this in time. Anyway, Anriel felt that this young lady shouldn't stop to engage directly with this creature. Anriel looked up in surprise at the screen on the island in the lake. Where's this kid running off to? Anriel was truly shocked. This kid Harry always manages to come up with something new. It seems like he swam in the opposite direction. No way, dude. I put you in the middle range so you could meet up with the others faster, even to directly start a fight. What's with you going the wrong way? Moreover, what's even more outrageous is that Harry not only swam in the opposite direction, but he also changed lanes. How'd he change lanes? If we view the Black Lake as a flat surface, ignoring the depth, all the warriors are starting from the southwestern side of the lake, while the mermaid tribe is at the bottom on the northern side. Anriel's Death Soul Beast is placed at the southernmost side, the best viewing position for the large screen above the lake island, which is also where the judges' seats are located. All obstacle courses take place on the western side. As for what is on the eastern side, it should be something you can guess, right? Anriel flickered and teleported to the sky above a body of water that he couldn't see clearly. The eastern side of the Black Lake is the territory of the giant squid, which is said to be a guardian beast that has lived for hundreds of years, dating back to the founding of Hogwarts. It seems to be as old as the basilisk. Even more outrageous rumors suggest that in the final years of Hogwarts' founding, after Slytherin had a disagreement with the other three founders and left the school alone shortly after Slytherin's departure, perhaps due to fate's envy of talent, Helena Ravenclaw, the ghost of Ravenclaw, Grey Lady, caused the wisest Rowena Ravenclaw to pass away from excessive grief. After that, apart from Salazar Slytherin, the oldest Helga Hufflepuff also lived out her last day normally. Only Godric Gryffindor remained among the four founders. The above part is not a rumor, but historical fact. The following is the rumor. Gryffindor held an incredibly pure and special feeling for this academy because he had devoted almost his entire life to it. Regardless of whether there were any minor disagreements among the four founders, when Gryffindor's life was nearing its end, what he thought of was still to protect the school they had built together, to safeguard the time they had all experienced together throughout an entire era. From that day, or perhaps that moment, no one knows how a mysterious giant beast appeared in the Black Lake beside Hogwarts Castle, which was confirmed to be a giant squid years later. Perhaps Godric Gryffindor never truly left the school he had dedicated everything to protect. Anriel carefully observed the surface of the water, his gaze penetrating the lake, casting into the darkness that he could not see. That was the lair of the giant squid. Anriel can use magic to see through the lake, but he can't have the X-ray vision like Moody's magical eye. However, the good news is that, so far, there have been no abnormalities on Harry's screen. It seems I might need to remind Mr. Potter that he has taken a wrong turn. Anriel turned to the audience and shrugged helplessly. Laughter echoed throughout the venue, except for the stands of Gryffindor. Anriel turned back to the podium and waved at Dumbledore. The old man nodded. Then, Anriel began to slowly descend. On the island in the center of the lake, four screens appeared, facing the directions of the four stands. Let me see. However, Anriel was not looking with his eyes, but began to open his senses, feeling the souls in the lake water. Chaos. Anriel suddenly opened his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. When he had previously let go of his perception to feel the entire school, the sensation of the Black Lake had never felt as strange as it did now after sinking into the water. On a spiritual level, the entire Black Lake seemed like a whole, especially in the eastern part of the Black Lake. Anriel now felt as if he had plunged into a vast but very low-concentration soul. Souls and consciousness have always been topics that alchemists are passionate about, and Masqueray is an expert in this area, albeit from the opposite direction. As the puppet sage, Masqueray is very skilled at extinguishing souls and the consciousness that is about to be born. He had once chatted with Anriel, saying that while he didn't know the specific manifestations of consciousness, souls are not just illusory phantoms. Once a soul is shattered, it can be collected through certain special means. They turn into fragments, devoid of consciousness. Through a form of soul alchemy that is considered heretical in human alchemy, these fragments can be purified into the soul itself. Carmen's body now contains 21 ounces of pure soul, but it lacks consciousness. It has always been Masqueray's consciousness that controls Carmen. And the purpose of these 21 ounces of soul is to allow Carmen's identity to pass through any form of magical monitoring and to make Masqueray's control smoother. If the body is likened to a computer, then the soul is not just the software, but also includes a complete set of smooth external operating devices. The current state of the Black Lake is quite absurd. What is drifting in a lake can no longer be called soul fragments. It is more reasonable to call it soul debris. So whose is it? Even if it has turned into a shattered form and is unevenly distributed. How powerful must the soul be, or how vast in number, to cover the entire Black Lake? Gryffindor? Anriel didn't want to play dumb. But even with the spirit of Gryffindor, it was impossible to cover the entire Black Lake. Has anyone died in the Black Lake? Anriel cannot be certain of his guess. As he has never heard of that history, at least Gryffindor did not allow it to be passed down. This covered the loose souls of the entire Black Lake. Like a giant jellyfish, Anriel, while perceiving the outside world, failed to recognize the utterly outrageous soul of the giant squid because its body was filled with water identical to the surrounding environment. Anriel has already sensed Harry, and is now on the same level as him. Yet he still chooses to continue sinking. Anriel took a deep breath of the bone-chilling, icy water at the bottom of the lake, allowing the water mixed with unknown people or fragments of souls to flow down her throat. There wasn't enough, and Anriel was staring intently in one direction, due east. There was a giant underwater cave in the lake. Aside from the giant squid, there wasn't much else worth living here. How to put it? Anriel actually doesn't need to be here at all. He just needs to find Harry Potter at a depth further away from the lake bottom and tell him, "You're going the wrong way." That would be enough. But he is curious. Although curiosity is the source of all disasters, it is also the beginning of all progress. Deep in the cave, a bright and gigantic yellow eye suddenly opened. As for why it's just one eye, because squids have their eyes on the sides. Anriel swam towards the area with the highest density of soul fragments, which clearly led to the cave where the giant squid resided. Above, Harry continued to swim resolutely in the opposite direction of the mermaid tribe, cutting through obstacles and dealing with the stragglers left behind by other warriors. After all, he had been training specifically for over a month on basic water monsters, and so far, they posed no challenge to him. This matter was closely related to physical condition and immediate status. On the shore, in the judges' seats, Ludo Bagman curiously asked, Dumbledore, has Anriel gotten lost?" Dumbledore did not answer him, but instead muttered to himself in a tone only he could hear. The old gentleman knew very well that Anriel wouldn't suddenly decide to show off in such a situation. Given Anriel's personality, he would most likely swim directly in front of Harry and cheerfully tell him, "You're swimming the wrong way," before enjoying his reaction. That was the sort of thing Anriel would do. But now he hadn't done that. In fact, he hadn't even disabled the functional magic he referred to as a live-streaming camera. Dumbledore did not believe that, given Anriel's character, he would make a big fuss about his personal affairs, letting everyone know about it simultaneously. Therefore, this scene and what might happen next was likely, or rather probably, almost certainly something meant for Anriel himself to see. His purpose might be to convey some information. Anriel discovered an important matter that needed to be personally confirmed by the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. From Bagman's perspective, Dumbledore did not respond to him, but instead stared blankly at the screen of the island in the lake. A look of astonishment on his face. "You seem to be having issues." This former Quidditch player appeared to still retain a slight sense of crisis. He realized that things might take a turn. Anriel swung his right hand, which wasn't holding the wand, downwards, making him seem as if he were standing on a transparent arch bridge floating over water, just like the lake itself, firmly positioned in the water. In front of him was a dark and eerie cave. For Anriel, there was no such thing as preparing for an adventure, because he himself was currently, or rather usually, in his strongest state. There was nothing to prepare for. Thus, under Dumbledore's gaze filled with a hint of worry and doubt, Anriel swam into the cave. The Black Lake water filled the entire space, creating a strange sensation. Even though Anriel didn't need to breathe, he abruptly felt a sense of suffocation. It was as if countless eyes around him were secretly, indifferently, openly, joyfully, curiously, and angrily staring at him, watching him as he swam in. It felt like a false world, akin to a dream where everyone else was an actor except for him. Yet it wasn't so bizarre, lacking a bit of dissonance. It was also like a strange entity blending into a crowd, drawing attention, yet failing to evoke a unified opinion from all who saw it. It was quite unsettling. Anriel sensed these gazes and immediately realized that among these fragments of souls, consciousness had not been preserved. Even if it had, it would only be a faint trace, impossible to restore. Anriel raised her wand and pointed it forward. There was a thick tentacle there. "I don't know if you can understand, but you need to know one thing." Anriel spoke slowly, not like others who bubbled words from their mouths, but transmitted his voice through the ripples vibrating around his lips, visually confirming, The sound at least reached the giant squid. This enormous creature paused for a moment. Its thick, outstretched tentacles floated in the water, seemingly understanding Anriel's words and curious about what would come next. Was there anything that an old squid living at the bottom of the Black Lake for hundreds of years needed to know? Well, since you want to listen so much, I'll say it straight, I'm not. Anriel raised an eyebrow, seemingly not expecting that this giant squid would actually listen to him. However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. A thick tentacle shot through the water, striking towards Anriel with astonishing speed. Anriel was caught off guard, taken by surprise. He laughed in anger. This old octopus didn't really understand what he was saying. It was just numbing its prey, making it let its guard down. Anriel sighed. Was he really dead? Regardless of the rumors or legends, or the drifting fragments of souls in the lake, these things led to speculations, inferences, and conclusions about the life and death of Godric Gryffindor that matched the evidence. But now, the giant squid had wrapped its tentacles around Anriel. This was something that, for a creature, was entirely normal, simple, and instinctual in a hunting situation, leading Anriel to almost conclude that Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, was dead. His soul might still be here, never separated from the school he cherished. Unfortunately, that soul might have long since transformed into the countless stars scattered across the lake. Even though the squid's hunting tentacles were already wrapped around Anriel's waist, he still sighed, wanting to give this beast one last chance. Unfortunately, it was truly a pity. Gryffindor was already a dead man. Flesh severed, bones broken. The tentacles that entwined Anriel snapped in response, a segment of the squid's tentacle silently falling to the lake bottom. But no, in this regard, the giant squid also shared characteristics with octopuses. That tentacle, after leaving the main body, continued to twist and struggle, trying to ensnare Anriel and bring about his demise. Anriel stared intently at the tentacle of the squid, which undoubtedly bore traces of magical release. A column of red, boiling water erupted from the tip of his wand. The giant squid was too large, and since its purpose was to attack Anriel, it was very close to him. The red water column sliced through the squid's thick tentacle like a hot knife cutting through butter. That tentacle was severed once again. However, even though it was broken and had turned into 2 segments, this large, grotesque mass continued to writhe and approach Anriel after detaching from the main body. Anriel was observing the reaction of the broken tentacle, while also keeping an eye on the giant squid's main body. Therefore, shouldn't the main body of the giant squid pose a greater threat? Anriel obviously should understand this. The reason he specifically observed that tentacle is because it just jumped up, swam over, and intended to attack him. In a detached state from its body, this thing seemed to have eyes and a brain capable of reasonably controlling it to attack. And this is clearly unrealistic. Of course, there is another possible hypothesis, which is that the phenomenon of being severed does not affect the giant squid's control over this tentacle. The second possibility still needs to be observed for a while, but verifying the first possibility only requires Anriel to make a phone call. Mascuri, or Carmen, who was swimming freely at the bottom of the lake, suddenly froze. He felt Anriel calling him. So, this nominal disciple of Anriel did not hesitate to answer the call, temporarily placing himself in an offline state from the competition. Come on, no matter what the reason is, Anriel might have something to ask of him that he couldn't refuse. First of all, the person is the boss. Secondly, Anriel's matters would definitely be much more interesting than this competition. What's up, bro? Can you help me see what this thing in front of me is? Anriel thought for a moment and added to the client's request. Help me see whether this is a newborn consciousness, an independent soul, or some other random thing. A simple question instantly turned into a multiple-choice question. Masquerade was already an expert in splitting attention, multitasking between controlling Carmen and himself. So splitting off a thread of attention for a short time was not a big deal at all. Okay, Masquerade didn't even need to put Carmen's body on standby. He directly split off a thread of attention and directed it towards Anriel. Wow, what is this? It looks so ugly. Masquerade read aloud, "The Great King Octopus." Anriel raised his hand and waved, and 2 more tentacles were severed at the base, writhing and twisting as they stubbornly advanced towards him. Hey. Isn't the vitality of these severed limbs a bit outrageous? Masquerade observed from a bystander's perspective for a moment and then suggested to Anriel, how about chopping it into mincemeat? A typical case of enjoying the spectacle without caring about the trouble. However, aside from this method, Anriel really couldn't decide what to do with this mass of soft-bodied creature for the time being. Ahead, the divine blade was effective. A patch of blue-green blood, reminiscent of dyed ink, spread out but was quickly washed away by the lake water within seconds. just like when the tentacle was chopped off and cut into two segments. Invisible blades of light surged, striking not only the tentacle, but also cleaving into the giant squid's massive body. Squids do not wail. Moreover, they were currently in a cave. Anriel won't let him get away. What the hell is this? Anriel's brows were tightly furrowed, feeling a sense of nausea for the first time since his crossing, directed at a creature that appeared before him. Or rather, it also included feelings of disgust and repulsion. Not just Anriel, even Masquerade, the automaton master who spent his days conducting live experiments, felt a twinge of disgust at this unknown entity. As for the audience watching the live stream, the signal had already been cut off by Anriel when he severed the tentacle in two. This scene was simply not something an average person could accept. A mass of flesh with fringed edges floating in the water, writhing and trembling, extending parts of its body outward. Overall, this thing looked like some kind of soft-bodied slug, but its fragmented, paste-like body made it extremely nauseating. Is it still not dead? Anriel was just about to use some forbidden power underwater to burn away the slowly writhing mass of flesh when suddenly he remembered. It seemed that those soul fragments were attached to these small pieces of flesh. Masquerade, give me a word. Anriel's expression was quite serious. Boss, haven't you already guessed? Masquerade's lips twitched slightly. What do you Hogwarts people say? Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. If nothing unexpected happens, these countless soul fragments floating at the bottom of the lake all come from humans. And the consciousness of these people has been destroyed to the same limit, so they can respond to external stimuli, like a swarm of mayflies. Masquerade paused, and Anriel, almost to himself, took over the conversation. Then that old lion finally chopped his own soul into minced meat. Anriel laughed for no reason. What is he after? Does he really not trust the successive headmasters chosen by future generations? It's worth noting that even Phineas Nigellus Black managed to protect this school he took over during that tumultuous and chaotic era. Well, maybe his contributions weren't that significant. In any case, among all the headmasters so far, there have been no failures. They have all done well in fulfilling their duty to protect the school. So what is this old Gryffindor after? In his current half-alive, soul-shattered, and hazy state, he can only act according to the instructions left from his lifetime. His role in protecting the school is even less than that of some ordinary professors. Anriel waved his wand to draw a square, enclosing a portion of the meat paste inside. In the next moment, that lump disappeared, transferred to another space by Anriel. In that independent space, which did not come into contact with the water of the Black Lake, the meat lump shattered, turning into a puddle of wet meat filling. The other tentacles, the meat filling, and even the remaining body of the giant squid, which had been studied by Anriel, all seemed to go insane, launching an attack on Anriel simultaneously. It was as if they sensed the disappearance of their kind. Were they insane? Anriel was so angry that he couldn't help but laugh. He knew what old Gryffindor was up to. One word: ridiculous. Matthew, do you think this old guy is trying to? Anriel seemed to be confirming something, asking Masquer. At the same time, without any pressure, he sidestepped to avoid the indescribable thing in front of him that crashed like waves. Don't ask me. I'm just an alchemist, and my guess is exactly the same as yours. Masquer's expression was unfriendly. It seems you really dislike this kind of person, Anriel curiously asked. If it were you, you'd be annoyed too. Masquer was even more irritable. Let us assume you spent several years of effort and finally managed to create a finished puppet. Then suddenly this thing's backup plan activates smoothly, and you have to fight it desperately. If you lose, you'll be humiliated and at a loss. If you win, those years of hard work would be for nothing. No matter what, the puppet has to be remade. More importantly, when I first got the base body, I couldn't confirm right away, like you, whether this thing had entered a dead end or was lingering in the human realm. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is the most troublesome and hated thing for Masquer as a puppet master, and even for the entire clown family he comes from. At the same time, this was also one of the key reasons Masquer made the almost arbitrary decision to follow Anriel after witnessing her nearly miraculous death abilities. Back to the earlier giant squid, or rather, the body of Godric Gryffindor. His soul is neither dead nor alive, just shattered beyond repair. Horcrux? That was the despicable work of Helbo, who was officially banished by the World Wizarding Association in 1227. It was an invention that appeared many years after Gryffindor's death, created by a completely insane genius madman. Therefore, if Gryffindor wanted to stay on this land forever, he could not be in a ghostly state, which is powerless and meaningless. Without the convenient and quick method of Horcruxes, he chose a more painful and extreme approach. In fact, it's quite similar to the principle of Horcruxes. It's just that it's about being shredded not cut into pieces. He didn't just want to live. He wanted to die and then live again. Anriel raised his hand and sent out a crimson water column, crushing one of the giant octopus's tentacles. Dead and then alive again. This was exactly what Masquerade loathed the most. A more relatable situation for the Chinese might be that of a corpse being driven away. But before it could be dealt with, it comes back to life on its own. Unfortunately, the methods left behind by Gryffindor were a bit too ancient. A century, 2 centuries. Perhaps for a few hundred years, his methods could still be effective. But after a whole 1,000 years, Anriel shook his head with a hint of regret. Seemingly sensing Anriel's thoughts, Masquerade muttered, "Well, in a sense, your school's founder has also achieved a kind of immortality, right? So, it's not comparable to someone like you." Masquerade paused, trying to find a more fitting term to describe his nearly invincible godfather. "Let me think." Anriel chuckled. "A monster? Sure, if you want to think of it that way." Masquerade was speechless, but he still adjusted his statement according to Anriel's joke. Even if he wasn't a monster in the complete sense of eternal life like Anriel, he still preserved his, well, existence. How to put it? Gryffindor himself was like a piece of rock candy or salt block, however you want to think of it. What he did was probably smash himself into bits, turning into powdered sugar, and throw it into a cup of water, which is your Great Lake. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the era and technological constraints, his method of doing this was somewhat, rather crude. The concentration was uneven, it didn't dissolve completely, and so on. There were all sorts of problems. But it cannot be denied that the essential magical effect was still in play. To use my previous analogy, as long as there is still a drop of sugar water, Gryffindor cannot be considered truly dead. Similarly, he could come back to life, though it would be quite difficult. Absurd. Anriel clicked his tongue and gave a succinct answer. After all, this magic could be considered a kind of transaction related to equivalent exchange. He sacrificed his consciousness and reason to obtain this half-dead, yet nearly eternal life. The last person to do this was known in alchemical history as the Triple Great Hermes. How should one put it? This individual encountered some things he shouldn't have during his alchemical pursuits. Now he is losing his sanity and deteriorating in some forgotten corner, only able to feed on instinct. For them, the decay of the physical body is merely a trivial setback, isn't it? Anriel smiled, clenched his palm tightly, and crushed the remaining parts of the giant squid into minced meat. However, once dead, they are dead before someone calls them back. It's better for them to honestly lie in their graves and avoid causing trouble. Anriel knew that the giant squid would not simply die. Its massive body, which had turned into a writhing, twisted mass of flesh, would live on as long as the lake continued to be filled with the soul fragments primarily from Gryffindor. It would only exist instinctively. Could it possibly come back to life? Truly come back to life. I suppose it couldn't. Back in the original story, even before the final battle, nearly the entire castle was under the control of dark forces. And those suffering students and the evil Death Eaters had been trapped in the school for almost a year. In such a situation, the giant squid didn't show any reaction, nor did it appear during the final battle. It seems there is no hope left, right? As for Gryffindor, may you find peace in your boundless existence. Your reason eroded by chaos and instinct. We will remember your dedication that sacrificed everything for Hogwarts. Goodbye. A spiral-shaped, twisted force field spread and swirled in the seawater. The deep blue blood exploded in the water, and strands of shredded flesh were squeezed out from the gaps in the force field stripes. "Wow, boss. You're being a bit too ruthless, aren't you?" Masquerade said this, but his expression was somewhat excited. Anyway, the squid no longer had any formed parts left. "Yes, it's always been this way. What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing, it's fine." Showing teeth. Thumbs up, JPG. Anriel smiled and turned to swim diagonally upward. While also turning on the camera he was carrying again. "Look, there's a picture." Outside the arena, murmurs erupted. A few minutes ago, when Anriel had cut off the feed himself, even Dumbledore frowned. Although he wasn't worried about Anriel's safety being threatened, Dumbledore was more concerned about what exactly Anriel thought should not be shown to the audience. However, Dumbledore's lack of concern did not mean others were not worried. Except for Luna, almost all the students who were familiar with Anriel widened their eyes and looked at each other. Luna rolled her eyes slightly from her seat in the stands. It wasn't until Anriel reconnected the feed that the buzzing discussions in the stands finally ceased. From that point, until a figure in golden red swim trunks appeared in Anriel's line of sight, the audience was surprisingly quiet. "Hey Harry, you're swimming the wrong way." A familiar voice suddenly rang in Harry's ears as he swam at full speed. This was the bottom of the lake. "Anriel." Harry was startled. and water rushed into his mouth several times. Fortunately, he now had gills, so even though he choked on some water, it wasn't a big deal. Bruce. Thinking about the owner of that voice made everything reasonable. Harry looked around in confusion and then spotted Anriel behind him, locking eyes with him. Huh? Harry was bewildered. I said, Harry, you're swimming the wrong way. Anriel hovered in the water, pointed behind him, and then watched Harry's reaction with great interest. Of course, he was also quite pleased with the confusion, surprise, embarrassment, and doubt that appeared on Harry's face, a chaotic mix of emotions. Through Anriel's camera, the scene he observed was transmitted back to the display screen above the water without missing a second. Ha ha. Merlin above, that expression, ha. After a brief pause that was even quieter than before, laughter erupted from all directions in the stands. Among them, the laughter from the Slytherin and Durmstrang sections was the loudest. Even the Gryffindor area joined in with bursts of laughter. It wasn't that they disrespected their own champion. It was just too hard to contain themselves. After the notification was in place, Anriel turned and swam back to the shore. Everyone could see the direction he was heading, could see the water in front of him gradually becoming shallower, slowly revealing light. Because of this, at the moment he poked his head out of the water, countless curious gazes were cast over. They all wanted to know what had happened during those few minutes when nothing could be seen. However, Anriel seemed to be completely oblivious to it, walking straight towards the judging panel. Anriel called out to Dumbledore, then fell silent. The two of them were skilled in legilimency, so they were already having a private conversation. Bagman was standing by, wide-eyed, but couldn't hear a single useful piece of information. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime weren't much better, but due to their positions as headmaster and headmistress, they didn't behave like Bagman, while clowning around. All right, since Mr. Potter has finally swum in the right direction, our competition can continue, right? As Harry swam towards the others, that is, the mermaid tribe, the focus of the audience gradually shifted back to the competition itself. After all, Anriel hadn't said anything. Well, he hadn't mentioned anything about the bottom of the lake. As for the competition, he was still explaining. All 6 champions had finally entered the lake, although their progress varied, with Mr. Masquerade already scoring 5 points ahead. Now, let us pay attention to Mr. Cedric Diggory, shall we? Cedric carefully observed the screens broadcasting the event for a moment before turning to the audience and saying, Mr. Diggory has reached the mermaid tribe. He is the second warrior to arrive. Perhaps the Black Lake is indeed too vast. He did not encounter Miss Sophie on her way back. Let's see what he will choose. On the screen, Cedric had a strange large bubble above his head, looking quite comical. The stone sculpture binding the hostages stood right in the center of the mermaid tribe square, making it easy to see the bound hostages. There were 5 hostages remaining. Missing was Fleur's hostage, her sister, Gabrielle Delacour. Unfortunately, Cedric did not know her. He only recognized Hermione, Ron, and his own corresponding hostage, Cho Chang, who were still at the tail of the stone sculpture. He did not know the remaining little boy or the unidentified hostage who had been rescued. Wait, which one was Harry's hostage? Cedric suddenly thought of a serious question. This was an important matter. He knew that Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger were friends of Harry Potter. Cedric's mind raced, and the oppressive atmosphere of the Black Lake had a significant impact on his thoughts. He should first rule out that Beauxbaton's boy, Sophie's boyfriend. In fact, Cedric did just that. But he encountered a problem in the next step. Hermione Granger was Victor Crumb's partner at the Yule Ball, and even if that little boy Cedric did not know had some Germanic features, it should not affect who Harry's hostage was, because Hermione might be related to both warriors. But Ron Weasley was only related to one warrior named Harry Potter. Unfortunately, at that moment, Cedric did not immediately think of this. Just then, Fleur arrived. This time, she was not taken out by Grindelwald on the way. In fact, in a place Cedric did not know, she even attempted to attack him. However, due to her inherent kindness and morals, she ultimately could not bring herself to cast a spell that might disqualify Cedric from the competition, but could also cost him his life. She didn't dare to gamble, but he dared. Stupefy. A large bubble split from the bubble above Cedric's head and floated up. A red jet of water shot out with a flick of his wrist. Fleur awkwardly twisted to the side, barely dodging the attack. She was shocked, confused, and angry. However, she was not angry with her enemy because of this attack. She was angry that her earlier restraint and hesitation now seemed so ridiculous. Look at him. He never held back at all. He was fully aware that there was no life danger in this competition. Everything was just Fleur's own wild imagination. Did he know that she had hesitated for a moment because of his life and death? No. He showed no hesitation when casting the stunning spell. Fleur raised her wand, and a white ribbon burst forth. Seeing this white ribbon, Cedric's face also revealed a hint of displeasure. In his view, Fleur's action undoubtedly admitted that it was she who tried to intervene and take advantage during his battle with Chrome. To Cedric, that white ribbon was not a deliberate restraint, because it indeed almost caused him to be disqualified. If it wasn't a deliberate restraint, then it could only be attributed to the impatient and insufficiently powerful onlooker who wanted to take advantage. That was why Cedric could still stand here, confronting Fleur. Both sides carried a threat of anger, each with reasons not to hold back anymore. Water arrows. Fleur's wand pointed directly at Cedric, casting the most difficult-to-dodge offensive spell in her mind. Perhaps on land, this spell would be less powerful and easier to dodge. But the problem was, they were now at the bottom of the lake. The sharp water arrows generated by this spell were colorless and invisible in the water, and they moved incredibly fast. It seemed that Cedric could not escape and would inevitably suffer Fleur's wrath. But Fleur seemed to overlook a rather important fact. Among these 6 warriors, in terms of raw power, she could only rank 4th. In a direct confrontation, she could not defeat Cedric. Indeed, battles are not games. And victory is not entirely determined by numbers. It is not completely impossible for the weaker side to win in a surprise attack or under advantageous conditions, as Cedric's life and death had previously demonstrated very well. But she wasn't ambushing him now, was she? Cedric stared intently at Fleur's wand, almost reacting the moment she began to chant the spell, bubbles forming at her mouth. All petrify. Through Fleur's live broadcast perspective, all viewers could see the shape of Cedric's lips change. After all, it was a very ordinary and simple spell. So, any audience familiar with the petrification spell would know what Cedric was casting. At the same time, it also showed that Cedric's fundamentals were incredibly solid, and his reaction speed was very fast. The petrification spell was also a colorless spell at the bottom of the water. The 2 colorless spells collided in the water between them. There were no dazzling colors in the collision. In fact, 99 of the people would not know which direction the 2 spells reflected and flew. Fleur was still a bit lucky. Her water arrow spell shot 3 water arrows with 1 spell. Whoosh! A crimson color appeared beside Cedric. Cedric was both shocked and angry. Shocked that he was injured. Angry that this Beauxbatons competitor really dared to use such force. After all, from Cedric's perspective, due to the rules of the tournament, the petrification spell would not take Fleur's life at the bottom of the lake. It would only disqualify her from the competition. To Cedric, Fleur had even ambushed him once. But from Fleur's perspective, it seemed otherwise. I just wanted to hurt you. How dare you on my life? Regardless of why she thought this, it was clear. Stupefied. A red jet of water streaked through. This jet successfully struck one of the warriors' bodies. On the water's surface, Anriel walked slowly to the position above the stunned warrior and announced to the entire arena, Miss Fleur Delacour, temporarily disqualified from the competition. The person who was eliminated is Fervent. It was somewhat unexpected, yet also quite reasonable. During the time, Fervent slowly floated up. Cedric urgently bandaged his injured thigh. He wasn't using a transformation spell to move freely in the water. He was using a simpler bubblehead charm. This meant that he hadn't grown any webbed toes to assist with swimming. An injured thigh would severely affect his swimming speed. He needed to make a decision quickly about who he should save. Otherwise, others would gradually arrive here, and at that point, Cedric wouldn't have superhuman abilities. Then he wouldn't be able to escape. Fervent's present is his future. Under the watchful eyes of the mermaids, Cedric pointed his wand at the ropes binding one of the hostages. Disintegrate. Well, in a sense, this could be considered a reasonable choice. Anriel watched as Cedric unhesitatingly picked up Qiu Zhang and swam towards the center island of the lake without looking back, commenting, "After all, no matter what, rescuing one's own hostage would definitely earn points. If the wrong hostage were rescued, according to the clearly stated rules of the competition, there would only be one outcome. Neither side would score." Anriel stood on the water's surface, quietly waiting for Fervent to slowly rise from the water under his spell. Just floating there. Truly a beautiful sight. Regardless of Fervent's strength, one undeniable thing is that she is indeed very beautiful, at least from a general aesthetic perspective. That is the case. Anriel would not wake her up, just as he had not woken Harry before. The effect of the coma curse on the warriors can last for varying durations, which itself reflects the magical abilities of the attacking side and the physical qualities of the attack side. As for whether it is fair that Fleur is a girl in terms of physical qualities, what does it matter if it's unfair? Is someone going to jump up and bite me? The Goblet of Fire can only select 2 girls from the Beauxbatons candidates, which already indicates that they are stronger than their male classmates. If the strong ones can't compete, what else can be done? The battle that took place underwater was fleeting, and it could be said to be over in an instant. Meanwhile, above the water, the audience was momentarily silent. After a brief silence, a deafening cheer erupted, mainly from the students of Hogwarts, especially the Badgers of Hufflepuff. As mentioned in the original text, this is one of the few significant honors for Hufflepuff. Krum and Carmen have joined forces. It makes sense, as Krum was hit by Cedric's Confundus charm and swam back a distance, while in terms of speed, the last one, Carmen, or rather, Masquerade, was still the fastest among all the warriors. Their coming together was not unexpected for Anriel. However, this was not good news for the other warriors from other schools in the audience. Wait, friends, our first warrior has arrived. Anriel suddenly turned his head, looking towards the direction of the island in the lake. Sophony had arrived, accompanied by Furong's younger sister. How should I put it? Sophony's strength is not top-notch, as her identity as the second warrior of Bus Barton undoubtedly proves. Usually, she is even inferior to Furong. Yet this warrior has an absurd amount of luck. From start to finish, she didn't take a detour, didn't encounter anyone, wasn't discovered, and wasn't tracked. The biggest challenge she faced during the entire swimming process was a hinkpunk. She was like the diligent tasker in a space werewolf game, asking about the current status of the competition. Sorry, I have no idea. Sophony has always been such a lucky person. Clearly, luck is also a part of strength. Congratulations, Miss Sophony, for successfully rescuing a hostage and scoring for Bus Barton, Anriel announced. The audience was excited, and after 2 consecutive thrilling and exhilarating scenes, the atmosphere in the arena was stirred up. Not to mention the already assembled Durmstrang group. They could almost be certain to contribute at least one fierce battle. Who is the target? It can't be. Oh no, this is not good. In the audience, Hagrid's hoarse voice sounded. Fleur was temporarily out, and Sophie's already reached the finish line, looking like she didn't intend to go back into the water. So the 2 warriors from Durmstrang could only deal with the 2 from Hogwarts? On the water's surface, Anriel smirked and reached out. Several indistinct black smokes swirled slowly at the bottom of the water, blocking the path of the 2 Durmstrang students. They wouldn't need to be held off for too long. Just about 10 minutes, and Harry Potter would catch up. He had entered the water using gillyweed, growing webbed feet, so he swam very fast. Once he caught up, what would happen? It's unclear. The Dementors were completely under Anriel's control, so he could continue to create serious injuries in the second round of the competition. Sorry, fans, Durmstrang's choice can only be Krum. As for Harry, Anriel has no intention of caring about Krum's feelings. At the calm bottom of the lake, only the sound of limbs slicing through the water gently ripples out. In fact, Krum and the others are not swimming slowly. Victor, wait a moment. Carmen's voice sounded in Krum's ear. We have something to do. What do you mean? Krum wasn't quite sure what Carmen was referring to. If it was about the competition, he didn't agree. Cedric only won against him by ambushing him, and if he encountered Cedric again, he would definitely regain his face. Then suddenly, half of Krum's body transformed into a shark, and he felt a bone-chilling cold in the water. For a half-shark, this was almost impossible. Verdammt. Note, German. Translated as damn. Hey, Big Star, everyone is watching from the shore. Don't say that, Carmen joked from the side. After all, he had encountered a boggart once. Or else he wouldn't have felt that coldness called fear in advance. However, isn't it normal to curse in sports? What is that? Krum flipped over and swam back a considerable distance, turning to ask Carmen. The one in the rules, the boggart that earns 5 points. Krum glared, shark version, at the black rags slowly floating toward them. Looks tough to deal with. That's natural. Carmen raised his wand, and a whirlpool began to gather at the tip of his wand. Based on my limited but usable experience, this thing has a core, and its protection is those rag-like tentacles around it. Those are tentacles. Although Krum had a shark head, the audience could still imagine his grim face. That's right. And interestingly, Carmen's spell was fully charged. He flicked his wrist, and the spinning water whirlpool flew toward the nearest boggart. This thing's tentacles have substance and can tangle together. Under Krum's amazed gaze, the tentacles of the boggart, flailing around, had little resistance and were sucked into the whirlpool, twisted into a mess. Those rags were much sturdier than they looked, and they couldn't be easily cut. However, this now became a problem that prevented them from escaping. Stop looking. There's a whole group over there. It's not that Carmen didn't want to deal with these things all at once. But after all, he wasn't Anriel. If he expanded the scale of the whirlpool, its strength would decrease, and a single boggart could easily escape. To have a whirlpool strong enough to suck in a boggart, it could basically only handle one at a time. Krum wasn't a fool and even realized why Carmen hadn't used a larger scale spell. In the raging water, the 2 figures flashed and maneuvered. Mainly, the number of boggarts is a bit too much. For them, it was somewhat strenuous. However, correspondingly, their scores were steadily increasing. 1, 2. Don't think that this action of scoring points seems simple. It has a difficulty that matches the score. In Anriel's estimation, these two guys could at most hunt 4 or 5 before it was about right. And by that time, whether they still had the energy to rescue their corresponding hostages was another question. Harry didn't keep Anriel, the audience, and the 2 warriors from Durmstrang waiting too long. On his screen, Krum and Carmen's figures soon appeared. The audience once again entered a tense, focused state of breath-holding. In this situation, what choice will the competitor Harry Potter make? Ludo Bagman's loud voice echoed throughout the arena. And Bagman himself looked at the guy in the center of the lake who had made his own sound with an incredulous gaze. Let's lighten the mood a bit, Mr. Bagman. Anriel shrugged with a smile. You know, my voice isn't really suited for shouting something so passionate. Bagman paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Of course. Of course. With Anriel's comment, the atmosphere in the arena became less tense. Everyone was curious, speculating about which opponent Harry would ambush and how he would confront the remaining one. And Harry's choice was, under the gaze of almost all the spectators, Harry's screen shifted, sidestepping Krum and Carmen. He took a detour. He didn't ambush anyone. The audience erupted in astonishment. How should I put it? Although Harry's behavior promoted a more noble spirit of competition, it also aligned very well with his own interests. One could say there was no issue with it in terms of both sentiment and reason. But the audience was not satisfied. Boring. I want to see blood flowing like rivers. JPG, who wants to see you taking a detour to escape? Look at how fiercely Fleur and Cedric are fighting. Look at Carmen and Krum. Even that Dementor, you could feel an uncomfortable sensation through the screen. Why did you have to pull back? The audience seemed to subconsciously overlook another champion from Beau's Batons, Sophony Claire. Although she hadn't experienced many battles, the few she had were against underwater obstacles and magical creatures, and the intensity wasn't high. As for battles against other champions, she hadn't had a single one. But the audience didn't see anything wrong with that. After all, Miss Sophony's experiences could be summarized as luck, and luck is also a part of strength. As for Harry, not encountering a battle and choosing to avoid a battle when faced with one were completely different matters. Then, fortunately, Harry's stealth skills seemed to be lacking, and Carmen and Krum's counter-surveillance skills were clearly impressive. The latter was even a world-class seeker, with dynamic detail observation at the top level of the entire magical world. Hey, look what we found, Carmen said, a bubble popping from his mouth, but he knew Krum could hear him because he was currently a shark. The hearing of such creatures was definitely better than humans. Don't call me that, it's creepy. Krum's shark body shivered slightly, feeling a chill. Mainly because Carmen was good-looking and well-proportioned. Calling him by that nickname gave off a somewhat gay vibe, especially since Krum was a German athlete. There's the image, quick! Take it away! Take it away! On the surface of the lake. Anriel interestingly manipulated the Soul Reaper to significantly slow down the frequency of its attacks on Krum and the others. Clearly, even the audience could see that this was creating opportunities for the 3 to fight. Some people began to feel a bit sympathetic for Harry. But obviously, even if this occasion could be considered extremely unfair to Harry, most of the audience didn't think it was a bad thing. In fact, they might even prefer to watch this. After all, he had already been knocked out once at the start of the match. So it wouldn't hurt to let everyone enjoy themselves a bit more. Perhaps it was because many audience members held this view that Anriel created a space for the 3 to confront each other. Underwater, Carmen looked at the Soul Reaper, which was slowly surrounding the 3 in a large circle, and almost immediately understood Anriel's intention. It seemed they still had to fight, but this looked more like a one-sided trample. However, what? Carmen's last half sentence was too quiet for Krum to hear. No worries, remember to go easy on him. I've already knocked him out once. Hitting him again would be a bit unseemly. Carmen flicked his wrist, sending out a beam of white light that sliced through several slowly moving tentacles of the Soul Reaper. I can't guarantee that, Krum said, his shark-like eyes fixed on Harry, who felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't win. There was no way to win. It was completely different from what he felt during the dragon competition. The sky was Krum's main battlefield. Up there, he presented himself as a confident seeker. Neither the violent and robust batter nor the fearless chaser. In comparison, the pressure exerted by a seeker was definitely the lowest in the entire team. Although Krum's gloomy appearance made this seem unreasonable, the fact remained. Meanwhile, underwater, Harry felt the overwhelming pressure of an 18-year-old German who had almost mastered all the magic that could be learned in a school. All right, this guy was also wearing a fierce-looking tiger shark head, as if the moment he opened his mouth, the nauseating fishy smell would spray right in Harry's face. These heavyweight factors combined made Harry completely lose the will to resist. But how to escape? He was surrounded by a group of unknown monsters. That kind of thing. In Professor Lupin's class last year, there was only one thing that could compare. Harry tightened his grip on the small, weak wooden stick in his hand. Dementors. Those were monsters that continuously emitted a terrifying aura around them. So this was what they called a Soul Reaper. Although Harry felt nervous, he couldn't run away, so he boldly glared back at Krum. Interesting, Krum said, tightening his grip on his wand. His wand was thick and powerful, filled with a sense of strength, as if it could unleash a deadly curse at any moment. However, he still knew his limits. He couldn't actually kill the little boy in front of him. Moreover, most importantly, Krum couldn't tear apart the warriors from other schools with his sharp, knife-like shark teeth in front of such a large audience. That would be too heinous. Although for him at that moment, it would be quite simple. It felt like a battle ready to ignite at any moment, yet it also seemed like a one-sided crushing. Whatever this was, it was about to unfold before all the spectators. Anriel watched as Krum and Carmen slowly surrounded Harry from left and right on the water surface. Can two people be considered a surround? Never mind, that is not important. To most spectators, the scene looked like two big villains had trapped a helpless victim. As for why it was the main character, well, it's important to know that Anriel had dealt with a major event of the past 3 years. Suddenly, Krum surged towards Harry like a fierce ocean predator. However, his motion of raising his wand seemed to be a bit slower than his partially shark-transformed body. It looked somewhat uncoordinated. Carmen raised an eyebrow, and a smirk almost escaped his lips, but he quickly suppressed it. What's going on? Didn't Krum notice this himself? Probably not. Oh, it must be due to the incomplete transformation spell, a series of defects caused by the unfinished spell. Otherwise, Krum wouldn't have been delayed for so long by someone or something unknown. Carmen was unaware of the conflict Krum had with Cedric and the losses he incurred. From Carmen's perspective, based solely on Krum's swimming speed after joining him, if Krum hadn't been delayed halfway, they would definitely not have crossed paths. Something must have held him up for a long time. However, those matters were irrelevant to what was happening now. Carmen glanced at the soul-eating creatures surrounding the three warriors and let out a stream of fine bubbles. No, not this again. He knew all too well what kind of personality Anriel had. The soul-eating creatures, fully controlled by Anriel, formed a teardrop shape. Krum was at the pointed end, Harry at the rounded end, with Carmen sandwiched in between. This shape evidently had a characteristic. Harry had ample space to dodge and even counterattack. At the same time, it provoked Krum to attack more recklessly. In other words, if Harry Potter could grasp the slight opening caused by Krum's uncoordinated body during his attack, this little fish might actually have a chance to counterkill this shark. And isn't that convenient? Based on what Carmen understood of Anriel's personality. He loved to watch this. Each team gradually losing members, this balance calculation. Carmen was almost certain that Harry had been knocked out at the start of the match, delaying him for nearly half the time. Now, if Krum were also knocked out, the latter half of the match would have nothing to do with him. As for both batons, to be honest, Carmen's intuition told him the unfortunate one would be that silver-haired girl with half-human blood. The reason? Perhaps it was because another girl named Sophie had golden hair, very similar to Miss Lovegoodess. Carmen leaned closer to the soul-eating creatures, intending to verify this. The subsequent facts seemed to prove that his guess was most likely correct. Those ugly, cold monsters did not rush to attack him, even though the distance between them was so close that one of the soul-eating creatures could almost reach Carmen with a flick of its tentacle. Hey, it really seemed that the closest soul-eating creature noticed Carmen's speechlessness and amusement. It twisted its body, turning the core that resembled an eye or a feeding hole towards Carmen. The latter felt an inexplicable sense of being watched. The implied meaning was, just watch the show quietly and be careful not to get hurt. Carmen shrugged, pretended to raise his wand, and cast a spell at a much slower speed than usual, breaking a few, concerningly few, tentacles that were reaching out. Although he didn't know what the first spell Krum cast at Harry was, it didn't matter, because Harry narrowly dodged the dark red water column. After all, having ingested gillwort, Harry was already considered a complete aquatic life form, at least better suited for underwater combat than Krum's half-mutated state, and his reaction speed was faster. However, Harry couldn't rely on this small advantage to make the situation optimistic, nor could he shift the tide of the match just because he avoided this attack. Krum could fail countless times, while Harry basically only needed to make one mistake to be finished. What to do? Is there any way to try? This was the umpteenth time since the Triwizard Tournament began that Harry hated having too few spells at his disposal. Meanwhile, Anriel, far above the water's surface, was unaware of what Harry was thinking. Otherwise, he would surely have laughed out loud. While Harry was still struggling with the limited spells he knew, Anriel had already resorted to mental casting, what is known as spell-less magic. Who knows? Moreover, you, a 14-year-old fourth-year kid, really think of yourself as a big deal? It's normal not to win. It's a big problem if you do. On the lake's surface, Anriel and most of the audience frowned. Not for any other reason. Mainly because Harry had already dodged several of Crum's attacks. And because Crum was persistently chasing Harry, he was now somewhat irritated and embarrassed. The originally teardrop-shaped encirclement had been stretched into a spindle shape. Was Harry's luck really that good? Most spectators thought so. They were all flashing with the same question in their minds. Is it luck? Or a few, like Dumbledore, saw the essence of the problem. It was truly deadly if an animagus could only use half of their transformation ability. The audience's thoughts were interrupted because Harry counterattacked. A blue water column that could barely be considered to be glowing shot out from the tip of Harry's wand. It seemed that no well-known offensive spell was this color. In the dim light at the bottom of the lake, as long as Harry aimed slightly, this attack was almost impossible to dodge. Friendly reminder, sharks lack the necessary cells for color processing, so they can only see black and white images and cannot perceive colors. To a shark, a very light-colored water column is not much different from waves, and the result stunned everyone. Hagrid suddenly jumped up from his oversized chair, his rough voice echoing across the breathless arena. It hit. From Crum's perspective, that column of water was almost non-existent. For Crum, whose head, including his respiratory system, had been completely transformed into that of a shark and was now approaching Harry. It was a bit too difficult to expect a creature with eyes on the sides of its head to dodge a water column that was about as thick as 2 fingers and, crucially, was not even clearly visible. Crum only felt a pain that seemed not so severe. Experience told him that this was not the effect of a spell, but simply pain caused by the impact. This left Crum somewhat confused. Fortunately, before he could dwell on his confusion, the effect of the spell kicked in. Crum's shark eyes suddenly bulged. He realized he couldn't breathe. No matter how much Crum tried to move his gills, he couldn't draw a single breath of oxygen from the icy cold waters of the Black Lake. How could Harry Potter possibly cast such a powerful spell? Waves of suffocation from lack of oxygen hit him, as aquatic animals use gill filaments to filter water for oxygen, making the act of holding one's breath completely unrealistic. Crum's thoughts began to spiral. What to do? Dispel the transformation spell? But the result would be the same, even in this moment. Crum's final question was when Harry had learned to cast such a powerful spell, rather than being angry like Fleur and Cedric about how the other dared to use lethal force. One had to admit that the students of Durmstrang were indeed more accustomed to combat than those from Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. Carmen blinked beside him, her eyes revealing a clear confusion. She truly couldn't see what was happening. Despite being well-read, even at such close range, she couldn't figure out what spell Harry had used. She nearly pulled out all her knowledge as an alchemy puppet sage to examine, thinking of every forbidden spell related to air and water, yet couldn't find any spell that a 14-year-old wizard could casually cast to suffocate an 18-year-old wizard with considerable magical power. This was just not scientific. Was it possible that magic was entirely idealistic? I think, therefore I am. Then why am I exhausting myself researching alchemical theories? Carmen wasn't too worried about herself. First, the so-called savior wouldn't continuously challenge 2 external contestants if he had any sense. Secondly, just because the spell could hit Crum didn't mean it could hit Carmen. Crum was hit due to his awkward transformation resulting in a lack of coordination, typical of someone with strong limbs but a simple mind. The two simply didn't match. Carmen was not like that. Finally, even if Carmen were hit, she didn't care about the competition. Losing was just losing. Not to mention Carmen, who was frantically searching for principles in her mind. In the audience, after seeing Harry strike, there was an explosion of reactions. Of course, not in a physical sense. Confusion, doubt, celebration, cheers, curses. Every section of the stands had its own commotion. The positive emotions, such as cheering and celebrating, mainly came from the Gryffindor area, while the negative emotions, such as cursing and hexing, came from the Slytherin stands and the Durmstrang students. There was no major source of negativity, as only the Slytherin area was cursing. As for the other screams and confusion, they naturally belonged to neutral parties, like the spectators and those enjoying the show. Among all the people, probably only a handful, or rather, no more than 5 fingers worth, understood what had happened. Oh, some already knew what was going on. Those who understood included Anriel, Dumbledore, and Phileas Flitwick. And those who already knew included little Barty Crouch. Let's rewind time to just before the match began, or rather, when it hadn't even started yet. Well, today, Harry wasn't late, so little Crouch had a legitimate opportunity to chat with Harry before the opening. To be honest, Harry felt quite embarrassed. On one hand, he didn't want Professor Moody to see his bulging pockets and question what was inside. On the other hand, he didn't want to miss out on the advice and suggestions from a powerful wizard in the few remaining minutes before the match began. Hey, Potter, are you ready? Professor Moody, I'm ready. Harry looked at those sharp eyes, wanting to tell a little lie. But clearly, lying under Alastair Moody's watchful gaze was not a simple task. It was very difficult, almost completely impossible. I'm not ready at all, he sighed, truthfully expressing his frustration. Moody tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an expression that wasn't quite a smile. Lighten up, Potter. There are quite a few spells, simple little spells, that work really well underwater. Moody pulled out his wand. Water can't harm fire. He suddenly shouted a spell. A beam of light struck Harry's glasses, almost knocking him off his feet. However, a strong hand steadied him. Just like this, Potter, go compete. Everyone is counting on you. Harry was pushed by Moody, standing dazed in the preparation area. What does Professor Moody mean? You should know I wouldn't be wearing them when I go underwater. Wait. Harry's eyes suddenly widened. So that's it. He collapsed. Oh. He didn't even have time to exclaim before Carmen took him down. Seeing Harry go down, little Crouch nearly crushed the wooden armrest of his chair. To be honest, anyone in his position would have been furious. Dumbledore silently glanced at Moody, saying nothing. Time shifted back to the present. It turned out that if the target was someone like Fleur or Cedric, who used bubblehead charms, or Carmen and Anriel, who didn't need to breathe at all, then this spell was utterly useless. But coincidentally, Crumb transformed into a genuine aquatic creature that breathed through gills. Water can't harm fire. What a clever, everyday spell. It's great for killing fish or processing seafood. It works well for dehydrating meat. Anriel was astonished, clicking his tongue in amazement, thinking to himself that young Crouch truly lived up to the reputation of his ancient magical family. Although Anriel personally did not believe in bloodline theory, it did not mean that young Crouch, as a young master, received the same educational resources as those commoners. Moreover, it seemed that young Crouch had also become 3 times stronger in the dark arts. He still had some level of skill. However, to put it another way, if Harry had been a bit more capable, young Crouch would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Researching a daily use spell to figure out how to target and kill a shark. Does that even make sense? Underwater, Carmen slightly adjusted his wand, but had not aimed yet. Although he still couldn't figure out how Harry had defeated Crumb, that didn't stop Carmen from letting Harry join him after Crumb, with his eyes rolled back, was eliminated and surfaced. Indeed, Crumb had lost consciousness and floated to the lake's surface. Giving up? Or should I help you? Carmen asked with a smile, his voice unobstructed reaching Harry's ears. The audience on the shore had mixed reactions to this statement, with the Gryffindor spectators clearly expressing their dissatisfaction with murmurs. Harry said nothing, only raised his wand. Carmen's eyes curved into a smile. Good. This choice is reasonable. Or rather, when everything happening in the water is broadcasted to the audience. Harry no longer had a second option. There was no way to retreat without a fight. The boy didn't even see what happened. Unaware of the syllables that escaped the boy's lips and what kind of spell they formed, Harry was completely oblivious. Because the moment Carmen raised his wand, his consciousness had already left him. This was the inevitable result of absolute hard power crushing him. Harry's body floated upward, his eyes rolling back like a real fish. Carmen shrugged. The group of Dementors that had surrounded them had scattered long ago after Crumb was knocked out. Their task was complete, and staying any longer would just give points to Carmen. After slightly discerning the direction, Carmen swam toward the mermaid tribe. So far, all of Durmstrang's points had come from those Dementors. Both hostages were still tied to the pillars. The 2 battle maniacs corresponding to the hostages had not even considered rescuing them as their main scoring point. And it was even questionable whether Carmen regarded this as a scoring point at all. Crumb's hostage, Miss Hermione Granger from Hogwarts? Carmen pondered for a moment and reached a conclusion. That girl named Hermione Granger seemed to have a kind of respect, awe, toward Anriel. But that didn't matter. Carmen casually thought about it as he sped toward the mermaid tribe at a speed comparable to a torpedo. Clearly, when he had walked away with Crumb earlier, he thought, there are hardly any people left in the arena. Are they not even going to put on a show? Anriel silently complained in his heart. With a wave of his wand, electronic timers appeared on the screens all around. The remaining time was 1 hour and 15 minutes. However, considering that half of the participants had already been eliminated, the rest of the competition didn't seem very interesting. Carmen effortlessly rescued Hermione, and to avoid suspicion, he pulled her up by the collar of her clothing. Fortunately, she was unconscious. On the Beauxbatons side, Sophie had sent Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's sister, to the shore, but originally wanted to go back down for another round. Unfortunately, her stamina and time did not support her in completing this task. In contrast, Cedric performed better. After sending Cho Chang to the shore, he still had quite a bit of energy left. After some thorough aerobic thinking on the shore, he suddenly realized who Harry's corresponding hostage was. So he dove back into the water and successfully retrieved Ron before time was up. Well, Ron was also pulled back by Cedric by the collar. However, considering the physical exertion of swimming back and forth, this should not be for the sake of avoiding suspicion. It was simply a matter of not enough time and too much energy expenditure. The final scores were as follows. Beauxbatons, base time score 13 points. Hostage rescue score 10 points, total 23 points. Durmstrang, base time score 12 points. Hostage rescue score 10 points. Soul-sucking creature, hunting score 20 points, total 42 points. Hogwarts, base time score 10 points. Hostage rescue score 15 points, total 25 points. Including the scores from the first round of Dragon Combat. The individual scores for each competitor could be calculated by multiplying the first round scores by 40 and adding the second round's house scores multiplied by 60. The results were as follows. 1. Durmstrang, Carmen Crown, 44 points. 2. Durmstrang, Victor Crumb, 40. 8 points. 3. Hogwarts, Harry Potter, 30. 6 points. 4. Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory, 30. 2 points. 5. Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour, 29. 4 points. 6. Beauxbatons, Sophie Claire, 27. 4 points. The ranking of these scores indicated the order in which they would enter the third round of the maze. In a sense, this was very favorable for Crumb, or rather, for Little Crouch, who was about to select Crumb as the target for the Cruciatus Curse, because this entry order conveniently allowed him to set up some underhanded tactics to deal with the 3 competitors entering behind Harry. The biggest problem was how to prevent Carmen from being the first to encounter the trophy that had turned into a key. Little Crouch felt like he was sitting at the edge of a chessboard, and the situation on the board seemed very advantageous for him. But it was a terrifying trap upon closer examination. The opponent's face was shrouded in darkness, and to this day, Little Crouch still did not know who he was playing against. Was it that old man Dumbledore? Was it that despicable traitor Snape? He couldn't think of anyone else who was obstructing him at every turn without leaving a trace. It couldn't possibly be that kid named Anriel, could it? If he was Dumbledore's son. A hint of shadow crossed Little Crouch's eyes as he turned his magical eye to focus on the graceful young man in the distance. He thought, this boy must be difficult to deal with. Anriel was unaware that at this moment, Little Crouch had issued a death warrant against himself in his mind. If he knew, he would plead, please be sure to let me know how you killed me. Among the 3 imaginary enemies he had created, Little Crouch stubbornly chose the one who seemed the easiest to provoke. Great, really. After reading the warrior scores as part of his routine, Anriel offered them some comfort. After all, the warriors probably still had a lot to say to their hostages. It's worth mentioning that Crumb was not in good shape. He seemed unable to remove the shark head from himself. This unexpected development did not occur in the original text. Transfiguration is a very profound and complex magic that transforms one object into another. One phrase that Minerva McGonagall is sure to say in the first-year Transfiguration class is that Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell you will learn in your Hogwarts curriculum. Apart from geniuses like Riddle, who self-taught the unforgivable curses, Snape, who invented dark curses on his own, and Hermione Granger, the little prodigy, Transfiguration is quite difficult for most students to master and use proficiently. Why do I say this? Because before Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall arrived to handle the situation, Hermione, who had just regained consciousness, had already solved it. This means that a 4th-year student effectively and proficiently mastered the reversal spell for the phenomenon of irreversible human transfiguration. So, the question arises, who is the warrior? Fortunately, aside from this little episode, there wasn't really anything else worth mentioning. Even Rita Skeeter, surprisingly, did not ask many questions. Well, this time she entered in person and wasn't driven out, and instead of sneaking in as a beetle to eavesdrop, she was cautious about what she said and wrote regarding Anriel. If Rita Skeeter doesn't write clickbait articles, is she still herself? Laughs anyway. As long as it doesn't involve this little ancestor and that blonde girl, the words of others are fine. Anriel wouldn't care either. In short, the current situation is that a group of people is gathered around the warriors, chattering away. Among them is the spirited Sirius Black, who doesn't look unwell at all. Ever since Anriel helped him clear his name, it seems like the tension he's been holding has relaxed, and some of the hidden ailments left by Azkaban are starting to surface. However, in Sirius's own words, these little problems, what impact could they have? Looking at Harry wrapped in a thick blanket, Sirius once again saw that old friend. Cedric has already hooked up with Cho Chang. Carmen and Masqueray are chatting with Anriel and Luna, and Anriel, who knows the truth about this guy, finds that when the puppet and the puppeteer appear at the same time, Masqueray prefers to speak through Carmen's mouth. Hermione accompanied Crumb to the hospital wing for a checkup, and it seems she has shifted her feelings that were once directed at Ron. Anriel was unsure whether this was a good thing or not. In the end, it was just the usual Sophony and her parents. To put it bluntly, this girl had no outstanding characteristics apart from her luck. However, when it comes to luck, if it reaches a certain level, it can be quite unpredictable. Ugh, I need to hurry back and take a shower, Luna said, pressing against Anriel's back. Her petite nose wrinkling as she pouted. No way, little one, there's still a smell? Anriel raised his hand to smell, but there was not a hint of fishy smell or the strange odor of a giant squid. It wasn't that kind of foul smell from aquatic animal blood. Luna frowned, showing a kind of disgust for the smell, yet she didn't want to leave Anriel. All right, I got it. I'll wash up when we get back. Anriel reached out and gently patted Luna's head, and the girl's expression softened a bit. Seeing this, Anriel turned to the 6 warriors and their respective family members. Warriors. The next competition, which will also be the final one, will take place this June. You have ample time to prepare. At this point, Anriel smiled. Even though you don't know what the competition will be, just prepare for anything. Anriel shrugged, waved to the crowd, and walked towards the castle with Luna on his back. Andy, what's wrong? Do you have a grudge against Alastair Moody? Or is it him? Luna asked hesitantly as she leaned against Anriel's back. Huh? Anriel looked slightly stunned. The malice coming from that direction was hard to ignore. This, Anriel thought for a moment and bluntly said, actually, this Professor Moody is a fake, just a Death Eater with some real skills in disguise. Moreover, the fact that you only now perceive his malice indicates that his mental concealment skills are quite good. If it weren't for the fact that this second match was almost entirely arranged according to my ideas, he wouldn't have been so easily breached, haha. Luna blinked, though. So he wants Harry to win? Anriel's tone is like casual chatting, or rather, it is indeed casual chatting. But the content of the conversation is quite explosive for anyone else. If nothing unexpected happens, the last event of the Triwizard Tournament will be navigating a maze. But the trophy placed in the center of the maze will be replaced with a key to send Harry away. Anriel's description is concise, but it skips over many points that need explanation, such as why Harry was sent away or the identity of that Death Eater, among other things. However, Luna didn't ask. To put it bluntly, young Barty Crouch's identity involves quite a bit. He is a Death Eater who appeared during the previous Minister of Magic's term, the only son of the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the current head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and also a prisoner who escaped from Azkaban during Fudge's term. Although Azkaban no longer exists now, while casually chatting, the two quickly walked down to the castle. By the way, it just came to mind. Anriel tilted her head slightly, almost face to face with Luna, and chuckled, little bat. Haven tea you eaten today? You've been clinging to me, and one tea get down. Luna shot her a glare, but didn't tea say anything. All right, you just want to stay close a little longer, so I'll carry you up. Anriel chuckled, her tone indulgent. The whisper reached her ears as the girl tightened her grip around her boyfriend's arm. First of all, let's not delve into why some people can take a shower for over 2 hours. In any case, after nightfall, the two finally lay on the bed playfully, planning to discuss something serious before sleep, like what kind of ending the Triwizard Tournament would ultimately slide into. Crouch didn't seem to have much time left. Luna teased a small bat with her fingertips and spoke those ominous words in the most ordinary tone. People often show signs before they die. Crouch, who appeared in the judge's seat of the Triwizard Tournament, looked like someone who was already enveloped in death, with little time left. Luna pondered this issue. The severely ill Crouch, the malicious imposter Moody towards Anriel, the resurrected Voldemort, and the inexplicably high-scoring Harry Potter. There must be some connection between these events. Luna felt that she was just a step away from understanding the links between them. Andy, you said that the fake Alastair Moody professor is a Death Eater in disguise, right? That's right. That Death Eater is fiercely loyal to Voldemort. Anriel chuckled twice and added, there aren't many Death Eaters like this. Indeed, among that circle of Death Eaters, aside from Bellatrix, who is clearly insane, how many are truly willing to fight for Voldemort? Oh, of course. Anriel is referring to those who are still alive. And it seems there aren't many left. Luna seemed to be pondering. And Anriel could probably guess that the girl had begun to eliminate the more well-known Death Eaters one by one. After a moment, Luna blinked, released the bat in her hand, and turned to Anriel. Is it Barty? Barty Crouch's son, Little Crouch? It looks like your usual extracurricular reading material is a bit inappropriate. Anriel nodded in acknowledgement. Luna probably had read the case files. Or rather, she was trying hard to find a way to help Anriel. And merely looking at those infamous Death Eaters was clearly not enough. What did Little Crouch do to make Harry win the tournament? Once Luna figured this out, she quickly pieced together the general outline of the situation. Perhaps ensuring Harry won the Triwizard Tournament was beneficial for Voldemort's resurrection, and they had already approached it from the perspectives of the judges, the competitors, and the competition itself. Anriel raised an eyebrow and tackled Luna, who was sitting up on the bed and looking somewhat excited, back onto the bed, pulling her to his side. What's the point of being so smart if you guess everything right? Leave a little face for others. Luna's niflith. Clearly, Anriel's tone was filled with satisfaction. The girl burrowed into her boyfriend's embrace, inhaling the comforting scent, coupled with the sense of achievement from solving the puzzle. That was enough for Luna to have a good night's sleep, even though she had recently exhausted some energy. A few days later, regarding the second round of the Triwizard Tournament, the Prophet published a report. It seemed that Rita had indeed guessed correctly this time. In her article, she expressed very dark conspiracy theories, suggesting that someone intended to kill one or two champions in this competition. There was no need to name names. Everyone wasn't foolish. Optimistic people believed that the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore would ensure Harry Potter's safety. Pessimistic ones, however, had already begun speculating how tragic Harry's fate might be, conservatively estimating he would likely be seriously injured, right? As the 2 rounds of the tournament concluded, it seemed everyone could see that this was indeed not a competition meant for 14-year-olds. Some social discourse was brewing, shifting people's focus to the unknown third task. The third task, we tentatively call it the maze, Dumbledore said to those around him in the headmaster's office. In this marvelous little room sat Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, the 2 neutral judges, along with Anriel. I think it would be quite appropriate for the 4 of us to cast some spells in the maze to hinder the champions. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a small model of a maze appeared on the round table in front of him. Our Keeper of Keys seems very willing to provide some magical creatures that are not so dangerous. Sir, you're not so dangerous wouldn't be based on Hagrid's own judgment, would it? Anriel expressed doubts. Dumbledore calmly admitted, of course, I believe our gamekeeper has his own judgment. Well then, I have nothing to say to that. Anriel shrugged and nodded helplessly. I assume the security measures at the venue won't have any issues, right? Crouch's dry voice sounded. I saw Mr. Grindelwald's clever magic in the second match. This should help us judges oversee the maze as a whole, right? Yes, Dumbledore nodded politely. However, Ludo seems to have his own opinion. He turned to Ludo Bagman and added, Ludo's experience in sporting events allows him to provide some valuable suggestions. Bagman nodded. I think it would be much better if the 3rd round wasn't scored by the judges. The burly former beater shrugged at the moment. I don't think, hey, is it bad if I say this? Although he didn't finish his sentence, several people understood his meaning. He didn't think some judges would score the 3rd match fairly. So, Crouch asked coldly, how can we determine the winner without scoring from the judges while ensuring fairness? We could place the Triwizard Tournament trophy in the maze. Right in the middle, Bagman interjected. The first person to touch it wins. Crouch showed a thoughtful expression and nodded after a moment. A simple and effective method. Dumbledore and Anriel exchanged a glance. Of course, that's a good idea. What are your thoughts on the maze? Recognized for his suggestion, Bagman seemed quite excited and began to actively inquire about the relevant details. Anriel chuckled softly. He had raised the difficulty in the first 2 matches, so he definitely couldn't let the last one go easy. As for the maze, I have a good idea. Anriel looked at the small maze model created by Dumbledore and took out his wand. With a gentle flick, a rumbling sound began to echo. By the table, Bagman and Crouch's eyes widened in surprise. Well, this is no small feat, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard with a slight smile. Recently, it seemed that the students' attention had all been on Harry Potter, which wasn't too surprising considering that Rita's article seemed intended to both elevate and undermine him. Anriel has designed the new maze, if it can still be called a maze. Young Crouch learned about this design through his father, who was under the Imperius curse, which made him look extremely anxious, because both Dumbledore and Bagman praised the design highly. Even if he controlled Crouch to cast a vote against it, it would be useless. The tasks of the Triwizard Tournament have never been fixed. This directly led to Moody looking rather anxious and irritable. His defense against the dark arts class now seems a bit dangerous. Anriel isn't too worried. After all, even during the safer times in his class, this guy dared to use the unforgivable curse on students. Now it's just a matter of getting hurt a bit more. Anriel believes that Dumbledore is not a fool and should have already noticed that this Moody is not quite right. Another thing worth mentioning is that Hermione is now always with Krum. The so-called Gryffindor trio seems to have disappeared. This is unfortunate news and also makes the future more uncertain. Anriel is really curious about how long Harry and Ron can act recklessly without Hermione. It's not that Hermione has completely distanced herself from the two of them. It's just that her relationship with Ron has reached an ice-cold point. Anriel occasionally saw Hermione alone in the library researching, probably for Harry. Under the various pressures and complex emotions, spring quickly passed. As summer arrived, it meant that the last task of the Triwizard Tournament was about to come. At this critical moment, Barty Crouch went missing. Where was Mr. Crouch last seen? Anriel was relatively polite, at least using honorifics, while standing in front of Percy. It was now the end of May, which for the other fifth-year students meant that a life-changing exam was approaching. The OWLs, or Ordinary Wizarding Levels, were just around the corner, lasting for 2 weeks. This meant that right after they finished their exams and could finally relax, they would be able to watch the final of the Triwizard Tournament. However, this didn't seem very friendly for Anriel, because no matter how excellent his grades were, he still had to go through the exam process, which would waste 2 weeks of his time. During these 2 weeks, he also needed to set up the venue. According to Anriel's plan, no one else could set up the venue besides him, unless Dumbledore did nothing but maintain the venue all day long, which was obviously impossible. Anyway, at this time, Mr. Crouch's disappearance might have been a result of breaking free from the Imperius curse, which for young Crouch was no different from the sky falling down. In response to Anriel's inquiry, Percy looked extremely anxious. Mr. Crouch was supposed to have gone missing near the Forbidden Forest. He said he wanted to check out the tournament venue and inspect the surrounding area, the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Anriel rolled his eyes. The Forbidden Forest? There's no way to find him. It's essentially like looking for a needle in a haystack. All we can do is wish him good luck. When the time comes, Mr. Crouch will eventually show up. Ignoring Percy's rambling, Anriel turned to walk towards Dumbledore. Only heaven knows which Mr. Crouch he was referring to. He could probably guess that old Crouch's disappearance was due to 2 possibilities. First, he escaped the Imperius curse and went into the Forbidden Forest. Second, he didn't break free from the curse and is intentionally missing under young Crouch's control. That means he's waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a chance to send Harry away. This is quite difficult, because in Anriel's plan, that maze would be a 3-dimensional, multi-layered labyrinth like an arena. Young Crouch probably wants to hide Crouch inside to look for a chance. The lush maze rises up, with countless sturdy vines winding up, tightly connecting the 3 layers of the maze. In the complex pathways, there could be instances of spatial jumping. One moment you might be on 1 level, and the next step could land you on the 3rd level. Additionally, there are visibly climbable vines to help the warriors switch floors at will. Overall, it's quite complex. But ultimately, it's still a maze made of plants, so there won't be any overly ridiculous traps. The entire maze could fit diagonally into a regular tetrahedron, with the 4 corners of the tetrahedron being the starting points for the quickest route to the center of the maze. The entrance to the maze is self-selected, leading to various strategies. However, regardless of the strategy, there is one issue that can't be avoided. There will definitely be at least 2 people entering through the same entrance. If they are teammates, that's fine. But if they are opponents, the person in front might ambush, and the person behind might launch a sneak attack. In any case, once the maze is built, it will just sit there. Anriel hasn't placed any surveillance inside. If Crouch wants to enter, then let him go. The task of placing the Triwizard Cup in the center of the maze can still be left to young Crouch. Hopefully, he can successfully let Harry be the first to touch that key during the live broadcast of the 3rd task. After everything is prepared, Anriel turned and walked back to the Great Hall. Led by Professors Tofidi and McGonagall, the OWL's exam group was already preparing for the supervision of the 1st exam. Anriel's exam went smoothly. Rather, several bold friends planned to rely on Anriel to pass. It was hard to find significant differences between his answers written on parchment and the standard answers. Perhaps Anriel's brilliance in practical spells was so dazzling that many forgot his original expertise was in the history of magic. During the 2-hour exam, Anriel stopped writing after less than 40 minutes. Others were puzzled. Although Anriel also wanted to kindly help his classmates pass this tedious exam painlessly, unfortunately, the parchment filled with lengthy text was not very convenient for copying. Even during the astronomy exam late at night, Anriel demonstrated through his actions that he simply disliked attending class at such hours, rather than lacking the skill. By the time this week's exams were over, it was Friday, and someone came looking for Anriel. It was Harry. He was alone, without Ron or Hermione. Quite surprising. Anriel sat on the windowsill, and there was no one else in the classroom except for him and Harry. Who gave you the idea? Granger? Harry shook his head. His inner voice told Anriel that he wasn't lying. Harry had genuinely come to seek Anriel's help for himself. This was not in line with his character. Why did he suddenly want to win so much? Anriel casually asked, although he didn't really expect Harry to answer him directly. However, surprisingly, Harry actually responded, and his tone seemed quite firm. For Ron and Hermione, I have to defeat Krum in the final. Anriel frowned slightly. Although he knew that Harry was still brooding over the firebolt that was burned in the first round due to Krum, it was merely a small grudge. Certainly not worth risking his life to win the third round. It seemed he had underestimated how much Harry cared about these two friends. Friends. Anriel seems to have no friends. If Luna is not counted, then he truly has no friends. Because no one his age is qualified to have an equal conversation with him. Perhaps Regulus could be considered, but he has already been turned into a subordinate by Anriel, rather than a friend. Someone like Harry has indeed placed Ron and Hermione in his heart, genuinely wanting to maintain that friendship. Bruce. There's a part of prejudice against Krum. Anriel thought a lot in a short time. Harry, watching Anriel lost in thought, didn't dare to interrupt and could only remain silent. After a moment, Anriel suddenly chuckled, startling Harry. He saw the final referee's lips curve slightly. You want to win, right? Harry hurriedly nodded. But what are you willing to pay? Anriel's heterochromatic eyes stared at Harry, who was momentarily taken aback. Anriel slowly said, cheating is indeed a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament, but that usually refers to the headmaster leaking the questions to the champion from his own school. Mr. Karkaroff from Durmstrang and I have a good relationship. I could easily help him win the final, especially since he scored higher in the earlier rounds, making it correspondingly easier for him to win the final. I could lose. Before Harry could finish his sentence, Anriel interrupted. Let me make this clearer. You want to defeat Krum, and there are only two possibilities. The first is that you win the championship and get the Triwizard Tournament trophy before anyone else. The second is that you defeat Krum in a fair, one-on-one showdown on my broadcast. I think you should be well aware that for the second option, no matter what kind of cheating method I provide, it would be absolutely impossible. This is precisely the headache that little Crouch has. Harry's own strength is too lacking, or rather, this is an unfair competition. By the time Harry becomes an adult, his magical abilities might not be any weaker than those of the other 5 champions. But right now, whether it's in terms of knowledge, temperament, or endurance, he falls far short. To have Harry defeat Krum fairly, aside from using the Cruciatus Curse to turn Harry into a puppet, Anriel really can't think of any other method. Harry blinked, and he understood Anriel's meaning. His face flushed, likely out of shame. Of course, even if you can't bring anything to the table, I can still make you win. Anriel suddenly changed his tone and squinted. However, in this situation, I can't guarantee that your physical and mental state will be good after you win. Harry almost instinctively recalled what the guy in front of him had promised them before the first round of the Dragon Tournament. I guarantee that you won't be in any life-threatening danger. Then, 2 were severely injured, one missing a leg, and one with second-degree burns, while he himself had a broken arm. Well, indeed there was no life danger. Other than life, everything else was quite dangerous. So Anriel's warning could essentially be understood as, I guarantee that you will be the first to win the trophy in the top 3 competition, albeit with missing limbs and suffering severe psychological trauma. After thinking it over, Harry gritted his teeth and said, I accept. Anriel tapped Harry's head and said, I just said it's possible, not that you will definitely win. Practice your cutting charm and compass charm a bit more. After saying that, Anriel turned around and left the classroom without looking at Harry. Is this it? Harry was left alone in the empty classroom, lost in confusion. After all, old man, friends only appear among peers, right? Anriel looked up at the arched ceiling of the all-answering house, the room empty, as if he were talking to himself. If you mean a relationship that can bring joy in mutual interactions, then you are right. An aged voice echoed, and the space twisted slightly, as if someone were rewriting the rule set by the 4 founders of Hogwarts against apparition within the school. After a moment of spatial distortion, Merlin scratched his head and appeared next to Anriel. I know what you're going to ask. That guy Arthur has no friends. He was not much different from a servant when he was young, so naturally, he had no friends. And from the moment he pulled the sword from the stone, he has had no true friends. Merlin sighed, waved his withered palm, and extended one finger. First, my relationship with him is both teacher and father, as well as king and subject. Merlin raised a second finger. Second, his knights regard him as king. There is only a king-subject relationship, and among the 12 knights of the Round Table, no one can truly make friends with Arthur. The emphasis on the last two words was heavy. Then he extended a third finger. Third, in the eyes of others, if a king has friends, it creates problems. Anriel raised her eyes. Why? Merlin smiled without speaking. For the first time, Anriel felt a sense of regret from this old man. Let's not talk about this. Figure out yourself. Merlin chuckled and then asked, You call me back today, and it's not just for this one thing, right? Anriel nodded and raised his hand to rub his brow. I would like to ask you to go to France and help my subordinates speed up the progress. After a pause, Anriel explained the reason. The person developing in Germany was nearly at a 97 approval rating among the public. In most cases, things do not always progress along the path people have designed, especially in politics. The rapidly changing situation, with unstoppable momentum, was about to push Rodolphus, who originally planned to become the Minister of Magic through conventional means and then participate in the Muggle Prime Minister elections, almost to the position of F-Rare. In Germany, Munich, on a certain street, a man dressed in a suit with a trimmed mustache that gave an oppressive vibe walked ahead, followed by several men and women with varying auras. Mr. Lestrange, I don't think this is a good idea, said a beautiful woman with smooth hair cascading like a waterfall to the man walking in front, Rodolphus. Her tone did not quite match her appearance, sounding somewhat brash. Muggles are not to be underestimated. Revealing our magical powers so early would be too shocking for them. They are very likely to unite against us. The woman snorted slightly from her nose, displaying a hint of rebelliousness. By then, we would have to face the criticism of the entire European, even global, magical community. Itana, that's the will of that lord, said a man who looked as strong as a bear, standing like a stone pillar. He walked with steady steps, appearing to have a military background. Oh, shut up, Manch. If you don't understand how powerful Muggles can be when united, you do a disservice to your grandfather, Hitana replied, her tone carrying contempt, but more akin to a friend's frustration at another's foolishness than true disdain. All right, you two, stop it, Rodolphus Lestrange, who was leading, interjected. The two, who were about to start bickering while looking at each other, immediately stopped and turned to their backbone. Rodolphus seemed to be in a good mood. This matter does not require worry. Muggles will face it sooner or later. And even if problems do arise, the power granted to me by that one is enough to handle everything. He suddenly changed his tone. But I don't want to do that, because it would make me appear incompetent in front of that lord, understand? Hitana Manch, and the others around them unconsciously held their breath. They all knew that this invincible Mr. Lestrange was merely working under another, even greater and more mysterious boss. It was surprising. More surprising was that Mr. Lestrange clearly stated that the theories he promoted were all taught to him by that lord. That one, shrouded in an incredibly mysterious veil in the current German Ministry of Magic, was powerful and visionary enough to make someone like Mr. Lestrange follow him wholeheartedly. It sounded almost like a deity descending to earth. I remember I told you all. Rodolphus lightly shook the oak wand that Anriel had given him. The meaning of that one is to unite all the forces we can unite with his supreme power. This means that our goal is not to establish a high-pressure military state. It sounded like our Lord wanted a new society, a new world. Hitana raised her eyes and smiled slightly. Correct. Rodolphus stared at the street ahead. The Muggles coming and going seemed oblivious to their group. Nor did they see the scene of the well-dressed oddball playing with a long wooden stick in hand. I'm not quite sure how my colleague in France is progressing, but clearly it won't be as fast as I am. Your judgment is accurate, and with decisive action, the progress is naturally rapid. A seemingly thin man chimed in with a flattery. Rodolphus glanced at him, but couldn't recall his name for the moment. So he dismissed it, but that means my objectives and actions cannot have the slightest error. Otherwise, pursuing speed too much could lead to total failure. And that's something that one does not want to see. No one spoke. The few present were all loyal to Rodolphus in Germany, and they understood very well what kind of character their boss was. Rodolphus wanted to achieve results quickly, although he indeed had made some progress. It was akin to walking a tightrope. If the next step succeeded, it would undoubtedly lead to fame and success. But if it failed, what awaited them would likely be a united rebellion. At the very least, Rodolphus needed to maintain the nominal German Ministry of Magic, even if it was currently filled with his people. Opinions among those below seemed to split into two factions. A few represented by Hitana believed that Rodolphus was still too impatient, or rather, that the speed of progress would make anyone feel alarmed. It was reminiscent of a certain tactic from a large-scale Muggle war decades ago. Presumably, Manch would have a lot of say in this. Unfortunately, the other faction, represented by Manch, firmly supported every decision made by Rodolphus, no matter how absurd or unattainable it seemed. Manch is a surname, and it's a short form. Rodolphus was hesitating. He wasn't quite sure what consequences would arise if he really issued this order. So he waited. He waited for an opportunity, a chance, a possibility. In France, Paris, on the Champs, Lycées, at a century-old CF, Regulus held an old, yellowed antique newspaper in his hand, with a cup of mocha in front of him. The date in the upper right corner of the newspaper read 1944, the first issue of the French World Journal. That's quite shocking, Regulus clicked his tongue. At present, it seemed that his colleague was somewhat radical. He heard that he was entering politics, intending to connect the magical government with the Muggle government in a legitimate and reasonable manner. It seemed like a good idea, but to Regulus it was just that. If Mr. Lestrange really did this, he would have to start fighting wars to sustain wars. Regulus's eyes were fixed on the milk foam drawn on the coffee. His thoughts drifting far away, lost in contemplation. The situation he saw was entirely different from Rodolphus's. Was politics really that important? It seems not necessarily. For nearly a year, apart from a mining industry, sectors like banking and finance have been firmly controlled by the Muggle government, or rather, certain departments of the Ministry of Magic. Regulus has tried his hand at everything. Agriculture, commerce, services, construction, and general manufacturing. None of these could stop Regulus, a true genius in every sense, especially in the pharmaceutical industry. No matter how quickly medicine develops, it can't withstand him using the guise of practicing medicine to perform magic. It's no exaggeration to say that through various fake identities, Regulus has officially taken over the vast majority of this country's economy. Sir seems to have said today that he would assign me an assistant. Regulus gently put down the newspaper, his finger tracing the handle of the coffee cup. It sounds like he found me a living fossil. The young man smiled lightly and took a sip of coffee. Rich and mellow. Hogwarts headmaster's office. How'd it go, my child? Dumbledore asked, his quill scratching on the parchment, looking quite busy with official matters. Anriel stretched and yawned. Professor Toady Fu seems to have been quite scared by me. And I didn't want that, but he insisted I demonstrate divination. Dumbledore took a deep breath, somewhat helplessly. You know what Professor Toadafoo went through back in those years, right? I know. Dumbledore didn't respond, just looked at Anriel with a scrutinizing gaze from above the two half-moon-shaped lenses. I was too tired last night. And then I forgot, of course, I was tired because of the exam. Don't get the wrong idea. This is why you used. Dumbledore stopped writing, looking helpless. He already knew what Anriel was about to say. The reason for the classic skull divination of the Grindelwald family. That's right. Anriel helped Dumbledore finish the second half of the sentence and shrugged helplessly. In particularly difficult situations, you definitely use what you are most familiar with. Dumbledore sighed gently, rolled up the parchment in front of him, and stacked on the high pile, then picked up another sheet. Well, let's leave it at that. Do we have any news about Mr. Crouch? Anriel shook his head after hearing that. No, but thinking positively, what if he dies? The old man choked a bit and was even more speechless. Is this a good thing? Anriel looked up, a smile on her face, and made eye contact with the past headmasters. Isn't it so? The scratching sound of the pen stopped. In a moment of silence, Dumbledore was contemplating Anriel's words. Isn't this a good thing? It was evident that Crouch had problems. Dumbledore was going with the flow because he wanted to draw out the Death Eater who was still serving Voldemort behind the scenes. Moreover, Dumbledore, by nature, did not wish for anyone to die, no matter who they were. Even Voldemort, Dumbledore would hope to give him a chance, hoping he could repent and change his mind. As for Barty Crouch, Dumbledore knew him well. The old man was well aware that although Barty's actions were all for himself, to satisfy his inflated desire for power and ambition, it was undeniable that when Crouch was in charge of the Auror affairs at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he did effectively stabilize the mess left behind by the period of White Terror, during which people were in a state of panic. I know what you were thinking. Anriel suddenly spoke up, interrupting Dumbledore's thoughts. You want to know who the Death Eater hiding on campus is, and although you have your suspicions, you think that idea is too far-fetched. Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment, then sighed. Yes, it's as if he has become a different person. Dumbledore was stunned. A different person? Moody Crouch? There was something strange because the clues didn't match. But Dumbledore knew that the problem lay there. Go on, child, what do you know? Dumbledore frowned, put down his quill, and walked over to the pensieve, using his wand to extract strands of silver thoughts from his mind to aid his contemplation. Moody's behavior these days was indeed like that of a different person. Crouch was missing. There was still a Death Eater within Hogwarts serving Voldemort, preparing for his resurrection. Moody himself had no connection to the Death Eaters, but Crouch had a son who was once a Death Eater. However, that boy had died many years ago in Azkaban. Dumbledore tried hard to piece together the truth from the information he had acquired, but he was neither a prophet nor a deity. He did not know that the one who died in Azkaban years ago was actually Crouch's wife, the mother of little Crouch. He also could not know that Moody's recent behavior, which seemed like a change in personality, was merely due to his distress causing him to slip up. Even less could he know that the Moody who was now problematic had already been swapped out at the start of the school year. And all of this was known to Anriel. He only needed to tell Dumbledore the most crucial point, and the old man would be able to deduce 80 of the truth himself. So Anriel said, "Sir, Crouch's son has always been alive." Dumbledore was stirring the thoughts in the pensieve with the tip of his wand when he heard Anriel's words, and his hand suddenly froze, staring blankly for a moment. Crouch's son did not die in Azkaban. With a flick of his wand, the chaotic and disordered thoughts in the basin suddenly transformed, becoming clear and distinguishable. Crouch had kept his son alive. No matter the cost, his son was now serving Voldemort again. That Alastor Moody was not recently swapped for Crouch, but had long been replaced by Crouch. Little Crouch. It was very likely that Alastor Moody had been swapped out even before the start of the school year. Fortunately, it was reassuring that they chose to disguise themselves as Moody rather than letting Moody disappear. Disguising requires Polyjuice Potion, which means Moody needed to be alive, not necessarily healthy or strong, and even did not need to be awake. As for Crouch himself, the Imperius curse. Everything became clear. Let that impostor continue, Anriel said. Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze shifted towards Anriel. The old man realized that he was not joking. You still want to use that method? Dumbledore frowned. He wasn't really worried, but he instinctively felt that it might not be a good idea. Anriel shook his head gently. No matter how powerful my magic is, I can't do anything about a half-dead thing that can't even be called a human. He paused and continued. However, that's just my perspective. I've tried to stop him from resurrecting according to your wishes, so I guess that counts as me telling you something based on facts. What is it? Anriel emanated a presence that Dumbledore had only seen in those prophets throughout his long life. He said, Voldemort's resurrection is inevitable. I cannot change it. The two fell silent. Is it truly unchangeable? Perhaps. But whether it was old Grindelwald or Dumbledore, both taught Anriel a lesson. Never put all your eggs in one basket. And always be prepared for more than one outcome. Anriel did indeed switch Voldemort's father's ashes, which isn't too difficult. But likewise, he will soon send Harry to Voldemort in the upcoming final project this year. This can't be said to be without ulterior motives. No matter how much Dumbledore doesn't want to believe it, Anriel's actions clearly indicate a desire to see whether Harry will die. The Savior. Is he really that lucky? Will he die? Dumbledore has put most of his eggs in Anriel's basket, while the remaining few are in Harry's basket. Anriel doesn't like it. He is a human, not a god. Even if he is the crystallization of magic and life, he still has his own emotions. Moreover, during the time in this world that no one knows about, he was once human. This made the old man somewhat amused. However, Dumbledore didn't dwell on it too much. Over the years, he had long stopped being so eager to be a mender, no longer in a hurry to repair the great web he had woven for over a decade. The appearance of Anriel is like a larger, more solid net. He doesn't even need Dumbledore to cast it personally. It allows the old man to once again experience a sense of reassurance, a feeling he hasn't had in decades. So, let it be. This rare tranquility lasted until June 24th. Due to the OWLS, Anriel did not participate in informing the Warriors about the third project. And on top of that, one of the judges, Crouch, went missing temporarily. The expressions of the 6 Warriors didn't look good, except for Carmen, who was pretending. Bagman thought it unnecessary to explain the principles of the maze to the Warriors. They only needed to know that it was a grand magical wonder. It now seemed that Crouch, who snuck in before the game started, probably didn't know that the entire maze was being maintained and controlled by Anriel. How strange. What was he trying to do? Luna leaned slightly against Anriel, curling her fingers in her hair, and asked with a hint of confusion. I don't know, because it's still uncertain whether Crouch has broken free from the soul-binding curse or is still under control. Anriel spoke softly, watching the Warriors not far away and their families cheering for them. It's about time. Upon hearing this, Luna sat up and slightly tilted her head towards the podium. Ahem. Anriel cleared his throat, and his voice echoed throughout the entire arena of the third task. All eyes were focused on him. Scanning the crowd, he noticed the weary expression on Sirius's face, which gave him a melancholic yet fierce aura. Harry and Ron, looking very uneasy beside him. Hermione, Standing not too far away, but next to Crumb, Cedric, who was adjusting his breathing, and Fleur and Sophie, who appeared slightly haggard, and finally, the 9-year-old boy, Maskery, who had a strained expression on his face, using Carmen's body. Ladies and gentlemen, friends here to witness the final match of the Triwizard Tournament. The last match is about to begin. Now, please have our champions ready at the entrance of the maze. Anriel said, "We will decide the entry order of the warriors based on the scores from the first 2 rounds." He paused then, since we found that the scores of the 2 warriors from each of the 3 academies are quite close. We have decided to allow the 2 warriors from the same academy to enter the maze from opposite diagonals to speed up the competition. The 6 warriors were taken aback, and it was clear that they each had different thoughts. Furong and Sophony were obviously on high alert, but comparatively, Sophony seemed to be thinking less. Crumb and Carmen had indifference. One was enthusiastic while the other didn't care. The thoughts written on their faces that reflected cooperation should be Cedric and Harry. To provide the audience with a better viewing experience, Anriel drew out a wand and looked at Crumb, revealing a subtle smile. The latter furrowed his brow under that gaze. "Brave warriors, please step forward. I will provide you with a portable recording device," Anriel said, waving the wand in his hand, drawing a shining triangle pattern that resembled an eye in the air. Crumb's forehead bulged with veins, and in an instant, he looked like an enraged bull. In the audience, Luna sighed, "It was bound to be like this." "Can't take it?" Anriel casually asked. And Crumb's hand froze as he reached into his pocket to draw out his wand, as if a tremendous force had suddenly pressed down on his arm. "Don't be so surprised. This is an ancient and profound magical symbol, not a mark of any person." Anriel indeed didn't lie. The kind of magic used in the second match clearly cannot guarantee a broadcast signal reaching a remote place like Little Hangleton. Moreover, it wouldn't be fair to only change it for Harry. That would mean everyone would have to wear a Deathly Hallows eye for the recording. Only Crumb couldn't handle it, which is a minor issue. Of course, if you really can't accept it, I can also provide you with the kind you used in the last match. Anriel raised an eyebrow. You can choose not to bring it, but when you encounter danger, you'll have one less means of calling for help than others. "I'm not bringing it," Crumb said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The expression on Kakarov's face at the judges' table was very grim. "It's up to you." With a wave of Anriel's wand, 5 identical symbols appeared on the foreheads of the other warriors. Screens simultaneously rose in various directions outside the maze. Once again, a reminder, inside the maze. You can use any spell you know. Please do not harbor any illusions of common sense. After speaking, Anriel looked at Crumb and Carmen. "The match begins. Please enter." Crumb glared angrily at Carmen and Anriel, then turned and walked towards the entrance without looking back. Carmen shrugged and walked straight into the maze. Bagman looked at the whistle in his hand, then at Anriel, who was trying to suppress a laugh, and finally at Crumb, who had already disappeared into the maze entrance. "Wait, I haven't blown the whistle yet. What kind of people are these?" Crumb charged into the maze without looking back. Outside the maze, Hermione's eyes were filled with worry. She had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. The light inside the maze came almost entirely from the glowing plants that made up the walls, emitting only a faint greenish glow. The glow flickered. Crumb muttered a spell, and his powerful wand illuminated the path ahead. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath, scanning the west with a fierce gaze, on guard for danger. How dare he put that mark on himself? Crumb considered himself to have been restrained enough regarding the rumors about that guy, rumored to be a descendant of Grindelwald. Even if he had an impressive resume, Crumb still believed that it must have some color of rumors. For him, as a Quidditch star with abundant stamina, excelling at Durmstrang, and having rich combat experience, if he tried his hardest, he could possibly fight that Grindelwald guy. He didn't duel him immediately simply because the cost was too high. How could he so humiliate himself? Just as Crumb was getting more lost in his thoughts, the path ahead began to show some slight changes. Rustling noises emerged. "What is that?" Cursing aside, Crumb quickly focused all his attention on the area of movement. A small shadow moved under the cover of the hedges, followed by another shadow, and then another. Damn shadow badger. Clearly, it wasn't just magical creatures that could pose a threat to wizards. Even ordinary badgers could endanger an unprepared wizard's life. Moreover, due to the harsh living environment, these shadow badgers had evolved. They were magical creatures and lived in groups. Watching the 3 shadow badgers gradually surround him, Crumb's heart sank, and he tightened his grip on his wand. Now he needed to do something with his magic and intelligence. Carmen walked in the shadows between the hedges, not even illuminating his wand. His eyes were sufficient to see any movements in this level of light. "Looks like this path I chose isn't very good." What would be considered a stroke of luck for other warriors, requiring divine intervention to encounter nothing, turned out to be not so good for Carmen. It had to be said, it was quite ironic. After walking for a considerable distance, Carmen decided that if he didn't encounter any obstacles soon, he would actively seek them out. He would no longer head towards the center of the maze. Carmen had no objections to the Eye of Deathly Hallows, so his actions and his mutterings were fully broadcast to the audience. The audience erupted in a clamor, with many guessing what Carmen intended to do. Karkaroff's face turned red with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Anriel's gaze was too terrifying. Karkaroff didn't he know where things had gone wrong? All right, please let the two warriors from Hogwarts enter the maze. Anriel announced that Bagman blew the whistle at another entrance at the diagonal, playing his expected role. Good luck. Anriel tilted his head and gave Harry a meaningful smile. Before Harry could react, he felt a push that made him take the final step into the maze. The outside world disappeared. Harry tightened his grip on his wand and took a few deep breaths. He told himself, "You've trained for this many times. Now bring out your best state and get that trophy before everyone else." Unconsciously, Harry recalled the words Anriel had said to him when he sought him out alone last week. "What can you give? Of course, even if you can't offer anything, I can still make you win. Go practice the severing charm and the compass charm." The purpose of the compass charm is easy to understand. It's used to locate the center of the maze. But what is the significance of the severing charm? Harry was puzzled, but did not slow his pace, holding up his glowing wand while pondering Anriel's words. Then, suddenly, from the audience's perspective through Harry's eyes, a massive shadow began to slowly emerge from the corner ahead. Oh no, Harry's heart nearly skipped a beat. This is really bad. The enormous creature slowly wriggled into view before Harry, and the audience could see it too. It was Hagrid's blast-ended Scrut. That gigantic thing had also spotted the little creature in front of it. It seemed like it wanted to crush it or blow it to bits. Either way, it was very unfavorable for Harry. What should I do? In this almost suffocating situation, Harry's body reacted before he could think, adrenaline ready to save this fool once again. Harry lunged to the side, dodging the blast-ended Scrut's fiery charge. Think of a spell quickly. The severing charm. Sectum Sempra. Harry raised his wand, aimed at the Scrut's abdomen, and shouted that only that part was unarmored. A red beam shot out from the tip of his wand. Then, without a doubt, it was deflected. How could this happen? Harry's mind buzzed. It wasn't shock. It was that the Scrut's tail had just let out a deafening explosion, leaving him dazed. The severing charm wasn't working. All Harry could think about now was how to escape. He had no desire to fight this monster. Wait, no. Harry shook his head and fixed his gaze on the Scrut's tail. The part that had just made that earth-shattering explosion had shattered a large chunk of the hedge below it. A particularly dangerous, very abnormal, yet logical guess appeared in Harry's mind. No way. Severing charm, blast-ended Scrut, the shattered hedge, and the three-dimensional maze. No wonder Anriel said he could make himself win. No wonder he said he couldn't guarantee your physical and mental state after winning. Harry's palms were sweating. He knew that a significant portion of the audience's attention was on him, all watching the broadcast from his perspective. The blast-ended Scrut had already turned its head halfway around. In the best-case scenario, he could try once, but now his stamina was running low. Adrenaline could only help him burst forth for a limited time, and after that, this now 14-year-old boy would be no different from the dead. Outside, Sirius Black's eyes were wide, staring intently at the screen. He had never heard of a blast-ended Scrut before. He only knew that, by estimation, it looked more dangerous than Remus in his werewolf form. He hoped his godson was okay. Beside him, Hermione, who had been anxiously watching Crumb and the shadowy badger fight, suddenly looked towards Harry's perspective broadcast, worry filling her eyes. Her expression as if she was about to cry. Bosbaitens too. Please enter. Anriel's voice echoed throughout the arena. Furong almost stiffly turned her head away from the viewing screen, blinked her dry eyes, and slowly took a deep breath again and again. The cubic maze, with 8 corners, 6 of which correspond to the entrances of the 6 warriors. Now there are 7 people in the maze, wait 8. 2 crouches have entered. Mad-Eye Moody went in under the guise of a safety officer, having only submitted an application to Dumbledore. The old man has already figured it out. Anriel raised her eyebrows. Does Little Crouch really think he's performing well? But seeing through it doesn't mean exposing it. Sometimes it's better to go along with him. Moreover, without Anriel's active protection, the most essential part of this Rubik's Cube maze could be enough for these 2 guys to handle. Why is it called a Rubik's Cube maze? Why not a cubic maze or a square maze? Of course, it's because this thing can be twisted. With 26 movable pieces, there are countless combinations. Anriel's magic will ensure that when he rotates the entire cube maze in the outside world, the warriors inside the cube will always experience stable gravity, except at the intersections of the blocks, laughs. Clearly in this case, choosing to blast open the path to the lower level will almost certainly make Harry the fastest to reach the center of the cube. And this also means that he will spend more time at the block intersections, enduring more gravity inversions. Fair enough, right? The 6 warriors have entered the arena. Dear audience and guests, Anriel raised her wand. Next, you will witness the most crucial part of this competition. Anriel's wand flicked upwards, and with a roar, the earth and stones scattered and splashed everywhere. Gasps of surprise filled the air. The reason? The entire massive maze was flying up. Random magic cube. Anriel shouted towards the entire audience with an incredibly bright smile. A rumbling sound echoed, and 1/3 of the massive earth and stone cube on the right side began to rotate downwards. This section contained Crumb, Cedric, and Fleur. It was indeed the original 3 warriors, which surprised Anriel. After rotating a full 180 degrees, this face of the cube came to a stop. The lower third began to rotate horizontally. This layer only had Carmen and Crumb. Hey! Carmen quickly leaned against the hedge, crouching by the wall. This was not good. He felt the entire maze moving, but a magical force originating from the barrier kept him firmly standing on the ground. My dear godfather, you really know how to play? Masquerade thought. He knew this was a muggle toy called a Rubik's Cube. It must take a tremendous amount of magical power to play like this. At this moment, he felt both amused and respectful. Guide me, he muttered as he took out his wand. The wand spun around and then stood half erect, pointing to his upper right. WTF. No, don't tell me you don't want me to win, Carmen's mouth twitched. He had to admit that this doll had a very high degree of restoration, able to even make such an expression. Then I have to find a staircase to climb up. I guess I'll just wander around this layer for now. Crumb gritted his teeth and poured a small bottle of transparent liquid onto his bloodied forearm. There was a deep claw mark on it. The bodies of the 3 shadow badgers, sorry, 2, and the fragments of the last one scattered around Crumb. Intense pain radiated from the wound, and wisps of white smoke rose. Damn beast. Even though Crumb had a strong will, this was excruciatingly painful. Bicien needed to first remove the badger's venom from the wound, as that would prevent healing. And this process was akin to scraping bones. Crumb even suspected that this was something Anriel had targeted him with. This feeling of acting within someone else's rules was terrible. Heal as before. The effect was not good, but combined with Bicien, at least the bleeding stopped, and a layer of blood scab formed over it. Crumb's face turned ashen as he spread his wand in his hand. Guide me. The wand spun again, and ultimately stood upright. Huh. Crumb's furrowed brow turned to confusion. He looked up at the ridiculously thick hedge ceiling. He swore, loudly, with a bit of regional dialect accent. After hesitating for a moment, he randomly chose a direction, picked up his wand, and walked away. Carmen stood on the ground, feeling the magic that kept the direction of the gravity. He felt unchanged. Interesting. Suddenly, Carmen disappeared from his spot. Upon closer inspection, he had actually become transparent, blending into the surrounding environment. He heard footsteps. They sounded quite heavy. Crumb? Carmen was like a chameleon lying still against the wall, staring intently at the corner of the fork ahead. One step then another. Crumb's figure appeared in Carmen's view. However, Carmen did not lift the invisibility charm. Wow, quite a bit of blood, right arm? Carmen immediately noticed Crumb's poor condition. However, he had no intention of allying with Crumb. His performance was fully visible to the spectators outside. After all, Crumb had no broadcasting camera on him, but Carmen did. Look, over there with Carmen. He ran into Crumb. What's wrong with Crumb? Why is he covered in blood? He looks in bad shape. Isn't Carmen going to look for Crumb? And so on. It seemed that feeling the gaze, Masquerade turned back and met Anriel's eyes. Aren't you going to look for Crumb? Of course not. Why? That big fool is a hassle, surely looking for trouble, and who knows if he'll go after those 2 from Hogwarts. You're just lazy. Masquerade turned his head back. Not to mention Crumb and Carmen brushing past each other. Let us shift the focus to Harry. Facing that fierce creature, the 10-year-old had almost no means to resist. The method Anriel told him was strange, yet subtly reasonable. Split apart. With a sound like a giant piece of fabric tearing, Harry was nearly brought to tears of joy. The crater blown out by the tail of the explosive tail was broken. Even knowing the audience could see, Harry didn't care about his image anymore, rolling on the ground and falling into the pit that passed through the levels. Then, almost at the same moment, it was hard to say that Anriel wasn't doing it on purpose. He twisted the giant Rubik's Cube. Boom! Harry slammed hard against the side wall. When his legs were off the ground, he could barely feel gravity, his whole body swaying in the air. He was either thrown this way or that way. Cough, cough. Cough. Harry could no longer hold back and began to cough violently. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips, being slammed against the wall by immense force. He didn't know where he was injured inside. Outside, as Harry was thrown against the wall like a lifeless doll, screams erupted from the audience. Sirius's eyes were nearly spitting fire, his lips stretching, with hints of grayish-black mane faintly visible. A seasoned Animagus was almost pushed to the brink of losing control, though he was already showing signs of being out of control. Dear audience, please rest assured that when the warriors lose their ability to act, we will immediately teleport them out of the maze to avoid any life-threatening obstacles within. However, when they are conscious and able to act independently, we respect each warrior's will, and until they actively shout, "Give up," the competition will proceed as normal. Anriel's gaze was intense as he looked towards the direction of Sirius, not only because he had stood up, but also because Hermione and Ron, along with Harry's friends, were there as well. Among this group, it seemed that someone wanted to say something, but almost immediately, Harry's performance on the screen silenced them. Recovering as before, Harry struggled to point his wand at himself, reciting the restoration spell. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. However, after that, he seemed to look a bit better. Just when almost everyone thought that Harry would explore this level for a while before deciding what to do next, he shouted, "Show me the way." Upper left. Harry looked towards the thick hedgerow on the left side, and a hint of ruthlessness gradually appeared on his silent face. This was the part of his personality that belonged to Sirius, which finally had an opportunity to manifest. Bombard! A loud bang echoed, accompanied by dust and splintered wood flying everywhere. A large hole appeared in the wall, revealing the brown branch wall behind it. Shatter! Just like how Harry had cut through the hedgerow earlier, this wall was quickly destroyed by him, revealing a path to the opposite side. Blood continued to drip from the corner of his lips, but he hesitated not a moment and dove into the hole. Harry, Hermione, in the audience outside, watched this scene on the screen in terror. Considering the recent duel between Crumb and the shadowy badger, the match hadn't even started for long before it made her feel physically unwell. She glanced around helplessly and saw Ron, not too far, but not too close either. However, Ron was completely oblivious to Hermione. His entire focus was on Harry on the screen. The only two people who could immediately attend to Hermione were both in the maze, one of whom was walking along a diverging path with a fellow warrior, while the other was the source of her current fear. No wonder the Triwizard Tournament had been banned for so many years. It was too terrifying. Hermione couldn't accept it. Her character did have the Gryffindor spirit, but the problem was that her fight was usually based on having a retreat, or, in other words, based on her absolute confidence in her own abilities, believing she could handle the situation. For example, brewing Polyjuice Potion or using a time turner. She knew she could brew successfully, and she knew she could handle 3 times the burden of others. This proud girl had strength that matched her pride. But now, she could not understand why those warriors would risk their lives just for the title of Triwizard Champion. If there weren't such a serious life-threatening situation, she might be waving flags and banners, and perhaps even feel the urge to participate. But at this moment, she had no way to change this match, even though 2 people who were very important to her were currently battling in the maze. In the second level of the maze, in the area where Harry was. No matter what, he at least knew where he had entered. He had come in from the northwest corner of the 3rd level of the maze. Harry remembered that after walking east for a while, he encountered a fork in the road, and at the fork, there was a disgusting, tail-blasting snail. He had pierced through the floor, as per Anriel's earlier hint. It felt like being thrown into a high-powered washing machine at Aunt Petunia's house. So, now, he should be directly north on the 2nd level. Huffing and puffing, Harry struggled to tear through the hedgerow with the cutting spell, step by step heading south. Breathing heavily, he couldn't calm down to listen to the sound around him, and naturally, he didn't know that the maze was about to turn again. Before each turn of the maze, the friction between the hedgerows would be quite loud, although it wasn't as loud as the noise from construction machinery. It was enough to catch the attention of Carmen and others. Speaking of Carmen, how should it turn this time? Let us have Carmen turn it up. Anriel watched the tragic situation broadcasted by most of the warriors outside the maze, resting his chin on his hand, playfully fiddling with his wand. After Carmen and Crumb moved apart, Anriel turned in the opposite direction, and as he twisted the magic cube, he almost instantly flashed to the wall. Which part of the ground moved this time? Wait a minute. A rumbling sound came from beneath his feet, and Carmen slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. Hey, it's moved again. Once the barrier stopped shaking, Carmen tentatively stomped his foot. He felt something was off. Everything seemed fine. The solid ground beneath his feet told him this was how the ground should be. Guide me north. The wand in his hand spun around, and just like before, it stood upright. Silence reigned at the Kongxiao tonight. This, Carmen displayed a very difficult expression, clearly confident in his magical abilities and not feeling it was his fault. This meant that north was now directly above him. The 3D magic cube, that was the implication. However, as if he suddenly thought of something, Carmen raised his eyebrows and began to ponder. Through his main body, masquerie, he could see how the outside world perceived this large maze and thus deduce approximately which part of the maze he was in. But it seemed that this maze was far more complex than it appeared. Firstly, the maze had 3 layers. No matter from which angle it was viewed, this maze was a standard 9 by 9 magic cube. But given the size of the cube, if it were only 3 layers, the warriors inside would definitely feel a much more noticeable rotation. Although the untraceable expansion spell was indeed a possibility, Carmen believed that Anriel wouldn't be that boring. So, why not boldly guess? This maze actually had 9 layers? Secondly, there was the strange gravity within the maze. Carmen was now firmly grounded, but to the outside world. He was walking on a wall tilted at a 90-degree angle, moving swiftly. If it were just one person, it would be fine, but Anriel was maintaining at least 6 people, not to mention the enormous barrier floating over the entire maze, which surely required massive amounts of magical power. For the warriors, this could result in a situation where one person walks on the ground and is defeated by another opponent standing on the ceiling because the hedges only grow in the direction corresponding to the contestant's feet. The most obvious evidence was that after every fork in the road, the width between the ceiling and the ground varied. If Carmen wanted to return to the normal or 180-degree inverted area, it would require. To verify his hypothesis, Carmen ran straight ahead. When he saw what was in front of him, Carmen knew his guess was basically correct. In front of him was a dead end, or rather, a completely distorted staircase corner. A normal staircase would turn at an angle on the lower floor, but this staircase turned horizontally on the next floor. It was a very creative design that would leave an unsuspecting warrior completely unable to infer their position, and only someone like Carmen, who was sharp-minded, could figure it out. Carmen's guess was basically correct. In fact, Anriel had a game in his past life called Monument Valley, which was exactly like this. Where would a time traveler not steal ideas? Found out so quickly? Anriel raised an eyebrow and waved his wand, causing the Rubik's Cube maze to spin again. Who's over there? Miss Sophie Claire shouted, her voice trembling. Among the 3 schools and 6 champions, she was the one with the least presence. But perhaps having no presence in this chaotic battle was the safest option. Even in Anriel's script, there was no part for this girl. She just wanted to finish the competition safely, with some doubts, and make a small name for herself, nothing more. To put it in more modern terms, she just wanted to make her resume look better. What was wrong with that? Clearly nothing. As Sophie shouted this, a loud bang made her instinctively step back several paces. As the dust settled, a large hole appeared in the hedge before her, and a few flickering flames, though clinging to the vines, seemed to extinguish slowly as if there was nothing to burn. The main thing was that Harry discovered that the combination of the fire spell, cutting spell, and explosion spell worked well because Anriel's magic prevented the maze from catching fire, but it was still a good offensive tactic. You're that little boy from Hogwarts. Sophie blinked, looking at Harry in the hole in the hedge wall, and exclaimed, "The second champion from Beau's Batons." Harry shook his sore arm, seemingly deep in thought. Just a moment ago, he had blasted his way here, and it seemed his guiding spell wasn't very precise, occasionally spinning him around a few times. If Carmen were here, he might have benevolently told Harry, "Little brother, it's not your fault. There's just a guy with a twisted sense of humor messing with the Rubik's Cube outside." Harry didn't know the exact structure of the Rubik's Cube maze. He just felt that the space within the maze seemed disordered, and finding the Triwizard Cup at the center of the maze seemed to require a bit of luck. However, it appeared his luck wasn't great. As he ran into another competitor, it wasn't Cedric. Unlike the original plot, Harry wasn't as averse to Cedric this time. After all, they were teammates. Moreover, Cedric Diggory might be the only one in the maze who could help him and would actually do so. Did you really come all this way like this? Sophie found it hard to imagine, unable to comprehend why there was such a way to traverse the maze. What was the point of the maze, after all? Not exactly, but that interpretation works, Harry said, rubbing the back of his head, where there was a bump from when Anriel twisted the cube earlier. Harry had somewhat figured out that as long as he was in the corridors of the maze, he wouldn't experience gravity flipping or sudden changes in direction that could send him flying. But if he found himself among the hedges, he would be struck by the chaotic effects of gravity, and if he flew through any hole into the corridor, he would immediately undergo a stable gravity reset. For example, crashing hard against a wall, the ground, or even the ceiling. The most dangerous moment was when he almost broke his neck. There wouldn't be an opportunity for him to plead for mercy, and naturally, he couldn't choose to withdraw from the competition. But that didn't mean this situation was normal. Outside the maze, when the audience watched as Harry smashed through the hedges, they all had their hearts in their throats, fearing that one misstep would cause Harry to fall due to the rapidly changing gravity and crash against a wall. One thing that was clear was that the protagonist was indeed the protagonist. He had some skill. Not to mention his adaptability had already surpassed what many could handle. From the perspective of the audience inside, who were the traditionally normal people, Harry was already remarkably resilient. He had absolutely exceeded the level of endurance expected from an average 11-year-old student. In contrast, Sophie had only dealt with some minor obstacles in the maze, the intensity of which was far less than what Crumb had just encountered. Even the perspective of Fleur, who had been quite embarrassed by a group of thorny armadillos, was more entertaining than Sophie's side. Sophie seemed about to ask if he was all right, but anyone not blind wouldn't ask that question after seeing the blood. Scratches and dirt on Harry. Looks pretty messy, huh? Harry raised his wand, never letting his guard down, even though the other party seemed quite amiable now. "Ooh, no, don't say that. I mean, we're opponents." There was no smile on Harry's face. How about we just pretend we didn't see each other? Sophie couldn't manage a smile anymore, even though the one standing before her was the youngest and theoretically the weakest among the 6 champions. But the facts of the first 2 rounds had proven otherwise. Harry Potter was definitely not as simple as other kids his age. If one didn't regard him as an equal competitor, they would suffer great losses. That's a good suggestion. Let's just faint. After hearing the first half of Harry's sentence, Sophie had shown a look of relief, but in an instant, her smile froze on her face. A red beam shot out from Harry's wand, striking Sophie in the chest. What the hell? Harry carefully raised his wand and approached the unconscious Sophie, poking her with his toe. "Eso no ve?" Harry was a bit stunned. No, how did this brain make it to the finals? Pure luck. Hey, he really guessed right. Sophie making it to the finals was indeed over 80 luck. However, the students from Beaux Batons in the audience didn't think so. Despicable. This is the act of a villain. Shameful. The shouts rose and fell. And since most of the members from Beaux Batons were female, the cries sounded even sharper. What was worse was that Harry's supporters were also bewildered by his actions. Is this still the Harry Potter we know? They couldn't find a way to justify this blatant sneak attack. Rita Skeeter's green feather quill was almost flying off the page. And even Rita found the automatic quill too slow, grabbing a feather quill herself, her hand moving so fast it was almost a blur. Anriel raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but it was within expectation. Given Harry's upbringing, the fact that he hadn't turned out worse can only be attributed to his inherent goodness. Or perhaps to the ample care provided by McGonagall and others, as well as the concern from friends like Hermione. After being raised by Sirius, well, it would be strange if he didn't turn out this way. Pretending to engage in casual conversation to lower the opponent's guard before striking is a textbook example of a despicable tactic. Although shameless, it is effective. Anriel ignored the excited crowd in the arena. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Warrior Sophony Claire failed to regain consciousness within the time limit. Therefore, I announce Sophony Claire is eliminated. The last sentence echoed throughout the entire venue. Even those in the maze could hear it clearly. After this announcement reached Harry's ears, he almost immediately turned and left the elimination spot of one of the warriors. Lead the way. This time, it was southwest of the lower level. Sophony? That girl from Beaux Batons? Carmen silently floated forward. Although it looked a bit mystical, it was not a big deal for him. After brushing past Crumb, he had been consciously hiding traces of his existence, not even planning to leave the faintest footprint. Now, it seemed his choice was somewhat reasonable. Being eliminated so quickly surely meant he had encountered another opponent. Who could it be? Crumb? Or someone from Hogwarts? No, it couldn't be thought of that way. Carmen knew there were other people in the maze, but Sophony, who was eliminated, had a camera function following her, making it almost impossible for someone outside the participating warriors to eliminate her without causing a stir. Carmen paused for a moment, just after he passed the corner in front of him. What a coincidence! Sophony was quietly lying in the room ahead of him. A large hole had been broken in the wall of the room. It seemed to have been turned back by Anriel again. Just as Carmen was thinking this, a figure appeared at the entrance across the room. Oh no, not good. Carmen dove behind the wall, narrowly avoiding a red beam that shot past him. It was someone from Durmstrang. How dare you? The person who appeared across the room was Fleur. Outside, Masquerade suddenly turned his head and saw Anriel struggling to hold back laughter. Who understands, family? Masquerade rolled his eyes, refocusing his mind on Carmen, and began to fight Fleur. This battle was unavoidable because Fleur had rushed over after hearing the noise. From a psychological perspective, she would instinctively feel that she had arrived quickly, so the first person she encountered must be the culprit, rather than the fact that during her short rush, the culprit had escaped while another unfortunate person happened to appear on the scene. Moreover, Carmen was a participant from Durmstrang, so his credibility was already low. As for the room where Sophony was, the area behind that large hole was already filled with vine walls, looking like a perfectly normal explosion pit or battle mark. Carmen peeked out from behind the wall, but the next second he shrank back as two blue beams struck the spot where his head had just been. I don't want to bully anyone, but I really didn't knock out Sophony. Carmen raised his wand and shouted across. Although he didn't think Fleur would take it to heart. Petri Ficus Totalis. The petrification curse was one of the common minor curses used to bind the opponent's movement, characterized by its quick casting speed and fast beam speed. Fleur twisted away from the beam at a bizarre angle. Evidently, she was not an ordinary contestant. Having already demonstrated her bizarre flexibility in the first match, it couldn't be ruled out that being a Vila, a creature that inherently possesses the ability to transform, had an effect. In fact, when Fleur heard Carmen cast the petrification curse, she was quite unconcerned because it was the type of spell that was too difficult to intercept. It was just that dodging was less effort than intercepting. However, when she turned around and casually glanced at the spot where the spell had struck, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Crack! The already petrified vine wall crumbled like weathered stone, dusting down a layer of gray powder. In fact, some of the inner vines had also been petrified. No way. Fleur suddenly looked at Carmen just as he emerged from behind the wall, his face displaying an expression that she found teasingly similar. Summary: a two-dimensional Harry Potter fan travels to a parallel universe with a shocking identity. Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral embarrassment? Wrong place, wrong time. Anriel believes he has truly crossed over, only to find that there is just a slight deviation from the original plot. But why did he turn into an artificial human?